I traverse parallel worlds. Inherited a nearly bankrupt restaurant in a tourist area. Just as I was tearing my hair out in worry, I unexpectedly bound with a divine-level culinary system. The newbie reward was a seemingly ordinary recipe for stir-fried pork with vegetables, yet contains culinary secrets that defy conventional wisdom. One casual attempt, and the aroma instantly made the neighbor's child cry with craving, transforming the previously dismissive cold drink shop owner into an instant devoted fan. Effortlessly secured the massive employee meal contract for the entertainment complex. Conquer even the most demanding palates with just one lunchbox meal. Make the former supplier feel utterly ashamed. I thought I was finally about to reach the pinnacle of life. But the miraculous recipes in the system store that can cure difficult conditions like anorexia and picky eating. It seems to foretell an even greater storm. You peers who plotted against me in the shadows, are you ready to face a true dimensionality reduction strike? Chapter 1, System Activated. The neighbor's kid drools with envy. Not even a dog would eat the food from this restaurant. The place is too small, the environment terrible. Not only do I not want to pay, I even feel like smashing the place up. Not just the restaurants, even the scenic spots are struggling. I told you long ago, coming here is worse than going to the cafeteria for duck necks. I've already eaten 5 rat heads. Watching the last group of tourists leave, Liang Fei, squatting at the entrance of his restaurant, was so worried he almost pulled his hair out. As a transmigrator, he had no golden finger, no wise old mentor. The only thing he could count on was this scenic spot restaurant inherited from his parents. In his previous life, he was just an obscure 9-to-5 worker who knew nothing about running a restaurant. Fortunately, tourist spots like this didn't have high standards for food taste. Liang Fei initially thought his modest cooking skills would at least sustain the restaurant, ensuring a modest income to keep himself from starving each month. But who would have thought the restaurant would face such harsh criticism? There were not only a lot of negative reviews on the rating app, but some even spread rumors to smear his restaurant's environment and hygiene. Is there any need for such malice? Liang Fei got up and walked into the restaurant, which wasn't very large but was fairly clean. Looking pained, he tossed the barely touched food from the table into the trash, took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them, wiped the water stains from the sink with a cloth, and carefully cleaned up all the trash inside the restaurant. After tidying up the restaurant until it was spotless, Liang Fei looked outside. By noon, there were hardly any tourists left in the scenic area. Originally, in this parallel world with a highly developed tourism industry, even during the off-season, any scenic area would typically remain crowded until at least 3 or 4 p.m. As a 5-level scenic spot, Longshan Scenic Area once thrived with many tourists even at night. But now, if this continues, I'm afraid even bad reviews will be hard to come by. Liang Fei sighed, considering whether he should change careers while he still had some money left, when suddenly he heard a voice from the depths of his mind. Ding! Host's restaurant is struggling. Would you like to bind with the scenic spot gourmet system? Liang Fei widened his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement. System? A must-have for transmigrators. Damn it, you finally showed up. Even though the system's function seems a bit strange, something is better than nothing. Bind. Ding. Scenic spot gourmet system successfully bound. Obtained a newbie gift pack. Open it now? Yes. Obtained recipe, home-style stir-fried pork. Ding. Newbie mission activated, sell 10 servings of farmhouse-style stir-fried pork and receive positive reviews. As the golden text floated before his eyes, Liang Fei's smile gradually faded. His mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom. With so few tourists in the scenic area, getting even 10 customers in his restaurant per week was considered fortunate. The difficulty of selling 10 servings and earning positive reviews went without saying. But what kind of beginner's reward is stir-fried pork with vegetables anyway? You can easily find this recipe with a quick online search, okay? What the hell is this? Is he being played for a fool? Liang Fei, who had stood up in excitement, sat back down on the chair. As soon as he willed it, the recipe appeared in his mind. He had already given up hope, but after glancing at the cooking method in the recipe, he was startled. The way ingredients are prepared and the cooking techniques are quite different from what's online and what I've learned. You can cook dishes like this? Glancing at the empty restaurant and bolstered by his trust in the system, Liang Fei's gaze gradually grew determined. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If this really turns out to be an unparalleled delicacy, we won't need to worry about the restaurant being hidden in an alley anymore. Who knows, maybe I could single-handedly boost the local tourism economy. Liang Fei immediately rushed into the kitchen. Strangely enough, despite having never cooked country-style fried pork before, Liang Fei found handling the ingredients from the recipe surprisingly effortless. After processing the fresh pork belly according to the recipe, the next step is the marination process. In addition to the usual scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to remove the gaminess, Liang Fei also prepared a special marinade based on the recipe's proportions. He poured it into the bowl containing the pork belly, sealed it with plastic wrap, and poked a few small holes in the wrap with a toothpick for ventilation. Next, he took fresh long green peppers and cut them into diagonal segments, while the garlic was sliced thinly. After half an hour, the pork belly was fully marinated. As he heated the oil in the pan and stir-fried the pork belly with the marinade, even the normal cooking process released an aroma that made Liang Fei's mouth water. The distinct flavor of the sauce and the rich aroma of the meat complement each other perfectly, instantly teasing the appetite the moment they drift into the nostrils. Damn, this smells absolutely amazing. After taking a bite, Liang Fei found the meat tender and perfectly cooked, bursting with savory flavors laced with a hint of spiciness. The lingering sweetness balanced out the heat, leaving behind an unforgettable taste that stayed on his palate. Liang Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up as the aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen to the front dining area. Hua, the growing child from Sister Sue's neighboring ice cream shop who was playing outside, found the temptation of delicious food utterly irresistible. The moment he caught a whiff of the aroma, he dashed straight toward Liang Fei's restaurant without hesitation. Seeing no customers in Liang Fei's shop, Sister Sue worried that Hua might cause trouble and potentially damage Liang Fei's business. She quickly stopped the boy in his tracks. Hua immediately burst into tears. Yummy food. I want yummy food. Wah! Sister Sue was still a bit angry at first, but she couldn't help herself when she caught the delicious aroma wafting from Liang Fei's restaurant. She instinctively swallowed her saliva and muttered, "What new dish is Xiao Liang cooking? How can it smell so incredibly good? Since there aren't many people in the scenic area right now and I don't feel like cooking, it wouldn't hurt to support Xiao Liang's business. Xiao Liang, what new dish are you working on? Hurry up and let me try it, my little tiger cub is crying from craving it." The perfectly balanced spicy and fragrant flavor beautifully enhances the rich, mellow taste of the meat, while also carrying subtle hints of blended seasonings. The three distinct flavors harmoniously merge yet remain independent, with the seasoning and spiciness acting like green leaves that elevate the meat's aroma to new heights. Just from the smell alone, Sister Sue was already starving. Hua couldn't hold back either. If Sister Sue hadn't desperately held him back, he would have charged straight into the kitchen. At this moment, Liang Fei walked out from the kitchen. "Ah, Sister Sue is here. Perfect timing. Try my newly made farmhouse-style stir-fried pork." As Liang Fei brought over the source of the mouth-watering aroma, the already impatient Sister Sue immediately pulled out her phone. "How much?" "I'll scan to pay." Placing the dish on the table and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Liang Fei said, "No charge. I just experimented with this casually. Sister Sue, just taste it and give me your feedback." "Are you sure?" Originally, Sister Sue wasn't very confident in Liang Fei's culinary skills either. But the aroma was simply too tempting. And it looked perfectly appetizing in both appearance and fragrance. Just the presentation alone was worth paying for. Free tasting? Can such a good deal really exist? Liang Fei smiled and said, "Of course, if Sister Sue finds it acceptable after trying it, helping me promote it would be a huge favor." "No problem." Sister Sue immediately picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Instantly, his eyes sparkled like stars. "Wow! This tastes amazing. No! Not just acceptable. It's absolutely perfect. Even 5-star restaurants probably can't compare." While Sister Sue was marveling, Hua had already completely lost control over his eating. To be honest, Sister Sue had never seen Hua enjoy food so much before. Despite its chubby appearance and seemingly robust appetite, this little one is actually an extremely picky eater. Whether it's home-cooked meals or restaurant dishes, it'll only take a few polite bites at best. If unimpressed, it won't even spare a second glance. Save some for me. Chapter 2, Without comparison, there's no hurt feelings. Watching the food on the plate nearly disappear, Sister Sue immediately panicked. Without even stopping to comment, she frantically began devouring the meal. Soon, all the spring onions in the dish were picked clean. Sister Sue finally noticed Liang Fei standing by with eager eyes, and immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. She quickly exclaimed, "Xiao Liang, this flavor is absolutely phenomenal. Even 5-star hotel chefs can't compare to this. You're truly wasting your talent staying in our scenic area. Do you still have any in stock? I don't feel like cooking tonight. Pack 2 for me to go. How much should I scan you for?" Liang Fei immediately broke into a smile. He was just worrying about how to complete the system task. After calculating the cost, Liang Fei said, 30 yuan for 2 portions will do. Upon hearing this, Sister Sue even felt a bit embarrassed. Not to mention the great taste, it's also affordable. These days, a 15 yuan plate of home-style stir-fried pork is practically an endangered species. Once she got back, she'd have to brag all about it to her husband. With the system's assistance, Liang Fei's cooking speed improved significantly, and within 10 minutes, 2 portions of stir-fried pork were packed and ready to go. Sister Sue soon left with Hua, and the afternoon arrived. In recent years, the tourism industry has been sluggish, and the Long Mountain scenic area hasn't been doing well either, with hardly any visitors by the afternoon. Liang Fei used to be quite anxious about it, but today's initial test of the system showed far better results than he had imagined. Currently, the system interface only has a task system and a shop system. The shop requires completing the beginner's task to unlock, and according to the description, it should allow purchasing new recipes. But Liang Fei wasn't sure what currency would be spent. Could it require topping up money? Surely it wouldn't be this scammy, right? Liang Fei shook his head. Forget it, let's complete the beginner quest first. In the evening after work, Sister Su, along with Hua, ran home excitedly only to find her husband Mayang bustling about in the kitchen. Honey, you're back just in time. Today I passed by Manhwa restaurant and bought their signature dish, farmer's stir-fried pork. You should try it later, it smells amazing. It's a bit pricey, over 80 yuan for a serving, but definitely worth every penny. Manhwa restaurant is quite well known within Longqing's dining circles, and their rustic style dishes are always in high demand. Normally, if her husband managed to bring some home, Sister Su would be overjoyed. But today, she had no appetite at all for the dishes at Manhwa restaurant. Could it possibly taste better than what Liang Fei makes? And Liang Fei's stir-fried pork with vegetables is only 15. This is what you call real value for money? No, it's more like getting way more than you paid for. Auntie Su rolled her eyes at her husband. Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything nice before. Today I'll let you taste what real authentic farmhouse stir-fried pork is like. Auntie Su immediately rushed to the kitchen to reheat Liang Fei's farmhouse stir-fried pork. This was made by young Liang from our scenic spot restaurant. Just go ahead and eat it, it's so delicious it could knock your head off. Ma Yang was originally quite curious. Which farmhouse-style stir-fried pork could be more authentic than Manhwa restaurants? But when Sister Su mentioned it was actually from the restaurant at Longshan Scenic Spot, he immediately laughed. Good grief, since when do scenic spot restaurants serve anything tasty? Not saying it's delicious, but if this thing is even edible, I'll take care of all the housework next month. Before Ma Yang could finish his sentence, Sister Su had already picked up a piece of farmhouse stir-fried pork and stuffed it into his mouth. The intense spicy aroma exploded in his mouth like a bomb. The overwhelming flavor impact even made Ma Yang literally jump up. Damn! What the hell is this? It's so freaking delicious. I feel like I just saw my great-grandma. Wait a minute, is she coming to steal my food? Ma Yang was starting to talk nonsense. Sister Su was overjoyed. Who's doing the chores next month? Ma Yang stuffed rice into his mouth while saying, I'll do it, I'll do it. Sister Su was even happier. That's more like it. Holy, leave some for me. Liang Fei had also completed the task assigned by the system before closing. Early the next morning, Liang Fei was awakened by the system alert sound. Ding, successfully sold 10 portions of farmhouse fried pork with positive reviews. Newbie mission completed. Reward received, a set of premium kitchenware. Premium kitchenware, cooking speed increased tenfold. Before Liang Fei could fully process the system's generous rewards, he heard its second notification sound. The novice period has been successfully completed, unlocking the store system. Store system, consume deliciousness points to exchange for recipes. Deliciousness points can be obtained with a certain probability based on customer ratings. Just as he had guessed. The recipes in the store must surely be better than the one for the simple stir-fried pork he currently has, but he doesn't have enough deliciousness points to afford them yet. We need to develop new customers as soon as possible. I wonder if Sister Su's promotion has been effective. Just as he finished speaking, ding! Host's work enthusiasm detected. New mission activated. Please sell 100 lunchboxes as soon as possible. Liang Fei immediately felt a toothache coming on. Wow, just got 10 positive reviews and the boxed meals instantly doubled to 100 servings? Where is he going to sell it? Just then, I heard Sister Su's voice calling out. Xiao Liang, are you awake? Liang Fei hurriedly tidied up and rushed to the front hall. Seeing Sister Su, I noticed you seem to be in poor spirits. Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Sister Su said, don't even mention it. My husband is so useless. Yesterday he actually sneaked a bite of the farmer-style stir-fried pork I bought from you, and we argued until midnight. Liang Fei gasped in shock. No wonder Sister Su seems so listless. By the way, Sister Su, what brings you here? Sister Su said, I felt really bad about freeloading your meal yesterday. Since I promised to help promote your business, there's actually a big opportunity right now. Are you interested? Liang Fei asked, what kind of work? Sister Su said, do you know Brother Yong, the person in charge of the amusement park at the scenic spot? Liang Fei nodded. Brother Yong, whose real name was Lu Yong, was the person in charge of the amusement park at the scenic spot and a true connoisseur of good food. Sister Su said, Brother Yong's staff meals have always been provided by Manhwa restaurant, but Manhwa is not only expensive, the delivery fees are also quite high. I was thinking that if he orders meals from your place, not only would it save him some money, but wouldn't your restaurant also start thriving? It's a win-win situation, don't you think, Xiao Liang? How else could Liang Fei possibly feel? He was practically about to jump for joy, wasn't he? This is like having food delivered right when you're hungry. I'm fine. Sister Su said, alright, I'll call in right away. Amusement park in the scenic area. Going to try Liang Fei's new dish? Lu Yong held his phone, looking troubled. As a seasoned foodie, how could he not know the poor quality of meals in tourist spots? Liang Fei wasn't even a real chef. What good dishes could he possibly make? Going there would just be suffering. But he had some connection with Sister Sue, and besides, they all worked in the same tourist area. Sister Sue meant well. Forget it, let's just consider it charity. I'm coming over right now. As soon as Lu Yong arrived at Liang Fei's restaurant, he spotted Sister Sue. Seeing Liang Fei still busy in the kitchen, Lu Yong immediately pulled Sister Sue aside and whispered, "Sister Sue, why did you call me over? Young Liang is a good kid, but his cooking skills just aren't up to par. What if he asks me about providing meals? How am I supposed to refuse?" Seeing Lu Yong's look of being caught in a dilemma, Sister Sue said, "Would I set you up? Being able to eat Liang's cooking is a blessing you've cultivated over several lifetimes, let me tell you. Young Liang's skills are beyond compare." Hearing this, Lu Yong could only manage a hollow chuckle. He had considered asking Liang Fei to provide meals, but Liang Fei's cooking skills were simply dreadful. Chapter 3: No one can escape the law of irresistible deliciousness. Su Jie continued, "So, if you find Xiao Liang's food not to your liking later, I'll help you decline the meal service. How does that sound?" Lu Yong's eyes lit up instantly. "You said it." Sister Sue looked genuinely supportive. "Absolutely." Just as the two entered the restaurant, Liang Fei emerged carrying a bowl of rice topped with stir-fried pork. "Brother Yong's here. Perfect timing to try my stir-fried pork rice bowl." Lu Yong, who hadn't been particularly interested at first, couldn't resist the aroma the moment he caught a whiff. Hearing Liang Fei's words, he immediately dashed to the table, eagerly scooping up a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth. The savory, spicy flavor exploded in his mouth, making every cell in his body cheer. "Holy! This is amazing. Is this really the same Liang Fei I know?" How much cooking he'd secretly learned behind his back. Lu Yong kept shoveling food into his mouth while his mind raced. Before long, the plate was completely empty. Liang Fei asked, "What do you think, Brother Yong?" "Delicious. Damn delicious." Lu Yong didn't hold back his praise. "I've eaten at so many restaurants, but honestly, none of them can top your stir-fried pork rice bowl. Compared to other places, yours completely blows them out of the water in every aspect: color, aroma, and flavor." Liang Fei was a bit overwhelmed by the barrage of compliments. But thankfully, he hadn't forgotten about the system task. Liang Fei immediately said, "Brother Yang, you think my rice bowl is pretty good, right?" Yang Yang nodded. "It's more than just good. If I could get my brothers to eat meals like this, they'd probably have more energy to work." Liang Fei's eyes lit up even brighter. The possibility of completing the task was within reach, wasn't it? Seizing the moment, Liang Fei took a deep breath and proposed, "Brother Yang, what if I offered you my stir-fried pork rice bowls at a 40% discount with no delivery fees? Could you use my dishes for your employee meals?" Yang Yang froze. It wasn't that Liang Fei's proposal put him in a difficult position. It was because happiness had come too suddenly. The previous supplier's food wasn't as tasty as Liang Fei's, and the prices were steep. The delivery fees alone were a huge burden for Yang Yang. And that greedy boss was actually planning to raise prices soon. Compared to that guy, Liang Fei was practically a kind-hearted little angel, right? Taking a deep breath, Yang Yang grabbed Liang Fei's hand. "What are you saying, my dear chef? You can waive the delivery fee, but I must pay full price for the meals. Dare to charge me a single penny less, and I won't be polite." Yang Yang had been fed up with his current meal supplier for ages. After confirming his partnership with Liang Fei, he immediately called the other place to cancel today's order and placed one with Liang Fei instead. "Little Liang, I rushed out without enough cash. I'll drop the food off, grab the money, and come back later." Liang Fei replied, "No need. Consider this meal my gift to you, no charge." He was here to earn deliciousness points and test the waters anyway. Besides, steady income was the real way to make money. Lu Yong was so touched he nearly cried. Damn it, why hadn't he chosen Xiao Liang before? Such a sensible kid with amazing cooking skills. If he really had to shut down the restaurant and run away, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Lu Yong insisted, "No way, I'll bring the payment over later." "That's final." With that, Lu Yong hoisted over 20 meal boxes and dashed off. Liang Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Entertainment City. The scenic area's economy relied entirely on the entertainment complex for support. Every day, visitors came specifically for the entertainment complex, which is why it could afford to employ so many people. But precisely because so many tourists visited daily, the entertainment city staff were the busiest, naturally burning through a lot of energy. After finally surviving the busiest morning shift, everyone was about to eat lunch when they discovered the food hadn't been delivered yet. The staff were nearly starving. Damn it, did the delivery guy steal our food on the way? It's over an hour late. Does he want to starve me to death so he can inherit my ant credit? I think I saw my grandma over there. Just as everyone was starving, they spotted Lu Yong running toward them carrying a huge box. Why is Brother Yong delivering today? Something's off. The food Brother Yong's carrying doesn't look like it's from the restaurant we ordered from. Anyone with sharp eyes, check the small print on that box? Scenic-area restaurant? That's Liang Fei's restaurant name. Could Brother Yang be bringing food from Liang Fei's place? Damn it, I knew Liang Fei didn't have pure intentions when he invited Brother Yang to taste his food. Sure enough, that kid wants to take over our lunch. Brother Yang has such a soft heart. Liang Fei probably just had to beg him on his knees and he agreed. Damn right it could be. So we're eating Liang Fei restaurant's food today? The food at Liang Fei restaurant is downright disgusting. After bustling about all morning, who wouldn't want something decent to eat? Before this, we could at least enjoy a decent meal. Now it looks like we'll have to make do with whatever we get. As people were lost in their thoughts, Lu Yong arrived. Setting the box down, he announced, I have something to tell everyone. Starting today, we won't be using Manhwa restaurant's lunches from outside the scenic area anymore. We'll switch to Liang Fei restaurant's lunches instead. The moment he finished speaking, cries of despair erupted. Seriously? Brother Yong, you can't take away our only little pleasure. The food at Yunhua restaurant might not be great, but at least it satisfies our desire for a decent meal. Serving us Liang Fei restaurant's food? That'll make us unable to enjoy our meals properly. Brother Yong, you can't exploit us like this. Lu Yong had anticipated these reactions and couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, who hasn't made a mistake? Hadn't he misjudged Liang Fei himself before? And what happened? That slap in the face? It stung like hell. Truth be told, Lu Yong was quite eager to see the expressions on people's faces after tasting Liang Fei's cooking. He deliberately stiffened his expression and raised his voice, alright, stop wailing like ghosts. Brother Yong has his reasons for doing this. Hurry up and line up to get your food. Eat it all. Though reluctant, the people understood Lu Yong. While the entertainment center was the only profitable venture in the scenic area, it didn't bring in much. They could see why Lu Yong was cutting costs this way. Besides, Lu Yong was a man of honor. Even if he skimped on their meals, he'd make it up to them elsewhere. So their reluctance was directed solely at Liang Fei's meals, not at Lu Yong himself. Soon everyone had received their meals. Seeing people clutching their boxed lunches without eating, Lu Yong scowled. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to feed you myself? People chimed in, Brother Yong, can we skip this meal? I don't feel like eating either. Yang Yong's mood soured instantly. Damn it! I went through all this trouble to get you guys this perk, and now you just say you don't want it? He stepped forward and opened the lids of the meal boxes one after another. As the lids came off, the people who had been so resolutely against it suddenly wavered. Someone took the first bite. Holy! This is amazing. Then, holy! So this is what real farmhouse stir-fried pork is supposed to taste like. This is addictive, goddammit. I'm devouring this. Chapter 4, Hiring Extras Just to Sell a Lunchbox? Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd, though a few skeptics stood stubbornly, tilting their heads and muttering, don't think I can't tell you're all just putting on a show. Don't even think about tricking me into eating this crap. I'd rather starve to death or jump off the scenic cliff than take a single bite. Before he could finish, Yang Yong shoved a mouthful of stir-fried pork right into the guy's mouth. Damn, this is delicious. Those who initially showed little interest in Liang Fei's cooking had completely changed their minds. One by one, they dug in, stuffing their faces with gusto. Lu Yong had been a bit annoyed by everyone's dismissive attitude toward these dishes, but seeing this, he realized they'd be better off sticking with their dissatisfaction. They're eating like crazy. There wasn't enough. This food just wasn't enough. Boss, I need seconds. I'll pay out of my own pocket. Brother Yong, I need to take a break to buy boxed meals. I won't let my wife go without tasting something this delicious. I need to buy boxed meals for my great-grandma. Brother Yong, if you won't let me, I'll talk to my great-grandma about taking you away. Lu Yong sucked in a sharp breath. Man, this is no way to repay kindness with ingratitude. And the shift in people's attitudes was just too drastic. He had anticipated this might happen, but never imagined the reaction would be this intense. Still, there weren't many customers coming in this afternoon anyway. Plus, going together would help boost Liang Fei's sales. Alright, you guys eat first. Once you're full, I'll take you over. The group exchanged glances and cheered in unison. Brother Yong, I love you. Brother Yong, you're my god. Brother Yong, my grandma told me to thank you. Restaurant. Liang Fei beamed with delight as notifications of deliciousness points kept popping up. But he'd only completed a little over 1/5 of the 100-box meal task. And given the system's quirks, purchases from the same group of people didn't count. With Brother Yong and the others supporting us, the restaurant's income is stable. Now it's time to think about how to expand and strengthen it. To grow and strengthen the restaurant, we'll still need to rely on the system's recipes. Oh, and with all those deliciousness points notifications just now, there must be a lot of points coming in. Liang Fei immediately opened the system interface. One glance was enough to make his face darken. Deliciousness points +1, +1, +0.7, +0.9, +0.6. Sigh, this is just ridiculous. The system did say deliciousness points were obtained probabilistically, but it never mentioned that a single dish could only grant 1 point at most. With over 20 boxed meals combined, he'd only gotten less than 30 deliciousness points. The cheapest recipe in the shop required 50 points. How long the hell am I supposed to grind for this? Just as Liang Fei was wallowing in frustration, he suddenly spotted Lu Yong rushing over. Brother Yong, what's up? Did my cooking disappoint? Are the guys under you unhappy? Liang Fei thought to himself, that shouldn't be possible. That flavor couldn't possibly be unappealing to anyone. Lu Yong, upon hearing Liang Fei's words, doubted his own ears. Liang Fei's cooking wasn't good? His guys practically tore their lunchboxes apart to gobble it all down, okay? Lu Yong quickly interjected, Xiao Fei, you've got it all wrong. My guys raved about your boxed meals after trying them. They want to order from you again. Before Liang Fei could process it, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Next, he saw a group of burly men charging toward them. They held wads of cash in their hands, as if afraid they'd miss out if they delayed a moment longer. Same boxed meal, I'll take 1. I'll take 5. Whoa, 5? Can you even eat that much? I'll take 10. The afternoon scene at the scenic area looked rather deserted, with only a handful of idle college students lingering reluctantly. This place is so boring. I heard there's an amusement park over there. The prices are pretty reasonable. Wanna check it out? Sure, let's go. To get to the entertainment center, they had to pass by Liang Fei's restaurant. The moment the students arrived, they were drawn in by the bustling scene outside the restaurant. Holy crap, this place is crazy busy. How good must the food be for this place to be this packed? Could it be some marketing gimmick? Whether it's a gimmick or not, why not go check it out? I'm kinda hungry anyway. The students exchanged glances and headed toward the restaurant. Lu Yong's eyes lit up the moment he saw them. Though he didn't want Liang Fei to lose out and had refused to book the meal at the discounted rate, Liang Fei had stubbornly insisted. This already made Lu Yong feel somewhat indebted to Liang Fei. Now that his guys had come to Liang Fei to buy meals at regular price, Liang Fei still insisted on charging them the 15% discount internal rate. This made not only Lu Yong feel indebted to Liang Fei, but even his own crew felt the same way. So when they saw the group enter the restaurant, they were even more enthusiastic than Liang Fei himself, the owner. What would you young folks like to eat? What would you like to eat? Our signature dish is the stir-fried pork with vegetables. Let me serve it up first. If you don't like it, you don't pay. Lu Yong looked earnestly eager, and his crew was downright excited. This left the college students completely dumbfounded. With so many customers, did that mean those who came later wouldn't have to wait in line? And not only did they skip the line, but the service was incredibly attentive. It felt like those waiting inside weren't customers at all, they were the staff. If this wasn't staged, they'd start questioning reality itself. These days, with the internet so widespread, there are plenty of businesses relying on gimmicks to sell products. Without exception, they all turn out to be all show and no substance. This little restaurant probably fits that mold too. Forget about the people being used for gimmicks, just look at the decor and the fact that they only have 2 signature dishes. It doesn't seem like a place that truly stands out. But the staff were so excessively attentive that the group felt it would be awkward to just leave without ordering. The leader said, alright, we'll take it to go. 1 order of stir-fried pork with vegetables. Got it. Lu Yong raised his voice, farmhouse stir-fried pork to go. With the help of his premium kitchenware, Liang Fei cooked quickly and had the dishes packed up in no time. The well-sealed containers not only kept the food warm but also effectively trapped the aroma. When handed to the college students, they couldn't detect any other smells. But they clearly hadn't expected much anyway. After grabbing the boxes, they practically fled the restaurant. They must think this place is a rip-off joint. Liang Fei scratched his head, but he didn't have time to dwell on these customers. A mountain of orders awaited him in the kitchen. Liang Fei already knew that Lu Yong's crew intended to take the food home for their families. This was genuine, delicious value. He certainly wasn't about to let those college students delay such a large order. As they left Liang Fei's restaurant, the college students looked utterly defeated. After discovering Liang Fei's restaurant hype was just a gimmick and being forced to buy meals, they'd lost all desire to continue exploring. Let's head back to campus first. One girl asked, what should we do with this food? Another replied, it'd be a shame to throw it away. There are lots of stray cats and dogs on campus, we can take it back to feed them. Guess that's the only option. The group of college students left the scenic area with little enthusiasm and headed back to campus. As soon as they reached the school gate, the stomachs of the students who had spent the morning sightseeing began to rumble. Chapter 5, Campus Craze for Lunchboxes, High-Priced Search Across the Web. The tall, burly male student declared, this is ridiculous. If I ever go back to that scenic area, I'll be a dog. The scenery was passable, but the service was absolutely terrible. They didn't even have a decent place to eat. Unbelievable. Alright, hurry up and feed the stray cats and dogs. I'm starving to death over here. The guy carrying the boxed meal was a fair-skinned young man. He arrived at the regular feeding spot for stray cats and dogs. As soon as he opened the container, the aroma wafting out completely captivated him. Damn, this smells amazing. Gulp. The already famished boy couldn't tear his eyes away from the food. It felt like every cell in his body was urging him to taste the meal inside the box. The college students waiting nearby grew concerned when he didn't join them. They walked over. What the hell are you doing, man? It smells amazing. Their gazes were instantly drawn to the meal in the box. One girl cautiously suggested, why don't you try a bite? The ravenous group couldn't control themselves, the food smelled too good. And the aroma had spread the moment the box was opened. Who could resist that? Eat. Forgetting all about appearances, they began devouring the food. At that moment, several students who had woken up late were still heading to the cafeteria for a quick bite. Already famished, the enticing aroma made their hunger unbearable. Some even snapped photos of the group's backs and immediately posted them on social media. Reward offered. If you can help me find these people, I'll pay handsomely. Whatever they're eating by the roadside smells absolutely incredible. Count me in. If you provide info, I'll write your self-criticism for you. How much do you charge for writing those self-criticisms? I've got a 300,000 word one. Wonder if you could handle it. 300,000 words of? You've broken the rules. Many students caught the scent of the food wafting through campus, an aroma so irresistible it lingered in the air. Within moments, the missing persons post exploded with over 10,000 replies, going viral. Meanwhile, Liang Fei, having finished his tasks, immediately checked his progress. Counting the 20+ boxed meals I sold earlier, I've already completed half the task. Liang Fei was overjoyed, surprised to see results so quickly. But then he felt a bit down. While the task seemed to be progressing rapidly, he knew the system's quirks, while progress from the same customer couldn't be accumulated. Even if Brother Young's crew came back tomorrow to buy meals for their families, they'd only count as repeat customers. The task progress wouldn't increase at all. Looks like I'll have to find a way to attract some new customers. To attract new customers, he needed to focus on two things: new dishes and new marketing approaches. Liang Fei wasn't worried about new dishes. His accumulated deliciousness points were more than enough to redeem a new recipe. The real question was how to promote it. Short videos seem pretty popular these days. Liang Fei immediately opened Douyin. I don't have K, brew bio, dinosaur resisting the waves. My second uncle is a time traveler, reborn as the second brother of the male lead's neighbor. Whenever this tune plays, old Biao hops on his trusty old bicycle. After swiping past several videos that offered little interest, Liang Fei spotted one with an overwhelming number of likes and comments. It showed a group of college students squatting in the flower beds by the school gate, stuffing their faces like crazy. Their mouths dripping with grease, they cared not a whit for appearances. They seemed utterly immersed in the world of delicious food. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. What the heck are they eating? Does it smell that good? No sooner had he spoken than Liang Fei felt a sense of familiarity toward those people. They look like those college students who came to buy food today. Liang Fei hurriedly tapped open the comments section. Seeking a partner. My sister just turned 20, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Guys in the video, come find me at Longjiang University's art department. Bring your leftover food, I need to feed the stray cats on campus. The upstairs commenter scheme is so loud I can hear it all the way in France. If you're drooling over their food and want a bite, just say so. I won't beat around the bush, I want to eat too. Guys, take a look at me. Whoa, aren't you in France? Can you even get to it? No problem, I'll fly back. France is so far from here. Flying all that way back, can your body handle it? This isn't the kindergarten bus. I need to get off. A few comments were joking, but most were asking what the food actually was. The comments section was buzzing. Back in the dorm, the well-fed group was stunned by the Douyin comments. To prevent things from escalating, they had to explain the situation. We're in the dorm, just got into bed. I'm the student in the post. First off, we weren't competing with stray cats and dogs for food. Later, we even bought food for the strays. And regarding what everyone's most curious about, the source of the stir-fried pork we ate. We actually bought it by chance at a small restaurant in Longshan's scenic area. We thought it was just a gimmick, but it turned out to be surprisingly delicious. The moment this news broke, the comments section exploded. If their food is really that good, I'll take full responsibility for Longshan's scenic area's tourism targets for the rest of the year. Count me in. If I don't eat their owner to tears, I'll spell my name backwards. Seeing the group's enthusiasm, Liang Fei grinned so wide his teeth showed. He'd been worried about lacking customers due to insufficient promotion, but now it seemed he'd been overthinking it. Good wine needs no bush, the ancients truly didn't deceive me. Liang Fei immediately changed his profile picture to a photo of the restaurant and updated his bio. Then he started advertising in the comments section. Thank you all for your support. Longshan's scenic area restaurant welcomes your patronage. Our address is Longjiang Road. After posting the ad, Liang Fei immediately opened the system interface. He had just analyzed the short video on Douyin. Judging by the number of comments and likes, that video was already quite popular. Without a doubt, it would bring in 30 to 50 new customers. This meant he couldn't rely solely on the simple stir-fried pork dish anymore. After studying it carefully for a while, Liang Fei discovered a recipe for broth in the system's cookbook. According to the system description, it served as a supporting ingredient for a main dish. But whatever. Liang Fei clicked to redeem it directly. The reason for choosing this was, of course, the restaurant's limited menu selection. While broth wasn't a proper dish itself, its true strength lay in its versatility. The recipe provided by the system was undoubtedly robust. Liang Fei had no doubt about the broth's deliciousness. He could simply add a bit to his dishes later, which would be enough to save his culinary skills. In Liang Fei's view, this stuff was essentially a universal seasoning. But the fact that a single serving of broth cost 66 deliciousness points made him wince. I'd better hurry up and keep working hard. Without another word, Liang Fei dashed straight to the kitchen. He had all the ingredients on hand, so it was the perfect chance to test whether this expensive recipe was any different from the free ones. According to the recipe, simmering the broth required an extended period of time. Even with his premium kitchenware, which boosted cooking speed tenfold, it still required at least 3 hours of simmering. Following the recipe, he added whole chicken, ribs, and other base ingredients, fish meat for freshness, and finally pork to make the broth clear and flavorful. He added the specified seasonings, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered it slowly over low heat. Throughout the process, the heat must be adjusted multiple times based on the broth's condition, with ingredients removed or added as needed. 3 hours later, Liang Fei sat in the kitchen, his eyes practically glowing green. Chapter 6, You're using this for instant noodles? The broth, painstakingly prepared, hadn't even been officially served yet, but the aroma alone was making Liang Fei salivate uncontrollably. Unlike the distinct aroma of a simple stir-fried pork dish, this was a unique blend of various meats. It was simply beyond description. This aroma is so intense, you wouldn't even need to cook anything else. Just toss in some noodles and it'd be a masterpiece. And this is merely a side ingredient for the main dish? If the side is this incredible, the main course must be mind-blowing. Liang Fei grew even more curious about the unknown main dish. But alas, he possessed too few deliciousness points, and the system had an identity system without using deliciousness points to unlock identities. He couldn't see the better recipes. He figured he'd have to unlock new statuses before seeing that main dish. Just as he pondered this, Sister Su followed the aroma into the kitchen. Little Liang, what new dish are you experimenting with now? Recalling the earlier conversation, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Maybe it really can be used to cook noodles. Liang Fei immediately stood up. Sister Su, haven't you eaten yet? Perfect timing. I have instant noodles right here. Instant noodles? Sister Su's face instantly fell. She didn't have many hobbies, but she loved good food. After tasting Liang Fei's stir-fried pork belly yesterday, she couldn't get enough. She'd fallen head over heels for his cooking. Just as she caught a whiff of something even more enticing here, she'd been ready to satisfy her craving. Who'd have thought all that commotion was just for instant noodles? If she was just going to eat instant noodles, she might as well have stayed home. Watching Liang Fei grab a bucket of instant noodles and tear open the packaging, Sister Su waved her hands repeatedly. Little Liang, forget it. I'm not hungry. She'd never been particularly fond of noodles to begin with, let alone instant noodles. It wasn't that the stuff tasted bad. But let's be honest. Would she really eat instant noodles at Liang Fei's restaurant? Sister Su had come to realize that while Liang Fei might indeed possess talent, it seemed misplaced. Still, Sister Su couldn't bring herself to dampen Liang Fei's enthusiasm, so she patiently endured. Little Liang, I'm really not hungry. I've got things to do at the shop. I'll head back now. Just as she turned to leave, Liang Fei came running over. Sis, don't rush. Trust me, my instant noodles are different from anyone else's. Liang Fei's enthusiastic attitude made Sister Su feel a bit embarrassed, so she could only nod. Seeing this, Liang Fei immediately dashed into the kitchen. The broth was already simmering, a large pot brimming with it. He carefully scooped a ladleful of broth and poured it over the noodle block, the broth perfectly submerging it. Using the included fork, he sealed the instant noodle container. Liang Fei deliberately left out the seasoning packet. Adding that stuff would completely ruin the flavor of the broth. That would be a real waste of good ingredients. Only after completing all this did Liang Fei carry the instant noodle bucket out of the kitchen. By then, Sister Su, sitting in the dining area, was already regretting coming. She had brought yesterday's leftover stir-fried pork rice for lunch today. Wasn't that way more delicious than instant noodles? She really had it coming. Why did she have to come over to Liang Fei's place? Wasn't that unnecessary? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly saw Liang Fei emerge holding a bowl of instant noodles, casually tossing the seasoning packet into the trash can. Su's sister was dumbfounded. So that's how Liang Fei meant his instant noodles were different from everyone else's. No seasoning packet. How could that taste good? What's the difference between instant noodles made like this and plain boiled noodles? 30 years back, when times were tough, people still added a pinch of salt or a splash of soy sauce to their noodles. Liang Fei isn't giving her even a hint of flavor. This isn't feeding her, it's torturing her. But seeing Liang Fei's excited expression, Sister Su forced herself to hold back her urge to complain. Su Xin, young Liang's trying his best. You absolutely mustn't dampen his enthusiasm. Just as she was thinking this, Liang Fei had already placed the instant noodle cup in front of Sister Su. Sister Su, it's ready. Give it a try. Su's sister mustered every ounce of strength to force a faint smile. As she lifted the lid, a rich yet not overpowering aroma wafted up. The blend of various meaty aromas created a unique flavor that lingered unforgettably. Sister Su's previously numb face lit up with vibrant color. She couldn't wait to take a bite of the noodles. Wow! The noodles were springy and chewy, perfectly soaked at just the right consistency. Especially when she took a bite with the broth, the various meat flavors exploded in her mouth like a bomb, delivering a completely new sensation and experience to her taste buds. This was far beyond what a simple word like fragrant could describe. Unbelievable. This is seriously amazing, okay? Don't let its humble appearance fool you, this flavor is seriously incredible. Xiao Liang, I misunderstood you. As she spoke, Sister Su nearly burst into tears. How on earth did you make this noodle? Liang Fei didn't hold back. The noodles aren't the key, it's all about the broth. Liang Fei shared his idea. Sis, what do you think about using broth to soak instant noodles? Not only did Sister Su finish every last strand of noodles in the cup, she didn't leave a single drop of broth behind. After savoring the flavor for a while, she said, I'm not sure how good your idea is, but if you decide to add this noodle dish to your menu, remember to tell me first. Liang Fei chuckled. Alright, it's settled then. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Sister Su looking at him with a slightly embarrassed expression. Liang Fei smiled. Sis, if you need something, just say it. Sister Su said, Little Liang, about that broth you make, could you sell me some? My husband keeps telling me how jealous he is of his co-workers who get homemade lunches from their wives. Sister Su continued, he's been pestering me so much I finally agreed to buy him a boxed lunch from your place today. But I'm worried it'll be cold by the time I get it to him. Hot soup noodles would be perfect instead. What do you think? Liang Fei replied, sure, but it's past lunchtime now. Might it be too late? Sister Su chuckled, of course it'll be dinner. Su Jie's husband worked 4 days on, 3 days off at his company. During workdays, he had to pull late night shifts every other day, requiring him to eat both lunch and dinner at the office. Lunchtime was flexible, so it didn't matter. But evenings were tight, so he usually ate at the office. Takeout was expensive and not very good, so most people brought their own meals. Liang Fei realized, then it's no problem. I'll go get you some soup. Sister Su replied, I'll go get the thermos. Soon, Liang Fei filled Sister Su's thermos to the brim with rich broth. How much is it? I'll scan it for you. Liang Fei's broth was made with genuine, high-quality ingredients. The cost per serving alone was around 30 to 40 yuan. Regardless of the flavor, the ingredients alone would easily command 3 to 500 yuan for a bowl of soup outside. Liang Fei thought for a moment and said, Sister Su, 60 yuan for 2 servings is fine. Sister Su froze. She had seen the ingredients Liang Fei had scooped out of the soup in the kitchen. Charging so little, how can you make any profit? Liang Fei chuckled. Not much, but there's still a little profit. After all, this soup is just a side dish for the main course. Today, I'm just using it for an experiment. Sister Su was stunned. Wow, if this delicious soup is just a side dish, how amazing must the main course be? Let me know the moment you finish the main dish. Liang Fei replied, no problem. Meanwhile, at Su Jie's husband Ma Yang's company. It was dinner time, and employees pulled out meals lovingly prepared by their partners. Hey, Brother Yang, no one brought you dinner again today? Chapter 7, this meal is worse than none at all. Bro Yang really has it rough. Bro Yang, my wife made me some bone broth. Want a couple of bones? Whoa, you think Brother Yang is a dog or something? Ma Yang was immediately displeased. What's so great about bringing lunch from home? My wife's bringing me lunch herself in a bit and it's something she prepared with care. The colleagues immediately looked skeptical. Just then, Brother Yang, your sister-in-law is here. Ma Yang, who had been working, jumped up excitedly. He glanced around at his envious colleagues and declared, I told you guys I get a heartwarming dinner too, and it's delivered personally by my wife. And some of you still didn't believe me. What else is there to say this time? My co-workers all wore expressions of pure envy and resentment. In middle age, it's never about how extravagant your lifestyle is, but how harmonious your family is and how caring your wife is. At best, they might bring home a heartfelt dinner prepared by their wives. But Ma Yang? His wife actually delivered the meal right to his doorstep. No wonder he was bragging. A colleague said, now that we know how wonderful your wife is, hurry up and go. If you're late, she'll be gone. Ma Yang snapped out of it and dashed out of the office. His co-workers buzzed with chatter. Brother Yang is so lucky. His status at home is unmatched, his wife personally delivering meals. You bet. If my wife delivered meals like that, even instant noodles would taste amazing. Can't envy that. Let's eat, let's eat. Just as they were talking, they saw Ma Yang walk into the company looking utterly dejected, carrying a thermos and 2 buckets of instant noodles. Holy crap! No way, Yang, your wife really brought you 2 buckets of instant noodles? Wow, I take back what I said earlier. Bro Yang, does your face hurt? Everyone was beaming with joy. Earlier, when Ma Yang found out Sister Su was bringing him lunch, he'd bragged to everyone. But what happened? Sister Su actually brought 2 buckets of instant noodles. This was clearly just a half-hearted attempt to placate Ma Yang. Even Ma Yang himself felt that Sister Su bringing over 2 buckets of instant noodles was worse than not bringing anything at all. While his co-workers didn't get the luxury of having their wives bring them lunch, at least they were eating proper meals. He'd waited so long for his wife to bring him lunch, only to end up with this. The slap to his face was loud and clear. Honestly, Ma Yang was stunned when Sister Su showed up carrying instant noodles in a thermos. What made it even more frustrating was that Sister Su seemed to be showing off. She claimed the instant noodles made with the broth from the thermos tasted absolutely amazing. Well, even if it tasted amazing, it wouldn't change the fact that it was still just instant noodles. The thought only deepened Ma Yang's gloom. But he really didn't feel like explaining himself. The more she'd bragged earlier, the more her face burned now. If he weren't genuinely hungry right now, he wouldn't even want to touch this stuff. Sighing, Ma Yang unscrewed the lid of his thermos. His initially disappointed expression slowly changed. Holy crap! This broth tastes amazing. Recalling Sister Su's words, Ma Yang grew increasingly suspicious. Perhaps this really was a delicacy after all. He immediately followed Sister Su's instructions, using the broth to make instant noodles without adding the seasoning packet. His colleagues around him found the scene even more amusing. Bro Ma, you can be angry, but you shouldn't punish yourself like this. Instant noodles without the seasoning packet have no soul. Exactly. Plain boiled noodles just aren't tasty, Brother Ma. If you're really desperate, why not try my wife's cooking? Listening to everyone's comments, Ma Yang felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. He'd intended to show off. But now look at this mess. This meal was worse than not bringing it at all. Ma Yang was utterly dejected, but soon enough, he lost all interest in engaging with his co-workers. Though the broth was kept in a thermos, it had cooled significantly, so the aroma hadn't escaped. But as it reheated and the temperature rose, that unique aroma gradually began to waft through the air. Amidst this rich, savory aroma, words felt inadequate. Those eating paused their movements, their gazes locking onto Ma Yang. Is that instant noodles? That smells way too good. It's not just the aroma, there's something else in there too. Suddenly, the rice in my bowl tastes awful, you know? Ma Yang's attention was now entirely focused on the instant noodles. The noodles were ready, and he eagerly took a bite. Holy crap! Not only was it delicious, but the moment the broth touched his tongue, it felt like every fiber of his being was infused with energy. Anyone who dared tell him instant noodles had no nutritional value would get an earful. He was certain that feeling of power wasn't fake. By the time Ma Yang came to his senses, several colleagues had already gathered around. Bro Ma, can I try some? Bro Ma, you don't know my family was poor growing up. My biggest wish was just to eat a bite of instant noodles. Damn, you've got some nerve. Don't listen to him, Brother Ma. I'll tell you the truth, I've got a terminal illness, and my biggest wish is to sip some noodle broth before I go. Watching the stories grow increasingly absurd, Ma Yang couldn't bear to listen any longer. There's just a bit of broth left in the thermos. You guys can share it. Holy! At those words, the crowd erupted with excitement. Brother Ma, you rock. They immediately divided it up, unable to wait even to reheat it, and eagerly took a sip. One sip of the broth left them utterly stunned. This wasn't just about aroma anymore. I've never tasted such delicious soup in my life. Brother Ma, with your wife's skills, why are you still working? Opening a restaurant could easily bring in $1 million a year. Brother Ma, is the recipe for sale? I'll pay 50,000. Ma Yang looked helpless, but he didn't hold back. He told everyone the origin of the broth. Now the crowd was buzzing with excitement. I'm off tomorrow, I'm definitely going to check it out. Bring me back a bucket of it. Get me some too, just 1 cup like this will do. Have you no shame? You call a bucket a cup? Liang Fei worked late into the night, finally finishing after boiling down 4 or 5 pots of broth. Tomorrow he planned to sell instant noodles directly. After all, they were easy and quick to prepare. Using instant noodles would be the fastest way to earn deliciousness points and complete tasks. Once he earned enough deliciousness points to unlock a new identity, he could finally explore the main dishes. But if even the supporting broth was this expensive, who knew how pricey the main dishes would be? Besides, recipes this pricey would likely be a waste with the ingredients he had on hand. Maybe then I can consider buying ingredients from the system store. After completing the beginner quests, the system store displayed 2 tabs, the first sold recipes, and the second offered cooking ingredients. Each time a new recipe was unlocked, the system store would refresh with the corresponding ingredients. Buying a main course recipe would surely do the same. Once he got the main dish recipe, customer traffic would likely pick up. He could easily limit the supply of his signature dish and pull off some scarcity marketing. I'm a ing genius. After muttering to himself, Liang Fei confirmed he was ready, washed up, lay in bed, and opened Douyin. Thanks to the comments under his videos and recognition from college students, Liang Fei's Douyin account now had 600 or 700 followers. And it was growing at a rate of over a dozen new followers per hour. This was beyond what Liang Fei could have ever imagined. After all, he'd been using this account for 5 or 6 years before, and it only had a dozen or so followers. Liang Fei tapped on the previous video and found the comments section had filled with many new remarks. Chapter 8, a bucket of instant noodles for 40 yuan? After the initial buzz, people had learned that the meal sparking heated discussions among college students came from Liang Fei's restaurant. So the new comments were all about Liang Fei's restaurant. The most upvoted comments were all criticizing Liang Fei's place. I'd been to that place. Tiny space, terrible taste, and nothing worth ordering. Yeah, at Longshan's scenic area. Everyone knows how much they've been overcharging visitors there in recent years. Forget the scenic area restaurant, head to Manhwa restaurant down below instead. Manhwa offers great value for money, beating the scenic area restaurant by a mile. Liang Fei clearly wasn't pleased. Everyone knows Manhwa restaurant is great, but why promote it while taking a dig at me? This is just looking for trouble, isn't it? Liang Fei tapped the person's profile picture and saw from the bio that they were indeed from Manhwa restaurant. Wow, business battles in novels are full of deceit and intrigue, but in real life, they're straight to the point? Well, don't blame me for being blunt then. Liang Fei commented directly below the post. Manhwa Hotel is trash. Our Longshan Scenic Area Hotel is the eternal champion. Tomorrow marks the launch of our new menu at Longshan Scenic Area Hotel. To celebrate, all guests will receive a 15% discount. We warmly welcome everyone to join us. The moment Liang Fei's message went live, the comments section exploded. Well, the real deal has arrived. New menu? What's new? I'm curious. Don't go to all that trouble only to have the new dish turn out worse than stir-fried pork. Why not go check it out tomorrow? Let's go as a group. Same deal as before. If the quality's up to par, I'll take care of Longshan Scenic Area's targets for the rest of the year. You're blowing your own horn sky high. Taking on the whole thing? How much money do you even have? People were buzzing with chatter, but Liang Fei was thrilled. Whether they were criticizing him or praising him, he took it all in stride. After all, negative publicity is still publicity. As long as they came to eat, he was confident he could keep them coming back. Bring on the customers. Confident and ready, Liang Fei tidied up and headed straight to bed to rest up for the day ahead. What Liang Fei didn't know was that this video had caused quite a stir within the industry. The entire Longqing culinary scene intensified its focus on Liang Fei's restaurant due to this video and its sudden viral fame. What's this Longshan Scenic Area restaurant? Never heard of it. Yeah, never heard of it before. And it went viral with that stir-fried pork dish? Isn't rustic cuisine Manhwa restaurant's specialty? Longshan Scenic Area restaurant using that to make a name for itself, isn't that stealing Manhwa's thunder? Manhwa restaurant is in the group chat too, right? Why haven't they said anything? The Longqing culinary scene is a small world. Back when the higher-ups established a group chat to collectively steer the industry, every reputable restaurant secured a seat at the table. As one of Longqing's culinary benchmarks, Manhwa restaurant naturally held its place. At that moment, inside Manhwa restaurant, manager Yang Zhou-shan looked thoroughly annoyed. He had seen the messages in the group, and as the manager, he needed to accurately gauge market trends. That's why he had spotted the Douyin video earlier. He'd assumed it wouldn't cause much trouble, but who would have thought it would blow up in the Longqing Restaurant Industry Exchange Group? This really pissed him off. Stealing business, isn't it? Longshan Scenic Area Restaurant? That name sounds familiar. Yang Zhou-shan immediately dialed his secretary, find out what the Longshan Scenic Area Restaurant is all about. Moments later, the secretary rushed into the office. Mr. Yang, Longshan Scenic Area Restaurant is the very place that stole our business before. Yang Zhou-shan instantly understood. Previously, Yang Yong's entertainment complex had always placed catering orders with them. While Yang Yong's orders were minuscule compared to Manhwa Restaurant's overall business, Yang Yong was a long-standing member of the Longqing Food Exchange Group. The Longqing Foodie Exchange differed from the Catering Industry Exchange. While the latter was officially established for administrative convenience, its primary purpose was to facilitate top-down directives. The former, however, could be considered the barometer of Longqing's culinary scene. It's no exaggeration to say that if over 60% of the group members praised a restaurant, it would easily become popular for months, raking in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in profits with relative ease. As the manager of Manhwa Restaurant, he naturally paid close attention to the group's movements. Therefore, he paid close attention to Yang Yong's order. When the order got cancelled, Yang Zhou-shan was pretty pissed off. Damn, what a small world. But I recall this Longshan Scenic Area restaurant is just a small eatery with mediocre reviews, right? The secretary replied, right. I looked into it later. Yang Yong uses their catering services just because it's cheap. Yang Zhou-shan chuckled. This should be interesting. That kid at Longshan scenic-area restaurant can make bold claims, but he'd better have the skills to back them up. When virtue doesn't match ambition, disaster is sure to follow. This time, we won't even need to take him down ourselves. Let's see how he handles the fallout tomorrow. With that thought, Yangzhou Mountain's mood lifted considerably. Early the next morning, Liang Fei climbed out of bed. He was brimming with confidence. Yesterday's video got hundreds more comments. Even if most are just curious onlookers, I should still get dozens of customers today. I don't need many, just over 40, and the task will be complete. The thought filled him with boundless energy. He had just finished washing up when Sister Sue rushed over. "What's up, Sister Sue? You look like you're in a real hurry." Sister Sue's face was flushed with excitement. "Little Liang, you don't know yet?" "I don't know what happened, but several guests arrived at the scenic area early this morning. Old Li, who handles ticket sales, is swamped. I just asked him, and in just over 10 minutes, he's already sold dozens of tickets. As someone who prides themselves on seeing it all, I've witnessed plenty of strange things, but today really takes the cake. Not only is this godforsaken place remote, but the environment sucks too. And to top it off, they're charging $40 for a bucket of instant noodles? That's insane. I seriously suspect his mother abandoned him after birth and raised him on placenta. This is fleecing a flock of sheep to the bone. Even Zhou Baopi wouldn't dare rip people off like this." Meanwhile, young Zhou Shan, who stumbled upon the livestream, grinned so wide his teeth were practically falling out. "What the hell is this? They finally got famous by stealing our Manhwa restaurant's idea, but instead of seizing the chance to build their own reputation, they go and pull this stunt. They're ruining their public image beyond repair. They were probably hoping customers would complain after eating their food, but now that's completely unnecessary. This marketing stunt just killed their future prospects. At this rate, they'll get more customers in an hour than they did all last week. Work hard today, and we might just rake in a fortune. You think maybe the scenic area rolled out some new policy?" Hearing this, Liang Fei chuckled. Sister Sue grew impatient. "You silly kid, what's there to laugh about? Get ready quickly. It's been ages since our scenic area saw this many visitors. Seize this chance. With your skills, reviving this little restaurant is totally doable. Get going already." Liang Fei replied, "Sister Sue, I'm already ready." "What?" Sister Sue looked utterly surprised. "You knew guests were coming?" Chapter 9, 5 buckets of instant noodles in a row. Liang Fei nodded. "They're all coming for my restaurant." Hearing this, Sister Sue was a bit baffled. It wasn't that she doubted Liang Fei's cooking skills, but everyone knew the current state of the scenic area. Even if people came, they'd be heading straight for Lu Yong's entertainment complex. Liang Fei's cooking was indeed good, but without any promotion, how could anyone come directly for his restaurant? Sister Sue seriously suspected Liang Fei was still half asleep from his nap. But just as Sister Sue finished her thought, she suddenly saw a large crowd sprinting toward them. The leader was shouting, "I'm first in line, serve me first." "What do you mean you got here first? I was clearly here before you. I skipped dinner yesterday just for this meal, serve me first." The murmurs rose and fell, leaving Sister Sue completely bewildered. Did they really come for Liang Fei's restaurant? When did he even advertise? As if sensing Sister Sue's confusion, Liang Fei chuckled. "Thanks to the short video platform, I suppose. Sister Sue, get ready, you're in for a busy day today." Liang Fei walked into the restaurant with a cheerful smile. Sister Sue stared at his retreating figure, utterly stunned. How had little Liang's figure suddenly become so towering and radiant? Never mind. Following little Liang means getting a piece of the action. Sister Sue immediately dashed into her ice cream shop. By then, more and more people had gathered around. Clearly, everyone was waiting for Liang Fei to unleash his ultimate move. Before long, over 100 people had gathered outside the restaurant entrance. Under normal circumstances, this was something Liang Fei wouldn't have dared to imagine. But now, with the system, Liang Fei was brimming with confidence. Instead of rushing to open the doors, he built suspense by first setting up a large sign at the entrance. "Today we are not serving our signature stir-fried pork. Only new items available." Seeing the sign, many who had come specifically for the stir-fried pork were instantly displeased. This owner has no business sense. Doesn't he know why he got popular in the first place? Exactly. Now I get why his place has so many bad reviews on those food delivery apps. A lot of bad reviews here? Bro, did you just get internet? Haven't you seen all the negative reviews on Dazhong Dianping? Damn, we've been scammed. Whatever. We're already here. Let's see what this guy's really up to. If this new dish isn't as good as their stir-fried pork, I'm gonna flood their review section with hate. Count me in. Zwan keyboard warrior reporting for duty. As people waited anxiously, Liang Fei opened the shop door. First, he rolled out a sealed metal drum, then hauled in a table and set instant noodles on it. This move left everyone completely dumbfounded. Instant noodles? Am I seeing this right? This is a restaurant. What the hell are you doing bringing out all this instant noodles? Holy crap, is this guy actually going to sell instant noodles? A real-life version of intestine to intestine? Liang Fei paid no attention to the murmurs. After getting ready, he brought out a second large sign. What does it say? I'm nearsighted and didn't bring my glasses, can't make it out. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Holy crap, this guy's lost his mind. Only a few words were visible on the second sign. Instant noodles, 40 yuan per bucket. Those who had initially felt somewhat favorably toward Liang Fei's restaurant because of the stir-fried pork with vegetables instantly turned sour. Those who'd already harbored ill will toward Liang Fei started cursing outright. Damn it, this owner must be crazy for money. He dares charge 40 for a bucket of instant noodles. Didn't those college kids say his place was cheap, good, and tasted amazing? Is this what they call cheap and good? The little guy's got two faces. 40 bucks a bucket? That's not noodles, it's gold. Let's go, let's go. No point staying. No wonder there are so many bad reviews here. Some, unable to contain their anger, even started live streaming their rants. Longshan scenic-area, restaurant entrance. The angry crowd was already cursing loudly, but Liang Fei remained unhurried. He waited until everyone had vented their frustration before speaking. Everyone, why not try our new dish first? If you still think it's not worth the price, then feel free to complain. If you find it unsatisfactory, I'll offer a full refund without question. But even after Liang Fei made this offer, people still refused to try it. Su Jia, watching from the side, was nearly in tears with frustration. Just then, a college student stepped forward. His name was Zhang Yi, a student at Longjiang University, the one who had filmed that viral video. Thanks to Liang Fei's stir-fried pork, he'd gained a bit of attention himself, so he harbored some goodwill toward Liang Fei and his restaurant. Plus, he genuinely thought Liang Fei's stir-fried pork was delicious. He had even gone out of his way to promote it enthusiastically. Now, as part of Longjiang University's advanced team sent to scout the restaurant, he boldly declared that Liang Fei's place was bound to go viral. Put simply, the current positive reviews for Liang Fei's restaurant were entirely tied to Zhang Yi's reputation. So when Liang Fei pulled this stunt, Zhang Yi was furious. But still, the same old saying applied. He'd come all this way not trying the food, and fighting for his reputation would leave him utterly unsatisfied. Standing before Liang Fei, he snapped, "If I don't like it, full refund, right?" Liang Fei beamed. He was supremely confident in his noodles. Once the first customer tried it, more would surely follow. Full refunds? He wouldn't mind even offering extra compensation. Anyway, that wouldn't happen. Exactly. And if you don't like it, you'll get 50% off every meal at our restaurant from now on. Zhang Yi couldn't care less about the discount. He pulled out 50 yuan. Give me a bucket. Liang Fei didn't waste words either. After giving change, he immediately opened a bucket of instant noodles and tossed the seasoning packet aside without a second thought. Everyone around them was stunned. Whoa, he's not even using the seasoning packet? How can that even taste good? Professional slacking off. Guess they're planning to shut down. Let's pay our respects to this lone sucker. Liang Fei didn't care about the gossip, but Zhang Yi did. He felt like a monkey in a cage, being toyed with relentlessly by Liang Fei. This guy wasn't running a restaurant, he was playing with the 9-turn intestines meme, deliberately trying to gross people out. As Zhang Yi stewed in frustration, Liang Fei had already opened the iron barrel. Instantly, an indescribable aroma filled the entire venue. Su Jia, who had been standing anxiously nearby, instantly relaxed. Only those who've tasted it know how fragrant the broth truly is. Once this aroma hit the air, there was no way these customers were walking away. Just as Sister Su had anticipated, the murmuring crowd froze in their tracks upon catching the scent. Zhang Geng stood frozen in place. By then, Liang Fei had already prepared the noodles and handed them to Zhang Yi. Try it. Gulp. Zhang Yi swallowed hard, scooped up a mouthful of noodles, and shoved them into his mouth. Instantly. The noodles are so chewy. Especially when you slurp up that broth, it feels like my whole being just ascended, okay? Holy. Damn, this is so freaking delicious. The onlookers who'd been holding back were stunned. Is it really that good? Don't tell me they're hired plants. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Yi slapped down 200 yuan bills. Bring me 5 more buckets. I can eat. Extra soup. When Zhang Yi finished his third bowl of instant noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind, those who suspected him of being a plant fell silent. When Zhang Yi polished off 5 consecutive buckets of instant noodles, drained every last drop of broth, and hesitated over whether to order a 6th, the crowd's curiosity reached a fever pitch. Chapter 10, I'm reporting him, there's something illegal in his instant noodles. If this really was a plant, he was damn dedicated. Instant noodles? 1 bowl won't fill you up, 2 bowls are too much. Showing off 5 buckets in a row? That stuff must be insanely delicious. Some people couldn't hold back anymore. Give me a bucket, I want to try it. I'll take 1 too, let's see if it's really that good. I'll take 3 buckets. Liang Fei leisurely prepared the instant noodles, and people began tasting them one after another. After the first bite, they finally understood why Zhang Yi had devoured so many buckets of instant noodles. It was irresistible. Damn, it's seriously addictive. This noodle soup is absolutely to die for. Don't let the plain appearance fool you, it's seriously delicious. Just 1 cup noodle, yet it delivers flavors like chicken, fish, and pork ribs. At first, people thought it was ridiculously overpriced, like outright robbery. But now they realize it's not robbery at all, it's practically charity, seriously. Saying eating 1 bowl is like having a full Manchuhan imperial feast is a bit of an exaggeration, but it definitely feels like getting over a dozen fancy dishes for a penny. This isn't just good value for money, it's freaking the people's best friend. I'll take 5 buckets. Damn it, give me 10 buckets. 10 buckets? Can you even eat that much? Don't show off like that, you gutter rat. I'll take 20. Damn, you're restocking? Boss, I'm a student, can I get 1 free? Even if you're a jerk, you shouldn't talk like that. Boss, ignore him. Look at me, I'm a food blogger. Sell me some, and I'll promote your place. The journey from constant cursing to becoming loyal fans took just the time it takes to make a bowl of instant noodles. Some even started promoting Liang Fei spontaneously. Yangzhou Shandu, who watched the entire livestream, was stunned. What the hell is this? Have they never tasted anything good? A single bowl of instant noodles won them over? The stir-fried pork incident causing such a huge stir was one thing. Now just a few buckets of instant noodles are causing such a huge stir? At this rate, is he even going to keep running this restaurant? Wait a minute, did he put something special in that instant noodle soup? Yang Zhoushan was in the food business and knew the tricks of the trade all too well. No matter how you prepare it, a bowl of instant noodles just can't taste this good. And all Liang Fei did was add a spoonful of soup. What kind of broth could possibly taste this good? This guy must have taken a shortcut. Yang Zhoushan was utterly convinced. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I'm reporting this. Liang Fei, the owner of the restaurant at Longshan scenic-area, is suspected of adding banned substances to the food. If you go now, you can catch him red-handed. Longcheng Magistrate's office. Qin Shuiyan was stunned after receiving Yang Zhoushan's call. Prohibited substances in instant noodles? The world truly holds no end of surprises. The constable beside her asked, Sis Yan, what should we do? Qin Shuiyan pulled out her phone and opened the livestream. Seeing people genuinely going wild over a bucket of instant noodles, her expression turned grave. She'd been a constable for 6 or 7 years now, handling countless cases big and small. People getting that worked up? Something was definitely off. Get ready quickly. I'll go inform Brother Sun right away. Sun Gu, whose full name was Sun Xiang, was the head of the Longcheng Magistrate's office. This was a major incident. If Liang Fei's instant noodles really contained something added and had been fed to so many people, it would already qualify as a major case. And for someone to act so brazenly. If they confirmed it and failed to act, that would be a serious dereliction of duty. Qin Shuiyan quickly found Sun Xiang and explained the situation. After glancing at the livestream, Sun's face darkened with fury. Get moving immediately. This is insane, how dare they be so brazen? Once the situation is confirmed, execute the arrest immediately. Yes, sir. Soon, preparations were complete at the magistrate's office, and Qin Shuiyan immediately led her men toward Longshan scenic-area. Zhang Yi, stuffed after downing several buckets of instant noodles, was feeling utterly stuffed. Liang Fei had originally planned to send Zhang Yi to rest in the kitchen. To Liang Fei, Zhang Yi was the lucky charm who turned the tide. As such, he deserved some special treatment. But the moment Liang Fei voiced the idea, Zhang Yi flatly refused. Brother Fei, these instant noodles taste absolutely amazing. I have to hurry back to Longjiang University and share this great news with my classmates. Liang Fei recalled Zhang Yi mentioning he was representing Longjiang University students on this trip. Back at Longjiang University, a whole group of students were waiting for Zhang Yi's news. Under these circumstances, Liang Fei didn't try to stop him. You've been working so hard to promote me here, have a free cup of instant noodles. Zhang Yi grinned so widely his teeth were practically visible. Immediately, other customers around them started clamoring to help promote Liang Fei's cause, asking if they could get a free cup noodle too. Liang Fei naturally ignored them. If he gave away a bucket of instant noodles every time someone showed up, how could he possibly run his business? But, given everyone's enthusiasm, I'm slashing the price. Take an additional 20% off the original price, just 34 bucks a bucket. Instantly, the crowd went wild. Zhang Yi struggled to push his way out and hurried toward Longjiang University. At Longjiang University. At the school entrance, many students were already waiting. Originally, this was where Liang Fei restaurant first gained massive popularity, and people had a very favorable impression of it. But today, that internet celebrity's livestream at Liang Fei restaurant caused quite a stir. Many students witnessed the outrageous move of selling a single bucket of instant noodles for over 40 yuan. Damn, charging 40 for a bucket of instant noodles. That's ing robbery. The students were so furious they immediately shut off the livestream, their impression of Liang Fei restaurant instantly plummeting to rock bottom. So the students gathering at the school gate now weren't waiting for Zhang Yi to bring good news. Instead, they planned to thoroughly mock Zhang Yi for his previous enthusiastic promotion of Liang Fei restaurant. Before long, a taxi pulled up at the gate and outstepped none other than Zhang Yi. The students burst into laughter. Hey, isn't this Brother Yi? How come you're back so fast? Didn't the tourist spot restaurant's shady tactics piss you off? We told you the scenic spot restaurant was no good, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've been proven wrong, huh? Brother Yi, you made a bet with us. You said if the scenic area restaurant was no good, you'd treat us all to a month of meals at the school cafeteria. We don't need you to treat us for that long, just 1 week will do. Everyone was thrilled. After all, our schedules are packed with classes, leaving little time for fun. This was a rare treat indeed. Everyone expected Zhang Yi to bolt like a scared rabbit, but to everyone's surprise, he calmly accepted their teasing. Even standing there, completely indifferent. People were stunned. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this guy got so worked up, his brain just shut down? Just as everyone was puzzling over it, Zhang Yi spoke up. The reason I came back so quickly was to tell you all, scenic area restaurant is forever the best. The words fell. Damn, Brother Yi really got too worked up. Netizens have probably already flooded the scenic area restaurant by now, and he's still saying this? Exactly. It makes sense when you think about it. The scenic area restaurant went viral purely because Brother Yi hyped it up so hard. He posted that viral video online himself. Calling him a die-hard believer in the place wouldn't be an exaggeration. When you think about it, having your beliefs shattered isn't something just anyone can handle. Brother Yi has it rough. People murmured among themselves, their faces filled with concern. Yet Zhang Yi remained calm and composed. He had anticipated this reaction and felt no urgency. He methodically pulled out the thermos and instant noodles he'd prepared in advance. Chapter 11, Toast and Penance. The drive between Longshan Scenic Area and Longjian University took only a few minutes, so the bone broth in the thermos was still piping hot. Amidst the mocking stares, Zhang Yi opened the instant noodle cup and elegantly tossed aside the seasoning packet. Many who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Brother Yi must have lost his mind. Damn, that scenic area restaurant really doesn't treat people right. How could they let Brother Yi end up like this? Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? How can you eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yi unscrewed the lid of his thermos. The rich aroma of bone broth instantly filled the entire space. The savory aroma seemed to transform into tiny hooks in the air, effortlessly snagging everyone's attention. Holy crap, what is that smell? It's too good. Wow, did you get this bone broth from one of those tourist restaurants? No way, could a tourist spot restaurant really make something this good? Zhang Yi paid no heed to the murmurs, pouring the broth into the instant noodle cup. Soon, the rich aroma spread even further. The broth, now infused with the noodles, smelled even more delicious. Just the scent alone was enough to make people weak in the knees. A friend of Zhang Yi's came over. Brother Yi, let me try some. Once the first one asked, a second and third followed suit. Before long, a crowd had gathered around Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi only had 1 cup of instant noodles. There was no choice, he had to let everyone grab their own bowls and then share a little with each person. After everyone tasted it. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Could this be the same instant noodles they sell for $41 at the scenic area restaurant? This tastes worth not just 40, but $400. This instant noodle feels like boiled cabbage, seems incredibly simple, but it's actually super complex. Forget $41, even if they jack the price tenfold, it'd still be a steal. Damn it, I actually thought tourist spot restaurants were terrible. As punishment, I'm going to buy 10 buckets of instant noodles from a tourist spot restaurant and stuff myself silly. Hell yeah, count me in. Let's go together, brothers. No explanation from Zhang Yi was needed. The moment the noodles touched their tongues, all prejudice against tourist restaurants vanished. In an instant, people stormed toward the scenic area restaurant. Longshan's scenic area restaurant. Just as Liang Fei had anticipated, the instant noodles once again propelled his restaurant's popularity to new heights. This instant noodle is so damn delicious. Especially the broth. It's incredibly flavorful. Just a bit pricey. People rushed to buy them, and once they learned the broth was the secret, some started asking Liang Fei for the recipe. Bro, I'm in the food business too. Been at it for over a decade, got tons of experience. You can't sell it like this, you're making too little profit. Here's the deal, sell me the recipe, and we'll partner up. I guarantee within a month, we'll make this thing a sensation across the country. Before Liang Fei could respond, others immediately voiced their discontent. Wow, you sure know how to paint a pretty picture. You think you can just walk away with the recipe? Bro, don't listen to him. I'll pay $1 million to buy the formula outright. I'll give you $2 million. Liang Fei couldn't help but marvel at how many wealthy people there were in this world. But forget $1 million or $2, even if they offered 10 or 20 times that, he wouldn't sell. First, even if he gave them the recipe, no one could replicate his unique flavor. Second, this was merely an experiment, the real showstopper was yet to come. If he really sold the recipe, how could the main course possibly reach new heights? Liang Fei stated, folks, buying a bucket of noodles is fine. But buying the recipe? Absolutely not. If you're truly interested, you can take the soup home to study it. If you really manage to figure out the recipe, I promise I won't interfere. Liang Fei was certain that even the most professional research institute couldn't reverse engineer the formula from the soup alone. After all, the most crucial element of the recipe is the system. That's the most crucial ingredient. Did anyone else have the system? Of course not. Since they don't, what the hell are they thinking? Seeing Liang Fei's resolute tone, those who hadn't bought the formula instantly looked disappointed. Just then, the food blogger who had scouted the place earlier approached Liang Fei. Bro, you really won't sell the recipe? Liang Fei shrugged. Didn't I make myself perfectly clear just now? If you want to figure out the recipe, you can buy it and study it yourself. I won't tell you. No amount of money will change my mind. The blogger didn't get angry. He grinned and said, bro, I get it if you won't sell it to others, but refusing to sell it to me? That's a bit hard to swallow. Liang Fei scratched his head. What's your problem? The blogger straightened his back. Listen, I'm a blogger with 1 million followers. You must have more than one recipe in this shop. Sell it to me, and you can still research others. I'll do you a favor and promote your place for you. But if you don't sell it to me. The blogger didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Liang Fei was immediately displeased. Damn it, this was a blatant threat. As a big shot with a system, why would I be afraid of you? Sizing up the restaurant reviewer, Liang Fei retorted, what? You think you can spread lies and smear my restaurant? The blogger grinned broadly, if I wanted to take you down, I've got plenty of ways to do it. Let me be clear, I've got plenty of followers here. One word from me, and you'll be working for nothing today. Liang Fei furrowed his brow. He couldn't fathom where this food blogger got such confidence. Forget the blogger's fans, even if his own parents were here, he couldn't just shoo them away. After all, the taste of instant noodles was undeniable. If he hadn't prepared everything himself, he'd suspect they'd been laced with something illegal. Seeing Liang Fei remain silent, the blogger sneered repeatedly. Scared now, huh? But don't worry too much. I'm a man of honor. If you agree to my terms, you'll be my friend, and I won't let you lose out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee anything else, but at the very least, my followers will definitely stay away from your place. Liang Fei was growing impatient. He reached into his ear to scratch it, about to speak, when suddenly the place shook like an earthquake. Then, a large group of college students came rushing over at full speed. Each one clutched cash in their hands. Hey, boss, give me 10 buckets of instant noodles. 10 buckets? You can't possibly eat that much. Boss, ignore him, give me 5 buckets first. I want a whole case. Seeing the wildly excited students from Longjiang University, Liang Fei chuckled. He turned to the restaurant reviewer. See? Do I really need your customers? The words landed like a slap across the food blogger's face, making him wish the ground would swallow him whole. But for the sake of his pride, the blogger still had to say, you really think I can't get back at you? I'm warning you. Before the blogger could finish, Liang Fei cut him off. If you've got the means, go ahead and try. The blogger was stunned. Does he have someone backing him? No way. If Liang Fei really had connections, why would he open a restaurant in such a godforsaken place? Based on his years of experience as a restaurant reviewer, Liang Fei's skills would guarantee an instant hit anywhere else. This kid's messing with me. The food blogger's mood soured instantly at the thought. He leaned in close to Liang Fei and said, Kid, don't push your luck. Chapter 12, the boss is so fair, I'm crying my eyes out. Liang Fei chuckled. What flavor of punishment drink do you want me to have? No sooner had he finished speaking. Woo-wah woo-wah. The urgent wail of sirens suddenly pierced the air as 6 or 7 vehicles raced up the mountain and came straight to this spot. The doors swung open, and the first person to step out was none other than Qin Shuiyan. Behind her followed a dozen or so law enforcement officers. The appearance of this group left the restaurant reviewer completely dumbfounded. He only intended to threaten Liang Fei to obtain the formula. It certainly wasn't worth getting the authorities to arrest him. Besides, he hadn't seen Liang Fei notify the authorities. Truth be told, it wasn't just the restaurant reviewer who was stunned. Liang Fei was stunned too. He was just selling instant noodles. Surely that wasn't enough to alert the authorities? Could it be that the authorities had come in a group just to eat instant noodles? That's ridiculous. While Liang Fei was lost in his thoughts, Qin Shuiyan spoke up. Who's the owner? Liang Fei raised his hand. Me. Qin Shuiyan's gaze instantly turned cold. Come here. Liang Fei looked troubled. I can't get through. He glanced at the restaurant reviewer standing in front of him and said, this person is blocking my way. The blogger nearly burst into tears at the accusation. You're trying to make trouble out of nothing. Not daring to delay even a moment, the blogger quickly let go and stepped back, disappearing into the crowd. Are you kidding me? Someone who casually calls the cops? You'd be crazy to mess with them. All the blogger wanted to do now was run. Liang Fei didn't intend to make things difficult for the blogger. He walked straight up to Qin Shuiyan. Officer, what's up? Uncle? Qin Shuiyan raised an eyebrow. How dare you speak to me like that? Liang Fei cleared his throat twice. Anti-constable, what's going on? Before coming up, Qin Shuiyan had thoroughly investigated Liang Fei's background. To put it bluntly, his record was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It made Qin Shuiyan wonder if a competitor had maliciously reported him. But the scene before them spoke for itself. The sheer intensity of the crowd was proof enough that something was seriously wrong with Liang Fei's instant noodles. But to avoid any unexpected complications, Qin Shuiyan didn't explain the situation immediately. Instead, she made up an excuse. Routine inspection, we need to check your ingredients in kitchen. Liang Fei clicked his tongue. Constables inspecting ingredients and the kitchen? That's ridiculous. If anyone was going to inspect, it should be the Food Safety Bureau. But these officers seemed pretty serious, and Liang Fei had nothing to hide. This was the perfect chance to show his customers why his soup commanded such a high price and shut down any more nonsense. While Liang Fei was lost in his thoughts, Qin Shuiyan had already lost her patience. Could this guy really be up to something? If he's truly innocent, why is he hesitating like this? The thought barely formed when Liang Fei's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He bent down and gestured invitingly. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. He glanced around at the other guests. And welcome everyone to keep an eye on us. This exchange left Qin Shuiyan utterly baffled, but with no time to dwell on it, she promptly followed Liang Fei into the kitchen. The guests followed closely behind. When they entered the kitchen and saw the ingredients used for simmering the broth, any lingering dissatisfaction vanished without a trace. Ribs, fish, chicken, all kinds of seasonings, even rare seafood and medicinal herbs. No wonder this soup tastes so incredible. Counting the one outside, there are 4 pots of soup. Look at that one simmering over there, the ingredients are piled as high as the scraps. That means the owner used at least 4 times the amount of ingredients. Just these alone must cost over 10,000 yuan. I'm such a jerk. I actually thought the boss's soup was overpriced before. Overpriced my ass. Even if the price doubled, selling it outside would be charity. The owner is too kind. I'm crying my eyes out. Qin Shuiyan was equally stunned by the broth's ingredients. With those costs, Liang Fei wasn't making much profit to begin with. If he'd actually added enough addictive banned substances to make it effective, he'd be operating at a loss. If all criminals operated like this, they wouldn't even need investigations, they'd starve to death in no time. By now, Qin Shuiyan was almost certain this was malicious competition from rivals. But to be safe, she still had someone test the broth. The results came back quickly. The staff member lowered his voice. Nothing wrong at all. In fact, the nutritional content of this broth is exceptionally high. Just then, Liang Fei approached. Anti-constable, how'd the inspection go? Auntie, you're out of your mind. I'm only 20 years old, okay? Though she desperately wanted to scold Liang Fei, there really was nothing wrong. Qin Shuiyan said, everything here is in full compliance and meets all standards. No issues at all. Liang Fei grinned. Sister Su, who'd rushed over upon hearing the news with her heart in her throat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Fei asked, so, now can you tell me why you suddenly showed up for an inspection? Liang Fei deserved to know the reason behind this. Qin Shuiyan didn't hide anything. We received a tip that you added banned substances to your instant noodles. Liang Fei was stunned. Prohibited substances? Did his system-generated recipes even require banned substances? But upon reflection, someone setting him up might actually be a good thing. Didn't this indirectly prove his restaurant was gaining popularity? Liang Fei chuckled. Good to know it's been cleared up. Well, you constables work hard too. Why not try some of my noodles? I promise it's delicious. Don't worry, it's on the house. Qin Shuiyan, who had previously found Liang Fei rather annoying, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Truth be told, she was genuinely hungry. Lately, the magistrate's office had been swamped with cases. When she first received the report, she'd planned to eat, but the urgency of the matter left her no time. Now, the aroma of the broth made her stomach rumble. The others around her were in the same predicament. Sis Yan, I just briefed the boss on the situation. The boss said it's best if nothing's wrong. Since we're already out here, we might as well grab a bite before heading back to work. Look how heartily they're eating. Why don't we grab a quick bite nearby? That said, the constable's eyes were practically glued to the instant noodle bowls. No wonder. This stuff smelled damn good. They were genuinely struggling to resist. Qin Shuiyan cleared her throat twice and glanced at Liang Fei. Since Mr. Liang is being so gracious, we won't refuse. But please don't treat us to dinner. We'll pay our share. Liang Fei had only mentioned it casually. Although the constables had come to clear his name this time, in this day and age, it took only a moment to spread rumors, but a lifetime to dispel them. He genuinely feared gossip might drive away customers from his small restaurant, which had only just begun to show signs of improvement. If he could get the constables to dine here, wouldn't all the rumors just disappear on their own? Qin Shuiyan's words struck a chord with Liang Fei. No problem, I'll get it ready for you right away. Most of the customers had finished eating, so there was no issue with the constable cutting in line. Besides, they were clearly working hard. Even if they did cut in line, no one would think it inappropriate. Soon, Liang Fei returned with over a dozen buckets of instant noodles. Qin Shuiyan sat at the table, watching the approaching buckets of instant noodles and swallowing repeatedly. Due to their work, they rarely had proper meals. Eating instant noodles was the norm. Especially with all the overtime lately, Qin Shuiyan was practically sick of instant noodles. She had sworn never to touch instant noodles again. Yet here she was, unexpectedly craving it today. Chapter 13, Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. Finally, the instant noodles arrived. Qin Shuiyan couldn't wait to take a bite. Wow! Fragrant! Damn, it's so damn good. No other words could describe how delicious these instant noodles were. Especially the broth. Now, Qin Shuiyan was absolutely certain there were no banned substances in these instant noodles. The reason they caused such a frenzy was purely because they tasted incredible. She swore this was absolutely the best instant noodles she'd ever tasted in her life. Fortunately, Qin Shuiyan possessed strong enough willpower to avoid eating like her colleagues, slurping noisily with grease dripping from their mouths. Instead, she ate with grace and poise. Liang Fei watched the constables devouring their meals with obvious delight, feeling immensely satisfied. What's the best way to debunk rumors? This was the best way to debunk rumors. You reported that my food contained banned substances, only to turn around and see constables lining up to patronize my business. Talk about a slap in the face. Does it hurt? Liang Fei imagined the person who had sabotaged him must be feeling pretty miserable right now. And that was exactly the case. The Yangzhou mountain folk watching the livestream were stunned. What the hell is this? Damn it, what the hell is going on? How the hell are we supposed to play like this? Yangzhou Shan was so furious he shut down the livestream immediately. Longshan's scenic area restaurant. Qin Shuiyan finally finished her instant noodles, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. She elegantly wiped her mouth before rising to head for the door. The surrounding guests murmured among themselves. She really is a constable, so elegant. She can eat such delicious food while maintaining her composure, and she stopped after just one bowl. That kind of willpower? We could never hope to match it. As the chatter continued, Qin Shuiyan had already approached Liang Fei. With grace, she drew 400 yuan bills from her purse. 10 buckets to go. Put. People were so shocked they nearly spit out the water they'd just taken a sip of. Elegance never goes out of style. Why hadn't they thought of that? Come again soon. Watching the constables depart, Liang Fei's smile grew even broader. He busied himself for quite some time before finally seeing off all the guests. By then, the sun was already nearing the western hills. Su Jia, who had made a tidy profit thanks to Liang Fei's success, approached him. Little Liang, you must have made a killing today, huh? Liang Fei grinned and nodded. You bet. Making money was the least of it. During the day's business, he'd heard countless system notifications. Not only had he completed previous tasks, but he'd also accumulated a substantial amount of deliciousness points. He figured he'd soon discover what the main course actually was. Wonder what kind of stir it would cause when the time came. Liang Fei grew increasingly excited, but Sister Su looked a bit worried. Xiao Liang, you haven't gotten so caught up that you forgot why the constable came, have you? Liang Fei froze, then snapped to attention. Sister Su, are you worried someone might be setting me up? Sister Su nodded. You're the only restaurant in our scenic area, so there's no real competition. But now that your little shop is booming, everyone visiting today is here because of your restaurant. This has probably caused quite a stir in the industry. If this keeps up, incidents like today's are bound to happen more often. While it won't affect you too much, it's like a toad sitting on your foot. It won't bite, but it's damn annoying. And what's with constables constantly showing up at a restaurant owner's place? Customers might tolerate it once or twice, but if it keeps happening, you'll lose them all. You really need to think this through. Alright, I'll head back now. Get some rest. Sister Su left, but Liang Fei frowned. Sister Su was right, this couldn't go on forever. But in the short term, Liang Fei didn't have any better solutions. He could only wait and see. Maybe I could find someone to partner with and handle these troubles for me. Liang Fei shook his head. Forget it. That's something to consider later. Let's check the system rewards first. Liang Fei immediately dashed back to the restaurant. Longshan Scenic Area, Administration Building. In the top floor office, Li Huan, the scenic area's director, was losing clumps of hair. A once prominent bachelor was rapidly going bald, resembling Xie Guangquan. Hopeless. Such worry. 2 years ago, Longqing's tourism industry was booming. Just fence off a patch of barren hills, slap a sign on it, and tourists would flock in, filling his pockets to the brim. But lately, tourism had taken a downturn. Even he, the manager of this 5-rated scenic area, was considering taking a construction job to keep the place afloat. Ah. Li Huan sighed. Suddenly, the door burst open as old Manly, who handled both ticket sales and security duties, rushed in. Grandpa Li was Li Huan's third uncle. Originally, Li Huan had arranged for Grandpa Li to work at the scenic area, hoping to find him an easy job to pass the time. Little did he expect that with the scenic area's poor performance, Grandpa Li now had to juggle multiple roles. Third uncle, you're still full of energy after working all day? Grandpa Li plopped down on a seat and pulled out his ledger. Huanzi, today's revenue was equal to the total from the past month. Visitor numbers broke 1,000 for the first time in 6 months. Li Huan was stunned. What? Over 1,000? Back when business was booming, hitting 10,000 visitors was a breeze. But in recent years, forget about breaking 1,000, even breaking 100 was a struggle. Uncle Li, you didn't go out begging to attract tourists for the scenic area, did you? Old man Li shot Li Huan a glare. Like I have time for that? Just check the surveillance footage yourself. Li Huan opened today's surveillance footage, his mind filled with questions. After watching intently for a while, his eyes widened in shock. They're all heading straight for the scenic area restaurant. When did it get this popular? Li Huan had been preoccupied with the scenic area's affairs, constantly seeking investments and attending endless banquets, leaving him no time to pay attention to other matters. It was only natural he hadn't noticed. Old man Li decided to tell Li Huan about how Liang Fei's restaurant had gone viral because of a single video. After hearing the news, Li Huan fell deep in thought. Uncle San, I might have a way to revive the scenic area. The moment he returned to the restaurant, Liang Fei opened the system interface. Today's business had earned him over 100 deliciousness points. Liang Fei hurriedly opened the system notifications. You have achieved 100 units of sales performance. Rewards granted, 1 special recipe, 1 special ingredient, and 1 special kitchen. Please collect. Host has successfully completed the beginner period and officially unlocked the identity system. Consume deliciousness points to unlock new identities. Upon unlocking higher tier identities, the system store will refresh with more advanced recipes. Just as Liang Fei had suspected, the main dish corresponding to the broth required him to obtain a higher level identity before it could be unlocked. Liang Fei had intended to unlock a new identity immediately, but upon clicking in, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Damn it! Unlocking the junior gourmet identity requires 1,000 deliciousness points. They're robbing me. He'd been working himself to death these past few days and barely scraped together a little over 100 deliciousness points. Just unlocking a status required a whopping 1,000 points. Well, forget about it for now. Oh, right. Liang Fei's gaze locked onto the first system notification. Maybe I could try getting my hands on a special recipe. This one clearly looked different from the others, and Liang Fei was genuinely curious to find out exactly how it differed. He immediately dashed into the kitchen. The kitchen space was significantly larger than before, with a brand new partitioned area now situated away from the storefront. Pushing open the door, Liang Fei saw brand new kitchenware and a refrigerator. The special ingredients must be stored in the refrigerator. According to the system description, the special recipe was keeping its secrets. It would only unlock in his mind once he saw the special ingredients as a reward. With immense excitement, Liang Fei opened the refrigerator. Chapter 14, Aggressive Promotion, Win-Win Cooperation. Then, holy, what the hell is this? Most of the refrigerator was completely empty, with only 2 tender green cucumbers sitting in the crisper drawer. A terrible feeling washed over Liang Fei. After all that effort to get this special recipe, it couldn't just be a damn cucumber salad, could it? The thought barely formed. Ding! Special recipe unlocked. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special recipe sliced cucumber salad. Liang Fei felt like the system had played a cruel joke on him. And damn, it had played him hard. When Li Huan arrived at the shop brimming with excitement, he found Liang Fei sitting in his chair with a face as gloomy as a frostbitten eggplant. He didn't even notice Li Huan entering. Ahem. Li Huan cleared his throat twice before Liang Fei snapped out of it. Brother Li? What brings you here? Didn't we just pay the rent this month? The relationship between merchants like Liang Fei and the scenic area was more akin to tenants and landlords. They leased land within the scenic area, and the management didn't interfere with their operations. All profits belonged to them, but they had to pay monthly rent to the scenic area. Though Liang Fei's shop had struggled financially over the past 6 months, he had never missed a rent payment. Li Huan said, Xiao Fei, it's not about the rent. He sat down beside Liang Fei. I want to partner with you. Partner with me? Li Huan's words left Liang Fei bewildered. Li Huan didn't beat around the bush. The scenic area's been struggling lately. It's only staying afloat thanks to Yunga's entertainment complex. We're barely breaking even now, but soon enough, we'll start losing money. Today I saw many visitors coming to the scenic area because of your restaurant. I realized this is an opportunity. Li Huan continued, so, here's what I propose. We'll promote your restaurant here at the scenic area, turning it into our signature establishment. Don't worry about advertising costs. The scenic area will cover the initial expenses, and you can reimburse us later with a percentage of your restaurant's revenue. Li Huan's face lit up with excitement. He had indeed been considering something like this. Yet he also felt a twinge of apprehension. Brotherly, if we tie the restaurant to the scenic area, how will we split the revenue? Better to be upfront than regret it later if we're truly partnering, this needs to be clear from the start. Li Huan smiled. It's not binding, it's a partnership. The scenic area won't interfere with the restaurant's revenue. As long as you don't want them involved in operational matters, they guarantee they won't meddle. Put simply, the scenic area promotes your restaurant to attract visitors to the site. You bring customers to the scenic area, and the scenic area provides you with a steady stream of patrons. It's a win-win for both sides. So the restaurant's revenue remains entirely yours. Even the portion we take is used to offset promotional costs. In return for bringing us customers, the scenic area will provide you with other benefits like PR support and resource allocation. Liang Fei understood. He could accept this cooperative model. I'm on board, Liang Fei said. Li Huan's eyes lit up instantly. He pulled out the pre-drafted contract. Take a look. Once you sign, the scenic area will launch a major promotional campaign for your restaurant. Liang Fei carefully reviewed the contract before asking, Brotherly, when will the promotion start? Li Huan replied, we'll start as soon as you sign the contract. Oh, and one more thing. The initial promotion requires a cycle, so you'll need to close for a few days. Don't worry about losing customers, the scenic area will manage that for you. Liang Fei nodded. He trusted Li Huan's capabilities. Alright, I'll post an announcement right away. Just as Li Huan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, are you in the Longcheng foodie chat group? Liang Fei thought for a moment. Brother Yong added me to that group before, but I've just been lurking. Li Huan breathed a sigh of relief. That's all we need. This group is practically the barometer for our Longcheng food scene. It's got plenty of professional reviewers and influential online personalities. Our initial promotion will focus on engaging them. Pick an appropriate moment to announce the reopening in 3 days. Liang Fei nodded. No problem. After Li Huan left, Liang Fei opened the Longcheng Food Exchange group chat. During his time lurking in the group, Liang Fei had been paying attention to frequently mentioned restaurants based on members' conversations. Recently, the Yunhua restaurant down the mountain had been the hot topic. However, since Lu Yong sampled Liang Fei's restaurant's dishes yesterday and started enthusiastically promoting it, the conversation had shifted. Speaking of that restaurant in Longshan scenic area, how is it really? Has anyone besides Lu Yong been there? I'm in the States, just got off the plane. No time at all. I actually wandered around Longshan scenic area today and passed by that restaurant. The storefront was a bit underwhelming, but it was packed with people. Looks pretty decent, huh? It's more than just decent. I tried their stir-fried pork belly, it absolutely blows every other dish on the market out of the water. If 1,000 points is perfect, I give it 334, and send the remaining 666 points their way. The last comment came from a food critic whose expertise is top-notch. Her recommendations never disappoint. Her comment instantly drew massive attention. Damn, if Cloud Beauty says so, we gotta check it out. Count me in. Flying out tomorrow. Wow, aren't you afraid of being labeled a pervert? Can we just talk without driving? In an instant, Liang Fei restaurant's popularity in the group hit its peak, with countless people planning to visit tomorrow. Seeing the buzz grow louder, some even planning to come today, Liang Fei couldn't stay silent any longer. He quickly sent a message. Hello everyone, this is the restaurant at Longshan scenic area. We're deeply grateful for your overwhelming support. However, I regret to inform you that due to the overwhelming number of guests recently, we will be undergoing renovations for 3 days to enhance your dining experience. After the renovation, we will introduce a brand new menu. We warmly welcome you to come and savor our creations then. Seeing Liang Fei's message, the discussions grew even more heated. The owner's finally showing up, but what's with the closure? Is he afraid we foodies will come and find the food tastes off, so he's too scared to reopen? No way. Lu Yong's character is solid. If he says the food tastes good, it must be true. Liang Fei had already prepared a response to the skepticism. Everyone, don't worry. We'll be hosting a grand opening celebration in 3 days. Those who made reservations today can come taste the new dishes for free then. If you're not satisfied, the restaurant will reimburse your transportation costs and provide appropriate compensation. This time, people couldn't stay calm. While none of them were short on cash, why pass up a free meal? Besides, if Liang Fei was making such a bold promise, it meant he had confidence in his food, right? For them, the chance to savor something truly delicious outweighed everything else. In short, making a reservation was a no-lose proposition. I'm booking. Count me in. Save me 3 spots. You shameless bastard, save me 5 spots. Liang Fei was overjoyed. Having these people come wouldn't just mean extra income if they agreed, wouldn't that be better than any advertising? Liang Fei promptly and patiently recorded the phone numbers of all the people who made reservations. He worked non-stop until evening before finally wrapping up. Excluding those just joining the hype, the group alone had booked dozens of seats. These were all well-known figures in the industry. Their arrival would undoubtedly bring a significant boost to the shop's foot traffic. Liang Fei was brimming with confidence. Over the next 2 days, the scenic area heavily promoted Liang Fei's restaurant as its flagship establishment. This caused quite a stir within the industry. Chapter 15, all set, just waiting for 3 days. Is that restaurant the scenic area is heavily promoting any good? Has anyone actually been there? Whether you've been there or not doesn't matter. The real issue is that a 5-rated scenic area needs to rely on a restaurant as a gimmick to attract tourists. You don't need a genius to see something's off here. Well, your gut must be pretty sharp. It seems to have a brain of its own. I've actually been to the restaurant at Longshan's scenic area. The food was pretty mediocre, but I heard its reputation has improved lately. I plan to check it out. Anyway, admission to Longshan's scenic area has dropped to just 10 yuan per ticket. Even if the restaurant's food isn't great, isn't getting to explore a 5-rated scenic area for 10 yuan a steal? Online discussions were buzzing, with most people still planning to check it out. Amidst the normal discussions, some were deliberately stirring up trouble to smear Liang Fei restaurant. These, naturally, were people from Manhwa restaurant. Earlier, Manhwa restaurant had intended to sit back and watch the spectacle unfold, never expecting Liang Fei to instead make his restaurant even more popular. Now, seeing the publicity heat building up, they were naturally jealous. Longshan's scenic area is just grasping at straws. They're clearly trying to revive themselves with this gimmick, but I think it's completely pointless. I've been to that scenic area restaurant. The food was awful. If you don't believe me, check any review app. You won't find a single positive comment about the scenic area restaurant. When that scenic area restaurant reopens in 3 days, it'll get slammed with criticism. Longshan's scenic area poured so much effort into this botched job, and it'll definitely get flooded with people. Even if you go just for the spectacle, it's not worth it. Why not spend $10 on a pack of cigarettes instead? Ironically, this rant only fueled more people's curiosity to check it out. Yan Zhoushan was fuming, but there was nothing he could do. The scenic area restaurant. Seeing so many people sign up, Liang Fei couldn't have been happier. But one thing still worried him. The restaurant's decor was a bit lacking, and he feared that if people came in and were immediately turned off by the first impression, they might never give him a chance to serve them. That's a bit of a problem. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Ding! Host's restaurant has net foot traffic requirements. Reward, 1 box of special supply incense. Special grade incense emits a unique scent, evoking the warmth of home. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. System, you're my savior. With this special incense, the restaurant's only flaw was finally addressed. Now everything was in place. All that remained was to wait 3 days. Liang Fei was brimming with confidence. Manhwa restaurant. Yan Zhoushan looked thoroughly disheartened. For the past 3 days, he had relentlessly urged the staff at Manhwa Hotel to set the tone. But the results were far from satisfactory. It couldn't dampen the public's enthusiasm for Liang Fei restaurant in the slightest. The secretary looked equally worried. Manager, if all else fails, maybe we should hire some people to cause trouble at the Longshan scenic area restaurant. If we let their marketing campaign succeed this time, the Longshan scenic area hotel will truly gain the capability to compete with us. Yanzhou Mountain knew this all too well. But deep down, he still considered the Longshan scenic area restaurant to be second-rate. They simply didn't have the qualifications to compete with Manhwa Hotel. Longshan's scenic area hotel hadn't even made a move yet, and here they were taking the initiative. Wasn't that just lowering our own standards? Moreover, perhaps the Longshan scenic area restaurant never even had the chance to serve dishes and retain customers. The secretary froze. What do you mean by that? Yan Zhoushan laughed coldly. He opened the promotional photos of Longshan's scenic area restaurant. Look at this shabby little eatery. Forget comparing it to our Manhwa restaurant. Any place with even a modicum of class would leave them in the dust in terms of decor alone. While taste reigns supreme in the restaurant business, the notion that good wine needs no bush only works to fool those college students who visited the Longshan scenic area restaurant before. They're just naive, thinking decor doesn't matter. Truth is, first impressions matter a lot. This time, the guests visiting the Longshan scenic area hotel come from all walks of life. Once they see how subpar the place is, they'll likely turn around and leave immediately. There's no way Liang Fei will get a chance to retain any customers. Just wait and see. This botched job at Longshan scenic area is bound to ruin everything. 3 days later, Liang Fei's restaurant reopened. Thanks to the Longshan scenic area's massive promotional campaign, a crowd had gathered early in the morning. The foot traffic was several times greater than the total from the past month. Clearly, they were all heading straight for Liang Fei's restaurant. Wow, look at all these people. If this flops, Longshan scenic area is going to face huge losses. You're telling me? I really don't get what Longshan scenic area is up to. Making such a big deal over a single restaurant? Maybe the food at the restaurant is actually delicious. Seen restaurant food is good? Dude, are you out of your mind? I'll stake my reputation on this. If their food is actually good, I'll do a handstand and take a dump. I'll live stream myself eating. Damn it, bro, you're just trying to get free food. Where are you gonna stream it? Clearly, most visitors to the scenic area came just for the spectacle. Few believe Liang Fei's restaurant actually served good food. That's only natural. Expecting good food from a tourist spot restaurant is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. While people were buying tickets to enter the scenic area, Liang Fei was already busy preparing on the other side. For today's grand opening, he'd even prepared a special menu. The farmhouse stir-fried pork and broth-soaked noodles were essential, of course. Beyond that, he offered home-style dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried 3 fresh vegetables, and braised eggplant in oil. Over the past few days, Liang Fei had studied the recipes carefully and discovered that even dishes made with his own skills became truly delicious when topped with a dash of premium broth. For this reason, he had even learned to make Westlake vinegar fish. But to be safe, he made the unusual dish of pounded cucumber a complimentary offering. After all, those who came specifically to eat would order hot dishes, and the sliced cucumber salad probably wouldn't attract much attention. Even if it didn't turn out well, he wouldn't suffer much loss. With everything prepared, Liang Fei opened the restaurant doors. Sister Su stood nearby, smiling warmly at him. "Little Liang, your first time serving so many guests at once, huh? Feeling nervous?" Liang Fei grinned. "Honestly, a little. But it'll be fine. I'm confident." Sister Su nodded. "I believe in you. I'm closing my ice cream shop today to help you out." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Yong arrived with his crew in tow. "Little Liang, the manager told me you've got a lot of people coming today. Worried you might be overwhelmed, so I brought the guys to lend a hand. Don't be shy, just tell us what to do." Liang Fei was delighted. His biggest worry had been the shortage of staff, but now that was taken care of. "Thanks, Brother Yong." "Thanks, Sister Su." With everything prepared, Liang Fei waited a moment before spotting a large crowd approaching in the distance. Taking a deep breath, Liang Fei's gaze grew steadily more determined. The success or failure of his small restaurant in the Longshan scenic area hinged on this moment. "Brother Yong, Sister Su, please help greet the guests. I'll go prepare the food." "Got it." Everyone immediately sprang into action. The customers were drawing ever closer to Liang Fei's restaurant. Just as Yangzhou Mountain had predicted, people from all walks of life were visibly displeased the moment they laid eyes on Liang Fei's humble eatery. Damn it, all that hype, and this is what we get? Chapter 16, the classic preserved vegetable pork belly. I could set up a roadside stall and make it look way better than this. You're telling me? With all that hype, I thought the Dragon Mountain scenic area restaurant would be amazing. This is deceiving us to death. So disappointed. I'm going to leave a bad review right in front of the owner. Count me in. Zwan Keyboard Warrior reporting for duty. If we don't blow this place up today, I'll go live streaking. Many opened review apps to flood the place with negative ratings, while others started live streaming their rants. Before even stepping inside, people had already given Liang Fei's restaurant negative ratings. Some even started live streaming their curses. Don't miss out if you're passing by. I used to feel bad that Longshan scenic area wasn't doing well, but now it's clear they deserve it. All that massive advertising, who'd have thought Longshan scenic area went to such lengths to lure us here just to make us see this piece of restaurant? Would you even eat at a place like this? Just looking at it turns my stomach. Yunhua Restaurant. Yang Zhoushan watched the livestream, grinning so wide his teeth were practically falling out. His mood couldn't have been better. Holding his phone, Yang Zhoushan boasted to his secretary, "See? I told you all along that Longshan scenic area's marketing strategy was just shooting themselves in the foot. See? It came true. Now that hotel can forget about keeping guests. With all these bad reviews, they'll be lucky if they don't shut down." While Yang Zhoushan gloated over his triumph, Li Huan's hair was practically turning white with worry. The senior scenic area executives present all wore grim expressions. 3 days of promotion had nearly depleted the scenic area's entire quarterly advertising budget. But now, before the main course even arrived, guests were turning to leave. How the hell were they supposed to keep this going? One woman suggested, "Brother Huan, if things get too bad, our scenic area could issue a statement saying this promotion had nothing to do with us, it was all Liang Fei acting on his own." Another countered, "But that'd be selling Liang Fei out." The woman insisted, "It's the only option left. Better to have Liang Fei take the fall than for our scenic area to bear the consequences. At worst, we won't need Liang Fei to reimburse the promotional costs. Preserving the scenic area's reputation is the top priority right now. We all know the park's situation, it's already struggling financially. If we lose our reputation over this, the park will truly have to shut down. Liang Fei has skills he can survive outside the scenic area. But if the scenic area ruins its reputation, we'll all be left out in the cold. Losing our jobs is one thing, but what about the other staff members? If we don't make Liang Fei take the fall, everyone will lose their jobs." At this, the crowd fell silent. The trolley problem has always been the hardest to solve. All eyes turned to Li Huan. Li Huan sighed. "Regardless, we need to discuss this with Liang Fei first. Even if we do make him take the fall, shouldn't we at least give him a choice? We're the ones who brought this up. We can't just dump all the blame on Liang Fei if something goes wrong. What do you think?" They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Without wasting a moment, Li Huan dashed to the entrance of Liang Fei's shop. The moment he arrived, he was drowned out by a deafening chorus of curses. It took tremendous effort to push through the crowd and finally reach Liang Fei. Liang Fei, you've seen the situation now. This can't go on. Unlike Li Huan's urgency, Liang Fei wore a broad smile. The problem is simply that customers aren't coming in, right? Brotherly, I have a solution. You have a solution? Li Huan still had faith in Liang Fei's culinary skills. He firmly believed that once people tasted Liang Fei's dishes, the troubles would be solved. But the problem was that people simply weren't coming in. What could Liang Fei possibly do? Could he serve the food outside? That still wouldn't solve the root problem. What people care about now is the scenic area's alleged false advertising. Just as Li Huan found himself in a bind, he watched Liang Fei carefully take out a box of incense, place it on the bar counter, and light it directly. Li Huan was stunned. What the hell is this? Burning incense at a time like this? Should I take another bath or something? Li Huan was completely numb. What the hell could burning incense possibly solve? Wait. Li Huan, who had been brimming with frustration, froze the moment he caught the scent of the incense. The scent was incredibly unique, giving him an overwhelming sense of relaxation. It was like someone who'd worked all day finally returning home. All his weariness vanished. The curses outside continued unabated. If I ever trust Longshan scenic area again, I'll eat my hat. Count me in too. This restaurant is absolutely. Wait a minute. Can you guys smell it? This restaurant smells amazing. I don't know about you, but the moment I caught that scent, it felt like coming home, so relaxing and natural. Whoa, you're not a plant for Longshan scenic area, are you? That's such a lame way to praise it, hey? You know what? I didn't notice it at first, but now that I really smell it, there really is a special aroma. With this aroma, this little restaurant doesn't seem so bad after all. On the contrary, it actually gives me a homecoming feeling. All my fatigue just melts away. Holy! I'm such a idiot. I actually thought this place didn't put any effort into it? Bull. They poured their heart into the details, okay. Look at the decor, it's simple but cozy. Just one glance makes you want to go in and eat. Me too, just seeing the decor makes me want to check it out. Even though I ate 7 or 8 big buns for breakfast, I'm kinda hungry now. Guys, I'm not holding back. With that, someone led the charge toward the scenic area restaurant. The scent of incense completely overshadowed any shortcomings in the restaurant's decor. Instead, they began showering the decor with praise. Liang Fei smiled at the scene. Brotherly, you see that? Problem solved. He walked straight up and opened the door. Open for business. No sooner had he spoken. Customers who had been waiting impatiently rushed over. Bring me your signature dish first, let me taste how it's seasoned. You actually have Westlake vinegared fish? Are you sure this little place can make it the way I like it? Bring me a plate. Farmhouse stir-fried pork with noodles and broth? I saw it hyped to the skies in a group chat earlier. I'll take that. Hey, is the rice free here? Bring me a bucketful. Those who had initially been skeptical changed their minds the moment they stepped inside, their orders echoing in rapid succession. Still, most maintained some restraint. Even though the restaurant's decor was uniquely enticing, prompting immediate cravings, many chose to observe first. Thus, while the clamor was lively, only a handful of tables actually placed orders. Lu Yong and sister Su weren't in a hurry. They had truly tasted Liang Fei's cooking and had even more confidence in his skills than he did himself. They were certain that once the first dish hit the table, people wouldn't be able to resist. In the kitchen, Liang Fei frantically stir-fried the ingredients. Before long, the first dish was ready. Lu Yong was the first to dash over. Dish up. One order of our signature preserved vegetable pork belly. Chapter 17, Restaurant Reviewer Raves. The moment the plate left the kitchen, the rich aroma of pork filled the entire restaurant. Liang Fei's method for preparing preserved vegetable braised pork belly was distinctly different from the usual approach. Not only did it carry the rich aroma of the meat, but it also brought out the best qualities of the preserved vegetables. The addition of rich broth was the absolute soul of the dish. Multiple flavors harmonized together, the wafting aroma like tiny hooks, effortlessly stirring up the cravings of everyone in the restaurant. Holy crap, that smells insane. Calm down. Of course, the signature dish smells amazing. Even the smallest restaurant needs at least 1 or 2 standout dishes. My guess is this is the only dish they can actually pull off. No sooner had he spoken. Farmhouse stir-fried pork with broth-soaked noodles. The moment the sizzling pork belly released its spicy aroma, some couldn't resist. Combined with the rich yet not cloying sweet and sour flavor, many instantly felt their appetite soar. I'll order. Me too. I called first, don't steal my order. I'll be damned if this place really serves up a masterpiece with every single dish. Get me some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Liang Fei's cooking speed far exceeded everyone's expectations. Home-style dishes were served within 6 or 7 minutes after ordering at most. Not only did dishes like stir-fried pork with vegetables and preserved vegetable pork belly delight, but even the simple vegetarian options truly touched everyone's hearts. Even something as simple as scrambled eggs with tomatoes was given a fresh twist by Liang Fei. The distinctive smoky aroma wafting through the air only deepened that feeling of home. This made everyone feel incredibly comfortable. Soon, the final main course, Westlake vinegared fish, arrived at the table. The person who ordered it was Zhang Yun, a renowned food critic from the neighborhood. Once the dish arrived, nearly everyone's eyes were fixed on it. After all, she was the professional. Zhang Yun was a stunning beauty who always paid meticulous attention to her appearance, even when dining at five-star hotels. But now, she couldn't quite manage her image. After taking a bite of fish with her chopsticks, her eyes lit up instantly. Before she could even form an opinion, she began devouring it with gusto. The content creators who had been waiting for Zhang Yun's review were stunned. This wasn't right. They were still waiting for Zhang Yun to comment so they could follow her lead and make their own restaurant review videos. What was she playing at, staying silent now? Finally, one bold restaurant reviewer approached Zhang Yun. "Miss Zhang, how does this restaurant taste? Could you at least give us a word?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yun shot him a fierce glare. The blogger was stunned. Hadn't heard Zhang Yun had such a bad temper? And he hadn't provoked her, had he? Before she could finish her thoughts, Zhang Yun's voice cut through the air. "Get out of my way. Don't interrupt my meal." With that, everyone knew exactly what Zhang Yun thought of this restaurant's food. So delicious it defies description. Holy crap! This isn't just some restaurant, it's a rising star in the food industry, okay? Restaurant reviewers immediately sprang into action. Seeing the lively scene inside, where diners were enjoying their meals with such enthusiasm, and the tantalizing aromas wafting out from the restaurant, those lingering outside grew restless. They wanted to eat too. Let them in to eat. But just as they were about to step forward, Liang Fei emerged from the kitchen. "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. This place can only seat a few dozen people at a time. It's too crowded right now, you'll have to wait." "Wait, what? You have to wait in line to eat at a scenic area restaurant? This is unheard of, okay? Shouldn't tourist restaurants be deserted?" Though that's what they thought, the aroma wafting from inside was just too tempting. People immediately chimed in. "Wait, fine, but how long are we supposed to wait? And once someone finishes eating, who gets to go in first?" Liang Fei realized they had a point. Plus, there were so many people here. If handled poorly, another mass incident could erupt and escalate into a major problem. After pondering, Liang Fei slapped his forehead. "We all came together. It wouldn't be fair to make you queue up. How about we draw lots? Let luck decide who goes in first. What do you think?" The group exchanged glances and finally agreed. Liang Fei, Lu Yong, Sister Su, and the others immediately sprang into action. Soon the lottery machine was set up and everyone drew their numbers. "Damn it, I got number 3. Damn, I'm seriously jealous. I got number 97. Think you're unlucky? How about me? I got number 100. I got number 2. Stealing a quiet smile. Later customers, seeing the crowd gathered here, also got interested in eating. But seeing people holding their numbers, some looking gloomy, others delighted, left them a bit confused. One person pulled the guy in front of him aside and asked, "Hey, why aren't you going in? And what's with those numbers you're holding?" The helpful guy explained, "Don't get it? This place is so popular, you have to draw a number in advance to get in." The newcomers were stunned. "What? You need to enter a lottery just to eat here?" The people ahead were also discussing the lottery system. "Damn, I got number 10. Where's the lucky one?" Liang Fei noticed some diners were nearly finished and asked, "Who got number 1? You can go in now." He repeated the question 3 times before someone finally raised their hand. "I think it's me." Liang Fei glanced over and saw the person holding number 1 wearing a mask in the sweltering heat, their eyes darting around suspiciously. His name was Yang Chen, a con artist who'd fled to Longqing from another city. He'd hoped to lay low here for a while, but unexpectedly, the authorities had recently caught wind of him. With no other choice, Yang Chen had to figure out how to make his escape. But running away required money. Yesterday, while idly scrolling through Douyin, he suddenly noticed the overwhelming promotion for Longshan's scenic area. He thought to himself, a scenic area is perfect. High foot traffic, no officials watching, and fewer surveillance cameras. He could easily rob someone and make a clean getaway. That's why Yang Chen ended up here. He hadn't planned to enter the lottery draw, his goal was to make money, after all. But with so many people watching, skipping it would draw attention. If someone noticed something off about him, he'd be in trouble. He never imagined his lifelong lack of luck would suddenly turn up here. He drew the number 1 spot. Yang Chen was thoroughly annoyed. This ing mess was going to ruin his money-making plans. He really didn't want to go in for dinner. After all, this was hard physical labor. Before leaving, he de-stuffed himself with 6 or 7 fried dough sticks and downed 2 huge cups of soy milk. He couldn't stomach another bite. But still, with so many people watching, if he didn't go in and order something, he'd look suspicious. No choice. Yang Chen had to walk into the restaurant. Liang Fei said, "Brother Yong, Sister Su, keep an eye on things here. I'll go order." The two nodded, and Liang Fei grabbed the menu and hurried over to Yang Chen. "What did you like to eat?" Taking the menu, Yang Chen looked thoroughly disgruntled. Having to spend money right after arriving felt downright unpleasant. But when his eyes landed on the very last item on the menu, they lit up. Cucumber salad. This was perfect light on the stomach, and he could actually eat it. And best of all, it was free. Chapter 18, A Smashed Cucumber Touches Us All. Sliced cucumber, I'll have sliced cucumber. Liang Fei's heart leapt with joy at the request. There were indeed many customers today, but they all came for the hot dishes. No one noticed his chopped cucumber salad, so there was no way to test if it had any special powers. Who would have thought? Seeing Liang Fei hesitate to speak, Yang Chen thought he might be upset that he only ordered the sliced cucumber salad. Just as he was about to explain, Liang Fei said, "No problem." With that, he scampered off into the kitchen. Yang Chen sucked on his sunflower seeds. Is this kid got some kind of problem? Getting excited over a free appetizer? Back in the kitchen, Liang Fei immediately dashed to the specialty dishes section. Specialty dishes required specific utensils and ingredients, all of which had been delivered by the system. Liang Fei carefully recalled the description in the recipe book. Mom's pounded cucumber salad. The simplest ingredients resonate deepest in the heart. Even now, Liang Fei still couldn't grasp what that description meant. Shaking his head, he studied the preparation method carefully before immediately getting to work. He followed each step of the recipe meticulously, afraid of making a mistake at any stage. 3 minutes later, the special dish smashed cucumber was complete. Liang Fei glanced at the dish. Nothing special about it. Oh well, worst case, it just won't work. At worst, it wouldn't taste great, but it wouldn't make him sick either. Food safety wasn't a concern. Liang Fei quickly brought the dish over to Yang Chen. He didn't rush to leave, just stood there staring at Yang Chen. Seeing Liang Fei's utterly excited expression, Yang Chen was now completely convinced that Liang Fei had some kind of problem. Who the hell could stare at someone eating sliced cucumbers and still look that creepy? Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with Liang Fei. He picked up a piece of cucumber and popped it straight into his mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. It actually reminded him of his late mother. Ah, mother. For Yang Chen, it was a word from a distant past. It had been ages since he'd tasted his mother's cooking. He still remembered her words back then. She didn't ask him to become a dragon or a phoenix, only that he live his life with integrity. Be a good person. His mother wished for him to be a good person, but he hadn't been a good person. Instead, he'd been good at deceiving others. How many once happy families had been shattered because of him? How many healthy people had been tricked into donating their kidneys? Could he possibly face his mother like this? No. He not only betrayed his mother, but betrayed others too. Damn it. He's a complete and utter bastard. A man like him deserves to have his limbs severed, his eyes gouged out, his tongue ripped from his mouth, to be drenched in acid and boiled in oil. 3,600 cuts of lychee, followed by an hour and 23 minutes of firing squad execution. Recalling the sudden flashes of warm memories in his mind, Yang Chen didn't even bother to look at the mother in the images to see if he recognized her. Only a wave of sorrow and profound guilt surged through him, causing his chest to tighten and his breath to shorten, leaving him utterly miserable. Then, thud. Yang Chen collapsed to his knees, hands braced against the floor, violently banging his head against the ground. Thud. Instantly, a large bump swelled on his forehead. Yang Chen cried out in a voice choked with tears, "Mom, I'm so sorry." Liang Fei and everyone around him were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Did he cry over a cucumber salad? Boss, that wasn't a cucumber he smacked, it was a person. Otherwise, why's this guy crying so hysterically? Did he do something so terrible that eating a cucumber salad is unforgivable? Hope he's not just a lunatic. No sooner had they spoken than Yang Chen began sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly confessing his sins. "Mom, you told me to be a good person, but not only did I fail to be one myself, I ruined others' chances of being good too. I'm a con artist. I deserve to be boiled in oil. I'm a piece of. A complete and utter piece of." Yang Chen wailed frantically while repeatedly slapping himself across the face, the sharp smacks echoing through the room. The sight was so unsettling that no one could continue eating. What? This bastard is actually a fraudster. Whether it's true or not, this kid is clearly not right in the head. Forget what he is, he's clearly not right in the head. Everyone, grab him. Catch him? Together? Do we even need to catch him? The way he looks, if we wait any longer, he'll probably just go turn himself in at the magistrate's office. True to everyone's expectations, Yang Chen, who had been wailing loudly, suddenly got up from the ground as if he'd made a crucial decision. "Mom, I was wrong. I'll turn over a new leaf. I'm going to turn myself in." Hearing this, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, he's actually going to turn himself in. What the hell kind of cucumber is this guy filming? Boss, you didn't film his mom in there too, did you? Liang Fei's face darkened. But now, he finally understood what the cucumber slicing video was really about. Seems like those 1,000 points for deliciousness were well spent. After this, even if he quit the restaurant business, he could still use his cucumber chopping skills to become a negotiation expert. At the very least, he could work as an interrogation consultant at the magistrate's office. Unbelievable. No more words needed. System-made products are always top-notch, okay? While he marveled at the situation, Liang Fei didn't let it distract him from his duties. After confirming Yang Chen was a thief, he worried the kid might not actually turn himself in, so he went ahead and contacted Li Huan. Li Huan had nothing better to do anyway, so upon hearing Yang Chen's name, he casually looked him up. Then, holy! The sheer shock made Li Huan jump straight out of his seat. Holy, this Yang Chen was a big fish after all. The government's official website clearly had a wanted notice for Yang Chen, and there was even a damn reward for his capture. And this guy was just a fraudster, mind you. What the hell does it mean for a fraudster to have a bounty on his head? Bro, you're my damn blood brother. I thought keeping a handful of regulars was already a miracle for you, but damn it, you managed to snag a wanted criminal with a plate of pickled cucumbers. The usually refined Li Huan couldn't contain his astonishment. Liang Fei, sitting across from him, was equally dumbfounded. What the hell? Wanted list. He hadn't read many books about this parallel world, but that didn't mean he was a naive fool. This was a scam. A fraudster on a wanted list? Li Huan insisted, I swear I'm not lying. Look it up yourself. Liang Fei was in no mood to search. All he wanted now was to get rid of this pest. Anyone on a wanted list with a bounty on their head? That's no one to mess with. All he wanted was to run a quiet little restaurant and make a modest living, for crying out loud. Brotherly, hurry up and get our scenic area staff over here to escort this guy out. I can handle it, but my blood pressure can't. Li Huan replied, no problem. I've already sent security over. Longcheng County Office. Qin Shuiyan, dressed in uniform, stared intently at Yang Chen, who was sobbing uncontrollably before her mind filled with questions. They'd been monitoring Yang Chen for quite some time. This man wasn't just a kidney trafficker, there were bigger fish behind him. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have expended so much effort without closing the net. Previously, the authorities had employed numerous tactics to apprehend Yang Chen, yet none succeeded. Who would have thought this man would choose to turn himself in today, and appear genuinely remorseful at that? Forcing down her doubts, Qin Shuiyan was about to speak when Yang Chen suddenly burst into tears. I'm guilty. I've betrayed my mother. Let me take responsibility for my crimes. Qin Shuiyan's mind was filled with even more questions. Clearing her throat twice, she finally said, we know you're guilty. Now just confess honestly. The person behind you, and why did you suddenly decide to turn yourself in? Chapter 19, my head was spinning. Why would I turn myself in? As soon as Qin Shuiyan finished speaking, Yang Chen's sobbing gradually subsided. He instinctively ignored the first question and began to ponder why he suddenly decided to turn himself in. Oh, right. It was because he'd eaten the pickled cucumber that tasted like his mother's cooking. Wait a minute. His mother's taste. He's a damn orphan. He doesn't have a mom. Not only does he not have a mother, he doesn't even know who his parents are. How the hell is he supposed to know what his mother's cooking tastes like? Damn it. Yang Chen felt like he'd been tricked. An hour later, Qin Shuiyan knocked on the door of Sun Xian's office, the head of the magistrate's office. Come in. Pushing the door open, Qin Shuiyan approached Sun Xian. Shuiyan, how did it go? Did Yang Chen talk? Qin Shuiyan looked utterly frustrated. That guy refused to spill anything about who's behind him. And I have a suspicion. What suspicion? Sun Xian looked puzzled. Having worked in the magistrate's office for so many years, he'd seen his share of difficult criminals. Someone who turns himself in like this usually has nothing left to lose, should be a breeze to interrogate. Qin Shuiyan hesitated before speaking. I feel like Yang Chen didn't turn himself in voluntarily. It's like he was hypnotized. Hypnotized? Qin Shuiyan nodded. He was in a daze when he arrived here, constantly repeating things like I'm sorry to my mother and claiming he came because he tasted pickled cucumber that reminded him of his mother's flavor. But this guy is an orphan. He was abandoned at the orphanage when he was 1 year old. How could he have ever eaten cucumber salad made by his mother? Plus, the orphanage director hated cucumbers the most. So cucumbers were never included in the kids' meals. Also, when I asked about the person behind him, he suddenly snapped out of it. Though he didn't explicitly say he didn't turn himself in voluntarily, I could tell he'd been trying to escape the whole time. Sun Xiang was stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. So who do you think hypnotized him? Partner, is someone still helping us? Qin Shuiyan said, I don't know, but I'm actually getting curious about that restaurant where he eats cucumber salad. After all, that restaurant had already gained some buzz earlier for its broth-soaked instant noodles. Maybe we could try this. Liang Fei naturally had no idea about the commotion at the magistrate's office. Frankly, he couldn't be bothered to care. With the restaurant reopening, he'd been busy from morning till night. Even so, the customers showed no signs of leaving. Only when Liang Fei reluctantly announced they were out of ingredients and advised them to come early tomorrow did the guests reluctantly depart. Phew! Liang Fei let out a long sigh. After bidding farewell to Sister Su, Lu Yong, and Lu Yong's group of brothers, he finally plopped down onto a chair by the door. Man, that was exhausting. Too many customers can be a real headache. No sooner had he spoken than Li Huan, grinning from ear to ear, came running over. Fei, you're amazing. Too drained to stand, Liang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Brotherly, you're too kind. How was business at the scenic area today? Li Huan didn't take offense. He sat down beside Liang Fei and pulled out today's visitor traffic graph. Normally, the scenic area maintained a steady daily visitor count of around 30 to 50 people. Today, however, the numbers had skyrocketed, breaking through the 1,000-person mark. This wouldn't have been remarkable during the tourism boom after all. At its peak, Longshan Scenic Area averaged over 50,000 visitors daily, doubling during peak season. But now, with the industry in a slump, even drawing just over 100 visitors a day was considered quite good. Breaking the 1,000-visitor mark represented significant progress. Moreover, with promotional efforts still in their early stages and Liang Fei's restaurant yet to reach full scale, Li Huan could clearly envision the day when Longshan Scenic Area would return to its former glory. With visitor numbers up, the scenic area's economy is being boosted. Just today alone, our net income here exceeded 100,000 yuan. In short, based on today's results, our partnership model is sound. But, he glanced at the restaurant behind Liang Fei. Your restaurant can handle the current scale, but once the promotion picks up and more people come, you won't be able to keep up even if you break a few spatulas a day. Liang Fei shared that concern. The problem was that his restaurant's sudden popularity stemmed entirely from the culinary skills granted by the system. Expanding meant hiring staff. But even if others had the recipes, they couldn't replicate his flavors. This matter required careful consideration. Liang Fei said, brotherly, I need time to think about expanding. At least not right now. Li Huan had only mentioned it casually after all, Liang Fei's restaurant was still manageable at its current size. He replied, alright, you're the boss here. It's your call. Oh, and the test marketing went well. We've drafted a new initial promotion plan. Take a look. At dusk, Yunhua restaurant wrapped up another busy day as most staff headed home. Yang Zhashan sat in his office, casually dialing his secretary's number while opening the Longshan Scenic Area's official website. He'd been suppressing his excitement all day. In his view, Longshan Scenic Area had clearly made a huge blunder. He figured the official website was probably flooded with complaints by now. Who knows? Maybe Li Huan from Longshan Scenic Area had already gone to cause trouble for Liang Fei. What a pity he wasn't there to witness it. But it didn't matter. Learning the details through his secretary would suffice. Yet as Yangzhou Mountain scrolled through the page, the smile slowly faded from his face. The Longshan Scenic Area's official website showed no negative comments whatsoever. On the contrary, the thousands of newly added comments all praised the scenic area as an industry conscience, with tickets priced at a mere 10 yuan each. Moreover, they were full of praise for the scenic area's restaurants. What the hell was going on? His thoughts were interrupted as the phone connected. Manager Yang. Yang Zhoshan demanded, what the hell is going on at Longshan Scenic Area? That group didn't cause trouble at Longshan Scenic Area? The secretary said, Manager, perhaps I should report this to you in person. The secretary was helpless too. Who the hell could have predicted today's events would completely catch them off guard? At least in person, he could keep an eye on Yang Zhoshan. The secretary was genuinely worried the manager might lose his mind or faint from the shock upon hearing the news. Yang Zhoshan gritted his teeth. Get here immediately. Soon, the secretary arrived at his side. Yang Zhoshan demanded, what the hell is going on? The secretary looked helpless. Manager Yang, this is completely beyond our expectations. Longshan Scenic Area restaurant offers great value for money, and everyone who's eaten there raves about it. Moreover, renowned food critic Zhang Yin tasted their Westlake vinegar fish and declared it so delicious she didn't even have time to write a review. Today, some food bloggers visited too. Seeing Zhang Yin's reaction, they started wildly praising Longshan Scenic Area restaurant, calling Liang Fei a rising star in the culinary world. But more importantly, Liang Fei's cooking actually prompted a wanted criminal to turn himself in on the spot. What? Yang Zhoshan doubted his own ears. Anyone on a wanted list is ruthless, yet they surrendered on the spot because of a dish by Liang Fei. This world is absolutely insane. Chapter 20, Prerequisite Task, Hiring 2 Delivery Personnel. Even a mouse marrying a cat wouldn't be as shocking as this. Are you sure you didn't mishear? The secretary replied, I bribed a scenic area staff member, he saw it with his own eyes. It's already trending like crazy online, and the second round of promotions for Longshan Scenic Area has kicked off. Expect even more diners at the Longshan restaurant tomorrow. Yang Zhoshan plopped down into a chair. Longshan Scenic Area. After reviewing the initial promotional plan, Liang Fei looked puzzled. Brotherly, you mean you want me to launch online services? Li Huan nodded. This is a decision made after the board's deliberation, though it's only a suggestion. It's tailored specifically to your restaurant's situation. Liang Fei understood that part. His restaurant's decor was indeed a major drawback and the space was too small. Even if marketing picked up and more customers came, he simply couldn't accommodate too many people. Li Huan agreed. In that case, even if we ramp up our promotions here, it wouldn't make much difference. So it's better to shift focus online first, build up your reputation, and once orders start rolling in, we'll pause offline operations temporarily. The scenic area will fund a proper renovation for your restaurant. Then we can officially return to offline operations. Liang Fei replied, I don't have a problem with that, but if we focus our main efforts online, won't the foot traffic at the scenic area drop again? Li Huan smiled. We've considered that too. That's why we won't shut down offline operations just yet. That way, the scenic area can still earn some revenue. Liang Fei still felt uneasy. Here's the deal, the scenic area takes 20% of the monthly profits from online operations. Otherwise, I won't do online business. Li Huan finally agreed to Liang Fei's insistence. Liang Fei's main concern was not wanting to owe the scenic area too much, lest it cause trouble later. He also understood the scenic area's difficulties, while his own business was in better shape. For the restaurant to survive and thrive in its early stages, it simply couldn't operate independently of the scenic area. Therefore, it was essential to ensure both parties could profit. This, he believed, was the true meaning of a win-win arrangement. After finalizing the details with Li Huan left, while Liang Fei got busy setting up the food delivery app. The shop had just gone live, with 0 orders. Liang Fei even glanced around and noticed there were hardly any delivery riders nearby. Looks like the delivery companies don't see any business potential here at all. This is a bit of a hassle. Orders will always come in, but not having delivery staff is a problem. When orders were sparse, Liang Fei could ask Xiaohu and the others to help with deliveries, letting them earn some pocket money. But relying on them long-term would not only increase his costs but also reduce efficiency. Relying on delivery companies for help probably wouldn't yield results anytime soon. How about hiring a few regular delivery riders ourselves? Maybe we could even unlock new missions. No sooner had he spoken. Ding! Host's restaurant popularity has reached a new peak, unlocking the prerequisite task for store expansion, recruit 2 delivery personnel. Requirements, diligent, eager to learn, and hardworking. Liang Fei's heart skipped a beat, then his face lit up with excitement. Holy crap, it actually triggered a new quest. Liang Fei had begun to grasp a pattern. Whenever he did something significant for the restaurant, it triggered related quests. To Liang Fei, this newly activated task seemed incredibly worthwhile. The system prompt had explicitly mentioned it was a prerequisite quest. That meant completing it would unlock further quests. This was practically winning big time, right? Liang Fei immediately opened the job recruitment website. Longshan Scenic Area Restaurant seeks 2 food delivery staff. Monthly salary, 5,000 yuan. Meals provided. Prior experience preferred. Longchang was barely considered a third-tier city, with average incomes hovering around 3 to 4,000 yuan. Offering 5,000 was already considered a high salary. The requirement for work experience wasn't much either. Besides, the experience he had in mind basically meant not spilling food while delivering it and not breaking dishes while washing them. Liang Fei grinned. These requirements shouldn't be too high, right? After double-checking the message for errors, he hit send. This wasn't something to rush into. To prevent any mishaps, Liang Fei also contacted Xiaohu to confirm he wasn't busy lately. After agreeing on compensation for helping with deliveries, Liang Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. That night, he ordered takeout containers and disposable cutlery from JD and edited his shop's information on the food delivery app's backend. Soon, dawn broke. Just as he had anticipated, today's customer traffic was indeed slightly lower than usual, but it remained within an acceptable range. This allowed Liang Fei to glance at the delivery app during breaks between cooking. He hadn't held out much hope. After all, it was a new listing, and the relevant promotions for the scenic area had only just been released. Even loyal fans probably didn't know the restaurant had started offering delivery yet. Getting orders would be nothing short of a miracle. But to his surprise, after a quick glance, there was actually an order. Liang Fei hurriedly accepted the order. Longchang, inside a residential building. Chen Xiang was crouched in the stairwell, smoking. The wind took a drag, then he took one. Under the swirling smoke, Chen Xiang's face was etched with worry. Just moments ago, he and his girlfriend had a falling out over marriage plans. She'd been with him for 4 years, weathering storms without complaint or fatigue. Now that they were finally about to tie the knot, he'd said the wrong thing during a video call with his future mother-in-law about wedding details. She'd hung up in anger, and his girlfriend was now demanding a breakup. Chen Xiang naturally didn't want to break up and recognized his mistake, but now he had no way to make amends. After much deliberation, Chen opened the food delivery app. They'd argued all day over this minor issue, and his girlfriend had low blood sugar, she'd faint if she didn't eat soon. He remembered her favorite dish was soup noodles. As he opened the app to order from their usual spot, a new restaurant popped up. Longshan's Scenic Area restaurant? Chen Xiang recalled a colleague mentioning in a group chat that while this restaurant was a bit out of the way and the ambience left something to be desired, their broth-based ramen was truly exceptional. That's the one. He ordered a bowl of broth ramen and clicked place order. He expected a longer wait given the distance, but before the cigarette in his hand even burned down to the filter, the delivery person was already running up to him. So fast? The delivery guy was none other than Xiaohu, a down-to-earth guy whose smile revealed a mouthful of pearly white teeth. I deliver to the Scenic Area restaurants. I was just passing by their place. It's a bit out of the way, and they'd be waiting forever for a delivery driver to pick up their order. Since I was making deliveries anyway, I brought it over. Bro, remember to give the restaurant a good review. Their food is seriously delicious. Xiaohu quickly left, and Chen Xiang, holding his bowl of soup noodles, pursed his lips. What good is delicious food? Could it help him win back his girlfriend? He tossed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and pushed open the door to his room. Honey, you must be hungry. Let's eat first. The moment he entered, Chen Xiang saw his girlfriend Liang Qian sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down her face like rain. Upon seeing him, her emotions erupted. Get lost. I won't eat your food. Break up with me. Right now. Chen Xiang quickly placed the noodle soup on the coffee table, sat beside Liang Qian, and said, Honey, I really just acted on impulse earlier. I've realized my mistake. I don't want to break up with you. Besides, you have low blood sugar. Even if you're furious, you need to eat something. Chapter 21, What kind of gratitude is this? I won't eat. I'm not hungry either. No sooner had she spoken than the rich aroma of broth wafted from the takeout box, tickling Liang Qian's nostrils. Despite her stubbornly angry expression, Liang Qian's stomach promptly growled in defiance. It wasn't her fault. This soup noodle dish smelled absolutely divine. What kind of broth was this? Chen Xiang said, Honey, I'm truly sorry. I swear there won't be a next time. Just have a little. I said I won't eat it. That said, ever since Liang Qian caught the scent, her eyes hadn't left the noodle soup. The aroma was simply too rich and inviting. Moreover, the chef's skill seemed exceptional. The noodles were perfectly uniform in thickness, as if meticulously calculated to achieve their ideal texture upon arrival. The evenly thick noodles, set against the golden hue of the bone broth, looked like something straight out of an anime food scene. Just one glance was almost too much to bear. Chen Xiang noticed this and immediately opened the takeout box. An even more intense aroma wafted out. The seemingly simple combination possessed an inexplicable sense of effortless sophistication. The broth harmoniously blended flavors of chicken, duck, fish, and more. And these flavors blended together seamlessly, not jarring at all. Instead, they harmonized beautifully. Liang Qian, who had been stubbornly resisting just a moment ago, suddenly couldn't control her craving. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks and shoveled a mouthful of noodles into her mouth. The springy, chewy noodles glided down with the rich broth. Her taste buds, idle all day, erupted with excitement, dancing on her palate. A sense of fullness washed over her. Paired with the rich, savory flavor, Liang Qian's eyes glistened with tears of delight after just one bite. This is just too delicious. Compared to this, the noodles she'd eaten before were practically garbage. Before Liang Qian could even process it, the entire bowl was gone. Chen Xiang was stunned by the sight. Liang Qian had a small appetite. Even instant noodles would fill her halfway. This broth-based ramen was clearly more substantial than instant noodles, and she'd just polished it off? She didn't leave him a single bite. The aroma had already made Chen Xiang salivate. He'd been planning to clean up Liang Qian's leftovers to satisfy his craving. But now, there was nothing left. But there was still some broth left that would have to do. It's pure essence. Honey, I'll help myself to the noodle broth then. As he reached out, Liang Qian snatched the lunchbox first, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiang. I'm warning you, I'm finally in a slightly better mood. If you dare try to take my noodle broth, I swear I'll lose it right now. Chen Xiang felt like crying. This is not fair. Didn't you just say you weren't going to eat it? You can eat it if you want, but at least leave me some soup. Though that's what Chen was thinking inside, he dared not say it out loud. He'd barely managed to placate Liang Qian with this broth ramen. If he spoke up now, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Clearing his throat twice, Chen Xiang said, Then you eat. If you're still hungry, should I order another bowl? Liang Qian gulped down a bowl of noodle broth in one go, then held up 2 fingers. Sniffling, she addressed Chen Xiang. 1 bowl isn't enough. 2 more bowls. After wrapping up the afternoon rush, Liang Fei eagerly opened the food delivery app. Throughout the entire day, he delivered a total of 6 food orders. Though this was but a drop in the bucket compared to the 100-order target, every journey begins with a single step. If he could sell 6 today, tomorrow would be 16. At this rate, wouldn't completing the task be within reach? Of course, that was assuming he didn't get any bad reviews. After all, the restaurant had just launched its online service, and orders were already scarce. If any negative reviews came in, he'd be finished. With that thought, Liang Fei opened the merchant backend. A quick glance at the reviews left him stunned. Holy crap, over 100 comments? There were only 6 takeout orders in total. Where did all these people find the time to leave comments? Liang Fei hurriedly opened the comment board. Damn, this place is amazing, okay? My girlfriend was about to break up with me, but one bowl of noodle soup won her back. I'd call this place the modern matchmaker. Over 100 positive reviews, with 70 or 80 of them left by this guy Chen Xiang. Liang Fei looked deeply moved. What immense gratitude this shows. No sooner had he spoken. Ring ring. The restaurant's landline suddenly rang. This landline was specifically installed by Liang Fei for the restaurant's delivery service, primarily to handle complaints and issues with short-waited meals. Liang Fei hurriedly answered the call. Hello, is there a problem with your delivery? The caller was none other than Chen Xiang, who quickly replied, of course not. On the contrary, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your delivery, my girlfriend and I would have broken up for real. Liang Fei realized this was his very first order. I'm thrilled to have earned your approval. Chen Xiang said, boss, let's put that aside for now. I want to reserve a table here tomorrow. I've managed to make up with my girlfriend, but I still need to win over my in-laws. You know how it is. Liang Fei chuckled. No problem. I'll make sure everything's taken care of. Not only was this guy his first takeout customer, but he'd also racked up 60 or 70 glowing reviews all by himself. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward not to take good care of such a loyal customer? After hanging up, Liang Fei felt a bit troubled. Securing a spot was manageable, and he was confident in the food's taste, but the restaurant's appearance was truly lacking. The incense was all used up, and there was no way to make up for that. Wait, didn't I activate a lottery system earlier? The lottery system was a reward for reaching 10,000 total visitors at Liang Fei's restaurant just the day before yesterday. However, each draw cost 100 deliciousness points, and Liang Fei hesitated to spend them. Now he'd accumulated over 100 deliciousness points, enough for one draw. Damn it, I'm still hesitating. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Liang Fei declared, for the sake of our customers and the restaurant's future, let's do this. Click to draw. Swish. The lottery wheel blazed with light. The next moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won an ambient light. Rarity, 1 star. Prize sent to your inventory. After activating the lottery system, an introduction to the system appeared in Liang Fei's mind. The lottery system allows you to draw functional items primarily designed to assist restaurant operations. Rarity ranges from 1 to 5 stars. Items marked with stars are valuable, while others like ingredients and tableware serve as consolation prizes. Liang Fei immediately dashed to the warehouse and located the mood lamp. After a quick glance at its description, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Holy system, you're ing my dad. Talk about giving me exactly what I need when I need it. Early the next morning, Liang Fei opened the food delivery app's backend as usual. Compared to yesterday, over 100 new comments had appeared in the backend. Scrolling through online, Liang Fei discovered the cause was Chen Xiang's announcement that he'd bring his in-laws to the shop tomorrow to apologize. Below were the replies. Bro, think twice. Whoever heard of taking your in-laws to apologize at a scenic spot restaurant? You're just asking for trouble. OP, chill. Didn't you say the scenic spot restaurant has amazing food? Maybe they're counting on the delicious meals to win over the elders. I'm rooting for you, OP. I'll try to make it to your wake. Deep condolences to the OP upstairs. Hope you're okay. Chapter 22, Boss, you've given me quite the surprise. Many replied, but clearly none held much hope for Chen Xiang's plan to bring his future in-laws to the scenic spot restaurant. Liang Fei chuckled. Bunch of greenhorns with long hair but short on sense. Just wait, I'll show you what unbeatable means. Liang Fei immediately began preparations. To welcome Chen Xiang, he even temporarily closed the shop. After all, Chen Xiang wasn't just his first delivery order. His success would determine whether Liang Fei's reputation would take off. Liang Fei made thorough preparations. Meanwhile, outside the scenic area, Liang Qian's previously cheerful expression had turned grim. Chen Xiang, what were you thinking? Didn't I tell you not to worry about the money and find a decent restaurant? Instead, you brought me to this tourist spot. Aren't you just trying to rub it in my parents' faces? Chen Xiang remained calm. Xian, just relax. It's a sure thing. Liang Qian was so annoyed she started laughing. But since they were already here, they'd just have to take it one step at a time. Just so you know, if you mess this up today, it's really over between us. Chen Xiang replied, relax, it's a sure thing. Liang Qian shot Chen Xiang a glare, just as her parents pulled up in their car. Liang Qian hurried over. Mom and Dad, you're here. The moment he stepped out of the car, Liang Guo's expression darkened. He glared at Chen Xiang and said, Mr. Chen, you sure are frugal. $20 for admission tickets, and you think that's enough to send us on our way? Zhao Weiniing interjected, never mind. Let's just go to the restaurant. Liang Guo snorted coldly. Chen Xiang hurried ahead to lead the way. The distance between the Longshan scenic area gate and Liang Fei restaurant wasn't far. After walking for a few minutes, the four of them saw the restaurant's entrance. Originally, Liang Xian had assumed that although the place Chen Xiang wanted to take them to was within the scenic area, it would at least look somewhat decent. But the moment she laid eyes on Liang Fei restaurant, Liang Xian was stunned. The restaurant was small, the decor hardly impressive, and it gave off a distinctly cheap vibe. Liang Guohua, standing beside her, instantly lost his composure. Having worked in the system his entire life, he valued face above all else. Such a shabby little restaurant was something he'd only tolerate when starving during a scenic area trip. Today, Chen Xiang was here to apologize to the elderly couple. Is that it? Seeing neither of them move, Chen hurriedly spoke up, "Uncle, Auntie, no need to be so polite. Let's go." Polite? Liang Guohua was practically fuming. Who the hell is being polite? I'm furious, okay? Have you ever heard of a son-in-law bringing his future in-laws to eat at a dump like this? This clearly shows they don't want to get along. Seeing Liang Guohua about to explode, Liang Qian quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, since we're already here, why don't we just go inside and take a look? You know exactly what kind of person Xiao Chen is. And even if he were stingy, which he isn't, he wouldn't be stingy at a time like this." Chen Xiang caught on and quickly added, "Uncle, Auntie, I brought you here because this place is truly special. You'll understand once you step inside." The elderly couple finally relented. After all, they were already here. Besides, they knew exactly how Chen Xiang treated their daughter and by extension, them. Soon, the four of them entered the shop. After sitting down, Liang Guohua scanned the place for ages but couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't hold back any longer. Just as Liang Guohua was about to explode, Liang Fei, who had been watching them enter the shop the whole time, turned on the mood lighting. Click. The lighting wasn't particularly bright, but it added a special ambience to the small restaurant. The soft glow, combined with the restaurant's decor, made the entire space feel incredibly cozy. His worries seemed to melt away in this environment. Liang Guohua felt incredibly comfortable now, even thinking that what Chen had tried to do yesterday wasn't really a mistake at all. Zhao Weining felt exactly the same way. Liang Qian shared this feeling too. She watched her parents' expressions change with astonishment, then turned to look at Chen Xiang, her own face now filled with confusion. Chen Xiang never expected Liang Fei to deliver such a grand surprise the moment they entered the restaurant, though he knew this was merely icing on the cake. The real surprise was yet to come: Liang Fei's own reaction. Chen Xiang cleared his throat and spoke up, "Owner, 4 bowls of soup noodles." The elderly couple, who had been relaxing, were stunned when they heard Chen Xiang only ordered 4 bowls of soup noodles. But Liang Qian was overcome with excitement. "Is it the same soup noodles from last night?" Chen Xiang nodded vigorously. The elderly couple were dumbfounded. Good heavens, what hardships their precious daughter must have endured since marrying Chen Xiang. Getting this excited over a bowl of noodle soup? Just as the two were puzzling over it, the noodle soup arrived. The moment the rich aroma filled their nostrils, the elderly couple abandoned all pretense of decorum. They slurped down a mouthful of noodles along with a spoonful of broth. The perfect blend of flavors made them feel years younger. Damn, this is unbelievably delicious. Now they finally understood why Chen Xiang had gone to such lengths to bring them here. Seeing the couple's attitude soften, Chen Xiang immediately spoke up, "Uncle, Auntie, about last night." Liang Guohua raised a hand to stop him. "Xiao Chen, finding this restaurant must have been incredibly difficult for you, right? The fact that you went to such lengths for Qianqian proves how much you care about her. For that reason alone, we forgive you." Chen Xiang was stunned. Was it really that easy? He'd thought he'd have to say a few words at least. Liang Guohua added, "Oh, and one more thing." Chen Xiang asked, "What is it?" Liang Guohua stared at the noodle soup. "This bowl of noodles isn't nearly enough to fill us up." It took 3 bowls of noodles per person for the family of 4 to finally leave the restaurant satisfied. Watching their retreating figures, Liang Fei couldn't help but marvel at how truly divine the system was. Before entering the shop, these 4 were nearly at each other's throats. Yet as they left, Liang Guohua told Chen Xiang to visit the elderly couple more often and bring back extra noodles when he did. Wow, now these noodles weren't just delicious, they'd even become the secret weapon for keeping the family happy. Liang Fei couldn't help but marvel. But alas, I'm uncultured, a single holy crap gets me everywhere. System, you're my god. No sooner had he spoken than the constant beeps of new orders flooding in from the delivery app began. Liang Fei was stunned. What's going on? The scenic area has been putting effort into promoting delivery, but it shouldn't be working this fast. He hurriedly opened the app and scanned the screen, only to discover that Chen Xiang had been live streaming his entire dining experience in the comments section. His words were filled with praise for Liang Fei's restaurant. These heartfelt comments instantly sparked a wave of discussion, and the surge in orders was only natural. Liang Fei couldn't help but smile. A young man earning his elders' approval over a single meal, that seems like a pretty good hook. After obtaining Chen Xiang's consent, Liang Fei promptly posted a detailed account of the entire incident on the most popular forum, strategically mentioning the online business at just the right moment. Just as Liang Fei had predicted, the post quickly went viral. Within mere minutes, it had garnered over 10,000 views, sending orders for his restaurant through the delivery app into a frenzy. In no time, orders poured in by the thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Fei plunged into the chaos. Chapter 23, Bro, you're in trouble. Xiao Hu and Zhang Yi pitched in without delay. By mid-morning, Liang Fei's sales had already surpassed 100. At this rate, hitting 200 in sales before closing today isn't impossible. The thought thrilled Liang Fei, but when he instinctively opened the comments section, he froze. What the hell is this? 40 or 50 bucks for a bowl of noodle soup? Are the noodles made of gold, or is the broth made of gold? And people actually eat this stuff from this rip-off joint? Hilarious. Of course, getting bad reviews is normal for a restaurant. But the food delivery app's backend could verify whether reviewers had actually placed orders. This person hadn't even eaten at his place and was posting such a message? Malicious competition from rivals? Liang Fei clicked on the person's profile page. After a quick glance, he discovered they had posted thousands of reviews, every single one negative. The vast majority were posted without the reviewer ever having eaten the food. This isn't malicious competition, it's pure malice. How many honest businesses have been forced to close because of people like this? Liang Fei wasn't about to let this slide. He fired back immediately. Have you even tried it? You haven't even eaten here, yet you're spewing crap? If you can't speak properly, maybe you should donate your mouth. With so many people suffering from constipation, you're practically doing society a favor. Simple verbal abuse, pure enjoyment. Closing the comments section, Liang Fei returned to his work. Meanwhile, in a residential building in Longcheng, after habitually giving a delivery service a bad review, Zhou Huafeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He did this often, even occasionally taking orders to help others smear their rivals with bad reviews. He'd made a decent profit from it and ruined quite a few delivery businesses. He felt no guilt whatsoever about it. In his view, those who received his bad reviews simply deserved it. Pulling his thoughts back, Zhou Huafeng lay in bed scrolling through Douyin. As he swiped through videos, one caught his eye with the title, Hardcore Moments of Angry Merchants Confronting Customers. Zhou Huafeng wasn't particularly interested at first, but after just a glance, his expression darkened. One of the screenshots featured his own comment, and the vendor's sharp retort only fueled his rage. Have you eaten yet? You haven't even eaten yet, and you're already spewing crap? If you can't speak properly, you should donate your mouth. With so many people suffering from constipation, you're practically doing society a favor. Zhou Huafeng shot up from the bed like a spring. Damn it, he'd given so many bad reviews, but this was the first time someone had dared to confront him directly. This boss must have never been beaten by society before. Fine, you asked for it. Zhou Huafeng reopened the food delivery app, pinpointed the specific restaurant, and immediately found the group he'd created for leaving negative reviews. Guys, grab your gear and meet at the village entrance. The group erupted in chaos at Zhou Huafeng's words. What's gotten into our boss? He's so pissed off? Yeah, boss, what's going on? Just give the word, and we'll walk through fire for you. Zhou Huafeng recounted the incident in the briefest terms. Damn it, the Longshan scenic-area restaurant must be out of their minds. They just launched their online service, and now they dare to go against the boss? Boss, what should we do? Just give the word, and we'll make sure they can't run their restaurant anymore. Zhou Huafeng immediately spoke up, everyone place an order for takeout, then give them the worst reviews possible. Doesn't he think my bad reviews won't matter since I never bought his food? Then I'll show him my power. 1 minute. Battle commences on the dot. Group members replied in unison, Roger that. Mission accomplished. Let him know he knows nothing about power. Closing the group chat, Zhou Huafeng immediately found the phone number for Liang Fei restaurant and dialed it directly. Scenic-area restaurant. The sheer volume of business completely exceeded Liang Fei's expectations. Fortunately, it was still manageable. And Liang Fei figured that was about as good as it would get. After all, the user base was what it was, and the restaurant's influence wasn't particularly large. Expecting it to be like those truly massive establishments, overwhelmed with orders every day, was simply out of the question. Even so, Liang Fei was starting to feel overwhelmed. Looks like hiring needs to be put on the agenda. Just as Liang Fei was about to open the recruitment app to check how many resumes had been submitted, the landline phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly answered it. Hello, placing an order or making a reservation? On the other end came Zhou Huafeng's ominous voice. Kid, you're in deep. Liang Fei was stunned. He's in big trouble? He was just a restaurant owner, what kind of trouble could he possibly be in? The only possible trouble was someone getting sick from eating his food. But lately, the restaurant had been specializing in noodle soup. The noodles were homemade, and as for the broth? Not only was it unlikely to cause stomachaches, it might even be considered health boosting. This guy was just messing with him. Liang Fei said, alright, I'll hang up now. Zhou Huafeng never expected Liang Fei to respond like this, which only fueled his anger further. You don't understand human speech, do you? I'm telling you, you're in deep trouble. Got it. Liang Fei hung up immediately. He had a mountain of tasks to handle and no time to waste. Plus, he still hadn't figured out what to do with the cucumbers the system had gifted him earlier. How about trying a mealtime giveaway? Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Anyway, not many people ordered the sliced cucumber salad these days, and keeping it around would only make it go stale. Offering it as a complimentary side could even earn some goodwill. No sooner said than done, Liang Fei immediately updated the app's backend to offer a complimentary serving of sliced cucumber with every meal while supplies lasted. This would also contribute to the restaurant's sales. After finishing these tasks, Liang Fei hurried straight to the kitchen. In the residential building. Hearing the busy signal on the phone, Zhou Huafeng was stunned. What the hell was this? He'd gone to such lengths threatening Liang Fei, only for the guy to brush him off with a simple "got it"? Didn't he even know what it meant to be in deep trouble? Or did Liang Fei simply not give him, Zhou Huafeng, the time of day? This was a total slap in the face. You clearly haven't been through hell in this world. Fine, you forced my hand. Seeing that it was already 1 p.m., Zhou Huafeng immediately opened his group chat. Everyone, move out. Start writing negative reviews exactly 10 minutes after confirming receipt. Remember, don't place too many orders at first. Start with one order to give the scenic area restaurant a taste of their own medicine, then wait for my command. After posting the message in the group, members immediately acknowledged receipt and began placing orders one after another. Out of curiosity, he placed an order himself. He knew a thing or two about these new shops. Delivery usually wasn't lightning fast. He wasn't in a rush, so he waited patiently. Meanwhile, the app's backend suddenly showed over 100 new orders, sending Liang Fei into a frenzy of excitement. But he quickly realized something was off. These orders seemed highly unusual. Are they planning to order takeout just to leave bad reviews? Liang Fei scratched his head. This was classic anonymous goodwill. If his shop really got into trouble over a few bad reviews, that would be truly bizarre. On the contrary, everyone who ordered from him was a loyal fan. They wouldn't stop buying just because of a few bad reviews. As for the idea that too many negative reviews would lower his shop's ranking and reduce search visibility, Liang Fei wasn't worried about that at all. Chapter 24, Mom, I Miss You. After all, Li Huan was handling the online operations. Li Fei had complete confidence in Li Huan's capabilities. In short, even if all 100+ orders received negative reviews, it wouldn't pose the slightest challenge to Liang Fei's business. Thinking this, Liang Fei even considered calling Zhou Huafeng to properly thank him. Without wasting any time, he quickly prepared the takeout orders with the help of the kitchen tools from the system reward and called Xiaohu over. Xiaohu was stunned upon seeing over 100 takeout orders. This many? Brother Fei, you're about to go viral. Liang Fei chuckled. What's there to be famous about? Someone's deliberately messing with me. After briefly explaining the situation, Xiaohu grew deeply concerned. Brother Fei, you know someone's deliberately targeting you, yet you still took these orders? Isn't that like walking straight into their trap? Is that even possible? Liang Fei replied, don't worry, I've got this under control. These negative reviews wouldn't affect him anyway. Knowing that, why pass up the money? That's just crazy. Xiaohu shrugged. Well, if you put it that way, I guess I don't have a problem with it either. But Fei, with this much stuff, we're gonna be slow delivering it all. Liang Fei said, no worries. Just deliver what you can along the way. I'll figure out the rest myself. Got it. Xiaohu quickly delivered over 20 orders. After pondering, Liang Fei dialed Zhang Yi's number. He considered asking Lu Yong's crew for help, but they had their own commitments. Zhang Yi and his group were different. They had no classes today, and they'd be idle anyway. Besides, Liang Fei had money to offer. Upon hearing the situation, Zhang Yi immediately patted his chest and assured him. No problem. I'll round up my friends right now. We'll get it delivered. Liang Fei replied, be careful on the road. Meanwhile, Zhou Huafeng was busy with other matters when he heard a knock on the door. Coming. Opening the door, he found Zhang Yi standing there holding a meal. Your meal. Enjoy your meal. Today, Zhou Huafeng had ordered from Liang Fei's place, so this must be it. He had expected it to take at least half an hour, but it had arrived in under 10 minutes. Though he wasn't far from Longshan scenic area, this was still incredibly fast. Even freshly made meals would take longer than this. That restaurant at Longshan scenic area must be using semi-finished products. They advertise themselves so well, but in reality, they use subpar ingredients. Aren't they just asking for bad reviews? At that thought, the last shred of guilt in Zhou Huafeng's heart vanished. Thanks. Taking the neatly packaged noodle soup, Zhou Huafeng returned to his room and opened the negative review group chat, only to find it flooded with messages. Damn, that restaurant at Longshan scenic area has some fast delivery. It actually arrived in just 10 minutes. You bet. These days, most merchants drag their feet whenever they can. A place this efficient is a rare find. Seeing the tone of the conversation veering off course, Zhou Huafeng immediately chimed in. Guys, think about it, 10 minutes flat? Even if they cooked everything fresh, there's no way they could pull that off. They're definitely using leftover food from yesterday. Is that even ethical? As soon as Zhou Huafeng finished speaking, everyone immediately caught on. So giving him a bad review is exactly what he deserves. Zhou Huafeng chuckled. Exactly. Everyone, let's take action now. Closing the group chat, Zhou Huafeng immediately opened the app, ready to post the negative review when his stomach growled. He'd received Jiang Xiao's message first thing this morning, then spent the entire morning rallying people to handle the negative review situation. Only now did he realize he hadn't eaten a single bite all day. But he couldn't be bothered to cook. When his eyes fell on the soup noodles, they lit up. This is practically a ready-made meal. So what if it's leftovers? If it actually makes me sick, wouldn't that just give me more ammunition to blast them? Without hesitation, Zhou Huafeng tore open the plastic bag. He was surprised to find the packaging was surprisingly thoughtful. The soup and noodles were separated, preventing the noodles from clumping together. Zhou Huafeng curled his lip as he peeled back the plastic wrap. Suddenly, an intense aroma flooded his nostrils. The distinct aromas of chicken, duck, fish, and pork ribs stood apart yet blended perfectly. Already famished, Zhou Huafeng couldn't hold back the saliva welling up the moment he caught the scent. He took a sip of the broth. Holy! This is amazing. As the springy, slippery noodles slid down his throat with the broth, Zhou Huafeng felt as if his very soul had been elevated. As a sense of fullness washed over him, an immense satisfaction welled up inside. With the second bite, the aroma and savory flavor surged straight to his brain. Anyone who's savored fine cuisine knows the first bite is often the best, every subsequent one is a step down. Having left countless negative reviews over the years, Zhou Huafeng had sampled dishes from all kinds of restaurants. He knew well that no matter how delicious a dish was, the first bite was always the most fragrant. But this soup noodle dish was different. The first bite was merely the beginning. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. Before long, the noodles were gone, not even a drop of broth left. Now, Zhou Huafeng was starting to regret taking this order. Damn it, for something this delicious to vanish because of their bad reviews? That's practically a crime, okay? But, whatever. Making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Huafeng suppressed his guilt and typed out the negative review, but something felt off. Noticing the complimentary sliced cucumber served with the meal, he took a bite. The sliced cucumber wasn't as stunning as the soup noodles, but the moment the crisp, refreshing cucumber touched his tongue, Zhou Huafeng tasted his mother's cooking. He could almost see himself as a child, encountering a meal he didn't like, acting up and refusing to eat. His mother would always sit beside him, watching him with gentle eyes. That warm scene, it had been far too long since he'd experienced it. By the time the cucumber had fully disappeared into his stomach, Zhou Huafeng's eyes were red. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, his voice trembled slightly. Mom, I miss you. As a child, his mother had always taught him to be honest. But look at what he'd done now. The food at this restaurant was so delicious, yet he was about to betray his conscience and give it a bad review. Just to vent a momentary anger, he was about to drive this carefully run restaurant out of business. Could he live with himself? Could he face the amazing noodle soup, the restaurant owner's hard work, or his mother's teachings? The guilt piled up relentlessly until finally, Zhou Huafeng made up his mind. Damn it, I'd rather swallow this anger than let it out. Zhou Huafeng immediately deleted the negative review and wrote a lengthy, heartfelt review of several hundred words. It detailed just how delicious the soup noodles truly were. After hitting send, Zhou Huafeng immediately opened the group chat. Did everyone try the noodle soup and the complimentary pickled cucumber the shop gave out? If you haven't, I urge you to try it. Then, write a review based on your true feelings. The vendor clearly put so much effort into this. Clearly, his food is so delicious. Yet we're betraying our conscience for a few bucks. Won't we regret this? The professional negative reviewers in the group were stunned by Zhou Huafeng's post. What is the boss doing? Why the hell is he preaching about values? He's already made us all sick to our stomachs, okay? And didn't the boss start this whole thing? Where'd that guy go who was just a second ago swearing up and down he'd shut down Liang Fei's restaurant? Someone immediately spoke up. Boss, what's gotten into you? Just blink if you've been kidnapped. Chapter 25, I'm just the scapegoat of the tourist restaurant. Boss, did you choke on your noodle soup and go dumb? Passing up easy money like that? Besides, noodle soup isn't exactly gourmet fare. How good could it possibly be? Second that. That said, Zhou Huafeng's words still piqued everyone's curiosity. What kind of noodles could be so good that they completely changed Zhou Huafeng's attitude? Inside a small room, a group member opened the soup noodle packaging. Then, holy! This is so damn good it could knock your head off. He immediately started slurping noodles and chomping on pickled cucumber. Before long, tears streamed down his face. Mom, I'm so sorry. How could I have done something so dishonest? I can't go on like this. I'm deleting my negative review and writing a 1,000-word positive one. The same scene played out in every group member's home. Everyone who had eaten the noodle soup and pickled cucumber regretted their actions deeply, deleting their negative reviews and replacing them with 1,000-word positive ones. Watching the group members' posts shift in attitude, Zhou Huafeng felt immensely satisfied. Then, he felt a deep sense of guilt toward Liang Fei. He was the one who had made the mistake in the first place. Liang Fei wasn't some naive kid. Seeing all those sudden extra orders, he would probably figure out right away that Zhou Huafeng was behind it. Even so, he was still putting his all into preparing the meals. Someone who worked this hard shouldn't be targeted. Such a great restaurant shouldn't be overlooked. Zhou Huafeng immediately opened the largest social forum and spent a full hour writing a post detailing the entire incident exactly as it happened. Finally, as a reformed sinner, I wholeheartedly recommend Longshan's Scenic Area restaurant. Their food is absolutely delicious. We absolutely cannot let a restaurant like this go unnoticed. Also, I swear from today onward, I'm this place's loyal dog. Anyone who badmouths it gets bitten by me. Zhou Huafeng's account already had tens of thousands of followers. Combined with the heartfelt, dramatic reversal in his post, it sparked heated discussion almost the moment it was published. Whoa, this must be Longshan's Scenic Area's marketing ploy. From intense hatred at the start to deep affection, now even novels wouldn't dare write such a plot twist. What restaurant has that kind of power? Come to think of it, just because other restaurants can't pull this off doesn't mean Longshan's Scenic Area restaurant can't. I remember this restaurant being pretty popular before. I think it even turned a con artist straight on the spot. Is it really that amazing? If you don't believe me, just search Douyin, there are still videos up. Holy crap, I looked it up, it's true. The Longcheng Prefecture even issued a public announcement thanking Longshan's Scenic Area restaurant. Holy, I'm ordering takeout right now to calm my nerves, this is amazing. Thanks to Zhou Huafeng's post, Liang Fei's restaurant sparked another wave of online buzz. Little did Liang Fei know this. He'd been nearly driven mad with work all afternoon. Even with the help of the system rewarded kitchenware, he only barely wrapped up the chaos by evening. What the hell is going on? Even if that troll left a bad review, it shouldn't have caused this much commotion. Could it be the fans mobilizing? Liang Fei immediately opened the food delivery app and scanned the reviews. To his surprise, Zhou Huafeng and the others hadn't left negative feedback at all. Instead, they'd posted heartfelt, 1,000-word reviews. After reading those reviews, Zhou Huafeng even called Liang Fei, solemnly apologizing. It made Liang Fei feel a bit awkward. You've really done me a huge favor. How about this, from now on, you get 20% off whenever you dine at the restaurant. Zhou Huafeng declared, you're like my own brother. It wasn't until late at night that Liang Fei finally wrapped up his work for the day. Overall, today's progress had been tremendous. In the evening, Li Huan specifically came over to tell Liang Fei that the food delivery app's headquarters, recognizing the booming business at Scenic Area restaurants, had already made arrangements to assign delivery personnel to this area. This was a tremendous boost for Liang Fei. This means we won't have to worry too much about deliveries anymore. Still, we need to prioritize hiring new staff as soon as possible. Thanks to Zhou Huafeng's commotion, Liang Fei's restaurant experienced another small surge in popularity. With the Scenic Area's promotion now in full swing, orders were sure to pour in both online and offline. If Liang Fei had to handle everything alone, he'd be swamped. Sure enough. Just as Liang Fei had anticipated, online orders surged dramatically over the next few days, while foot traffic at the restaurant stabilized above 100 customers daily. But this truly left Liang Fei feeling like he was running himself ragged. Being busy wasn't the issue, it was the mounting orders slowing down his cooking pace. He always understood that besides the food being genuinely delicious, fast service was a key factor in the restaurant's popularity. After all, no one likes to wait too long. But Liang Fei was stuck. After much deliberation, he could only draft an announcement. Due to limited staff capacity, and to ensure the quality of your dining experience, we will only serve 100 customers per day until we complete our hiring process. We appreciate your understanding. This notice is hereby issued. This approach had its pros and cons, but overall, it seemed to work fairly well. The majority of customers supported Liang Fei. Over 90% expressed understanding, while the remaining 10%, though harboring some resentment, didn't voice much complaint. This allowed Liang Fei to breathe a slight sigh of relief. This hurdle, at least for now, had been cleared. But we really need to speed up the hiring process. If all else fails, we'll have to ask Brotherly for help. After seeing off the last group of customers for the day, Liang Fei finally had a moment to rest. But no sooner had he sat down than his stomach growled loudly. Only then did Liang Fei realize he hadn't eaten all day. There's still some leftover broth from yesterday and vegetables nearing their expiration date in the kitchen. These definitely weren't fit for customers, but eating them himself wouldn't be a problem, it would just taste a bit off. Liang Fei immediately dashed toward the kitchen. After careful consideration, he decided to make hot pot. That way, neither the broth nor the vegetables would go to waste. He poured the broth into the electric pot. Once plugged in, it quickly came to a boil. Large bubbles formed and burst, sending splashes of broth into the air. The rich aroma mingled with the air, filling the kitchen. The rich aroma seemed capable of washing away all fatigue, and the alluring taste completely consumed his thoughts in that moment. Liang Fei swallowed hard. When he plunged the vegetables into the boiling broth, it felt like discovering a whole new world. The crisp freshness of the vegetables mingled with the rich depth of the broth, two distinct flavors that harmonized perfectly. One sip felt like his very soul was elevated. This is so delicious. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly, though he'd only intended to take a small bite. And just then, exploring restaurants is my thing, chef, tell me about it. Hello everyone, I'm Chef Jiang Qiao. You've probably heard about how that critic recently tried to give us a bad review, only to be won over by a meal and become a loyal fan of our scenic spot restaurant. So today, I specifically took over an hour by car to come here and reveal the truth for you all. Let's see if this scenic spot restaurant lives up to its legendary reputation. Chapter 26, Boss, how about trying braised dishes? Liang Fei looked up to see an influencer holding a phone for a live stream walk into the restaurant. The moment they stepped inside, the person's excited expression vanished. The decor's lacking, the location's poor, but the cleanliness is commendable. Overall, it's no different from a roadside dive. It's just average, doesn't live up to its reputation. But we'll have to see what their cuisine is like. After all, that's the soul of any restaurant. Jiang Qiao's assessment was fairly objective, and Liang Fei had no objections, it was simply the truth. Jiang Qiao scanned the restaurant with his eyes before finally settling on the menu. Clear broth ramen, stir-fried pork with vegetables, sliced cucumber salad, rice. Only 3 dishes? And none of them are signature dishes either. Jiang Qiao instantly lost interest in the tourist area restaurant. As a professional restaurant reviewer, he firmly believes in the principle that you get what you pay for. He's dined at high-end restaurants and humble eateries alike. For each restaurant, he applies different evaluation criteria based on price, a standard that stands out as remarkably conscientious in today's industry. His assessment and stance stem entirely from the fact that while Liang Fei restaurant's dishes are relatively affordable compared to high-end establishments, they still surpass some fly-by-night joints in quality. He felt Liang Fei restaurant was somewhat undervalued for its pricing. Looks like another trendy restaurant banking on hype. Jiang Qiao shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. Liang Fei, however, was a bit displeased. His restaurant wasn't just about good marketing. The quality was undeniably top-notch, wasn't it? But he couldn't be bothered to say that. After all, guests should be treated with courtesy. Liang Fei stood up. What did you like to order? Jiang Qiao was about to order a bowl of broth ramen when his gaze was drawn to the broth hotpot. He'd been so focused on evaluating the restaurant's ambience that he'd completely missed it earlier. Now, the aroma hit him like a wave. The combination of vegetables and broth delivered an intense, savory punch that even tasting the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall dish hadn't quite matched. He immediately rushed over to Liang Fei, his eyes fixed intently on the vegetables bubbling in the broth. Is this for sale? Liang Fei didn't hide anything and replied directly, no, it's not for sale. The broth is leftover from yesterday, and the vegetables are nearing their expiration date. We can't serve them to customers, but it feels wasteful to throw them away, so I'm just cleaning them up myself. If you want to try it, you'll have to wait. I'll go get some ingredients. No problem, I can wait. At the mention of making it, Jiang Qiao's eyes lit up. Liang Fei scratched his head. He hadn't expected anyone would actually like this stuff. But whatever. Running a restaurant meant serving whatever the customers wanted. Hold on, I'll go prepare it. He didn't have any leftover fresh ingredients on hand, but he still had today's fresh broth. For vegetables, he could borrow some from Brother Yang or Sister Su. After all, it was just Jiang Qiao eating alone, so he wouldn't need much. After asking Jiang Qiao to watch the shop, Liang Fei dashed out and soon returned with vegetables. He boiled the vegetables in the broth, then ladled both the broth and vegetables into a large bowl and brought it to Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao had been waiting impatiently. Without even checking if it was too hot, he immediately took a bite. The moment the vegetables touched his stomach, Jiang Qiao shot up from his seat. Liang Fei immediately took a step back. Holy! It's delicious, damn delicious. Liang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just that delicious. He'd thought Jiang Qiao was going to hit him. Jiang Qiao continued, the vegetables perfectly balance the meaty richness of the broth. Soaked in the broth, they take on a unique flavor. The two tastes combine to create a rare, heavenly deliciousness. I take back what I said earlier. This restaurant's pricing is downright fair, you know. Jiang Qiao then offered a more professional critique, meticulously describing the flavors of the vegetable hotpot to his live stream viewers. It was just past noon, and most viewers were idle. The vast majority were still lounging in bed. They were killing time waiting for their takeout while watching the restaurant review livestream. Hearing Jiang Qiao's description, their hunger pangs suddenly became impossible to ignore. Bro, don't describe it so vividly. Now my takeout doesn't even smell good anymore. The person above me is lucky. I just boiled some instant noodles to get by, but now who wants plain noodles? Brother Jiang, ask if they deliver this vegetable hotpot I need to order. If it's possible, please stuff me to death. Liang Fei, standing nearby, caught the viewer's comments and his eyes lit up. He'd been brainstorming new dishes lately, but the ordinary recipes in the system shop just didn't cut it. Just when he was stuck for ideas, inspiration struck. But vegetable hot pot was tricky to pull off and easily cloying, utterly unappealing to meat lovers. But he could shift his approach. While Liang Fei was deep in thought, Jiang Qiao had already polished off the vegetable hot pot, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Liang Fei. "Boss, it'd be a shame to waste your skills on anything but braised dishes." Liang Fei chuckled. It hit me. Inspiration struck. He'd been pondering whether to use broth as a base for a braising pot. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Qiao, Liang Fei said, "That's a great idea. I'll look into it later." Jiang Qiao's eyes lit up even brighter. "Hey boss, let's exchange contact info, okay? Once you've perfected it, be sure to let me know. I promise I'll be your first customer. I can even help promote it for you. Don't worry, absolutely free." Liang Fei beamed. This was practically good news delivered to his doorstep. Wouldn't be an idiot to refuse? No problem. Jiang Qiao immediately looked at his phone. Did everyone hear that? Pickled delicacies. I'll be sure to let everyone know exactly what they taste like as soon as I try them. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. Damn, if even the dipping sauce tastes this good, imagine how amazing the braised dish will be with that broth. It'll be out of this world. Seriously jealous. Is it really that good? I don't buy it unless you open a chain store right here in my neighborhood. Man, your calculations are flying right in my face. When you do, I'll order £100 first to taste the seasoning. After Jiang Qiao left, Liang Fei immediately dove into perfecting his braised dishes. For delicious braised dishes, the most crucial element is the marinade mixture. Liang Fei hadn't held out much hope, but he actually found a marinade recipe in the system store. The recipe required 70 deliciousness points, a mere drop in the bucket for Liang Fei at this stage. After all, through his efforts over the past few days, his deliciousness points had soared to a staggering 700 points. This is a bill I can afford to pay. Liang Fei immediately redeemed the marinade recipe. Preparing the marinade required spices. While there were 60 or 70 common spices available on the market, only 11 or 12 were suitable for use in the marinade. According to Liang Fei's understanding, more spices weren't necessarily better. Too many would cause the dissolved spices to intensify the bitterness of the marinade. It wasn't that all of them couldn't be used, but striking the right balance when using too many was difficult to master. The recipe provided by the system called for nearly 30 different spices, along with several uncommon ingredients. Fortunately, these ingredients weren't expensive. I wonder if I can create a marinade even better than the system's recipe. Liang Fei wasted no time, playing it safe by starting a video recording. Chapter 27, Our target is every sector of society. He divided 4-star anise pods into 2 cloth bags, adding 2 teaspoons of fennel seeds and Sichuan peppercorns to each, along with 6 licorice slices, 1 cinnamon stick, and a pinch of cardamom and dried tangerine peel. Following the system's precise formula, he added nearly 30 spices. He then measured water and broth into 2 large iron barrels, placed the spice packets and the system's specified uncommon ingredients inside, covered the pots, and simmered them on high heat for half an hour before reducing to low heat. The system also included some braised dish recipes with the cookbook. Tofu products, meatballs, sausages, chicken feet, pig trotters, and more. Liang Fei had all the ingredients Xiao who had just delivered them earlier. But since this was still the experimental phase, Liang Fei decided to start with just meatballs for now. Once the marinade had simmered sufficiently, Liang Fei added the prepared meatballs to the pot. Before long, an intense aroma began to surge forth. Unlike the distinct, separate aromas of the broth, the finished marinade possessed a richer, more complex fragrance. The blend of multiple spices, especially when combined with the broth, left Liang Fei utterly amazed. That savory, aromatic flavor seemed to shoot straight up to the top of his head. It felt like it was going to peel his scalp right off. Goosebumps broke out all over Liang Fei's body. The 2 braising pots clearly tasted richer with the added broth, though the actual flavor and texture of the braised meats remained to be seen. Liang Fei couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed 2 meatballs with his chopsticks and took a bite of each. Holy, this is amazing. This stuff was unbelievably delicious. Especially the one with the broth. Liang Fei even felt like all his years of study had been for nothing. There were simply no words to describe how delicious this was. But he knew that just saying it was delicious wasn't enough, it had to pass the test of the masses. As Liang Fei debated whether to offer it to Sister Su or Brother Yong first, Li Huan came sniffing in. Little Liang, what are you cooking up now? It smells amazing. I just finished eating, and now you've made me hungry again. Liang Fei chuckled. Brother Huan, you're just in time. I've just made some braised meat. Try some. Saying this, Liang Fei scooped 2 meatballs into a lunchbox and handed it to Li Huan. After taking a bite, Li Huan's eyes lit up. He'd originally come to see Liang Fei about something important, but the moment the meatball touched his tongue, nothing else mattered. Even the fact that he'd just eaten lunch slipped his mind as he began devouring the meal with gusto. The meatballs were hearty and filling. After devouring 2, Li Huan was stuffed to the point of constant burping. Liang Fei, who had been standing by waiting for Li Huan's verdict, was stunned. Are you that into it? Brother Huan, stop stuffing your face and give us your verdict already. Hearing Li Fei's words, Li Huan was dumbfounded. Everyone knew how good his cooking was. What's there to review? Even 5-star chefs would bow down before you, okay? If this isn't mass-produced, it'd be a crime against humanity. I'm the first to support it. Liang Fei chuckled. With Li Huan's endorsement, he felt reassured. Then I'll add this braised dish to the menu. After belching several times, Li Huan finally exhaled deeply and said, no problem. By the way, I came over today for something serious. Liang Fei asked, what is it, Brother Huan? You came all this way just for that? Li Huan's visit was primarily about the partnership between the scenic area and Liang Fei's restaurant. The partnership model was straightforward. The scenic area would promote Liang Fei's restaurant, while Liang Fei would help attract visitors to the scenic area. According to the preliminary plan, the scenic area's promotional campaign would be divided into 3 phases. Besides the formal promotions, it also included a trial run. The trial promotion yielded excellent results, and the online model performed well too. We carefully monitored customer demographics and found the audience remains predominantly from the general public. Therefore, Phase 1 will focus specifically on the general public. But as you know, the general public tends to have higher expectations, which means we need to focus on premium services. Given the current state of the scenic area and your restaurant, expanding the premises in the short term is clearly unfeasible. So we're considering whether we can focus our efforts on enhancing the menu offerings. Liang Fei was a bit confused. Brother Huan, explain it clearly. Li Huan explained, it's actually quite simple. We can develop targeted set menus. For instance, with your braised dishes, we could create a business lunch set. I heard Sister Sue's husband works at a major corporation. You could try tapping into that network. Once we attract big companies for team building events, the first phase of promotion for the scenic area can officially kick off. You could also use short videos to attract customers, cast a wide net to catch more fish, right? The scenic area and your own efforts working together will maximize the promotional impact. Of course, that doesn't mean you should put your store expansion plans on hold. It's not something that can be done overnight. My idea is to build our reputation first. When the timing is right, we can go all out. Put simply, what you need to focus on now is targeting major corporations and the general public. Develop dishes they love. It's all about efficiency and convenience. Got it? Liang Fei nodded. He certainly understood. Put simply, it meant shifting from just getting by day to day to now serving his target customers. Once he built a reputation, he'd expand his shop, growing it into something like Manhwa restaurant or even surpassing it in scale. A concrete plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. Then I'll start with the braised dishes, create a braised dish combo. Li Huan nodded. Exactly. After wrapping up the business talk, Li Huan shifted gears awkwardly. Do you have any leftover braised dishes? Pack me a portion first, I'll save it for a late night snack. Liang Fei chuckled. No problem, Brother Huan. Just give me a moment. Before long, Liang Fei filled a meal box to the brim with braised delicacies for Li Huan. After paying, Li Huan left with a satisfied smile. Liang Fei wasted no time, immediately starting to prepare a large batch of braised meats while simultaneously researching business meal options. Just as Liang Fei finished a pot of braised delicacies, a commotion erupted outside. Then he saw Li Huan return. Several buttons on his suit jacket had popped off, his shirt was wrinkled, and his face bore bruises and marks. Li Fei was stunned. Brother Huan, did you fall into a manhole cover? Li Huan immediately ducked behind Liang Fei. I didn't fall into a manhole. I ran into Lu Yong and his crew. Those jerks couldn't resist the smell of the braised snacks I was carrying. I told them you developed the recipe and suggested they buy it from you, but they thought I was being stingy and didn't want to share. So these jerks started grabbing it by force. Sister Sue heard the commotion too. When she saw the fight over the snacks, they got even more aggressive. All these scratches are from her. Liang Fei was stunned. He'd expected the snacks to be popular, but not this popular. Couldn't they even wait a moment? Just as he pondered this, footsteps echoed through the air. Lu Yong led his men charging into the shop first. Chapter 28, Forget the pay, just feed us the marinated goodness. Xiao Liang, that's not cool. We're your first big order, after all. Now you've got new dishes and you didn't even send them to us first? I don't care. Bring us every last bit of that braised meat you have. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sister Sue burst in. Lu Yong, have you no shame? Don't you understand the concept of ladies first? If we're talking about who was here first, it's clearly me. Serve little Liang first, I've got plenty of cash, Sister Qian. Lu Yong was already annoyed. Like I'm broke or something. I just withdrew tens of thousands to pay the staff today. We'll pay everyone later, let's eat first. Lu Yong's crew chimed in immediately. Brother Yong, we'll follow your lead. Forget this month's pay, we gotta eat our fill of braised delicacies. Exactly. My grandma's greatest wish was for me to eat my fill of braised delicacies. I have to fulfill her wish. Liang Fei froze upon hearing their words. Although he knew people said such things because they were close friends and joking around was harmless, this fervent attitude genuinely shocked him for quite a while. Liang Fei quickly interjected, "Everyone, don't fight over it, there's plenty to go around." Hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed. Liang Fei wasted no time, ensuring everyone got their share of the braised delicacies in no time. "Damn, this smells amazing. Little Liang, from now on, serve this with our rice meals. I could polish off 5 bowls of rice with this stuff. Pouring this sauce over rice, paired with big meatballs and pork knuckles, it's absolutely perfect. Did you see that, Grandma? I've finally achieved braised meat freedom." Lu Yong and the others were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Even Sister Su, who usually cared about her image, was eating with her mouth full of grease. "Xiao Liang, this braised meat came at just the right time." Sister Su had been pondering what to bring Ma Yang for dinner that evening. Ma Yang had been swamped lately, reportedly working on a major project. If they landed it, it would sustain their company for years. So lately, the company had been pouring all its resources into it, with late-night overtime becoming commonplace. Additionally, to prevent leaks of company secrets, outside food deliveries were temporarily banned. Ma Yang and his team could only bring their own meals or have them delivered by family members. This was a real hardship for Sister Su, especially since Ma Yang's taste buds had been spoiled after eating Liang Fei's meals. Now, unless Liang Fei cooked for him at the office, he simply wouldn't eat. But eating soup noodles all the time isn't sustainable either. With such intense workloads, how could they manage without proper nutrition? But now that they had braised meats, what was there to worry about? Not only did it have meat and veggies, and offer far superior nutrition to noodle soup, but most importantly it was damn delicious. Take this over to your brother-in-law. His co-workers are gonna be drooling over this. Pack me a few portions later. After discussing plans with Li Wan to expand into the broader market, Liang Fei had been fretting over how to break into it. Sister Su's words put his mind completely at ease. No problem. With Liang Fei's confirmation, Sister Su ate with even greater relish. During the meal, she casually sent Ma Yang a message. "I'll bring you some braised snacks tonight. Company." Upon receiving Sister Su's message, Ma Yang instantly perked up. He loved braised snacks anyway. If it weren't for Liang Fei's incredibly delicious soup noodles, he wouldn't have eaten them for so many days straight. But even the most delicious food gets old after a while. A change of pace was just what he needed. Plus, Sister Su mentioned this was a new creation by Liang Fei. It must be absolutely divine. Ma Yang was beside himself with excitement, and his colleagues couldn't help but stare in astonishment. "Bro Yang, why are you so excited? Oh, dinner time's almost here. You're probably looking forward to the noodle soup your wife's bringing over, huh?" Ma Yang gave a mysterious smile. "There's something even better tonight." Lately, Ma Yang's co-workers had also gotten to taste some pretty great stuff thanks to him. Hearing him say that, the whole office got excited. Before long, Sister Su arrived with the meal. Ma Yang immediately dashed outside. His colleagues buzzed with chatter. "Sister Su's bringing more goodies again, huh? I heard this time it's even better than the noodle soup. Wow, if the soup noodles are already the peak of deliciousness, what could possibly be better than that? I've been keeping an eye on the scenic-area restaurant, but I haven't seen them launch any new dishes." "You don't get it. Sister Yang's shop is right next to the scenic-area restaurant. Being so close to the action, she's sure to be the first to try anything we can't get our hands on. My guess is that Mr. Liang, the owner of the scenic-area restaurant, has come up with something new again." Just as people were discussing this, Ma Yang burst in, excitedly carrying 2 large takeout boxes. The moment he entered, the aroma filled the room. "What the heck is that? It smells amazing. It smells a bit like braised meat, but it's different from the usual kind. That cooking style is unmistakable, it must be the scenic-area restaurant's new dish. Bro Yang, you can't hog it all to yourself." Ma Yang beamed. "What are you thinking? When have I ever kept anything to myself? Everyone gets a share, my wife brought plenty over. Try some, it's Mr. Liang's new braised dish." When Ma Yang opened the lunchbox, his co-workers' mouths practically watered. The portion was enormous. Each box held 5 or 6 large meatballs, 3 or 4 pig's trotters, tofu puffs, bean curd sheets, greens, and more. Even 2 boxes would easily feed their entire department. "This is way too much. Bro Yang, this must have cost a fortune, right?" Ma Yang gave a mysterious smile. "My wife said a normal portion of braised meat comes with 3 meatballs, 2 pig's trotters, tofu puffs, bean curd skin, greens, and so on. It's 25 yuan per portion. This is the large portion, 40 yuan per serving." Everyone was stunned. This huge portion for only 40. And the regular portion is already enough to stuff an adult, and it's only 25. This isn't just fair, it's downright generous. This is charity work. Holy, 25. Just the ingredients alone cost more than that, and it smells so damn good. Seriously, I'm crying. Unbelievable. Why can't our company open a branch right outside that scenic spot restaurant? I'd be the first in line, no pay needed. I quit my job. I'm going to work at that scenic spot restaurant. Pay doesn't matter, just feed me." Ma Yang chuckled. "Alright, everyone, cut the chatter. Let's eat. If you like it, remember to spread the word. Do we even need to promote it? If this scenic spot restaurant set menu doesn't sell out, I'll hang myself on my live stream, okay? Count me in. At my Yang's signal, everyone dove into their meals. One by one, they ate until their mouths were dripping with grease. No words were needed, their expressions alone spoke volumes about how delicious this stuff was. Damn it, you've already eaten a meatball. Stop eating and save some for me. Give me some of that soup, I'm gonna soak my rice in it. Soak rice? What a waste. I was planning to drink it straight. Just as the chatter died down, company manager Jiang Zhengtao approached with a cheerful smile. Wow, what are you guys eating? Looks delicious. He carried himself without pretension, plump and jovial, earning him the playful nickname Maitreya Buddha from his colleagues. Jiang Zhengtao embraced the moniker, and since everyone got along well, there was no need for formality. Ma Yang hurried over. Brother Tao, you're just in time. Chapter 29, this stuff is actually this delicious. He handed over another portion of braised meat, this one in normal size and still sealed. My wife sent these braised meats over. I'm telling you, they smell amazing. Take it quickly, or there won't even be soup left soon. Jiang Zhengtao couldn't help but laugh at that. It's just braised meat, right? We've all had it before. Is it really worth drinking all the broth? Still, it was Ma Yang's kind gesture, so Jiang Zhengtao didn't say much. He cheerfully carried the braised meats back to his office. No sooner had Jiang Zhengtao returned to his office than his boss called. How's the partnership preparation coming along? The next meeting is our last chance. If we still can't sign the contract, this project will likely fall through for good. Mentioning this matter only made Jiang Zhengtao feel utterly frustrated. The entire company had been scrambling to handle this matter lately. The other party was proving stubborn, refusing to budge on the price. The last negotiation had nearly ended in a physical altercation over this very issue. The upcoming negotiations in a few days were an opportunity the boss had begged and pleaded for. Everyone in the company knew this, and as the project manager, Jiang Zhengtao was especially worried. But worrying wouldn't solve anything. Jiang Zhengtao genuinely wanted to present a mutually agreeable solution, but if such a solution were truly easy to find, they wouldn't be in such a desperate rush. Lately, the employees had been working overtime non-stop. As the project manager, he hadn't been home for days. 7 or 8 versions of the proposal had been rejected. It wasn't that they couldn't come up with new proposals, it was that they needed time. Yet, the moment Jiang Zhengtao explained the project team's situation, the boss exploded. Time? Time? I need time too. Who's going to give me that? I need to see a new proposal by 8 p.m. tonight. The call was abruptly hung up, leaving Jiang Zhengtao seething with frustration. Damn it, being the boss doesn't make you so great. Does being the boss mean you can just keep squeezing them dry? We're human beings too. Even a donkey in a production brigade deserves a break to catch its breath. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Jiang Zhengtao lost his appetite entirely. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the packaged deli meat and flung it into the nearby trash bin. Screw eating. He plopped down into his seat, panting heavily. But just then, the container, left unopened for so long that part of the plastic wrap had peeled off, combined with his sudden, forceful motion, caused the broth to spill out through the cracks. The pent-up aroma found its release, bursting out wildly. The rich, savory scent instantly filled the entire room. Jiang Zhengtao, who had been utterly depressed just a second ago, instantly changed color. Holy! What is that smell? It smells amazing. The aroma was utterly unique, unlike any scent Jiang Zhengtao had ever encountered. The rich blend of spices, the savory aroma of chicken, duck, and fish, and the sweet umami of the broth effortlessly swept away Jiang Zhengtao's gloom. He instinctively rose from his seat, sniffing the air repeatedly, trying to trace the source of the aroma through his sense of smell. This scent feels utterly unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar upon closer inspection. It's like braised meat. Braised meat. Jiang Zhengtao suddenly glanced at the wastebasket beside him. The takeout box lay quietly inside, its spilled broth clinging to the cling film. Golden and glistening, it refracted an enticing glow in the setting sun before succumbing to gravity and dripping onto the pork knuckle soaked in sauce. Beside the pork knuckle lay homemade side dishes and tofu products, with the outline of large, banana-scented meatballs visible through the batter. Every ingredient looked incredibly delicious, especially paired with the golden broth. Just one bite would be pure bliss. That's right. It's braised meat. That rich aroma was coming from the braised meats. This stuff smells amazing. Gulp. Jiang Zhengtao swallowed hard, but then hesitated. This thing was already in the trash can. After a long internal struggle, Jiang Zhengtao couldn't resist his craving and fished the braised meat out of the wastebasket. Opening the container, he didn't even bother savoring the rich aroma. He grabbed a pig's trotter and took a bite. The moment it touched his tongue, Jiang Zhengtao's eyes widened in shock. Delicious. Tender. Tender. Smooth. Flavorful. Satisfying. He even felt his heart suddenly grow bright and open. So what if he couldn't deliver the proposal before 8? So what if I can't close the deal? Even if I get fired, so what? The sky won't fall. Even if it did, as long as he could enjoy a bite of pork knuckle beforehand, it would be worth it. Zhang Zhengtao couldn't wait to take another bite of the meatball. Crispy on the outside, tender and springy on the inside, it practically melted in his mouth. Damn it, are these meatballs even humanly possible? I refuse to believe bean products can taste this good. The bean puffs, soaked in broth, burst in his mouth, releasing a burst of rich, savory juices that danced across his palate. The sensation even made Zhang Zhengtao recall the bold ambitions of his youth. The fried tofu skins were pleasantly chewy and refreshing, while the dried tofu skins were richly aromatic. Tofu dishes also perfect. Could the greens be this flavorful too? Zhang Zhengtao immediately picked up a piece of greens and popped it into his mouth. He recalled a sitcom from his childhood where a grandmother, frustrated that her grandchildren wouldn't eat greens, simmered wild vegetables in rich broth. Once the greens absorbed the essence of the broth, she served them and both grandsons and granddaughter instantly fell in love with the wild greens. Zhang Zhengtao's family wasn't poor when he was young, but they weren't as well off as that sitcom family either. Those wild greens, locked in flavor by the broth, once seemed to him like the most delicious thing in the world. Even after growing up and enjoying better living conditions, he searched for that same flavor, but it always felt just a little off. Today, tasting the greens in the braised dish, Zhang Zhengtao suddenly felt his childhood was complete. This is exactly the taste I craved as a kid. It's so damn good. The sheer deliciousness of the braised dish caught Zhang Zhengtao completely off guard, flooding him with overwhelming happiness at this first taste. His tear ducts even went haywire. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Fragrant, so damn fragrant. Now I finally get why they're so crazy about this stuff. If he'd known this stuff was this good, he wouldn't have gone back to the damn office. He should have just joined my Yang and the others out there to grab some. Maybe he could have snatched even more that way. Damn it, why didn't I know this earlier? Wait a minute. If this stuff tastes this good, maybe it has other uses too. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Zhengtao's eyes lit up. This could work. Maybe it's worth a shot. Without wasting a moment, Zhang Zhengtao dialed his boss's number. I've figured out how to get that contract signed. After marinating all the ingredients needed for tomorrow's dishes, Liang Fei promptly updated his recipes on the official website. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The moment the news was posted, hundreds of comments flooded the official website. Liang Fei was stunned. Damn, it was past 10 at night, and people were still glued to the website? Night owls, all of them? Holy crap, this is huge news. The scenic-area restaurant actually updated its menu. Holy crap, it's braised dishes. The kind with meat and veggies. Finally, we won't have to eat only soup noodles anymore. Soup noodles are tasty, and honestly, you could eat them forever without getting sick of them. But when there's never anything else on the menu, it gets boring. So when Liang Fei's braised dishes hit the menu, the guests were thrilled beyond belief. Chapter 30, What a Reverse Comfort. It's such a shame I can't have it until tomorrow. To make up for my disappointment, I plan to head over first thing tomorrow morning. Reserve me a spot, boss. Hey boss, we can accept that your dishes won't be updated until tomorrow, but even TV shows give us previews. Can't you let us try it now? Just a taste wouldn't hurt, right? Liang Fei froze for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. The customer's suggestion was brilliant. His Douyin account already had tens of thousands of followers. If he could leverage his Douyin account to post videos about his braised dishes, it wouldn't just satisfy the customer's wishes, it could also attract even more patrons. Liang Fei immediately drafted an announcement. Halal-style food-related videos will be posted in half an hour. Please follow my Douyin account. After posting the message, Liang Fei immediately began preparing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a limited time mission. Accept? Liang Fei was on the verge of tears. Ever since the system last issued a prerequisite task to recruit workers, he hadn't heard from it for nearly half a month. If it weren't for the daily tension over deliciousness points and the system store operating as usual, he would have thought the system had truly abandoned him. Shaking his head, Liang Fei immediately replied, accept. Whatever the mission entailed, accepting it first was the safe bet. After all, this system was unreliable. One slip up and he could go 10 days or half a month without a word. You have successfully accepted the limited time task. Please post promotional videos for the braised snacks. Evaluation criteria, 10,000 likes and 5,000 comments. Wow, those requirements are pretty steep. On Douyin, videos typically get about 1/10 as many comments as likes. To hit 5,000 comments, he'd need at least 50,000 likes. And to get those numbers, you'd need hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of views. Looks like we'll have to find a way to push it into the trending section. A regular clarification video won't cut it. I'll have to go off the beaten path. Liang Fei immediately gathered ingredients and his phone, getting to work. Late at night. After being dumped 17 times in a row due to his weight, Xiaoyang, who had sworn to lose weight, finally finished showering and climbed into bed after jogging 5 kilometers. He deftly pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. After using the app for 5 or 6 years, he had cultivated quite the following. Early mornings brought scandalous entertainment gossip, afternoons showcased masculine prowess with naval battles and artillery, evenings washed away the soul with trending music, and late nights featured stockings, cat ears, lolas, and tsundere, all from the comfort of his home, letting him relish the ancient emperor's pleasure of selecting concubines. Lately, his weight loss efforts had driven Xiao Yang nearly mad. Only at night could he gaze at waists and legs, listen to the sweet whispers of young ladies, and then drift off to a peaceful sleep. Watching the fair-skinned beauties in the videos, Xiao Yang could only sigh. Her legs aren't legs, they're the spring waters of the Seine. Her back isn't a back, it's Bulgarian roses. Her waist isn't a waist. Spiced pork knuckle meatballs. Before Xiao Yang could finish his sentence, the video's voiceover picked up the thread. Immediately, Xiao Yang's eyes were glued to the screen. The tender, flavorful pork knuckles, cooked until melt in your mouth soft, collided with the rich, golden broth. The splashing broth was precisely poured over the temptingly charred, large meatballs each as big as an adult's fist. Their golden crust encased tender, savory meat filling. Even the accompanying tofu and greens had been meticulously prepared. All were finally served in a large bowl, drenched in the golden broth. The presentation alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Xiao Yang was already starving, and seeing this video made him even more desperate. He felt like thousands of ants were crawling inside him. If he didn't get a bite to eat today, sleep would be out of the question. In the end, Xiao Yang couldn't hold back any longer. With tears in his eyes, he got up and ordered takeout. Liang Fei's video, released late at night amidst a sea of beauty shows, dance videos, and viral jokes, caused an uproar. Who the hell is this monster? Posting a food video at this hour is bad enough, but making it look so damn delicious? I was watching Hot Girls, already had my pants down, and then this comes up. Tell me, what do I do first, put my pants back on or grab my chopsticks? My situation's worse, okay? I finally resolved to lose weight day 7 today, and one video undid all my progress. Just now it flaunted 6 or 7 pork knuckles. So damn guilty. You know what's even more disgusting? After showing off 6 or 7 pig trotters, I couldn't resist clicking this video, and then I ended up eating 4 more with tears in my eyes. Well, sympathy for the guy above. At least you've got a good appetite. Don't cry, bro, sure, you're fat, but at least you don't have a girlfriend. Nice reverse psychology. Guys, this guy posting the video runs a restaurant. He even put their address at the end, announcing tomorrow's braised meat special. That's blatant provocation. Anyone from Longchang? Let's storm it tomorrow? Hell yeah. Anyone who doesn't join is a wimp. Count me in. Watching the likes and comments skyrocket, Liang Fei was overjoyed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the timed mission. Reward, skill book knife skills crash course. Knife skills crash course? A skill? Liang Fei had hoped for a new recipe instead. Oh well, better than nothing. At least he'd salvaged his reputation for braised dishes. But this means tomorrow is going to be hectic again. He wasn't too worried about the restaurant itself, but mainly about the delivery orders. Ah well, tomorrow's troubles can wait until tomorrow. Time to sleep, time to sleep. As the sun rose, Liang Fei opened his eyes and habitually launched Douyin. One glance was enough to jolt him awake. Overnight, his video had surged to the top of the local trending charts and even secured a spot nationally. The comment count had long surpassed 100,000, while likes soared to a staggering million. This was the kind of attention usually reserved for mega influencers with millions of followers. Not only that, but his follower count had already surpassed 10,000 and was still climbing. At this rate, he'd likely hit 20,000 followers by 9 o'clock when the store opened. Are food videos really this popular now? According to Liang Fei's calculations, without studio resources or platform promotion, getting over 100,000 likes was already a miracle. He never imagined the data would skyrocket like this overnight. After scrolling through 2 videos, Liang Fei finally understood. A 10-car pileup occurred on the highway below Longshan scenic area. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Here's our interview. Reporter, do you know why the accident happened on the highway? This road hasn't had much traffic before. Passersby, it's all because of that damn scenic area restaurant owner. What the hell was he thinking posting a food video in the middle of the night? It's so damn tempting. We're all heading to the scenic area restaurant to settle the score. Exactly. That damn scenic area restaurant owner isn't human. I'll see just how amazing their place really is. After swiping through several videos in a row, Liang Fei realized they were all cursing him. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What a huge grudge. Then, his eyes twinkled and a smile spread across his face. Chapter 31, I suspect this is all just imitation. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make the most of this? Liang Fei immediately dashed to the kitchen, starting to prepare the marinade and make braised delicacies. Only after filling 6 large buckets did he stop. He then portioned 3 of the buckets into takeout containers, 2 pork trotters, 3 meatballs for tofu puffs, and 2 strips each of dried and fried bean curd. He loaded these meal boxes, along with the 3 large barrels of braised meats, onto the tricycle he'd used earlier for ingredient procurement. By the time he finished, it was already noon. Sister Sue happened to pass by and immediately called out upon seeing Liang Fei busy at work. Little Liang, still busy in the shop? Hurry up and take the goods down to the highway to check things out. We've been stuck in traffic all morning, people are starving. Liang Fei chuckled. I was just about to head over. When Liang Fei reached the highway, he saw the drivers looking utterly miserable and his heart immediately went out to them. He quickly set up his stall and shouted out his offer. Braised delicacies. 25 yuan per serving. If you don't like it, you don't pay. The shout instantly drew a crowd. Holy crap! Look, everyone! Someone's selling food. Wait a minute, isn't that the owner of the Scenic Area restaurant? Damn, it really is him. What are we waiting for? Let's go. We came here for the braised dishes, didn't we? Just as the crowd was about to rush over to buy food, different voices chimed in. Everyone, let's just watch for now. How popular is that Scenic Area restaurant? Does the owner even have time to come down and sell boxed meals? I suspect this is just an imitation. Someone chimed in, even if it is a knockoff, who cares? I'm starving to death. The first speaker countered, bro, use your head. It's only 25 bucks a box. These days, even duck meat costs 30 or 40. That cheap? Can it even taste good? Better to walk a few more steps to Manhwa restaurant up ahead for a proper meal. The crowd hesitated. Liang Fei looked thoroughly disheartened. He'd set this price because braised dishes cost far less than soup noodles. Ingredients like pork knuckles were exchanged from the system store, costing only 3 to 5 deliciousness points for a large bucket of braised dishes. As for the marinade, the most expensive part was the broth. He had modified the marinade recipe, so now only one bowl of broth was needed to prepare a whole bucket. By that calculation, the only significant expense was the spices. Divided up, the cost per serving of braised meat was only about 10 or 20 yuan. Why on earth would he set such a high price? Besides, his restaurant was genuinely popular. But with the traffic jam at the mountain pass, no one was coming to his place. Wasn't it perfectly normal for him to head down to sell boxed meals? Just as Liang Fei was about to announce his identity, a hesitant man approached. 25 yuan per serving of braised meat, are you sure that's the price? The man was a truck driver. Times were tough now. Running a fleet was manageable, but for individual operators like him, a month's work often barely turned a profit. He genuinely couldn't afford to eat at Manhwa restaurant. Liang Fei glanced at the man and nodded. That's right. Great value for money. If you don't like it, you don't pay. Big brother pulled out some cash, I'll take one portion. People nearby noticed him and started pointing and whispering. Wow, someone actually took the bait. Guess we'll get to see some priceless expressions from this guy. Ignoring the surrounding jeers, Liang Fei handed the big guy his order of braised delicacies. 2 braised pig's trotters, 3 crispy golden meatballs, 3 tofu puffs, 2 strips each of fried and dried bean curd skin, plus a small box of golden broth. The portion was just right, heavy in the hand. The boss, who had been a bit nervous, instantly broke into a broad smile. Regardless of the taste, the sheer quantity alone justified the price. He eagerly tore open the box and took a bite of the meatball. Suddenly, holy crap, this is insane. Big brother seemed to have suddenly lost his ability to speak, spinning around and pointing at the marinated meat in his hand. A heifer climbing a tree, that's some next level stuff. Everyone around him was dumbfounded. Something's off. This doesn't look like the face you make when something tastes bad. And can you smell this? It smells damn delicious. Could it be that the braised dishes at Scenic Area restaurants are actually delicious and those saying they're bad are just spreading rumors? Who'd believe that? I sure as hell don't. To debunk the rumors, I'm going to buy some and try it myself. With that, he dashed over to Liang Fei and paid for it. After getting the braised dish and taking a bite, he literally started crying. I've never tasted anything this damn good in my entire life. Grandma, did you see that? Your great-grandson finally got to eat some braised meat. The crowd around them was completely thrown off balance. Damn, someone really did spread rumors about this. Guys, I'm not holding back. Owner, give us 2 portions. F you, you shameless bastard, I'll get mine later. Damn, you ditch your girlfriend for some braised snacks? Don't wanna die? Get me 2 portions too. Hey, slow down up front. Don't buy 2 portions each, leave some for us slowpokes. Yeah, no double orders. Boss, I can eat, give me 5 portions. Liang Fei's stall had been deserted moments ago, but now it was jammed tighter than a 10-car pileup. Liang Fei's fingers were numb from taking so much cash. Everyone, don't fight over it. I brought plenty, there's enough for everyone. Hey lady, could you keep your hand out of my pants? Can I take your money first? Hey, buddy, you just tossed me 100 and ran off. I haven't even given you your change yet. Everyone behind, stop pushing. The more you crowd me, the slower I collect. Trust me, everyone gets a share, I swear. Liang Fei worked non-stop until late afternoon before finally returning to the scenic area. Business was crazy busy. People's love for his braised snacks far exceeded his expectations. After confirming his identity, customers bought even more aggressively. By the end, when the braised meats ran out, people were literally paying just for the broth. Liang Fei had to make several trips back to restock before he finally managed to feed everyone at the base of the mountain. Back at the restaurant, Liang Fei calculated his earnings and was stunned. Holy cow, a net profit of 100,000 yuan. This revenue alone matched half a year's earnings before he obtained the system. This is insane. Liang Fei's confidence in his braised dishes soared. He hurried back to the kitchen to keep making them. The longer these dishes marinated, the better they tasted. With ample ingredients and no need to worry about shelf life, he wasn't concerned about spoilage even if few customers came in the afternoon. During a break in his work, Sister Su came over to buy lunch for Ma Yang. She mentioned to Liang Fei that the accident down the mountain had caused significant disruption. The authorities were aware and had already dispatched a repair crew. Traffic was expected to resume within 10 minutes at the latest. Liang Fei didn't pay it much mind. After all, people were already full. Even if the road reopened, he doubted many would come. But soon, Liang Fei realized he'd underestimated people's passion for his braised dishes. The moment word spread that the road was clear, Liang Fei's restaurant was flooded with reservation calls. Chapter 32, Move over, I'm about to show off. Hey boss, your place is open now, right? I'll be there in half an hour, save me a spot. Boss, save 5 seats for me. Got any pickled meats left? Reserve a bucket for me. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. Seriously, is it worth all this fuss just for a bite to eat? Though he thought this inwardly, Liang Fei didn't waste words after all. Whoever complains about making more money. 20 minutes later, Liang Fei finally finished his preparations. He stretched his limbs, bones cracking loudly. Man, the workload at the restaurant keeps piling up. There's no way I can handle it all by myself. Looks like I'll have to find someone to help out soon. Speaking of hiring, Liang Fei suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi had mentioned yesterday wanting to work at the scenic-area restaurant. Zhang Yi was sharp, efficient, and hardworking, not one to complain about the grueling nature of the job. Liang Fei was more than happy to take him on. Still, to be safe, Liang Fei reminded Zhang Yi to check with his family first. After all, many people couldn't accept a college student working at a scenic-area restaurant. After finishing the braised dishes, Liang Fei planned to call Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi confirmed he'd come, Liang Fei intended to arrange a comprehensive training program for him. Since Zhang Yi trusted him, he couldn't let him work as a laborer for the rest of his life. If he couldn't help in other ways, at least he could help Zhang Yi quickly develop the skills to open his own shop. If Zhang Yi learned quickly, Liang Fei even considered making him a store manager when he opened future branches. But just as he finished preparing the braised meats, a sudden shout erupted outside the door. I said no means no. I'm the one in this business. Do you think I don't know how tough it is? Especially in a place like this? Don't even think about it. Liang Fei stopped what he was doing. The argument sounded like it was right outside his door. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, Liang Fei grabbed a handful of melon seeds and headed outside, intending to watch the commotion. Outside the scenic-area restaurant, Zhang Yuanshan, a senior chef, was furious. Earlier that day, his college graduate son, Zhang Yi, had announced his intention to seek employment. While Zhang Yuanshan thought his child should rest and enjoy life at home after graduation, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Entering society sooner meant gaining more experience. Still, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, so he followed along to take a look. Who would have thought Zhang Yi would end up at a place like this? Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but rush out and confront him, only to learn that Zhang Yi planned to work as a waiter at a scenic-area restaurant. And Zhang Yi was even swearing up and down that the boss would teach him cooking skills. Seriously, can you trust the promises an owner makes these days? Besides, he was already a senior chef. Did he really need to come here to learn cooking? Zhang Yuanshan stared at Zhang Yi. I'll ask you this once, do you absolutely have to be here? Zhang Yi replied, Dad, it's really not as bad as you imagine. On the contrary, the boss's cooking is absolutely top-notch. You'll see once you taste his dishes. Zhang Yuanshan was so exasperated he started laughing. That kid Zhang Yi must have been brainwashed. How good could the food be at a tourist spot restaurant? He probably doesn't even have a basic chef's license. Even if we assume the owner's cooking is exceptional, how do you explain the fact that there's not a single customer at the door? Cut the crap. Are you coming with me or not? Zhang Yi had already resolved to follow Liang Fei and immediately replied, no. Zhang Yuanshan rolled up his sleeves. You little punk just begs to be beaten. Just as Zhang Yuanshan lunged to strike, Liang Fei emerged from the restaurant. Originally planning to watch the spectacle, he lost his composure the moment he saw Zhang Yi. Piecing together the earlier argument he'd overheard, Liang Fei instantly understood. The conflict between father and son seemed to stem directly from his job posting. Liang Fei rushed forward to stop Zhang Yuanshan. You must be Zhang Yi's father. Please calm down, violence won't solve anything. Zhang Yuanshan looked at Liang Fei. Who are you? Liang Fei explained his identity. After hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan was so furious he started laughing. So you're the one who painted a rosy picture for my son, got him all starry-eyed, and made him abandon his old man, a top-tier chef, to run off to a tourist spot to learn cooking? Liang Fei looked utterly embarrassed. The way he put it made him sound like some kind of con artist. But it was undeniably true. He could only nod. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I can deliver on every promise I've made. As my first employee, I won't just train Zhang Yi to be a chef, he'll eventually become the manager of a branch restaurant. Of course, that's assuming he has the capability. Zhang Yuanshan's face twisted with scorn. You? Train him to be a chef? You're not even a real chef yourself, are you? You don't even have a proper chef's certificate. I bet you don't even know the basics of knife skills. With that, you want to teach others? Your skills are only good enough to fool my son. You think you can fool me? Just as Zhang Yi was about to retort, Liang Fei silenced him. He looked at the furious Zhang Yuanshan and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle. I was actually planning to keep a low profile. But you won't give me the chance. In that case. Liang Fei flashed an inscrutable smile. That posture, that expression, it clearly said. Step back. I'm about to show off. What do you want to say? Seeing Liang Fei delaying his response, Zhang Yuanshan grew impatient. Spit it out already. Are you even a man if you can't just get to the point? Liang Fei chuckled. Then I'll be blunt. It's true I don't have a formal chef's license. But that's only because I haven't had time to get one. Didn't you say my knife skills were lacking? Well, then, I'll just have to show you how bad it is. Zhang Yi, go to the kitchen and bring me a chef's knife, tofu, and a cutting board. Also bring my spice box and stuff. Zhang Yi quickly agreed and dashed to the kitchen. Before long, everything Liang Fei had requested was ready. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes still brimmed with disdain. As a chef, he had some understanding of the goings-on in Longqing's restaurant industry. He hadn't studied Liang Fei's scenic-area restaurant in detail, never truly sampled its cuisine, and was even visiting for the first time. But he prided himself on having seen through Liang Fei completely the moment he laid eyes on him. He genuinely looked down on Liang Fei. To put it bluntly, the location alone was proof enough that Liang Fei's culinary skills were nothing to write home about. Tourist spots faced little competition, so culinary standards weren't prioritized. In Zhang Yuanshan's view, only the worst chefs would choose such a location. So what skills could Liang Fei possibly have? Despite his current bold claims, he probably couldn't even handle a knife properly. His claim of making a fool of himself will likely be exactly that, a complete embarrassment. At this thought, Zhang Yuanshan let out a cold laugh. Slow down, don't cut yourself. You'll just blame me later. Even Zhang Yi, his own son, thought Zhang Yuanshan was being a bit harsh. But Liang Fei showed no reaction whatsoever, taking the knife with a smile still on his face. Zhang Yi grew concerned. Brother Fei, is he reliable? Reliable? Could you drop the question mark? Even if you don't trust him, you have to trust the system. Liang Fei's mind raced. Ding. Use knife mastery acceleration? Expend 20 deliciousness points to exchange for the recipe magnificent rivers and mountains? Yes. Ding. Recipe exchange successful. Quick conversion of cutlery underway. Please wait. Ding. Usage successful. Chapter 33, Can you see me do it? In an instant, Liang Fei felt his consciousness extend, as if the kitchen knife in his hand had become an extension of his own body. He felt he could effortlessly carve the world's greatest masterpiece with this knife. Seeing Liang Fei hesitating to act, Zhang Yuanshan grew impatient. Can you even use a cleaver? If you can't, just say so. Don't waste my time, okay? As the words fell, Liang Fei offered a faint smile. Watch me make a fool of myself. With that. Swish, swish, swish. The kitchen knife danced in the air, then plunged downward with sudden force. The blade met the tofu with perfect precision and force, slicing off a piece as thin as a cicada's wing. Just witnessing this left Zhang Yuanshan dumbfounded. Tofu was an incredibly soft ingredient, notoriously difficult to slice cleanly. The standard approach is to cut it into chunks or simply mash it. While it's not impossible for someone like Liang Fei to achieve this level of precision, it usually requires meticulous carving. Yet Liang Fei didn't even look, delivering a single decisive stroke. And astonishingly, the sliced piece remained subtly connected to the whole block. Achieving that was incredibly difficult. But Liang Fei's display of skill was far from over. The moment the cleaver reached the bottom of the block, it abruptly changed direction. With extraordinary knife control, the blade glided effortlessly across the surface, never lifting from the tofu from the instant it made contact. The cleaver and the tofu achieved perfect harmony. The blade flashed. At first, Zhang Yuanshan could still discern Liang Fei's movements, but gradually, he couldn't even follow them anymore. Liang Fei's movements grew faster and faster. Just as Zhang Yuanshan's vision blurred from watching Liang Fei's operation, Liang Fei finally withdrew the cleaver from the tofu. He then placed the blade flat on the bottom, using the cleaver's flat surface as a plate to lift the tofu. With a flick of his wrist, the tofu traced a perfect arc through the air, landing precisely on a specially prepared plate nearby. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly looked over and discovered that aside from 4 thin, translucent slices scattered around the edges, the main block remained completely intact. His initial astonishment instantly dissolved into utter disdain. Wow, what a show of skill, but in the end, it looks exactly the same. Is that it? Liang Fei paid no heed to Zhang Yuanshan's mockery, swiftly pouring seasonings into a small bowl until a bowl of golden yellow sauce was ready. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. He raised the bowl high, and as he tilted it, the golden sauce cascaded down like a stream, landing on the tofu. The moment the golden sauce touched the tofu, gravity caused it to bloom like a flower. Layer after layer of tofu separated from the main block, stacking up around the edges. Each new layer was as thin as a cicada's wing, connected at the base to the original pieces. What astonished Zhang Yuanshan even more was that as the sauce fell, the tofu continued to stack outward, revealing exquisite, intricate patterns on its surface. Those openwork patterns had clearly been carved by Liang Fei while slicing the tofu earlier. However, due to the tofu's interconnected layers and its natural color, the intricate designs had been indistinct. Now, however, soaked in the sauce, the patterns became increasingly clear. It resembled a breathtakingly beautiful painting. Holy! 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 Words failed to capture Zhang Yuanshan's utter shock. All he could do was keep cursing. Zhang Yi beside him wore an identical expression. This thing is too damn beautiful. What the hell kind of knife skills does that take? As father and son stood stunned, Liang Fei handed them 2 pairs of chopsticks. Both men looked utterly perplexed. Can you actually eat something this beautiful? Seeing their confusion, Liang Fei chuckled, it's tofu. Of course you can eat it. Try some. Zhang Yuanshan, filled with skepticism, picked up a piece of tofu. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. Damn, it was delicious. The tofu melted in his mouth. At first, it tasted unremarkable, but then a subtle sweetness emerged, followed by a cascade of complex flavors. From a single bite of tofu, he detected over a dozen distinct aromas. This is incredible. He'd watched Liang Fei prepare it with his own eyes. To him, aside from the knife skills being impossible to replicate, there seemed nothing extraordinary about the dish. But after tasting it, his perception was completely overturned. Looking back at Liang Fei, Zhang Yuanshan was nearly in tears. This is your signature dish? Liang Fei shrugged. Not really. Just a few tricks. It's a pain to make and it's not exactly satisfying to eat. I only made it to prove my skills to you. If I put this on the menu for my guests, it'd be a disgrace to my reputation. Zhang Yuanshan was dumbfounded by this. Something this delicious was considered ruining his reputation? Even bragging couldn't go this far. At that moment, Liang Fei spoke up, Uncle Zhang, can Zhang Yi stay here now? Zhang Yi immediately looked at Zhang Yuanshan with eager anticipation. This time, Zhang Yuanshan hesitated. He had witnessed Liang Fei's capabilities and believed Liang Fei truly had the talent to nurture Zhang Yi. But this place really didn't seem to have much business potential. Could Zhang Yi truly find a future here? Zhang Yuanshan took a deep breath. But here, you still have no customers. If it doesn't make money, what kind of development can there be? Hearing Zhang Yuanshan's words, Zhang Yi was stunned. Liang Fei has no customers? Zhang Yi could accept the criticism that Liang Fei's place was too small or that he wasn't qualified enough. But, no customers here? Dad, you really haven't seen the scene where people have to enter a lottery just to get a table here. Zhang Yi quickly interjected, Dad, that's because. Is this any of your business? Zhang Yuanshan glared at Zhang Yi, then turned to Liang Fei, Mr. Liang, I trust your abilities, but business here really isn't good. Before he could finish. Guys, let's go. I heard they only take 100 customers a day here. If we wait too long, there won't be any seats left. That was before. The boss updated the official website yesterday, no limit today, open until closing time. Holy, really? We better hurry then. I heard during peak times you even had to enter a lottery to get a table. If luck's not on our side, we might not get any braised delicacies tonight. Don't even mention those 2 words. I'm already drooling like crazy. Hearing that makes me go nuts. The chatter grew louder as a massive crowd surged up the mountain road. Zhang Yuanshan was stunned. He even spotted a man in his 70s, fed up with being pushed in his wheelchair, who simply hoisted it onto his shoulders and started running. Were they all here for dinner? Damn it, I spotted the owner of the scenic-area restaurant. Does that mean they're open already? Owner, hurry up and bring me 200 yuan worth of braised meats. Boss, I'll pay double, serve me first. Damn it, do you even know what first come, first served means? I'll pay triple. Owner, give me a whole bucket. The customer's fiery enthusiasm nearly set Liang Fei ablaze. He reached into his ear while glancing over at Zhang Yuanshan. Uncle Zhang, my hearing isn't what it used to be. What did you just say about me? Watching the mad rush of people whose shoes were practically grinding sparks from the soles, listening to the murmurs of the crowd. Even if Zhang Yuanshan were a complete fool, he'd have figured it out by now. Liang Fei's place wasn't empty, it was packed to the rafters. No need to say more. I've been blind as a bat. Mr. Liang, I'm leaving Zhang Yi in your capable hands. One more thing, just asking. Are you still hiring? He rubbed his hands together. Think I'd be a good fit? Chapter 34, Zhang Zhengtao seeks help, planning the banquet. With Zhang Yuanshan's approval, Zhang Yi was officially hired at Liang Fei's scenic restaurant. With Zhang Yi's assistance, things became much easier for Liang Fei. Soon, customers entering the restaurant were savoring the long-awaited braised delicacies. The aroma is incredible. It was totally worth rushing over here first thing in the morning. Damn, anything from this scenic spot restaurant is guaranteed to be top-notch. And this set meal is such a steal, huge portions, filling, and not expensive at all. The best part is you can trust what he serves, it's all genuine, quality stuff. Honest businesses like this are rare these days. Exactly. We should support his business more. Owner, bring me 3 more servings of braised delicacies. Damn it, you're being unreasonable. Boss, give me 5 portions. I'll take 8 portions. Watching the excited crowd, Liang Fei's face darkened. Good grief, ordering so much, can they even eat it all? Shaking his head, Liang Fei went back to work. It wasn't until evening that he finally sent off the last wave of customers. That night, when he tallied up the day's earnings, Liang Fei realized he'd made over 100,000 yuan just today. Wow, I've been cutting prices for customers as much as possible, and I still made this much? Overjoyed, Liang Fei immediately gave each helper Lu Yong and the others a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Zhang Yi, however, received one containing 1,000 yuan. Brother Fei, this is my first day on the job and you're already giving me such a big red envelope. I feel like my kidneys aren't safe. Excuse me, but is our restaurant planning any team building activities? And by team building, you don't mean going to northern Myanmar, do you? Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi a disapproving glare. Relax, I've got no interest in your kidneys. They can't cook and they taste awful, what use would they be to me? Zhang Yi finally exhaled in relief. Liang Fei said, alright, there's nothing else here. You should head back. Just make sure you're here before 9 tomorrow. The braised dishes are gaining popularity, so we're going to be pretty busy for a while. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. Liang Fei wasn't stingy. Not only had he formally hired Zhang Yi now, but even when Zhang Yi was just helping out before, Liang Fei had never shortchanged him. So, the busier the restaurant got, the more Zhang Yi stood to earn. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin. Busy is fine, as long as there's a bonus. Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi a disapproving glare. Why aren't you obsessed with money? After Zhang Yi left, Liang Fei hurriedly checked his system notifications. The system notification had arrived the moment Zhang Yi confirmed his employment, but he hadn't had time to read it then. Congratulations, host, on completing the prerequisite task, hiring staff. Reward, comprehensive pastry recipe collection. Prerequisite task 2 activated. Unlocked, junior gourmet status. Note, completion of prerequisite quests directly affects the timing of main quest unlocking. The earlier main quests are activated, the richer the rewards upon completion. Liang Fei's eyes lit up. When the system had issued the recruitment prerequisite task earlier, he had suspected it might be connected to the main quest, and now it turned out to be exactly so. However, he had absolutely no clue about this second prerequisite task. He had assumed that accumulating 1,000 deliciousness points would directly unlock the status. Yet now, despite having enough points, he couldn't unlock it at all. There wasn't even a relevant option. This left Liang Fei feeling frustrated. System, any hints? Unlocking related identities requires possessing relevant abilities and is highly correlated with the host's personal reputation and client recognition. Planning or assisting with large-scale banquets may yield clues to unlocking identities. Plan or assist in organizing large-scale banquets? Where the hell am I supposed to find opportunities for that? Liang Fei felt even more frustrated. But just then, is Xiao Liang there? It was Sister Su's voice. Liang Fei temporarily pushed aside his confusion and headed to the front hall. It wasn't just Sister Su who arrived, but also her husband, Ma Yang. Sister Su, brother-in-law, what's going on? Sister Su turned to Ma Yang. Didn't you say you needed to talk to Xiao Liang? Go ahead. Ma Yang hurried forward. Xiao Liang, it's like this. After Sister Su delivered the braised delicacies to Ma Yang yesterday, manager Zhang Zhengtao tasted them and couldn't stop praising them. He felt that if Liang Fei got involved, he could definitely help their company secure that project. Zhang Zhengtao had initially planned to negotiate personally, but considering he had no prior relationship with Liang Fei, he worried Liang might misinterpret his intentions. Therefore, he entrusted Ma Yang to approach Liang Fei. After explaining his purpose, Ma Yang still felt uncertain. While their company had ample budget, Liang Fei's restaurant business was booming lately. Taking on this project would inevitably disrupt his restaurant operations, potentially causing Liang Fei some overall loss. Therefore, Ma Yang felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Liang, don't feel pressured. If it's inconvenient for you, we can explore other options. That said, they genuinely had no other options. If Liang Fei refused, their project would likely fall through. This thought made Ma Yang incredibly nervous. But Liang Fei, upon hearing this, was overjoyed inside. Negotiations between two major corporations, wasn't that essentially a grand banquet? He'd been fretting over how to unlock his identity. The opportunity had practically walked through the door. Not only were Ma Yang and his group offering a substantial sum, but even if they hadn't, Liang Fei wouldn't hesitate to step up. I'm in. After seeing off Ma Yang and Sister Su, who were thoroughly satisfied, Liang Fei immediately contacted Li Huan. Brother Huan, I recall our scenic area has a clubhouse, right? As the head of the Longshan scenic area, a 5-rated attraction, Li Huan was a highly capable manager who had leveraged the site's popularity to implement a series of initiatives. The scenic area clubhouse was one such initiative. However, with the continuous decline in visitor numbers, a number of businesses, including the clubhouse, had shut down. Only the entertainment center and smaller establishments like Liang Fei's restaurant and Sister Su's beverage shop remained operational. Li Huan's voice came from across the line. There is one, but it's been abandoned for a while. Although it's still maintained, most of the facilities are unusable. Why do you ask? Liang Fei explained his reasoning. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate for two major companies to discuss a big deal in his small shop. So he planned to borrow the clubhouse venue. Brother Huan, get someone to tidy it up for me. I'll borrow it for a day tomorrow. Figure out how much it'll cost. Li Huan was delighted. Money? Between us? Alright, I'm free anyway. You should know where the club is. I'll gather some people and we'll meet you there. Just tell me how you want it set up. Got it. After hanging up, Liang Fei felt confident. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhengtao had barely slept all night. As soon as Ma Yang got Liang Fei's approval, he informed Jiang Zhengtao. Jiang Zhengtao then sent the contract to Ma Yang. After signing the contract with Liang Fei, he transferred the money to him. He had great confidence in Liang Fei's craftsmanship, but business negotiations were not the same as a friendly dinner. Skill alone wouldn't suffice. Other factors must be considered as well. After all, Liang Fei was just the owner of a scenic area restaurant. He had never truly been involved in formal business banquets like this. Therefore, Jiang Zhengtao feared Liang Fei might not handle it well. But time was too tight. Even if they wanted to help, there was simply no way they could. Moreover, Jiang Zhengtao feared that any meddling from their side might disrupt Liang Fei's rhythm. Well, we can only hope nothing goes wrong. No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang. It was the company boss calling. Old Jiang, I'm about to meet with the client. How's your end looking? Chapter 35, with braising sauce, who needs red wine? Hua Zhengyun was dumbfounded. Who says banquets have to involve red wine? Are you even speaking human language? What else would you drink if not red wine? Drink soup instead? Are you kidding me? This is a proper business meeting, not a class reunion. And these days, even at class reunions, people order red wine online just to keep up appearances. After all, no one's really here for the food in this situation. Fatso's expression darkened instantly. Even Jiang Zhengtao was a bit bewildered. Seeing how well things had been set up earlier, he'd assumed Liang Fei was hosting a proper banquet. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Ma Yang panicked too. Xiao Liang, don't cause trouble. Liang Fei smiled. I'm not causing trouble. Just trust me. Ma Yang had no choice but to nod. Hua Zhengyun shot a questioning look at the fat man. The fat guy suppressed his anger. Well, we should at least get something to drink first, right? The car had to stay parked at the base of the mountain, so they'd hiked all the way up. By now, they were parched. Liang Fei chuckled. Of course we need drinks. Bring on the food. As soon as Liang Fei finished speaking, Lu Yong appeared leading a group of people. They carried trays, one laden with wine glasses, another holding 4 or 5 large water jugs. The fat man was stunned. At such a formal business gathering, in such a high-end club, they were only drinking plain water? Wasn't this just making fun of him? He immediately turned to Liang Fei. You're making us drink plain water? Hua Zhengyun was furious. Damn it, this is not how you play the game. They'd given Liang Fei a generous budget. Even if they couldn't afford top-tier wine, they could easily cover bottles costing thousands or tens of thousands. If Liang Fei thought the price was unreasonable, he could have told them beforehand. They could have even provided it themselves. Even if wine was out of the question, couldn't he at least offer 2 bottles of soda? And even if they didn't want drinks at all, just water? A few bottles of mineral water would have sufficed. What the hell is this about bringing a thermos of plain tap water? Who could possibly tolerate that? Hua Zhengyun shot to his feet. Mr. Liang, you can't pull this kind of stunt on people. Liang Fei completely ignored Hua Zhengyun, picking up the thermos before turning to face him and the others. Gentlemen, there's been a misunderstanding. It's not plain water. To be precise, it's braising sauce. Braising sauce. Is Liang Fei out of his mind? Have you ever seen a business meeting where they serve braising sauce during negotiations? This is ridiculous. Fatso's face had turned an alarming shade of dark, and the client representatives were practically screaming unhappy from their expressions. This was their first time encountering such a situation. It's not like they're being difficult. The point is, have you ever seen anyone serve marinade instead of wine to business partners? Even if there were precedents for substituting wine, no one would use braising sauce as a replacement. Is this stuff even drinkable? This is ridiculous. Fatso fixed his gaze on Guo Zhengyun beside him. He didn't think Liang Fei was deliberately causing trouble after all. Guo Zhengyun's team was hosting this banquet. Mr. Guo, it seems you lack any sincerity in cooperation. In that case, we might as well consider today a wasted trip. Guo Zhengyun looked utterly shocked. No, please. We never expected things to turn out this way. Please give us another chance. The fat man brushed Guo Zhengyun's hand aside and strode toward the door. At that moment, Liang Fei slammed open the thermos lid. In an instant, the rich aroma filled the entire room. Guo Zhengyun was instantly stunned. This aroma is incredible. Even the fat man, who had already reached the doorway, couldn't take another step. Fragrant. Damn, it's so damn delicious. Gurgle. His stomach couldn't hold back any longer and growled loudly. The fat man swallowed hard. Is this braising sauce? Can braising sauce really smell this good? Though no one had ever heard of drinking this stuff before, no one had said it couldn't be drunk either. Well, since we're already here, why not give it a try? The fat man spun around instantly, his eyes fixed intently on the open thermos. His gaze seemed ready to swallow the entire thermos whole. Guo Zhengyun, lost in the aroma, was startled by the fat man's gaze. He hurriedly spoke up, actually, drinking a little marinade. Before he could finish, the fat man had already rushed over. Pour me a cup. Hurry up. Guo Zhengyun's heart leapt with delight, and he promptly poured a cup. Without another word, the fat man downed it in one gulp. The marinade was simmered from a rich broth base, infused with generous spices, and cooked alongside pork knuckles, meatballs, and tofu skin. Its flavor not only matched the original broth but surpassed it. The fat man was hooked after just one sip. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. With this stuff, sweetie. Why bother with red wine? It's a bit salty, but who cares? Pour me another cup, you guys should try it too. He couldn't even wait, grabbing the thermos himself to pour himself a cup of the broth. Seeing the fat guy drinking so enthusiastically, Guo Zhengyun and the others couldn't hold back either. Already hungry, and with the fat guy drinking so delightfully, they immediately let go of their restraint and started passing cups around. Only, the cups weren't filled with premium red wine, they were filled with marinade. Liang Fei, watching the scene unfold beside them, was utterly dumbfounded. He didn't make that marinade for people to drink straight, it's meant to be eaten with the braised dishes later, so of course it's salty. As for drinks, he prepared those two complimentary beverages provided by Sister Sue, though they hadn't been served yet. But now it seemed unnecessary to serve them at all, people were already drinking the marinade sauce with relish. Liang Fei decided not to stop him. After all, the sauce tasted great and was highly nutritious, the only flaw was its saltiness. Drink up. We can serve the braised dishes once they've finished drinking. While Liang Fei was lost in his thoughts, everyone had already started savoring the marinade. These dignitaries, usually so concerned about their image, were now slurping it down with grease dripping from their mouths. The portly leader, finding it insufficient, even hugged the thermos to drink directly from it. But this wasn't a main course after all. After drinking for a while, the fat man felt even hungrier. Liang Fei, who had been ready all along, clapped his hands. Lu Yong and the others waiting nearby immediately rolled out the braised dishes. When they saw the platter overflowing with collagen-rich pork knuckles, crispy and golden brown, along with the tender, tempting meatballs simmered alongside other braised delicacies, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They completely disregarded their appearances and began stuffing themselves. Guo Zhengyun seized the moment. We should collaborate? The fat man waved his large hand. No problem. We'll stick to the price you proposed earlier. But I have one condition, we must have a weekly dinner together during the partnership. We'll cover the costs, you just handle the arrangements. Guo Zhengyun was grinning so wide you could see his teeth. Once the contract was signed, the small sacrifice was nothing, especially since the fat man had offered to cover the costs. What was there to hesitate about? No problem. It's settled then. Then let's eat our fill. Right. Let's eat our fill. Boss, bring out all the braised dishes you have, price is negotiable. Owner, remember to pack me a portion to take home, this stuff is too delicious. It's not just delicious, after eating it, my back stopped aching, my legs stopped hurting, and my whole body feels way better than before. Does this damn thing actually have medicinal properties? Medicinal cuisine? Liang Fei's eyes lit up. He could get into medicinal cuisine. This was definitely a money-making opportunity. But he couldn't afford it right now. Chapter 36, What? Stuffed to the point of passing out? Liang Fei realized he'd seriously underestimated these people's appetites. He'd already served 3 buckets of braised meats, yet this crowd was still clamoring that they weren't full. By the end, he was almost afraid to serve them more. After all, their bellies were bulging out, swollen to more than twice their original size. Guys, that's enough. Keep eating and you'll end up in trouble. Leave us alone. Bring it on. Fatso, his mouth dripping with grease, kept shouting while never stopping the pig's trotter in his hand. He'd always loved good food, and Liang Fei's cooking was exceptionally delicious. He swore he'd never tasted anything this good before. If he didn't eat his fill now, he'd wake up in the middle of the night regretting it and slap himself twice. And people are strange creatures, especially when faced with something truly delicious. When you keep eating non-stop, you often lose all sense of fullness. That was exactly how everyone felt now. Though their bellies were swelling, they didn't feel full at all. In fact, they even felt a bit hungry. Even Guo Zhangyun urged Liang Fei, "Mr. Liang, we're fine, really. Bring it on. We've truly never tasted anything this good before." Zhang Zhengtao and Ma Yang nodded in agreement. They had tasted it once before, but it wasn't freshly made. While braised dishes can sit for a while without spoiling, they definitely don't compare to the flavor straight from the pot. Now, they felt the flavor had reached a whole new level, utterly irresistible. With everyone's persistent urging, Liang Fei had no choice but to nod in agreement and bring out another bucket of braised delicacies. The feast grew even more lively, especially with the fat guy practically hugging the bucket to eat. He ate the most, his belly swelling the largest. Liang Fei watched with a sinking feeling. Lu Yong beside him looked equally worried. "Xiao Liang, is he going to be okay?" Liang Fei replied, "Shouldn't be." Before he could finish, the gluttonous man suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed straight onto the floor. Liang Fei rushed over first, checked his breathing, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. No life-threatening injuries. He just ate too much and passed out. "Brother Yong, call an ambulance." No sooner had he spoken than Guo Zhangyun, Zhang Zhengtao, Ma Yang, and the others from the client side all faced the same fate, collapsing one after another. Liang Fei felt numb all over. Li Huan had been in an exceptionally good mood these past few days. Thanks to Liang Fei's brand influence, business at Longshan's scenic area had been booming. Especially recently, daily visitor numbers routinely exceeded 1,000. When Liang Fei launched new dishes, numbers even hit 5,000 or surpassed 10,000. Though still not at its peak, things were steadily improving. Keep this up, and the scenic area will regain its former glory sooner or later. Li Huan was brimming with confidence on this point. Oh, right, today's the day Hongsheng Group and Tianling Building Materials signed their contract. Li Huan had been fully supportive of Liang Fei's plans since he first mentioned borrowing the scenic area's clubhouse. Moreover, Li Huan understood better than anyone the immense impact a successful banquet would have. Both Hongsheng Group and Tianling Building Materials were industry leaders, formidable names in Longqing's business circles. If Liang Fei pulled off this banquet and made a good impression on the bosses of these two giants, his plan to break into the business circle would be half accomplished. Seizing this opportunity for a major promotional push would be a win-win for both the scenic area and Liang Fei. Snapping back to reality, Li Huan hurriedly dialed Liang Fei's number to inquire about the situation. But to his surprise, the phone rang endlessly without Liang Fei answering. What's going on? Didn't the two groups arrive this morning? It's already noon, and they still haven't reached an agreement? Could something have gone wrong? The thought sent a cold sweat down Li Huan's back. He had confidence in Liang Fei's skills, but his concern was that Liang Fei's arrangements might not be accepted by the two major groups. That would leave a bad impression of both Liang Fei and the scenic area in the minds of those two group leaders. That would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. Panic-stricken, Li Huan rushed out of his office and headed straight for the clubhouse. When Li Huan arrived at the clubhouse, he was stunned. An ambulance was parked in front of the clubhouse. Doctors and nurses were getting out, carrying a stretcher and rushing inside. Holy, what the hell is going on here? Li Huan blurted out the curse. He'd imagined many possible scenarios, the worst being that when he arrived, people from both companies would be yelling at Liang Fei. But he never imagined he'd find an ambulance parked here. Had they gotten into a fight? Was Liang Fei badly hurt? Damn it, Liang, you better not be hurt. Not to mention that the scenic area's entire partnership with Liang Fei was built on the profits he generated. The mere fact that the plan was his idea and Liang Fei had followed it to the letter was enough to fill Li Huan with guilt. If Liang Fei suffered any harm because of his plan, Li Huan would slap himself awake in the middle of the night. Li Huan sprinted into the clubhouse. Soon, he saw that both Liang Fei and Lu Yong were standing there perfectly fine. Instead, it was two men from the big companies who were being carried away on stretchers. Just as Li Huan breathed a sigh of relief, his heart leapt into his throat. Liang Fei and Lu Yong were fine, but Guo Zhangyun and his group were the ones in trouble. No, it must be Liang Fei and his crew. Li Huan hurried over. Liang Fei chuckled, "Brother Huan, what brings you here?" Li Huan felt numb all over, as if his brain was about to explode. "Xiao Liang, you've got some nerve, don't you? How can you even laugh at a time like this?" Liang Fei scratched his head. "Brother Huan, don't worry. The doctor just gave them a quick checkup. Mr. Guo and the others are fine, they're not dead." Li Huan's heart sank. Man, Liang Fei's standards are way too low. Just not dead? What, did he actually plan to kill them all earlier? "Xiao Liang, I don't know what happened between you, but even if these people upset you, you can't beat them to death. We're in business, we can't resort to violence like this." Liang Fei was stunned. What the hell did Li Huan mean by that? How did it become his fault? "Brother Huan, you've got the wrong idea. Their fainting has nothing to do with me. They stuffed themselves, silly. What? Li Huan could scarcely believe his ears. Stuff themselves into unconsciousness? Seriously? Is that even possible? These were seasoned big shots who'd seen it all. Could they really have stuffed themselves into unconsciousness? Only after Lu Yong and the others corroborated the story did Li Huan finally believe Liang Fei's account. Watching Guo Zhangyun and the others being carried onto the ambulance on stretchers, Li Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He genuinely hoped Liang Fei would take good care of these big shots. But damn, that was taking care of them a bit too well. Damn it, he'd stuffed them all to the point of passing out. Who the hell would believe that story? Xiao Liang, let's go take a look. Liang Fei nodded. He'd already posted an announcement that the place was closed today due to unforeseen circumstances, and with Zhang Yi keeping an eye on the restaurant, nothing major should happen. Besides, Guo Zhangyun and the others fainting was somewhat related to him, so it was only right to go check on them. Liang Fei and the others immediately found a car and followed the ambulance to the city hospital. Chapter 37, so, we can keep eating? Longcheng boasted excellent medical facilities, with the city hospital standing out as the best. Ironically, precisely because of this, the city hospital, the largest and best-equipped facility in Longcheng, wasn't particularly busy. After all, patients with minor ailments could be adequately treated at smaller hospitals, making it unnecessary for them to spend more money seeking care at the municipal hospital. Meanwhile, critically ill patients were immediately scheduled for surgery or admitted upon diagnosis. Consequently, the emergency department at the municipal hospital appeared relatively quiet. Several young nurses were chatting at the station. Just then. Quick! Get some people over here and clear out a resuscitation room. The sudden shout shattered the hall's tranquility, freezing the young nurses' gazes forward. Several doctors rushed over, pushing an operating cart swiftly toward them. The patients on the cart had swollen bellies. These were Guo Zhangyun and his team, followed closely by Liang Fei and his group. The young nurses, clearly experiencing this situation for the first time, were momentarily at a loss. They couldn't grasp why the men had collapsed, nor did they know how to begin the paperwork. Noticing the nurses' confusion, the lead doctor explained, they ate too much. They're stuffed to the point of unconsciousness. Go fetch Director Sunday. What? Overstuffed to the point of passing out? The young nurses were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. What era is this? Even in the harshest living conditions domestically, people can generally get enough to eat. Moreover, the Great Xia Empire has always upheld the principle that food is paramount to the people. Even if someone truly couldn't afford meals, they could go out on the streets and beg. They might not get money, but begging for food would guarantee they wouldn't starve. What's more, these men didn't look like people struggling to make ends meet. They certainly weren't facing a situation where they went hungry one day and ate their fill the next. How could they possibly pass out from overeating? What on earth happened to them? Noticing the young nurse's puzzled expression, Liang Fei scratched his head sheepishly. It's our restaurant's braised dishes, they're just too delicious. They couldn't stop eating. City Hospital, Gastroenterology Department. Sun Jiqiu, a chief physician specializing in digestive systems for years, sat in his office playing cards. His workload was usually light, as the city hospital's physicians were exceptionally skilled overall. Even interns could easily handle minor ailments. When difficult cases arose, the attending physicians and associate chief physicians below him could handle them. Cases requiring his direct involvement were typically unprecedented situations or exceptionally complex scenarios. Thus, he rarely had anything significant to attend to during routine hours. Lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. Sun Jiqiu paused for a moment before answering the call. After listening for a few moments, "What? Is there something wrong with my ears, or are you pulling my leg? People actually faint from overeating these days? Did they run into some kind of terrorist group or something?" Sun Jiqiu had seen a movie where the villainous leader forced someone to reveal secrets by making them eat nonstop until they were literally stuffed to death. Of course, TV dramas exaggerate things, but that doesn't mean such situations couldn't happen. That was the first thing that came to Sun Jiqiu's mind. As for the idea that those patients might have voluntarily eaten themselves into unconsciousness, Sun Jiqiu hadn't considered that possibility at all. After all, they were all adults, didn't they have any self-control? Would they really go this far? Sun Jiqiu said, "Why don't we call the police first?" The young nurse's voice came from across the room. "No, Director Sun, they genuinely ate themselves into unconsciousness. It's hard to explain in just a few words. Please come over right away." This was an unprecedented situation, and Sun Jiqiu couldn't trust anyone else to handle it. Without another word, he rushed straight to the emergency room. After clarifying the patient's basic conditions, Sun immediately entered the room. The red-in-use light illuminated in the resuscitation room. Liang Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief and sat down on the bench. He possessed basic resuscitation knowledge, and besides, the system's recipes provided ample nutrition and were easily digestible. Though the group had temporarily overeaten themselves into unconsciousness, it certainly wasn't life-threatening. Once they were in the hospital, they should be fine. Besides, the chief physician was overseeing their care. Seeing Li Huan still looking worried, Liang Fei said, "Brother Huan, don't worry. Mr. Guo and the others will be fine." Li Huan sighed. "Of course I know they won't be physically harmed. What worries me is that this incident might leave them with a bad impression of us." Liang Fei was baffled. "A bad impression? Man, Brother Huan, you didn't see what was going on back then. I was this close to grabbing a rope and tying them up to stop them from eating, but they kept stuffing their faces like mad. Forget everything else, the fact that they literally stuffed themselves into unconsciousness proves these guys have completely taken over the scenic area restaurant." Liang Fei even suspected the first thing on their minds upon waking would be grabbing some braised snacks to calm their nerves. As Liang Fei pondered this, inside the operating room, after Sun Jiqiu's intervention, Guo Zhengyun and the others were out of danger and slowly regaining consciousness. "Where are we? How did I end up here?" Sun Jiqiu shot the others a disapproving glare. "This is a hospital. You guys ate yourselves into unconsciousness." Earlier, Sun Jiqiu had suspected some hidden circumstances, but after thoroughly examining them during treatment, he found absolutely nothing amiss. These guys simply couldn't control their mouths. The thought alone made Sun Jiqiu seethe with frustration. "How old are you guys? Can't you exercise a little self-control? While it's not a major issue, if I hadn't pumped your stomachs in time, you'd likely have been unconscious until tomorrow. Prolonged unconsciousness often leads to other complications. Can't you guys care a little more about your own health?" Sun Jiqiu felt like a nagging old father. After delivering this lecture, Sun Jiqiu noticed a look of guilt spread across everyone's faces. Only then did Sun Jiqiu breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Good to hear you've learned your lesson. Just be more careful from now on. Don't eat like that again." Just as he finished speaking, Guo Zhengyun suddenly looked up, staring intently at Sun Jiqiu. "Doctor, did you just say you performed gastric lavage on us?" Sun Jiqiu was momentarily confused, but nodded anyway. "Is there a problem?" Guo Zhengyun replied, "So that means our stomachs are completely empty now?" Sun Jiqiu scratched his head. "Theoretically, yes. This was the first time he'd seen a patient wake up and immediately worry about their stomach. Moreover, Sun Jiqiu noticed that after he affirmed Guo Zhengyun's statement, everyone present including Guo Zhengyun himself revealed an incredibly excited look in their eyes. It was as if, instead of confirming Guo Zhengyun's words, Sun Jiqiu had just revealed tomorrow's winning lottery numbers. Had these people lost their minds? As the thought crossed his mind, Guo Zhengyun suddenly sat up in bed, his face aglow with excitement as he addressed the crowd around him. "Did everyone hear that? Our stomachs are empty. We can eat again now. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Everyone, straight to the scenic area restaurant. We'll battle it out for another 300 rounds." Chapter 38, Not Spiked. The moment Guo Zhengyun finished speaking, the others were instantly overcome with excitement. They all sat up in their hospital beds. It seemed they were ready to burst out of the operating room and charge straight to that scenic area restaurant. Sun Jiqiu felt numb all over. Have these people lost their minds? Don't they say once bitten by a snake, you fear even a rope for 10 years? Weren't these very people the ones who got so stuffed they passed out after eating at that scenic spot restaurant? Now, before they're even fully recovered, they want to go back and eat some more? Are they insane? Watching them about to burst out of the operating room, Sun Jiqiu couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately shouted at them. "Stop right there. Are you all out of your minds? You're my patients. I'm responsible for your safety. You absolutely cannot leave this ward until I give the go-ahead." He turned to the doctors and nurses in the room. "Stay here and keep an eye on them. I need to step out and arrange the next examination." Several people were startled by Sun Jiqiu's demeanor. Sun Jiqiu had no choice. He was usually gentle with his patients. Today's outburst stemmed partly from anger, but more so from deep concern. As a doctor with decades of experience, he had seen countless patients admitted for every conceivable ailment. But what left the deepest impression on him occurred several years ago. That patient had become utterly obsessed with a certain food he found in the mountains. He felt unbearably ill without it daily, only finding relief after consuming it. After careful examination, Sun Jiqiu discovered that the food contained a special toxin capable of paralyzing the nerves. Sun Jiqiu suspected that the reason these people were acting so wildly over the food at the scenic area restaurant was because they were experiencing the same condition as that patient had. With this realization, Sun Jiqiu hurried toward the entrance. Outside, Liang Fei and the others waited anxiously as Sun Jiqiu emerged with a grim expression. Li Huan hurried forward. "Director Sun, how are they?" Sun Jiqiu looked Li Huan up and down. "You're the scenic area manager?" Li Huan instinctively nodded. Sun Jiqiu's gaze swept past Li Huan and landed on Liang Fei. "And this gentleman here is the owner of the scenic area restaurant?" Li Huan was completely baffled but nodded anyway. Sun Jiqiu remarked, "Your scenic area restaurant's food has apparently made my patients so enthusiastic that it's piqued my interest too. Would it be possible for your staff to deliver a sample for me to try?" Upon learning that Guo Zhengyun and the others were safe and sound, Liang Fei finally relaxed completely. He naturally wouldn't refuse Sun Jiqiu's request. "No problem. I still have some of the braised dishes left. I'll have my staff bring over a few extra portions so others can try them too. Sun Jiqiu didn't elaborate further. His request wasn't born of genuine hunger but rather a desire to preserve evidence once he confirmed there was something wrong with the food at Liang Fei's restaurant. As for how much Liang Fei would send over, he couldn't care less. Soon, Sun Jiqiu had the inspection arranged. After examining Guo Zhangyun and the other two, the results came back swiftly. After reviewing the results, Sun Jiqiu was utterly shocked. Not only was there nothing wrong with what the three had eaten, but it was also extremely nutritious, barely a step below medicinal cuisine. And this was just ordinary braised meat. They were practically reaching the standards of medicinal cuisine. Medicinal cuisine under traditional Chinese medicine standards differs significantly from the common understanding of such dishes. Without exaggeration, cuisine meeting these standards, while not capable of resurrecting the dead or regenerating bones, can effectively cure numerous intractable ailments. Moreover, it can serve as preventive care and nourish the body. Wow, this scenic spot restaurant owner is no ordinary person. Could it be that they stuffed themselves silly just because the restaurant's braised dishes were delicious? No sooner had he spoken than Sun Jiqiu caught a whiff of an intensely rich aroma. The scent was so potent that even Sun Jiqiu, a man who prided himself on self-cultivation and maintained an unflappable composure even if a mountain collapsed before him, could barely contain the flutter in his heart. It was no longer merely an aroma. It was a soul-stirring delicacy. Gulp! Guo Zhangyun swallowed hard. The moment he stepped out of the room, he saw that Liang Fei had already had Zhang Yi deliver the braised delicacies. When the large bucket of braised delicacies arrived, the entire first floor of the emergency building erupted in excitement. Sun Jiqiu's standing was comparable to that of the city hospital's director, and at times, his word carried even more weight than the director's. Sun Jiqiu's earlier words had tacitly allowed eating here, and since it was indeed lunchtime, the young nurses naturally felt no qualms. After receiving their portions, the young nurses' eyes lit up. The aroma was irresistible, making their mouths water. Most of the young nurses were in their 20s, vibrant and full of life. Such reactions were perfectly natural. But it wasn't just them, even the older doctors and head nurses couldn't resist. The aroma was simply irresistible. Seeing this, Sun Jiqiu, who had already been struggling to resist, instinctively swallowed hard. Just then, Liang Fei approached carrying the tray of braised delicacies. "Director Sun, this is reserved for you. Please try some." Even now, Sun Jiqiu still harbored some doubts about Liang Fei. But when a bite of the braised meat hits your mouth, holy crap! Delicious. It's incredibly delicious. The meat is tender and flavorful, and the marinade is expertly blended. The combination of these two ingredients unleashed a torrent of flavor that surged from his lips and teeth straight to his stomach. This novel experience instantly made Sun Jiqiu understand how Guo Zhangyun and the others could have eaten themselves into unconsciousness. When you first taste freshly cooked braised delicacies, it's impossible to control yourself. This braised dish wasn't popular because of any hidden ingredients, it was simply irresistible on its own merits. He had misunderstood Liang Fei. "Mr. Liang, I sincerely apologize." Now it was Liang Fei's turn to feel a bit awkward. What on earth was there to apologize for? Though puzzled, Liang Fei didn't dwell on it. He replied, "Director Sun, you're too kind. There's no need for apologies. If anything, I should be thanking you. While Mr. Guo and the others are physically fine, their prolonged unconsciousness would have disrupted our restaurant's operations. By treating them promptly, you've actually helped me." Liang Fei's words were sincere, not mere politeness. Both Hongsheng Group and Tianling Building Materials were industry leaders. Though their business negotiations had chosen the inconspicuous Longshan scenic area as their venue, everyone knew that if they partnered, it would send seismic shockwaves through Longqing's business district. Consequently, both the business community and media circles were paying close attention to this matter. On the way down the mountain, Liang Fei spotted numerous reporters waiting to conduct interviews. And those reporters had seen Liang Fei and the fainted Guo Zhangyun and the others. These days, journalists had sharp tongues. Though Liang Fei had nothing to hide, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't twist the story. If any of them harbored ill will and made unfavorable remarks, the damage to Liang Fei's reputation would undoubtedly be devastating. Just as Liang Fei was lost in these thoughts, tap tap tap, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a security guard rushed in. Director Sun, a large group of reporters suddenly showed up outside. "They say they want an interview." Chapter 39, Anorexia? Craving some braised meat? Interview? Director Sun was stunned. Liang Fei had just mentioned it in passing, and he'd assumed it was nothing more than idle talk. Who would have thought it was real? But considering Guo Zhangyun and the fat guy's backgrounds, Director Sun understood. But Director Sun was no fool. He could easily guess that the reporters weren't just coming to interview Guo Zhangyun and the others. Liang Fei probably wouldn't be spared either. Because of the pickled delicacies, he harbored a certain fondness for Liang Fei. Therefore, Director Sun turned to Liang Fei, seeking his opinion. Liang Fei chuckled, "He's awake now. It's unlikely anything serious will happen. Besides, Mr. Guo and the others are public figures. There's no way we could keep this under wraps anyway. Why not give them a chance? Let them come in for the interview. What do you think, Director Sun? Sun Jichio had never been particularly sensitive about such matters. Moreover, with no patients in the emergency department, allowing the reporters to interview here was far preferable to having them cause a disturbance in the inpatient wards. Then let them in. But since it's an interview, we should make it look professional. Mr. Liang, why don't you put these things away? Liang Fei nodded, but there was no real need to clear it away just yet. After all, there were still some leftovers, not just the nurses, but even Sun Jichio hadn't finished eating yet. Alright, let's move it to the back kitchen first. Sun Jichio found 2 nurses to lead the way, while Liang Fei instructed Zhang Yi to carry the marinated meats and follow the nurses to the kitchen. The moment they left, reporters swarmed in. Mr. Liang, we heard that Mr. Guo and his group fainted after eating at your scenic-area restaurant. Do you have any explanation regarding this incident? Mr. Liang, could it be that something was wrong with the food at your scenic-area restaurant that caused Mr. Guo and the others to faint? Director Sun, how are Mr. Guo and the others doing now? The emergency department was in complete chaos due to the reporter's intrusion, but Zhang Yi remained utterly serene. He was following 2 young nurses toward the kitchen area. To facilitate meals for hospital patients, the kitchen was located on the 3rd floor of the inpatient ward. The distance between the kitchen and the emergency department was neither short nor long, but navigating through the hospital corridors meant Zhang Yi and his group attracted quite a bit of attention. Still, the glances were all well-meaning. The only thing that made Zhang Yi feel slightly uncomfortable was the gaze of the 2 young nurses. Throughout their walk, the nurses kept turning back to stare intently at the large metal barrel filled with braised delicacies, their eyes practically devouring the contents. Zhang Yi genuinely feared one of them might get so excited they wouldn't even spare him. But he understood it wasn't really the nurse's fault. The large metal barrel wasn't sealed well, causing the aroma of the braised delicacies to constantly waft out. Working at the scenic-area restaurant and benefiting from free meals provided by Liang Fei, Zhang Yi had developed some resistance to the temptation of braised foods. But these 2 nurses had eaten slowly, sharing just 1 meatball between them. They weren't even close to full, let alone satisfied. It would be a miracle if they could resist the lure of the braised delicacies now. Zhang Yi had no choice but to say, if you 2 nurses are really hungry, you could wait until we get to the kitchen to eat. Stop staring at us like that. The 2 young nurses' eyes lit up at his words. Are you serious? Zhang Yi smiled. Why would I lie to you? The 2 young nurses grew even more excited, picking up their pace considerably. Soon they entered the inpatient ward. The 1st floor housed mostly children, who were out playing at this hour. Most patients on the 2nd floor were frail and likely already resting, so there was little risk of disturbing anyone. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Zhang Yi saw the 2 nurses were famished beyond endurance. He shared a meatball with each of them. The 2 girls' eyes lit up like stars as they began savoring the treat. Meanwhile, in a ward on the 2nd floor, a young man lay on the hospital bed, appearing to be in his 20s, but emaciated beyond recognition. A young woman sitting beside him held a plate of delicately prepared dishes and said gently, Xiaofeng, please eat something. You haven't eaten in 2 days. If you don't eat now, your body won't hold up. Xiaofeng glanced at the food, a look of disgust involuntarily flickering in his eyes. Auntie, I really can't eat. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to be contrary, he simply couldn't. Xiaofeng suffered from severe anorexia. It began as deliberate dieting driven by anxiety over his weight and physique, but eventually evolved into a genuine fear of food. He'd experience inexplicable anxiety and breakdowns, often accompanied by severe depression. Seeing Xiao Yang like this, the woman was deeply worried, so much so that she herself couldn't eat a bite. Not only could she not eat, she no longer felt hungry at all. But just then, the woman suddenly caught the scent of an intensely rich, savory aroma. The aroma was incredibly rich, layered with a multitude of flavors. The savory aroma of chicken and duck, the richness of pork bones, the freshness of fish, and on top of that, the unique, mouth-watering blend of spices layered together. This was no longer merely a sensory pleasure. The woman felt an instinctive urge welling up within her. It was as if a voice deep within her heart kept urging her to taste the source of this aroma. Gurgle. The rumbling of her stomach suddenly reached her ears, and a wave of intense hunger washed over her. But that wasn't what shocked her most. The moment her gaze fell upon the hospital bed, she felt an electric current surge through her from head to toe. She actually saw hunger in Xiaofeng's eyes. Xiaofeng was gulping saliva wildly, his eyes bulging. He braced himself with both hands, struggling to push himself up from the hospital bed. Xiaofeng, you. The woman could scarcely believe her eyes. The hunger in Xiaofeng's eyes grew more intense as he sat up on the hospital bed. In this moment, he was no longer the numb, indifferent man he had been moments before. Against the backdrop of that intense longing in his eyes, aside from being a bit frail, he looked no different from any other person. Auntie, I'm really craving some braised snacks. Can you take me there? Tears welled up instantly in the woman's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted Xiaofeng onto the wheelchair and pushed it swiftly toward the source of the aroma. The second floor of the inpatient ward housed mostly patients who, for one reason or another, had lost their appetite. Consequently, their bodies were extremely frail. But when the aroma of braised delicacies wafted through the air, they reacted exactly like Xiaofeng. The three people at the hallway entrance were unaware of this, intending to take the stairs straight to the third floor. But the moment they took a step, bang! One by one, tightly shut doors burst open. Patients pale, emaciated, frail, having lost their appetite and even the will to live suddenly found purpose again. Supported by family members, they rushed out of their rooms, eyes fixed intently on the large barrels of braised meat. Food. I want to eat. Feed me. It smells so good, I'll never diet again. If I could just have one bite, I'd die happy. The young nurse was stunned. Among the crowd were not only those suffering from depression, but also people who couldn't eat due to pain, and even a severe anorexia patient. Good heavens! Is this for real? Anorexia, and they're craving braised snacks? Chapter 40, Pull out the digestive tablets. How will you handle this, sir? Emergency Department. Reporters continued to bombard him with questions. Mr. Liang, regarding food safety concerns, is there anything you wish to clarify? Mr. Liang, will the scenic area restaurant continue operations after this incident? Mr. Liang, may I ask? The questions came one after another, and Liang Fei couldn't help but marvel at how frighteningly powerful misinformation could be. It was simply that his braised delicacies were too delicious. Wei Zhangyun and the others couldn't control themselves for a moment, ate until they were stuffed, and passed out from overeating. It wasn't a big deal at all. But precisely because he hadn't taken it seriously, the rumor had been given room to ferment. Now it had even been twisted into a food safety issue. Didn't his customers know whether his food was safe? Liang Fei spoke up. I'll say this one last time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my food. The reason Mr. Guo and his colleagues ended up in the hospital is purely because my food was so delicious they couldn't control themselves and ate themselves into unconsciousness. Some reporters present had initially trusted Liang Fei, but upon hearing this explanation, even they found it utterly preposterous. What the hell? A group of high-profile figures whose every sneeze draws attention, could they really be unfamiliar with fine cuisine? Could people like them really overindulge themselves to the point of passing out over some braised delicacies? Forget VIPs these days, even ordinary folks, or even beggars, wouldn't pass out from eating too much delicious food. Liang Fei was clearly spouting nonsense. He's treating them like little kids. What a load of nonsense. Mr. Liang, if you insist on saying this, then it seems we really need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Exactly. This is utterly ridiculous. I've never heard of or seen so many high-ranking officials who've seen it all fainting from overeating after eating some braised meat. Liang Fei, you're just stubbornly refusing to see reason. Liang Fei was completely numb. Man, these people are seriously messed up. Didn't they come here just to hear the truth? He'd already told them the truth. Why weren't they buying it now? You can ask Director Sunday. Sun Jiqiu, standing nearby, was about to speak when a reporter cut in. What if you've been colluding with Director Sun all along? Sun Jiqiu nearly exploded with rage at that remark. Are they out of their minds? He's a director of his stature, would he stoop to colluding with Liang Fei over such a trivial matter? Besides, the truth was plain as day. Were these people blind? Just as Sun Jiqiu was boiling over with rage, the emergency room door behind him suddenly burst open. Guo Zhangyun, Zhang Zhangtao, and others who had just regained consciousness and still looked somewhat pale rushed out. They completely ignored the doctors and reporters present, their gazes locking onto Liang Fei. Their eyes turned green as they stared at Liang Fei. I knew it. Liang Fei must be here. As Guo Zhangyun spoke, their eyes burned with an almost frenzied intensity. Their expressions resembled those of middle-aged men who'd been single for decades suddenly encountering a stunningly beautiful, fair-skinned woman with long legs, and she wasn't wearing any clothes. Ready to pounce at any moment. Liang Fei knew exactly why. But the reporters didn't know. They instinctively assumed these men had gotten sick from eating Liang Fei's food and were now seeking retribution. The evidence is right before our eyes. I'll see what Liang Fei has to say now. Quick, get a close-up. Capture this moment perfectly. They had no personal beef with Liang Fei, but his scenic area restaurant was riding high lately. If they could get the scoop on his place, they'd strike gold. Cameramen scrambled to adjust their lenses, some even thrusting their cameras right up to Liang Fei's face. Just as the crowd waited for the spectacle, Guo Zhangyun and his group had already rushed to Liang Fei's side. Leading the charge, Guo Zhangyun spoke first. Mr. Liang. Since you're here, the braised delicacies must have arrived too. Quick, bring it out. Don't worry about our stomachs. We just had our stomachs pumped, there's nothing left inside us. Now's the perfect time to eat something and replenish our strength. Zhang Zhengtao said, you're absolutely right, Boss Liang. You needn't worry about our health issues recurring, we've been through this before. Even if, say, something did happen to us again, this is a hospital. We could get medical help anytime. Exactly. Fatso chimed in, if worse comes to worst, I'll just order a gastric lavage combo here, eat while they pump us out. Boss Liang, we're built like tanks. Let's go all out. Before Liang Fei could react, the reporters were completely baffled. What the hell is this? Shouldn't they be furious at Liang Fei grabbing him and beating him senseless with fists and shoes? This doesn't even look like they have deep-seated grudges. Instead, it kinda proved Liang Fei's point. Could it be his braised snacks are really that delicious? That can't be right. It's just braised meat, not some rare delicacy. How could it be that good? Exactly. Braised snacks aren't exactly gourmet fare. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Next, two young nurses and a visibly frustrated Zhang Yi came running over. The trio completely ignored the reporters present. The two nurses dashed straight to Sun Jiqiu. Director, good news. Great news. All those patients in the inpatient ward who refuse to eat for various reasons, they've started eating thanks to Mr. Liang's braised dishes. Even that anorexic patient has started eating. He hadn't eaten much for days, but as soon as he started, he devoured 3 whole pork knuckles. And it looks like he's still not full, he wants more. Sun Jiqiu's face lit up with joy, while the reporters were utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? Anorexia cured? You're not kidding, right? The thought barely formed. The owner of the scenic-area restaurant is over there. A loud shout rang out, and everyone turned to look. The gaunt, sallow-faced man leading the group was none other than Xiao Feng, who suffered from severe anorexia. Following behind him were the very same group of people from the inpatient ward who refused to eat. At Xiao Feng's command, those who appeared utterly frail suddenly went wild, unleashing unprecedented strength. Judging solely by their charging speed, one would never guess they were patients. They covered the dozen meters in mere seconds, leaving the reporters speechless at their speed. Owner, quick! Give me a serving of braised meat. 2 portions for me, boss. I know your braised dishes are easy to overeat and knock you out cold, but if I pull out some digestive tablets, how would you handle that? Digestive tablets? You came prepared. Good thing I'm one step ahead. I've prepaid tens of thousands for gastric lavage at the gastroenterology department. If I overeat, I can just get my stomach pumped and be back to eating within an hour. Holy crap! You're that ruthless to yourself just for one more bite? I'm applying for an elephant stomach transplant. Screw that, I'll just activate my superpower and unlock the gluttony system. The patients grew more and more fanatical, leaving the reporters utterly dumbfounded. Without hesitation, they joined the queue to buy the braised delicacies. Chapter 41, The Method to Unlock Identity. The patient's arrival served as the best possible testament to Liang Fei's claims. And when Liang Fei had Zhang Yi fetch the second bucket of braised delicacies, the aroma wafting out as the lid opened made the reporters act even more frenzied than the patients. No further explanation was needed. After securing the hospital's approval and support, Liang Fei went ahead and started selling the braised delicacies right inside the hospital. When reporters posted this move online, it instantly caused a huge stir. Seriously? Running a business right inside a hospital? Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Isn't that Liang Fei, the owner of that scenic spot restaurant? Holy crap, it really is him. That's insane. I've never seen a restaurant owner set up shop in a hospital without getting beaten up by the cafeteria contractor. The hospital cafeteria contractor was Zhao Dezhu. Not only did he have no intention of confronting Liang Fei, but he even considered partnering with him. Collaborate? After handing over the braised meat stall to Zhang Yi, Liang Fei exchanged a few words with Zhao Dezhu and was stunned. This was a path he'd never even considered before. Zhao Dezhu said, "Bro, your braised delicacies are absolutely amazing. I know. Recipes are top secret stuff. You wouldn't sell it, and I wouldn't steal it. So how about we partner up? I have a steady customer base. From now on, I'll source directly from you at wholesale prices, and I'll give you 20% of the profits." Though the city hospital might not seem busy without patients, it had plenty of inpatients. Add in accompanying family members and hospital staff, and the daily food revenue alone was substantial. If the scenic area restaurant could truly partner with Zhao Dezhu, it would be a win-win situation. But Liang Fei wasn't one to forget his roots. The scenic area restaurant had reached its current position largely thanks to the system, but Li Huan's hard work couldn't be overlooked either. Liang Fei felt he should discuss this matter with Li Huan first. After Liang Fei shared his idea with Li Huan immediately agreed. Things became much simpler from there. Liang Fei swiftly signed a contract with Zhao Dezhu. From then on, Liang Fei supplied the city hospital cafeteria with 100 servings of braised delicacies daily. At a cost price of 20 yuan per serving, this amounted to 2,000 yuan daily. Factoring in profit sharing, the hospital alone would generate an average daily income of 3,000 yuan. 3,000 from the hospital plus a steady 500 or 600 daily from Brother Yong's side. Add in online and offline earnings, and at such a young age, I'm already pulling in 5,000 a day. After crunching the numbers, even Liang Fei was stunned. Back then, this was something he never dared to dream of. We're rolling in it. Just then, Zhang Yun approached. Mr. Liang, congratulations on securing that contract with the hospital cafeteria. Liang Fei smiled. I owe it all to you guys. From now on, your company gets a 20% discount on all meals here. Boy Zheng Yun couldn't help but grin. Though he wasn't short on money, who would turn down a discount? Thank you very much. By the way, our department is having a dinner gathering in a couple of days. I'll make a reservation in advance. Liang Fei replied, no problem. I'm pretty busy these days, so just speak directly with Zhang Yi when you arrive. The city hospital incident had sparked another wave of popularity for Liang Fei's restaurant. With customers streaming in non-stop these past few days, Liang Fei figured it was time to introduce a new dish. After all, his goal was to unlock the junior gourmet identity. With the banquet successfully concluded, the system provided a new prompt for unlocking the identity. According to the system prompt, unlocking the new status requires not only the ability to assist in or independently plan a large-scale banquet, but also to develop new dishes based on the system's recipes while maintaining stable customer traffic for the restaurant. Liang Fei wasn't worried about customer traffic at his restaurant. With his signature braised dishes and noodle soups holding steady, business was rock solid. As for refining new dishes, he had the experience from perfecting those staples. It was practically second nature to him. It just required constant trial and error. After careful consideration, Liang Fei temporarily handed the shop over to Zhang Yi to manage while he focused solely on refining the new dishes. He opened Douyin. Hey everyone, I'm Zero Spender. Today's challenge, eating on $0 without getting beaten up. Day 3421 of the Earth Digging Challenge. The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. After a busy day, Chef Wang stewed a pot of pork knuckle, found it unpalatable, and ordered takeout instead. Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Pork knuckle. He recalled when he first obtained the broth recipe, the system's description had noted that broth served as a supporting ingredient for main dishes. Lately, Liang Fei hadn't just relied on the recipes provided by the system, he'd also been studying on his own for quite some time. Especially after mastering knife skills, his culinary abilities had skyrocketed, allowing him to teach himself numerous dishes. Among them was tiger skin pork hocks. One method for tiger skin pork hocks involves simmering them in broth. What if I replace the regular simmering liquid with broth? Using the braising technique to infuse the meat with flavor, combined with the system recipe's guidance, this might just elevate tiger skin pork hocks to a whole new level. Liang Fei immediately contacted Xiaohu, requested some pork knuckles, and began a series of relentless experiments. The sun rose over the horizon, heralding a brand new day. Zhang Yi arrived at the scenic-area restaurant early, brimming with confidence. He had been officially working at the scenic-area restaurant for nearly 2 months now. It turned out Liang Fei hadn't been making empty promises when he said he would train Zhang Yi, he truly meant it. From ingredient preparation and menu pairing to the recipe for the scenic area's signature dish farmhouse stir-fried pork, everything had been shared with Zhang Yi. Next, they would teach him the methods for simmering broth and the steps for making braised dishes. Zhang Yi knew all too well the value of these recipes. Outside the resort, even something as simple as the stir-fried pork could easily fetch hundreds of thousands of yuan. The recipes for the broth and braised dishes were practically priceless. This alone proved Liang Fei's trust in him. Therefore, he worked tirelessly, brimming with motivation every single day. The moment he arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Yi dashed out to distribute flyers. It was barely 9 o'clock, not yet the restaurant's official opening time. Even in the scenic area nearby, few customers had arrived yet. Only a few scattered groups could be seen sightseeing in the distance. Oh, right. Brother Fei mentioned that Mr. Guo from Hongsheng Group is bringing his staff for a meal today. Wonder when they'll arrive. Never mind, let's finish handing out the flyers first. Zhang Yi sprang into action. Just then, several young people around Zhang Yi's age approached. This scenic area doesn't have much to see. I really don't know how it got so popular. Exactly. It's popular for no apparent reason. We came here hoping to relax, but now we're just frustrated. The group of students looked thoroughly annoyed. The leader said, alright, I'll take you guys to Haodu nightclub to unwind later. The remark sent shockwaves through the group. Holy crap, Haodu nightclub is the most exclusive spot around here. Entry alone costs thousands per person. Did Brother Chang strike it rich or something? They all shot envious glances at Sun Chang. Sun Chang replied with a hint of pride, not exactly rich, but I did land a good job. I'm now part of the project team at Hongsheng Group. People were even more shocked. Holy crap, is this for real? Hongsheng Group is the top enterprise in our Longqing city, and it's even ranked among the best nationwide. Chapter 42, people were stunned. Forget fresh graduates from Longjiang University, even masters and PhDs from top-tier universities would struggle to get in. Exactly. How did you pull it off, Brother Chang? Sun Chang basked in the flattery, waving his hand dismissively. Pure luck, pure luck. Enough about that, let's go. Before he could finish, Sun Chang spotted Zhang Yi handing out flyers ahead. The others beside him noticed too. Holy crap, isn't that Brother Yi? Zhang Yi was quite the figure at Longjiang University. Not only was he handsome, but he excelled in every way. With so many admirers, it naturally stirred up resentment in some quarters. Sun Chang was one of them. Seeing the once celebrated campus star now reduced to handing out flyers just to scrape by, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He walked straight up to Zhang Yi. My eyes aren't deceiving me, it really is Brother Yi. Several classmates nearby also wore expressions of shock. Bro, you've sunk so low you're handing out flyers now? Handing out flyers is bad enough, but doing it at a scenic spot? Are you even getting any customers? Brother Yi, you've really hit rock bottom. Sun Chang said, Zhang Yi, if you really can't make it anymore, just ask me for help. I've officially joined the project department at Hongsheng Group. Even our group's CEO, Boy Zhang Yun, has taken a special interest in me. If you beg me, I might take pity on you and find you a toilet cleaning job at our company. Wouldn't that be putting your talents to good use? Several classmates nearby burst into laughter. Zhang Yi felt utterly depressed. What kind of sick joke is this? What's wrong with handing out flyers? A base salary of 4,000 a month, plus commissions of 7 or 8,000 combined, that's over 10,000 monthly. And those menus in his hands? Selling just one could net hundreds of thousands. Running a small shop could net over 100,000 a year. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that better than working at Hongsheng Group? Doesn't it offer better prospects than staying at Hongsheng Group? And what does Hongsheng Group really offer? Even if the CEO of Hongsheng Group came here, he'd have to treat him with utmost respect. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to acknowledge these people. But that only fired them up. Sun Chang, seeing Zhang Yi completely ignore him, instantly grew annoyed. He shoved Zhang Yi and snapped, Zhang Yi, you're being ungrateful, aren't you? Were classmates trying to give you a hand and you're still putting on airs? Is this really necessary? Zhang Yi was amused by his own anger. What am I pretending? I'm just too lazy to deal with you. If you want to act cool, do it somewhere else, okay? It's a waste of time, that's what. Say that again? Sun Chang raised his voice. Zhang Yi retorted, I'll say it 10 times over same thing. And I'm not your dad. Why should I indulge your twisted fetish for getting yelled at? You. Sun Chang was momentarily speechless. He glared at Zhang Yi viciously and spat, fine, keep acting cocky. I'll see just how long you can keep it up. When you hit rock bottom, don't come crying to me for help. No sooner had he finished speaking. Mr. Zhang, is that you? A voice brimming with respect reached his ears as Guo Zhangyun, dressed in a suit and accompanied by his staff, hurried over. Zhang Yi nodded upon seeing Guo Zhangyun. Mr. Guo, right? Brother Fei mentioned that the braised delicacies have been set aside for you. You and your staff can go straight in. Guo Zhangyun remained humbly respectful. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. By the way, is Mr. Liang busy at the moment? If possible, I'd like to meet with Mr. Liang. I have something very important to discuss with him. Zhang Yi replied, Mr. Guo, Brother Fei said if you have any needs, you can speak directly to me. But for matters concerning cooperation, I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Earlier, Guo Zhangyun had expressed interest in collaborating with Liang Fei. However, Liang Fei, considering he already had stable partners, felt that with the current scale of the scenic area restaurant, adding more partners would only lead to being overwhelmed. So he had mentioned to Zhang Yi that if Guo Zhangyun brought it up, he should politely decline. Guo Zhangyun, a shrewd operator, understood Zhang Yi's implication perfectly. He nodded. Very well. We'll head inside now. Zhang Yi nodded. Enjoy your meal. Guo Zhangyun immediately nodded with a smile and led his group into the restaurant. From start to finish, he didn't spare Sun Chang a single glance. Sun Chang was dumbfounded. Was that real? Was it really not his eyes playing tricks on him just now? Guo Zhangyun, the CEO of Hongsheng Group, a figure who ranked among the absolute elite in Longcheng. Yet this titan of industry was being so humble when dealing with Zhang Yi, a nobody who could only hand out flyers in tourist spots with barely any foot traffic. And who exactly is Brother Fei? Why did Guo Zhangyun react with more warmth to the mention of Brother Fei than he did to his own father's name? Gulp. Sun Chang swallowed hard. His earlier haughty demeanor vanished completely. Approaching Zhang Yi, his voice dropped several octaves. That gentleman earlier, is he Guo Zhangyun, the CEO of Hongsheng Group? Zhang Yi eyed Sun Chang up and down. Aren't you with Hongsheng Group? Didn't you say Mr. Guo was quite impressed with you? What? You didn't even recognize him? Hearing this, Sun Chang felt like crying. Of course he recognized Guo Zhangyun, he just couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. The shock was simply too overwhelming. After taking several deep breaths, Sun Chang finally calmed himself and spoke again. Just now, I heard you mention Brother Fei? Who exactly is this Brother Fei? Why does Mr. Guo show such respect to Brother Fei? Zhang Yi looked at Sun Chang with eyes that said, You're so cute. Brother Fei is obviously Liang Fei, the owner of our scenic area restaurant. Isn't it only natural for Mr. Guo to respect him? After all, it was Brother Fei who helped secure the billion-dollar project between Hongsheng Group and Tianling Building Materials. Zhang Yi added with a smirk, with food. Sun Chang was dumbfounded. A multi-billion yuan project secured with food? You can't joke like that. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Guo Zhangyun's voice suddenly echoed through the restaurant. Everyone, I didn't bring you here just to taste the food. It's also to tell you that the reason this collaboration with Tianling Building Materials went so smoothly is because of the tremendous support from the Scenic Area restaurant. Without exaggeration, if it weren't for the assistance of Scenic Area restaurant's owner Liang Fei and Mr. Zhang Yi, whom we just met, we wouldn't have secured this multi-billion-dollar project. In fact, we might have faced significant losses instead. Therefore, I hereby declare that from this moment onward, the Scenic Area restaurant, indeed, the entire Longshan Scenic Area, stands as a great benefactor to our Hongshan group. In the future, should Longshan Scenic Area require assistance, even if there's not a shred of benefit for us, we must still lend our utmost support. Everyone present was a direct stakeholder. They were well aware of Liang Fei and the Scenic Area Hotel's contributions and held immense gratitude toward Liang Fei. Wu Jingyun's words were met with an immediate chorus of cheers. In fact, Wu Jingyun even approached Zhang Yi with a raised glass. Mr. Zhang, since Mr. Liang is busy, we won't disturb him. This toast I offer on behalf of the entire Hongshan group. I promise that if you or anyone from Longshan Scenic Area ever needs assistance in the future, we will do our utmost to help. And of course, should you or anyone from Longshan Scenic Area ever consider joining Hongshan Group, you would be most welcome. Chapter 43, Medicinal Cuisine Tiger Skin Pork Hocks. While we may not be able to offer you high-level positions directly, once you join us, Hongshan Group will spare no effort in nurturing your growth. Zhang Yi smiled. Thank you, President Gua. I accept your kind offer on behalf of the Scenic Area restaurant in Longshan Scenic Area. Enjoy your meal. Ha ha ha, excellent. After speaking, Gu Zhengyun noticed Sun Chang. He asked Zhang Yi, is this your friend? I overheard you discussing work matters earlier. If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. As I said before, while I can't guarantee you'll land a high-level position right away, Hongshan Group will definitely allocate substantial resources to ensure you can independently manage projects within a short time frame. Zhang Yi smiled. He looked at Sun Chang with a warm smile. Sun Chang, are you interested? Sun Chang couldn't utter a word, tears welling up in his eyes. Not from emotion, but from pain. Damn it, his face burned fiercely from the slap. He'd been bragging to Zhang Yi, boasting about how the boss had recognized his talent. He thought he'd played the ultimate trump card, but to Zhang Yi, it was nothing more than a lowly 3 of clubs. It hurt. It hurt. Sun Chang couldn't bear to stay any longer. He turned and fled the scene. The classmates, however, stayed put. They weren't pushovers. They'd caught on too. Zhang Yi had only been so highly regarded by a big shot like Gu Zhengyun because he worked at the Scenic Area restaurant. Didn't that mean if they could join the Scenic Area restaurant, they'd have that chance too? The moment Gu Zhengyun left, the looks Zhang Yi received turned intensely heated, as if they could devour him whole. Zhang Yi instinctively took a half step back. Why are you all staring at me like that? The classmates immediately stepped forward. Brother Yi, we didn't recognize your worth earlier. We were blind to your true value. Let me help you hand out flyers, Brother Yi. I love handing out flyers. Like my ass. I was born with my fists clenched so tight the doctor was stunned. He had to pry my hands open to find I was gripping flyers. Damn it, I come from a flyer distributing family. If I don't hand out flyers for a day, I feel restless. Zhang Yi, guys, cut it out. Am I scared? The classmates immediately chimed in, Brother Yi, we're all workhorses. Just give us tasks, use us however you want. If you feel bad about it, you can introduce us to Brother Fei. Zhang Yi chuckled. So they were waiting for him here, huh? They must be out of their minds. Liang Fei valued character above all when hiring people. This bunch was two-faced. If they could actually catch Liang Fei's eye, it would be nothing short of a miracle. With no other choice, Zhang Yi could only say, fine, you guys can do it. The crowd immediately scurried off to distribute flyers. Second floor of the Scenic Area restaurant. For the past few days, Liang Fei had been poring over the menu. Through trial and error, he'd finally put in the hard work to perfect the recipes. Taking a deep breath, Liang Fei made sure he was fully prepared before grabbing a pork knuckle. He placed it in cold water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to remove any gamey smell. After bringing it to a boil over high heat and skimming off the scum, he removed the knuckle once a toothpick could pierce it through and let it cool. In a separate pan without oil, he seared the knuckle until the surface was charred. Using a cleaver, he scraped off the burnt skin, then fried it in oil until both sides were golden brown. Add broth and seasonings, then a spoonful of the signature chili oil. Using the method for preparing braised dishes, he added spices and special ingredients. Once the knuckle was tender and flavorful, he removed it, sprinkled it with chopped scallions and cilantro, and finally poured the broth over it. The moment the final step was completed, Liang Fei heard the system notification sound. Congratulations, host, on successfully modifying the recipe and developing the tiger skin pork knuckle formula. Reward, traditional Chinese medicine formula. Herbal medicine pack? Previous system rewards had been either ingredients, cooking tools, or sales-boosting items. This herbal medicine pack was a first. And what exactly does a herbal medicine pack do? Stuff it inside a pork knuckle and simmer it together to make some medicinal cuisine? Wait a minute. Medicinal cuisine? Back when they were at the city hospital, Sun Jiqiu had mentioned this idea to Liang Fei before. This idea wasn't entirely out of the question. After pondering for a long while, Liang Fei made up his mind and stomped his foot. Damn it, let's do it. If it works out, the restaurant will have a whole new cuisine. Liang Fei immediately began preparing the herbal medicine packets. It wasn't until evening that the slow-witted students finally realized they'd been used as free labor by Zhang Yi. But they dared not say much, leaving only with heads bowed in dejection. Only then did Zhang Yi breathe a sigh of relief. By then, most of the customers had left the restaurant. Guo Zhengyun and his group had finished their work as well. Before leaving, Guo Zhengyun repeatedly urged Zhang Yi to have Liang Fei contact him once Liang Fei was free. Only after receiving Zhang Yi's firm assurance did Guo Zhengyun reluctantly depart. Phew! Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he stepped into the shop, he saw Liang Fei walking down the stairs, his face flushed with excitement. It worked! It worked! Traditional Chinese medicine really can be combined with tiger skin pork knuckle. Damn, that's brilliant! Watching Liang Fei carry the tiger skin pork hock downstairs, Zhang Yi instantly felt a surge of excitement. Brother Fei, you succeeded? Earlier, Liang Fei had mentioned to him his plans to develop a new dish. As Liang Fei's die-hard fan, he was incredibly excited about the new creation. This is tiger skin pork knuckle? Liang Fei nodded immediately. I paired it with Chinese herbs. This dish is practically medicinal cuisine. It'll definitely take our restaurant's sales to new heights. Try some. Zhang Yi had been genuinely excited, but upon hearing about the herbal medicine, he suddenly felt a bit skeptical. In his mind, Chinese herbs were bitter. Adding them to braised dishes might pass as seasoning, but putting them in tiger skin pork knuckles felt like a strange mismatch. Brother Fei, I'm actually allergic to pork knuckles. Zhang Yi looked dead serious. He really wanted to try the tiger skin pork knuckle and trusted Liang Fei's cooking skills, but he'd suffered from wind cold before, leaving lingering liver issues. Back then, he'd been forced to swallow so much herbal medicine he'd practically vomited it all up. Now, just hearing the word made him feel queasy. Liang Fei saw through Zhang Yi's thoughts and shot him a disapproving glare. Look at you, such a wimp. You can't even seize a golden opportunity right in front of you. Zhang Yi replied, Brother Fei, honestly, money doesn't interest me. The happiest time of my life was when I worked part-time as a tutor in college, earning over 90 yuan a month. Bull. Liang Fei glared at Zhang Yi. Go get the chopsticks. Though he was utterly displeased, Liang Fei was the boss, after all. Zhang Yi, weighed down by oppression, could only pick up his chopsticks with a gloomy expression. With a heart heavier than visiting a grave, he picked up a piece of pork knuckle skin. After several deep breaths and half an hour of mental preparation, he finally shoved the skin along with a large chunk of meat into his mouth. The moment the tender pork belly meat, paired with the collagen-rich skin, exploded like a bomb in his mouth, Zhang Yi was utterly stunned. Is this really the same tiger skin pork knuckle that Liang Fei failed at over a dozen times before? This was unbelievably delicious. It was even better than braised meat, more flavorful, and as it went down, it actually warmed him from the inside out. Earlier that day, Zhang Yi had been suffering from diarrhea. But after eating this piece of meat, forget diarrhea, he felt like he could stand in the freezing wind for hours without batting an eyelid. Damn, Brother Fei, what the hell did you put in this? My stomach feels warm and cozy like my diarrhea problem's gone. Liang Fei frowned. Just warm inside? Chapter 44, Calm down, I'm a guy. Liang Fei knew a bit about pharmacology. The system rewarded herbal medicine pack clearly stated its primary function was to strengthen the body. Additionally, optional herbs could be added to alter its properties. Zhang Yi had liver issues, so Liang Fei had added formulas to promote blood circulation and dispel blood stasis. The most noticeable effect for Zhang Yi should be on his liver condition. Just as Liang Fei was about to speak, he noticed Zhang Yi's breathing had become rapid. His face flushed bright red. Liang Fei was startled. What the hell's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to eat me? Zhang Yi swallowed hard. Brother Fei, I never really noticed before, but now, you look kind of attractive. What the hell? If those words had come from a young girl, Liang Fei would have been over the moon. But hearing them from Zhang Yi, a grown man, sounded utterly bizarre no matter how he processed it. Liang Fei noticed Zhang Yi's breathing growing increasingly ragged. He'd even started unbuttoning his shirt without realizing it. Liang Fei immediately crossed his arms. Damn it, Zhang Yi, calm down. I'm a guy, for crying out loud. Zhang Yi gasped, who isn't? But what does it matter? Brother Fei, where can we take a shower? Shall we go together? Liang Fei froze in shock, then suddenly snapped out of it. Among the herbs he'd added to the herbal pouch was Métis. This stuff looked remarkably similar to the Schisandra berry herb gifted by the system. But their effects were completely different. Métis excelled at protecting the liver, while Schisandra berry nourished the kidneys. In his excitement, he had mixed up the two herbs. Snapping back to his senses, Liang Fei saw Zhang Yi about to lunge forward. He quickly grabbed a basin of cold water and splashed it onto Zhang Yi's face. Only then did Zhang Yi regain his senses. Noticing his disheveled clothes, he was completely bewildered. "Brother Fei, what did you just do to me?" Liang Fei shot him a disapproving glare. "What did I do to you? You nearly cost me my innocence, okay?" He hurriedly explained the entire sequence of events. After hearing it, Zhang Yi was utterly dumbfounded. "So? I'm not pure anymore? Get lost." Liang Fei glared at Zhang Yi. "Alright, go upstairs and change. Let's call it a day. New menu tomorrow." No sooner had Zhang Yi left than Lu Yong walked in. Liang Fei was packing up the previous order of tiger skin pork knuckles. This dish was prepared in the wrong direction. Eating it could easily lead to mistakes. Though it was a bit wasteful, there was no choice but to toss it out. "Little Liang, what tasty new dish are you experimenting with now?" Liang Fei chuckled. "Nothing much. Just experimenting with a new dish, tiger skin pork knuckle. It's sort of a medicinal dish." "Brother Yong, you here for something?" Lu Yong chuckled. "Nothing urgent. It's just my anniversary with your sister-in-law today. I'm planning a candlelit dinner, so I came by to see if you had anything tasty." "Perfect timing. Let's have some tiger skin pork knuckle then." Liang Fei chuckled. "Alright, give me a minute. I'll whip it up for you." With that, Liang Fei dashed off to the kitchen. Lu Yong wasn't in a hurry, but as soon as he sat down, he noticed the pre-packaged tiger skin pork knuckle on the table. "Here's one already." Lu Yong noticed a small piece of skin was missing from it, which was probably why Liang Fei hadn't handed it to him directly. But Lu Yong certainly didn't care about such things. He immediately asked, "Little Liang, how much is a serving of your tiger skin pork knuckle?" Liang Fei's voice came from the kitchen. "The tentative price is 60. I need to discuss specifics with the supplier. It might be lower when we officially launch the dish." "Alright." Lu Yong pulled out a 50 yuan note and a 10 yuan note. "Here's the money. I'll take the dish now. Don't bother with that," Lu Yong said, then left the restaurant carrying the packaged pork knuckle. Immediately after, Liang Fei came running out. "You took the food already? Brother Yong, that's not the right one you took. Brother Yong, come back." Liang Fei hurried after him, only to find Lu Yong had already driven away. Staring at Lu Yong's car, Liang Fei's expression was beyond complex. Zhang Yi had only taken one bite. Even facing a grown man like him, he couldn't hold back. If Lu Yong had eaten it, would his bed even survive? "Hope the bed's okay." Longchang, inside a residential building. Li Weiwei was in a good mood. Today was her and Lu Yong's wedding anniversary. She had come home early from work to prepare, all so they could enjoy a candlelit dinner together. But then, Li Weiwei felt a pang of disappointment. They'd been married for 8 years. Lu Yong treated her well. Both had stable jobs and weren't big spenders, so they'd saved a little money. You could say their little life together was very fulfilling. But they still didn't have children. It wasn't that they didn't want one. The problem stemmed from an accident Lu Yong had suffered years ago, which had left him with injuries in that area. Although he had recovered well afterward, each time they were together, things ended quickly. Not only was having a child out of the question, but even their intimate life had become somewhat strained. Li Weiwei sighed. Suddenly, the door opened. Lu Yong walked in carrying a plate of braised pork knuckle. "Honey, look what I brought you, some delicious food." "Tiger skin pork knuckle?" Li Weiwei's eyes lit up the moment she saw the takeout box in Lu Yong's hands. "Is this a new dish from your scenic-area restaurant?" Lu Yong nodded immediately. "Good thing I got there in time, or they would have been gone. Better late than never." Li Weiwei smiled. "Exactly. Go wash up and get ready to eat." "Got it." Lu Yong replied promptly, finishing up quickly. Li Weiwei deliberately dimmed the lights, and with the flickering candlelight, the room became incredibly cozy, the atmosphere even slightly suggestive. The two chatted and laughed, especially when they tasted the tiger skin pork knuckle. Their joy was palpable. Though they'd known Liang Fei was a skilled cook, they hadn't expected the crispy pork knuckles to be this addictive. Neither held back, though Li Weiwei, with her smaller appetite, only ate about half. The bulk of the dish ended up in Lu Yong's stomach. By the end, he still felt unsatisfied and even drank the soup. After eating his fill, Lu Yong felt warm and cozy. A fire seemed to burn within his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. He felt warm all over, as if soaking in warm water. The weakness and chill he had often felt before had vanished completely. In fact, he felt a bit warm. "Honey, do you feel a bit warm?" Li Weiwei looked puzzled. "No, not at all." "Then why is your face flushed?" Lu Yong wasn't just flushed, his breathing grew ragged. His mouth felt parched, his clothes unbearably tight, and his vision blurred slightly. In the candlelight, Li Weiwei across from him seemed like a goddess descended from heaven. Especially when he thought about how she'd been living like a widow ever since his health declined, guilt instantly overwhelmed him. Guilt quickly transformed into a fire that consumed Lu Yong's entire body. "Honey, you look so beautiful. I remember you always said you wanted a child." Li Weiwei's face flushed instantly, but remembering Lu Yong's medical condition, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. They treated each other with utmost respect in daily life, but matters involving a man's dignity could easily derail a conversation if handled carelessly. That's why Li Weiwei rarely brought up such topics. Yet today, unexpectedly, Lu Yong had brought up the subject of having a child himself. "Honey, maybe we should." Before Li Weiwei could finish her sentence, Lu Yong swept her up in his arms. Elbow into the house. Thud. The door slammed shut, and the room seemed to groan in protest. As if it were saying, "Holy crap, is there an earthquake?" Chapter 45, Who would complain about being too capable? The sun rose, heralding another day. Li Weiwei, her cheeks rosy, stepped into the coffee shop. Today she was meeting up with a few girlfriends. By the time Li Weiwei arrived, everyone was already there. She had just greeted her friends when Sun Qi, seated by the window, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Weiwei, you didn't sneak off to the beauty salon for treatments behind our backs, did you? It's only been a few days, and you're already looking so gorgeous." Another friend, Yang Shuer, chimed in, "Seriously, Weiwei, your skin looks incredible. No offense, but before, you looked like you were already in your 40s. Now, someone could believe you're 17 or 18. Li Weiwei sat down and laughed, "You guys are exaggerating. I don't feel like anything's changed." Yang Shuer teased, "Wow, you're such a famous skeptic. No change at all? The difference is as dramatic as plastic surgery." Sun Qi nodded solemnly, "Even plastic surgery couldn't make you change this much. Honestly, this feels like you're actually getting younger." "You really didn't go to a beauty salon?" Li Weiwei said, "Of course not. Even if I did, I'd have to go with you too. Besides, I've been busy preparing for our wedding anniversary these past few days. I haven't had time for anything else." Yang Shuer's eyes lit up. "Anniversary?" A mischievous smile spread across her face. "They say a man is a woman's best beauty salon. Was yesterday your anniversary? Did you two achieve that great harmony of life?" The moment she said it, she realized she'd put her foot in her mouth. She and Sun Qi knew about Lu Yong's health issues and had even helped him find a doctor. Sun Qi also sensed the awkwardness and quickly interjected, "Weiwei, don't take her seriously. You know her, she speaks her mind." But Li Weiwei hadn't overthought it at all, and she definitely wasn't faking it. This only deepened their confusion. The three of them were very close. While mentioning such matters wouldn't normally cause genuine anger, it was undoubtedly a sore spot for Li Weiwei, and bringing it up would certainly make her uncomfortable. But today felt different. Li Weiwei said, "Actually, my husband's illness is already cured. Last night, we didn't fall asleep until the wee hours." Sun Qi and Shuer's eyes widened in surprise. They stayed up that late? Could Yonga have done that before his health issues? What exactly happened? Which hospital did you go to? I should take my husband to get checked too. Yang Shuer said, "Qingqing, that's not fair. Your husband's a swimming coach, does he even need to go?" Sun Qi chuckled, "It's just like money, no one ever complains about having too much, and no one ever complains about being too good either." Yang Shuer nodded solemnly. "You're absolutely right." She turned her gaze to Li Weiwei. "Weiwei, come on, spill the beans." Li Weiwei said, "Actually, he didn't go to the hospital or take any medicine. It was because of a dish, pork knuckle. A medicinal dish developed by the scenic-area restaurant tiger skin pork knuckle." After bidding farewell to Li Weiwei, Yang Shuer and Sun Qi immediately relayed the news to their husbands. Just as they had imagined, their husbands showed immense interest the moment they heard the news. Word spread like wildfire, and more people began paying attention to the scenic-area restaurant's new dish. Liang Fei, unaware that his accidental creation of tiger skin pork knuckles had caused quite a stir, holed up in his room and studied the dish meticulously. After much effort, he finally perfected the tiger skin pork knuckles to his satisfaction. Now that's just right. Using the herbal medicine pack gifted by the system, he combined his own research with existing pharmacological knowledge to develop specialized medicinal cuisine tailored for those suffering from anorexia or loss of appetite due to illness. These dishes not only satisfied hunger and provided essential nutrients for physical exertion but also aided recovery. Even for healthy individuals, they served as potent tonics for strengthening the body. But honestly, while medicinal cuisine falls under the umbrella of gourmet food, it was fundamentally different. He was confident in the efficacy of his tiger skin pork knuckles, but whether others would share that confidence was another matter. Those who'd tasted his creations wouldn't question the flavor, but they might doubt the efficacy. We'll have to test it first. Once word of mouth builds up, then we'll officially add it to the menu. By then, the medicinal cuisine could be officially launched. Liang Fei was confident in his business vision. After tidying up, Liang Fei headed straight downstairs. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the scenic area wasn't open yet, but most of the staff had already arrived. Just as Liang Fei greeted Sister Su, he spotted Lu Yong rushing over excitedly. "Xiao Liang, give me a serving of pork knuckle." "Same as yesterday's, right?" Liang Fei paused. "Yesterday's?" Then it clicked, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Pretty thrilling yesterday, huh?" Lu Yong chuckled too. "It was beyond thrilling, my bed could barely handle it. Hurry up and get me another one. I left the money on the table. Just grab it yourself, okay?" You go ahead and get back to work. Liang Fei quickly interjected, Brother Yong, even though the dishes are the same, their effects are different. Today's are all for building strength and stamina. Lu Yong's face immediately fell. So yesterday's was a limited edition? Not exactly discontinued. After finishing his research on authentic recipes yesterday, Liang Fei turned his attention to health supplements. He pored over extensive materials to refine his kidney tonifying pork knuckle recipe. Not only did he refine the original recipe, but he also developed an enhanced version. Beyond being more potent, this upgraded version reacted to specific aromas. After explaining this to Lu Yong, Liang Fei added, Brother Yong, if you need it, I could whip up another batch. But this dish isn't officially on the menu yet. Currently, Liang Fei's medicinal cuisine primarily targets patients with anorexia. He planned to hold off on other applications for the time being. After all, you can't expect to achieve everything overnight. Lu Yong replied, then give me one of each, the regular and the enhanced versions. Got it. Why pass up a chance to make money? Besides, his medicinal dishes were flawless. Not only did they enhance abilities but also fortified the body. This was practically doing a good deed. Liang Fei finished preparing everything in no time. Anticipating potential customers with similar needs, Liang Fei prepared an extra batch of kidney tonifying pork knuckles. He'd intended to make the standard version, but a tremor in his hand caused him to add too many ingredients, resulting in an enhanced edition. But it didn't matter. After handing the pork knuckle to Lu Yong, Liang Fei waited for business to pick up. Just as Liang Fei had anticipated, after he and Zhang Yi recommended the tiger skin pork knuckle to customers, those who heard about the new dish immediately expressed interest in trying it. But upon learning it was actually a medicinal dish, they couldn't help but hesitate. Maybe we should wait a bit. I trust Chef Liang's skills, but medicinal cuisine could be deadly if done wrong. I'm going through a rough patch lately, who knows, maybe I'll be the one to sacrifice myself for this new dish. Many held this view, resulting in Liang Fei failing to sell a single order of tiger skin pork knuckle all morning. Zhang Yi looked rather dejected. Brother Fei, why don't we ask Director's son to help promote it? Liang Fei shook his head. Getting someone to promote it won't make a difference. Chapter 46, The Feast of the Anorexic. Besides, Director's son is such a big shot, what would it look like for him to come promote medicinal cuisine at our place? Don't worry. Everything's tough at the start. Once we sell just one order of tiger skin pork knuckle, breaking the ice will make everything else easier. Keep promoting this afternoon. If all else fails, we'll host a tasting event. Worst case, we'll sample it ourselves right here. I refuse to believe something this good won't sell just because people are hesitant. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. Meanwhile, at the city hospital. Xiaofeng's hospital room. After Sun Jiqiu thoroughly examined Xiaofeng, he breathed a sigh of relief. His body has mostly recovered, and the symptoms of anorexia have eased. Keep this up, and a full recovery isn't just a dream. The beautiful woman sitting beside him was on the verge of tears. The cost of treatment didn't matter, but seeing no improvement and watching Xiaofeng's condition deteriorate day by day had left her feeling like a cat on a hot tin roof. Now, at last, there was good news. All of this is thanks to Mr. Liang's braised delicacies. The woman was even considering presenting Liang Fei with a commendation banner. Sun Jiqiu agreed wholeheartedly. He smiled and said, take him out more often to soak up some sun. You could even venture farther afield for walks. It'll be beneficial for his recovery. Anorexia often comes hand in hand with anxiety and irritability. Keeping Xiaofeng in the hospital earlier had been unavoidable, but now that he was feeling much better, Sun Jiqiu naturally hoped the beautiful woman would take him out to explore the neighborhood. Beautiful scenery has always been the best remedy for easing anxiety. The beautiful woman nodded. Alright, I'll take Xiaofeng out for a walk this afternoon. Sun Jiqiu nodded and proceeded to visit the other anorexia patients in their rooms. Without exception, all patients showed signs of physical improvement. Sun Jiqiu offered them the same advice. In the afternoon, several family members gathered together. How are your family members doing? The beautiful woman spoke first, and the others responded in turn. Director Sun said he's much better now and suggested we take him out for a walk. The same goes for ours. How about we go for a walk together as a group? The beautiful woman's suggestion immediately garnered approval. As family members of anorexia patients, they all understood the situation to some extent. If anything happened outside, they couldn't rush the patient back to the hospital immediately, but they could at least keep an eye on each other. No sooner said than done, the group promptly left the hospital together. The anorexia patients and their families headed for the park outside the hospital. The scenery here was relatively pleasant, and the pace was slower. Along the moat adjacent to the park, there were many elderly folks exercising, as well as outdoor live streamers singing and chatting. Zhang Qiao happened to be nearby. He had previously caught the wave of live-streamed restaurant reviews, gaining some popularity when he visited scenic-area eateries. But even when he returned to those same restaurants later, he couldn't replicate the same level of buzz. This left Zhang Qiao feeling rather down. Fortunately, his voice was decent, so he started live streaming by the river, singing and chatting. Thanks to running drool for the arrow through the clouds. Here's not being the big brother for years for everyone. I haven't been a big brother for years. Zhang Xiao's voice carried remarkably well, drawing the attention of Xiao Feng and his friends. They stopped nearby to listen. Zhang Xiao didn't mind. After all, this was an outdoor public space. It was already generous of them to let him sing here. He certainly couldn't chase away these curious onlookers. What surprised Zhang Xiao, however, was that shortly after the group entered his camera frame, the number of viewers in his livestream began to surge. At first, Zhang Xiao thought they were drawn by his singing, but he soon realized something was off. The comments section had been filled with discussions about his singing and song requests, but now the tone had clearly shifted. As the song ended, Zhang Xiao glanced at the comments. Those people in the back looked familiar. Me too. Wait, I remember now. That younger guy over there is Xiao Feng. He was treated for anorexia at our hospital before. Since our medical resources were limited, we transferred him to the city hospital. You gotta hand it to the city hospital, their skills are seriously impressive. When I saw Xiao Feng back then, he was gaunt and pale. But after just a few days there, he looks practically normal now. That can't be right. Xiao Feng was at our hospital too. I distinctly remember his diagnosis was severe anorexia. He'd reached the point where he couldn't eat anything. No matter how amazing the city hospital is, they couldn't have cured him in just a few days. The two doctors' conversation drew more people into the discussion. Speaking of which, there was quite a commotion at the city hospital a couple days ago. First, the CEOs of Hongsheng Group and Tianling Building Materials were rushed in after being stuffed to the point of passing out. Then a swarm of reporters descended on the place. Reporters suspected the restaurant where those two CEOs ate had something wrong with its food. The owner immediately had employees deliver his braised dishes to the hospital, and then things got completely out of hand. Even anorexics started eating because of the braised food. Is that even real? Stop singing, host. Go interview those people instead. As soon as the suggestion was made, more and more people chimed in with the same idea. Zhang Xiao promptly stopped singing. He understood the situation clearly. The whole point of streaming was to make money. If fans wanted to see something, he'd give it to them. He immediately set down his equipment and dashed over to Xiao Feng and the others. Hey everyone, I'd like to do a street interview about anorexia. Would you mind sharing your thoughts? He explained the situation in the livestream. Just explain to your fans what's going on. Though people had initially been a bit hesitant, their guard dropped immediately upon hearing Zhang Xiao's explanation. They were either anorexia patients themselves or family members. They knew all too well the agony this illness inflicted. The chance to save a family with just a few words? They'd do it without hesitation. The group quickly appeared on camera. Xiao Feng spoke first. Everyone, the reason we recovered so quickly is thanks to the braised delicacies provided by the city hospital. That's right. I didn't feel like eating anything at first, but that braised meat smelled so good I couldn't resist trying a bite. Once I took that first bite, I couldn't stop. We've been eating this consistently lately. With proper nutrition, our bodies naturally started recovering. This statement instantly set the live stream ablaze. Seriously? Is that even possible? Can some braised meat really work miracles like that? Guys, doubting won't help. Just go to the city hospital and see for yourselves. Thanks to Xiao Feng's words, not only did Zhang Xiao's livestream go viral, but the city hospital did too. The topic, City Hospital Cafeteria Food Cures Anorexia, shot straight to the top of Douyin's local trending list. Countless patients and families suffering from anorexia immediately rushed to the city hospital. The once quiet city hospital suddenly became bustling. The security guards were dumbfounded. He thought it was a medical disturbance. It's not a disturbance. We heard the city hospital has dishes that treat anorexia, so we came specifically for that. Bro, let us in. We're suffering terribly from anorexia. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The hospital wasn't exactly a place with strict security. Anyone who wanted to see a doctor could get in. Moreover, people spoke with such sincerity. The security guard immediately opened the gate. Chapter 47. You know nothing about business warfare. Everyone, slow down. The cafeteria is over by the inpatient ward. After expressing their gratitude, the crowd surged toward the inpatient cafeteria. The head chef broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing hundreds were coming to eat. When did our hospital get so crowded? The cook beside him was equally baffled. I don't know. Our hospital cafeteria is open to the public anyway. We can't stop them, and we couldn't even if we tried. The head chef declared, enough talk. Let's get to work. The head chef worked his spatula until sparks flew before finally serving everyone their meals. But when the trays were served, the anorexia patients remained unmoved. Their families were stunned. Wait, didn't they say the city hospital's food would make anorexia patients hungry? Could they be pulling our leg? No way. I was watching the live stream. It was an anorexia patient hospitalized at the city hospital who said it themselves. As people murmured, cafeteria manager Zhao Deju happened to pass by. He instantly understood what they were after. Running a hospital cafeteria required not only connections but also significant capital. He also understood that, as a person, one should at least avoid making ill-gotten gains. Not to mention, Liang Fei was his business partner. Zhao Deju cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone. Our municipal hospital cafeteria does indeed have braised dishes that anorexia patients can tolerate. Unfortunately, today's supply is already gone. The crowd, who had already felt disappointed, went through the cycle of hope and disappointment all over again. Their eyes fixed on Zhao Deju were filled with pleading. This was what Zhao Deju found most unbearable, especially since he had never intended to lie in the first place. You won't get the braised dishes here, but you can go straight to the scenic area restaurants. Even our hospital cafeteria sources its braised dishes from there. And if you head straight to the scenic area restaurant, you can try the medicinal cuisine specially formulated by Mr. Liang for anorexia patients. I swear on my honor, this is the truth. Instantly, the crowd went wild. They dropped their money and rushed straight to the scenic area restaurant. Manhwa restaurant. Ever since the scenic area restaurant gained popularity, Manhwa Hotel had gradually begun losing customers. At first, it was just individual travelers. Their absence didn't significantly impact Manhwa. As a star-rated establishment, their primary target clientele remained high-income groups, most of whom were concentrated in the Longcheng business district. While the scenic area restaurant's business was booming, its influence was limited. It couldn't attract large-scale banquets or high-income groups. But after the scenic area restaurant introduced braised dishes a few days ago, even these customers began to drift away. These past few days, Manhwa Hotel had seen hardly any guests. If this continued, this once proud star-rated establishment might truly be suffocated by the tourist area hotel. The thought filled Yang Zhaoshan with growing frustration. Just then, his secretary rushed in. Manager Yang, good news. It seems the scenic area restaurants are starting to decline. She immediately relayed the news that the scenic area hotel had launched a medicinal cuisine promotion, but no one was buying it. Are you serious? Yang Zhaoshan jumped to his feet in excitement. The secretary pulled out her phone. A food blogger has already posted the news. Take a look. The video the secretary found had minimal views, with only a handful of likes and comments. This was normal. These days, people who spoke ill of scenic area restaurants rarely gain traction. Even videos or news that might impact such establishments weren't widely accepted. But to Yangzhou Mountain, this presented a golden opportunity. Seize this chance. We might be able to use it to suppress the scenic area restaurant. Manhwa restaurant and the scenic area restaurant were located at the foot of the mountain and atop it respectively, placing them in direct competition. If the scenic area restaurant faced setbacks, Manhwa restaurant's situation would improve. Find some food bloggers to join me at the scenic area restaurant. Alright. Scenic area restaurant. Zhang Yi was utterly distraught. Brother Fei, it's almost evening. We haven't sold a single piece of tiger skin pork knuckle yet. If we don't sell anymore, all the pork knuckles you prepared today will go to waste. Liang Fei was equally anxious. It was the height of summer. Even ingredients stored in the refrigerator wouldn't last long, let alone something like tiger skin pork knuckles that had to be made fresh to order. If no one bought them before closing time today, the ingredients would truly go to waste. Just as Liang Fei was fretting. Oh my, I remember this place being pretty busy usually. Why is it suddenly so empty today? The sudden voice caught Liang Fei's attention. He turned to see Yang Zhaoshan speaking. A rare visitor. Why, isn't this Manager Yang? What brings you to my place? Manhwa Hotel had previously sabotaged the scenic area's restaurants, so Liang Fei naturally knew a thing or two about them. Yang Zhaoshan wore a broad smile. I heard you've been overreaching and ended up shooting yourself in the foot. Now your freshly launched medicinal cuisine has no takers. Since we're all in the same business. For the sake of our thriving Longcheng catering industry, I figured I'd lend a hand. So I specially gathered some people to help spread the word for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than several food bloggers and online influencers streamed into the restaurant. Once inside, they immediately got to work. Some wrote articles, others filmed videos, and a few started live streams. Zhang Yi instantly felt annoyed. To boost sales of the tiger skin pork knuckles, he and Liang Fei had just brought out all the prepared dishes. It was just past dinner time. The previous group of customers had already left, and the next wave hadn't arrived yet. Doing promotions now would make it look like the scenic area restaurant had no customers because of the new dish. Although the scenic area restaurant had already cultivated a large base of loyal fans, Longcheng was a vast city, and many people still didn't know about it. Moreover, Zhang Yi didn't believe Yangzhou Mountain would be so kind. He was clearly intent on distorting the facts to undermine the scenic area restaurant. With that thought, Zhang Yi spoke up immediately. Yang Zhaoshan, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Get your people out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Yang Zhaoshan chuckled. Your boss hasn't even spoken yet. What gives you the right to spout nonsense here? Besides, I'm only trying to help. How can you be so ungrateful? You. Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless and could only look to Liang Fei. Brother Fei, say something. Just as Liang Fei was about to speak, he suddenly heard the system notification sound. Then he chuckled. Zhang Yi, Manager Yang really meant well. Besides, our tiger skin pork knuckles aren't selling well right now. Why not let them help promote them? Zhang Yi was completely dumbfounded. What's gotten into Brother Fei? He's usually so sharp. Could it be he can't even see through Yang Zhoushan's true intentions now? Upon hearing Liang Fei's words, Yang Zhoushan nearly burst out laughing. He really was just a small-time player from a little restaurant. He knows absolutely nothing about business warfare. He merely used a few tricks to completely outmaneuver Liang Fei. He truly lived up to his reputation. Yang Zhoushan stood tall and proud, and a phrase came to mind. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what it meant to have an opponent. Having him deal with Liang Fei felt like a waste of his talents. Yang Zhoushan turned to Zhang Yi. Did you hear that? Your boss is the one who understands reason. Chapter 48. Everyone's numb. It was also thanks to Liang Fei's level-headedness that his plan could proceed smoothly. Zhang Yi had guessed correctly. He intended to distort the facts, creating the illusion that no one wanted Liang Fei's tiger skin pork hocks. He'd even arranged for people to come taste them. Wasn't Liang Fei's tiger skin pork hock marketed as medicinal cuisine? Well, he'd make sure those people collapsed after tasting them. Getting sick from medicinal cuisine, especially while being broadcast live and filmed by major online influencers and food bloggers, wouldn't just cause a little trouble. Liang Fei's restaurant would be finished. Yang Zhoushan grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. He immediately shouted, "You all better do this right. Make sure your reports are completely accurate. Don't pull any shady tricks." Everyone immediately agreed. Zhang Yi was frantic. He noticed that the most popular food bloggers' livestream had already attracted tens of thousands of viewers. Many of them had heard the scenic area restaurant was good and had come specifically to eat. Is this the scenic area restaurant? How come there's not a single person here? Yeah, and look at all the dishes piled up over there. I heard once the food comes out of the kitchen, it gets snapped up fast. Why is it getting cold today with no one buying? Something's off. Could the scenic area restaurant be struggling? Yang Zhoushan saw the comments and couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing. Zhang Yi grew even angrier. Yang Zhoushan said, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Over there, the food blogger spoke up. "Let me address everyone's questions. I'm not familiar with the restaurant's previous situation, but it's true that their new dishes aren't selling at all right now. I suspect not just today, but even going forward, these new dishes won't sell well." Yang Zhoushan leaned close to Liang Fei, patting his shoulder earnestly. "Mr. Liang, it seems your medicinal cuisine isn't cutting it. Let me tell you, as a restaurant owner, we should stick to proper cuisine. Messing with gimmicks will only cause trouble." Liang Fei chuckled. "I don't see it that way. In fact, I have a feeling a wave of customers is on its way." Yang Zhoushan was stunned. At first, he'd thought Liang Fei was just naive, but now it seemed the man might have a screw loose. It had been nearly a whole day, and not a single piece of tiger skin pork knuckle had sold. Now he'd brought a whole crowd over to stir things up. If tiger skin pork hocks sold, that would be the real miracle. Yang Zhoushan said, "Mr. Liang, why won't you listen to reason? You wouldn't be suggesting your tiger skin pork knuckles were developed specifically for anorexia patients who rushed over the moment they heard the news, would you?" Liang Fei grinned. "It's not impossible, you know." Yang Zhoushan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. But soon, tap tap tap. The rapid footsteps sounded like muffled drumbeats, and Yangzhou Mountain even felt a faint vibration. Several food bloggers and online influencers also sensed the commotion. They exchanged glances. Earthquake? Someone instinctively glanced outside. Holy! Outside, over 100 gaunt, emaciated anorexia sufferers led the way, followed by their families. Together, they numbered 300 or 400. Such a large crowd charging over with such force, anyone unaware might think they were about to trash the place. "We're at the scenic area restaurant. Zhao Deju didn't lie to us. I'm already craving their tiger skin pork knuckle before even stepping inside. Hell yeah, me too. I heard the dish is specially formulated medicinal cuisine for our ailments. Maybe we'll recover as quickly as Xiaofeng and the others did. No one wants to be sick, and those who are often crave health more intensely than healthy people. Perhaps there might be 1 or 2 people with bubbles in their heads who think anorexia sufferers are just being dramatic and refusing to eat. But in reality, only the sufferers themselves truly understand how desperately they crave food. But at this stage, they could no longer control their bodies. Yet the tiger skin pork knuckles Liang Fei had developed seemed to possess a special magic. Merely catching a whiff of its aroma made them crave the sensation of food entering their mouths. Their bodies craved those medicinal dishes more than they did. "Give me 1. I'll take 5 portions. 10 portions. The anorexics grew more and more excited, their families even more so. Watching their loved ones waste away day by day, desperately wanting to recover yet unable to keep anything down, felt like knives piercing their hearts. Now, seeing their loved ones so hungry for food, they couldn't be happier. Fearing their loved ones might miss out, they were practically ready to pounce. This scene, captured through live streams and videos, entered the public eye. Wow, those must be anorexia patients. I heard anorexics can't eat anything, even if you put the most exquisite delicacies right in front of them, they just have no appetite. But look how crazed they are over Mr. Liang's food. If I weren't a doctor and if some of them weren't my former patients, I'd suspect this is all staged. My patients are in there too. That scenic spot restaurant is amazing. I tried every method with that patient, even force-feeding him liquid meals, but he just couldn't eat. Now he looks like he has a better appetite than I do. The anorexia patients began devouring the food the moment it arrived. They devoured it with more relish than professional food vloggers, leaving many viewers watching the livestream salivating through their screens. The restaurant reviewers' livestream exploded in popularity. More and more people clicked in to watch, and the comments section never stopped buzzing. Everyone was stunned. How the hell does it taste so damn good that it makes anorexics eat like that? Did you notice the person standing next to Boss Liang? That's Yangzhou Shan, the manager of Yunhua Restaurant. Their Yunhua Restaurant and the scenic-area restaurant are supposed to be competitors, right? Seriously? It's one thing for anorexics to be drawn to the scenic-area restaurant, but Yangzhou Shan, their direct competitor, getting hooked too? How amazing must the scenic-area restaurant's food be? Some viewers watching the livestream were former customers of the scenic-area restaurant. Damn, I regret it so much. If I'd known this stuff was this delicious and had zero side effects, I never should have turned down my boss's recommendation. The scenic-area restaurant was offering free samples of their tiger skin pork hocks back then, completely free, you know? Damn, me too. I regret it so much I could bang my head against the wall. Smashing walls? My husband went this morning too. After watching the livestream, he started slapping himself in the face non-stop. I couldn't even stop him. Guys, forget talking. If you haven't eaten yet, head straight to the scenic-area restaurant. Enough said. I'm grabbing my stuff and riding my tricycle over there. I'm just gonna walk my ass there. Without exception, every live stream had identical comments flooding the chat. The online promoters were dumbfounded. Someone approached Yangzhou Mountain. Manager Yang, should we keep going? If we don't continue, I'll buy a serving of tiger skin pork knuckle to try. Yangzhou Shan's scalp tingled. Do you even hear what you're saying? You bastards were hired by me, and I paid for your entrance fees to the scenic area. Yet instead of doing your jobs, you're boosting my competitors' sales? Chapter 49, the ace up the sleeve? Keep going, why not keep going? I haven't even played my trump card yet. Yangzhou Shan immediately dialed the number of the person he'd arranged beforehand. Where are you? Hurry to the scenic area restaurant and proceed as planned. Got it. The voice on the other end agreed, and moments later, a heavy-set man dashed into the hotel entrance. He was the man Yangzhou Shan had arranged beforehand. He'd been in this line of work for a while, having brought down 7 or 8 restaurants already. Upon entering, he exchanged a glance with Yangzhou Shan before dashing straight to the counter. 1 order of tiger skin pork knuckle, please. Soon after, the food arrived at the table. Yangzhou Shan instructed, keep the camera on him. Several online promoters nodded, signaling the live streaming food blogger to get ready. The chubby guy was ready too. He took a deep breath and took a bite. His eyes instantly widened. Delicious. Better than any tiger skin pork knuckle he'd ever tasted. For the first time, he considered that exposing this restaurant wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. Deep down, he even felt a pang of guilt. He almost quit on the spot. But after a moment's thought, he sat back down. Yangzhou Mountain had given him far too much. The fat man kept shoveling food into his mouth, eating with such relish. Yangzhou Shan was utterly dumbfounded. The original plan was for the fat man to take 3 or 5 bites, clutch his stomach, and collapse right there. But damn it, he'd already eaten half the pork knuckle, and the fat man showed no signs of collapsing. The online promoters were baffled too. Just then, the fat guy had finished off 1 huge pork knuckle. Seeing him get up to ask for another, Yangzhou Mountain instantly lost his cool. He glared fiercely at the fat guy, who reluctantly wiped his mouth before clutching his stomach and collapsing onto the floor. Someone's passed out. Yangzhou Shan shouted immediately. The food bloggers all turned their cameras toward the fat guy. There's something wrong with this tiger skin pork knuckle. The accusation cut through the noisy lunch hour like a knife, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. No sooner had the food blogger finished speaking than an anorexic who'd been enthusiastically eating suddenly dropped his chopsticks, rushed to the blogger, and landed a punch. You bastard. The blogger was stunned by the blow. But he soon realized he'd been stunned too soon. As several more anorexia sufferers set down their chopsticks, the food blogger scrambled backward. Why are you hitting me? I was just telling the truth. See for yourselves. He's passed out. The food blogger pointed at the obese man on the floor, who was now foaming at the mouth. Zhang Yi froze in shock and immediately turned to look at Liang Fei. Liang Fei gestured for Zhang Yi to stay calm. Then, call the police. Longcheng Police Station. Qin Shuiyan was poring over files on telecom fraud cases. Telecom fraud had been rampant in Longcheng lately. Those scammers were no longer content with just stealing money, they'd started deceiving people outright. They'd grown more sophisticated too, often setting up legitimate companies first. New hires would work and receive pay as expected. Once the employees felt secure and trusted the company, the scammers would use trips or team building events as cover to round them up. They'd either sell them to human traffickers or kidnap them for ransom. Alternatively, they trained the abducted employees to work for them or force them into gray market industries. Authorities had previously apprehended one fraud ring, but interrogations revealed it was merely one small cell, just a bunch of small fry. The real big fish were still out there. "You bastards, I'll catch you all." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It was Sun Xiang calling. "Xiaoqin, head over to Longshan's scenic area. Someone got sick from eating at the scenic area restaurant." The Longshan's scenic area restaurant again? In just a few short months, she had already received 3 reports related to the Longshan scenic area restaurant. First, someone had something added to their noodle soup. Then, a member of a fraud ring turned himself in after eating at the Longshan scenic area restaurant. Now, people were getting sick again. Come to think of it, the information they had on the fraud ring came from that very same person who turned himself in last time. That Longshan scenic area restaurant sure is interesting. Alright, I'm heading over now. Scenic area restaurant. Although the anorexics couldn't care less about the collapsed fat man, the scenic area restaurant was now in trouble. They had to at least make a token effort to pause. However, neither the anorexia sufferers nor their families gave the food bloggers a friendly look. They refused to believe there was anything wrong with Liang Fei restaurant's food. The food blogger looked utterly dejected. "The evidence is right in front of you, yet you still refuse to believe it. You deserve to be sick." The moment the words left his mouth, the blogger realized he'd said the wrong thing. Yang Zhoushan, standing nearby, inwardly cursed the blogger for being out of his mind. Sure enough, the remark immediately sparked outrage among all the anorexia patients and their families. What kind of thing is that to say? Are you even human? Do you have any conscience? Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'm stepping in. Count me in. Beat the crap out of him. The anorexia sufferers and their families charged straight at the food blogger, leaving Liang Fei with a look of utter exasperation. He quickly interjected, "Everyone, calm down. The authorities will be here any minute. Don't let this turn into a mass incident." Just then, "Everyone, stop." A cold, sharp voice cut through the chaos. Instantly, the sight of Qin Shuiyan striding in, her uniform sharp and commanding, filled the space. Being an official, her words carried weight and the crowd fell silent. Qin Shuiyan scanned the scene with her gaze before fixing it on Liang Fei. "What's going on here?" Liang Fei explained the sequence of events. Qin Shuiyan was no ordinary woman. Upon learning that Yang Zhoushan had brought a large group under the pretext of helping Liang Fei with publicity, she immediately suspected it was a setup. She declared, "In that case, everyone present except for the dining guests will accompany us." Yang Zhoushan's expression darkened. He couldn't keep up the act anymore. "That's not right," he protested. "It was the food from the scenic area restaurant that made people sick. Why should we be dragged into this?" Several food bloggers and online influencers immediately chimed in. "Exactly. It's clearly the scenic area restaurant's fault. Why should we be dragged into this? This is unreasonable." Qin Shuiyan remained expressionless. "I'm asking you to accompany me back to assist with the investigation. We need to determine whether the issue stems from the scenic area restaurant's food or if someone tampered with it." "Huh?" Everyone was stunned, and Yangzhou Mountain felt a pang of guilt. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean someone messed things up?" Qin Shuiyan shot Yang Zhoushan a cold stare. "I never said someone was deliberately causing trouble. Why are you so flustered? Unless my suspicions are correct." Yang Zhoushan was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Liang Fei spoke up, "Officer, actually, to figure out whether it's the scenic area restaurant causing trouble or someone stirring things up, we don't necessarily have to go to the magistrate's office. I have a better way. But first, you'll need to help us as a witness." Qin Shuiyan glanced at Liang Fei, signaling him to proceed. Liang Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Yangzhou Mountain before dashing upstairs. Moments later, he descended carrying a platter of tiger skin pork knuckles. This was precisely the extra portion he had prepared earlier when Lu Yong requested an enhanced version of the kidney tonifying pork knuckle. As he passed by Yangzhou Mountain, he discreetly sprinkled a pinch of seasoning onto its body. "Everyone, the moment of miracles is about to unfold." Chapter 50, I'm no longer pure. Yangzhou Mountain sneered repeatedly. "I'll be damned if I don't see how you prove your stuff didn't knock someone out cold." Before he finished speaking, Liang Fei had already approached the fainting fat man, holding a plate of tiger skin pork knuckles. He even thoughtfully placed a small fan nearby. The moment the fan started, the aroma of the tiger skin pork knuckle wafted toward the fat man. He'd been lying there for ages and was already feeling restless, but the scent made his stomach growl uncontrollably. Those around him burst into laughter. Qin Shuiyan, however, gave Yang Zhoushan a look that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. Yang Zhoushan never imagined the fatso could be so unreliable. How could his stomach growl at such a crucial moment and so damn loudly at that? But at this point, as long as he hadn't woken up, the matter wasn't settled. Yang Zhoushan steeled himself and said, so what if his stomach growled? It's a normal physiological reaction. No one said stomachs can't growl when someone's passed out. A nearby guest immediately objected, how can you twist the truth like that? I saw him sneak a bite of that braised pork knuckle just now. He's clearly awake. As for the foam at his mouth? That's probably fake too. Exactly. The food at this scenic spot restaurant is perfectly fine, it's practically medicinal cuisine. I feel much healthier after eating it. I actually thought this Yangzhou mountain guy was here to eat too. Now it's clear he's just here to cause trouble. Zhang Yi jumped in, exactly. He's here to cause trouble. He recruited all those food bloggers and online promoters, and that fat guy is his man too. I just saw him call the fat guy. If you don't believe me, we have surveillance footage at our shop, we can pull it up and check. Officer, I suggest you arrest him. Qin Shuiyan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the fat man. She had witnessed the fat guy stealing food earlier. Even her body camera had captured it. Qin Shuiyan spoke up, Yang Zhoushan, what more do you have to say now? Just as Yang Zhoushan opened his mouth to speak, Qin Shuiyan cut him off, don't try to wriggle out of it. The body camera already recorded that fat man stealing food. Yang Zhoushan's face instantly fell. Even if he had 8 mouths, he couldn't frame Liang Fei and the scenic-area restaurant now. Yet Yang Zhoushan remained stubborn. So he didn't pass out, big deal. What does that have to do with me? I did make a call earlier, but who can prove I called that fat guy? It never happened. How dare you make such baseless accusations? Qin Shuiyan frowned. It was undeniable that Yang Zhoushan had just tried to frame the scenic-area restaurant. Zhang Yi had witnessed him calling the fat man, serving as a witness, while the restaurant's surveillance footage provided physical evidence. However, none of this counted as direct evidence. Unless they could get the fat guy to confess himself or had a recording of the two talking on the phone, it would be difficult to really get Yang Zhoushan in trouble. Yang Zhoushan saw Qin Shuiyan was stumped and immediately chuckled. Since this has nothing to do with me, I'll be on my way then. By now, the fat man, realizing his scheme had been exposed, had scrambled to his feet. Seeing no one paying him any mind, he promptly began stuffing his face. Yang Zhoushan shot the fat man a glare, too lazy to say anything more, and turned to leave. Zhang Yi panicked, you're just letting him go like that? Just as Qin Shuiyan was about to explain, Liang Fei interjected, after all, this really has nothing to do with Manager Yang. This was entirely the fat guy's self-directed performance. Manager Yang merely went along with it, right, Manager Yang? Yang Zhoushan snorted coldly. Liang Fei added, but doing bad things might just bring karma. Yang Zhoushan's face twisted with contempt. What the hell are you talking about? You're not even an adult yet, spouting nonsense about karma? What kind of karma could I possibly create? What the hell did that fat guy do to deserve it? Everyone turned to look at the fat guy. He was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, looking like he was high on drugs. It's so hot in here. He stood up while unbuttoning his shirt. Once he stood upright, many girls gasped and closed their eyes. Even Qin Shuiyan's face flushed. This fat guy must be high on drugs. Something was seriously off about him. The thought barely formed before the fat guy turned his gaze toward Yangzhou Mountain. Manager Yang, I never noticed before, but you're hot as hell. Yang Zhoushan was stunned. In all his years, this was the first time he'd heard a man compliment his looks like that. Are you out of your mind? No sooner had he spoken than the fat man was already panting heavily as he approached Yang Zhoushan. Manager Yang, are you feeling hot? Do you notice how good you smell? The more I look at you, the more exciting you get. How about we go down on each other? The crowd on site was filled with question marks. The food bloggers had forgotten to turn off their live streams, and the spectators watching the live stream were also flooding the chat with question marks. The fat man picked up his pace, closing the distance between himself and Yangzhou Mountain. Eventually, he even started running. Pouting as he pushed forward, it seemed his earlier words weren't a joke after all. Yangzhou Mountain felt like his brain exploded with a thunderous boom. Are you crazy? Don't come near me. Yangzhou Mountain spun to flee, but it was too late. The fat man scooped Yang Zhoushan up like a little chick, pulling him into his arms. He puckered his lips and planted a kiss right on Yang Zhoushan's face. This scene wasn't just witnessed by everyone present, it was also broadcast live to viewers watching the stream. Question marks flew across the screen. Holy, this is insane. So Yang Zhoushan didn't hire this fat guy with money, he used his asshole backdoor instead. Holy, I just imagined a whole drama with a cold-hearted fat guy as the top and a rich manager as the bottom. I'm shipping this CP hard. Calm down, upstairs. Obsessing over everything will only hurt you. In the blink of an eye, Yang Zhoushan was pinned to the ground by the fat guy. He let out a blood-curdling scream, are you all blind? Hurry up and help me. As a constable, Qin Shuiyan should have intervened in such a situation. But the sheer shock of the scene was overwhelming. Even with her broad experience, Qin Shuiyan had never witnessed anything like it before. Her mind went blank, leaving only 3 questions. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell am I doing? It was the food bloggers and online influencers hired by Yangzhou Mountain who snapped out of it first, rushing forward to help. Zhang Ye's eyes darted around, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, help out." He said that, but when he reached about 3 or 4 meters away from the 2 chubby guys, he stopped right next to a food blogger. The surrounding anorexia sufferers and their families followed suit, immediately forming a human wall around the 2 fat men under the pretense of helping. The food bloggers and influencers, eager to help, found themselves completely blocked. The cries of Yangzhou Mountain grew increasingly shrill. What started as a plea for help soon turned into desperate cries for rescue. No wonder the fat man was simply too fierce. He had already started pulling down the fat man's pants. Zhang Yi saw this and thought, this can't go on. He immediately pulled out his phone and started live streaming. The surrounding anorexics also started live streaming. Yan Zhou-shan's disgraceful spectacle was instantly uploaded to the internet. Seeing the situation escalate rapidly, Liang Fei knew that if he didn't intervene soon, things would truly spiral out of control. He hurried over to Qin Shuiyan's side. "Officer, how much longer are you going to stand there?" Qin Shuiyan snapped out of her daze and hurriedly signaled her men to spring into action. After pushing through the crowd and subduing the fat man, Yang Zhou-shan lay on the ground, his clothes in tatters, 2 clear tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. "I'm no longer pure." Chapter 51, The Dejected Yang Zhou-shan. Longcheng Magistrate's Office. Qin Shuiyan stared at Liang Fei across from her. "Spill it. What happened?" With Qin Shuiyan, Liang Fei felt no need to hide anything. He recounted the entire incident involving the medicinal cuisine. After hearing it, Qin Shuiyan was utterly shocked. "Is it really that miraculous?" Liang Fei chuckled. "If you don't believe me, ask Director Sun at the city hospital. My medicinal cuisine is absolutely up to standard." Qin Shuiyan replied, "Whether your medicinal cuisine is qualified depends on our test results." After wrapping up matters at the scenic-area restaurant, Qin Shuiyan had arranged for the remaining tiger skin pork knuckles to be sent back for testing. The results should be in by now. Just as she was pondering this, someone walked in. "Sister Shui, the test results are in." Both the tiger skin pork knuckles provided for the anorexia patient and the kidney tonifying pork knuckles later served to the obese man passed inspection. Moreover, they possess exceptionally high nutritional value. No issues? Qin Shuiyan was a bit surprised. She had witnessed firsthand just how extreme that obese man had become. Noticing her confusion, the staff member explained, "We considered that possibility. The preliminary findings suggest the obese man had pre-existing tendencies in that area. The ingredients merely acted as a catalyst, leading to..." Liang Fei chuckled. He'd also been puzzled by how the fat man could have gone so berserk. Based on previous cases, even eating an enhanced version of the kidney tonifying pork hock shouldn't have driven someone to that level of madness. Turns out, the guy had some issues to begin with. Liang Fei turned to Qin Shuiyan. "See? I told you there was nothing to worry about." Qin Shuiyan nodded. "In that case, we're all set here. Just go through the formalities and you can leave. The only thing I need to remind you is, next time, don't put so many ingredients in the kidney-nourishing pork hock. That was just too scary." Liang Fei chuckled. "Got it." Soon, Liang Fei completed the formalities, but he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he waited for Qin Shuiyan at the entrance of the government office hall. When Qin Shuiyan finished her tasks and saw Liang Fei hadn't left, she frowned. "Do you still have business here?" Liang Fei hesitated. "Actually, yes, I do. I was wondering if your office could help me issue a statement." Nothing elaborate, just release the previous test results. That Yang Zhou-shan fellow always stirred up trouble for no reason. Having suffered such a heavy loss at Liang Fei's hands this time, he wouldn't just let it go. So Liang Fei decided to prepare in advance. It wasn't an unreasonable request, so Qin Shuiyan agreed, promising to relay the message to her superiors shortly before the announcement was made. Only then did Liang Fei return to the scenic-area hotel with satisfaction. Longcheng Third Hospital. Inside the hospital room. "Damn it, be gentle. That hurts." Yang Zhou-shan lay on the bed, his face twisted with humiliation. The doctor behind him removed his plastic gloves, nothing serious, just a bit of internal bleeding. "I don't care about your personal hobbies, but I should remind you this kind of thing isn't exactly recommended. And your husband was way too rough." Yang Zhou-shan was completely dumbfounded. "Husband? He's a grown man, where'd he get a husband?" "Doctor, you've misunderstood." The doctor made a shushing gesture. "I get it. You rich folks love to play fancy games. I don't care about your private life, but as a doctor, I must warn you, backdoor deals come with risks." With that, the doctor and nurses left. 2 clear tears rolled down Yang Zhou-shan's cheeks. He really didn't have that kind of preference. Damn it, it's all Liang Fei's fault. That bastard must have drugged me. Wait. At the mention of drugging, Yang Zhou-shan's eyes lit up. This might be our chance. He immediately dialed a number. Here's what you do. Scenic area restaurant. When Liang Fei returned, Zhang Yi was cleaning up the mess. The fat man had gone berserk. The floor was littered with shreds of Yangzhou mountain clothing and a few bloodstains. Zhang Yi fought back the nausea and finally managed to clean up most of it. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at Liang Fei's skill. Despite the mess inside, anorexia sufferers and other guests kept streaming in, some even volunteering to help clean up. Even Liang Fei himself couldn't help but marvel. Just then. Ring ring. The urgent ringing of the phone interrupted Liang Fei's thoughts. After answering, Yang Zhoushan's voice came through. Liang Fei, you son of a. It's all your damn fault. You've made my hemorrhoids bleed. Liang Fei chuckled. Well, I guess I indirectly cured you then. Since you brought me so much business, I won't charge you for the treatment. But remember to come by and pay me back sometime. When you ran off earlier, you scared away a few customers and smashed several pork knuckles. I won't ask for much compensation, just 500 yuan. The Yangzhou guy across from him was fuming. Damn it, Liang Fei actually had the nerve to bring this up. Liang Fei, I didn't call you to talk about this. Liang Fei replied, oh, so you can't even come up with 500 yuan? Manager Yang, you're really struggling. Why not consider coming to work for me? I'll pay you 6,000 a month with full benefits. Consider it? Yang Zhoushan seethed with anger, forcing himself to stay calm. Liang Fei, you don't seriously think this is a good thing, do you? Let me tell you, I've already had someone circulate footage of that fat guy going berserk after you took his elbow. Soon, everyone will know there's something wrong with your pork knuckles. Then we'll see how much business you have left. Liang Fei was delighted. He'd actually guessed right. This was getting interesting. So what exactly are you trying to tell me? Yang Zhoushan was completely baffled. What's the point of telling Liang Fei all this? Is Liang Fei having a brain freeze, or is his brain freezing up? Wasn't what he said clear enough? What I mean is... Beep beep beep. Before he could finish, the call was abruptly hung up. Yang Zhoushan's anger flared up even more, and he quickly redialed Liang Fei's number. What the hell is wrong with you? If you've got nothing better to do, why not find a class to sit in? Yang Zhoushan forced himself to stay calm. Liang Fei, you don't understand a word I'm saying, do you? I'm telling you, the food in your restaurant is about to go bad. Oh. So you were trying to remind me. Well, thanks for the heads up. Beep beep beep. Yang Zhoushan was nearly driven mad with rage. But soon, he realized he'd lost his mind prematurely. To prove Liang Fei restaurant's food was tainted, those online promoters even released footage of the fat man going berserk and Yang Zhoushan staging a life or death showdown at the restaurant. Yet, it still failed to stir much controversy. What sent chills down Yangzhou Mountain's spine was the government office's swift statement confirming the scenic area restaurant's food was perfectly safe. To ensure credibility, they even released the inspection results. Representatives from the Food Safety Bureau stated that Liang Fei's kidney-nourishing pork hock possessed exceptional medicinal and nutritional value. As for the fat man's erratic behavior, it was entirely due to his own peculiar interests. So that's how it is. I was puzzled before. If the scenic area restaurant's food was truly problematic, wouldn't I have gotten sick long ago? Why wait until now? Honestly, Yangzhou Mountain really went above and beyond here. To prove the scenic area restaurant's food is safe, they even spilled all their dirty laundry. This isn't a competitor, they're practically a saint. Yangzhou Mountain is forever the legend. Chapter 52, So you're a rich kid, huh? Yangzhou Mountain was stunned. He'd already braced himself for embarrassment, and this was the result? What the hell kind of joke is this? No sooner had he spoken. Bang! The hospital room door was kicked open, and a swarm of reporters poured in, shoving microphones right up to Yang Zhoushan's face. Manager Yang, is it true about the scenic area restaurant? How effective are the dishes at the scenic area restaurant for nourishing the kidneys? Can you comment on that? Yang Zhoushan was furious. How the hell should I know if their kidney-nourishing effects are any good? The reporter pressed, weren't you the first to try it? You should know best. Exactly. After the fat man ate it, he came looking for you first. How did it feel? Was it big? I heard your hemorrhoids even ruptured. Was it that hard? Yang Zhoushan felt he'd been humiliated on a soul level once again after already being disgraced by the fat guy. Get out. All of you, get the hell out. After returning home, Yang Shuer recounted to her husband what Li Weiwei had said about the tiger skin pork knuckle at the scenic area restaurant enhancing one's abilities. Her husband, Hu Wei, scoffed dismissively. Shuer, you're being way too naive. You actually believe that? I've been to that scenic area restaurant. Their food tastes great, but claiming it has special powers? That's a stretch. Besides, the owner is just a restaurant operator. He hasn't formally studied traditional Chinese medicine. How could he possibly develop medicinal cuisine? Even renowned traditional doctors emphasize gradual progress when it comes to nourishing the kidneys. How could one meal make someone as vigorous as a wolf? I think Yangda must have been feeling the effects of those previous medications. The two of them hadn't been intimate for so long that it led to this misunderstanding. Yang Shuer had already begun to suspect something on the way back, and now that Hu Wei mentioned it, it all clicked into place. She couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. What a shame. Hu Wei chuckled. What's wrong? Can't I satisfy you? Yang Shuer shot Hu Wei a glare. Who would complain about their husband lasting too long? Not just Yang Shuer, Hu Wei himself felt a bit disappointed. In a strange city, in a familiar corner. The phone rang suddenly. Seeing it was Sun Qi calling, Yang Shuer answered immediately. Qi, what's up? Sun Qi's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Shuer, did you see it? Is actually real. Yang Shuer was filled with confusion. Qi, what's wrong? What's real? The live stream from the scenic-area restaurant. Hurry up and find the replay, it's the last segment, about 10 minutes long. Wei Wei was telling the truth. Yang Shuer was stunned. She hurriedly searched for the livestream replay. When she saw the fat guy's crazed state after eating the tiger skin pork knuckle, she was completely numb. Hu Wei was equally stunned. Did he just do drugs or something? How could anyone be that intense under normal circumstances? Yang Shuer was also unsure, but soon she spotted the government office's statement in the interview with Yangzhou Mountain. Her eyes lit up. His hemorrhoids actually ruptured? How intense must that have been? Husband? Ha? Where's my husband? There was no trace of Hu Wei left in the room. Yang Shuer only heard the roar of an engine and Hu Wei's fading voice, suddenly craving pork knuckle. Honey, I'm heading to the scenic-area restaurant. It wasn't just Yang Shuer's household experiencing this situation. Many families in Longcheng were facing the same predicament. Wow, this stuff is seriously potent. Not only is it completely harmless to the body, but it's also packed with nutritional value. It satisfies your cravings while boosting your abilities, this little cutie. Who would want to miss out on that? Hordes of people surged toward the scenic-area restaurant. Originally, Liang Fei had worried today's pork knuckles might not sell. Now, not only were they flying off the shelves, but they were completely insufficient to meet demand. Ironically, the kidney-nourishing pork knuckles, which he hadn't even planned to officially list on the menu, became the hottest seller. Only when Liang Fei ran completely out of ingredients did the customers reluctantly leave. Before leaving, they insisted on stuffing a deposit into Liang Fei's hands, demanding they must have the tiger skin pork hocks first thing tomorrow morning. This left Liang Fei feeling thoroughly disheartened. He'd run his restaurant freely for so long, why did it suddenly feel like clocking in for a job? Over the next few days, Liang Fei's tiger skin pork hocks experienced an even greater surge in popularity. Beyond the anorexia patients and their families, the restaurant was flooded with couples. Each couple arrived skeptical but left thoroughly satisfied. Longshan Scenic Area has everything except hotels. Honey, stop talking. Let's get in the car and go home. We need to buy a new bed tomorrow. I have a feeling tonight will be the last night for our current one. Liang Fei marveled at the youthful energy around him, and the idea of opening a hotel began to take root in his mind. But it remained just a thought after all. The restaurant was his priority for now. Lately, Jiang Qiao had been dropping by occasionally to stream. Ever since Liang Fei learned that the anorexic patient had come specifically because of Jiang Qiao's livestreams, he promptly appointed Jiang Qiao as the restaurant's exclusive food blogger. Jiang Qiao was over the moon about this. Mr. Liang, rest assured I'll do everything in my power to promote your place. Liang Fei chuckled. Promotion? We'll see about that once your follower count catches up. Right now, you don't even have as many followers as I do. Mentioning this left Jiang Qiao feeling utterly frustrated. It made sense that Liang Fei, a restaurant owner, understood pharmacology. After all, medicine was a form of sustenance, sharing some common ground with food. But what was truly surprising was that Liang Fei's follower count was also skyrocketing. He now had over 700,000 followers. As someone who specialized in live streaming and short videos, Jiang Qiao only had around 200,000 followers on the platform. Mr. Liang, you've taught me something. What's that? Jiang Qiao said, a doctor who can't make videos isn't a good chef. Liang Fei shot Jiang Qiao a disapproving glare. Where do you get all this nonsense? No sooner had he spoken. Boss, one order of tiger skin pork knuckle, quick. I'm starving. Drove half a day just to get here. Liang Fei burst out laughing. A familiar face. It was none other than Xiao Yang, who had become a loyal fan of the scenic area restaurant after Liang Fei posted a video of their braised dishes. Ever since meeting Liang Fei, he'd completely given up on life. After all, Liang Fei's stuff was just too tempting. What the hell are you talking about losing weight? Liang Fei brought over a plate of crispy pork knuckle and grinned. Seems like you've got nothing to do today. Don't you have to work? Work? Xiao Yang looked up, his eyes sparkling with a clear yet foolish light. I don't have to work. My family owns a hotel. The biggest 5-star hotel in Longcheng is mine. I'd love to work there, but my dad won't let me. He even gave me tens of millions in startup capital so I could hurry up and open my own hotel. Mr. Liang, you don't understand. Our hotel is a family business, started by my great-grandfather. If I don't have my own hotel by 30, my family will look down on me. Liang Fei felt a headache coming on. So it was me who was clear-eyed yet foolish. No wonder this guy seemed idle all day, he'd already escaped the fate of needing a job. Liang Fei felt deeply wounded. Xiaoyang said, "By the way, Mr. Liang, do you know any good spots nearby? I've scouted the area. The western part of Longcheng is the university district, there's no land available. The central area already has too many hotels. If I open one there, I'd probably get my ass kicked in no time." Chapter 53, Opening a Hotel in the Scenic Area? After much consideration, the eastern district where your Longshan Scenic Area is located seems like the best option. Tourism thrives here, and with few residential areas, the competition is lighter. Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Then you could consider opening one in the Longshan Scenic Area. Xiaoyang had been thinking along those lines. Longshan Scenic Area now sees a steady flow of visitors, at least 3,000 to 5,000 people daily. Even after subtracting those who just stop for a quick meal, over 1,000 remain. All of these people are potential customers. He wouldn't even need to serve them all. If he could retain just 10% of the visitors each day, he'd be raking it in. Sounds good. I'll discuss it with my dad when I get back. Liang Fei replied, "Alright, let me know once you've decided. I'll discuss it with brother Huan too, see if we can implement the stay at the hotel, skip the entrance fee policy." Longshan Scenic Area never relied on ticket sales for profit. The entrance fee was merely a practical measure for operational convenience. After all, 20 yuan for admission isn't expensive these days. Hearing Liang Fei's proposal, Xiaoyang was overcome with excitement. He couldn't eat anymore, so he had Liang Fei pack up his meal and rushed straight back to his parents' villa. "Mom and Dad, look what I brought you. Tiger skin pork knuckles from the Scenic Area restaurant. Only because I know the owner could I get my hands on them, otherwise, they'd be impossible to snag." Xiaoyang's father, Xiao Zhenbang, was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. He glanced at the cheap-looking plastic bag and packaging Xiaoyang had brought back, frowned, and shook his head. After dismissing the cook who had finished preparing dinner, his mother, Lin Wan, took the sealed pork knuckles from Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, how many times have I told you? Don't eat from street stalls. That stuff isn't healthy." Street food? Unhealthy? Come on. Liang Fei's crispy pork knuckles were professionally certified. There aren't many things healthier than this stuff. Mom and Dad, try some. It's delicious. Plus, the Food Bureau even issued a notice praising their tiger skin pork knuckles for their high nutritional value. See for yourselves. He immediately pulled up the Food Bureau's announcement. Lin Wan glanced at it, reluctant to disappoint her son. She turned to Xiao Zhenbang and said, "Try a little. It's what our son brought home." Xiao Zhenbang set down his newspaper. "Alright, Lu has been busy all day. Let's not trouble him. Xiaoyang, you go to the kitchen and plate it up yourself." Xiaoyang nodded immediately. Xiao Zhenbang and his wife sat down at the dining table. Though they agreed to taste it, they still held little interest in the tiger skin pork knuckle. But when Xiaoyang brought out the tiger skin pork knuckles, both of them were stunned. "This smells absolutely incredible. Let me try some." They were usually too busy to even keep up with online trends. Whenever they ate out, it was never cheap. They'd long since grown tired of lobster and abalone. But after tasting these tiger skin pork knuckles today, they realized what they'd been eating before was nothing. Such fine ingredients, yet they'd been ruined by those awful preparations. But look at this scenic spot restaurant, such simple ingredients turned into such deliciousness. Fragrant. Beyond fragrant, I'm speechless. Quick, bring me some steaming hot rice. You absolutely must have rice with pork knuckle. As for some ceremonial feel? Screw that. That's all Western nonsense. What does it have to do with us great Chinese? This meal was easily the best Xiao Zhenbang and his companion had ever had. It was the first time Xiaoyang had seen his parents eat with such gusto. He hadn't even managed to snatch a single bite of meat. After the meal, Xiao Zhenbang picked his teeth and said, "Next time you bring us back something this good, bring more. And come visit us more often. Your mom misses you." Xiaoyang had lived on his own since graduating from university. Though he often returned home, what parent would ever complain about their son spending too much time with them? Lin Wan had long sensed Xiaoyang's intentions and asked, "You came back for a reason, didn't you?" Xiaoyang nodded quickly. "Mom, Dad, I've decided to open a hotel. Right in the Longshan Scenic Area." At first, hearing about the hotel idea, they were genuinely pleased. But when they heard it would be in the scenic area, they were baffled. "Are you out of your mind? A hotel in a scenic area? Who'd stay there? You're practically courting failure." Even Lin Wan, who usually supported Xiaoyang, said, "Son, maybe you should reconsider? If you want to open a hotel in the East District, we're all for it. But a scenic area? That's just not reliable. Especially Longshan Scenic Area. Sure, business has picked up lately, but it's way too remote. There's no way anyone would stay there." Xiaoyang replied, "I've thought it through. Once the hotel opens, we'll focus on short-term rentals. For stays under a night, we'll charge by the hour. Plus, we can lower the scenic area's admission fees, maybe even waive them entirely. At the very least, it won't lose money." Lin Wan remained concerned. Xiao Zhenbang said, forget it. Since he's made up his mind, let's just go with it. We can afford to lose a few million. Xiao Yang looked utterly resigned. They were practically predicting his imminent failure. Mom and Dad, just watch me. With his parents' approval secured, Xiao Yang immediately contacted Liang Fei, who then shared the news with Li Huan. Li Huan expressed strong support. After all, this could be seen as attracting investment for the scenic area. After some discussion, Li Huan finalized the promotional policy. Guests booking rooms at the hotel, whether hourly or overnight stays, would receive complimentary admission tickets. Those staying more than one night would enjoy a 5% discount on all scenic area attractions. Additionally, venue rental fees could be reduced. While the discounts might seem modest, they actually represented a significant concession from the scenic area. Xiao Yang wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. He ultimately chose a location directly across from Liang Fei restaurant for the hotel. After completing all the necessary paperwork, construction commenced immediately. Given the fixed scale of the Longshan scenic area, Xiao Yang initially planned a modestly sized hotel. Excluding land costs, the total investment amounted to several million yuan. The Xiao family's influence proved formidable. From finalizing the site to completing the external framework took less than 3 months. Even Liang Fei marveled at the speed, remarking, money really does make the devil grind the mill. Lately, the restaurant's development had been smooth sailing, with customer numbers gradually stabilizing. However, the influence of medicinal cuisine was growing exponentially. Almost non-stop, people who ran hospital cafeterias came looking to partner with Liang Fei. Liang Fei turned them all down. First, he didn't have enough ingredients to meet his own demand. Second, it simply wasn't necessary. Another brand new day dawned. As soon as Liang Fei opened the door, he saw Xiao Yang grinning broadly. You're here this early? Xiao Yang said, you bet. The hotel just needs renovations now. I've got the construction crew scheduled for today, they'll be here any minute. You'd better hurry over for a free meal, it won't last long. Liang Fei chuckled, don't worry, I'll save some for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than guests began arriving in droves. Liang Fei exchanged greetings with Xiao Yang before getting busy. The tiger skin pork knuckle at this scenic spot restaurant is absolutely amazing. Honey, we absolutely have to pack extra to take home for Mom and Dad to try later. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, accompanied by a child of 6 or 7. The man nodded with a smile. The three entered the restaurant and immediately ordered a serving of the pork knuckle. The woman served a bite to her child. Sweetie, try some. The child's face instantly twisted in disgust. Mom, I don't want to eat meat. Chapter 54, Freshly Baked Baby Food. The woman was stunned. How could her son not want to eat these fragrant pork knuckles? You've been hungry all day long. They had come back from the province to visit relatives. Considering the long journey, they had packed some food, but it wasn't very filling. Fortunately, there were a few service areas along the way where they could grab a bite. But the food at service areas was generally terrible. Their son couldn't stomach it, so they'd relied on snacks the whole way. They'd hoped to finally eat at a scenic area restaurant now that they were back, but unexpectedly, their son still refused to eat. But you couldn't force him to eat. I'll go see if they have anything for kids. The man walked straight over to Zhang Yi. In the kitchen, Liang Fei was studying the comprehensive pastry guide he'd obtained earlier. This thing wasn't really a recipe book, it was more like a special ability. After reading it, he felt like his mind was filled with new knowledge, making pastry making feel effortless. If I'd known the pastry compendium was this useful, I would have used it ages ago. He had dismissed the system reward as worthless before. Liang Fei was filled with regret. Immediately afterward, he decided to research some filling desserts that were also high in nutritional value. After all, a restaurant needed to develop in all directions, didn't it? After much deliberation, Liang Fei decided to start with children. I could try developing a special appetizer-style complimentary food just for kids. This was an experiment. If successful, it would secure the capabilities of the pastry compendium, allowing him to pioneer entirely new dessert creations. Unlike other dishes, desserts could be replicated by others with the right recipe, and the taste wouldn't vary much. This also served as preparation for opening a branch restaurant. After careful research, Liang Fei rearranged the recipes in his pastry compendium. Eventually, a children's snack formula took shape in his mind. Exquisite desserts paired with pastries shaped like adorable little animals, complemented by appetizers specially designed for children, all served on pre-prepared tableware. A complete children's meal was ready. The portions were modest, but the presentation was exquisite. Moreover, the primary purpose of this children's meal wasn't to fill them up, but to stimulate their appetites. This might even help cure those picky eaters. But the thought of the obstacles he'd face when launching the menu gave Liang Fei a headache. Just then, Zhang Yi rushed in. Brother Fei, a child at one table doesn't want to eat meat. His dad asked if we have meals specifically for kids. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. Just when he was feeling tired, someone brought him a pillow. Perfect timing, I just made one. Liang Fei pointed to the serving tray. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a bit put out. Brother Fei, isn't that portion a bit too small? Forget a 6 or 7-year-old kid, even a newborn baby probably wouldn't be satisfied with this. Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi a glare. It's not that exaggerated. Just deliver it already. Oh, and let them know in advance this costs 41 bucks. Zhang Yi was stunned. That little portion for such a high price? Brother Fei, you're no longer the honest merchant you used to be. Liang Fei kicked Zhang Yi in the shins with a sigh. Hurry up. The pricing was justified for several reasons. Preparing baby food was labor-intensive, the ingredients were top quality, and its exceptional ability to stimulate appetite justified the cost. When you break it down, he really was being fair. Zhang Yi reluctantly carried the baby food back to the lobby, where the man waiting had already grown impatient. Seeing Zhang Yi emerge, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Any available? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, but it's a bit pricey and the portion is smaller. He placed the tray on the table. The man's expression turned complicated the moment he saw it. This portion wasn't just a little smaller, it was barely enough to fill the kid's stomach. But his son was a picky eater. Things he didn't like, he simply couldn't stomach. Lately, they'd been working on this habit, but changing it wasn't something that happened overnight. It took time. The main issue was that the child hadn't had a proper meal all day. He was so hungry he barely had any energy left, and the sight of him was heartbreaking for both of them. So be it if the portion was small. If he wasn't full, they could always order another one. How much is it? I'll scan it for you. Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. 40. What? The man was stunned. Though he held a respectable position in the province, he was as clean as a whistle and didn't earn much each month. His wife had a job too, but combined, their monthly income barely topped 10,000 yuan. 40 servings of baby food was still a bit steep for the two of them. Mainly, it just didn't feel right. But thinking of his son, the man gritted his teeth and paid. Carrying the tray back to the table, he saw his son's dull eyes suddenly light up. The woman was pleased too, though the portion size was. Their portions are usually generous, so why is the baby food so small? The man sighed. Not only is the portion small, but the price is high too. If it weren't for their other dishes being reasonably priced, I'd seriously consider reporting them to the Longcheng Food Safety and Price Administration. The woman said, forget it. Seeing how generous their other portions are and how low their prices are, they're probably barely breaking even. Even if they're trying to make money off kids, there's not much we can say about it. The man agreed, you're right. While the couple was talking, the little boy had already finished his baby food. He ate so fast that even his parents were shocked. He'd never eaten so enthusiastically before. The woman looked surprised. Son, did you like it? Without even wiping his mouth, the little boy pointed at the braised pork knuckle. Mommy, I want meat. Both parents could hardly believe their ears. The little boy had never once asked for meat before. And he had previously said he didn't want to eat the pork knuckle. Knowing their son well, they knew that if he said he didn't want to eat something, he wouldn't touch it even if you begged him on your knees. But now, he actually wanted to eat something, a baby food snack? Could this be real? Give him a piece of meat. The woman quickly added another piece of meat for her son, and the little boy devoured it immediately. More. Before long, nearly 3/5 of the entire pork knuckle had disappeared into the boy's stomach. His appetite stunned both of them. Is this for real? Is this really their same picky eater son? Is this really because of the baby food? At that moment, Liang Fei walked over. Are you too satisfied with our children's complimentary foods? The portion sizes for our restaurant's children's side dishes are a bit small, but this is because we consider their primary purpose to be stimulating the appetite. If you're not satisfied, we also offer complimentary children's set meals. After hearing Liang Fei's explanation, the two realized they had genuinely misunderstood him earlier. Satisfied? More than satisfied. This appetizer is way too effective. Zhang Xiao, who was live streaming nearby, immediately turned the camera toward the pair. They didn't seem upset at all and even started promoting Liang Fei's baby food themselves. Truthfully, no promotion was needed, the little boy's transformation spoke for itself. Many people exclaimed, Mr. Liang is truly a genius. Not only did he create something like tiger skin pork knuckles, but now he's come up with baby food too. I bet we'll have a crowd coming in soon. Chapter 55, Let the bullets fly a little longer. Just as people predicted, once word spread, parents struggling with their children's picky eating habits were thrilled. Many arrived with their entire families in tow. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's hotel construction was nearly complete. It would be ready to officially open in just over a week. Inside the bar. I'm telling you, once my restaurant and hotel open, they're going to be a huge hit. His friends were all second-generation wealthy, but not the idle type. They held themselves to high standards, only visiting this kind of quiet bar for drinks when meeting friends. The stylishly dressed Zhao Chang remarked, Xiao, no offense coming from a friend, but your hotel won't turn a profit. I visited Longshan's scenic area half a year ago. The businesses there are barely hanging on. The savvy business owners in the scenic area have long since pulled out. The few left behind are those with little capital or resources. They have no choice but to stay. You've been taken for a ride. Another girl chimed in, I know what Brother Zhao's getting at. The scenic area restaurants are booming, and he could have cashed in on that. But think about it, people go to scenic areas to play. Who actually stays at the hotel inside the scenic area? Honestly, you should pull out now while you haven't invested too much. Otherwise, you'll lose everything. None of his friends trusted Xiao Yang, but Xiao Yang was confident. I know. Right now, I'm just a fool in your eyes. But soon, you'll see just how right my decision was. His sole reason for opening a hotel in the scenic area was Liang Fei's kidney-nourishing pork hock. Though the dish had been launched, it hadn't yet been widely promoted, so demand for lodging remained low. But once his hotel officially opened, the kidney-nourishing pork hocks would truly hit the menu. By then, he wouldn't be able to keep track of all the guests. Enough talk. You'll see for yourselves when the time comes. A week later, Xiao Yang's hotel officially opened. Zhao Chang and the others all made the trip, and even Liang Fei came over to celebrate the opening. Wishing you booming business. After leaving those words, Liang Fei dashed back to the scenic area restaurant to prepare the nourishing kidney pork hock. Earlier, Xiao Yang had repeatedly urged him to ensure the kidney tonifying pork knuckle made it onto the menu today. After all, Xiao Yang had been persuaded by Liang Fei to open this hotel here, so he couldn't very well refuse. To further expand its reach, Liang Fei even enlisted Jiang Qiao to help with promotions. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Qiao started his livestream. Everyone, the much-anticipated kidney-nourishing pork hocks are finally on the menu at the scenic area restaurant today. They're available for purchase. What are you waiting for? One person eats it, the other can't handle it. Two people share it, the bed can't handle it. To ensure everyone can eat with peace of mind, Boss Liang even had his wealthy second-generation friend open a hotel right across from the scenic area restaurant. Eat the pork knuckle, then book a room. What a delightful experience. Xin Fei was Hu Wei's colleague. Ever since Hu Wei told him about the miraculous effects of kidney-nourishing pork knuckle, he'd been dying to try it. He hadn't really thought about it before, but recently he'd started dating a girlfriend. They'd been together for nearly half a year, met each other's parents, and were planning their future. But just as he was about to consummate their relationship with great excitement, he failed miserably. His girlfriend wasn't overly concerned, reassuring him that it was normal for things to happen quickly the first time and that it would improve with time. But it still weighed heavily on his mind. Besides, he could tell his girlfriend was still looking forward to it. After all, a young, passionate couple together was bound to be like dry kindling and a raging fire. But the kindling was as dry as could be, and the fire had gone out. Who could stand that? So he frequented scenic area restaurants, but the kidney tonifying pork knuckles were limited to just a dozen servings a day, impossible to get. He'd been pretty bummed about it. But while idly scrolling through Douyin just now, he suddenly discovered that the kidney-nourishing pork hock was officially on the menu today. And it was unlimited. More importantly, the restaurant was right across the street? What the hell was he waiting for? He immediately called his girlfriend. His girlfriend, Dong Linger, looked puzzled. What's the rush? Didn't we plan to meet friends for karaoke today? Xin Fei replied, singing can wait. Let's head to Longshan scenic area first. Dong Linger froze. Hiking? I hate hiking the most. No, we're going to eat. Dong Linger was stunned. Longshan scenic area was in the eastern district, while they were staying in the western district. Even the shortest route to Longshan scenic area would take 2 or 3 hours by car just for a meal? Xin Fei, what on earth are you up to? We finally have a day off. The food at the scenic area restaurants might be good, but that's just what people say. Is it really worth driving all that way just for a meal? Xin Fei insisted, just trust me. I promise you'll have the happiest day of your life. Despite his assurances, Dong Linger remained unconvinced, even a little annoyed. She felt her boyfriend must have lost his mind. Soon, the two arrived at the scenic area restaurant. Without delay, Xin Fei ordered a serving of kidney tonifying pork knuckle. This pork knuckle is amazing. Dong Linger exclaimed excitedly, but quickly felt it wasn't worth it. The pork knuckle was indeed delicious, generously portioned, and reasonably priced. But had they really spent an entire day just to eat a pork knuckle? What infuriated Dong Linger even more was that while she pondered this, most of the pork knuckle had already disappeared into Xin Fei's stomach. What on earth? Before she could finish, she saw Xin Fei's face light up with excitement. Owner, pack up a regular portion. Then he rushed over to Dong Linger. Linger, you must be tired. There's a hotel right next door, let's go rest our feet, shall we? For some reason, Dong Linger suddenly sensed an aura emanating from Xin Fei that made her bones go weak. Her face flushed, and she nodded. The two quickly grabbed their takeout pork knuckle and headed to the hotel across the street. Even on the way there, Dong Linger could sense that Xin Fei had changed. This time, even the hotel bed might not be able to handle it. How delightful that would be. There were countless young couples in the same situation as Xin Fei and Dong Linger. Several pairs had barely finished half their meal before heading off to book a room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel across the street, 2 full hours had passed since opening, yet not a single customer had walked through the doors. Many passers-by had walked by, but none even bothered to glance at it. Some even murmured, wow, opening a hotel in a scenic area? What sucker got scammed into this? Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. Poor guy. He'll be out of business in a week at most. Zhao Cheng's face darkened at these remarks. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yang. Hey, Xiao, did you hear that? Even outsiders can tell this is doomed. The girl said, Brother Xiao, didn't you say the hotel would be packed today? It's been open for 2 hours already, and not a single guest has shown up yet. Xiao Yan remained unhurried. He stared at the scenic area restaurant across the street and said with a smile, no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Man, of all people to cosplay, you had to be a bandit? Are you seriously planning to raid the scenic area restaurant across the street? Maybe we should just call it off. Before Zhao Cheng could finish speaking, a flushed young couple walked straight toward the hotel. How much for a room? 1 hour no, 3 hours? I'll take half a day. Overnight. Chapter 56, what kind of people are these? The young couple seemed to be throwing money at Xiao Yan like madmen. Later, when they heard rooms were scarce, some even offered extra cash to stay. Zhao Cheng and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Is this the power of kidney tonifying porkhocks? It made them all want to try it themselves. Don't even think about it. Xiao Yang warned, I heard that when boss Liang first developed the kidney-nourishing porkhock, the staff tried it first. The boss nearly lost his life over it. Holy crap. Holy, I'll be damned. That potent? Seems like this is the most expensive dish at tourist restaurants after all. One dish, one girlfriend. The scenic area restaurant's kidney-nourishing porkhock was listed on the menu alongside baby food, and both dishes were gaining popularity. Originally, Liang Fei's customers were mostly individual travelers. But ever since these two dishes hit the menu, people started asking him if he offered any monthly membership deals. It's got Liang Fei feeling down in the dumps. This is crazy popular. Zhang Yi suggested, Brother Fei, maybe you should consider hiring more staff? Or maybe partner with hospitals for the baby food line, like we did with the tiger skin porkhocks? Liang Fei grew even more frustrated. Tiger skin pork knuckles targeted anorexia patients, so hospital partnerships made sense. But how could baby food collaborate with hospitals? Picky eating isn't a medical condition. We can't partner with hospitals, but we could consider partnering with kindergartens. Kindergartens? At the scenic area restaurant, a family of 3 eating their meal looked up. They were the very first family to try the baby food. Ever since trying the baby food, the little boy had become obsessed with it. He couldn't go a single meal without it. The parents also noticed that after eating the baby food, their son's appetite had visibly improved, and his picky eating habits were gradually getting better. They estimated that with a few more days of eating it, he would be completely cured. The man and woman exchanged a glance, then rose and approached Liang Fei. Mr. Liang, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Jian. I'm a regular here. Liang Fei recognized several of the regular customers, but Zhou Jian was the first to introduce himself proactively. Liang Fei smiled and shook Zhou Jian's hand. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure. Thank you for your support of the scenic area restaurant. Zhou Jian replied, it's because your resort restaurant offers such great value for money. Plus, I can tell you genuinely care about your guests. Plus, my son's picky eating habits have my wife and me at our wits' end, so that's why. Zhou Jian chuckled. Never mind that. I heard you're considering partnering with kindergartens to promote children's complimentary foods? Liang Fei nodded. It's just an idea. The main problem is I don't know any kindergarten principals or anything. Kindergartens are different from hospitals. Most people in hospitals are adults, and even if someone does get sick from the food, it's easier to handle. Kindergartens are full of children, delicate little ones. Outside food just doesn't make it in, so Liang Fei could only dream about it. Zhou Jian smiled. Mr. Liang, your children's complimentary foods are truly effective. We've experienced it firsthand. If you could expand their reach, that would be a wonderful thing. If you're seriously considering it, I can reach out to the municipal kindergarten. With me vouching for you, they'll definitely agree. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. Who was this man? The municipal kindergarten was a public institution, with the principal serving as a part-timer from the Education Bureau. That wasn't a place where just anyone could pull strings. Still, this was a tremendous opportunity. Liang Fei replied, Mr. Zhou, if you can truly get my children's food into the kindergarten, I can promise that when the time is right, I'll consider submitting the recipes. The children's snacks had originally been Liang Fei's experimental products before he switched to making desserts. They were destined to be phased out of the menu. If another child like the little boy appeared later and wanted to eat the snacks, there would be nowhere to get them. Hearing this, Zhou Jian's face lit up with delight. Then I'll contact the kindergarten principal right away. He dialed the number immediately. His tone didn't sound like someone asking for a favor at all, it was pure commanding authority. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll notify the Education Bureau and have the city hospital come over for an inspection. After hanging up, Zhou Jian resumed his cheerful demeanor. Mr. Liang, the municipal kindergarten has indicated that as long as the Education Bureau gives the green light and the city hospital provides proof that the food passes inspection, they can arrange for the children's snacks to be supplied to the municipal kindergarten. If you're okay with it, I'll contact the city hospital right away and then inform the Education Bureau. Liang Fei dared not shake his head and nodded eagerly. As Zhou Jian made another call, Zhang Yi remarked to Liang Fei, "Brother Fei, this guy's got some serious clout." Liang Fei replied, "He's not just important, he's probably the most influential figure we've encountered so far." He mentioned he's visiting his parents after returning from the provincial capital. He must be someone from the provincial government. As the two were discussing this, Zhou Jian had already returned to the restaurant. "Mr. Liang, the Education Bureau is all set. They just need the certification documents from a professional testing agency confirming compliance. The city hospital team is already here. They'll conduct the tests immediately and should have results by tonight at the latest." Liang Fei nodded repeatedly. All right. Zhou Jian's call proved incredibly effective. Within 10 minutes, the city hospital team arrived, took samples, and left without even saying goodbye. Just as Zhou Jian had said, the test results were ready before closing time that evening. Unsurprisingly, the nutritional value was exceptionally high, and all standards were fully compliant. Zhou Jian called. "Mr. Liang, I've sent the documents to the principal of the municipal kindergarten. He says it's all good on his end. But we definitely can't force the children to eat it. At most, we'll allow your team to enter the municipal kindergarten and work alongside the cafeteria. They'll also invite parents to attend. Whether you can successfully promote the children's food supplements and gain acceptance from both children and parents will depend entirely on your own capabilities." Liang Fei replied, "No problem. Capturing children's attention was his specialty. Any skillful pastry from his repertoire would instantly grab their interest." Parents trusted the city kindergarten's food management. In their eyes, anything allowed into the kindergarten was safe. In short, as long as the kids were willing to eat his food, there wouldn't be any issues. Before hanging up, Zhou Jian confirmed, "Mr. Liang, just to clarify one last time, once the children's complimentary foods are fully rolled out, you truly intend to hand over the recipes, correct?" Liang Fei replied, "If you have concerns, Mr. Zhou, I can hand over the recipes to you right now." Liang Fei trusted Zhou Jian implicitly. A man of his stature would never use his recipes to harm him. Hearing this, Zhou Jian smiled. "Mr. Liang, your sincerity is evident. I'm confident assisting you this time will prove worthwhile. By the way, should you ever encounter matters beyond your control in the future, provided they're lawful and legitimate, feel free to reach out anytime. Here's my personal number." After hanging up, Liang Fei's mind remained unsettled for a long time. It wasn't just about befriending someone like Zhou Jian. More than that, this success meant his restaurant could take a whole new step forward. Open a branch restaurant. Chapter 57, How about you guys order something too? Municipal Kindergarten. Lu Zhengnon, the deputy director of the Education Bureau who also served as the kindergarten's principal, stood waiting at the entrance. On ordinary mornings, he would arrive at the kindergarten gate to watch the children enter, then attend to other matters once they were settled. But today was clearly different. Lu Zhengnon didn't rush to leave. But the irritation on his face clearly showed his displeasure. Deputy Principal Su Kai beside him said, "Principal, are we really going to allow outside food into the kindergarten? I've heard about the scenic-area restaurants too. Their reputation is indeed good, but what adults eat is fundamentally different from what children should eat. Never mind whether the children will even eat it if they get sick from it, that would be a huge problem." Yesterday, they received a notice from a high-ranking official stating that the scenic-area restaurant had launched a line of children's complimentary foods designed to address picky eating habits. The official emphasized that these foods were highly nutritious and proposed a collaboration between the restaurant and the municipal kindergarten to further promote them. This was undoubtedly a positive development. However, as an institution focused on both education and other aspects, the municipal kindergarten clearly held more authority in matters concerning children's complimentary foods. At first, they didn't see anything wrong with it. But after learning about the scenic-area restaurant's introduction to the complimentary foods, they found the whole thing increasingly dubious. The purpose of children's complimentary foods is indeed to help children eat better, and they had invested considerable effort in researching this. Even after gathering numerous experts in related fields, the complimentary foods they developed simply couldn't achieve both delicious taste and appetite-stimulating effects. The results were worlds apart from what Liang Fei's restaurant had developed. If experts couldn't pull it off, how could Liang Fei, a mere restaurant owner, possibly manage it? To Lu Zhengnon, this whole endeavor seemed downright ridiculous. Heaven knows how that Liang Fei guy managed to convince Mr. Zhou. I suspect he outright deceived Mr. Zhou. The deputy principal wore a look of displeasure. Lu Zhengnon sighed. "Let's not dwell on it. Things have already come to this. We'll just have to take it one step at a time." To be honest, Lu Zhengnon's thoughts weren't much different from the deputy principal's. He too believed that Liang Fei's children's food supplements were nothing more than a way to polish his resume. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Liang Fei was just a restaurant owner. How could someone like him possibly develop anything worthwhile? People like him valued their own interests above all else. Even if his baby food really worked as well as rumored, it was probably because no one knew what he'd added to it. Let's wait and see. No sooner had he spoken than they saw Liang Fei riding a tricycle, bringing Zhang Yi along with him. The sight instantly dampened their spirits. This is just too unprofessional. It wasn't that their kindergarten had never allowed outside food before, but every restaurant they'd worked with previously looked incredibly professional just by sight. And now a scenic area restaurant shows up on a tricycle? Regardless of the food quality, the appearance alone was utterly unprofessional. The two, who already harbored little fondness for Liang Fei, now felt even less inclined toward him. But with Zhou Jian's reputation on the line, they dared not say much more. Lu Jingnong and Su Kai steeled themselves and stepped forward, forcing smiles onto their faces. Mr. Liang, right? Mr. Zhou should have already explained the situation to you. We can only offer you one opportunity. Whether you can successfully market your children's food and gain acceptance from both children and parents will depend entirely on your own capabilities. Liang Fei replied, no problem. Where will we be cooking? Follow me. Under Lu Jingnong's guidance, Liang Fei soon arrived at the kindergarten cafeteria. After introducing Liang Fei to the head chef and specifically mentioning that Liang Fei was there to promote children's complimentary foods, Lu Jingnong and Su Kai departed. The head chef eyed Liang Fei up and down, his disdain plain in his gaze. Baby food? Are you sure you're qualified for this? By comparison, the staff at the municipal kindergarten cafeteria were clearly the professionals. While they might not match outside restaurants in handling other types of food, when it came solely to children's meals, they considered themselves unmatched in the entire city of Longcheng. Liang Fei was essentially coming here to steal their business. And the audacity of this guy daring to compete with them? He was just some greenhorn in his 20s. This wasn't just stealing business, it was downright disrespectful. Liang Fei didn't say much, just chuckled and replied, right. Maybe we'll have plenty of chances to work together in the future. While the head chef managed to hold back, the other chefs were completely unrestrained. Damn, this guy really can't take a hint, huh? Don't think we don't know what you're up to. With your skills, if it weren't for Mr. Zhou pulling strings to recommend you, do you really think your dishes would make it into the city kindergarten? Future collaborations? Yeah, right. Mark my words, after this, you won't get back into the city kindergarten. Even Mr. Zhou probably won't have the nerve to keep recommending you. Who says otherwise? You've got some nerve. Who do you think you are? Actually having confidence in your baby food? Where'd you get that guts? Zhang Yi looked thoroughly annoyed as he said to Liang Fei, Brother Fei, they clearly don't think much of us at all. Liang Fei remained unruffled. They're just thinking about the kids. We'll just keep doing our thing. Zhang Yi nodded and immediately got to work under Liang Fei's instructions. Seeing that Liang Fei didn't even have the courage to argue back, the cafeteria chef started whispering even louder. Guess he knows he's in the wrong? At least he's got some self-awareness. What good is self-awareness? I despise unscrupulous merchants like this the most. Passing off inferior goods to deceive adults is bad enough, but now they're preying on children? Their conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Couldn't agree more. Best if she doesn't sell a single jar today, let her give up that pipe dream. The head chef cut in, alright, lunch service is about to start. Everyone, get to work. The head chef's words carried weight, and everyone quickly got to work. Liang Fei was equally busy on his end. He ground the prepared ingredients to the correct consistency, added water, and incorporated milk and other auxiliary materials in sequence. With his expert technique, he ensured everything blended perfectly before pouring the mixture into molds for baking. Liang Fei deliberately slowed down each step, instructing Zhang Yi to observe and take notes throughout the process. After finishing the desserts, he moved on to pastries and main dishes. After some thought, he also added a serving of nutritious mushroom soup to the side dishes. This mushroom broth was his own refinement of a classic stock recipe. The inherently balanced nutrition of the stock combined with the natural umami of the mushrooms not only balanced the meatiness of the base but elevated the overall flavor profile to new heights. Zhang Yi could barely contain his drool. Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi a disapproving glare before handing him a bowl of mushroom soup. Look at you, drooling like that. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the surrounding cafeteria staff had paused their work, their gazes all fixed on them. Would you guys like some too? The cafeteria staff's eyes lit up instantly. Since you're being so generous, we won't refuse. But let us clarify, we're not here for a taste. We just need to verify the nutritional content to see if it's suitable for the kids. Chapter 58. Their eyes went green. Right, we definitely don't want to drink it. Exactly. We're just being responsible for the kids. Despite their claims, the cafeteria chefs drank with increasing enthusiasm, even polishing off the baby food Liang Fei had prepared. After a few spoonfuls, their stomachs started growling. What the hell is this? Isn't this rice? How come I'm still hungry after eating it? You bet. I'm craving a big chicken drumstick right now. The cafeteria chef's eyes turned green when they spotted the chicken drumsticks prepared for the children. The head cook quickly shielded the drumsticks, his expression guarded. "Calm down, these are for the kids. What will they eat if you take them?" The cafeteria chefs knew this well, but they couldn't resist. They had been pretty skeptical about Liang Fei's children's food before, but now they realized they shouldn't have doubted it. This stuff was seriously powerful. "Just one. We'll only take one." The head chef was also struggling to resist. Earlier, out of curiosity, he'd sampled some of Liang Fei's baby food. He never imagined it would be so incredibly appetizing. Add to that the fact that they'd been busy all morning and were already starving. Cooking is physically demanding work, after all. Normally, they'd wait until the kids finished eating before grabbing their own meals. But after eating the baby food, its obvious appetite-stimulating effect made them lose all restraint. After agonizing over it for ages, the head chef finally gritted his teeth and said, "One per person. Just to tide us over. Otherwise, there won't be enough food for the kids." Hearing this, the cafeteria cooks were instantly fired up. They grabbed chicken legs and started devouring their rice like mad. But they were all burly men. One chicken leg was nowhere near enough. After finishing, they felt even hungrier. "Now, even if you gave me a pair of leather shoes, I could still keep going with just this cold water." "Me too. Hurry up and tell the principal to start serving. After the kids finish, I'm going to polish off 5 bowls of rice straight. Save some for me. You eat 4 bowls, I'll have 6. News of the cafeteria opening reached the principal, who immediately notified all the teachers. The children's parents had already arrived, and the teachers promptly led the parents and children toward the cafeteria. The city kindergarten enforced strict safety protocols. To prevent stampedes during mealtime, not only did teachers greet everyone at the entrance, but cafeteria staff also waited at the door. As the teachers from each class arrived with their children, they spotted the cafeteria staff from afar. Each one looked like they hadn't eaten in days, their eyes practically glowing green as they stared at the children. This sight startled many parents. What's going on? Why do the cafeteria staff look like that? Do they usually skip meals and eat children instead? Parents behind them, who hadn't seen the cook's expressions yet, burst out laughing upon hearing this. That parent's joke is pretty sharp, like cafeteria staff would eat kids. Before he could finish, he caught sight of the cafeteria staff's expressions. What the hell? Why are their eyes all green? Who'd believe they don't eat kids now? Many parents immediately shielded their children behind them. The cafeteria staff looked utterly dejected. They weren't drooling over the kids. Seeing them had ignited a fierce hope in their hearts. They desperately wanted the children to finish their meals quickly so they could finally eat their own food in peace. But clearly, no one was in the mood for explanations now. Under the parents' strict watch, the children finally made it safely into the cafeteria. Today's menu actually includes baby food? This seems like an imported dish. I heard that after the cafeteria's last attempt at baby food didn't go over well, they never offered it again. Oh, it's an outside dish? Then forget it. I was actually thinking of letting my kid try it. A parent who wasn't fully informed asked, "Are outside dishes unclean?" Another parent replied, "Not exactly. The municipal kindergarten has very strict management. External dishes are only allowed in if they have inspection certificates from the municipal hospital. There's no need to worry about safety or nutrition. The main issue is that outside dishes don't suit our child's taste. He's such a picky eater. The meals at our municipal kindergarten cafeteria are all expertly researched to be perfectly suited to children's palates, yet even then, he'll only take a few bites before refusing to eat. If we gave him outside food, he'd refuse to eat that too." Your child is picky too? Mine is exactly the same. Many parents admitted their children's picky eating habits were quite severe. Hearing this, Liang Fei's mouth stretched into a wide grin. This was the perfect battleground for promoting the most suitable children's complementary foods. He immediately pulled aside a parent complaining about their picky eater. "If your child is a picky eater and you want to improve that habit, you should definitely try our children's complementary foods. Our baby food is incredibly appetizing. Just one serving will make your child devour their meals with gusto." The parent replied, "How could it be that miraculous?" Liang Fei replied, "If you don't believe me, just ask those cafeteria chefs how well our baby food stimulates appetite." The parent looked stunned. "So you're saying the reason they looked like they wanted to eat our child was because they ate your children's side dishes?" Liang Fei recounted the entire incident to the parent. With lingering doubt, the parent approached the cafeteria chef and asked, "Sir, is your behavior like this because you ate that restaurant owner's children's appetizer?" The cafeteria chef's face darkened the moment he heard Liang Fei's name mentioned. "Don't even mention that bastard." The parent hadn't expected such intense resentment from the cafeteria chef and instinctively took a half step back. The cafeteria chef vented, "Who knows what he did to it? Not only does that baby food taste good, and forget about the high nutritional value, the damn thing is way too appetizing. I wasn't even that hungry before, but after eating it, I feel like I could devour the entire cafeteria now. Did you hear that? My stomach's protesting right now. I'm starving to death." Only then did the parent realize, so that's why the cafeteria staff's eyes were glowing green. They were starving. Then the parents' eyes lit up. Their child was a severe picky eater and rarely ate much. Even at the city kindergarten cafeteria, he barely touched his food. He was almost 10 years old but weighed less than 20 kilograms. He was so thin he had hardly any flesh left. Both she and the child's father were utterly distraught. They'd tried everything, scolding, even physical discipline, and had even taken the child for comprehensive medical examinations. But the child still refused to eat properly. If these children's supplements really work that well, they'd be a huge help. The parent immediately rushed over to Liang Fei. How much is one serving of this children's supplement? I'll take one. Liang Fei smiled broadly. That'll be 41 portions, please. That expensive? Chapter 59. Did he stuff a pisho inside? The parents were stunned. Liang Fei's baby food wasn't hidden at all, it was just placed directly on the tray. This allowed everyone to see just how little portion it was. That portion is way too small. But if it really worked that well, it would be worth it. The parent gritted their teeth and said, I'll take it. She quickly brought the baby food over to her child. Sweetie, try some. Before she could finish her sentence, the child snatched the delicately prepared baby food and began munching away. The parent was stunned. It was the first time she'd ever seen her child show such enthusiasm for any food. While she was still in shock, her child had already finished the entire portion of baby food. Not only that, but the little boy looked up at his mother with innocent eyes. Mommy, I'm still hungry. I want chicken drumsticks, rice, and vegetables. The parent's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately ran off to get what the child wanted. The little boy took bites of chicken drumstick and rice, while his other hand held a spoon, scooping a heaping spoonful of rice into his mouth. He ate with such relish. He made his parents hungry just watching him. Several parents nearby were astonished to see the little boy eating so heartily. Just moments ago, they had witnessed him refusing to eat anything. Even when forced, he'd only take a few tiny bites. The difference before and after was like night and day, right? What did you say to him? How did he suddenly become such a good eater? The parent replied, I didn't say anything. I just gave him a serving of baby food. The one over there. 41 servings. I thought it was too expensive before, but now it seems worth every penny. Look at how much mine eats. I feel like none of these meals are enough anymore. The other parents were all stunned. Could one serving of baby food really make such a difference? Some were skeptical, others just wanted to give it a shot, but soon, everyone started buying the baby food. After feeding it to their children, without exception, the kids who used to be picky eaters devoured it with gusto, while the ones who already loved eating ate even more. Later, the parents started stepping in to stop them. Principal Lu Zhengnong and Vice Principal Su Kai, who had harbored resentment toward Liang Fei, were stunned speechless by this scene. Is this really just baby food? This is like stuffing them with a pisho. This damn thing works way too well as an appetite booster. If this could really get baby food promoted in municipal kindergartens, would they still have to worry about kids not eating properly? The two were utterly thrilled. Meanwhile, the cafeteria chefs were filled with dread. Sure, they'd be thrilled if the kids ate more and got full, but damn, they're eating way too much. At this rate, they probably won't get to eat it after all. What should we do? Everyone turned to look at the cafeteria chef. The head chef was utterly frustrated. Before, he'd been frustrated because the kids wouldn't eat, leaving too much of the delicious food they'd worked so hard to prepare. Now, he was frustrated because there simply wasn't enough to go around. What else can we do? Work overtime and keep cooking. The cafeteria staff immediately dashed back to the kitchen. The children ate with such ferocity, whether they were usually big eaters or picky eaters, that after trying Liang Fei's children's food, they seemed to have superpowers. If the parents hadn't stopped them, they might have even eaten the plates. This piqued the parents' curiosity. Fortunately, Liang Fei still had some baby food left, so the parents bought some too. After trying it, they finally understood its magic. With the parents joining in, the cafeteria's food supply was completely insufficient. Lu Zhengnong and Su Kai were both dumbfounded. It seems I misunderstood Mr. Zhou. I used to think Mr. Zhou was just using his influence to give his people a boost, but now it's clear that's not the case at all. Su Kai chimed in, exactly, Principal. Shouldn't we go apologize to Mr. Liang? Absolutely. The two immediately approached Liang Fei. Lu Zhengnong spoke with utmost sincerity, Mr. Liang, I misunderstood you earlier. I never imagined your children's food supplements would be so remarkably effective. I apologize for my previous attitude. To be fair, Lu Zhengnong hadn't really embarrassed Liang Fei before. Even if he had, Liang knew Lu was acting in the children's best interests. He responded immediately, Principal Lu, you're too kind. I understand your good intentions. I truly didn't take it to heart. Only then did Lu Zhengnong breathe a sigh of relief. So, what do you think about the city kindergarten partnering with you? You could supply some children's snacks daily. Of course, we'd make sure you don't lose money on it. Liang Fei had come with precisely this intention, so naturally he had no objections. After expressing his stance, both Lu Zhengnong and Liang Fei grinned from ear to ear. Shall we sign the contract now? Sure. Lu Zhengnong and his partner worked with remarkable efficiency, drafting the contract swiftly. Liang Fei glanced over the contract, feeling a bit conflicted. What's the matter, Mr. Liang? Is there a problem with the contract? Or is it the price you can't accept? Liang Fei's baby food products were remarkably effective, and the two men didn't want to miss this opportunity. Their own children attended kindergarten and were picky eaters too. They knew all too well how much this issue troubled parents. Therefore, they were desperate to get Liang Fei's baby food into the city's kindergartens. Seeing Liang Fei seem hesitant now, they grew anxious. Liang Fei replied, "The contract is fine, and the price is fine too. But I see your kindergarten has over 1,000 children. Our scenic area restaurants simply can't produce that much baby food in a single day. How about this instead? Count how many picky eaters you have, and we'll supply a fixed quantity for now. That way we won't be overwhelmed. After this period, I'll submit the recipes for the children's meals. Then you won't have to worry about this anymore." Lu Zhengnong was stunned by this proposal. Deep remorse welled up inside him. He had previously assumed Liang Fei was the kind of scoundrel who'd stop at nothing to make a buck. Now it seemed he'd underestimated him. His own perspective had been too narrow. Liang Fei never intended to profit from this venture in the first place. The head chef at the cafeteria had just told him that he'd personally witnessed Liang Fei preparing the baby food. The ingredients alone were worth the price tag. Factoring in labor and other costs, the actual production cost per serving should be over 50 yuan. Liang Fei was essentially selling at a loss. Given the effectiveness of his baby food, even doubling or tripling the price would be perfectly acceptable. With this alone, Liang Fei could secure an unshakable position in Longqing's culinary scene. Yet instead of doing that, he was planning to donate the recipe for the baby food to serve the public. What kind of noble soul could possibly do something like that? If circumstances permitted, Lu Zhengnong would have knelt before Liang Fei on the spot to express his admiration. "Mr. Liang, you're killing me. Having someone like you in Longqing's food industry is a blessing for our city." Liang Fei waved his hands hastily. "It's nothing, really. Principal Lu, if you have no objections, shall we proceed with amending the contract?" Chapter 60, Trouble at Yangzhou Mountain. What else could Lu Zhengnong say? He wholeheartedly agreed. Hurry up and get another copy of the contract. Soon, the contract was printed. After confirming everything was in order, Liang Fei signed his name. Happy cooperation. With the municipal kindergarten helping shoulder the burden, Liang Fei's workload lightened considerably. Meanwhile, thanks to the municipal kindergarten's promotion, Liang Fei's influence in the children's food supplement market expanded further. However, some dissenting voices emerged online. Damn, such tiny portions, using nothing but common ingredients, yet they dare charge 40 bucks per serving? That's robbery. Well, it's certainly better than outright robbery. At least this isn't illegal. I used to think scenic spot restaurants were pretty fair. Turns out that was just wishful thinking. You gotta hand it to the owners, they know how to run a business. They built a loyal following with those signature dishes, then launched this to directly target kids' wallets. This way, even if someone criticizes them, they have a rebuttal ready. In my opinion, these scenic spot restaurants have completely abandoned any sense of ethical business practices. If they genuinely wanted to make money, targeting adults wouldn't raise eyebrows. But look at what they're doing now. Is this even human? How is this any different from those companies that specifically target seniors with health supplements? Exactly. What's even more disgusting is that Liang Fei launched these baby foods under the guise of helping kids overcome picky eating habits. That's moral blackmail. That's outrageous. If he genuinely wanted to help kids, why not just donate the baby food? It's all fake charity. From now on, everyone should avoid eating at tourist area restaurants. Manhwa restaurant is far more ethical than those tourist traps. Liang Fei burst out laughing upon seeing the online comments. Wow, Manhwa restaurant isn't even trying to pretend anymore? It wasn't that no one complained about the small portions of his baby food, but those who truly understood baby nutrition all praised it. Don't those kids' parents know whether his baby food portions are reasonable or not? This was ridiculous. Zhang Yi looked equally annoyed. Brother Fei, aren't you going to refute this? Liang Fei replied, what's there to refute? The truth will out. Besides, the baby food has already served its purpose. I just contacted Mr. Zhou. He'll be here shortly with representatives from the Food Safety Bureau and the Education Bureau to witness everything. I'll donate the formula directly then. Zhang Yi was stunned. He'd thought Liang Fei was just talking big, but who knew he was serious? Brother Fei, are you sure you won't reconsider? Liang Fei shrugged. What's there to reconsider? We launched the baby food line as a test run to boost our scenic area restaurant's reputation. Now that we've achieved our goal, why hold on to it any longer? Besides, our restaurant isn't exactly short on cash these days. Alright, tidy up. We'll just wait for Mr. Zhou and the others to arrive. Got it. Zhang Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Liang Fei's decision and immediately went to prepare. Meanwhile, at Yunhua restaurant. Yang Zhoushan was overjoyed as he read the negative online reviews about the scenic area restaurants. Just as Liang Fei had suspected, the people bad-mouthing the scenic area restaurants were hired by Yangzhou Mountain. Some netizens had already felt Liang Fei's portion sizes for children's meals were too small. Once his hired hands started spreading their claims, it instantly fueled even more discontent. Yang Zhoushan watched as both sides seemed poised to start a fight, and he couldn't help but feel even more delighted. He had only intended to annoy Liang Fei earlier, but now he had changed his mind. If Liang Fei's baby food business triggers a mass incident, he'll never be able to run it again. Yang Zhoushan nearly jumped up with excitement and immediately contacted his people. "You mean?" A voice came from the other end, "Manager Yang, isn't this a bit too harsh?" "Harsh my ass." Yang Zhoushan felt like he was dealing with a stubborn fool. "Damn it, that bastard Liang Fei has nearly ruined Manhwa restaurant. We've finally stumbled upon such a golden opportunity, we absolutely can't let it slip away. Let's do it." "Alright then." Online discussions about Liang Fei's children's food products grew increasingly heated. Families who had tried the products and benefited from them strongly supported them. Meanwhile, another group seized upon the small portion sizes and the fact that Liang Fei was profiting off children to launch fierce criticism against him. "I've seen plenty like Liang Fei. He starts by offering small favors to win people over, then when the time is right, he'll cut corners and make a killing. In the end, it's the children who suffer. We're all parents. We can't just stand by and let people like this run wild. I say we all go to the scenic area restaurant and demand an explanation. If he truly wants to do good, he should just donate the baby food recipes outright. Or make the formula completely transparent and register it with the Food Safety Bureau. We absolutely can't give him any loopholes to exploit." "Great idea, I'm in. Count me in." While a small minority online displayed aggressive hostility, the vast majority remained rational, especially families who had benefited from Liang Fei's baby food. Many people saw through this group. They weren't truly concerned about the children, but were using this as an excuse to cause trouble at tourist restaurants. Lu Zhengnon, the principal of the municipal kindergarten, even created a private WeChat group under his personal name. "Parents, this is clearly someone targeting Mr. Liang. We all know Mr. Liang's character and understand he genuinely cares about the children. We can't let such a conscientious entrepreneur lose heart." "Exactly. Those who light fires for others shouldn't freeze to death in the snow. We must unite now to defend the scenic area restaurant." "Exactly. Some online users have already been stirred up by the troublemakers. Once they arrive at the scenic area restaurant, they won't negotiate calmly with Mr. Liang. They might even resort to vandalism. Even if investigations later prove Mr. Liang had nothing to do with it, a mass incident sparked over a single dish will still deal him significant damage. We must prevent this from happening. Let's unite to protect the scenic area restaurants and stand by the best Mr. Liang." The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with even many children clamoring to go help. Longshan Scenic Area. A crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain, led by a bald man. His name was Han Yuexin. He was the one who took money from the Yunhua Hotel in Yangzhou Mountain and started the online conflict. He addressed the crowd beside him. "Brothers, remember our goal. Once we reach the scenic area restaurant, we stir up trouble. We must provoke a confrontation between both sides. As soon as the fighting starts, our objective is achieved. Liang Fei won't get off easy. Got it?" Surrounded by his men, they immediately responded, "Brother Xin, just watch us handle this. We'll handle this perfectly, brother." A smile spread across Han Yuexin's face. Just then, the roar of engines filled the air. The crowd they'd stirred up charged forward. Han Yuexin immediately stepped forward. "Parents, your timing couldn't be better. We must unite to resist unscrupulous businesses like Liang Fei's. We absolutely cannot give them any chance to harm our children." Chapter 61, The Conflict Erupts. Some people at the scene, however, weren't swayed by the agitation. "That doesn't seem right. While the restaurant owner at the scenic spot does seem to be profiting off children, his children's food is actually quite good, it's just a bit overpriced. Even so, it's hardly harmful to the children." Han Yuexin had been prepared for this. "I know he's doing good things now, but we can't rule out the possibility he might do something wrong in the future. Besides, we're not here to cause trouble, we just want to nip this possibility in the bud. Our goal is simply to have him publicly disclose the formula and register it with the Food Safety Bureau. That's all. That's not an unreasonable request." Han Yuexin's men immediately shouted in unison, "Not unreasonable. Not in the slightest. We're doing a good deed here. Besides, Liang Fei himself said he developed this baby food for children and publicly proclaimed it as a good deed. We're just urging him to stay true to his original intentions." With that explanation, the parents had no further objections. Seeing the moment was ripe, Han Yuexin immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's go to the scenic area restaurant and demand an explanation. Let's go." The crowd surged toward Longshan Scenic Area. Scenic Area Restaurant. Liang Fei was making final preparations when Li Huan rushed in breathlessly. "Xiao Liang, there's trouble. A bunch of people from down the mountain are rushing up here demanding answers." They say you're preying on kids. It's just like scamming elderly folks into buying fake health supplements. They're even using your small portion sizes as evidence. Liang Fei was stunned. He'd assumed people were just venting online. Damn, they actually showed up. Li Huan suggested, Xiao Liang, maybe you should lay low for a bit. I think those parents just got their minds twisted. If you lay low for a bit, they'll eventually realize they've been manipulated. Zhang Yi shared the same view. Liang Fei just smiled and said, if I hide today, I won't be able to hide when the same thing happens again in the future. Besides, I've made plans with Mr. Zhou and the others. I can't just walk away. Li Huan asked, you're not seriously planning to confront them head-on, are you? That could get us into trouble. Liang Fei chuckled, I don't think anything will happen. On the contrary, it might even help my plans. Li Huan and Zhang Yi could hardly believe their ears. What the hell? Has Liang Fei lost his mind? Those parents had been manipulated and were now so enraged they'd likely lash out at Liang Fei. And he thinks this could actually help his plan? Brother Fei? Liang Fei waved his hand. My mind is made up. By now, Han Yuexin had already led his group to the scenic-area restaurant. Along the way, Han Yuexin had been stirring up the parents' emotions. People grew increasingly agitated, gradually accepting that Liang Fei was definitely up to no good. Damn it, we absolutely can't let Liang Fei harm our children. Right. We must unite. Force Liang Fei to publicly disclose his formula and guarantee to the Food Safety Bureau he won't exploit children's supplements. Right. We need that guarantee, and he has to increase the portion sizes too. If he refuses, we absolutely won't leave. Han Yuexin's smile grew broader. He knew that by now, the crowd's emotions had been fully stirred up. These parents were like a pile of dry kindling. All it would take was a single spark to ignite a raging inferno. The show was about to begin. He turned his gaze toward the scenic-area restaurant and suddenly raised his voice, Liang Fei, get your ass out here. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yong appeared, rushing over with his men. What do you think you're doing? You came here to cause trouble, huh? Han Yuexin wasn't the least bit afraid. Cause trouble? We're just fighting for our legitimate rights. We just want to talk to Liang Fei. But you folks from Longshan Scenic Area are acting so tense. Could it be you really want to make an issue out of children's food? Lu Yong was furious. Liang Fei was already operating at a loss with the baby food business, yet these people were still picking fights. Is there no law anymore? Let me tell you this, Longshan Scenic Area, the Scenic Area restaurant, and Mr. Liang, we have nothing to be ashamed of in how we handle the baby food issue. It's you lot who went to the Scenic Area restaurant causing trouble. In my view, you're the ones with truly despicable motives. The parents behind him immediately grew displeased. Hey, how can you talk like that? We're all here for our kids. Besides, Liang Fei really did a shady job with this. Not only are the portions tiny, but the prices are sky high. Isn't this just preying on parents' worries about their children to make money off them? Lu Yong was so angry he started laughing. People should speak with a conscience. From the very start, baby food was marketed as an appetite booster. As appetite-stimulating food, if the portions were too large, how the hell would kids eat their main meals? As for your claim about high pricing, utter nonsense. Xiao Liang uses only the finest ingredients, absolutely worth every penny. If we follow your logic, caviar, foie gras, tuna, 5J Black Label ham, aren't all those items absurdly overpriced too? Are those items also arbitrarily priced? You get what you pay for. I'll say it again, Chef Liang has nothing to be ashamed of. The parents were left speechless. Han Yuexin could only resort to sophistry. The bottom line is, the pricing is unreasonable. Liang Fei is clearly exploiting children for profit. Move aside. We're going to confront Liang Fei face to face. Lu Yong finally saw through it. This group was here to cause trouble. I'm here today, and I'll be damned if anyone tries to cause trouble. Han Yuexin had been waiting for this moment. He turned and shouted at the parents, did you all hear that? Longshan Scenic Area is blatantly covering for Liang Fei. The more they try to hide it, the more it proves Liang Fei is up to no good. We must see Liang Fei. Right. Let's all go together. I don't believe he can stop us. Led by Han Yuexin, the crowd surged forward. But just then, what if we join in too? As the words fell, hundreds of parents surged forward. These were the parents who had attended the city kindergarten's promotional meal featuring Liang Fei's children's food. They had witnessed the results firsthand, right before their eyes. Their opinions carried far more weight than those who had only heard snippets and criticized Liang Fei's products. Not only did they not think Liang Fei's pricing was high, they even felt it was a bit low. They trusted Liang Fei implicitly. The crowd moved directly toward Lu Yong and his group, forming a human wall. With us here today, no one will cause trouble. You lot must be out of your minds, just parroting whatever you hear. And you think Mr. Liang would make a fuss over baby food? How exactly would he do that? Does he control children with baby food? As for the pricing issue you mentioned, even if it's a bit steep, he's just running a restaurant. What's wrong with wanting to make a profit? If it works and the product is genuinely good, that's all that matters. Are you all brainless? You just believe whatever people say. Have you actually tried Mr. Liang's baby food? You keep saying it's for the kids, but have you ever truly considered things from their perspective? Besides, if there were really problems with the baby food, would the municipal kindergarten even accept it? Chapter 62, Who said I wasn't going to donate the recipes? Her words were clear and logically sound. The parents on Han Yuexin's side fell silent. It seemed she might actually have a point. Parents supporting Liang Fei continued, We've personally tried Mr. Liang's baby food with our children. We've seen the changes in our kids with our own eyes. My son used to be such a picky eater, but since starting Mr. Liang's baby food, he can polish off a whole bowl of rice plus 3 chicken drumsticks in one sitting. Same with mine. Now he looks forward to meals, his weight is climbing steadily, and his physique has visibly improved. My child was even a bit shy before, but since Mr. Liang's baby food improved his appetite, his personality has gradually become more outgoing. And as for the ingredients in Mr. Liang's products, they've been tested by the city hospital and certified to the highest standards by the Food Safety Bureau. How could there possibly be any issues with something like that? The parents across the table were completely speechless. Han Yuexin panicked. Don't listen to their nonsense. Liang Fei must be up to no good. Even if his baby food is fine, his motives are questionable. He claims it's for the children, but if he truly cared about them, why wouldn't he just donate the recipes? No sooner had he finished speaking than a roar of engines filled the air. Then, several vehicles with white license plates sped up. White license plates weren't something just any car could have. These vehicles weren't ordinary. That one looks like it's from the Food Safety Bureau. Those over there are city government vehicles. And there are police vehicles following behind. Wow, what a big operation. What's going on? Han Yuexin was stunned. But soon, he started laughing. His earlier remarks weren't just meant to smear Liang Fei and his restaurant. He genuinely believed there was something wrong with Liang Fei's baby food. After all, the effects of this stuff were just too obvious. With that thought, Han Yuexin immediately spoke up, Everyone, I've been saying all along that there's something wrong with Liang Fei's baby food. See? The city government, the Food Safety Bureau, and the authorities have all come together. This clearly means they're investigating the scenic-area restaurants. Don't you think about it? If Liang Fei's baby food didn't actually have something added, how could it possibly have such a huge effect? They keep saying the baby food costs too much, but they can't explain where the high costs come from. It's not that they don't understand, it's that they have no clue. If you ask me, it's definitely because they're cutting corners. Liang Fei did it to balance the books. This sparked considerable suspicion among many. Wow, is that even possible? I think it's highly likely. Ever since that scenic spot restaurant suddenly blew up, there's been something fishy. First it was the broth ramen, then the braised meats and crispy pork knuckles. Every single dish is addictive, to the point where you get withdrawal symptoms if you skip a meal. Think about it, what else in this world could have that kind of effect? Holy crap, it can't be the rock sugar. Highly likely. Damn it, Liang Fei is such a scumbag for pulling something like this. Parents supporting Liang Fei were furious. The kids did enjoy the baby food, but it wasn't like they were addicted to it. The parents had eaten it too, and it hadn't caused them any problems whatsoever. Those claiming the products were laced with something were utterly despicable. But seeing the city government, Food Safety Bureau, and local authorities all show up together inevitably made them feel a bit uneasy. Surely they aren't actually investigating Mr. Liang based on some people's nonsense? Mr. Liang has dedicated himself to the children. This would only break his heart. We absolutely must help Mr. Liang clear this up. Those standing by Liang Fei's side resolved themselves instantly. By now, the vehicles had come to a complete stop. The first to step out of the municipal government vehicle was Zhou Jian, followed closely by the relevant officials from Longqing City Government, the director of the Food Bureau, and Qin Shuiyan representing the local authorities. Seeing the crowd gathered at the scene, Qin Shuiyan was stunned. Are scenic area restaurants this packed these days? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the parents standing on Liang Fei's side surged forward. Qin Shuiyan, fearing trouble, immediately shouted, Maintain order. The officials from the government office sprang into action. But some parents still pushed through the crowd, grabbing the Food Bureau director's arm. Director Zhang, you didn't come here believing slanderous rumors that Mr. Liang's baby food is problematic, did you? You're here to investigate him? Ha! Director Zhang Tianming of the Food Bureau was utterly bewildered. The parent clutching his arm looked desperate and anxious. Director Zhang. I have a favor to ask. I'm begging you, please don't investigate the baby food. Don't break Mr. Liang's heart, okay? My child is a picky eater and refuses to eat properly. For 3 or 4 years now, we've begged everyone we know and tried every treatment plan imaginable just to get him to eat. We've nearly depleted our savings. Now that Mr. Liang has developed these children's supplements, some ill-intentioned people are claiming there's something wrong with them. Do you think we wouldn't know if there were problems with the baby food? That baby food only costs $40 a serving. Mr. Liang is practically losing money on it. Which child isn't picky? Can you guarantee yours isn't? I just want my child to grow up healthy. I want him to eat properly. Is that too much to ask? Zheng Tianming broke out in a sweat. He never said Liang Fei's baby food was problematic. Besides, this was Zhou Jian's strong recommendation. Ma'am, I. Before Zheng Tianming could finish, Han Yuexin chimed in from the side. Director Zhang, you can't let compassion get in the way. Only by cracking down on scoundrels like Liang Fei who do nothing but harm can children grow up healthier. Zheng Tianming's brain was about to short-circuit. What the hell does that even mean? How did Liang Fei's baby food suddenly become problematic? How did they suddenly become investigators looking into baby food? He quickly turned to look at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian stepped forward. Ma'am, have you got something wrong? Han Yuexin declared, honorable officials, they've been brainwashed by Liang Fei. You absolutely mustn't listen to them. There are serious problems with Liang Fei's baby food. We must investigate this thoroughly. I'll say it again, even if the baby food is fine, Liang Fei is the problem. If he truly wanted to benefit society, why didn't he just donate the baby food? Zhou Jian nearly let Qin Shuiyan tie Han Yuexin up on the spot. Who started this trouble? Liang Fei's baby food is problematic? His motives are questionable? Only someone completely out of their mind would say such things. Both the Municipal Hospital and the Food Safety Bureau have released test results confirming Liang Fei's baby food has exceptional nutritional value, with absolutely no issues in its ingredients. Yet this makes such claims. Does he think the Food Bureau and Municipal Hospital are just for show? As for Liang Fei having questionable motives? You've got to be kidding me. If Liang Fei's motives were questionable, then nothing's beyond suspicion. With such immense commercial value in infant formula, Liang Fei just donates it? Just as Zhou Jian was about to speak, the crowd parted, and Liang Fei stepped forward. He stared straight at Han Yuexin, who said, I didn't want to donate the baby food recipes. Otherwise, why do you think the city government, the food bureau, and the authorities all showed up together? Chapter 63, If I don't run now, I'm dead. Han Yuexin and the others were stunned. What? Are we really donating? No way. No way. No way. Is this for real? Anyone can see the huge commercial value in baby food, right? This isn't how you make jokes. Even the parents who trusted Liang Fei were starting to doubt him. Mr. Liang, are you really planning to donate the formula for the baby food? Liang Fei shrugged. What's real or not about it? Aren't they all here already? Liang Fei looked at Zhou Jian. Mr. Zhou, I'm ready on my end. Shall we begin now? Zhou Jian smiled. Mr. Liang, no rush. I've also invited a few journalist friends. They'll be here shortly. The entire process will be broadcast live on the provincial television station shortly. I see. He glanced at Han Yuexin and added, it might also stop some people from spreading unfavorable rumors about you. Han Yuexin wasn't some pushover. Zhou Jian could maintain such a commanding presence before all these heavyweights. Clearly, his standing was higher than theirs. Such a big shot. Not only was he untouchable, but even his boss, or his boss's boss, wouldn't stand a chance. The troublemakers immediately cowered like frightened quails. Liang Fei's actions had truly caught them off guard. Before long, the few journalist friends Zhou Jian mentioned arrived. Not counting the reporters, just the photographers alone filled 3 or 5 7-seater minivans. The scene was instantly swamped by reporters. Yunhua Hotel. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Zhoushan dialed Han Yuexin's number. How's the situation handling? Has the fight with Liang Fei started yet? He felt the question was redundant. The moment the call connected, he heard the chaotic clamor from the other end. Obviously, the fight had already begun. Han Yuexin replied, Boss, it's hard to explain in just a few words. Why don't you tune into the provincial channel? They're broadcasting it live. Yang Zhan's eyes lit up instantly. Is this for real? Had it really caused such a commotion? It's actually on the provincial channel, with a live broadcast. The provincial station really is something. They dare broadcast something like this. After hanging up, Yang Zhoushan turned on the provincial channel with satisfaction, and then, what the hell is going on? The provincial channel was broadcasting live footage of Liang Fei donating the infant formula recipe. Mr. Liang, this infant formula holds immense commercial value. Are you really just giving it away? Liang Fei smiled and said, Actually, we don't make any profit selling baby food. We're even subsidizing it. Donating it feels like a relief. The reporter remarked, Mr. Liang, you're the most conscientious businessman I've ever met. Even if you doubled the price, this baby food would still be a huge hit. You're only losing money because you refuse to profit off children. That's not just my opinion, it's what netizens are saying online. Liang Fei replied, Then I'd like to thank our customers and netizens for their support. In any case, I believe the formula for children's complementary foods will only create greater value when donated. The folks in Yangzhou were stunned. Damn, you can play the game like that. Not only did Liang Fei effortlessly defuse the elaborate scheme he'd orchestrated, but it seemed to have even earned him a wave of new followers. And it seemed to have even won him favor with the city government. Damn it, is there no way to survive anymore? Next, the reporter interviewed some guests at the scene about their views on Liang Fei's donation of infant formula. Honestly, I'm just in awe. I could never do something like this myself. I'd call Mr. Liang a modern-day saint. Mr. Liang is young, handsome, capable, and compassionate. He's practically the perfect boyfriend, right? I'm declaring my love for Mr. Liang online. I honestly don't know what else they could possibly smear about someone like Mr. Liang. Those who slander him must be cursed with no descendants. Exactly. It's beyond comprehension. If you want to compete, compete fairly. The city government encourages healthy competition. But some actually hired people to smear Mr. Liang? Would any sane person do that? I demand a thorough investigation. I suspect the smear campaign was orchestrated by someone walking around with $500,000 in their pocket. What? Someone actually smeared Boss Liang? That's unthinkable. At least it shouldn't happen. Though no one mentioned Yunhua restaurant by name, every word was a curse directed at Yangzhou Mountain. Yangzhou Mountain felt deeply wounded, his blood pressure rising dangerously. Just then, the phone rang. It was Han Yuexin calling. Yangzhou Mountain's anger flared up instantly. He answered the call without hesitation. You have the nerve to call me? Look at the mess you've created. The Yunhua restaurant was already struggling with few customers. Now, with this mess, no one would come. Though no one had mentioned Yunhua restaurant by name, anyone with half a brain could see that smearing Liang Fei was his doing. Yangzhou Shan had hired people to do it. Han Yuexin's frantic voice came through the line. Boss, let's not talk about that right now. Get me a car now. Damn, Liang Fei's move was absolutely brilliant. All those people I'd been steering around have now completely switched sides and turned from haters to fans of Liang Fei. They've also realized I was using them. Now, together with the die-hard fans of those scenic spot restaurants, they're hunting me down. Even several reporters have joined in, and some from the Food Safety Bureau have ditched their suits and are charging over. If I don't get out of here now, I'm done for. If they catch me and get evidence, Yunhua restaurant is finished. Yangzhou was in complete shock. This is ridiculous. Shouldn't the normal plot be that even if Liang Fei manages to pull off an impossible comeback, it's just to resolve his own crisis? But now, why is he dragging others into this mess? Hold on, I'll arrange a car right now. Yangzhou Shan quickly arranged a car, picked up Han Yuexin, and sped off. Meanwhile, people boiling with frustration took it out on Yunhua Hotel's official website, flooding it with negative reviews. Once among the top-rated restaurants in Longchang, Yunhua Hotel plummeted to the bottom of the rankings within mere hours. Yangzhou Shan stared at the online reviews, a knot of frustration tightening in his chest. He'd already been deeply depressed by the fat man's recent betrayal, and his body hadn't fully recovered yet. Now, with this new incident, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The secretary heard the commotion and rushed in. Manager Yang has fainted from anger. It took over 2 hours of bustling activity at the scenic area before the donation ceremony and interviews finally concluded. Zhou Jian and the others had other commitments and left one after another, but Qin Shuiyan stayed behind. She approached Liang Fei. Who'd have thought you'd be so compassionate? Liang Fei grinned. Is that a compliment? Qin Shuiyan replied, you could interpret it that way. Got time tonight? Liang Fei was completely dumbfounded. Hey, are you asking me out? Counting both his past life and this one, Liang Fei had lived nearly 30 years. But forget about dating, even close contact with girls was a rare occurrence. Qin Shuiyan's words left him completely dumbfounded, unable to respond for a long while. Qin Shuiyan smiled. Don't get the wrong idea, it's about some case-related matters. If you're busy, it's no problem. I do. I have time. Qin Shuiyan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Alright, I'll pick you up later. With that, she climbed into the car. Amidst the roar of the engine, the vehicle sped away, leaving only a dashing silhouette for Liang Fei to watch. Zhang Yi leaned over. Brother Fei, you're finally getting lucky, huh? Chapter 64, you call this a date? Liang Fei snapped out of it and shot Zhang Yi an annoyed glare. Blooming iron tree my ass. Didn't you hear she said it was about the case? Zhang Yi was so annoyed he started laughing. Bro, are you genuinely dense or just pretending to be smart? Officer Qin is a girl, after all. If she's asking you out, she's gotta have an excuse. Seize this chance, you might finally escape being a single dog. If I were you, I'd hurry up and spruce myself up. Zhang Yi was a good kid in every way, but he was a chatterbox. Ever since Qin Shuiyan left, he'd been nagging at Liang Fei's ear, giving him a headache. In the end, just to shut Zhang Yi up, Liang Fei had no choice but to follow his demands and spruce himself up. Surprisingly, after sprucing up, Liang Fei felt years younger. Just then, Qin Shuiyan called. Come out. I'm right outside the restaurant. Changing into casual clothes, Liang Fei stepped out of the restaurant and spotted Qin Shuiyan standing beside a red sports car. She had changed out of her uniform into casual clothes too. Combined with her exquisite features, she instantly made Liang Fei feel like he was seeing her for the first time. Qin Shuiyan waved him over. Get in. After getting in, Qin Shuiyan asked, what do you feel like eating? Liang Fei hesitated. Since his rebirth, he'd been busy at the scenic-area restaurant, eating meals prepared from the system's recipes every day. His palate had grown finicky. While the food outside wasn't exactly inedible, he didn't particularly enjoy it. Not wanting to dampen Qin Shuiyan's enthusiasm, he pondered for a while before finally saying, "You decide." Qin Shuiyan shrugged. "Then let's go to Fruit Flavor Western Restaurant. Their desserts and pastries are excellent, and the wine selection is superb. It's evening now, let's have something light." "All right." The two soon arrived at Fruit Flavor Western Restaurant. Located not far from the Longshan scenic area, the restaurant had a fairly elegant ambience. They chose a window seat. Qin Shuiyan ordered several desserts, some pasta dishes, and a bottle of wine that looked expensive. Liang Fei, unsure what to choose, settled for a dessert. Qin Shuiyan chuckled, "Who knew a big guy like you would eat so little?" Liang Fei shrugged. "Trying to lose weight." Qin Shuiyan chuckled, then turned serious. "Let's get down to business. Remember that fraud gang member who turned himself in at your store earlier?" Liang Fei sucked on his sunflower seeds, having assumed this was a date. Turns out Qin Shuiyan hadn't been using discussing the case as an excuse after all. Disappointed, he nodded anyway. Qin Shuiyan continued, "Recently, telecom fraudsters have been running rampant in Longcheng. Several cases have already occurred. And they're incredibly cunning. We haven't been able to track down a single clue. We had no choice but to focus on the previous suspect. Surprisingly, we actually managed to get some information out of him. However, the information he provided is extremely limited. We hope you can assist us." "Me?" Liang Fei pointed at his own nose. "He's just a cook. How could he possibly interrogate a criminal?" "Officer, you're overestimating me, aren't you? I'm just an ordinary restaurant owner. At most, I'm just a decent cook." Qin Shuiyan deftly pulled out a file from her backpack. Liang Fei, male, 26 years old, unmarried. Inherited a scenic area restaurant from his parents 6 months ago. Remained obscure until recently, when his reputation suddenly skyrocketed. Your first fortune came from the time the telecom fraud gang appeared. And it snowballed from there. In just a few short months, not only did he transform the previously loss-making scenic area restaurant into a prominent name in Longqing's culinary scene, but he also boosted the development of Longshan scenic area, even impacting Longqing's entire tourism industry. Not only that, but you've also befriended numerous influential figures, including the CEO of Hongsheng Group. Such astonishing achievements can't be summed up with just the word ordinary. Liang Fei grimaced. "Qin Shuiyan, this isn't a date, it's like she's pulling his underwear right off him." He looked at Qin Shuiyan with a frustrated expression. "Officer sister, what exactly are you trying to say? You don't think I'm in cahoots with those phone scammers, do you?" Qin Shuiyan shot Liang Fei a sharp glare. "I'm just stating the facts. I hope you'll cooperate with our investigation, like, maybe hypnotize that fraudster again for us." Hearing this, Liang Fei finally understood. Turns out the authorities had misunderstood. They thought he'd used hypnosis to subdue the fraudster. Liang Fei didn't have any qualms about such matters. After all, in his view, fraudsters deserve to die. Taking them out and shooting them would be a mercy, even if it took an hour and 20 minutes. But after last time with the pickled cucumber, that fraudster was probably prepared. Feeding him pickled cucumber again wouldn't work, and besides, he wasn't some little cutie. If you suddenly tried to feed him pickled cucumber now, he'd definitely refuse. Liang Fei pondered for a moment. When is that scammer's birthday? Qin Shuiyan didn't ask why, just thought for a moment and replied, "The day after tomorrow." "What a coincidence." Liang Fei said, "Then I'll go to the magistrate's office to interrogate him the day after tomorrow. But you have to promise me you won't stop me from doing anything." "Of course. Everything I do will be completely legal and above board." Qin Shuiyan smiled. "No problem." Liang Fei exhaled slightly. "So, can we eat now?" "Of course." The meal was served quickly, but after tasting the dessert, Liang Fei furrowed his brow. It wasn't that the dessert was bad, it was just that his palate had become incredibly refined. Having frequently eaten dishes prepared according to the system's recipes, his palate had reached a level of expertise surpassing even top-tier food critics. He could instantly discern what flavors something should have. For this reason, the system had even granted him a passive skill called Iron Teeth and Copper Mouth, which amplified his sensitivity to food flavors tenfold. Put simply, Liang Fei could detect even the slightest flaw in any dish. "This dessert is a bit cloying." "Really?" Qin Shuiyan tasted it. "I don't notice anything." Just then, the waiter approached. "Sir, is there something wrong with your meal? If you're not satisfied, we can replace it." Liang Fei thought it might be too sweet after all, so he said, "Then replace it, but with less sugar." "I don't like things too sweet." "Certainly." The waiter's attitude was fine. He took the dessert back to the kitchen. Table 3 requesting a replacement with less sugar. The head chef was a foreigner, blonde hair, blue eyes, and built like a tank. Western restaurants generally follow a clear flavor template tailored to popular tastes, but there were always customers with particular preferences, so returns were inevitable. The kitchen didn't mind such requests after all. Their prices were premium, and service was their priority. The chef took the dessert and immediately beckoned another cook, make a new one. The cook worked swiftly, and soon the dessert was ready. The waiter carried the dessert back to Liang Fei's table. Sir, your dessert. To ensure Liang Fei's satisfaction, the server didn't rush off. Liang Fei felt a bit embarrassed, but he still took a bite in front of the server. Soon, he furrowed his brow again. The sugar content was indeed reduced, but it fell below the required level, resulting in a loss of the original flavor. Chapter 65, Comparing Culinary Skills with a Michelin 2-star Chef? Liang Fei knew his expectations were too high and didn't plan to mention it. But the waitstaff here were sharp as tacks, their ability to read people's expressions and reactions was nothing short of masterful. Besides, the wine Qin Shuiyan had ordered was shockingly expensive. He dared not neglect such a customer. He immediately asked, "Ma'am, is there something wrong with the flavor? I'll replace it immediately. May I ask what your preference is?" With the waiter being so accommodating, Liang Fei felt awkward not speaking up, so he voiced his thoughts. The sweetness in desserts needs to be just right. Too much becomes cloying, too little loses its flavor. This time, it was undersweetened. We need to get that balance just right. The waiter looked a bit flustered upon hearing this. This critique seemed a bit too professional. Or was he deliberately nitpicking? Probably not. Someone who can afford this kind of wine wouldn't nitpick over a dessert costing less than 100 yuan. The waiter didn't dwell on it, carrying the dessert back to the kitchen. Table 3 is returning their dessert. To be safe, he repeated Liang Fei's words. The head chef frowned. William, what's going on? Table 3 sent their dessert back again. How many times have I told you? The sugar content must be strictly according to the standard. The chef called William looked utterly frustrated. I followed the recipe exactly. The head chef's frown deepened. Forget it. I'll make it myself. Setting the rejected dessert aside in the return area, he moved to the pastry station and got to work. A master chef is a master chef in no time. He had the dessert ready. Whether it was speed, precision in ingredient measurement, or the final presentation compared to the recipe, it was flawless. After finishing, the head chef rang the bell. After the waiter took the dessert away, the kitchen staff began murmuring among themselves. Table 3's guests aren't here to cause trouble, are they? Regular customers wouldn't demand such perfection from a dessert. Even if they were, they wouldn't pick a dessert as their target. It's not like it's our restaurant's signature dish. Then it must just be that particular guest being overly demanding. Debating whether they're demanding is pointless. This dessert was made by the head chef himself. It's absolutely flawless. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dejected waiter approached, carrying the partially eaten dessert. Table 3 is sending this back. The kitchen staff were stunned. What? Another return? This guy's here to ruin the place, damn it. William's probably going to get chewed out. A dish rejected 3 times. Wait, the third one was made by the head chef himself. Who the hell are those people at table 3? Even the chef was baffled. A dish sent back 3 times? That's ruining his reputation. Who the hell are those people at table 3? Does he even know what good food tastes like? The waiter looked utterly frustrated. Chef, I have no idea what's going on. The chef asked, what was the reason for this latest rejection? Too much sugar? Not enough? The waiter replied, I didn't dare ask. The customer didn't say much, but that look on their face screamed dissatisfaction, so I just brought it back. Bull. The chef cursed under his breath. I bet he's here just to cause trouble. Take me over there. I'll ask him myself and see what's really going on. In a Western restaurant, the chef wields immense authority. The waiter dared not defy the chef's orders and could only lead him over to Liang Fei. Good evening, sir. This is our head chef. Liang Fei hadn't expected to have stirred up the head chef, and judging by his aggressive demeanor, it was clear he'd come to confront him. Liang Fei truly hadn't come to cause trouble. Now he found himself in a difficult position, looking to Qin Shuiyan for help. But Qin Shuiyan seemed utterly content to watch the spectacle unfold. Liang Fei had no choice but to bite the bullet. Clearing his throat twice, he looked at the head chef and asked, is there something you need? The chef glared at him fiercely. Sir, shouldn't I be asking you that? This dish has been sent back 3 times. Each time, we prepared it exactly to your specifications. I have to ask, have you ever tasted anything truly good? There's an old saying in your great Xia kingdom, isn't there? A wild boar can't appreciate fine bran. I never believed it before, but now I see it's true. You people from Daxia just can't handle good food. Originally, Liang Fei had felt a bit embarrassed. He understood why the chef was angry. But damn it, get angry all you want, but what the hell do you mean we great Xia people can't handle good food? When we were enjoying fine cuisine, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. Liang Fei's temper flared. He looked at the chef. Chef, I wasn't planning to make a big deal out of this. The dish returns were never my idea. It was your restaurant, touting customer first, that voluntarily sent back 3 dishes. I understand your anger, but insulting my homeland? You have no right. Now, apologize. Liang Fei abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the head chef. The overwhelming pressure nearly took the chef's breath away. He instinctively took a half step back, realizing his mistake. "I went too far just now," he said hurriedly. "I apologize for my words. I truly admire Daxia and have always considered it a wonderful place." Changing his tone, the chef continued, "But I won't change my attitude." He looked at Liang Fei. "You don't understand fine cuisine." Liang Fei sneered coldly, "I don't understand fine cuisine? Then I'll show you right now whether I understand fine cuisine or not. Where's the kitchen?" The onlookers instantly perked up, and Qin Shuiyan's interest was piqued too. All eyes turned to the waiter, waiting for him to lead the way. The waiter was dumbfounded. This had started as a minor request. How had it escalated to this? The restaurant's kitchen wasn't just open to anyone. "Sir, if you truly wish to see the kitchen, I'm afraid I'll need to consult with our manager." The head chef interjected, "No need. I'll make the call, let him in. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens." The chef looked at Liang Fei. "I don't believe you can make anything that meets your standards." With the head chef having spoken, the waiter couldn't argue and led Liang Fei into the kitchen. The kitchen staff were stunned. This was the first time since the Western restaurant opened. A customer entering the kitchen to challenge the head chef to a cooking duel? This was a real first. Seriously? Is this guy out of his mind? Our head chef used to be the head chef at a Michelin 2-star restaurant, you know. His skills are absolutely top-notch. This customer clearly has never set foot in a Western restaurant kitchen. He actually wants to challenge the chef at his own game with desserts? He's probably putting on a big show now, but he's gonna get his ass kicked hard later. Not just the restaurant staff, but even the onlookers around them didn't believe Liang Fei had what it takes. To them, Liang Fei seemed like a duck being forced up a tree. As if to prove their suspicions right, Liang Fei couldn't even locate the dessert station after entering the kitchen. He had no clue where the pots, pans, and utensils were stored. He looked like a complete novice stepping into the kitchen for the first time. Good thing it's just desserts, no real cooking involved. If he had to use actual culinary skills, he'd probably blow the whole kitchen to smithereens. Chapter 66, Your kitchen the boss won't mind, right? Blow up the kitchen? You're being naive. He'd blow up the entire restaurant. That'd be the least of it. If it caused a chain reaction fire, man, the consequences would be unimaginable. We're lucky he's only making desserts. Thank heaven he spared us. Listening to the murmurs around her, Qin Shuiyan felt numb. Had these people truly never heard of Liang Fei? Weren't they aware of the scenic-area restaurant's crackdown on the food service industry? Qin Shuiyan looked at the crowd with pitying eyes. In the kitchen, Liang Fei finally located the dessert section. But the tools here were completely different from what he was used to. It took him a while to adjust. The head chef watched Liang Fei fumbling around and couldn't stop sneering. The surrounding chefs murmured, "It's confirmed. This guy is deliberately stirring up trouble." I was wondering about that too. Not to mention the head chef, William's culinary skills are well known. He's incredibly popular in our restaurant. Many guests specifically request dishes made by William. Even if he struggles with sugar levels, his creations are still incredibly delicious. Exactly. Even if William's style didn't suit this customer, the head chef's follow-up dish would have satisfied him. But he still made a fuss, clearly on purpose. I even suspect this guy was sent by a competitor. Whispers spread through the crowd, with no one except Qin Shuiyan backing Liang Fei. The head chef approached Liang Fei. "Guest, if you're not up to it, please don't push yourself. I can recreate the dessert to your specifications, but you must issue a public apology." Liang Fei shot the chef a glance but said nothing. He had already grown accustomed to the utensils. The corresponding recipe had already formed in his mind, and he was ready to begin making the dessert. Liang Fei walked toward the chef. The chef clearly misunderstood Liang Fei's intent, thinking he was giving up, and immediately smiled. "Guest, knowing when to give up is still worthwhile. Now, please leave my kitchen." "Excuse me." Before he could finish, Liang Fei cut him off. The chef then watched as Liang Fei picked up the utensils needed for making desserts. The surrounding chefs were stunned. Damn, this kid really doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. The head chef even gave him a way out, and he's still putting on airs. What's the point? What can you do? Some people just won't learn until they hit a brick wall. Maybe he genuinely thinks cooking is a piece of cake. There's no point in us saying anything. Let him flounder around. He'll just end up embarrassing himself even more. Exactly. Let's just wait and see. The head chef couldn't be bothered with Liang Fei anymore, standing by with his hands on his hips, waiting. Meanwhile, Liang Fei had already begun moving swiftly. Though he hadn't seen the head chef's recipe and knew nothing about the dish's preparation, Liang Fei's current culinary skills allowed him to grasp the process with just a glance. Drawing on his mental encyclopedia of pastries, he directly modified it into a more sophisticated new creation. He gathered ingredients like flour, eggs, and yellow glaze. After softening the yellow glaze at room temperature and testing its consistency with his fingers, he incorporated powdered sugar and beaten eggs, then added low-gluten flour. After thoroughly blending the ingredients, he set the mixture aside. Next, he whipped the butter until light and fluffy, then used his exceptional knife skills to prepare the washed fruits. As Liang Fei worked, the chef who had initially looked on with disdain gradually shifted to an expression of astonishment. Liang Fei's skills from ingredient preparation and knife work to precise heat control far surpassed his own. Amateurs watched the spectacle, professionals see the craft. While the guests marveled at Liang Fei's dazzling performance, the chefs felt the pressure mounting. This culinary skill is too strong. We've never heard of such a figure in Dragon City. Just as everyone was in awe, Liang Fei finished his dessert. After adding a final touch, a perfectly prepared strawberry, he slid the plate directly to the head chef. Try it. This is my version of the dessert you made. See for yourself, I can cook. The chef took one look and his eyes widened. His mouth went dry. He swallowed hard, yet hesitated to taste it. It wasn't that he dared not, it was that this wasn't a dessert at all. This was a damn work of art. Every ingredient pairing was flawless. The flavors blended seamlessly yet retained their distinct identities. The subtle, refreshing aroma alone was enough to invigorate the senses. More importantly, the very structure of the dessert itself seemed to possess a profound artistic quality. Honestly, no one would believe that a damn dessert actually had artistic merit. The other customers were all dumbfounded. This isn't a damn dessert, it's a damn work of art. This belongs in a museum. Holy crap, and I actually thought this guy couldn't cook? This isn't just cooking, it's like a culinary god has arrived. Holy crap, I'm speechless, it's beyond perfect. Hurry up and taste it. Share with us what it actually tastes like. Even the other chefs couldn't hold back, urging the head chef to share. The head chef steeled himself and took a bite. Then his eyes widened even more. Delicious. The texture was layered and distinct, the sweetness perfectly balanced, and the flavor completely redefined his understanding of fine cuisine. But what was even more astonishing was what he discovered inside after cutting through the outer shell. Liang Fei chuckled. Well, the chef was too engrossed to respond to Liang Fei's question. He kept tasting the dessert, as if savoring something this delicious for the very first time. His expression alone made everyone around him drool with envy. Several chefs, forgetting everything else, rushed over with their utensils. After taking a bite, holy crap! This is amazing. Damn, it's incredible. One serving isn't nearly enough. Sir, could you make another serving? The surrounding customers were also thrilled. Is it really that good? Bro, make another one. I'll pay $100, gotcha? Are you kidding me? That's like feeding a beggar. I'll pay $200. I'll pay $500. Just as the crowd was shouting, the head chef suddenly froze, his gaze fixed intently on Liang Fei. The intensity in his eyes seemed almost predatory. Qin Shuiyan nearly lunged forward at the sight. When the chef reached Liang Fei, he bowed 90 degrees as if making a momentous decision. Sir, take me as your apprentice. Liang Fei was stunned. Do you even realize what you're saying? Take me as your apprentice? Bro, you're the head chef at a Western restaurant. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than several chefs rushed over. We want to apprentice under you too. Money doesn't matter, just teach us how to make this dessert. Exactly. We'll do whatever it takes if you'll teach us. The head chef said, if all else fails, you could just make another one. The guests chimed in eagerly, one isn't enough, we want to try it too. Make it 10 servings. I'll take 10 to go. You want takeout? I swear I'll beat you to a pulp if you do. How shameless can you be? The crowd's enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Liang Fei felt a bit embarrassed. I could make another batch for you to study, after all, this dish is based on your recipe. But as an outsider using your Western restaurant's kitchen, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Would your boss mind me using your kitchen? Chapter 67, Stir-Fried Eggs with Cucumber. The head chef immediately frowned at Liang Fei's suggestion. We'd be thrilled to have you use our kitchen. If our boss dares to get angry, I'll be the first to chop him up. The cook behind him chimed in, count me in. Count me in too. I used to slaughter pigs for a living, chopping people up isn't exactly a career change for me. The customers outside got hyped too. As long as you can cook, we'll gladly blow up the Western restaurant. Just let me know before you blow it up, I'll sneak out a dessert. Then steal 2 portions, grab one for me too. Meanwhile, in the manager's office on the 3rd floor of the Western restaurant, the restaurant manager, busy with paperwork, suddenly heard a commotion. He called over the floor manager, why is it so noisy out there? The Western restaurant prides itself on its ambience and service. Even when fully booked, it's usually very quiet. But today? It was unbearably loud. The front of house manager replied, I'll go check. The manager nodded. Barely 2 minutes later, the floor manager rushed back in. Manager, you need to go down immediately. The guests and chefs downstairs have gone wild, they're letting some outsider mess around in our kitchen. What? The manager could hardly believe his ears. Have they lost their minds? Where's the head chef? Doesn't he know about this? Is the restaurant kitchen just open to anyone? Even he, the manager, couldn't just walk in whenever he wanted, let alone an outsider. The front of house manager replied, the chef was right there, cheering that outsider on. The manager was stunned. Did he forget to take his meds today, causing him to hallucinate? Go check it out. The manager sprinted downstairs at top speed and froze in shock at the scene. The usually quiet Western restaurant was nowhere near its usual orderly self. Guests had all gotten up from their seats and were standing outside the kitchen, shouting something incessantly. The chefs had all come out of the kitchen and were joining the guests in the chaos. And their usually aloof, stern head chef was now hovering around Liang Fei like a doting grandchild, wiping his sweat, fanning him, and fussing over him nonstop. He seemed more attentive than if he were tending to his own father. What the hell is going on here? Is this our new boss? I haven't heard about our Western restaurant changing owners. After studying the scene for a while, the dining room manager finally spotted what Liang Fei was doing. He told the manager, that guy seems to be making desserts. The manager's temper flared instantly. What nonsense is this? Their restaurant's specialty was desserts and pastries. Now Liang Fei was making desserts in their restaurant, whether good or bad, he was ruining their reputation. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We absolutely must stop this from happening. The manager immediately pushed through the crowd, rushed into the kitchen, and glared at Liang Fei, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" The moment the words left his mouth, he froze. Desserts kept emerging from the oven, each one looking utterly delicious just by its appearance. Almost instinctively, the manager took a bite and was instantly blown away. This was beyond just delicious. This is incredible, okay. The manager quickly pulled the head chef over. After hearing the whole story, he immediately rubbed his hands together and approached Liang Fei. "Mr. Liang, please consider joining us as head chef." He said this right in front of the head chef, yet the chef showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he seemed genuinely thrilled, almost to the point of gesticulating wildly. The people around them, however, seemed completely unfazed. Seriously, with Liang Fei's incredible skills, even the head chef was practically begging to be his apprentice. Who could possibly object? Liang Fei hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point and could only speak honestly. "Actually, I run a restaurant too. But I swear I'm not here to steal your thunder. This dish was inspired by your dessert, I can share the recipe." "But chef? That role isn't for me." The Western restaurant manager not only didn't get angry but became incredibly excited upon learning Liang Fei was the owner of a scenic-area restaurant. Several chefs nearly lifted Liang Fei off his feet in celebration. "You're our idol. We've heard all about your achievements. Especially your donation of children's supplementary food. You're truly a role model for our generation. Mr. Liang, if you had mentioned you owned the scenic-area restaurant earlier, I never would have treated you that way. I sincerely apologize again." Liang Fei hadn't expected such an enthusiastic reception. He felt that if he didn't find an opportunity to leave soon, he might actually get swallowed up by the crowd. But even with Qin Shuiyan's help, he was stopped by the manager as he tried to leave the Western restaurant. "Mr. Liang, our owner has heard about your achievements. If you're interested, we could explore a partnership. We're looking to establish a dessert shop, and we understand you're considering opening a branch. If you're interested, we can provide the storefront free of charge." Liang Fei's eyes lit up. This was worth considering. "What are the terms?" The manager replied, "We're looking to franchise." "Of course. The specifics would need to be discussed with our boss. As it happens, our boss will be in Longcheng in the next few days. If you're interested, I'll bring this up with him immediately. He'll make meeting you his first priority upon arrival." Liang Fei thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll be waiting for your boss." "Great." The Western restaurant manager was overjoyed, and Liang Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. He never imagined that just going out for a meal would lead to progress on opening a branch. Come to think of it, he really had to thank Qin Shuiyan for this. Just as Liang Fei turned to speak, Qin Shuiyan cut him off. "Hold on. If you really want to thank me, think carefully about how you can help me interrogate the suspect. Also, when you launch new dishes, remember to let me know. Honestly, your cooking skills are truly exceptional." Qin Shuiyan winked at Liang Fei before getting into the car and driving away. Watching her retreating figure, Liang Fei fell deep in thought. His experience at the Western restaurant sparked new inspiration in Liang Fei. Upon returning to the scenic-area restaurant, he began experimenting with desserts. His primary focus wasn't on creating something delicious like his previous dishes. If he had to draw a comparison, it would be to his earlier cucumber salad. He aimed to create a functional dessert similar to the sliced cucumber dish. But after fiddling around for ages, he still hadn't come up with anything. Maybe I could tweak the cucumber salad recipe like turning it into stir-fried cucumber with eggs. After half a day, though Liang Fei hadn't created a functional dessert, he hadn't made zero progress. For instance, after meticulously dissecting the recipe, he realized the dish's special effects stemmed from the ingredients themselves, not the preparation method. He combined the cooking method for stir-fried pork belly with the ingredients and seasonings used in the cucumber salad. Ultimately, he successfully modified the recipe into a new dish. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully modifying the cucumber salad recipe. You have obtained the functional recipe, cucumber and egg stir-fry. Stir-fried cucumber with egg. Cucumber clears the mind, egg brightens the eyes. Dogs who've grown accustomed to loving others will eventually realize they're human after all. Whoa! Liang Fei's expression twisted into a grimace. Why the hell are these functional recipe descriptions getting more and more incomprehensible? What the hell does this thing even do? No sooner had he spoken than a customer's voice rang out. Hey, boss, take our order. Chapter 68, Lick Spit, Start Over. Today, Zhang Yi took the day off for a blind date. Fortunately, the tiger skin pork hocks had been diverted to the city hospital, and the baby food had been donated. Now that the lunch rush had just passed, Liang Fei's side wasn't too busy. He hurriedly grabbed the menu and dashed out. The customers were a man and a woman, both in their 20s. The man was dressed plainly, not like someone from a wealthy family. The woman, however, was dressed in designer labels and styled in a very avant-garde fashion. From the moment they entered, the man had been fussing over her like a servant. Xiao Wei, I know you've been eyeing this lipstick for ages but couldn't bring yourself to buy it. Take it, please. Xiao Wei, I just borrowed some money from my friend. You wanted to go to the amusement park, right? Let's head over soon and have a blast. What do you say? Xiao Wei, you have no idea how much I've missed you these past months. I blame myself every day. Even now, I still can't figure out why you blocked me, but it must be my fault. Du Ziding chattered on endlessly, while Zhao Xiaowei across from him responded with lukewarm nods. Liang Fei was stunned. He'd seen this girl before. More precisely, he'd seen her photo. Not long ago, Xiao Yang had mysteriously come to him claiming he'd found true love, even showing him a photo, and that woman was the one sitting right before him now. Now, Liang Fei remembered her name. Zhao Xiaowei. Liang Fei had genuinely been happy for Xiao Yang at first. But barely 2 days later, Xiao Yang showed up at his place drowning his sorrows in drink. When Liang Fei asked what happened, he learned Zhao Xiaowei was nothing but a fraud. That woman already has a fiancé. Having a fiancé would be one thing, but she's got a whole bunch of sugar daddies and sugar brothers on the side. Her private life is messier than mine, and I'm a rich kid. She's had 6 or 7 abortions. And she still plays games with people, stringing them along to swindle money from honest folks. If it weren't for my buddy who runs a nightclub telling me he saw her sitting in some old guy's lap, I'd still be in the dark about all this. You know what's most infuriating? After I found out the truth and went to that bus to demand my money back, she actually had her godbrother beat me up. Xiao Yang wept bitterly at the time. Liang Fei comforted him for ages, promising to help him get revenge when the chance arose. Only then did Xiao Yang sniffle out, revenge isn't necessary. But if you ever see brothers suffering like me, you gotta help them escape this misery. Pulling his thoughts back, Liang Fei cleared his throat and looked at Du Ziding. Sorry to pry, but are you two a couple? No misunderstanding intended. Our restaurant is running a Qixi festival promotion. Couples get half-price meals. Du Ziding immediately grew flustered and hurriedly protested, We're not. Zhao Xiaowei cut in, her voice firm and decisive. She shot Liang Fei a glare as she spoke. Are you blind? Us? As if we could be a couple? Just bring our food already. Confirmed. Du Ziding was exactly the kind of gullible kid Xiao Yang had warned about. To put it bluntly, he was a suck-up. Liang Fei looked at Du Ziding with pity. Come on, man. If you're gonna suck up, at least suck up to someone decent. Why go and suck up to a bus? Wait, a suck-up? Liang Fei suddenly recalled the description of stir-fried cucumber and eggs. Cucumbers clear the mind, eggs brighten the eyes. A dog that's used to loving others will eventually realize it's actually human. A dog that's used to loving others, isn't that just a licking dog? This isn't stir-fried cucumber and eggs, it's a sucker's meal. Liang Fei was instantly moved. He knew exactly how to help Du Ziding now. Liang Fei immediately took advantage of Zhao Xiaowei going to the restroom and rushed over to Du Ziding. Bro, wanna try our restaurant's new dish? Cucumber and egg stir-fry. Cucumber clears the mind, eggs brighten the eyes. It symbolizes an open heart and a far-reaching vision. The best person is right before your eyes. Remember to keep him in your heart. Want to give it a try? Du Ziding's eyes lit up instantly. That's a great meaning. Bring me a plate. Right away. Soon, Liang Fei brought out the stir-fried cucumber and eggs. Just then, Zhao Xiaowei returned. A noticeable smile had spread across her face. Liang Fei left at the perfect moment. After Zhao Xiaowei sat down, she spoke directly. Ziding, when I refused the boss so urgently earlier, it wasn't because I don't want to take things further with you. It's just that I think even if we were to be together, there should be a gradual process. What do you think? Du Ziding nodded quickly. Xiaowei, you're right. I was too abrupt. Zhao Xiaowei gave Du Ziding a once-over. You really think you messed up? Du Ziding nodded even more vigorously. Zhao Xiaowei smiled. Then, shouldn't you show it in a more concrete way? Du Zaitan froze. Show? Yes. I heard the new iPhone 15 is out. Ha? Du Zaitan looked troubled. The Fruit 15 costs over 10,000. He couldn't afford it either. Seeing Du Ziding hesitate, Zhao Xiaowei's expression darkened instantly. You don't want to buy it for me? Du Ziding shook his head repeatedly. No, it's just. I don't have the money. Oof. Zhao Xiaowei gave a coy little snort. If you don't have money, can't you just borrow some? Didn't you install all those loan apps on your phone? Whenever you wanted something before and didn't have the cash, you'd borrow immediately. Now you're hesitating? You must have changed your mind. Du Ziding panicked. Xiaowei, how could that be? My feelings for you are as clear as day. It's just a phone, isn't it? Buy it. Zhao Xiaowei immediately beamed with delight. Liang Fei, hiding in the back kitchen, watched with gritted teeth. Damn it, how could there be such shameless women? No money? She'd just take out a loan. How could she even say that? Glancing at Du Zaitan, Liang Fei silently urged, Bro, you gotta hold on. Inside the shop, Du Ziding grew increasingly conflicted. He had agreed. But it was over 10,000 yuan. It genuinely hurt him. Du Ziding absent-mindedly took a bite of stir-fried cucumber and eggs. When he was conflicted, he liked having something in his mouth that helped him think. The crisp cucumber and soft egg slid down his throat. In that moment, Du Ziding felt his oppressed mood ease slightly. Then, a voice echoed in his heart. Was it worth it? Was spending over 10,000 yuan on a phone for Zhao Xiaowei really worth it? If you two were a couple and had actually reached the stage of discussing marriage, then of course it wouldn't matter. But right now, you two haven't even clarified your relationship yet. Besides, you know it yourself. Zhao Xiaowei has always seen you as nothing more than a sucker, an ATM machine. Think about it, is she really worth this kind of investment? Even the shop owner can see what's going on. This woman is nothing but trash, a textbook green tea. She's just milking you for every last drop. Being a dog isn't easy. Start over as a new person. As the stir-fried cucumber and egg slid down his throat, Du Zaitan felt his mind suddenly clear. He'd been chasing Zhao Xiaowei for 7 or 8 years. He knew exactly what kind of person she was. Before, he'd simply been blinded by what he thought was love. Now that his mind was clear, he instantly understood so many things. To take just the recent past, they'd been college classmates, then worked at the same company after graduation. Over those 7 or 8 years of their relationship, not counting the money Du Zaitan spent on gifts for Zhao Xiaowei, the red envelopes he gave her during festivals alone added up to around 70 or 80,000 yuan. But after Du Zaitan was framed, took the fall, and got fired, he couldn't even afford food. When he asked Zhao Xiaowei for money to eat, she made excuses and avoided him. Later, she ignored him for quite a while. Chapter 69, The Lick Dog's Awakening. Now that he had a job again and his life was slowly improving, Zhao Xiaowei came crawling back to him. Today marked their first meeting in over half a year. Yet on the very day they met, Zhao Xiaowei demanded over 10,000 yuan worth of goods. Was that reasonable? Du Zaitan couldn't help but recall Liang Fei's earlier words. His eyes darted back to Zhao Xiaowei. Xiaowei, we've known each other for so long now. What exactly is our relationship? Zhao Xiaowei replied, you're my good brother. Got it. Now Du Zaitan finally understood. Good brother, my ass. She was just using him like a sucker. Du Zaitan's face darkened as he recalled all the times Zhao Xiaowei had taken advantage of him in the past. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Xiaowei, sit tight for a moment. I'll go pay the bill. Aren't you wanting to check out Fruit 15? I'll take you to the store later. Zhao Xiaowei beamed so widely her teeth were practically visible, nodding obediently. Du Zaitan approached Liang Fei. Boss, what exactly was that thing you just fed me? Liang Fei chuckled at the question. The sycophant had finally woken up. When Du Ziding mentioned going to check out the shop earlier, he'd thought the cucumber and egg stir-fry was useless. Bro, don't worry about what it was. Licking the sea has no end, but turning back is the shore. Du Zaitan pondered for a while before squeezing out a question. Boss, you know something, don't you? Liang Fei didn't hide anything and told Du Zaitan about Xiao Yang's manager. Seeing the anger in Du Zaitan's eyes grow more intense, Liang Fei wrote down a string of phone numbers. This is her husband's contact. Bro, this is all I can do for you. Liang Fei added reassuringly, bro, you gotta stay calm, okay? Du Zaitan nodded. I'm perfectly calm. Thanks a lot, boss. How much? I'll scan you the payment. Liang Fei waved him off. Du Ziding looked so miserable that Liang Fei couldn't bring himself to take the money. Du Ziding finally insisted on paying, gave Liang Fei a wink, then cheerfully returned to his seat. Zhao Xiaowei looked puzzled. What did you just say to the owner? Nothing. Let's hurry to the store. Zhao Xiaowei nodded eagerly. She wasn't genuinely concerned about Du Ziding, she only cared whether he'd pay up. As long as he kept serving as her ATM, she couldn't care less about any troubles he might face or other matters he needed to handle. After leaving the Longshan scenic area, the two quickly arrived at the nearby boutique. The salesperson immediately rushed over with an excited look on their face. Looking for a new phone? I highly recommend our latest model, the Fruit 15. It's the best value for money. Only 12,800 yuan, absolutely worth every penny. Zhao Xiaowei nodded enthusiastically. Only 12,800 yuan? That's really cheap. Let me take a look. The salesperson promptly pulled out a phone, and Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but admire it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her eyes lit up. She dashed over to Du Zitting and said, "Zitting, my bestie really wants this phone too. Could you buy one more for her?" Zhao Xiaowei beamed, looking utterly innocent. But in reality, she wasn't planning to buy one for her friend at all. The second one was meant as a gift for her godfather. Zhao Xiaowei understood this principle well. Greater rewards come from greater effort. Still, this wasn't pocket change. Fearful Du Zitting might refuse, she quickly added, "Of course. The money for my friend is just a temporary loan. Once she has the cash, she'll definitely pay us back." Zhao Xiaowei wore an innocent expression, but inside she was laughing coldly. Like hell she would. After buying these two phones, Du Zitting would likely be drained dry. She had no intention of contacting him again after they parted ways today. Just as Zhao Xiaowei was about to continue her sweet talk, Du Zitting spoke up, "Then let's take a look at another model." Zhao Xiaowei's smile grew even wider as she turned to the salesperson. "Why haven't you brought out another one yet?" The salesperson was slightly annoyed by Zhao Xiaowei's haughty attitude but said nothing more. Soon, a new phone was brought over. Zhao Xiaowei's attention was completely absorbed by the two phones. She didn't even notice that Du Zitting was currently texting on his phone. With both phones laid out before her, Zhao Xiaowei found herself growing more and more fond of them. Several times, she was tempted to activate one right then and there. Once a Fruit phone was activated, it could no longer be resold and had to be purchased by the person who activated it. It was precisely because of this that she hadn't actually activated either one. Du Zitting sensed her thoughts, tucked his phone away, and said, "If you like them both, just activate them." "I'm definitely buying them anyway." Zhao Xiaowei grew even more excited upon hearing this and immediately began activating the phones. The salesperson reminded her, "Ma'am, once an Apple phone is activated, our store can no longer resell it. According to our policy, even if you no longer want an activated phone and wish for our store to repurchase it, we can only offer up to 10% of the original price." Zhao Xiaowei immediately bristled. "What kind of talk is that? Making it sound like I can't afford them. Didn't you hear what he said? I'll take the phones." With that, she activated both phones. The clerk asked, "Would you like to pay in cash or by card?" Zhao Xiaowei looked annoyed. "Why ask me? Ask him?" With the phones in hand, she couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. She turned to Du Zitting and snapped, "Hurry up and pay." Du Zitting smiled, a genuinely happy smile. It even made Zhao Xiaowei feel a little uneasy. "Xiaowei, you go ahead. I'll wait here for you." Zhao Xiaowei was completely baffled. "What do you mean by that?" Du Zitting replied, "Nothing much. I just said I'd come along to keep you company. If you want to buy a phone, just pay for it yourself." Zhao Xiaowei couldn't believe her ears. "Du Zitting, do you even realize what you're saying? It's only a little over 20,000. You don't want to pay for it? You broke ass, can you even afford it?" Du Zitting threw his hands up in defeat, grinning. "Yeah, I'm broke. 20,000? That's not small change for me. I can't afford it. Even if I could scrape it together, I'd rather treat my mom to a nice meal, hang out with my buddies, or at the very least buy a game to enjoy for days. Isn't that great? I told you from the start I was just tagging along for the ride. I never said I'd pay for you." Zhao Xiaowei was stunned. "Du Zitting, you're messing with me, aren't you? Listen, no matter what happens today, you're paying me back. Who the hell do you think you are? If you don't pay up, you better believe I'll have people deal with you." Zhao Xiaowei's face turned fierce. She never imagined a sycophant would dare to play her for a fool. Du Zitting said, "I'm so scared, but if you keep talking like this, I'll have even less money. So you'd better pay up yourself." Zhao Xiaowei didn't have any money to speak of. She lived paycheck to paycheck, completely dependent on her parents at home. Once she stepped outside, she spent her boyfriend's money. He earned a decent income and gave her a few thousand yuan in pocket money each month, but she either blew it all on nightclubs and wild parties or went on shopping sprees. She looked glamorous, but in reality, she didn't have a penny to her name. The salesperson noticed something was off and immediately called security. The security guards didn't rush forward immediately, but stood at the entrance blocking Zhao Xiaowei. The salesperson asked her, "Ma'am, cash or card?" The moment the words left her mouth, the security guards swarmed forward. By now, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, pointing and whispering at Zhao Xiaowei. Chapter 70, The Downfall of the Green Tea. The clerk looked at Zhao Xiaowei. "Ma'am, if you can't produce the money, we'll have no choice but to call the police." Zhao Xiaowei's face burned with embarrassment. Her only hope now lay with Du Zitting. Her expression changed faster than turning a page. Moments ago she'd been haughty and arrogant, but when she rushed back to Du Zitting's side, she wore a pitiful look. "Zitting, I was rude earlier. Fine, consider this money a loan from me. Could you just pay for it first? As long as you pay, I'll do whatever you want." What do you mean by that? Du Zitting's hand hovered over the chat window, which displayed that voice recording was in progress. Zhao Xiaowei, completely oblivious to this, hurriedly said, "Haven't you always wanted me? As long as you pay up, I'll go get a hotel room with you." Zhao Xiaowei had no choice but to spill her dirty laundry. Du Zitting, I'll be honest with you, I actually have a boyfriend. I've been stringing you along just to get you to spend money on me. Besides my boyfriend, I have lots of good brothers and a sugar daddy. Besides you and my boyfriend, all my good brothers and my godfather know I'm not a virgin. That's why I'm so good at what I do. If you just pay this money for me, not only can I make you feel good, but I can also make you one of my good brothers. Zhao Xiaowei didn't think Du Zitting would refuse her. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, Du Zitting took a half step back. Du Zitting, what do you mean? I've laid it all out, you still won't pay for me? Du Zitting replied, first, I don't have the money. Second, someone else is covering it for you. I'm leaving now to avoid any awkwardness later. With that, Du Zitting walked straight out of the boutique. Zhao Xiaowei was utterly dumbfounded. Du Zitting, you son of a... You better stop right there. Just as she was about to chase after him, security stopped her. A sales clerk approached. Ma'am, you haven't paid yet. Zhao Xiaowei cursed, pay my ass. I don't want the damn things. The clerk remained completely unflustered. She slowly pulled out her phone and dialed 3 numbers in succession. Zhao Xiaowei panicked. What are you doing? The clerk replied, calling the police. All traces of Zhao Xiaowei's earlier haughty demeanor vanished. She turned around and was practically ready to kneel before the clerk. Don't call the cops. I'll buy it, okay? How about this, I'll call my boyfriend and have him bring the money over, okay? The clerk cursed under her breath while Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly dialed her boyfriend's number. But there was no answer. Zhao Xiaowei grew increasingly panicked. Just then, she spotted a man walking toward them. Zhao Xiaowei was on the verge of tears. That man was none other than her boyfriend, Zhengpeng. Honey, you finally made it. I'm in trouble. Some jerk promised to buy me a phone, but after I activated it, he just took off. I'm broke now. Can you cover the cost for me? The moment she finished speaking, Zhao Xiaowei realized something. Come to think of it, how did you end up here? Is it because we're on the same wavelength? Zhao Xiaowei instantly adopted a coy, seductive demeanor and leaned toward Zhengpeng. But before she could touch him, Zhengpeng suddenly jerked his arm away. Smack! A slap landed squarely on Zhao Xiaowei's face, sending her spinning several times before crashing to the ground. She was stunned. Scenic-area restaurant. After seeing off Zhao Xiaowei and Du Zitting, Liang Fei's place was about to close. With nothing else to do, he started playing with his phone. The moment he opened Douyin, a live stream popped up. The title was eye-catching. Slutty bitch cheating on multiple men, honest guy driven to desperation finally snaps, karma catches up with the wicked woman. Liang Fei glanced at the woman on screen and was stunned to recognize Zhao Xiaowei. Had karma struck so quickly? He hurriedly clicked into the live stream. After being publicly slapped by Zhengpeng, Zhao Xiaowei went berserk, hurling curses at him. Zhengpeng, have you lost your mind? Why the hell did you hit me? Zhengpeng's face twisted with fury. I am crazy. He immediately opened the WeChat chat window. Zhao Xiaowei's words instantly echoed throughout the entire venue. Haven't you always wanted me? As long as you pay up, I'll go to a hotel room with you. Besides my boyfriend, I have lots of good brothers and a sugar daddy. Besides you and my boyfriend, all my good brothers and my godfather know I'm not a virgin. That's why I'm so good at what I do. If you just pay up, I won't just make you feel good, I'll let you be one of my big brothers too. The live stream chat exploded. Holy, this is insane. What the hell is going on here? This trashy woman's got her feet in multiple boats. Her private life is a complete mess. She's got a husband but keeps stringing others along. Her clingy fanboy got fired from his company for taking the fall to please her, then got blacklisted across the entire industry. Now he's barely scraping by with multiple jobs. After they reconnected, the trashy woman had him buy her a phone. Who'd have thought he couldn't even pull that off? The creepy guy forwarded all her messages to her husband. Well played. But I've got a question, how did that creep suddenly snap out of it? No idea. Hey, look, people are coming over there. Liang Fei glanced toward the side of the livestream and saw a large crowd rushing toward the flagship store. The one leading the group bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Xiaowei. They must be that trashy woman's family. It was indeed Zhao Xiaowei's family arriving. The more Zhengpeng thought about it, the more furious he became. He immediately posted Zhao Xiaowei's words in the family group chat and cancelled the hotel and wedding arrangements. Zhao Xiaowei's parents were both natives of Longcheng, the kind of people who were notoriously snobbish. But even the most snobbish among them were now utterly disgraced. Zhao Dagang strode up to Zhao Xiaowei and slapped her across the face. Smack! The force sent Zhao Xiaowei spinning 3 times before crashing to the ground. Zhao Dagang erupted in curses. How the hell did I end up with such an ungrateful daughter? You've brought shame upon our entire family. Zhao Xiaowei's mother, tears and snot streaming down her face, grabbed Zhengpeng and pleaded, Xiaopeng, Xiaowei was wrong about this, but you two are about to get married. Please don't make this into a huge scandal, okay? How about this? We'll return part of the dowry to you and add some extra gifts. Let's just let this go, okay? Zhang Peng was stunned. The live stream exploded. Is this even human speech? You don't even know what your daughter did. She took their money and their goods, then cheated on them multiple times. And this is all you're offering, just returning part of the dowry? People can't, or at least shouldn't, be like this. Zhang Peng was furious. 300,000 yuan in dowry, plus the 100,000 I spent renovating your place, plus miscellaneous expenses rounded up to 800,000. Not a penny less, or I'll make sure the whole city of Longqing knows exactly what kind of person your daughter is. If I can't do it myself, I'll call in my journalist friends. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. Zhang Peng glared viciously at Zhao Xiaowei before turning and storming out. Zhao Xiaowei was too stunned to cry or even show any other emotion. Zhao Degong gritted his teeth. Though it felt awkward, the shop assistant steeled himself and stepped forward. Excuse me, who will be settling the payment for Zhao Xiaowei's phone purchase? Chapter 71, Birthday Cake. Zhao Degong's anger had been raging for ages. He hadn't laid a finger on Zhao Xiaowei only because there were too many people around. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of everyone. But the clerk's question finally broke his composure. He spun around, kicked off his shoes, and charged at Zhao Xiaowei, wildly whipping her with his shoes. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Zhao Xiaowei screamed in agony but dared not dodge. Zhao Xiaowei's mother and others watched as Zhao Degong grew increasingly violent, terrified he might actually kill her. They rushed forward to stop him. Degong, stop. You'll seriously hurt her if you keep this up. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it? Zhao Degong was so enraged he was almost laughing. So you think I deliberately seduced someone else? It's all your damn fault for spoiling her. If I don't teach this scumbag a lesson today, I'll change my surname. Zhao Degong hit harder and harder. Zhao Xiaowei lost her temper too, shoving him away and shouting, what good does hitting me do? It's already happened. No matter how angry you get, it won't change what's already happened. Zhao Degong paused mid-strike, then grew even angrier. You dare talk back to me? I. Just as his hand shot up, Zhao Degong suddenly felt a sharp, wrenching pain in his chest. His face instantly drained of color. Clutching his chest with one hand, his breathing grew increasingly ragged. His vision blurred, and he lost his footing completely. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Degong collapsed straight onto the floor. Zhao Xiaowei's mother and the relatives around her immediately panicked. Call an ambulance. Quick, call an ambulance. The live stream audience was stunned into silence. Could all this be that sycophant's scheme? Even Liang Fei was utterly shocked. If Du Zaitan hadn't posted those messages, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Just as he was pondering this, the live stream camera shifted, focusing on a broad, earnest face beaming with a warm smile. Liang Fei's eyes widened instantly. It was Du Zaitan. In the live stream, Du Zaitan beamed cheerfully, everyone, I am the lapdog you've been talking about. Just as you all suspected, I was the one who sent Zhang Peng the messages from that trashy woman. And I was the one who suggested Zhang Peng post Zhao Xiaowei's true self to their family group chat. The live stream audience went wild. Bro, my own brother. From a lowly bootlicker to an expert at taking down trashy women? This is the ultimate feel-good story of the year. A strategist who plunges into the fray himself outmaneuvers heaven by half a move. Brother, start your class. Du Zaitan grinned. You must all be wondering how a pathetic suck-up like me suddenly woke up, right? The moment he finished speaking, the live stream's heat surged. It was indeed the question on everyone's mind. Du Zaitan explained, truthfully, my awakening seeing Zhao Xiaowei's true colors was because of one person. It was that person who helped me rediscover my true self. And it was he who made me realize I'm not a dog, I'm a living, breathing human being. By this point, Du Zaitan's face bore an almost religious reverence. I'd call him the savior of all suck-ups. The live stream exploded. Who the hell is this guy? He's amazing. Bro, know you're like my own brother, okay? Spill it already. My son's a total suck-up and I'm about to lose my mind. If someone like this exists, I'd drive until my tires smoke to find him. Take me with you, my daughter's a suck-up too. Watching my little cotton-padded jacket, the kid I raised with my own blood, sweat, and tears, spend every waking moment chasing after some punk, it breaks my heart as a father. Spill it already. Don't make me beg on my knees. Seeing the momentum building, Du Zaitan smiled and said, actually, that person. I think you all might know who it is. He paused, took a deep breath, and his expression grew even more reverent. He's the owner of the scenic-area restaurant Liang Fei. Du Zaitan's livestream had generated tremendous publicity for Liang Fei's restaurant. The most immediate impact was the sudden surge of tens of thousands of new followers on Liang Fei's Douyin account. But what delighted Liang Fei even more was the recent system notification confirming the massive success of his lick dog meal deal. This undoubtedly confirmed his earlier hunch had been correct. By altering ingredient combinations, these special recipes can be modified too. If that's the case, agreeing to help interrogate the criminal for Qin Shuiyan should be a breeze. No sooner had he finished speaking. Ding! Host's recipe modification achieved tremendous success, unlocking the recipe modification system. Immediately afterward, Liang Fei saw a brand new section appear on the system interface. Similar to the synthesis interface in online games. He could place two entirely different recipes into the synthesis slot, add his own ideas, and if the combination was suitable, obtain a brand new branch recipe. Liang Fei was overjoyed. System, you're truly my savior. After much deliberation, Liang Fei ultimately chose the cucumber salad as his primary recipe and combined it with a dessert recipe. After inputting his own ideas, the synthesis bar flashed with golden light, followed immediately by the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the functional recipe birthday cake. I've learned to mask my true thoughts with lies. I thought it was best for everyone, but is that really the case? I'm a wicked bastard. I never felt I'd done anything wrong, nor did I expect any punishment until I ate a slice of birthday cake. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. According to the description, birthday cake has completely different effects when eaten by ordinary people versus villains. This was tailor-made for me. He immediately called the supplier, instructing them to bring the ingredients he needed when they delivered later. While waiting for the supplier, Liang Fei called Zhang Yi. Little Yi, how'd the blind date go? Zhang Yi's excited voice came through the line. Brother Fei, this one's the real deal. She's beautiful, kind-hearted, low-maintenance, and thoughtful. I feel like I've found true love. Liang Fei was genuinely happy for Zhang Yi finding true love. Well, since I have something to do tomorrow and the restaurant won't be open, I'll give you the day off. You'll still get paid. You two should enjoy yourselves. If you need money, just let me know, and I'll chip in. Zhang Yi replied, thanks a lot, Brother Fei. Liang Fei chuckled, don't be so formal. That's all for now. After hanging up, the ingredients delivered by the supplier arrived just in time. Liang Fei took a brief rest before starting to make the birthday cake. Making a standard birthday cake didn't demand particularly high culinary skills, it required a blend of technique and aesthetic sense. The system recipe, however, was slightly different. Both the ingredients and the preparation itself required hands-on effort. Liang Fei started by baking the cake base. He measured out high-gluten flour and eggs, mixed them with special ingredients, poured the batter into a mold, and placed it in the oven to bake. Next came the whipped cream and decorative touches. After a flurry of activity, the cake gradually took shape. The freshly baked birthday cake was a masterpiece. Even though Liang Fei had little interest in sweets, just one glance made him crave a bite. But eating it myself won't have any effect. The system had made it clear, none of its functional dishes would have any effect on Liang Fei. If only there were a guest right now. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted at the door. Liang Fei's eyes lit up and he hurried out. Chapter 72, Every family has its own troubles. At the entrance, a couple was arguing. The man's face was flushed with anger. Buy. All you ever do is buy. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for this family? Can't you show me a little understanding? I only gave you a few days' worth of last month's salary, and you've already blown it all? The woman seemed the type who struggled with words, keeping her head down and saying nothing. The man grew even angrier. It's always like this. Every time I say something to you, you just lower your head and don't speak. Are you mute? The woman grew even quieter, tears welling up in her eyes. They weren't tourists but employees of the scenic area. The man, Sun Guoshang, was in charge of security there, while his wife, Wu Shuero, was a homemaker. Today was his wife's birthday. Having worked at the scenic area for years, Sun Guoshang realized he'd never properly shown his wife around. He suggested taking a stroll to celebrate her birthday, then sharing a birthday cake together to make the day complete. But when he brought it up, his wife was dead set against it. Now that they were finally at the scenic area, Sun Guoshang wanted to buy her a birthday cake, only for her to say they had no money. Sun Guoshang was already seething with anger, and this final straw made him explode. Liang Fei, who had grasped the situation, quickly stepped in to pull Sun Guoshang away. Son, it's your wife's birthday. Don't say things that upset her. It's just a birthday cake. I'll treat you both. Sun Guoshang sighed. It's not that I'm fixated on this, but I just can't help feeling angry. Things have been going a bit better at the scenic area lately, and my salary did go up a little, but that doesn't justify this kind of waste. I think she's been brainwashed by all that bull inspirational crap about how women should treat themselves better. I don't mind spending money on my wife, but there has to be a limit. We haven't even saved up for our son's education yet. Sun Guoshang grew angrier as he spoke. After Liang Fei spent ages calming him down, Sun Guoshang finally cooled off. Liang Fei said, that's more like it. It's no big deal. All these years, your wife has kept the household running smoothly. You know what kind of person she is. If she really spent money recklessly, how could the two of you afford the down payment on a new house? Sun Guoshang sighed. I know your sister-in-law isn't the type to keep up appearances, but I just can't wrap my head around it. My paychecks these past few months have been gone the moment they hit my account, leaving only a few hundred yuan for living expenses each month. Especially lately, I often come home from work and she's nowhere to be found. I can't even get a hot meal. Liang Fei said, why don't you two just talk things out? Your wife must have her reasons. If she has her reasons, why doesn't she just say so? She's like a closed book. The moment I show any displeasure, she clams up. Liang Fei said, alright, son, let's eat the cake first. Can't we talk about it after today? Sun Guosheng still felt deeply for his wife. He simply couldn't understand why she acted this way. Hearing Liang Fei's words, he realized he'd been too harsh. He walked over to Hu Shuero and said, honey, I was in a bad mood earlier. I'm sorry. Let's eat the cake first. Hu Shuero lowered her head and nodded softly. Liang Fei decided to be the good Samaritan to the end and arranged a large table of dishes for the two of them. Hu Shuero looked visibly uneasy, and Sun Guosheng felt awkward too. Xiao Liang, I already feel bad taking your birthday cake for free, and now you've gone and prepared this whole table of food. You've been through a lot. Here, tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer it to you. I still have some money left. Liang Fei chuckled. Brother Sun, are you trying to settle accounts with me? Then let's settle this properly. Back when I was building this restaurant, the construction crew was slacking off. If you hadn't brought your brothers over to back me up, not only would the place never have gotten built, but I'd have gotten beaten up too. Later, when business was slow and my cooking skills were still rough, you brought your crew over to support me. And your wife would often drop by to bring me tasty treats while she was visiting you. Without you guys, this place wouldn't have lasted this long. I won't even mention all the other little favors you've done. Just these two things alone, aren't they worth at least one free meal? Eat up. From now on, whenever you two come, it's on the house. Sun Guosheng smiled. Alright, since you put it that way, I won't hold back. Liang Fei beamed as he brought out a birthday cake from the kitchen. Happy birthday, sis-in-law. Hu Shuero finally managed a faint smile. Liang Fei sensibly stepped away, hiding in the shop to keep an eye on the two, afraid they might start fighting again. Sun Guosheng cut a slice of cake for Hu Shuero. Honey, I wasn't really mad at you for spending money. I just wanted you to talk things through with me first. You never say anything. Never mind. Let's eat cake first. Hu Shuero remained silent, eating the cake in small bites with her head bowed. The sweet cream paired with the baked, soft, and tempting cake melted in her mouth. The sweet flavor effortlessly dispelled the gloom in Hu Shuero's heart. Her mood lifted along with it. Recent events flashed through her mind, leaving a tangled mix of resentment and frustration in her heart. Deep within, a gentle voice kept urging her that speaking her mind might actually be better. Hu Shuero slowly lifted her head, her gaze growing steadily resolute. Husband, I truly haven't been wasting money. Sun Guosheng froze. Hu Shuero spoke softly and steadily. 3 months ago, Mom twisted her back while picking jujubes on the mountain, and Dad lost his job. The old couple didn't want to worry us, so they kept it to themselves. I noticed something was off when I called them that day. Remember when I said I had to go out for a few days? I went back to see them. Mom was bedridden and couldn't move. Dad was taking care of her every day, but she wasn't getting better. So I took them to the hospital. The doctor was very thorough. He said it was fortunate we brought her in on time, otherwise she could have been paralyzed for life. But she still needed immediate treatment. Hospital fees, medical bills, miscellaneous expenses, it all adds up. The money we saved together just isn't enough. You kept asking where all the gold jewelry we bought for our wedding went, right? I sold them to cover the medical bills. Mom and Dad have medical insurance, but it still didn't cover the surgery costs. So I reached out to my parents' family, and they contributed some money. That covered the initial treatment expenses. But we'll still need more later. We have to pay for our son's tuition too, we can't leave nothing behind. So I found a job as a nanny. The work isn't overly demanding, but sometimes I can't finish everything, so I get home late at night. This month, your salary went toward the final treatment costs. The hospital said Mom has recovered well enough to be discharged soon. I never mentioned it because I didn't want you to worry. You tend to overthink things. I feared if I told you, you'd blame yourself, thinking you hadn't worked hard enough, forcing me to juggle caring for the family and working outside the home. Honestly, I don't feel it's that hard. Everyone can see how good you are to me. I just figured since Mom's better now, I'll work a few more months and make up the difference. You shouldn't overthink things like that. Really, that's all there is to it. By the time Hu Shuero finished speaking, Sun Guosheng was already in tears. Chapter 73, Our side promises not to deploy Liang Fei first. Honey, why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm the one who's sorry. I deserve to die. How could I have treated you like that? Sun Guosheng raised his hand to slap his own face, but Hu Shuero rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Husband, I told you you've never wronged me. It's precisely because of your kindness that I was willing to do this. I promise you, from now on I'll tell you everything. Let's live a good life together, okay? Sun Guosheng nodded frantically. This man who stood tall and proud in the outside world now curled up in Hu Shuero's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Inside the shop, Liang Fei's face was filled with relief. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. System, you're ing my own damn father. Bushuero, usually so reserved, had eaten the cake and immediately poured out the words she'd been bottling up inside. This effect was absolutely incredible, okay? After the couple laid everything out on the table, they grew even more affectionate. Watching them, the single guy Liang Fei couldn't help but feel envious. Xiao Liang, if it weren't for the cake you brought, I wouldn't have mustered the courage to say all that. My wife thanks you. Sun Guosheng even pounded his chest, promising that Liang Fei could come to him for anything in the future. Liang Fei couldn't have been happier. He'd saved a family, after all. A truly good deed done. After seeing off the Sun Guosheng couple, Liang Fei felt even more confident about the birthday cake. He immediately dialed Qin Shuiyan's number. Here's what we'll do tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, the moon rabbit returned to its nest and the sun rose in the east. Longcheng County Office. Have all the relevant documents been prepared? Qin Shuiyan arrived at the magistrate's office early in the morning, her expression stern as she focused her full attention on the task at hand. Recently, fraudsters in Dragon City had grown increasingly rampant. Rumors suggested they had even colluded with foreign forces. Working in tandem, the local fraudsters deceived victims into sending money overseas, while the foreign entities paid commissions back to the fraudsters. Together, they had formed a tightly knit industrial chain. Higher-ups had applied immense pressure, demanding tangible breakthroughs in the near future. Today, too many high-ranking officials were watching. Her companions voiced their concerns. Sister Shui, that bastard Yang Chen is as stubborn as a dead pig in boiling water. Can we really pull this off? Qin Shuiyan was confident. Don't worry. I have an ace up my sleeve. Interrogation room. After being brought in, Yang Chen was restrained in the interrogation chair. Qin Shuiyan and her escort sat across from him, their gazes fixed intently on Yang Chen. Yang Chen yawned. Officer, you guys interrogate us every 3 days for a minor session and every 5 days for a major one. I gotta ask, are you made of iron? Aren't you tired? Bang! The young man beside Qin Shuiyan, named Zhu Kai, slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, glaring at Yang Chen. Yang, I warn you to behave yourself. The magistrate's office had already gathered all available information on him. After this bastard became a fraudster, he swindled everyone around him. Those who got off lightly just felt like they'd thrown money down the drain, disgusted for a while. But for the worst victims, many had ruined themselves and their families. Among the victims were female college students who once held bright futures. But after this bastard swindled them out of their money, their debts spiraled out of control. In the end, some had no choice but to resort to borderline live streaming. That was the better outcome. The next tier ended up in nightclubs, never to emerge again. The truly tragic cases need no elaboration. Several are still detained here, awaiting transfer to prison. Thinking of those wretched souls in such dire straits, and then looking at this bastard sitting there with the attitude of a dead pig fearing no boiling water, Zhu Kai felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward and punch him a few times. Yang Chen immediately feigned panic. Oh my, you guys in the government aren't still using that torture for confession stuff, are you? If that's the case, I'll have to hire a lawyer. Zhu Kai was furious. You son of a without a butthole, and you still think you're the wronged party? Zhu Kai had always been quick-tempered, and having joined the magistrate's office only recently, he hadn't yet been tempered by the diverse array of criminals. He couldn't hold back any longer. He was about to rip off his uniform and charge at Yang Chen to fight to the death. Fortunately, Qin Shuiyan acted swiftly and stopped him. Yang Chen. We've crossed paths several times now. You know exactly what we want to know, and you've already spilled as much as you're willing to share. Everyone here knows exactly where we stand. Now, I'll ask you one question. Who exactly was your boss? Yang Chen kept smiling. Miss Qin, I've told you 800 times. I don't have any upstream source. He shifted his tone. Actually, I do understand your situation. You must be under tremendous pressure now. And quite a few people have been swindled out of their money overseas, right? Suddenly seeming intrigued, he sat up straight and looked at Qin Shuiyan and the other woman. You probably don't know what awaits those who get swindled away, do you? Let me tell you. Regardless of gender, they'll get beaten up first and starved for days. Then the smarter guys among the men might be recruited. But if they fail to meet quotas, they'll either have their kidneys removed or limbs severed. There's always a way to punish them. The less resourceful ones become hostages sold for profit or used as blood donors. If they're unfit for either, they're simply dismantled for parts. Women have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves, like being served at dinner tables, flushed down toilets, thrown online, and so on. Qin Shuiyan's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it, while Zhu Kai was on the verge of drawing his gun. Yang Chen quickly shut up. I'm just speculating. Ha. Surely you guys won't stop me from guessing, right? Qin Shuiyan's fist beneath the table clenched tighter and tighter. Arrogant. This bastard is utterly brazen. Qin Shuiyan turned to Zhu Kai and whispered, go over those files with him. Zhu Kai nodded. Qin Shuiyan stepped out of the room and dialed Liang Fei's number. Liang Fei, are you there yet? Liang Fei's voice came through the line. Almost there. Almost there. How's it going over there? Just thinking about Yang Chen made Qin Shuiyan seethe with anger. That bastard keeps stalling us, constantly testing our limits. I could kick him a few times. Liang Fei grinned. I'll be there in a minute. Just you wait and see. After the birthday cake passed inspection with no issues, the inspector declared it's approved. Mr. Liang, you're not seriously planning to feed this to young Chen, are you? Liang Fei's assistance with the interrogation had been approved by the precinct chief, and everyone present understood his purpose. Liang Fei nodded. What else could be real or fake then? The staff member looked utterly conflicted. The thought of feeding that bastard something tasty just makes me feel sick. Liang Fei chuckled. I get it. But rest assured, this stuff is genuinely delicious, though not everyone can handle it. Leaving the staff member with a dashing retreat, Liang Fei entered the government office. Interrogation room. After Zhu Kai reviewed all the documents, Yang Chen remained unenthusiastic. Just then, Qin Shuiyan entered. She looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you've made up your mind not to say anything, haven't you? Yang Chen shrugged. I don't know anything. What do you want me to say? Qin Shuiyan sighed. Fine. I was hoping that if you cooperated, I wouldn't have to play my trump card. Yang Chen froze. Ace up my sleeve? What trump card? Qin Shuiyan suddenly smiled, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Chen. Do you remember Liang Fei? Chapter 74, Having the Cook Interrogate the Prisoner? Liang Fei? The moment he heard that name, Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. His previously calm expression abruptly twisted into a savage grimace. How could he forget? How could he possibly forget? If it weren't for that making him eat a plate of pickled cucumbers, driving him mad enough to run here and turn himself in, he wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Wait. What did Qin Shuiyan mean by suddenly mentioning Liang Fei? Yang Chen shot her a sharp look. What are you implying? Qin Shuiyan smiled. Nothing at all. During our investigation into you, we learned today happens to be your birthday. So we specially invited Mr. Liang to prepare a dish for you. Didn't we hear you adore Mr. Liang's cooking so much that you cried after tasting it? Yang Chen was so flabbergasted he laughed. He liked Liang Fei's cooking? He'd rather smash Liang Fei's restaurant to pieces. Only a lunatic would want to eat Liang Fei's food. Yang Chen exploded in anger. I don't celebrate birthdays. And I don't like eating Liang Fei's food either. Don't you dare bring him over. It wasn't surprising that Yang Chen reacted so strongly. Liang Fei had left him with such deep-seated trauma. He'd only taken one bite of the pickled cucumber salad. Just one bite, and tears started streaming down his face like there was no tomorrow. He couldn't stop them. He was a grown man who had ever seen him suffer such humiliation? He'd even thought Liang Fei's pickled cucumber reminded him of his mother's cooking. What mother did he have? He had no mother. What mother's taste was he talking about? I'm warning you, that Liang Fei guy is the one who disgusts me the most. If you let him come over, don't you fear I'll kill him outright. Qin Shuiyan completely ignored Yang Chen's furious rant, gave Zhu Kai a knowing look, and led him straight out of the room. Hey, where are you going? You're not seriously going to find Liang Fei, are you? Fine, go find Liang Fei, just don't let him bring his cucumber salad with him. Just the sight of that cucumber salad makes me sick. Yang Chen shouted repeatedly, but received no response whatsoever. After leaving the interrogation room, Qin Shuiyan spotted Liang Fei approaching with a large box. She hurried over. Is this okay? Liang Fei pounded his chest in assurance. If it doesn't work, you can write your surname Qin backwards. Qin Shuiyan was dumbfounded. You're a bit off, aren't you? If you can't handle it, why should my surname be spelled backwards? Glaring at Liang Fei, Qin Shuiyan took a deep breath and said, Liang Fei, inviting you here this time has put a lot of pressure on me and Brother Sunday. Even if you can't get that guy to spill the beans, don't do anything out of line, okay? Liang Fei chuckled. Don't worry, I'd never do anything against the rules. At most, I'll just treat him to a birthday cake. You've already inspected that birthday cake, it's perfectly fine and packed with nutrients. This is basically me giving him a perk. Qin Shuiyan nodded. In short, headquarters only approved the birthday cake. Don't do anything extra. If it involves the case, don't say too much. Stick to the rules. Liang Fei patted his chest in assurance, but Qin Shuiyan still felt uneasy. She couldn't press him further. Trust those you employ. After bidding farewell to Liang Fei, Qin Shuiyan immediately approached the door of the room adjacent to the interrogation room. She reported her presence and received permission before entering. This room was slightly larger than the interrogation room. At the front hung a massive screen displaying real-time surveillance footage from the interrogation room, with the voices of the conversation clearly audible. Essentially, every move in the interrogation room could be monitored here. Besides Sun Xiang, several other individuals of obvious high standing were present in the room, including Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian had played a key role in Qin Shuiyan persuading her superiors to grant her access this time. Mr. Zhou, Director Li, Director Dong, Brother Sunday. The others nodded in response. Zhou Jian smiled and said, Please, have a seat. After Qin Shuiyan took her seat, Director Li said, Mr. Zhou, it's still possible to stop this now. Zhou Jian glanced at Director Li. Director Li, you still have reservations at this point? Commissioner Li sighed. It's not that I look down on Mr. Liang. Quite the opposite. Ever since my wife tried their noodle soup, I've been a loyal fan of the Scenic Area restaurant. But the Scenic Area restaurant's only real strength is its culinary skill. I simply can't fathom how a chef could assist us in interrogating suspects. Different trades are like different mountains. This. Zhou Jian waved his hand. Mr. Liang isn't just any ordinary chef. Besides, we don't really have any other options right now. Let's give it a shot. What if it works? Bureau Chiefly still looked worried, but he didn't say anything more. At that moment, Liang Fei had already entered the interrogation room. Yang Chen, who had been shouting loudly moments before, abruptly fell silent. He stared intently at Liang Fei, his face etched with caution. You actually showed up. Liang Fei grinned, amused. You bet. I never imagined a cook like me would end up cooking at the precinct. Don't be nervous. I heard it's your birthday, so I brought a birthday cake. After all, you're the first convict to walk out of my restaurant. Isn't a little special treatment only fair? Birthday cake? Yang Chen could hardly believe his ears. You didn't bring the pickled cucumber? Liang Fei chuckled. What, you like it? I could whip up a plate for you right here. Go to hell. Liang Fei's words hit Yang Chen's sore spot. Back then, he'd foolishly believed Liang Fei's lies, and that one misstep had cost him dearly. He wasn't some cute little thing. Eat? If he ate it, he'd lose his life. Liang, I honestly have no idea what you and the authorities are up to. But whatever tricks you're pulling, I'm not falling for them. Birthday cake or pickled cucumber, anything you serve, I won't touch a bite. Zhou Jian and the others watching the situation through surveillance frowned. They roughly guessed Liang Fei's trick was hidden inside the birthday cake. But if Yang Chen refused to eat it, they couldn't force him. Wouldn't all their preparations go to waste then? Director Dong grew anxious. Zhou Jian said in a low voice, Don't worry. Let's see how Mr. Liang handles this. Interrogation room. Liang Fei glanced at Yang Chen. If you don't want to eat, then don't. I'm not forcing you to eat it. I'm just cooperating with the authorities. If you don't want it, I won't force you. But it'd be such a waste if you didn't eat this cake. Yang Chen sneered repeatedly, watching Liang Fei's performance in silence. He was no fool. Liang Fei's words were clearly a diversion, luring him step by step into a trap. He could tell now this cake was definitely not normal. Even if Liang Fei were to summon a dragon today, Yang Chen wouldn't take a single bite. Yang Chen sat in his chair, radiating an attitude that screamed, I'll just sit here and watch you show off. Liang Fei suddenly chuckled. Since you won't eat it, I'll just have it all to myself. What? Yang Chen wondered if he'd misheard, but Liang Fei showed no mercy. He casually tossed aside the inspection reports confirming all standards met, lifted the lid, and an intense, sweet aroma instantly filled the air. When making this birthday cake, Liang Fei had added a special appetizing formula for children's food. The aroma alone was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Even Liang Fei, who wasn't much of a sweet tooth, found it hard to resist. He immediately grabbed a knife, cut himself a generous slice, and took a hearty bite. Chapter 75, This is too tempting. Mum. The sweet cream and soft, moist cake melted in his mouth, drawing an involuntary sigh of delight from Liang Fei. Bite after bite, Liang Fei devoured it with relish. Not only did Yang Chen, the suspect who lost his appetite after being arrested and often went hungry, gawk with envy, but even Zhou Jian and the others watching the surveillance feed couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Hey, have any of you tried Boss Liang's cakes? Someone asked, and the sound of swallowing instantly filled the air. Commissioner Li, a devoted fan of the Scenic Area restaurant, swallowed most enthusiastically. Forcing himself not to look at the monitor, he uttered a half-hearted response, Mr. Liang's meat dishes are truly exceptional, and his broth is incredibly flavorful. But when it comes to sweets, Zhou Jian cleared his throat twice. I haven't tried Mr. Liang's cakes, but I did sneak a taste of the desserts in my son's baby food. Sweet, soft, and sticky, it melts in your mouth. My teeth aren't great, and I don't usually like sweets except for what Mr. Liang makes. His aren't sweets, they're pure joy. Commissioner Li, who'd intended to numb himself with two insincere remarks, nearly wept upon hearing Zhou Jian's words. Mr. Zhou, you can't do this to me. I was finally forcing myself not to think about it, and now you've dragged me back into it. Director Dong, usually stern and serious, opened his mouth with a straight face but nearly drooled. He quickly wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, Everyone, this is an interrogation. Keep it professional. Everyone was utterly conflicted. They were completely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not watching the interrogation footage felt like missing something crucial, but watching it made them drool with envy. Damn it, this is torture. Zhou Jian and the others were still holding up okay, but Yang Chen, sharing a room with Liang Fei, was nearly losing his mind. He was already starving, and now Liang Fei was teasing him with that cake. Liang Fei didn't even bother pretending the cake was delicious, he just kept shoveling it in bite after bite, flaunting it non-stop. The cake he brought was about 12 inches in diameter, enough to feed 4 or 5 people under normal circumstances. But now, just Liang Fei alone had already polished off more than half of it. He was devouring it with such relish. He was practically dripping grease from his mouth. Yang Chen was practically going crazy with envy. The delicious food had numbed the sensitive nerves in his brain. Could it be that Liang Fei was telling the truth? Upon reflection, it made sense. The authorities never managed to arrest him, so trying to reform him was one approach. Even if the authorities had set him up, why would they use a cake? What could possibly be wrong with a cake? After successfully convincing himself, Yang Chen stopped pretending altogether. He glared at Liang Fei and shouted, "Damn it, stop eating. Save some for me." Liang Fei, his face smeared with frosting, glanced at Yang Chen. "Aren't you not eating? How can you go back on your word like that? That's not how you do things. Just sit still. I'll leave once I'm done eating." "You!" If his hands, feet, and body weren't strapped to the chair, Yang Chen would have lunged at Liang Fei, screaming, "Get the hell off my cake!" But all he could do now was watch helplessly as Liang Fei devoured his birthday cake, feeling like crying. "If I'm guilty, let the law judge me. Instead of making me watch this bastard keep eating my cake. Is there no law left? No justice in this world?" Yang Chen grew angrier by the second. Watching someone else devour the cake that should have been his, wasn't this another form of betrayal? Could any man endure this? Yang Chen began struggling desperately. "Damn it, get off my cake. At least leave me a bite. Just one bite. Just one bite." Zhou Jian and the others watching the interrogation room scene were stunned. Could things really get this ridiculous? Liang Fei was being downright cruel. Even Qin Shuayan found it a bit cruel. Yang Chen has indeed been stubbornly denying everything, but it's not hard to see he's getting desperate. Plus, he hasn't been exercising much lately and has been eating less and less. Especially yesterday, he only ate one steamed bun all day. Then he was dragged in for interrogation first thing this morning. He must be starving right now. Zhou Jian couldn't help but gasp. Watching others eat on an empty stomach is hard enough, let alone watching someone eat your birthday cake on your actual birthday? And the birthday cake was surprisingly delicious. Chiefly looked concerned. "Mr. Zhou, should we send someone to check on him? I think Yang Chen is about to lose it. Look at those eyes, they're practically glowing green." Zhou Jian was conflicted too. He worried that doing so might disrupt Liang Fei's plan. "Let's wait a bit longer." In the interrogation room, Yang Chen thrashed wildly. To an outsider, it looked like he'd drunk nuclear wastewater from those orphan bastards next door to Great Xia and was mutating. His eyes were beginning to glow green. Bright green, utterly terrifying. At that moment, Liang Fei finally finished eating. Only a quarter of the 12-inch cake remained. He glanced at Yang Chen, still strapped to the chair, struggling futilely despite knowing it was pointless. A look of pity washed over his face. "Look at you. If you wanted to eat, why didn't you just say so?" Yang Chen was on the verge of tears. "Didn't I say? I've been screaming myself hoarse. You didn't even acknowledge me. Liang, I'll never let you off the hook." Liang Fei said, "Fine, if you want to eat it, go ahead. Might as well not waste the food. Sit down first. You'll give it to me once I sit down?" Liang Fei shrugged. Ever catch me lying? Yang Chen could only swallow his frustration and sit down. Liang Fei carried the last small piece of cake over to him, set it down, then returned to his seat. Starving beyond endurance, Yang Chen didn't bother using his hands. He opened his mouth and bit straight into it. The sweet, soft, and sticky cake melted in his mouth, and Yang Chen instantly burst into tears. "Birthday cake! My birthday cake! I finally got to eat it. It's delicious. It's delicious. Getting to eat a bite of birthday cake, I have no regrets in this life, okay?" Yang Chen ate and cried, while Liang Fei sat nearby, calmly watching him. Yang Chen muttered, "Liang, and you guys from the magistrate's office, don't think giving me some tasty food means I'll cooperate with you. The only answer I'll give you is still just one sentence. I don't know a damn thing." The moment the words left his mouth, Yang Chen froze. He stared straight at Liang Fei. Liang Fei asked, "What's wrong? Why stop eating? Weren't you eating so heartily just now?" Judging by the timing, the cake's effects had already begun to take hold. When Hu Shuero ate the cake yesterday, it took about this long for the effects to kick in. For ordinary people, eating the cake forced them to confront their inner thoughts and speak their pent-up feelings. As for someone like Yang Chen, a monster, Liang Fei had no idea what effect it would have on him. Even the system hadn't provided a clear explanation for this aspect. Liang Fei was genuinely curious. Watching Yang Chen's dazed expression, Liang Fei smiled and asked, "Did you see something? Care to share?" Yang Chen remained silent. Just as Liang Fei had said, he had indeed seen many scenes. Chapter 76, Yang Chen's Despair. Those scenes were all too familiar to Yang Chen. Family torn apart, parents jumping to their deaths, children snatched by traffickers, his own limbs broken. Each scene tore at his heart. Even Yang Chen, who had been staring at these scenes, was struggling to catch his breath. He knew these scenes all too well. Every person whose family he had destroyed through deception had to endure this agony. These scenes were all his own doing. Now, these nightmares belonging to others had become Yang Chen's own. Yang Chen watched as the images merged with his own memories. His head pounded violently, and he suddenly felt as though he had become the protagonist of those tragedies in an instant. Each image delivered an immense shockwave, the bone-deep agony overwhelming him. In an instant, Yang Chen's eyes turned red, and he seemed to go mad. "Don't come near me! Stay away! Don't hit me! Don't touch my son! Damn it, let my parents go!" Zhou Jian and the others watching the situation unfold through the surveillance feed clearly heard Yang Chen's voice. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused about what was happening. Yang Chen seems to be hallucinating. It feels like he's experiencing the pain of those he deceived. Yeah, I've seen firsthand the mental state of people deceived by Yang Chen and his scumbags. He looks exactly like them. Everyone stared in shock, except for Qin Shuiyan, who clenched her fists. She knew it. Liang Fei didn't come all this way just to take a shot at Yang Chen. He must have something else up his sleeve. Last time, Qin Shuiyan had suspected Liang Fei knew hypnosis. Now it seemed she was right. Liang Fei had already begun to exert his influence. Interrogation room. Yang Chen's transformation momentarily startled Liang Fei, but he quickly regained his composure. Birthday cakes evolved from cucumber salads, and their peculiar effect on villains lies in altering memories and amplifying certain emotions. The difference lies in the fact that the cucumber slicer magnifies guilt. The birthday cake, however, magnifies suffering. Just as Liang Fei processed this, the system responded, confirming his conjecture and supplementing the description of the birthday cake. After reading it, Liang Fei was overjoyed. He looked at Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, you're in quite a bit of pain right now, aren't you? Could it be that you haven't cooperated with the authorities to atone for your crimes?" Immersed in overwhelming guilt, Yang Chen abruptly lifted his bloodshot eyes and glared at Liang Fei. "I knew you weren't up to any good. But don't think that'll make me admit defeat. It's just a little guilt." "Bull." Liang Fei actually chuckled. "Who says this thing only gives you a little guilt? Aren't you starting to feel it yourself? The people you've ruined haven't just endured the pain of losing their families." Yang Chen's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean?" The moment he spoke, the images in Yang Chen's mind shifted. Gone were the scenes of broken families. Instead, several burly men, each wielding various tools, approached him with savage grins. One of them raised a massive wrench and brought it down hard on his leg bone. Arg! The wrench crushed his knee with a heavy blow. Immediately after, someone stabbed him through the body with a dagger. Pain! It hurt like hell. Cold sweat poured down Yang Chen's back. The agony made him scream like a slaughtered pig, snot and tears streaming down his face. But it wasn't just that. As the agony intensified, every physical torment endured by those he had deceived surged toward him. Limbs snapped, organs ripped out one by one. Eventually, Yang Chen lost all control over his body. Yellow liquid seeped from his crotch as Yang Chen neared collapse. All traces of his former arrogance vanished. He broke down, sobbing and begging Liang Fei, "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I'm a piece of trash, scum. Brother. My own brother. No, my own father. Please spare me this agony. All you want is to know who's above me, right? I'll tell you everything. I swear." Liang Fei's grin grew wider and wider. Those watching the situation unfold on the surveillance feed were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't Yang Chen being stubborn as hell just a moment ago? Why is he suddenly willing to spill everything now? Qin Shuiyan quickly asked over the walkie-talkie, "Should we go over now?" Liang Fei heard Qin Shuiyan's question, but he didn't rush to respond. Yang Chen had done so many despicable things, there was no reason to let him spill the beans so easily. At the very least, he should be made to taste every ounce of suffering first. Seeing that Liang Fei showed no sign of budging, Yang Chen actually started crying. "Just tell them to come over already. If I just tell them, I won't have to endure all this pain anymore, right? Fine, I'll tell you." Liang Fei tilted his head. "Which ear of yours heard them say they were coming? No rush. Think it through again. What if you've missed something?" Yang Chen was completely baffled. "What the hell are you trying to do? I've been cooperating fully. I let them come hear my statement. Why not just let me go? This is unnecessary. Really unnecessary." Qin Shuiyan and the others were getting anxious too, so Liang Fei just shut off the walkie-talkie. At that moment, Yang Chen was utterly devastated. The unbearable agony pushed him to the brink of collapse, his once fierce expression slowly turning numb. It wasn't that he had grown accustomed to the pain, he had simply become numb to it. It felt as if his internal organs, bones, and flesh had been shattered. After Yang Chen endured the excruciating pain, passing out and being woken by the agony over a dozen times, Liang Fei finally picked up the walkie-talkie. "Looks like he still doesn't want to talk. Here's what we'll do. Lock him up here for 3 hours. Give him time to think. I guarantee that after 3 hours, whatever you ask him, he'll tell you." Yang Chen heard Liang Fei's voice through the haze and was so enraged he nearly passed out again. 3 hours later, after being tortured to the brink of death, Yang Chen finally saw the door open as Qin Shuiyan and the others walked in. Seeing Qin Shuiyan and the others, Yang Chen felt more relieved than if he'd seen his own mother. He spilled everything like beans, forcing himself to reveal every scrap of information he possessed to Qin Shuiyan and the others. Even the color of his underwear was described in meticulous detail. After unloading everything, Yang Chen collapsed into a chair, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the pain in his body slowly receded. When his gaze fell back on Liang Fei, Yang Chen couldn't even muster anger anymore. This Liang Fei was a devil incarnate. Going against someone like him, he feared he wouldn't even know how he'd die. From now on, as long as you don't bring that bastard over, I'll cooperate with whatever you ask. I swear it. Yang Chen's solemn bow left Qin Shuiyan and the others at a loss for how to react. How on earth did Liang Fei manage this? Outside the interrogation room, Zhou Jian and Bureau Chiefs Li and Dong stood before Liang Fei, their faces brimming with excitement. Mr. Liang, you've done us an enormous favor this time. With the clues provided by Yang Chen, even if we can't apprehend the entire criminal gang, we can at least give the public some closure. Chapter 77, Livestream Sales. As long as enough suspects were apprehended, the volume of intelligence they gathered would naturally increase. This way, they would inevitably reach the core of the criminal organization. The day of rounding them all up was drawing near. Both Chief Li and Chief Dong were practically ready to put Liang Fei on a pedestal. This guy isn't just a cook. He was clearly a genius at solving cases. Every method employed was compliant and lawful, yet remarkably effective. His approach was relentlessly pervasive, leaving no room for defense. Liang Fei grinned. It's all part of the job. Police and citizens are one big family, after all. The three of them burst into hearty laughter. Just then, Qin Shuiyan emerged with her laptop, her face beaming with excitement she could barely contain. Chief Li hurriedly asked, "How's it going?" Qin Shuiyan replied, "Yang Chen cooperated surprisingly well. We now have the entire Longcheng fraud network mapped out. I need a few hours to verify this data. Once confirmed, the Longcheng fraud network will be wiped out in one fell swoop." Excitement spread across everyone's faces. This case had plagued them for far too long. Setting aside the public pressure, they simply couldn't face themselves otherwise. Now, it was finally resolved. Whether it was the media or their own internal accountability, they could finally provide a satisfactory resolution. At the end of the day, we owe it all to you. Liang Fei felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Mr. Zhou, Director Li, Director Dong, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave? The subsequent matters truly had nothing to do with Liang Fei, so the others didn't insist he stay. After receiving assurances that the reward would be dispersed promptly, Liang Fei departed. By the time he returned to the scenic area, it was already noon. After quickly preparing lunch for Lu Yong and the others, Liang Fei opened Douyin. In just one short day, his follower count had surged by another 50,000 to 60,000. Hundreds more private messages had piled up. Beyond the usual meal orders, most inquiries were about the lapdog package. You could practically feel their eagerness just from the messages. Wow, are there really this many suck-ups? Looks like the suck-up package is still a thing after all. Liang Fei immediately posted an announcement on the official website. Effective immediately, our newly launched Lick Dog meal plan is available in trial portions. Unsatisfied customers may request a full refund without conditions. The moment the announcement went live, hundreds of comments flooded in. Is this for real? I heard this suck-up package works like a charm. You heard? Didn't you watch yesterday's livestream? That guy Du Zaitan was already in the terminal stages of licking cancer and look how that turned out. Boss, when will the Lick Dog package officially launch? I can't wait. My son is in the terminal stages of licking cancer. If we don't treat him soon, he'll probably give away our whole house to his goddess. Same with my daughter. I've met her crush, what a jerk. A student spending all day on those weird, twisted things. I've argued with her dozens of times, but it's useless. Liang Fei glanced around and noticed that many of the extreme suck-up cases were actually students. Maybe we could use this chance to tap into the campus market. Back when bone broth instant noodles first hit the campus market, the problem was that Liang Fei's culinary concept wasn't fully developed yet. Plus, without a concrete plan, he missed out on that market opportunity. Now, trying to pick it back up again was simply impossible. But now, opportunity was knocking again. I wonder if the Lick Dog meal could reopen the campus market. After much deliberation, Liang Fei decided to give it a shot. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was a student at Longjian University. Though he'd graduated and started working not long ago, he still maintained connections at the school. It would be perfect to get insights into Longjian University through Zhang Yi. Before long, Zhang Yi called him back. Brother Fei, you're planning to break into Longjian University's market with the lapdog package? Liang Fei nodded. Zhang Yi said, Brother Fei, forgive my bluntness, but this probably won't work. What suck-up would admit they're a suck-up? Not only would they not see you as helping them, they'd see you as a stumbling block on their path to love. If you go peddling that lapdog package, they'll probably smash your stall before you even start. Plus, the food vendors near Longjiang University's entrance are notoriously exclusive. You'll probably get shut down before you even start pitching. Liang Fei looked utterly conflicted. This was indeed a problem. After much deliberation, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Selling it directly won't work, but what if we repackage it and change the sales approach? Earlier, Du Ziding had accepted the cucumber and egg dish precisely because he'd changed the pitch linking the lapdog meal to romance. That could work. During his idle moments, he'd used the system's recipe synthesis feature to refine the lickdog set. Now, the effect no longer came from any specific dish, it was concentrated entirely in the seasoning. Stir-fried cucumber and eggs are hard to sell, we can easily turn it into a dessert. Add the seasoning and tie it to romance, the suck-up set will definitely buy it like crazy. The question now is how to integrate it into Longjiang University's food scene. Muttering to himself, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Since the seasoning is the real essence, why bother integrating it into the food scene at all? We could completely change our approach to avoid competing with them. After much deliberation, Liang Fei finally decided to break into the market through live streaming sales. But he had zero experience with live streaming. He could only search for live streams and clicked on the most popular one. The host was a beauty blogger, a top-tier influencer with millions of followers, rumored to earn annual income measured in hundreds of millions. The moment her products appeared in the shopping cart, they were instantly sold out. Liang Fei watched with pure envy. Next up, I'd like to recommend this eyebrow pencil, only 79 yuan, offering incredible value for money. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. He wasn't too familiar with this product, but he had searched for this eyebrow pencil before and remembered it only cost around 50 yuan back then. Had the price really skyrocketed like this? Online reviews echoed the sentiment, 79 yuan? That's outrageous, might as well go rob a bank. My salary hasn't budged in all these years, but eyebrow pencil prices keep climbing higher and higher. The host's expression immediately darkened. Eyebrow pencils are getting more expensive? Where exactly? Don't just spout nonsense. Domestic brands have it tough, you know? It's been this price for years. Maybe look at yourself sometimes, okay? Has your salary increased over the years? Have you been working diligently? Ha! Perhaps it was just an offhand complaint, but it instantly set off a frenzy in the comments section. 79 yuan for an eyebrow pencil is cheap? So according to you, we can't afford your eyebrow pencil because we're lazy? Working overtime every day, getting up at dawn and staying up late, that's not working hard enough? Liang Fei quickly exited the livestream. Seriously, someone who claims to serve the public, let's be blunt, at best you're just a salesperson. When customers question your prices, you could explain the raw material costs or switch to promoting another product. But snapping back at your bread and butter? That's just unacceptable. When I stream next, I need to think more from the customer's perspective. Otherwise, I'll just get roasted by everyone. Liang Fei watched several more live streams afterward and finally picked up some tricks of the trade, gaining a bit more confidence. To ensure nothing went wrong, he specifically sought advice from Zhang Qiao. Zhang Qiao was straightforward, "Boss Liang, we're such good friends. If you go live, I'll help you out. Can't promise everything, but I guarantee nothing will go wrong." Liang Fei smiled. "With your word, I'm at ease. Meet me at the entrance of Longjiang University first thing tomorrow morning." Got it. Chapter 78, Stealing Business Right to Your Doorstep. After hanging up, Liang Fei immediately dove into studying the pastry cookbook. He finally settled on the specific items for tomorrow's live stream sales event. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi arrived ahead of schedule, looking radiant. Liang Fei teased, "Being in love really does make a difference, you look so much more energetic." Zhang Yi grinned. "You bet. I'm going to work hard so I can buy that bag my girlfriend has her eye on as soon as possible." Liang Fei looked utterly stunned. They've only been together for a day, and she's already asking for things? Well, it wasn't his place to interfere. "I need to head over to Longjiang University today. The shop is in your hands. I've prepped everything in the kitchen, just reheat whatever the customers order. Tell the customers that all dishes are made fresh this morning. Reheating might affect the taste. Considering this, we're offering a 30% discount on all dishes today. Also, if anyone comes in wanting to try our lickdog set meal, just tell them to find me at the entrance of Longjiang University." Liang Fei chose not to sell it directly in the restaurant because he was considering the live streaming effect. Everyone has a herd mentality. Even with all his preparations, if people saw no one buying items in his livestream, no one would want to be the first to take the plunge. Customers coming to the store were certain to order the lickdog set. Directing them to Longjiang University also served as a guarantee for his livestream. After giving the instructions, Liang Fei immediately grabbed his gear and rushed to the entrance of Longjiang University. Zhang Qiao was already waiting there. "Brother Fei's here. Shall we begin now?" "No problem." Zhang Qiao added, "Hey Fei, what exactly are we selling? Have you figured out the concept yet?" Liang Fei opened the trunk, revealing exquisitely packaged desserts, and explained their specific purpose to Zhang Qiao. Considering the target customer's psychology, calling it a lapdog package outright would never sell. I figured linking it to romance would work better. Like buying it for your dream girl, making your time together sweeter than honey. Jiang Chao chuckled. Bro, you're the man. You've got all the tricks when it comes to deceiving people. Liang Fei scowled. How is that deceiving anyone? It's a white lie, okay? Early in the morning, Li Xiaorong had already gotten herself ready. Seeing her son still hadn't emerged from his room, anger flared on her face. She kicked the door open to find him hiding under the covers, texting his crush. Still fawning over her? How many times have I told you that woman's no good? She's got a boyfriend, yet she keeps making you spend money on her. Her son Chen Duo immediately retorted, she told me herself she's not happy at all. She and her boyfriend are just going through the motions. I believe it. Sooner or later, she'll see how great I am. Bull. Li Xiaorong was furious. Playing games my ass, they're already engaged. Just thinking about it made her furious. That woman was already engaged to someone else, yet she kept stringing her son along. Just the other day, she called asking for an engagement gift. Her son was even more generous, he took out a loan to buy that woman a car. Sure, their family had a bit of money, but this was just too much. This money-hungry leech needed to be dealt with. I can't be bothered explaining. Get up immediately and come with me to Longshan Scenic Area. I heard Mr. Liang at Longshan Scenic Area has a special package for treating this suck-up cancer. You're eating it today, no matter what. Chen Duo practically had the words unhappy written all over his face. Mom, how many times have I told you? We're true love. How can you chase love without a few bumps along the way? Hardships? Even if there were, his son ended up as the other man. You have to come with me. No sooner had she spoken than the phone rang. Li Xiaorong pulled out her phone to see it was a friend from the cancer support group their parents had joined. They had planned to visit Longshan Scenic Area together today. Li Xiaorong glared at Chen Duo, you have 10 minutes. If you're not ready by then, just wait and see if I beat you senseless. Slamming the door shut in a huff, Li Xiaorong answered the call. Sister Feng, are you guys ready to head out? Sister Feng replied, Xiaorong, I just got word from the neighborhood office that Boss Liang went to the entrance of Longjiang University. Since we can't find him at Longshan Scenic Area, let's head straight to the entrance of Longjiang University to look for Mr. Liang. Li Xiaorong nodded. Sounds good. Speaking of which, doesn't your kid oppose this protest? Sister Feng sighed repeatedly, of course he's protesting. He almost got into a fight with me. If it weren't for his goddess being at Longjiang University, he'd never have agreed to come with us. Li Xiaorong's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, my son's crush is also a Longjiang University student. I heard her boyfriend is there too. They got engaged so early just to secure better job placements after graduation. Sister Feng suggested, then you could approach it from that angle. Li Xiaorong nodded immediately, got it. I'll talk to my son right now. After hanging up, Li Xiaorong pushed open the door. Son, we're not going to Longshan Scenic Area. Chen Duo was on the verge of tears. Mom, I knew you'd understand me sooner or later. Li Xiaorong said, yes, I understand. So we won't go to the scenic area. I want to go with you to Longjiang University and see your goddess. Chen Duo shot up from the bed with a thud. The mention of his goddess excited him more than anything. I'll get dressed right away. In the mutual support group for parents of children with cancer, every family's situation was remarkably similar. Most of their children were students at Longjiang University, and even those who weren't had their idols there. Upon hearing they wouldn't be going to the scenic area but to Longjiang University instead, the children became increasingly excited. Meanwhile, Liang Fei's livestream had already begun. Even with millions of followers, hardly anyone tuned in when the stream went live. Even fewer were buying. Zhang Xiao and Liang Fei shouted themselves hoarse for hours, to no avail. However, it did draw quite a crowd of onlookers. Inside a restaurant. Yang Zhoushan sat cheerfully inside the restaurant, facing the owner across the table. Brother Su, you haven't seen how brazen that Liang Fei from the scenic area restaurant has become. If our Longchang restaurant circle doesn't unite to resist him, we'll have no room to survive in the future. After the last failed attempt to take down Liang Fei backfired and brought a wave of negative reviews to Yunhua restaurant, the board of directors had severely reprimanded Yang Zhoushan. Now, Liang Fei had practically become Yang Zhoushan's worst nightmare. After days of contemplation, he realized his individual efforts were too limited. That's when he began visiting other restaurants to rally support for a united front against Liang Fei. The restaurant owner said, Liang Fei's business is indeed thriving, but he hasn't done anything to wrong us. What he does could even be considered a boon to the community. It feels unfair for us to target him. Yang Zhoushan felt resentful inside, yet his face remained cheerful. Brother Su, you're far too naive. Talking about conscience in business competition? He hasn't affected you now, but what about later? Later, he. Before he could finish, a vigorous hawking cry echoed from outside. Yang Zhoushan glanced up, his expression turning grim. Holy, that's Liang Fei. The restaurant owner looked over too and was utterly shocked to confirm it was indeed Liang Fei. Yang Zhoushan, however, chuckled. Brother Su, you said he had no effect on you? Well, now he's snatching business right from our doorstep. Chapter 79, I really do have customers. Su was completely stunned. He really showed up. Weren't we supposed to mind our own business? I haven't even lifted a finger, and now your river water's flowing right into my well? How is this fair? Mr. Su grew increasingly annoyed, pouring fuel on the Yangzhou wildfire. Whether you can stomach it or not, I certainly can't. To show my sincerity in working with you, I'll do whatever it takes to get you justice at the very least. Give that Liang guy a taste of his own medicine. Mr. Su said, Manager Yang, really, it's not necessary. Yangzhou Shan couldn't care less. He wouldn't pass up a single chance to take down Liang Fei. In his eyes, nothing felt sweeter than crushing Liang Fei so thoroughly he could never rise again. Yang Zhashan immediately bellowed in Liang Fei's direction. Hey, isn't that Mr. Liang over there? It's only been a few days, and you're already so messed up? Liang Fei noticed Yang Zhashan and instantly felt his face darken. What rotten luck. He kept running into this guy everywhere. Yang Zhashan continued, can't run your restaurant anymore, so now you're invading someone else's turf to steal business, huh? Honestly, as your older brother, I gotta say even if you are poaching customers, you're doing it all wrong. Not a single customer. Yang Zhashan clearly meant to say it that way. His words immediately drew the attention of several restaurant owners. Even from a distance, Liang Fei could sense their hostility. Jiang Qiao felt a bit flustered. Brother Fei, this can't go on. We're just asking to get our business shut down. That's the least of our worries, we could both end up in the hospital. That bastard Yang Zhashan never intended to let us off easy. Liang Fei spoke up, funny, I never intended to let him off easy either. He turned to Yangzhou Mountain and raised his voice sharply, Manager Yang, you need to be fair. First off, I'm not stealing anyone's business. Second, I'm not selling meals, I'm selling desserts. Liang Fei gave Jiang Qiao a nod. Jiang Qiao immediately lifted the lid of the large box, revealing rows of exquisitely crafted desserts. Most of them were familiar appetizer-style desserts commonly found in children's complimentary foods. With so many eateries near Longjiang University, not a single one sold desserts. Liang Fei coming here wasn't stealing anyone's business at all. Besides, who didn't know about Liang Fei's appetizer-style baby food? Its effectiveness was undeniable. Selling these desserts would ultimately benefit someone else, it was obvious even to a fool. Mr. Liang doesn't seem to be competing with us at all. Many of his desserts have appetite-stimulating effects. When customers buy his desserts and eat them, doesn't that actually benefit us restaurant owners? Not only is Mr. Liang not stealing our business, he's actually helping us attract customers. He could easily drive away all our customers with any dish he serves, yet he chooses to offer appetizing desserts that actually draw people in. Seriously, I'm crying tears of joy. Mr. Liang, you're my savior. The restaurant owners who had initially resented Liang Fei now harbored not a shred of resentment left. They were practically ready to throw themselves at his feet and sob uncontrollably. Liang Fei noticed the shift in everyone's expressions and beamed with delight. His gaze toward Yangzhou Mountain was clearly filled with contempt. He spoke slowly, my conscience is clear. But what was the real motive behind your earlier words? Yangzhou Shan, seething with frustration, was about to retort when someone interjected, that's right. Boss Liang was helping us all along, yet we nearly misunderstood him. It's all that bastard's fault. Wait, he looks familiar. I remember now. Isn't that Yangzhou Shan, the manager of Yunhua restaurant? He's the one who sent people to cause trouble at the scenic-area restaurant last time, claiming the children's food wasn't up to standard. That's outrageous. Not only did he cause trouble at Mr. Liang's restaurant, but now he's followed us here too. Yangzhou Shan was stunned. He did come here to deal with Liang Fei, but running into him was pure coincidence. Everyone, hear me out. Explain your ass. This guy is a disgrace to our Longcheng food scene, let's kick him out together. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone hurled an egg directly at Yangzhou Shan. Next came rotten vegetable scraps, salted duck eggs, and even durians hurled in Yangzhou Shan's direction. Yangzhou Shan was stunned. He'd hoped Boss Su would help explain, but soon realized the first egg had come from Boss Su himself. Yangzhou Shan could only flee in disarray, shooting Liang Fei a vicious glare as he left. You, Liang. You just wait. No sooner had he spoken than he carelessly stepped on a banana peel, causing him to slip instantly. Yangzhou Mountain let out a wail as he fell, landing squarely on the durian that had just been hurled at him. The sharp spines tore into his buttocks, leaving them bloody and mangled. He burst into tears, yelped, and hopped away, clutching his rear. Liang Fei withdrew his gaze and shook his head slightly. Why bother with this guy? Jiang Qiao remarked, Brother Fei, you wouldn't actually feel sorry for him, would you? That bastard was trying to kill us just now. He never had good intentions. If you weren't truly innocent, he'd have played you for a fool long ago. Liang Fei looked awkward. Just now, did I actually act like a saint? Jiang Qiao nodded solemnly, while Liang Fei sucked on his toothpick. At that moment, owners and staff from nearby restaurants rushed over. Mr. Liang, we apologize for our earlier behavior. How about this? Why don't you sell us your goods? Yes, that's perfect. We've been wanting to taste your cooking for ages, but never had the chance. Now it's right here. They laughed and joked, but Liang Fei instantly saw through their true intentions. They felt sorry for him standing there shouting for so long without a single customer. Unable to bear seeing him continue in such an awkward situation, they'd offered to buy everything he had. Liang Fei replied, "Gentlemen, I appreciate the kindness. But I truly do have customers coming, they'll be here any moment." The crowd exchanged glances. One person couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Mr. Liang, just admit it. There's no shame in it. Every beginning is tough. With no customers here, it's impossible for anyone to come buy from you. If you sold your goods to us, it might actually help you get started." "That's right, Mr. Liang. We'd also be making amends for our earlier disrespect toward you." Liang Fei felt even more frustrated. He genuinely had customers. If he sold his desserts to these restaurant owners who had no need for them, what would his actual customers eat? "Guys, why won't you believe me?" one restaurant owner said, "unless your customers come right now." Liang Fei clicked his tongue, then suddenly looked toward the distance with a twinkle in his eye. A smile spread across his face. "Well, wouldn't you know it, they're actually coming over." People caught Liang Fei's expression and looked skeptical. Someone said, "Mr. Liang, why bother? Isn't acting tiring? They're here? Where are they?" Before the words were finished, cars could be seen speeding toward them. Their direction alone made it clear that this group was heading straight for Liang Fei's location. These were the parents who had originally planned to go to the scenic area restaurant. Liang Fei's backup plan, designed precisely to prevent this very situation. Liang Fei turned to the restaurant patrons, "Everyone, do you believe me now? Chapter 80, I get you guys." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Good luck with your business, Mr. Liang. We'll be heading back now." Once everyone had left, Liang Fei turned to Zhang Qiao, "Get ready, business is coming our way." Zhang Qiao rolled up his sleeves. "Got it." One by one, cars pulled into the nearby parking lot. The sycophants, already in the late stages of cancer, spotted Liang Fei from afar the moment they stepped out of their vehicles. Whether Liang Fei was famous in Longqing these days was hard to say, but within this circle of sycophants, his notoriety was downright terrifying. Everyone in this circle regarded Liang Fei as their greatest enemy in life. If not for the harmonious society, they would have easily grabbed knives and stormed the mountain to chop Liang Fei to pieces. Upon seeing Liang Fei, the children who had been elated by the parents' apparent change of heart immediately turned grim. Chen Duo blared at Li Xiaorong. "Didn't you say you understood me? Is this what you call understanding me? Now I finally get why you agreed to come to Longjiang University. It's because that Liang guy is here, isn't it? Mom, I thought even if the whole world opposed me, you'd still support me. But I was wrong about you. I'm going back right now." Li Xiaorong was furious. She'd worked so hard to get her son here, she wasn't about to let it all go to waste. "Stop right there. Dare to get in the car, and I swear I'll break your legs." To Li Xiaorong's surprise, Chen Duo's footsteps didn't even falter for a moment. Many families faced the same situation. The moment the kids saw Liang Fei, they realized their parents didn't understand them at all. Instead, they were scheming to force them down that ridiculous lapdog package. Come on, didn't they know themselves whether they were suck-ups or not? They'd simply gone a bit further down the path of pursuing love, a path that happened to be a bit more rugged. At worst, they loved a bit more deeply. Why the hell should that make them lapdogs? "Don't touch me. I'm utterly loyal to my goddess. I'd never betray her. My goddess already knows I'm here and she's furious. For my goddess, I'm cutting ties with you as my father." The roar of the crowd grew louder by the second. The children, afflicted with sycophantic cancer, seemed to have lost their minds, revealing their most outrageous sides to those closest to them. Some mothers broke down in tears, while some fathers, frustrated beyond belief, raised their hands in anger only to lower them helplessly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Qiao clenched his jaw. "Damn it, these suck-ups have gone too far." Liang Fei sucked on his toothpick. The current situation stemmed partly from their own self-sabotage, but their goddesses and gods, those manipulative players, were equally to blame. Just like Xiao Xiaowei before, they teased people they clearly didn't like, doling out occasional favors. Most people couldn't handle that from someone they actually liked, let alone this crowd. Liang Fei looked dead serious. "Suddenly, what I'm doing feels noble." Zhang Qiao froze. Liang Fei spoke up, "Hand me the megaphone." Zhang Qiao immediately handed over the megaphone. Lifting his voice, Liang Fei announced, "Everyone, do you feel misunderstood on your journey to pursue love? Do you face opposition even from those closest to you? Does this cause you immense pain? I know you're all lone warriors on this journey. You shouldn't be labeled as lapdogs." The attention of those busy arguing with their parents was completely captured by Liang Fei, and the parents also turned their gaze toward him. Li Xiaorong approached Sister Feng. "What is this Mr. Liang up to? Isn't his product supposed to reform suck-ups? But from the sound of it, something seems off." Sister Feng was equally perplexed. Many parents who had previously trusted Liang Fei implicitly were now thoroughly confused by his words. Meanwhile, those sycophants who had previously despised Liang Fei suddenly found him less repulsive. Did you hear that? He doesn't think we're suck-ups. He seems to understand us. Yeah, he called us lone warriors. Damn, this life wasn't wasted after all. Finally found someone who gets me. He really did it. I'm crying my eyes out. Liang Fei continued, to be honest, before this, I thought everything you guys did was pointless. Until I met my own special someone. I doubted you, understood you, became one of you. Now, I want to save you. Seeing the kids getting restless again, Liang Fei clarified, don't get me wrong when I say save, I don't mean blocking your path to love like others do. Rather, I want to pull you ashore. Don't you want to be with your idols? Boom! A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. Liang Fei's words exploded like a bombshell, sending towering waves crashing across the sea of people's hearts. The sycophants exchanged glances, their eyes turning green with envy. It was the longing for love. You have a way to help us win over our idols? Liang Fei winked in the direction of the parents, then stepped aside to reveal the desserts behind him. This is my latest creation. It has a special fragrance that lingers long after eating, multiplying your attraction to the opposite sex. If you're not satisfied, we offer a full refund. The kids hesitated a bit, but the parents reacted immediately. Earlier at Longjiang scenic-area, Zhang Yi had told them that Liang Fei's trip to Longjiang University was specifically to break into the university market with his lickdog set. To make it easier to sell, he'd packaged the set under the banner of love. Suddenly, the parents understood what Liang Fei meant when he winked at them. A white lie, so that's what it was. Exchanging glances, the parents all rushed to their children's sides. Li Shirong said, Duo, Mr. Liang's words really made things clear to me too. If you want to pursue love, then be brave. We're not short on money anyway. Why not give it a try? What if it works out? Qian Duo hesitated, but Li Shirong sensed Qian Duo's worry. If you're afraid Mr. Liang is trying to trick you into buying his lapdog meal, you're overthinking it. I've seen Mr. Liang's lapdog meal, it's basically scrambled eggs with cucumber. It's nothing like what we have here. Hearing this, Chen Duo's last shred of hesitation vanished. He was the first to dash to Liang Fei's stall. Give me one. Li Shirong's voice had been loud enough to dispel not only Chen Duo's doubts but also those of the other kids. With Chen Duo taking the plunge as the first to try it, the rest immediately followed suit. Me too. Me too. The kids, who had been so resistant to Liang Fei earlier, now welcomed him with equal enthusiasm. Liang Fei immediately gave Jiang Qiao a knowing glance. Without a word, Jiang Qiao logged into his account, started a livestream, and began aggressively promoting Liang Fei's desserts using Liang Fei's own sales pitch. To ensure Longjiang University students saw it first, Liang Fei specifically messaged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't dare delay upon receiving the message. Fortunately, he still had numerous Longjiang University group chats and hadn't deactivated his school forum accounts. Zhang Yi promptly reposted the livestream links for Liang Fei and Jiang Qiao across the forum and various group chats, adding images and captions to promote them as vigorously as possible. Chapter 81, The Lickdog's Revelry. Longjiang University, Dormitory. Xin Feng stared at his WeChat chat interface, refreshing it with an exasperated look. I bought you that necklace you've been wanting only a little over 3,000 yuan. I saved up by eating instant noodles for 2 months. Chanel released a new perfume. I think it's pretty nice, should I get it for you? Want to go out for a walk together? Here's the money I earned from my part-time job. Take it. Over a dozen messages appeared at different times, the earliest from half a month ago, the most recent just moments ago. The contact was labeled Goddess. Xin Feng put down his phone, looking utterly dejected. The goddess hadn't responded to him in half a month. Only when he bought her gifts or sent red envelopes would she reply with a half-hearted thank you. What's going on? Right, I should ask the experts on the forum. Xin Feng followed a forum at Longjiang University with hundreds of members. Its name was just 4 characters long: Love Pursuit Guide. Opening the forum, a flood of posts greeted him. Experts, my goddess keeps saying she's taking a shower, but she stays in for days. What should I do? Expert replied, that means your goddess wants to chat with you looking her cleanest. Congratulations, your goddess is already head over heels for you. Guru, my crush asked me to buy breakfast for her and her boyfriend. Should I still go through with it? Guru replies, absolutely, keep going. She's testing you. Pass this test and you'll be her next boyfriend. Guru, my goddess's boyfriend is sick. When they're in the hotel room, I want to push from behind to make her feel better. Is that okay? Xin Feng skimmed through it briefly and immediately wanted to post a question to the expert. But just as he was about to post, a new thread popped up. Within seconds, hundreds of replies flooded the thread. Holy, isn't this our school's legend, Brother Yi? Holy crap, it really is Brother Yi. Heard he got a job at the scenic-area hotel. Must be living the good life now. Bro, Yi Ji never used to come to our forum before. Why's he suddenly posting here today? Xin Feng's interest was instantly piqued. He hurriedly clicked on the post and scanned it. Mr. Liang from the scenic-area restaurant has invented a love-chasing gadget. Just one bite of his dessert and you'll win the goddess's favor. Is that for real? At first, Qin Feng didn't believe it either. But after seeing the lively and bustling scene, he couldn't stay calm. Besides, Liang Fei has pulled off so many miracles before. Even if he really did invent a love-chasing gadget, it wouldn't be that surprising, right? Gulp. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with excitement. He couldn't even be bothered to post anymore, rushing straight out of the dorm. Longjian University entrance. Liang Fei grew anxious when he saw no Longjian University students had arrived yet. He quickly dialed Zhang Ye's number. Xiao Yezi, what's the status of the post you shared? Bro, relax. Not only did I post your promo in the biggest suck-up groups on campus, but I also pushed your and Xiao's livestream links into a dedicated section for suck-ups on the school forum. My post is already pinned at the top, marked by the moderator as the Holy Bible of Pursuing Love. It's got over 10,000 comments now. I bet it won't be more than a few minutes before Longjiang University students start showing up. Liang Fei chuckled, then spotted Qin Feng sprinting toward them. Behind him trailed a huge crowd. Get me some dessert. Me too. I'll take 10. I'm gonna make my goddess fall head over heels for me. The crowd was utterly ecstatic. The new groupies felt an instant kinship with the old ones, exchanging stories of their devotion. The scene was filled with laughter and joy. 2 hours later, everyone had tasted the dessert. Liang Fei glanced at the time. It's about time. Mom, I'm so sorry. The previously lively scene was suddenly pierced by a heart-wrenching cry. It came from Chen Duo, who collapsed to his knees before Li Shirong. I was completely bewitched, wandering deeper and deeper down the path of a pathetic sucker. Li Shirong wept with joy. Son, you've come to your senses? Chen Duo said, Mom, no matter what, I've come to realize that woman isn't worth my affection. She doesn't deserve it. As the other suck-ups stood stunned, one by one, tears streamed down their faces. They began pouring out their hearts to their parents, weeping to their brothers. Liang Fei's sweet talk was finally taking effect. Some snapped out of it instantly, cursing the green tea heartthrobs. You have the nerve to call me asking me to book a hotel room for you and your boyfriend? That. I'm done serving you. Stop playing the victim. You don't deserve it. Even if I had money, I wouldn't spend it on you anymore. Everything I gave you before? Consider it dog food. Hunk, I'm calling to tell you, you're a ing piece of. Got that? If not, I'll say it again, you're a ing piece of. You have the nerve to spend a girl's money like it's nothing? Calling you a piece of is too kind. The former suck-ups, having finally realized their own worth, chose to awaken and fight back. When facing idols who explicitly rejected them and refused all gifts, it was manageable after all. It wasn't the idol's fault. Being a suck-up was their own choice. But when confronted by those who clearly didn't like them, yet kept stringing them along and spending their money without a second thought, they weren't so polite. One person cursing wasn't enough. Friends jumped in to help. One after another, they fired back until the targets were left speechless. Longjiang University's heartthrobs were stunned. Damn it, these suck-ups have lost their minds. Don't they have the decency to look in the mirror and see what they really are? Letting him like me was a favor, okay? Now he has the nerve to call and yell at me. Many faced the same situation, scumbags attracting each other, pairing off. When everyone realized they'd all been insulted, tempers flared. They're all at the school gate. Let's go confront them and demand an explanation. A group of so-called heartthrobs led a pack of goddesses, charging toward the school gate with fierce determination. The moment they stepped outside, a loud-mouthed heartthrob bellowed, "You bunch of suck-ups! Think you're hot stuff now, huh? Apologize now." Having always maintained an air of superiority in front of the suck-ups, they had genuinely come to believe they were above everyone else. Now, after being cursed at just once or twice, they completely lost it. Little did they realize that everyone was equal. Their arrogant attitude only fueled people's anger further. The suck-ups, newly resolved to change their ways, were already seething with pent-up rage. Seeing these jerks who had wasted their time and youth still acting so arrogant and bossy, they lost it instantly. Forget whose idol or crush fists flew as they charged forward. Whose idol is this anyway? I don't care if I punch him, right? He's my idol, beat him to a pulp. If I damage him, I'll pay. What about this girl? My goddess? She's a green tea BTCH. Beat her to a pulp. Chaos erupted on the scene, leaving Liang Fei completely stunned. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. With no other choice, he and Jiang Qiao summoned nearby restaurant owners and joined forces with school security to stop the farce. When all else failed, Liang Fei had no option but to call Qin Shuiyan. Only when Qin Shuiyan arrived did the farce finally come to an end. Chapter 82. Eat when you're given the bowl, complain when it's taken away. School gate. The children, now on probation, were temporarily taken to the magistrate's office for questioning. The incident had caused quite a stir, but at its core, it wasn't a major offense. At worst, they'd receive a verbal warning. Qin Shuiyan looked at Liang Fei. Can't you just stay out of trouble for 2 days? Liang Fei cleared his throat twice. I didn't expect it either. Alright, we won't hold you responsible for this. Have you seen the news lately? Liang Fei had been so busy with his live streaming that he hadn't had time to check. What's up? Something big happened? Qin Shuiyan explained. After you helped interrogate Yang Chen, he was unusually cooperative. Using the information he provided, we've uncovered the entire fraud network in Longchang. Liang Fei smiled. Isn't that great news? Qin Shuiyan replied, it certainly is, but we've also uncovered a much bigger problem. This operation is far more extensive than we ever imagined. While the fraud network in Longchang is substantial, it's actually quite small compared to the entire operation. Even the biggest boss we caught this time is only a mid-level figure within the entire fraud organization. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. That bad? Qin Shuiyan nodded. You bet. You'd better be extremely careful about their retaliation. Me? What does this have to do with me? Qin Shuiyan explained, they somehow got wind that you assisted in cracking the case and made Yang Chen spill all the leads. Now your information has leaked out. Our department's decision is to station 3 to 5 skilled officers at your shop daily for the time being. Ideally, nothing will happen, but if trouble arises, we can ensure your safety. Liang Fei sucked on his toothpick, looking thoroughly annoyed. The prefecture officials clearly weren't people to mess with. Even if customers didn't retreat 3 steps upon seeing them, they'd at least feel uneasy, and that was true even if the officers were in plain clothes. How could he possibly run his business with magistrate's office personnel stationed there? Can we refuse? Qin Shuiyan shot Liang Fei a glare. Are you out of your mind? Liang Fei looked conflicted. Fine then. When will your people arrive? Qin Shuiyan replied, by this afternoon at the latest. You don't need to deal with them, just keep doing what you're doing. Only then did Liang Fei nod and head back to the Longshan scenic area. By afternoon, the magistrate's office officials had arrived. Liang Fei strictly followed Qin Shuiyan's instructions, pretending not to notice them. The magistrate's men, concerned about disrupting Liang Fei's business, kept their distance. As a result, Liang Fei's business remained unaffected, so he let it be. He began focusing again on expanding into the campus market. The morning livestream had proven quite effective. Realizing he couldn't constantly promote at the school gates, Liang Fei shifted his focus entirely to live streaming. Young people were generally receptive to novelty, and the livestream sales approach was definitely viable. With the momentum from the morning session, the livestream was now solid ground, paving the way to truly break into the campus market. After attending to his customers, Liang Fei began researching live streaming. Opening Douyin, he discovered that the scandal involving the top-tier streamer with tens of millions of followers insulting their fans had begun to escalate. Major streamers were rapidly losing followers in just one day. The number of lost followers had already surpassed 1 million. Wow, that's pretty intense. Douyin's live streaming market was limited, dominated by a handful of top-tier hosts. With the million-follower host embroiled in scandal, smaller hosts started stirring up trouble, though some were still sucking up to the big names. Liang Fei opened a small streamer's live room. Honestly, I don't think we need to blow this out of proportion. Everyone ganging up on him? That just cracks me up. Everyone needs to toughen up a bit, okay? If you think eyebrow pencils are too expensive. His eyes widened, his expression turning fierce. Just bring over your frying pan and use the burnt residue to draw your eyebrows, same thing, right? Holy crap. Holy, I'm speechless. Liang Fei was completely baffled. This guy must have a shrunken cerebellum. You can't suck up like that. In Liang Fei's view, the reason everyone reacted so strongly wasn't because 79 yuan was too expensive, but because an item should be priced according to its worth. Frankly, who couldn't afford 79 yuan? But buying a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil versus a 79 yuan refrigerator, how could they be the same? People would actually think a 79 yuan refrigerator was too cheap to buy. The host kept fawning, it's a domestic product. What's wrong with supporting domestic goods? Is this how people are nowadays? Liang Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He knew this cosmetics brand well. While it touted itself as domestic, it was actually a Japanese-owned enterprise. Its R&D base and senior management were all foreigners, and not a single penny of its profits went into the coffers of the Great Xia. Not long ago, it had even been exposed for tax evasion. Making money off China was one thing, business is business, after all. But having taken so much, shouldn't they show some solidarity when the nation faced hardship? Not donating a single penny was one thing, but to blatantly launch a fundraising campaign on a day commemorating national humiliation? That was downright shady. Liang Fei commented bluntly, you say domestic products are struggling? They certainly are. But genuine domestic brands don't rip people off like this. For 79 yuan, you could buy 5.5 pounds of cosmetics instead of their shampoo. Even if MSG brands scoured every supplier, they couldn't cobble together a 79 yuan combo deal. Their struggles stem from reinvesting profits back into the people and the nation. Look at them, then look at that big streamer you're fawning over. Stuff that probably costs a few bucks to make, it's marked up dozens of times over. Who can stand that? This isn't giving back to the people, it's biting the hand that feeds you. It's reckless disregard for people's livelihoods. Liang Fei said this not to grab attention for himself, but simply to draw attention to those domestic brands facing real hardship while still wholeheartedly serving the nation and its people. He usually paid close attention to domestic brands and saw many truly embodying the spirit of industrial salvation for the nation. It's such a shame that these products go unnoticed. Liang Fei's remarks resonated with many. Bro, you're exaggerating. The cost price of an eyebrow pencil is probably just a few cents. That's a markup of over 100 times. Breaking news, that cosmetics brand has updated their official website price to 119 yuan to prove that big streamer really drove down the cost. Damn it! They've got no shame, do they? Domestic brands shouldn't exploit nostalgia like this. Have you forgotten how everyone helped build your reputation? The comments section erupted. Netizens weren't just attacking the minor streamer, they were lashing out at the major streamer and the cosmetics brand too. Seeing the comments drifting off track, Liang Fei chimed in again. Everyone, while criticizing them is one thing, we should also focus on those domestic brands that face real challenges yet remain dedicated to serving our country and people. Many in the comments began discussing domestic brands, and the ones Liang Fei mentioned gained attention. Liang Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just then, he noticed someone had sent him a private message. Opening it, he was surprised to find it was an official message. Liang Fei recognized the brand Jialianfeng, one he had just praised. A genuine domestic product, this food manufacturer had once worked overtime to supply war materials during national hardship, collaborating with sister units to provide free support for national unity. During floods and earthquakes, they emptied their inventory overnight, accepting losses to swiftly raise funds for national reconstruction. Chapter 83, Beauty-Boosting Mini Cakes. But times had changed too quickly. Their group hadn't kept pace with the new era, failing to capitalize on the traffic boom. Sales had declined, and malicious rumors spread that their cookies and snacks caused cancer. Life had become tough. Rumor had it they even used other brands' boxes for shipping. Netizens joked that their boxes were all scavenged. Pulling his thoughts back, Liang Fei noticed an official message had been sent to him. It was heartfelt, every word sincere. In essence, it conveyed one message: gratitude for Liang Fei championing domestic brands. Liang Fei promptly replied, "My pleasure, my pleasure." The reply came swiftly, "Mr. Liang, you're too kind. In any case, we are deeply grateful to you. Additionally, we have a favor to ask." Liang Fei replied, "Go ahead. Many employees at our branch are devoted fans of yours, and our boss raves about your dishes. We were wondering if we could collaborate with you on a joint project. What do you think?" Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. The other party was in the biscuit and snack business. The desserts and pastries he'd recently developed were essentially similar products, though the audience for sweets was inevitably smaller compared to his previous dishes. To boost sales, he needed to expand his reach. But no matter how much he touted his restaurant, it had only established a foothold within Longqing's culinary scene. The market was finite, and no amount of effort could break through that bottleneck. But collaborating with domestic brands? That would change everything. I have no objections. When you have time, shall we meet to discuss? Sure. I'll report this immediately. Our regional manager will contact you personally as soon as tomorrow. All right. After exiting the chat, Liang Fei scrolled through Douyin for a while. That small-time streamer had been trolled off the air, and it seemed the incident had escalated significantly. Even the top streamer with tens of millions of followers had been heavily impacted, facing even more intense backlash. Some even used Liang Fei's comments to subtly mock the big streamer. The big streamer's reputation was rapidly plummeting. In just over an hour since the small streamer started cursing fans on stream, the big streamer with millions of followers had already lost over 2 million followers. Others dug up evidence suggesting the top streamer had deep ties to the cosmetics brand, possibly even being one of its shareholders. When this news broke, netizens went wild. No wonder he got upset when someone said the eyebrow pencil was too expensive. Turns out he was promoting his own product, so of course he's sensitive about the price. Exactly. If he were just promoting products for sales commissions, why care about the pencil's price? Case solved, folks. Breaking news, Li Jiasan's commission is directly tied to the eyebrow pencil's retail price. He gets 80% of the total sales. Not only that, he signed a special agreement with the cosmetics brand. For example, if an eyebrow pencil originally costs 10 yuan, he sells it for 50 yuan. Other streamers can only price it higher than 50 yuan, not lower, while the official retail price is even higher. Bottom line, Li Jiasan isn't driving prices down, he's driving them up. Someone posted the pre-contract prices from that brand, and it's crystal clear. I checked it out, it's true. We treat him like family, but he treats us like cash cows. Wake up, everyone. Don't buy a single thing from him. You're better off checking out the domestic brands Boss Liang mentioned. Those are the real honest merchants. Speaking of which, we have to give credit to Boss Liang, his insight is truly sharp. Staying so level-headed at a time like this. Even top streamer Li Jiasan probably never imagined that Liang Fei's comments would subject him to another wave of online abuse. Liang Fei was a bit stunned. He hadn't even commented in the other streamer's chat. Forget it. Liang Fei didn't bother with the matter. His primary focus now was expanding into the school market. After discussing with the Jialianfeng team, Liang Fei realized that breaking into the campus market required more than just live streaming, it demanded genuinely exceptional products. Could we link food with beauty? Liang Fei's eyes lit up. If he could pull this off, the immense wealth it would generate could very well come his way. Food isn't like cosmetics, it doesn't deliver immediate, visible results. But through consistent, long-term consumption, it can genuinely improve one's physical condition. After careful consideration, Liang Fei immediately had an idea. To improve one's physical condition, it comes down to dietary supplementation. Nutrition is key. Take athletes and celebrities with nutritionists, aren't they all perfectly proportioned with flawless skin? Liang Fei immediately recalled the medicinal dishes and children's complementary foods he'd developed earlier. Medicinal dishes provide nourishment, while baby food aids absorption. I wonder if I could combine these recipes into a beauty regimen. Liang Fei immediately opened the system's synthesis interface. First, he modified the baby food formula to prioritize nutrient absorption. Next, he reworked the medicinal cuisine ratios, adding numerous herbs known for their skin-nourishing and beauty-enhancing effects that the body could readily absorb. Finally, he used the system's recipe synthesis function to merge the two modified recipes. Golden light flickered as the system interface spun. Liang Fei waited with bated breath. This could be the key to cracking the university market. Once completed, it might even land him a fortune beyond imagination, so naturally, he proceeded with utmost caution. Finally, the glow faded, and the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new recipe, beauty-boosting mini cakes. Liang Fei immediately clicked to view the recipe description. After reading it, the weight on his chest finally lifted. Everything was exactly as he had imagined. The medicinal mini cakes, infused with herbal properties, offered long-term benefits beyond skin rejuvenation. They also quietly expelled impurities from the body, improving overall health. Combined with the supplementary food's absorption-enhancing properties, the medicinal effects were absorbed more efficiently. The first serving yielded the strongest results, with efficacy gradually diminishing thereafter. By the 7th serving, the effects stabilized. Within a month at most, one's physical condition could reach its optimal state. Liang Fei was instantly thrilled. This is great. It's practically tailor-made for me. Jialianfeng also carried the mini cake category. If he could truly collaborate with Jialianfeng in the future, these mini cakes would be even more convenient. But the immediate priority was to test its effectiveness. Liang Fei immediately began gathering ingredients according to the recipe. His culinary skills had advanced by leaps and bounds lately, especially with pastry recipes that came effortlessly to him. Combined with the unique nature of the system recipes, Liang Fei's movements flowed seamlessly after just a glance. Watching him cook was nothing short of a pleasure. Occasionally, customers in the shop caught glimpses of Liang Fei bustling about in the kitchen, and they couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Mr. Liang isn't just cooking, he's creating art. My idol is truly amazing, love it. Definitely taking a screenshot to save this. Some even recorded videos and posted them on Douyin. The moment the videos went live, they garnered significant views and likes, with female commenters expressing wild excitement. Frog fun, where is this restaurant? The owner is way too handsome. Sis, drop the address, I'm buying the whole place out. I'd carry a train to get there right now. Unintentionally, Liang Fei's restaurant gained more publicity. Chapter 84, Threatening Me? With too many inquiries to reply to individually, the girl who posted the video simply changed the title and tagged the location as Longshan's scenic-area restaurant. Her caption read, "Sisters, can you believe it? The competition in Longshan's food scene has gotten this crazy. The owner of Longshan's scenic-area restaurant is absolutely gorgeous." This title not only brought massive traffic and buzz to her video but also caused searches for Liang Fei to skyrocket. Longcheng, Li Family Media Group. The PR department had been swamped these past few days. Their top streamer had suddenly gone off the rails, spouting those remarks live on stream. While traffic had indeed surged, so had the backlash. Plenty of dirt had been dug up, and if they didn't act fast, who knew what kind of trouble would erupt? What seemed like a windfall of fortune to others was nothing short of a mountain of work for the PR department. Especially that minor streamers fawning comments about their big star, it had plunged them back into another wave of online abuse. The PR department head had already made it clear, they absolutely had to find the instigator behind this online backlash. First, they needed to quell this internal crisis before figuring out how to handle the public's anger. Where the hell are we supposed to find the instigator? They can talk the talk, but they never considered that even donkeys need breaks. They're making us work non-stop. Zhang Yonan from PR was utterly frustrated. A colleague beside him muttered, "What can you do? We're just workers. Workers are always at the bottom." Zhang Yonan felt even more frustrated. While idly scrolling through Douyin, his eyes suddenly lit up. "I think I found the one who started this mess?" His colleagues were baffled. "We've been busting our asses and still haven't found the culprit, and you just stumbled upon it while scrolling through Douyin? That's not how you make a joke." No, seriously, I'm not joking. Zhang Yonan hurriedly showed everyone the Douyin video he'd found. Look, all the negative comments started after this guy named Liang Fei commented on that little streamer. If he's not the one who started it, then who is? Everyone checked and realized it was true. Quick, go find the boss. Zhang Yonan immediately dashed to the PR department head's office, face flushed with excitement, and explained the situation. The PR head was furious. You don't need to handle this anymore. I'll take care of it personally. After dismissing Zhang Yonan, the PR chief immediately searched for Liang Fei. The first video that popped up was the one secretly filmed by Liang Fei's guest. Longshan's scenic area restaurant? Wow, I never thought I'd see the day. A small scenic area restaurant owner dares to try and ride our coattails? The PR department head sneered repeatedly. Scenic area hotel. After a series of maneuvers, Liang Fei finally produced the beauty-enhancing mini cakes. The cake looked exquisite, small in size yet exuding an enticing aroma. Taking a bite revealed a soft, melt-in-your-mouth texture. Even Liang Fei, accustomed to gourmet cuisine, couldn't help but praise its unique flavor. The texture is incredible. As soon as he spoke, Liang Fei noticed the transformation in his reflection. Is this an illusion or the real deal? My skin seems to have improved significantly. Wow, is it really that noticeable? Liang Fei began to wonder if he was dreaming, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Not to mention the inherent benefits of the little cake itself, the ingredients alone were absolutely top-notch. The ingredients even included premium herbs like ginseng. We could try adding made with premium ingredients like ginseng to the promotional copy. He had exchanged his deliciousness points for the ginseng in the system store, 1 point per root. The system store describes it as wild mountain ginseng aged 5 to 10 years. Rounding up to 10 years shouldn't be too far off, right? At this thought, Liang Fei couldn't help but grin. As for pricing, a single small cake goes for 7.9 yuan. A beauty-enhancing set includes 11 small cakes. Playing on the phrase one heart, one mind, let's price it at 79 yuan. This fortune is too good to pass up. By now, he had accumulated over 10,000 deliciousness points. Since one ginseng root could make 100 mini cakes, 10,000 points meant a whopping million mini cakes. The mini cakes were generously portioned, though the most valuable ingredient was ginseng. Since this could be exchanged for deliciousness points, the cost was practically negligible. Combining all other ingredients, the cost per cupcake should hover around 4 yuan. Factoring in labor, it could reach 6 yuan. Moreover, this product is virtually irreplicable. As long as Liang Fei doesn't hand over the recipe, it's a true monopoly. Selling the mini cakes individually for 1.79 yuan is genuinely a fair price. It's not enough that it only works on me, I need to find someone else to test it on. Liang Fei was about to head out. I fear ghosts, yet they've never harmed me. The phone rang abruptly. Liang Fei glanced at the screen, an unknown number. He hesitated briefly before answering. Who is this? A haughty voice came from the other end. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhu Zhishan, PR manager at Li Family Sanxi Media Company. Liang Fei replied, hello, my name is Tang Bohu. Li Jia Sanxi Media Company. In the office, Zhu Zhishan looked utterly frustrated. Damn it, this kid's got some issues. Tang my ass. Liang Fei, I'm not calling you to joke around. Your comments in that livestream have severely damaged our company's image. I am now ordering you to delete those comments and livestream an apology. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the damages you'll cause our company. Like was that small-time streamer who used to suck up to the Li family. Liang Fei was so furious he started laughing. This guy's got some issues. These days, even the authorities don't censor what you say. How dare some fake imposter try to control it? Do you really think you're one of the 4 great literary masters? Even the real 4 great literary masters wouldn't have time for this nonsense. I'm hanging up now. Zhu Zhishan's voice rang out again. Liang Fei, I'm not joking with you. This is my final warning. If you persist in your folly, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. I'll make sure you pay dearly for this. Liang Fei replied, oh. Oh? Zhu Zhishan was stunned. Does this kid have any idea who he's talking to? Zhu Zhishan is the public security department manager at Li Jiasan Media Company. Li Jiasan is a top-tier streamer with over 100 million followers across all platforms. Even if he lost a few million followers, that kind of clout is absolutely beyond the reach of a nobody like Liang Fei. Zhu Zhishan was completely taken aback. You're just a restaurant owner, aren't you? Let me tell you, I've got plenty of ways to make your life miserable. Just send a few thugs to cause trouble at your place, you won't be able to handle it. Liang Fei gritted his teeth. Thugs? Come cause trouble at his place? Well, you're something else. Oh. In the office, Zhu Zhishan's chest heaved with anger. Another O? Can't you make some other kind of noise? I'm threatening you here. You can't just give me the silent treatment. Liang Fei, you. Beep. All Zhu Zhishan got in response was the busy tone from the other end. Fuming, he hung up and dialed again. Liang Fei, this is my final warning. Delete that comment and apologize immediately, or else. Liang Fei, got something to say? If not, go to the public restroom. The floor's covered in your kind, go spew your nonsense there. I'm busy. The call was hung up again. Chapter 85, you call this Pastor Prime? Zhu Zhishan was so furious he went numb. You really think we're pushovers? He flipped open his contacts and tapped one of the numbers. Head to the scenic-area restaurant. Teach that Liang guy a lesson. Scenic-area restaurant. Liang Fei paid no heed to Zhu Zhishan's threats. He had no time for such nonsense now. Far more important matters demanded his attention. But the target customers for the little cakes weren't as easy to find as other foods. Just as Liang Fei was pondering this dilemma, he noticed a crowd gathering outside. As a loyal subject of the Great Xia Empire, Liang Fei naturally possessed the traditional virtue of loving gossip. He immediately grabbed the cupcakes and dashed outside. Outside the door, many people were gathered to watch the spectacle. Trapped in the center of the crowd were a married couple. The man, dressed in a sharp suit, was engaged in behavior utterly unbecoming of a gentleman. He was pointing at his wife's nose, cursing furiously, "Look at you. You're ugly as sin. And you have the nerve to come here to catch me cheating? Put. You're not even fit to polish my shoes." The man held his exquisitely made-up mistress in his arms, hurling insults at the wife who had stood by him through thick and thin, utterly oblivious to the pointed stares of onlookers. Liang Fei pushed through the crowd and asked, "What's going on?" A helpful guy nearby explained, "That guy's a total jerk. He was caught cheating on his wife, and when she confronted him, instead of showing any remorse, he teamed up with his mistress to bully his own wife. He's not human." As the crowd grew larger, the man erupted into a tirade, "Look at your mother. What are you all staring at? Get lost. Get lost." His arrogant attitude quickly drew the ire of many. People began to speak up, "How can you be like this? It's clearly your fault, yet you're acting so brazenly. Think you can get away with this just because the law can't touch you? So cheating is justified now, huh?" The man sneered repeatedly, pointing at his wife sitting on the ground, quietly sobbing. "Look at her. She doesn't even bother with makeup or dressing up. She looks like a country bumpkin. Does she even deserve me? And she has the nerve to catch me cheating? I'm doing her a favor by not divorcing her." The crowd grew even angrier. "This is outrageous. Is this even human speech? What kind of person is this?" Liang Fei frowned deeply. Truthfully, the man's wife was quite attractive, she just didn't prioritize self-care and her style wasn't particularly trendy, which made her appear slightly less appealing than the mistress. But that's no excuse for cheating. If the love was truly gone, they could divorce and pursue their own happiness. Damn it, having your cake and eating it too, and still thinking you're in the right? That's just too much. No, wait. Humiliating his lawful wife while keeping a mistress. In ancient times, this bastard would have been drowned in a pig cage and that'd be lenient. Liang Fei couldn't stand it anymore. The man was still standing there, arrogantly insulting his own wife. "Look at her, how ugly she's become. Is she even from the same world as me? Only my precious Lian is truly my soulmate. Before the man could finish his sentence, Liang Fei burst through the crowd and landed a punch. Thud. The powerful punch slammed into the man's face, knocking loose his front teeth. He staggered and fell flat on the ground. The mistress panicked instantly, "Brother Fong." Liang Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he turned and glared at the mistress. "Fong, my ass. Get the hell out of here. Having scum like you in Longshan scenic area is nothing short of defiling its soil. You." Xiao San's eyes widened. Liang Fei rolled up his sleeves. "You won't leave, huh? Zhang Yi, lock the gate and let Yongge in." Zhang Yi had already rushed over and immediately responded, calling out to Lu Yong and the others. Lately, the profits at Lu Yong's entertainment complex had been doubling daily, all thanks to Liang Fei's promotion. To Longshan scenic area, Liang Fei was practically a mascot. Even Li Huan had made it clear, anyone in Longshan scenic area could be bullied, but not Liang Fei. Anyone who dared to touch Liang Fei would make the staff of Longshan scenic area sacrifice 100 lives if necessary to make them pay the price. Upon receiving the call, Lu Yong immediately rushed over with his men. The scene instantly changed when a large group of burly, muscular men arrived. The mistress was terrified, no longer daring to engage with the man. She fled the scene as if escaping. The man turned pale with shock, then glared at Liang Fei. "Are you crazy? This is our own business. What the hell does it have to do with you? What the hell business is it of mine?" Liang Fei approached the man's wife, crouching down beside her. "You look a bit older than me, don't you?" The woman nodded instinctively. Liang Fei said, "Then I'll call you sis. You don't mind, do you?" The woman shook her head. Liang Fei chuckled, then turned to the man. "Did you hear that? She's my sister. You bully my sister, and I, as her brother, just stand by?" He glared at Lu Yong. "Brother Yong, this bastard's messing with my sister. What's your take?" Lu Yong and the men behind him rolled up their sleeves. "What I hate most is a bastard who bullies women. It's bad enough to bully women, but this woman is your wife. She's also my brother Liang's sister. Can we just let this slide, brothers? No way. Lu Yong shouted, all together now. The group charged straight at the man. In the distance, Yan Bing, the local magistrate's office supervisor stationed here, watched the commotion with interest while munching on a grilled sausage. Someone beside him asked, Brother Bing, aren't we going to do anything? This counts as a mass brawl, right? Yan Bing shot the man a glare. What are we here for? The man replied, to protect Boss Liang, of course. Yan Bing chuckled. Is Mr. Liang in danger? The man shook his head. Yan Bing snapped, then what the hell are we here for? Just watch, don't actually hurt him. Outside the scenic area restaurant, the man screamed in agony as he was beaten, while Liang Fei took the woman back inside. After questioning her, he learned that the woman had accompanied the man from nothing to something. They had endured hardship together, eating coarse grains and vegetables. To support his business, she had even sold her dowry, and her family had contributed greatly as well. Yet this was the outcome she ended up with. Sis, what are you waiting for? Divorce him. The woman had long endured this life, yet she couldn't bring herself to make the decision. I'm past my prime, and I have my son. Divorce wouldn't matter to me, but I fear for the child. Liang Fei said, Sis, didn't you just say it yourself? Your son supports you getting divorced too. As for being past your prime? Liang Fei glanced at the small cake in her hand, and her eyes lit up instantly. Who said you're past your prime? If you ask me, sis, you're just hungry. Eat this first. The woman didn't quite agree with Liang Fei's words. She felt being past her prime had little to do with hunger, but she was indeed hungry and didn't refuse his offer. One bite of the cupcake and the woman was instantly captivated by its soft, tempting texture. She devoured it in no time. Mr. Liang, this cake is delicious. After eating it, my stomach feels warm and cozy. It's like a gentle energy is flowing through my body. I feel so much better already. It wasn't just her mood that improved, her complexion, her aura, even her skin had transformed. Now, the woman looked nothing like someone past her prime. Calling her a big star wouldn't be an exaggeration. Liang Fei took several deep breaths to barely suppress his inner excitement. Sis, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Chapter 86, Can eating cake make you beautiful? Huh? The woman was dumbfounded. Why on earth would she look in the mirror? Surely Liang Fei wasn't about to lecture her on how outer beauty wasn't real beauty, and inner beauty was the most beautiful kind. She'd heard that line hundreds of times before and was thoroughly sick of it. But since Liang Fei had just helped her, refusing felt a bit awkward. The woman thought to herself as she took the mirror and looked at her reflection. One glance was all it took. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Is that me? She couldn't believe her eyes. This was too beautiful. Even her slightly tousled hair added a touch of languid charm enough to make any woman feel a flutter of admiration. She could still be this beautiful. Liang Fei chuckled. See? I told you you're not past your prime. It's not that you're not good enough for that scumbag, it's that you're worth more than a dozen of him tied together. Outside the door, Yan Bing and the others finally stepped in to stop Lu Yong and his crew. Even so, the scumbag got beaten pretty badly. His face was all bruised and swollen, making him look like he'd gained a whole pound. Upon learning Yan Bing and the others were from the magistrate's office, he suddenly became quite capable. You must stand up for me. What the hell? He just came up and hit me. This is my own family business. Can't I handle my own affairs? Besides, I didn't cheat on purpose. That woman was just old and worn out, eh? Before he could finish, Liang Fei emerged with the woman. She was still wearing the same dowdy outfit from earlier, yet it couldn't conceal her extraordinary presence. Her skin was smoother than a newborn's, and even standing there, her presence completely overshadowed everyone else in the room. Yan Bing was stunned. Thankfully, he remembered his place and glared at the man. You call that past her prime? Gulp. The man swallowed hard, his mouth practically watering. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. If he'd known his wife looked like this, why the hell would he have ever sought out that little mistress? The pain in his body seemed to vanish instantly as he rushed to her side. Honey, I was wrong. I must have been blind to go after that little vixen. You're the most beautiful one here. Forgive me, please forgive me? Let's live happily together from now on. Hearing this, the people around them were furious. Damn, what a shameless bastard. He beats his wife in front of the mistress, tells everyone his wife is past her prime, and then when she puts on a little makeup and looks stunning, he wants to make up with her? Even scum can't be this despicable. Even Yan Bing wanted to rush over and slap the man. But his position wouldn't allow him to do that. Besides, this was truly someone else's family affair. All eyes turned to the woman. Seeing her hesitation, the man immediately broke into a beaming smile. Honey, I knew you still loved me. I swear, I won't cheat again. Let's go home and live a good life together. The man grinned, convinced she wouldn't leave him. But the moment the words left his mouth, smack! Without hesitation, the woman delivered a sharp slap across his face. The force was so great it sent him spinning in a full circle before he landed. The woman glared at him. Cheating isn't a one-time thing, it's either once or countless times. That mistress you abandoned me for today because you found her prettier? She'll abandon me the same way when she meets someone prettier. We're done. Let's get divorced right now. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Liang Fei said, "Sis, divorce alone isn't enough. Since he cheated during marriage, you can demand he leave with nothing." He turned to one of the regulars, "Brother Zhao, I recall you're an expert in these matters?" Brother Zhao stepped forward, "Ma'am, rest assured. I'll do everything in my power to win this case for you." The diners chimed in, "We'll testify for you. That bastard not only cheated but also abused you. He's got to be stripped of everything he owns." The man slumped to the floor, his face ashen. The farce ended abruptly. The man tried to wriggle out of it one last time, but a single glare from Liang Fei silenced him completely. Someone posted the incident on Douyin, and the video instantly shot to the top of the trending charts. That guy really is scum. If I'd been there, I wouldn't have let him off until his face was covered in bruises, then he'd finally understand why the flowers are so red. The guy's a total jerk, no question about it. But did anyone notice how different the woman looked before and after? Man, you'd have to be blind not to see it. The difference before and after is like night and day. They look like two completely different people. Seriously, what not even a magician could pull off that kind of trick. Did you notice? Before Mr. Liang brought the woman into the store, he was holding a small cake. When he came out, it was gone. Could it be that the woman's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation thanks to Mr. Liang's little cake? This comment immediately caught the attention of many, and proactive individuals promptly sent Liang Fei private messages. By the time Liang Fei wrapped up his business and returned to the shop, his phone was buzzing non-stop. He pulled it out to find hundreds of private messages piled up in his Douyin inbox. He opened each one to find everyone asking if it was the little cake that made women beautiful. Liang Fei was stunned. Is this even possible? This is just generating a ton of free traffic for little cake. Without wasting a moment, Liang Fei immediately posted a short video confirming everyone's suspicions. Our shop's newly developed mini cakes combine the benefits of medicinal cuisine and nutritional supplements. The medicinal ingredients provide skin-nourishing and beauty-enhancing effects, while the supplements aid the body in better absorbing the medicinal properties. Additionally, each cupcake contains 10-year-old wild ginseng, so there's absolutely no need to worry about nutritional value. However, the mini cakes won't be available for purchase today. At the earliest, tomorrow afternoon, I'll officially introduce them to everyone through a live-stream sales event. As soon as Liang Fei's video went live, likes and comments skyrocketed, sending traffic to Longshan's scenic area and its restaurants soaring. Douyin even created a new hashtag for the occasion. Want to look beautiful? Instead of buying overpriced eyebrow pencils and getting scolded by live streamers for not trying hard enough, buy these little cakes. Enjoy attentive service and effortlessly achieve flawless beauty. Soon after, Douyin users spontaneously created numerous viral memes. For 7.99, you won't lose out or get ripped off. For 7.99, you can't even buy an eyebrow pencil, but you can get a little cake. I used a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil for 3 years. It cost me my house and nearly ruined my family. Now there's a 7.9 yuan beauty cake? I'm buying it like crazy. Is Boss Liang selling cakes? He's selling integrity. For 79, I get 10 little cakes. Isn't that a steal? Quick heads up, the mini cakes aren't 10 for 79, but 11. These 7.9 yuan mini cakes even have wild ginseng in them. He's barely breaking even. Buy 10 and get 1 free? The Liang and Liang boss must stand for conscience. He's so genuine it makes me cry. The conscience some streamers lack must have all grown onto Boss Liang. The Li family's third and fourth branches got caught in the crossfire for no reason, leaving their PR departments numb. Chapter 87, Collaboration. Not only was the PR department numb, but Li Jia-san was numb too. He immediately summoned Zhu Zhishan. Didn't you tell me that once we found Liang Fei, the mastermind behind this, we'd make him delete the comments and apologize? Not only did he refuse to delete the comments or apologize, but he's gone viral again. Now I'm caught in the crossfire once more? Are you even competent? If you can't handle this, resign immediately and hand over your position. After getting chewed out by Li Jia-san, Zhu Zhishan felt even more depressed. He hadn't even recovered from the damage Liang Fei had caused him, and now he'd been berated again. Back in his office, he opened Liang Fei's Douyin profile. Who the hell is this guy? A food entrepreneur actually posing a threat to our beauty industry? Now, Zhu Zhishan finally understood that saying. The ones who stab you in the back the hardest are rarely your competitors. Zhang Yonan entered the room. Boss, the internet is flooded with negative reviews about us. We can't keep up with deleting them. I contacted Douyin's official team, but they said they're powerless too. Even money won't fix this. This is the trend. We can't keep hiding like turtles forever. How about having Boss Li go live to apologize? Zhu Zhishan was dumbfounded. Are you even listening to yourself? Their boss started as a salesperson at a cosmetics counter and built this empire, now earning hundreds of millions annually. Do you really think he's still that overly polite salesperson from back then? He's transformed into a capital powerhouse, okay? You want a big shot making over $1 billion a year to apologize to a bunch of corporate drones earning less than 100,000? That's ridiculous. Even if they agreed, the boss certainly wouldn't. Wait a bit longer. All this mess is entirely caused by that Liang Fei guy. If he just deletes the comments and apologizes, there might still be room for negotiation. The boss won't go live for another 2 days, so we still have time. John Yonan sucked on his toothpick. Fine, let's keep deleting comments then. After posting that cake sales would start with tomorrow's livestream, Liang Fei was genuinely feeling the pressure. He'd already received over 1,000 private messages requesting orders for the mini cakes, with each person ordering at least dozens. There was no way he could handle it all by himself. Even if the spatula handles were smoking, he couldn't finish them all. Fortunately, just then, a call came in from Jialianfeng. Liang Fei was on the verge of tears. He hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Liang. This is Luo Haiping, Regional Manager for Longcheng at Jialianfeng Group. We've carefully discussed the terms of our cooperation and drafted a contract. Would tomorrow work for you? Let's meet and talk it over. Liang Fei replied, forget tomorrow. Today. Right now. You pick the location. I can be there anytime. In Luo Haiping's view, Liang Fei's restaurant now held the key to traffic growth. Partnering with Liang Fei would be a huge win for Jialianfeng. It was Jialianfeng getting the better deal. It was precisely this consideration that prompted Jialianfeng to approve the draft so swiftly and dispatch their highest-ranking executive currently able to reach Liang Fei to make contact personally. But unexpectedly, Liang Fei was even more eager than they were. When the operations team had mentioned that Liang Fei was a warm-hearted person deeply concerned about the development of domestic brands, Luo Haiping had been somewhat skeptical. Now, he had no doubts whatsoever. Mr. Liang, having someone like you is an honor for our domestic brands. I'll head to your restaurant right now. Let's discuss this in person. All right. Liang Fei's urgency stemmed partly from his genuine desire to see domestic brands rise swiftly and seize this wave of unprecedented prosperity. But equally, he was genuinely overwhelmed. Even working overtime non-stop, he couldn't produce tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of mini cakes. Ultimately, they still needed Jialianfeng's factory to manufacture them. Jialianfeng moved much faster than Liang Fei had anticipated. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, a car pulled up outside Liang Fei's restaurant. Out stepped a man in a tailored suit, exuding an air of refined elegance, a temperament akin to Zhou Jian's. Liang Fei stepped forward. Are you Mr. Luo Haiping? Luo Haiping beamed with excitement. You must be Mr. Liang, the owner. Pleased to meet you. Liang Fei replied, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. Luo Haiping wasted no time, pulling out the contract offered by Jialianfeng. The contract contained several favorable terms for Liang Fei's side. Specifically, it outlined a collaborative effort where Jialianfeng would not seek any profit, only requiring Liang Fei to promote them in exchange. After all, this is just a collaboration, not a formal partnership, so the stipulations in some clauses aren't as strict. Of course, if you require it, we can add relevant clauses. Liang Fei replied, no need. This is fine. Additionally, Mr. Luo, I have one more favor to ask. Go ahead, Mr. Liang. Liang Fei said, I'd like to borrow Jialianfeng's factory to produce a batch of small cakes for me. The quantity isn't large, just a few tens of thousands. With this inventory, Liang Fei could gradually sell them off and slowly open up the market. Luo Haiping smiled. No problem. A few tens of thousands of cupcakes? We can handle that with minimal adjustments, just the ingredients and production process? Liang Fei replied, I'll personally oversee those aspects. Also, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll give you a 10% share of the profits from these cupcakes. Also, tomorrow's mini cakes are just a preliminary trial. Once we confirm there's sufficient market demand, I'll consider scaling up production. At that point, I'll need Jialianfeng to handle the entire manufacturing process. But that's all down the road. Luo Haiping had also seen today's video. As a businessman, he easily recognized the enormous market potential of Liang Fei's beauty-enhancing cupcakes. He understood all too well the weight of Liang Fei's final statement. To put it mildly, it could turn Jialianfeng's fortunes around completely. He swallowed hard. Is Boss Liang serious? Liang Fei chuckled, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Agreed. Then I can promise you this, Mr. Liang, once Jialianfeng weathered this storm, you would become a lifelong friend of our group. As a domestic brand with over a century of heritage, Jialianfeng Group's scale was beyond description. Luo Haiping's promise carried immense weight. Mr. Liang, let's not delay. Shall we tour the factory? All right. Liang Fei didn't return to the Longshan scenic area until 4 in the morning. He collapsed into bed at the scenic area hotel. He slept soundly until past 10 the next morning. Rubbing his eyes, Liang Fei descended the stairs to find Zhang Yi busy at work in the shop. It was just past breakfast time, and with lunch still a while away, the shop was unusually quiet with only a handful of customers. Spotting Liang Fei, Zhang Yi immediately wore a pained expression. Brother Fei, you're finally up. You have no idea this morning, every customer who came and kept asking about the little cakes. I felt like my head was going to explode from all the questions. Liang Fei chuckled. You've got your hands full. I'll give you the afternoon off. Zhang Yi froze. What about this afternoon? Liang Fei replied, I plan to go live at 2 p.m. Right now, people were just waking up from their afternoon naps. Work tasks had wrapped up, leaving everyone with free time, one of the prime slots for live streaming. Liang Fei wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Chapter 88, Notify Headquarters, all personnel arm themselves. Li family's 34 media company. Yesterday's incident had caused quite a stir. While Li Jiasansi Media hadn't suffered any significant financial losses, the plummeting reputation was very real. Overnight, Li Jiasansi had shed over 1 million followers across all platforms. While insignificant compared to their total fanbase exceeding 100 million, the sheer volume of online backlash was unbearable. As soon as Zhu Zhishan arrived at work, Li Jiasansi summoned him for a severe dressing down. On his way back to the office, Zhu Zhishan ran into Zhang Yonan. Zhang Yonan asked, Boss, got yelled at by the boss again? If things get too bad, maybe we should have the boss go live and apologize. At least it could salvage some reputation. Zhu Zhishan glared at Zhang Yonan. You don't know what you're talking about. If the boss actually goes live to apologize, it'd be like admitting we really messed up. It could backfire even worse. This Double 11, our boss signed a performance-based agreement with Xiaodonger. If sales don't hit 30 billion, he'll have to pay at least 50 billion in penalties. Xiaodonger is that cosmetics brand. Word is their official livestream has already been hit hard by Li Jiasansi's campaign. The comment sections completely flooded with hate. The moment the stream went live, it was met with a barrage of ridicule. Zhu Zhishan retorted, if the boss goes bankrupt, are we supposed to starve to death? An apology is fine, but we need to wait until this whole thing blows over. Don't worry, today's events will bring a turning point. Zhang Yonan looked perplexed. The crux of this is that guy Liang Fei. Unless he deletes the comments and apologizes, there's no way this will calm down. You saw his attitude. Wei. Zhu Zhishan sneered coldly, today, he'll apologize whether he wants to or not. Back in his office, Zhu Zhishan paused briefly before dialing Liang Fei's number. The moment Liang Fei saw Zhu Zhishan's name flash on his screen, his mood soured instantly. This guy just won't let it go, will he? He'd only spoken up for fairness, yet this guy kept harassing him with calls day after day. Suppressing his anger, Liang Fei answered, what do you want? This time, Zhu Zhishan showed no urgency, maintaining his usual haughty demeanor. Liang Fei, I'll ask you one last time, will you accept our proposal? Delete the comment and apologize? Liang Fei retorted, I've said it 1,000 times, I won't delete the comments. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly, you're refusing the wine offered and choosing the punishment instead. Fine, you refuse to apologize, huh? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. You'll be begging me on your knees soon enough. And when that time comes, deleting comments and apologizing won't cut it, you'll have to compensate us. Liang Fei's temper flared up instantly. How shameless. You guys caused this mess and now expect me to take the fall? Your mother died, huh? No one's looking out for you anymore, huh? Go get your brain checked at the hospital. What are you doing bothering your dad? Go chill somewhere else. Beep beep. The call was abruptly hung up. Zhu Zhishan, who had been trying to maintain an aloof demeanor, couldn't hold it together anymore. He dialed Liang Fei's number again. But this time, the call wouldn't connect at all. All he heard was the cold, synthetic voice of an automated female voice. Sorry, the number you've dialed is currently busy. Blocked? Fuming with pent-up frustration, Zhu Zhishan's chest heaved with rage as he stared intently at Liang Fei's name on the phone screen. Fine, you want to play this way? Don't blame me for being rude. He dialed yesterday's number again, how's the setup coming along? A voice answered, all set. We've scouted the location and are ready to move anytime. Excellent. Zhu Zhishan said, make him regret it. Got it. Scenic-area restaurant. Seeing Liang Fei's furious expression, Zhang Yi hurriedly asked, Brother Fei, what's gotten into you? Liang Fei cursed and explained the whole incident. Zhang Yi was stunned. Damn, they've got some nerve. Do they really think they're the only ones in the world? They expect others to take the blame for their own mistakes? And they threatened you? No way, I won't stand for this. Give me that guy Fei's number. If I don't curse him out until he questions his entire existence, I'll take his last name. Liang Fei's face darkened. How come Zhang Yi was angrier than he was? Alright. It's no big deal. That's just how they are. The more you engage with them, the more they'll jump around. Just ignore it. Get off work and go on your date with your girlfriend. Mentioning his girlfriend made Zhang Yi feel a bit down. What's wrong? Liang Fei looked puzzled. Zhang Yi waved his hand. Nothing. Fei good, you really don't need my help? Liang Fei chuckled. I can handle it. Go enjoy your date. Zhang Yi left, glancing back every few steps. Liang Fei, meanwhile, got busy preparing for the livestream. Originally, Jialianfeng was supposed to come help, but Liang Fei decided it was just a trial run. He figured making a big deal out of it wasn't necessary, so he didn't bring in the Jialianfeng crew. Instead, he only contacted Jiang Xiao. But just as Liang Fei waited for Jiang Xiao, the restaurant was invaded by uninvited guests. A large group of men who clearly weren't to be trifled with stormed into the scenic-area restaurant. As the restaurant owner, Liang Fei had seen all kinds of people and didn't think much of it. He simply replied, "Sorry folks, we're closed today. Come back tomorrow morning for an 80% discount." The bald man leading the group chuckled upon hearing Liang Fei's words. This idiot actually thought we were here to eat. Guys, tell him what we're here for. A burly, broad-shouldered man behind him grabbed Liang Fei by the collar. "You little punk, don't you know who you've messed with?" Liang Fei froze, then chuckled. "Trouble?" He glanced at Yan Bing and the others sipping coffee across the street at Xiaoyang restaurant, then turned back to the burly man before him. Shrugging, he said, "You compliment my youth, no complaints here. But let me make one thing clear, I'm not a brat." Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? This kid's got issues, right? Is this even about stinking or not? The bald guy stepped forward. "Kid, you really can't tell right from wrong, can you? Let me make this clear, we came here to teach you a lesson. But we're not unreasonable. Delete the review, apologize, and compensate us accordingly. Otherwise, you can kiss your restaurant goodbye." Liang Fei grinned even wider. He raised his voice, "So you're saying you're here to cause trouble, hired by Li family's 3-4 media company?" Yan Bing and the others sipping coffee in the distance had sharp ears in this line of work. Keen senses were essential. Despite the distance, not a single flicker of activity in Liang Fei's restaurant escaped their notice. Especially since Liang Fei had raised his voice. The group instantly grew alert. Someone spoke up, "Brother Bing, we've got work." Yan Bing, who had been slouching lazily just a second ago, was now buzzing with excitement. Damn it, after staking out for so long, they'd finally caught them. Those scumbag con artists must be getting really restless. What are we waiting for, guys? Notify headquarters. All hands, arms drawn. In an instant, the entire team was on high alert. The sheer intensity of their presence alone was terrifying. Yan Bing drew his concealed weapon. Charge. Chapter 89, Unnecessary, Truly Unnecessary. Inside the scenic-area restaurant. The troublemakers remained utterly unaware of what awaited them. They continued to spew threats. "Kid, we're not some street punks. Listen up, you better take this seriously. Or else, you'll regret it in the end." After noticing Yan Bing and the others' actions, Liang Fei felt his whole body go numb. No way. This couldn't be happening. These weren't con artists at worst, they were just troublemakers. Pulling guns? That's unnecessary. Liang Fei looked at the men before him. "Guys, we've got no beef, I don't want to hurt you. Here's the deal, get out of here fast. If you wait too long, you might not make it out alive." They were all stunned. Is this kid out of his mind? Too late to leave? What, is this a military zone? Are armed soldiers going to come after us? The bald guy grabbed Liang Fei by the collar. "Looks like you're choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the complimentary one. You ignorant fool, still putting on airs at a time like this? Fine, I'll let you play the fool. Smash it." Just as his henchmen were about to attack. "Halt!" Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air. Instantly, Yan Bing and his crew burst into the room. The bald guy opened his mouth to speak, but immediately froze upon seeing the real weapons in their hands. Holy! Are those ING guns? The thought barely formed before a deafening roar erupted outside. Instantly, over a dozen police vehicles pulled up. Doors slammed open as a squad of heavily armed officers poured out shields, firearms, the full kit. The bald man was stunned. 3 questions raced through his mind. What the hell is this? Who the hell am I? What the hell am I doing here? The punks didn't dare hesitate for a second longer, they were practically about to wet themselves. Some fell to their knees, others broke down completely. What the hell are you doing? We're just doing our job for money, warning Liang Fei, damn it. Before he could finish, Yan Bing pinned the thug to the ground. Whose money? What job? Spill it word for word. Outside, the men had already unlocked the safeties on their guns. At the slightest provocation, they were ready to pull the trigger. Seeing the situation escalate, Liang Fei hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. You've got the wrong idea. It's not what you think it is." He hastily recounted the situation involving Zhu Zhishan. Liang Fei never imagined this would cause such a commotion, nor did he expect Qin Shuiyan's idea of sending a few people to protect him to mean this kind of protection. Yan Bing still hadn't released the bald man and the others, his gun pointed at the group. Is that really how it happened? The bald man was on the verge of tears. Yes, it's true. If you don't believe us, go ask them. We're just doing our job for money, it's that simple. Simple? Yan Bing raised his voice, this is anything but simple. Take them away. The heavily armed officers immediately took the bald man and his crew away. Liang Fei looked at Yan Bing, Brother Bing, this is a bit much, isn't it? After spending these past few days together, Yan Bing genuinely thought Liang Fei was a decent guy. A big shot who could rake in tens of thousands a day. He was approachable and genuinely focused on social welfare. Just the fact that he treated them to delicious meals every day made him quite likable. His only flaw? He was a bit too naive. Not that bad? This is a critical period. We need to keep a close eye on every little thing. No one can guarantee they're not part of a fraud ring. Leave this to me. I'll personally visit Li Jia Sansi Media Company. Security will be handled by my brothers. Your brothers? Liang Fei emphasized the word these. Damn, with a bunch of armed tough guys stationed at the entrance, why would he even need to work? Fortunately, the restaurant wasn't open to the public today, he was just doing a live stream. If it had been a regular business day, what would the customers think? Yan Bing insisted, for your safety, this is necessary. No worries. These guys are just like me, they know when to keep a low profile. You just focus on your work. They won't bother you at all. Alright then. Liang Fei really couldn't refuse. Fortunately, the men behaved exactly as Yan Bing had described. They were even more concerned about disrupting Liang Fei's business than he was. They had deliberately switched to private cars, and each of them stayed tucked inside their vehicles, keeping a close watch on the situation inside Liang Fei's shop. This way, they could minimize any disruption. Liang Fei had nothing to hide, so he wasn't worried. Before long, Jiang Qiao came running over. Brother Fei, what's going on here? Why are there so many police cars outside? Liang Fei explained the sequence of events. Jiang Qiao listened in stunned silence before giving him a thumbs up. Brother Fei, you really are something else. You can actually get the magistrate's office to send people? Liang Fei wanted to say these people weren't actually invited by him, the authorities had forced them on him, and he couldn't refuse. Brother Fei, I suddenly have an idea. Liang Fei asked, what kind of idea? Jiang Qiao said, look, the two of us combined don't even have 2 million followers. Streaming isn't like posting videos. If we don't get any traffic within the first few minutes of going live, the system will automatically assume our stream is low quality and demote us. That means fewer and fewer people will see our stream, creating a vicious cycle. Even if people booked in advance, not many would actually buy it. Liang Fei looked frustrated. Then what do we do? Jiang Qiao replied, what about what just happened? I saw your private messages. Most people are asking about you and Li Jia Sansi Media. We can use that as our hook. You post a video explaining what Li Jia Sansi Media did and throw in a plug for our livestream while you're at it. Right now, everyone's talking about Li Jia Sansi Media. You've got to seize this opportunity. Don't feel guilty about doing this to Li Jia Sansi Media. Think about it, they hired people to trash your store. How could you not fight back? Liang Fei realized he was right. He immediately edited surveillance footage of the bald-headed thug storming into his shop into a short video, paired it with a concise caption, and announced his upcoming livestream at the perfect moment. Meanwhile, at Li family's third and fourth media company, Public Relations Department, Zhu Zhishan was in a surprisingly good mood. The people he de-hired were professionals. Liang Fei would inevitably delete comments, issue an apology, and pay compensation. Once they handled the crisis PR, they might even ride the wave to drive traffic and build momentum for their boss's upcoming livestream. Netizens' memories were short-lived. As long as Liang Fei's situation was resolved, Zhu was confident he could turn this incident into an opportunity. Zhu Zhishan sat with his legs crossed, humming a tune as he waited for the call from Baldy and the others. But before Bald Guy called, Jiang Yonan rushed in breathlessly. Zhu Zhishan glared at Jiang Yonan. What's the rush? Did the sky fall? Jiang Yonan replied, worse than that. Not only did Liang Fei refuse to delete his comments and apologize, but he posted another follow-up about our company. Look. Zhu Zhishan took the phone and nearly fainted from anger. What the hell were those bald guys thinking? Liang Fei's video only showed the footage of Baldy and his crew breaking in. The surveillance footage showing Yan Bing and the others arriving later wasn't posted. The accompanying caption was heartfelt, every word dripping with blood and tears. Netizens instantly erupted in fury. Damn it, this isn't a media company, it's a demolition crew. All he did was post a comment, and they actually sent people to threaten to wreck his shop? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Tag the Longcheng authorities, they need to step in on this. Chapter 90, what a coincidence you're streaming too. Did everyone notice? Even though Li Jia Sansi Media Company went too far, Boss Liang is still going live to promote domestic products. He's truly a role model for our generation. Exactly. I heard Boss Liang's latest mini cakes are a collaboration with Jialianfeng, and they'll get a cut too. He's backing domestic brands with his actions. When he goes live, I'm buying everything out. Whoever doesn't buy like crazy is a... Dude, chill with the hate. Why curse? Just say whoever doesn't buy like crazy is a cheapskate. Damn, that curse is way too vicious. Reading the comments, Zhu Zhishan felt numb. What the hell is Liang Fei trying to do? Climbing over our heads to get ahead, huh? He's literally leaving us no room to breathe. Zhang Yonan wanted to point out that it was them who had left Liang Fei no room to breathe in the first place. All Liang Fei did was post a comment, speaking up for fairness, yet Li family's 3-4 media company had been targeting him relentlessly. In the end, they even paid people to vandalize his shop. If he managed to walk away unscathed, that was his own skill. Why can't he even post a video to speak out? But Zhang Yonan dared not voice these thoughts aloud. He was just a corporate drone. His job was to stick to his assigned tasks. Boss, he's about to go live. Should we take some measures? Why wouldn't we? Xu Zhishan fumed, flaring his nostrils and glaring, it's just a live stream. When it comes to this, we're the pioneers. When I go live, you go by trending topics for me. Push my popularity to the top. Who doesn't know how to play dirty? Isn't he using this incident to generate buzz for himself? We'll ride his wave and knock him off his pedestal. Xu Zhishan whispered something to Zhang Yonan. Zhang Yonan's expression turned complicated. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? Over the top? My ass. If Liang Fei himself doesn't think it's excessive, why should I? Zhang Yonan still felt uneasy. What if we get exposed doing this? Xu Zhishan snorted coldly. Online stuff is all fake news anyway. It blows over like the wind. Nobody cares about the truth. They just want memes, what they want to see. In this age of entertainment-driven death, who cares about the truth? Get moving. Zhang Yonan roared and dashed off to prepare. Meanwhile, Xu Zhishan busied himself with the live stream preparations. As the PR manager for Li Jiasansi Media, he had been a fairly well-known streamer himself before joining the company, boasting millions of followers on Douyin. While his fan base couldn't compare to Li Jiasansi's, it was still more than sufficient when measured against Liang Fei's. Moreover, he had a media company backing him. Before Xu Zhishan even went live, searches for his livestream channel name were already surging. Meanwhile, Liang Fei was ready. At 2 p.m. sharp, he went live. Liang Fei and Jiang Qiao's plan was solid, and everything proceeded according to schedule. After Liang Fei's video went live, the buzz indeed grew. The moment the stream opened, the viewer count had already surpassed 100. As time progressed, the viewership continued to climb. Sales of the mini cakes also kept climbing. Liang Fei and Jiang Qiao promoted vigorously, but soon, sales of the mini cakes stalled. What's going on? Liang Fei was filled with confusion. Xiao Dangao had worked overtime to produce sufficient quantities. Liang Fei had already shipped orders placed earlier. The current viewers in the livestream were mostly new customers, though some loyal supporters of Liang Fei were present. However, each of them had casually purchased over a dozen mini cakes, now essentially serving as the atmosphere-boosting group in the livestream. Hearing Liang Fei's question, a longtime customer immediately responded, Mr. Liang, it seems like Li family's 3-4 media company has also launched an official livestream. Liang Fei's mind filled with even more question marks. What does that have to do with me? Another veteran customer chimed in, Li Jiasansi Media has a huge following, and plenty of brainless sycophants. Plus, they spent a fortune promoting their stream. Now all the viewers have flocked over to them. They've started openly attacking you, claiming all your previous videos were fake. These days, traffic is king. Whoever has the traffic gets to call the shots. New fans think you're making false claims, so they're not buying anymore. Good riddance. My little cakes just arrived. I tried one. Not only is it delicious, but the beauty benefits are legit. Mr. Liang, I won't hold back then. Hearing this, the remaining loyal customers couldn't hold back either and immediately placed orders. Liang Fei panicked, guys, I worked all night just to make a few thousand cupcakes. Most of my previous shipments have already gone out. If you buy more now, my plan to build my brand will go down the drain. If you really want to help me, head over to Li Jiasan Media's livestream and check things out for me. Better yet, try to get him to go live with me so I can ride his traffic wave. Since the livestream was filled with old friends, he felt comfortable being casual. But Liang Fei wasn't in a hurry, his fans were. Hey boss Liang, what's the rush? You're still thinking about riding someone else's coattails? I just peeked over at the other stream that Xu Zhishan guy is tearing into you, spitting venom left and right. The lies are practically becoming the truth. Boss Liang, should I rally the guys to debunk this for you? Upon hearing it was Xu Zhishan's stream, Liang Fei felt even less urgency. The lack of sales for Little Cake was entirely due to Xu Zhishan steering public opinion. But in this day and age, traffic truly reigns supreme. Still, lies can never become truth. No matter how convincing Xu Zhishan's performance was, he'd eventually slip up. After all, Liang Fei hadn't forgotten Yan Bing's promise to personally confront Xu Zhishan. Soon enough, the drama would unfold over there. He genuinely wanted to join the spectacle. Trust me, no need to debunk rumors. Just help me get on the mic or start a PK challenge. Truth will reveal itself. The fans still couldn't wrap their heads around Liang Fei's logic, but they assured him they could handle his request. Sure enough, moments later, Liang Fei received a PK challenge from Xu Zhishan. Liang Fei grinned. Xu Zhishan really dares to go head-to-head with me. Jiang Qiao caught on too, realizing why Liang Fei was doing this. He chuckled and said, Xu Zhishan probably thinks he's got this in the bag. It's only natural, really. Those in the self-media game tend to fixate on the mantra that traffic is king. But they forget that no matter how big the traffic gets, it can't outgrow the rules. Liang Fei grinned and accepted the PK challenge. Meanwhile, in Zhu Zhishan's livestream, after pouring in substantial funds, coupled with the recent buzz surrounding the Li family's 3 or 4 characters that naturally drew attention, Zhu Zhishan's viewership broke 100,000 the moment he went live. Within moments, it surged past the 500,000 mark and continued to climb steadily. Sticking to his original plan, Zhu Zhishan began smearing Liang Fei and saw immediate results. This only fueled his excitement, making him a bit overconfident. When someone stirred the pot, suggesting a direct showdown between Zhu Zhishan and Liang Fei, Zhu Zhishan agreed without hesitation. But soon, reality hit him. A direct confrontation? He had absolutely no leg to stand on. But now, it was too late for regrets. With no other choice, Zhu Zhishan sent Liang Fei a livestream request. With a beep, Liang Fei's face appeared in Zhu Zhishan's livestream. Seeing Liang Fei's cheerful expression, Zhu Zhishan panicked for a moment. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, isn't this Mr. Liang? What a coincidence you're streaming too. Chapter 91, Shock. Boss Liang live streams insults at fans. Liang Fei burst out laughing. Weren't you having a blast insulting me earlier? Now you're playing this game with me? Liang Fei wasn't having it, immediately exposing Zhu Zhishan's pretense. Manager Zhu, when you were berating me earlier, weren't you constantly bringing up my live streaming? Didn't you already know I was streaming? So why are you acting so surprised now? You accused me of false advertising and hypocrisy, but now it seems you're the one being hypocritical. Liang Fei's words caused quite a stir in Zhu Zhishan's livestream. Many fans of Li Jiasansi Media Company, brainwashed by Zhu Zhishan, started shouting. Don't back down, Brother Shan. We've got the moral high ground, what's there to fear? Brother Shan, hit him back. If all else fails, just nod, Brother Shan. We'll crash his livestream. Of course, some level-headed viewers sensed something was off, but Zhu Zhishan simply ignored them. Seeing the comments from those brainwashed fans, his confidence was stronger than ever. What truly matters in this day and age? Traffic. Li Family Media Group possessed terrifying levels of traffic. Online, they were the undisputed kings of their domain. Anyone daring to challenge them was bound to suffer a bitter fate. That fool Liang Fei actually dared to come over and go live with him. Well, then, he wouldn't hold back in sorting things out. Zhu Zhishan gradually found his rhythm. He looked at Liang Fei. Mr. Liang, one should be decent in this world. Staring straight at Liang Fei, a cold sneer deepened in Zhu Zhishan's eyes. I treated you kindly because I considered your small operation and meager profits unwilling to stoop to your level. But it seems you not only fail to recognize kindness but actually think our Li Family Media Group is easy to bully? You actually have the nerve to confront me live on air. What are your intentions? Liang Fei was so furious he started laughing. Wow, you twisted the facts, yet now you're acting like you're on the moral high ground, basking in the sunshine. That's a bit much. But Liang Fei wasn't in any rush. He knew that lies could never become truth. Seeing Liang Fei remain silent, Zhu Zhishan immediately spoke up. Think you can keep playing innocent by staying quiet? Where's that aggressive attitude you had just now? See what I mean? Sometimes, you just can't be too nice. Otherwise, anyone and everyone will come stomping all over you. Hearing this, Zhu Zhishan's brainwashed fans instantly boiled over with rage. They spontaneously flooded Liang Fei's livestream comments with inappropriate remarks, some even launching direct personal attacks against him. Liang Fei's ardent supporters were instantly incensed and retaliated fiercely. For a while, both sides traded blows in a heated back and forth. But gradually, Liang Fei's fans began to run out of steam. It wasn't that they lacked skill, but the sheer numbers of the opposing side overwhelmed them. Their comments were instantly drowned out by a tidal wave of opposing remarks. This left the fans frantic, and Zhang Xiao, standing beside Liang Fei, grew anxious too. Brother Fei, this isn't working. Forget about boosting sales by going live with Zhu Zhishan, just maintaining the status quo is tough enough. Though seemingly popular, Little Cake was still confined to a niche circle. It hadn't achieved the same level of recognition as Tiger Skin pork knuckle baby food, and its sales were entirely propped up by fan support. Today was the first day of live stream promotions for the cupcakes, crucial for building their reputation. But now the chat was flooded with insults directed at Liang Fei and the cupcakes themselves. How could this work? Zhang Qiao grew increasingly anxious, while Liang Fei remained utterly detached. It was enough to make Zhang Qiao's eyes glaze over. What's gotten into Brother Fei? Is he out of it? What are you spacing out for now? Snap out of it. If Little Cake doesn't sell, you won't have an easy time either. Besides, you've prepared for so long for Little Cake. If today's mess ruins everything, how could you possibly feel good about it? Just as Zhang Qiao was about to speak, Liang Fei glanced at the time and suddenly grinned. Time to fight back. Zhang Qiao was stunned. Well, you finally realize it's time to fight back. But could you please be a little earlier next time? This dish is getting cold. Liang Fei's words naturally reached Zhu Zhishan's ears, and he let out a cold laugh. Fight back? Like hell he would. The tide had turned. With so many viewers now in both live streams, aside from those 300 or 400 die-hard fans who'd actually dined at Liang Fei's restaurant, everyone else believed Liang Fei was deliberately smearing Li family's 3-4 media company. Hate spreads to everything associated with the hated, and those who already dislike Liang Fei naturally disliked his products too. By now, it was far too late for Liang Fei to fight back. Xu Zhishan intended to pour more fuel on the fire. Mr. Liang, I mean no offense, but at this point, you're still trying to deceive your lovely fans? How can you justify this to them after all their support? As someone who's been through it, let me tell you plainly, the reason our Li Family 3-4 media company has weathered every storm to survive to this day is because we never forgot our original aspirations. We always kept our fans in our hearts and never did anything to betray them or anyone else. Xu Zhishan delivered this speech with such conviction he even convinced himself. Liang Fei, however, was genuinely amused by his anger. He glanced at the time, then turned his gaze back to Xu Zhishan. Whether you've been fair to your fans is none of my concern. But whether you've wronged others is open to debate. At the very least, your Li family's 3-4 media company has wronged me. All I did was speak up for justice online, but look what you did. Threatening me to delete my comments and apologize didn't work, so you paid people to come smash my shop. If I hadn't gotten help, I probably wouldn't have kept this place. The fanatics in the livestream who belonged to Li Jiasansi media company flew into a rage the moment they heard Liang Fei's words. Damn it, now he's slandering us? Where's his shame? If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to live. How dare you try to justify yourself? You've got no shame. Everyone, don't be so hostile towards him. Maybe he just lost his mother. Jiang Qiao was furious at the comments but felt powerless after all. This was Liang Fei's livestream. He expected Liang Fei to ignore the comments like before, but before he could finish that thought. You guys really have some venomous tongues. Am I whitewashing, or are you guys whitewashing? Don't comment if you don't know the truth. Can't you grasp such a basic principle? Are you all brainless pigs? Liang Fei's die-hard fans in the livestream were all stunned. Liang Fei really hadn't thought this through. Live streaming insults directed at fans that charge alone could easily ruin him completely. Even a major influencer like Li Jiasan couldn't withstand that kind of fallout, let alone Liang Fei. True, they both do the same thing, but there's a fundamental difference. Li Jiasan's problem stemmed purely from misidentifying his own positioning. He confused the roles of consumer and service provider. Liang Fei, however, was simply acting out of sheer frustration. But netizens couldn't care less about that. They weren't about to refrain from commenting just because they didn't know the full story. In this age of entertainment-driven death, any flaw gets blown out of proportion. Fans bombarded Liang Fei with private messages, but he ignored them completely. The more he cursed, the more excited he got. Sorry, calling you spin doctor's pig brains was a bit off. You're worse than pig brains. Chapter 92, did the evidence come walking? Not only worse than pig brains, but worse than dog brains too. To put it simply, your brains are worse than pigs or dogs. If I were your father, I should have flung you against the wall to feed the flies when I gave birth to you. That way, you wouldn't constantly be exposed by some unzipped dickhead sticking it out of his pants. Liang Fei's tirade left the trolls in the livestream chat speechless. Even his most ardent fans were stunned. What? Live streaming insults are one thing, but this harsh? You're my own brother, man. You can't do this. Even if we're here backing you up, this is beyond our help. This is just nonsense. Unlike the fans' worries, Xu Zhishan on the other side was struggling to hold back laughter. He'd been fretting that even if it was a rumor, he couldn't do anything to Liang Fei. But if Liang Fei really decided to hash this out with him, he'd be the one to slip up. But now? Before Liang Fei could play his trump card, he'd already stepped forward to berate the fans. It was like playing werewolf, where your teammates are desperately trying to save you, but you go and admit you're the werewolf yourself. What a moron move. What a small-time player. Xu Zhishan was still laughing when Liang Fei's voice rang out again. What the hell are you laughing at? Did your mom die? Why are you laughing so hard? Xu Zhishan was completely numb. Wow, you're going all out now, huh? First you insulted the fans, now you're coming after me? Isn't this a bit much? Xu Zhishan couldn't hold back. Liang Fei, you're getting way too cocky. Spreading rumors that the Li family hired thugs to take you out is bad enough, but then you go and spout nonsense in your livestream? That's the attitude you show your fans? You deserve to go down in flames. Liang Fei sneered coldly. Your mother's the one who's finished, along with your father. I saw it with my own eyes, you bastard. Xu Zhishan snapped. Liang Fei, you're never going to stop, are you? Think I can't do anything to you? You insulting me is one thing, but attacking my fans? Liang Fei retorted, don't you think your bunch of FING fans deserve it? You bunch of FING brainwashed idiots come running here to spew your bull. Sure, farting isn't illegal, but you can't just let it rip like that. What, is the ozone layer your damn father? You'd die without him, huh? You don't even know the damn truth, yet you spout this nonsense. You should be grateful humans haven't invented screen slapping technology yet. Otherwise, I'd beat every one of your faces into pig heads. Liang Fei had no fondness for this bunch of online bullies who thrived on cyberbullying others. But he hadn't intended to target them in the first place. But when they came out spouting their self-righteous truths like bull, he couldn't take it anymore. How many people had gotten into trouble because of their words? Didn't their consciences hurt at all? Oh, right, he forgot keyboard warriors have no conscience. Liang Fei's words stunned the crowd. Some stubbornly argued back, you say we're lying, got proof? But Brother Sean has solid proof. You spout nonsense without a shred of proof. Is this how your parents raised you? Liang Fei sneered coldly. Finally, he'd gotten them to this point. Who says I don't have evidence? Xu Zhishan roared with laughter. If your own doctored surveillance footage counts as evidence, then anything can be called evidence. Evidence is about leaving no room for argument, forcing admission of guilt. Is your evidence convincing enough to sway anyone? Liang Fei smiled. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Xu Zhishan felt a pang of unease. He raised his voice. What are you laughing at? Where's the evidence? Go ahead and produce it. Liang Fei replied, my evidence will reveal itself to you. Xu Zhishan, who had been flustered moments before, now laughed even more heartily. Was he just making things up as he went along? Evidence walking right up to him? Let's see it walk, then. The die-hard fans of Li Jiasan Media were overjoyed. This guy must be delirious from a fever. Who in their right mind has evidence that walks on its own? This is hilarious. I bet this guy can't produce a single shred of evidence. Exactly. He's just spouting nonsense. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly echoed from Xu Zhishan's livestream, followed by the appearance of the background guy in the frame. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the ongoing livestream. Boss, something big just happened. Xu Zhishan shot the guy a glare and forced himself to stay calm. Did a donkey kick you in the head or something? What could possibly go wrong here? On the contrary, Liang Fei's place is where the real trouble is brewing. Live streaming insults to fans that alone was enough to seal Liang Fei's fate. Just as Xu Zhishan finished his thought, a commotion erupted outside. Moments later, a group of constables led by Yanbing burst into the office. Xu Zhishan was stunned. Fans watching the entire livestream were equally stunned. Aren't those the constables? What are they doing here? Could it be about Liang Fei spreading rumors? As people speculated, Yanbing delivered the answer. He pulled out an arrest warrant. Xu Zhishan, we suspect you hired a hitman to poison a key government protection target, endangering public safety, and have significant ties to a fraud ring. Come with us. Boom. The live stream exploded. Fans were stunned. But Liang Fei just smiled. See? I told you the evidence would find its way to Xu Zhishan. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yanbing produced the surveillance footage from Liang Fei's store. This footage has been professionally verified, no signs of tampering. Plus, I personally witnessed that bald guy causing trouble at Mr. Liang's shop. Xu Zhishan, you've got some nerve. Don't you know how much Liang Fei has helped us? He's already been nominated as one of Longqing's 10 outstanding youths. The live stream exploded once more. Liang Fei's fans finally had their moment of vindication. I told you so. Boss Liang is absolutely innocent. This whole thing is the work of Li family's 34 media company. The real problem lies with Li Jiasansi Media. Exactly. Li Jiasansi Media Company bullied Boss Liang, an honest man, just because they're big and powerful. They even bribed fans to crash his livestream. I seriously suspect they're now involved in unfair competition. They should be investigated along with those fans. Just a moment ago, fans of the Li family's Sansi Media Company were riding high, but now they're on the verge of tears. They couldn't have imagined the situation would turn upside down so quickly. And they certainly hadn't anticipated that the evidence Liang Fei mentioned would be the authorities. How could this possibly be played out now? The authorities were absolute authority. Who dared to say they were wrong? Who even had the right to question them? The fans scrambled to distance themselves from Xu Zhishan. We didn't know anything about this. We were just talking nonsense. Yeah, we're just dumb at best. We really had nothing to do with this. Officers, please investigate thoroughly. Don't let us get wrongly accused. The fans were genuinely terrified. Seriously, just hearing the string of charges Yanbing listed was terrifying enough. They dared not utter another word against Liang Fei at this critical juncture. Yanbing turned to the livestream and spoke coldly. On my way here, I happened to catch the livestream. Every single word you've said has been recorded. No need for further explanation. We'll investigate thoroughly. Once we confirm your involvement in this matter, you'd better take care of yourselves. Chapter 93, This is Charity. Finally. Yanbing flashed a smile at Liang Fei through the screen. We also took a look at Mr. Liang's little cake. The ginseng in his little cakes isn't 10-year-old stuff, mostly 7 or 8 years old, averaging about 6 years. That's a bit of a false advertising issue. But fortunately, it hasn't caused any significant issues. On behalf of the Food Safety Bureau, I'm issuing a verbal warning to Mr. Liang. The fans finally understood. This time, the entertainment-first mentality backfired badly on them. Fans in the livestream rushed to leave the channel, not daring to linger for a moment. Meanwhile, Liang Fei's fans erupted into celebration. They began frantically sharing screenshots of the livestream. After these videos surfaced online, those who had been supporting Liang Fei were thrilled. Meanwhile, bystanders who had been observing rationally began flooding into Liang Fei's livestream. Some came for the spectacle, but most were after Liang Fei's little cake. The moment they flooded in, orders poured in like crazy. Among the buyers were business owners, workers, and even students without steady income. Many bystanders, upon realizing what was happening, immediately jumped into the fray from the curb. They left those nearby utterly bewildered. It's just a little cake accused of false advertising. Is it really worth all this frenzy? A person caught up in the frenzy glared at a bystander. Didn't you hear what Officer Liang said? Mr. Liang's cupcakes really have ginseng in them. Who cares how many years it's been? Boss Liang's little cakes are only 79 yuan. For 7.90, forget ginseng, you wouldn't even get a radish. Hurry up and grab some. You wanna wait till they raise the price? The people nearby finally caught on. Exactly. Liang Fei's little cakes contain ginseng, officially certified. The youngest ones are at least 5 or 6 years old. Why aren't you grabbing them? The bystander had two phones, one frantically grabbing cakes, the other calling family. Hurry to Boss Liang's livestream and grab those cakes. They really have ginseng, officially certified. What? False advertising? Yeah, he did misrepresent it, saying 5-year-old ginseng was 10-year-old. But who cares? His cupcakes are only 7.90 each. The sound of a water glass shattering came from across the room. Ginseng in a 7.90 yuan cupcake? You're not lying to me? Would I lie to you? Could the official sources lie to you? Mr. Liang's cupcakes are even collaborating with domestic brands. Forget everything else, just supporting local products alone is reason enough for us to go crazy grabbing them, okay? Hurry up and call your parents, tell them to grab some too. They'll be gone if you wait. Liang Fei watched helplessly as the mini cake sales skyrocketed from 0 to tens of thousands until his entire stock was gone. The moment those die-hard fans heard the news, they immediately reached out to Liang Fei through Douyin's backend. Mr. Liang, just sell them. If you're out of stock, I'll ship out the ones I have to spread the word about these little cakes. Domestic brands will rise. Mr. Liang, if you refuse to buy them back at a higher price, you're looking down on me. These little cakes are only 7.9 yuan each. A box of 11 costs just 1 flower coin. I can't afford that. Sell them to me, sell them like crazy. Jialianfeng also reached out to Liang Fei. Mr. Liang, I saw your live stream. Your move not only boosted the mini cakes but also skyrocketed our brand's visibility. Search traffic is exploding. Our live stream usually had just a handful of viewers, but now we're pulling in hundreds. Sales are climbing through the roof. Liang Fei immediately searched for Jialianfeng's livestream using Jiang Xiao's phone. He glanced at their few hundred followers, then looked at his own audience that had already surpassed 200,000. He made a decision on the spot. Everyone, I've decided to end this livestream now. If you're interested in buying the mini cakes, please head over to Jialianfeng's livestream. After saying this, Liang Fei ended the stream and relayed his decision to Jialianfeng's team. Luo Haiping nearly burst into tears upon hearing Liang Fei's words. Mr. Liang, how come I never met someone as kind as you before? It wasn't just Luo Haiping who felt this way. Everyone who witnessed Liang Fei's action shared the same sentiment. Ending the stream at peak viewership just to drive traffic for a domestic brand? What kind of god-tier boss is this? Lifetime fan of Boss Liang. If anyone ever badmouths him again, I'll grab a kitchen knife and chop them up. Count me in. I'll contribute the cleaver. My family runs a cleaver shop. I'll contribute a cutting board. Are those knives and cutting boards above domestic brands? If so, tell me. I've got money burning a hole in my pocket. I feel restless if I don't buy domestic goods every single day. Liang Fei's actions sparked a wave of domestic product purchases, reviving many struggling yet conscientious domestic brands on the brink of collapse. This situation caught the attention of the Longcheng Commerce Department. Commercial Department Conference Room. Lin Gu, the meeting chairperson, stared at the sales figures of those nearly bankrupt domestic brands, his jaw still hanging open in shock. What the hell is going on here? We've been debating this for months, and suddenly it's resolved like this? And it looks like they've not only escaped the brink of collapse but also have a chance to make a comeback? Not just Ling, but everyone else in the room was baffled. At that moment, an intern spoke up. It might be because of this person. Instantly, all eyes turned to the intern. The intern had only joined the company last month. His superiors, impressed by his capabilities and relevant major, had placed him directly in this department tasked with rescuing endangered domestic brands. Over the past 2 months, the intern hadn't made any mistakes, but he hadn't accomplished anything remarkable either, maintaining a very low profile within the department. His sudden comment today caught everyone off guard. But once they caught on, all eyes turned to the intern. What does it have to do with anyone? Lin Gu said, Xiaoshen, come up here and explain. Shen Kai quickly connected his computer screen to the large display. I've been seeking inspiration in live streams lately, wondering if we could use live streaming to rescue endangered domestic brands. Today, while scrolling through live streams, I stumbled upon this guy named Liang Fei who's been consistently advocating for quality domestic products. I decided to look into him. What I found was shocking. Everyone, take a look at what Liang Fei has been doing lately. Everyone was stunned after seeing it. Wow, this isn't just a restaurant owner, he's practically a philanthropist. When did Longcheng produce such an extraordinary figure? If he's not on the top 10 most inspiring figures in Longcheng list, I won't watch it. Shinkai said, folks, these are actually minor things. The real key is his livestream today. Check out this recording I made. People witnessed the entire conflict between Liang Fei and Li Jia's 3-4 media company, saw Liang Fei's livestream explode in popularity because of it, and witnessed Liang Fei, after his livestream went viral, instantly allocate funds to drive traffic to these conscientious domestic brands. This move has thoroughly ignited people's desire to protect domestic brands, giving endangered homegrown products a glimmer of hope for revival. However, for these long-struggling, endangered domestic brands, this assistance was merely a drop in the bucket. The pivotal turning point came later. Jialian Feng's livestream connected with Liang Fei, who, in an effort to help more domestic brands rise, announced he would donate all proceeds from his little cake project to sponsor those domestic brands on the brink of bankruptcy. After witnessing this, the audience remained deeply moved for a long time. Then came the moment. Clap clap clap. Everyone spontaneously broke into applause for Liang Fei. Chapter 94, The Whitewashing Plan. Liang Fei's actions earned genuine recognition from the Ministry of Commerce staff, with even Ling Ge praising him effusively. Jialian Feng reaped dividends from its partnership with Liang Fei, and those domestic brands teetering on bankruptcy were also influenced by him, seeing their order volumes skyrocket. This proves beyond doubt that Liang Fei possesses the capability to improve the state of domestic brands and that he genuinely intends to help them. However, his approach can only provide temporary relief. Liang Fei's approach was somewhat symptomatic rather than curative. While leveraging his personal influence to boost domestic brands yielded remarkable results, once the hype faded, those struggling brands would inevitably face the same predicament. But if they stepped in and partnered with Liang Fei, the situation would be entirely different. Lin Ge turned to Shinkai. This task falls to you. Win Mr. Liang's trust. With our strategic direction combined with his built-in popularity, the rise of domestic brands is just around the corner. Shinkai stood up, his face flushed with excitement. I guarantee it will be done. Liang Fei's collaboration with Jialian Feng's livestream to champion domestic brands gained increasing traction online. While boosting domestic product sales, it also placed significant pressure on Li Jiasansi media. Li Jiasansi himself faced another wave of online abuse, losing followers at an unprecedented rate. At the company, Li Jiasansi's hair was practically turning white from worry. Whether his follower count dropped, whether his reputation suffered, or whether he caused harm to anyone, Li Jiasansi cared about none of it. His sole concern is the upcoming bet with Saudomer for Double 11. Failing to hit the 30 billion yuan sales target would cost him at least 50 billion yuan in penalty fees. Yes, he'd made a fortune over the years, earning over 10 billion annually, but that still fell short of 500 billion. The mere thought of it gave Li Jiasansi a massive headache. Ring ring. The urgent ringtone pierced the air. Li Jiasun glanced at the caller ID, his expression instantly turning complex. The caller was none other than his boss Kong Qiufeng, chairman of Saudomer. Li Jiasun hesitated for a long moment before finally answering. Mr. Kong, why are you suddenly contacting me? Is there something urgent? Kong Qiufeng's furious voice came through the line. Li, you think I don't use the internet? Even if I don't surf the web, do you seriously think I wouldn't know about this mess blowing up? I even gave you shares in the group, and this is how you repay me? I've lost so many followers, my reputation is plummeting, and you haven't lifted a finger about this huge mess. Sure, you're quiet now, but haven't you just sold us out? You run a media company, you must know our live streams got bombed multiple times. If this keeps up, the sales you helped us build will plummet again. Do you have any idea how much we'll lose then? Li, let me make this crystal clear, don't think our sales drop won't affect you. True, we never signed a contract covering this. But if we suffer massive losses because of your inaction, I won't let you off the hook. Li Jiasun's face was drenched in cold sweat. He dared not ignore Kong Qiufeng's words. He hurriedly replied, Mr. Kong, what should I do? Whatever you say, I'll do. Kong Qiufeng said, go live on stream to apologize. Then find that Liang Fei fellow and persuade him to help us salvage our reputation. Let me make this clear, if you fail to handle this properly, we'll have no choice but to proceed strictly by contract for Double 11. Li Jiasansi's head spun at the thought. This was precisely what he dreaded most. Rest assured, Mr. Kong. I'll handle this properly. After hanging up, Li Jiasun was beyond frustrated. Live apology broadcasts followed standard templates, that part wasn't the issue. The real challenge was getting Liang Fei to cooperate with their demands. Li Jiasun immediately summoned the PR department. This wasn't supposed to be a big deal, but that fool Zhu Zhishan insisted on dragging it out. Worse, he had someone cause trouble for Liang Fei, giving us leverage. Now this has become complicated. Spill it, what's your plan? Jiang Yonan, who had been temporarily put in charge of the PR department, consistently advocated for a conciliatory approach. Fourth brother, I believe we should offer Liang Fei some benefits. At the end of the day, he's just a minor figure. Given your stature, lowering yourself to meet him would leave him flattered and overwhelmed. If we then present him with tangible advantages, he'll have no choice but to align with us. Everyone has a price. Don't be fooled by Liang Fei's current defiant stance. As long as our offer hits his bottom line, securing his cooperation will be a matter of minutes. Li Jiasan's eyes lit up instantly. That's a solid plan. This matter is entrusted to you. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see the specific figures and the plan. Jiang Yonan immediately gave his assurance. No problem. Jiang Yonan's words gave Li Jiasanqi considerable confidence. He even postponed his originally scheduled live apology broadcast by a day. After much deliberation, Li Jiasanqi decided to deal with Liang Fei first before tackling other matters. In stark contrast to the bleak situation at Li Jiasan's media company, Liang Fei's operations were booming. The joint livestream with Jia Lianfeng proved highly effective, with numerous domestic brands seizing the opportunity to rake in substantial profits. No sooner had Jia Lianfeng's livestream concluded than calls began pouring in from major domestic brands, all expressing gratitude to Liang Fei. It took Liang Fei over an hour just to handle all the incoming calls. After hanging up, he let out a long sigh of relief. Now he truly understood the saying, when a whale falls, all things thrive. Good heavens! Just a few days without live streaming from Li family's 3-4 media company had injected so much capital into the market that it was practically rescuing domestic brands. If we could make this happen long term, domestic brands would truly be saved. Zhang Qiao said, why couldn't it continue? Once we move to Li Jiasan's media, won't all these fans' funds flow back into the market? Liang Fei scoffed, what are you thinking? In his view, Li Jiasan had simply overstepped its bounds. Put bluntly, it had gotten too big for its britches. Who hasn't had moments of arrogance? Shouldn't we give them a chance to correct their mistakes? Just as Liang Fei was about to explain his reasoning to Zhang Qiao, the phone rang again. Pulling out his phone, he saw an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was another thank you call from a domestic brand, he answered directly. Hello, who's this? After a long pause, a voice finally came through. Excuse me, are you Mr. Liang? The timid and flustered tone caught Liang Fei off guard. And you are? No sooner had he spoken than he heard sobbing, Mr. Liang, I finally got through to you. I see you're fighting tooth and nail against the Li family's 3-4 media company. You really must be careful. If only my wife were still here. If she could see you, maybe she wouldn't have left in such agony. Liang Fei was completely bewildered. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Bro, what the hell are you even talking about? Chapter 95, isn't this just? The man across from him said, Mr. Liang, I won't hide anything from you. My wife was ruined by that bastard Li Jiasan. My wife was a die-hard fan of Li Jiasan. She'd followed him since his very first livestream. At first, it was Li Jiasan's professionalism that won us over. He genuinely put himself in the customer's shoes. Back then, no matter what Li Jiasan sold, my wife would support him wholeheartedly. The items weren't expensive, we could afford them, and the value for money was genuinely good, so I didn't mind. Later, Li Jiasan's livestreams got better and better. He started his own media company, and both his fan base and livestream sales momentum really took off. My wife was genuinely happy for him. It was around this time that Li Jiasan promoted a product in his livestream. It was a facial mask produced by a small company, advertised as rich in natural mineral elements with remarkable whitening effects. As a special perk for his 5 million followers, it was priced at just 1/10 of the original cost. My wife naturally jumped at the chance and bought some. We'll never know if it actually worked for whitening, but after applying the mask, she started having an allergic reaction. It got worse and worse until she had to go to the hospital. By the time she arrived, she had already gone into shock. They started resuscitation immediately over there, and she pulled through. I thought that would be the end of it, but in the middle of the night, my wife went into shock again. She'd never had this happen before, and the doctors were puzzled too. They asked if there had been any unusual activities recently. After careful examination, the doctors confirmed the allergen was the face mask. And given how severe the reaction was, it couldn't have been a common allergen. My mind was completely focused on my wife at the time, so I didn't pay much attention. She did manage to leave the hospital safely that time, but her health deteriorated steadily afterward. She passed away within half a year. I was devastated for a long time. Then I suddenly remembered the doctor's words and asked a friend in the lab to investigate which brand of face mask it was. What we discovered was shocking. The mask contained numerous illegal chemical additives. The doses weren't high enough to cause serious harm, and most people they'd just experience temporary weakness after absorption. But my wife happened to be allergic to one specific element in it, and then the man's voice grew quieter and quieter until he could barely speak at all. He was still fighting back the tears. After that, I confronted the people at Li Family Media Group. I wasn't seeking compensation, just an explanation. Even just a formal apology. They admitted the product wasn't manufactured by them, but promoting it to their fans without testing it first means they're at least negligent. But the Li Jia Sansi media people flat out denied any involvement. They claimed the manufacturer of that mask had gone out of business a year ago and accused me of trying to make a quick buck. Not only did they refuse to give me any explanation, but Li Jia Sansi media also verbally abused me. They had security shut down the surveillance under the pretense of maintenance, then physically assaulted me with their guards before finally kicking me out of their company. I reported it to the authorities, but without evidence, they had no choice but to drop the case. I posted about it online, but the thread was quickly deleted. This incident was like a pebble tossed into the ocean. It didn't even create a ripple, let alone a wave. Seeing Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan reveal their true colors, yet so many still kowtow to them out of fear of their influence and clout, licking their boots, fawning over them, constantly whitewashing their actions, it makes me want to go toe-to-toe with those people in a real fight. Liang Fei listened, grinding his teeth until they nearly shattered. Especially Jiang Xiao beside him, clenching his fists and cursing under his breath. I've always said that big influencers hit a growth wall once they hit 5 million followers, but that curse seems to have skipped Li Jiasan Si entirely. Not only that, but after surpassing 5 million followers, he started climbing like he had cheat codes. Guess he struck some under-the-table deal with someone. It was obvious even to a fool. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasisi had clearly struck some kind of deal back then. Some big company registered a shell corporation and, under the guise of a small factory, supplied Li Jiasan and Li Jiasisi with those flawless masks. Thinking about it this way, a lot of things started to make sense. Back then, Li Jiasan was just a minor influencer, yet his livestream went absolutely viral. After the broadcast, rumors surfaced about users experiencing minor health issues from the masks, but these claims were quickly silenced. Not only did this incident fail to harm Li Jiasan's reputation, it actually became the catalyst for his collaboration with Chao Donger. With her subsequent support, he skyrocketed to become the top beauty influencer. Liang Fei even suspected that the whole thing was orchestrated by Chao Donger and Li Jia Sansi. How else could it be such a coincidence? Pulling his thoughts back, Liang Fei declared, "Brother, I'm making you this promise right here today. If Li Jiasan really is the complete scumbag you say he is, I swear I'll destroy him." All it took was Liang Fei speaking up for justice once, and Li Jiasan's media company went all out to destroy him. If he hadn't been so resilient, he'd have been crushed long ago. Forget all the disgusting things Li Jiasan Si had done. This single act alone was enough to fuel Liang Fei's determination to fight him to the bitter end. After hanging up, Liang Fei turned to Jiang Qiao. "Old Jiang, you're a veteran in this industry. Help me investigate whether this incident the boss mentioned actually happened years ago. I need every detail." "No problem." After Jiang Qiao left, Liang Fei dialed Xiao Yang's number. "Xiao, come over. I need your help with something." Xiao Yang arrived shortly after. "Brother Fei, just tell me what you need. If I hesitate even a second, I'll change my last name to yours." Ever since Liang Fei had dealt Xiao Xiaowei a severe blow last time, Xiao Yang had been utterly loyal to him. Liang Fei didn't beat around the bush and explained the situation with the Li family's third and fourth sons. "Holy! Is that even real? How could someone do that?" He built his empire on genuine fans, only to betray them. Using loyal supporters to climb the ladder, how is that any different from those manipulative women who toy with people's emotions? I always knew that Liang Fei said, "Let's put that aside for now. Didn't your family get involved in some media-related businesses? And don't you have quite a few friends in the beauty product industry?" Xiao Yang retorted, "Yeah, I have." "Fei Gui, you planning to take down the Li family? No need for all that hassle. One word from me, and I can make sure he has nowhere to bury his bones." Liang Fei shot Xiao Yang a disapproving glare. "Seriously, stop being so pretentious." He finally spoke up. "What I meant was, use your connections to look into that shell company for me. If it turns out to be what I suspect, things will be much simpler. I don't need your help. I alone can destroy the Li family's reputation." Xiao Yang chuckled. "Fine, just watch. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll have you knowing down to the color of Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi's underwear." Liang Fei chuckled. "All right." Xiao Yang quickly departed. Liang Fei pondered for a moment before opening his contacts and tapping a name. "Mr. Shen? Didn't you say you wanted to meet tomorrow? I'm available." The person Liang Fei contacted was Shen Kai. Shen Kai had previously expressed a desire to meet with Liang Fei, but Liang Fei had declined, citing a busy schedule. Now, however, Liang Fei had changed his mind. Chapter 96, The Final Test. Li Family Media Company. After deciding to meet Liang Fei tomorrow to try to bribe him and then broadcast an apology afterward, Li Jiasan thought it best to first calm the online commotion. He immediately shared his plan with Jiang Yonan. "Spare no expense. Find me enough online influencers and bloggers to launch a full-scale whitewashing campaign. If that fails, buy some dirt and leak it. Shift netizens' attention immediately and buy us as much breathing room as possible. Lee Jia-san wasn't worried about losing followers. Compared to his massive fan base, the few he might lose were insignificant. But the ripple effects of this incident would spell trouble for him. Most immediately, people would assume he was losing his edge and stop buying his products. Those who had intended to purchase would see the lackluster sales and follow suit, creating a vicious cycle. This could directly cause him to lose his bet on Singles Day, which would truly be the end. Fortunately, there was still a chance. Netizens have a 7-second attention span, a well-known fact. If he could just divert their focus, this incident would blow over. Persuading Liang Fei to livestream an apology tomorrow might even improve his reputation. Thinking this, Lee Jia-san's mood finally lifted a bit. By evening, the PR department of Lee Jia-san Media had swung into action. They first hired online trolls to scour all trending videos for mentions of Lee Jia-san. Once found, they split the trolls into two groups, one to relentlessly bash him, the other to counter the harsh criticism by defending him. This strategy aimed to cultivate sympathy for Lee Jia-san. Once his fervent fans began expressing empathy for his plight, Jiang Yonan immediately directed online influencers to create derivative content, remixing clips from Lee Jia-san's livestreams or repurposing videos from his Douyin account. This wave of entertaining parodies and remixes effortlessly boosted Lee Jia-san's popularity among casual viewers. Once public sentiment toward Lee Jia-san's began to improve slightly, the PR team struck again by releasing a scandal involving a moderately popular influencer. This diversionary tactic effectively silenced the backlash against Lee Jia-san. Even the loss of followers seemed to hit pause, completely halting any further decline. This left many netizens who had been following the story, those aware of Lee Jia-san's past scandals or even victims themselves, feeling restless. What's going on? Why did the Lee Jia-san scandal suddenly lose steam? I've seen a bunch of videos bashing Lee Jia-san and Lee Jia-si get deleted. All that's left are these vague, ambiguous posts. It's like some powerful force is manipulating everything. Damn, could it be that Lee Jia-san's backers have stepped in? Highly likely. Don't forget, the Lee Jia-san of today isn't the beauty blogger who cared about us anymore, it's a billion-dollar enterprise. He'll never truly understand our anger and disappointment. All he cares about is traffic and revenue. Even with this massive scandal, his first instinct is to erase any trace of it, not offer a sincere apology. After this comment was posted, netizens echoed the sentiment. But ultimately, there was nothing they could do. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Are we really just going to let this slide? What good does anger do? We're just ordinary people earning 3,000 yuan a month. How can we possibly take on someone raking in tens of millions monthly? Forget us, even those with some clout can't fight back. Haven't you seen how videos openly opposing the Lee family's third and fourth branches got deleted? Actually, some haven't been deleted. Who the hell is that? So gutsy? Check out Boss Liang's Douyin account. His livestream challenge against Lee Jia-san's Media, his response to that sycophantic streamer sucking out to Lee Jia-san's all the footage, and his direct warning video to Lee Jia-san's are still pinned at the top of his account. My idol Boss Liang never disappoints. Even now, he's still standing strong. Mr. Liang is forever the legend. Netizens rallied behind Liang Fei, though they knew deep down this stance was largely futile. Many felt quite pessimistic about the situation. Lee Jia-san's immediately caught wind of the online commotion and was absolutely thrilled. Great job by the PR department this time, this means our Double 11 livestream is in the bag. Jiang Yonan was thrilled. Boss, does that mean we can go ahead with the regular broadcast tomorrow? We don't need to contact that Liang guy after all? Lee Jia-san pondered for a moment before replying, we still need to meet with Mr. Liang. This was the big spender's wish, and he dared not disobey. But now that things had completely settled down and the earlier turmoil seemed to be fading, whether Liang Fei would stand by him and speak up for him no longer mattered much. This way, when he met Liang Fei tomorrow, he could hold some initiative. If that Liang fellow knows what's good for him tomorrow, everything will be fine. But if he doesn't? Lee Jia-san and Lee Jia-san sneered repeatedly. Early the next morning, Liang Fei received calls from Jiang Xiao and Xiaoyang one after another. Jiang Xiao, Brother Fei, I've uncovered the entire sequence of events from back then. I've had all the relevant personnel brought in, arranged for expert verification, and met with that big shot from yesterday plus eyewitnesses to the incident. This is ironclad evidence. Liang Fei was overjoyed, well done. After learning about the disgusting deeds committed by Lee Jia-san and Lee Jia-si yesterday, Liang Fei was furious and had resolved to make them pay. What Jiang Xiao uncovered was just the beginning. Brother Fei, I'm heading back immediately. Should be there in about an hour. Got it. Liang Fei immediately dialed Xiaoyang's number. Old Xiao, things are going smoothly on the Jiangxiao front. How's it looking on your end? Xiaoyang replied, Brother Fei, you know me, I'm not great with the ladies, but when have you ever seen me slack off on anything else? Got it covered. I've got the case all figured out. It matches your guess exactly. Even if we can't prove it's connected to Chao Donger, proving that the Lee family's San and C knew the face masks were defective yet still sold them to fans? No problem at all. I've already got the lawyer lined up. Liang Fei chuckled. When will you be back? I'll meet up with Jiang Xiao first, then the two of us will bring Zhang Yi back together. That kid's got a big surprise waiting for you. Just wait and see. Liang Fei froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. I'll be waiting to see what happens. No sooner had he spoken. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the mission. The one who deals you the fatal blow is rarely your peer. Mission description: utilize every power at your disposal to expose your enemy's true colors. Note, this mission relates to the triggering of main quests. Please choose your actions carefully. Liang Fei was stunned. The system actually issued a mission? It had been months since the last mission was issued. If the system hadn't popped up on its own, he almost forgot it even existed. But this concerns triggering the main quest? Meaning if I can't handle this current trouble, not only might the main quest fail to unlock, but my restaurant could go under? Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. Holy ing. Is this the ultimate test the system has thrown at me at this stage? Chapter 97, Enhanced Laxative? Liang Fei finally understood. This enemy must be referring to the Li family's San Si. Both sides had already completely alienated each other in recent days, and last night Liang Fei had firmly resolved to confront the Li family's third and fourth branches to the bitter end. However, when it came to the main quest, Liang Fei had to be extra cautious. Old Xiao, the commotion caused by Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yi is significant. While it could indeed deal a heavy blow to the Li family's third and fourth branches, what if they still have the means to cover it up? We need a way to get Li Jia Sancher to admit it himself. Noticing the small cake collaboration with Jia Lianfeng nearby, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Got it. He dashed toward the kitchen. Little Cake possessed remarkable adaptability, and Li Jia Sanxi Media had already shown considerable interest in her. This was undoubtedly Li Jia Sanxi's intention. He planned to start with the mini cakes. Earlier, Yang Chen only spilled what he knew after eating the modified cupcake. This cupcake will absolutely make Li Jia Sanasai confess to all the dirty deeds he's done. Liang Fei was brimming with confidence. He entered both the cupcake recipe and the medicinal cuisine formula into the system interface. A flash of golden light appeared, and the recipes materialized. But unlike before, this time the system offered no corresponding prompt. Failed? Liang Fei looked puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he decided to make it first and see the results. He immediately followed the new recipe provided by the system to make the cupcakes again, incorporating the medicinal ingredients as directed. Before long, the cupcakes were fresh out of the oven. After placing the modified cupcakes on the restaurant table, the long-awaited system notification sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on developing a brand new recipe. Liang Fei's spirits lifted. Based on past experience, newly developed dishes often retained all the functions of their original ingredients while gaining entirely new capabilities. The only question now was what exactly this new function might be. After wrestling with the question for a while, Liang Fei decided to taste it first. Playing it safe, he used a toothpick to take a tiny bite of the cupcake. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. Additionally, Liang Fei felt a subtle energy coursing through his body. Just as he had suspected, the modified cupcake possessed all the functions of the original cupcake. Moreover, Liang Fei experienced a new sensation. His stomach began churning more intensely, and gas slowly started forming inside him. Liang Fei, who had been elated moments before, instantly fell silent. This feeling, something wasn't quite right. According to his original plan, the new cupcake should have had effects similar to the cucumber salad recipe. More precisely, it should have been an enhanced version of that recipe. After all, the medicinal formula he'd added was carefully researched and developed specifically to enhance the original cucumber pounding formula. Before Liang Fei could finish his thoughts, that inexplicable sensation in his stomach grew steadily more intense. It felt like a durian was rolling around inside him, and the sensation was unbearably uncomfortable. Fortunately, his physical constitution was excellent, and he possessed relatively strong resistance to the effects of functional foods. Plus, Liang Fei hadn't eaten a large amount. Even so, it took a while for the discomfort in his stomach to finally ease. He glared at the little cake. This damn thing isn't a modified cupcake, it's a supercharged laxative. This thing probably won't kill you, but it packs a punch. Better come up with a new recipe. No sooner had he spoken than a roar of engines filled the air, followed by a vehicle pulling up at the entrance. The car was clearly an ultra-luxury model, the likes of which Liang Fei had never seen in his life. Just as he was puzzling over it, the door opened and a man stepped out. He looked at Liang Fei and asked, "You are Liang Fei?" Liang Fei recognized the man at first glance. "Li Jiasanxi?" Li Jiasanxi sneered coldly, "That's right. I am. I'm here today to offer you a golden opportunity to break free from your current social class." Jiang Yonan, who accompanied him, immediately chimed in, "Liang Fei, you're now the only person online speaking ill of our boss. Everyone is watching you. You must have realized by now that even if you persist, it won't affect our boss in the slightest. On the contrary, if you choose to stand with our boss, the benefits will be countless. Just nod your head, and you'll have everything. Mr. Liang, you need to be reasonable. Zhang Yonan strutted like a proud hen ready to crow. Behind him, Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan displayed even greater arrogance, standing there with chests puffed out as if their very presence before Liang Fei was some kind of favor bestowed upon him. Liang Fei was stunned by the scene. Are these two out of their minds? He gritted his teeth. What the hell do you two want? This time, it was Li Jiasan and the other who were dumbfounded. In their eyes, since Liang Fei could seize an opportunity and gain massive traffic so quickly with just one comment, he must be one of their kind. At the very least, he was undoubtedly sharp-witted. For someone like that, their earlier words couldn't have been clearer. But Liang Fei hadn't understood. Could it be they'd misjudged this kid? He seemed sharp enough, yet he didn't grasp the intricacies at all? Just as Zhang Yonan was about to speak, Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan stopped him. He eyed Liang Fei up and down before saying, Liang Fei, I'll be blunt with you. I want you to cooperate with me. Accept our arrangements. Help me clean up my reputation and completely resolve the crisis I'm facing right now. Just nod your head, and I guarantee the rewards will be beyond anything you ever dared imagine. Liang Fei understood. So these two had come to persuade him to switch sides and align with the capitalists. Liang Fei hesitated, not rushing to speak. Li Jiasan smiled. Just nod your head, and I can give you this amount. He held up one finger. 10 million. For the average person, that amount could guarantee a life of luxury and prosperity. Your business is indeed thriving, but even in your current situation, it would take years to earn 10 million. But now it's different. Just nod your head, and 10 million is yours. Seeing Liang Fei hesitating, Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan laughed even more heartily. Just as Zhang Yonan had said before, everyone could be bought, it was merely a matter of the price. 10 million had made Liang Fei hesitate, his price couldn't be that high. Li Jiasan's eyes grew thicker with arrogance as he appraised Liang Fei from head to toe. I know you think I'm scum. But think about it, haven't I avoided doing anything truly despicable that would make heaven and earth rage against me? At worst, I'm just a bit of a snob. Who isn't a little snobbish? It's nothing major. It's just that I'm a big internet celebrity, so any mistake I make gets blown out of proportion. That's all. Fine. To ease your mind, I'll double it. 20 million. How about that? Is that enough to show my sincerity? Even for someone like you, it'd take years to earn that much, right? Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi wore expressions of pride. But their attention was immediately drawn to the small cake Liang Fei had placed on the table. Just as Li Jiasan had suspected, Li Jiasan showed immense interest in Liang Fei's beauty-enhancing cupcake. He'd long wanted to trick the little cake away. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't hold back. His eyes darted around as a scheme formed in his mind. Chapter 98, Liang Fei, what the heck are you? Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi approached the dining table with smiles on their faces, their eyes fixed intently on the beauty-enhancing cupcakes. He had witnessed the livestream of Liang Fei battling Zhu Zhishan earlier. And he'd witnessed the mini-cake's subsequent viral sensation firsthand. As Douyin's top influencer and salesperson, he possessed sharp business acumen and an uncanny grasp of market trends. Often, he could gauge a product's market potential at a glance. The growth potential of Liang Fei's little cake was downright staggering. Had he not been occupied with other matters at the time, he would have already found a way to secure the sales rights for it. But it wasn't too late now. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan smiled warmly at Liang Fei. I know, for someone like you, 20 million is indeed a bit much. You're even questioning whether it's real. If you truly feel uncomfortable or guilty about taking this money, there are other ways to make it up. His gaze toward the little cake grew increasingly fervent. If he could get his hands on this thing, leveraging his status as the top beauty influencer, he'd make little cake even more popular. The money he'd earn would last him several lifetimes. Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, Li Jiasan looked at Liang Fei. Here's what we'll do. I'm quite interested in your little cake. He picked up the little cake and toyed with it. How about you let me have it? I won't shortchange you. From now on, if you supply me with the little cakes, I'll still pay you 7 yuan 90 per piece. But the selling price, that's up to me. The smile in Li Jiasan's eyes grew even broader. Li Jiasanli was so exasperated he started laughing. Is there really such a shameless person in this world? Forget about trying to buy me off with 20 million, now you want me to hand over the cupcakes? What kind of twisted logic is that? Do you really think the whole world is your father? People can't, or at least shouldn't, be like that. Even if you could stomach this, could your mother? Just as Liang Fei was about to refuse, he saw 3 or 4 mouths from the Li family ready to devour the little cake. Suddenly, Liang Fei panicked. Damn it, talk nicely. Don't eat that. Liang Fei was genuinely trying to be kind. But to Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan, his gesture took on a completely different meaning. They stared at Liang Fei with eyes full of contempt. What's wrong with eating one of your little cakes? 7-9 yuan each? Do you think I can't afford it? Li Jiasan was genuinely afraid Li Jiasan would actually eat the thing, so he rushed toward him. I never said you couldn't afford it. But let's talk this out properly, you really shouldn't eat this. Li Jiasansi immediately flew into a rage. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not worthy? Damn it! That's going too far. He immediately shot Jiang Yonan a look. Jiang Yonan was sharp as a seasoned corporate drone. He knew exactly what the boss was up to the moment he pursed his lips. He instantly stepped in front of Liang Fei. Mr. Liang, your reaction is a bit over the top, don't you think? Let's be real, there's no real grudge between us. Even if there were deep-seated hatred, is eating one little cake really that big of a deal? People need to have perspective? Big picture? Whether your boss can even stand upright after eating this thing is anyone's guess, and you're lecturing me about perspective? I honestly can't tell if you're loyal to your boss or just hoping he doesn't survive. Seriously, this thing really can't be eaten. Li Jiasan grew even more irritated. Even if he came to see Liang Fei, it was only because his immediate superior was breathing down his neck. He genuinely looked down on Liang Fei. Can't be eaten? Why can't it be eaten? Is it unclean? Did it fall in the toilet? Liang Fei replied instinctively, not exactly. Then what can't you eat? You think I can't afford it? Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan's younger brother sprang to their feet from their seats. What a joke! Can't afford something that costs 79 cents? Even if it's 79, 790, or 7009, I'd eat it like it's nothing. Slap! Li Jiasanasai flicked a 100 yuan bill onto the table. Mine! Without giving Liang Fei a moment to react, Li Jiasansi swallowed the entire cupcake in one bite. Liang Fei's eyes widened instantly. You can be reckless, but you can't play like this. This is practically extortion, you know? You better not get hurt. Li Jiasansi was still floating there. Didn't you say you couldn't eat it? I ate it. So what? What's the big deal? Look at me, what's wrong with me? At this point, Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi couldn't be bothered to keep up the charade with Liang Fei. He stared at Liang Fei. Listen up, Liang. I'm telling you straight, you've got two choices today. Either you hand over the money and cooperate with me, or believe me, I've got plenty of ways to make your life hell. The arrogance in Li Jiasan's eyes grew even more pronounced. If this had been yesterday, he might have genuinely hesitated before Liang Fei. After all, the man commanded significant influence, and his actions could still impact Li Jiasansi and the entire media company. But now, things were different. Their PR department had already minimized the damage from his earlier outburst through a series of maneuvers. Whether Liang Fei deleted the comments and videos or sided with him was now completely irrelevant. Put simply, Liang Fei's cooperation was merely icing on the cake. His refusal to cooperate wouldn't cause them much trouble either. Given that, why should a billionaire like him grovel before the owner of a small restaurant like Liang Fei? At this thought, Li Jiasan grew arrogantly insolent. Mr. Liang, you're not planning to take my money, are you? What? Think my money's dirty? I must say, people like you are born scum. You won't even take money when offered. What hope is there for someone like you in the future? Liang Fei clicked his tongue. Honestly, instead of standing here criticizing me, you'd be better off telling your people to stock up on more paper and maybe wrap up a toilet too. Otherwise, trouble's bound to happen. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan were both amused by the anger. What does that even mean? Can't out-argue me, can't outmaneuver me, so now you're resorting to threats? To Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi, this was the kind of thing only the most incompetent person would do. He even felt that coming here today to throw down 20 million to get Liang Fei's cooperation was a mistake from the very start. Spending 20 million on someone like this? Not worth it. Looks like we really have no need to cooperate. Mr. Liang, I'll ask you one last time. I can overlook the 20 million for cooperating on clearing my name, but what about the sales rights to this little cake? Are you giving them to me or not? I'll be perfectly honest with you. If you dare refuse me, I have plenty of ways to ensure your little cake never becomes a hit again. Not only that, but within half a month at most, your little cakes will vanish completely from the market. In the end, you'll be left with nothing but the shirt on your back. You'd better think carefully about what I'm saying. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan looked down their noses, brimming with arrogance. Li Jiasansi met Liang Fei's gaze with his usual look of pity. Li Jiasansi's temper flared instantly. Li Jiasan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Why the hell are you looking at me like that? What gives you the right to look at me like that? You're just the owner of some Thai little restaurant. What the hell do you think you are? Chapter 99, this firepower is pretty intense. Liang Fei felt a sharp pain in his teeth. You do have money, and you do wield considerable influence. But no matter how much clout you have, you still have to listen when others advise you. This is my turf, after all. If you refuse to listen to me, that's one thing, but to be so arrogant? That's going too far. The key point is, you still need my help. Regardless of whether I agree to your request, your attitude alone is incredibly irritating. Liang Fei had already been planning to teach the Li family a lesson. Now, there was no need for hesitation. Liang Fei took a deep breath and slowly sat down in his seat. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi were even more baffled. What does that even mean? I've laid it all out for you. If you don't argue back, that's one thing, but why are you sitting there looking like you're waiting for me to screw up? What the hell do you think you are? Watch me fail? Do you even deserve it? Bang! Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan abruptly slammed their fists on the table and leapt to their feet, glaring furiously at Liang Fei. Liang, you newt? Or are you saying you don't believe I can make you cry so hard you can't even cry? The more Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi looked at Liang Fei, the more irritated they became. This guy had nothing going for him. What gave him the right to act so arrogant in front of him? Whether it was traffic, money, or anything else, Liang Fei couldn't compete with him. Yet he still dared to act like this? Fine. You asked for it. You're just banking on your restaurant's good reputation, aren't you? I'll make you watch your restaurant's reputation plummet right before your eyes. He turned to Jiang Yonan. Get the entire PR department over here, damn it. I'll make this bastard pay for messing with me. Jiang Yonan wasted no time, immediately calling the PR department. Grab your gear and head to Longshan scenic-area restaurant immediately. Jiang Yonan had no objections whatsoever to Li Jiasan's decision. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi's. At this point, Liang Fei was utterly dispensable to them. Perhaps it was because they had genuinely treated him well before, allowing the guy to think he could take advantage of the situation. He knew these small-time operators all too well. They'd demand the moon at the slightest opportunity. That might work with others, but with them, it was utterly useless. Put simply, Liang Fei had picked the wrong people. Li Jiasan's media company arrived swiftly. Within moments, over a dozen vehicles surrounded the area. The crowd stormed into the restaurant with overwhelming force. With the PR department now present, Li Jiasanchi felt his confidence surge. The contempt in his eyes as he looked at Liang Fei grew thicker by the second. Scared out of your wits, huh? Mark my words, this is only the beginning. Everyone, follow my orders. The PR department wasn't new to using such tactics to sabotage rival companies. They were well versed in the game. The moment Li Jiasanxi's voice faded, the others were already prepared. Li Jiasanxi took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly an intense chill surged up from his stomach. His intestines began convulsing violently, as if a dozen durians were fighting inside his stomach. A wave of excruciating pain swept over him, instantly turning Li Jiasan's face pale. Liang Fei maintained a beaming smile throughout the entire exchange. Sitting there, he gave off the impression of saying, I'll just sit here and watch you make a fool of yourself. Every pair of eyes in the PR department was fixed on Li Jiasan, yet no words could escape his lips. Pain. His stomach felt like it was being torn apart. The excruciating pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Immediately after, he felt a warm surge rushing toward his lower abdomen. It came on so fiercely, completely catching him off guard. It felt like a river had suddenly appeared inside his belly. Li Jiasan's prolonged silence left Jiang Yonan and the others bewildered. Jiang Yonan said, Boss, just give us an order. What exactly do you want us to do? The PR department staff were equally perplexed. At that moment, Liang Fei finally lit a cigarette with deliberate slowness. After taking a drag, he drawled, what he wants most right now is probably toilet paper. The PR team members looked at Liang Fei as if he were some kind of cute little creature. Paper? Toilet paper. What kind of lunatic asks for paper at a time like this? The thought barely formed before Li Jiasan clutched his stomach, on the verge of collapse. His trembling hand reached out, his voice weak and exhausted, as if he just finished a grueling session with a dozen burly men. Paper. Huh? Jiang Yonan was utterly flustered. The PR department staff were utterly dumbfounded. What? Paper? You had us come all this way just to deliver paper? I've got my pants down and this is what you tell me? Jiang Yonan looked utterly bewildered. Boss, what did you say? Li Jiasan's rage surged back to the forefront of his mind. Paper. I need paper. Didn't you hear me? Didn't you hear me? Give me paper. Paper. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Jiasan's felt his sphincter endure pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced in his life. The torrent within his belly couldn't hold back any longer, and his pants were instantly soaked yellow. A foul stench began to spread wildly throughout the restaurant. Jiang Yonan, standing closest, caught the scent and felt his stomach churn violently. He instantly realized what had happened. Paper. Damn it, get some paper. Quick. The PR department staff snapped into action, each moving faster than the last. Within moments, they gathered a large pile of paper. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan, utterly oblivious to everything else, grabbed the paper and sprinted toward the restroom like madmen. Their speed was easily a notch faster than any sprinter at a track meet. The PR department staff were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Repeating the crucial point 3 times, everyone felt their minds filled with question marks. What on earth was wrong with their boss? Those who had already started streaming were so shocked they forgot to turn off their feeds. Curious viewers who had gathered to watch the spectacle were buzzing with speculation. What's gotten into Li Jiasanxi? Stomach trouble? Looks like it hit him pretty suddenly. Could it be karma? Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi's PR team couldn't care less about the chatter. Every pair of eyes turned to Liang Fei. Zhang Yonan, the team leader, glared at Liang Fei with venom. What did you do to our boss? Liang Fei shrugged. I told you guys that little cake wasn't safe to eat. Your boss wouldn't listen. What the hell do I care? Zhang Yonan gritted his teeth, but upon reflection, Liang Fei had indeed said exactly that. This time, Li Jia Sansi had clearly fallen into the trap. Zhang Yonan's eyes burned with fury. Liang, don't get cocky. Our boss will be back soon. With that, Zhang Yonan sat down with a menacing air. He truly didn't dare lay a finger on Liang Fei. He sensed an overwhelming sense of danger the moment he approached within 3 meters of Liang Fei. He also noticed the group of men crouched by the hotel entrance across the street, clearly dangerous characters. The trouble Zhu Zhishan had encountered when he sent people to find Liang Fei was still fresh in their minds. They didn't know the exact situation, but they certainly didn't want to repeat that mistake. At worst, they'd just wait a little longer. Liang, you'll soon regret what you've done. Liang Fei chuckled. Fine, I'll just wait then. With Little Cake's firepower so intense, he'd probably have plenty of time to wait. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he saw Li Jia Sansi hobbling in. He clutched his buttocks, his face pale, looking utterly drained. The PR department staff were stunned. Good grief, what on earth did Li Jia-san get himself into? That firepower was a bit too intense, wasn't it? Chapter 100, Hope Reignited. Li Jia-san and Li Jiasi. Hey, you're back. You're in much better shape than I imagined. I thought it'd take you at least an hour to get back. Li Jia-san, already in a foul mood, grew even more irritated at Liang Fei's words. His voice rose instantly. Liang, what the hell did you do to me? Before he could finish, Li Jia-san's expression changed again. This time, the pressure on his sphincter was even more intense than before. He couldn't even get half a sentence out before turning and running away. The PR team was utterly dumbfounded, and the livestream exploded with reactions. Holy crap, even laxatives don't pack that kind of punch. Has Li Jia Sansi really been struck by divine retribution? I can't take it anymore. I'm heading to the scene to watch the chaos unfold. Take me with you. Longshan scenic area, right? I'll be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a massive convoy of vehicles arrived at Longshan scenic area. The PR team was stunned by the scene. Damn it, this wasn't exactly something meant for public viewing, and now their boss was at his most embarrassing moment, yet here came all these people? This was going to make their boss look utterly ridiculous. In this entertainment-obsessed era, who cares if you have skeletons in your closet? This incident alone would be enough to make the Li family suffer for a long time. Zhang Yonan, well versed in the ways of the world, hurried over to Liang Fei and whispered urgently, Liang Fei, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone here? I don't care what you did to our boss, just restore him to normal immediately. Or else, believe me, you'll regret it. Liang Fei grinned. I'm so scared. Then go ahead and make me pay dearly. After all, it's your boss who'll suffer, right? Zhang Yonan was completely numb. So you won't budge no matter what, huh? Liang Fei, you. Before he could finish, Li Jia-san and Li Jia-san slowly made their way over. The onlookers immediately began murmuring among themselves. Wow, this isn't scripted at all. Did you see Li Jia-san and Li Jiasi's faces? They look so weak. Karma's A. Serves him right for saying we're broke because we don't work hard. Serves you right. No sooner had he spoken than Li Jia-san and Li Jia-san had already moved to the doorway, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Ambulance. Zhang Yonan had no time to spare for Liang Fei. He rushed over to help Li Jia-san and Li Jia-san to their feet, then shouted at the PR department staff, stop gawking. Call an ambulance, quick. The PR staff snapped into action, dialing for emergency services. But just as the call connected, Li Jia-san's voice rang out again, no, forget the ambulance. Get me into the bathroom now. This statement captured everyone's attention. Many people opened Douyin and started live streaming. Those harboring resentment toward Li Jia-san perked up the moment they saw the Douyin livestream. Completely disregarding the distance, they immediately rushed toward Longshan scenic area. Not only did they rush over themselves, but they also called in reinforcements. Sleep? Still sleeping? What time is it now that you're still sleeping? Hurry up and grab a cab to Longshan scenic area, there's a huge commotion to see. Hurry up, hurry up. Pack your things and drag your parents to Longshan scenic area. I've already taken the day off. The Li family's third and fourth sons are practically going nuts over there. Hurry up. I skipped class for this. It's a once-in-a-century event. Longcheng Village. Zhou Zhu, who had risen before 3 a.m. to work on the construction site, had just finished his first job of the day and was now squatting by the doorway, smoking. Though only in his 30s, his head was already completely white, making him look like someone in their 50s or 60s. His wife had suffered relentless illness from the counterfeit products sold by Li Jia-san and Li Jiasi. Before she finally succumbed to her suffering, her greatest wish was to receive an apology from them. Yet she died without ever hearing a word of acknowledgement from Li Jia-san or Li Jiasi. After his wife passed away with regret, Joshua spent every waking moment digging up dirt on Li Jiasun, determined to fulfill his wife's final wish. Yet even after selling everything he owned and accumulating massive debts, his efforts ultimately proved futile. It was then that Joshua lost all hope in life. From that day on, he lived like a walking corpse. His sole purpose became paying off his debts, then taking his own life to join his wife. Yesterday, he called the only person online still speaking truth about the Li Jiasun incident and shared his story. He didn't believe it held any meaning. But it was hope, after all. After finishing his last cigarette, Joshua stood up to collect his wages. With this money in hand, he could settle all his debts and reunite with his wife. His wife's smile flashed through his mind once more. "Honey, I'll be with you soon." As he spoke, tears welled up in the eyes of this once sturdy man. But just as he was about to walk upstairs to end his life atop the unfinished building, a text message alert suddenly chimed. He pulled out his phone to glance at it. The message came from an unfamiliar number. "My name is Liang Fei. You contacted me yesterday. If you're free now, come to the Longshan scenic-area restaurant. There's a show waiting for you. If you don't believe me, open Douyin and search for the keyword Li Family 34. You'll understand once you see it." Joshua froze for a moment before instinctively opening Douyin and searching for Li Jiasun. The first video showed Li Jiasun arrogantly berating Liang Fei. Next, Li Jiasun ate a small cake. After that, Li Jiasun seemed possessed, making trip after trip to the restroom. Each time he returned, his condition deteriorated further. A crowd had gathered at the scene. Someone in the crowd brought up Li Jiasun's past scandals, and the tide of public opinion began to shift. The video ended with a freeze frame of Li Jiasun's final trip to the bathroom. Joshua's eyes grew brighter as he received Liang Fei's second text message. After reading it, the eyes that had once lost all hope in life suddenly burst with a light called hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Joshua rushed downstairs, hailed a cab, and headed straight for Longshan Scenic Area. Longshan Scenic Area. Li Jiasun emerged from the restroom for the fifth time, completely unable to stand steady. He was utterly dazed. What on earth had he eaten? Supported by Jiang Yonan and the others as they returned to the Scenic Area restaurant, Li Jiasun suddenly found a surge of strength upon seeing Liang Fei. He broke free from Jiang Yonan's grip, rushed to Liang Fei, and clung to his leg, sobbing with snot and tears streaming down his face. "Brother. My own brother. It was my fault for disrespecting you before. I've fully realized my mistake now. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. I promise I'll never cause you trouble again." Liang Fei chuckled. "Never bother me again? So you admit you did cause me trouble before?" Li Jiasun's expression darkened. He instinctively opened his mouth to deny it, but upon catching Liang Fei's gaze, he swallowed the lie. "Yes. It was wrong of me to send people to cause trouble earlier." Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The moment Li Jiasun's words fell, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. Holy, he admitted it. He really did order Zhu Zhishan to send people to cause trouble at Boss Liang's shop. Is this even human? All Boss Liang did was speak up for justice online. Chapter 101, he has no evidence, but I do. This is outrageous. In an age of free speech, even the authorities wouldn't interfere with what people say. Why are they meddling unnecessarily? What the hell does Capital think it is? Damn it, this absolutely can't end here. People cursed angrily, their emotions running high. Jiang Yonan's head was spinning from all this, yet he couldn't stop it. Li Jiasun clearly realized their mistake too, but it was too late to change anything. All he could do was beg Liang Fei to let him off the hook as soon as possible. "I've admitted everything. Please let me off, okay?" Liang Fei smiled broadly, "No rush. Since you treated me this way, have you done the same to others?" Li Jiasun and Li Jiasi were utterly dejected, forced to nod in acknowledgement. "That's right. This isn't the first time I've done this. It's just that nothing ever went wrong before, so I assumed it wouldn't this time either. I just got caught by you, okay?" Those who already harbored resentment toward Li Jiasun and Li Jiasi grew even more dissatisfied. Damn it, he really does whatever the hell he wants. This is outrageous. We can't let this bastard get away with it, guys. Everyone chip in what you can, manpower or resources. If we let Li Jiasun slip through this online backlash, it'll be a disgrace to us all. Right, we absolutely can't let him off the hook. While some were filled with righteous indignation, others were busy whitewashing the situation. "You guys are being too harsh. Haven't you seen how miserable fourth brother looks?" He was clearly forced into saying that. Exactly. Think about it, if it weren't for fourth brother, would we have gotten such cheap cosmetics? You profit off fourth brother, then turn around and bite his hand? What makes you any different from the dog that bit Lu Dongbin? The ranting crowd immediately soured at this remark, while Jiang Yonan chuckled. Even Li Jiasun and Li Jiasi couldn't help but give Liang Fei a second look. "Mr. Liang, I've finally seen through you. You just want to oppose me. But you've seen it yourself, opposing me serves absolutely no purpose. All this effort you're putting in, won't it just be all work and no reward in the end?" Even if I admitted it myself, those fanatics wouldn't believe me unless I presented evidence that silenced them completely. Without proof, you can't touch me. I advise you to just do as I say. If you listen to reason and let me go now, who knows? Maybe someday I'll even bring you along to make money together. Liang Fei felt even more delighted. Why did Li Jiasan's words sound so familiar? No evidence? Then why does your media company keep harping on this issue? With that precedent, haven't you learned your lesson yet? If I really had no evidence, would I dare act like this? To be honest, my evidence is already on its way. No, it's already here. Li Jiasan and Si froze for a moment, instinctively following Liang Fei's gaze. There stood a familiar figure. The man looked utterly wretched, as if life had beaten him senseless hundreds of times over. Especially that face. Li Jiasan would never forget it for the rest of his life. Zhou Zhu. What the hell are you doing here? Zhou Zhu spotted Li Jiasan and Si the instant he turned, his eyes instantly reddening. Li Jiasan, you son of a... Give me back my wife's life. Roaring with fury, Zhou Zhu charged toward Li Jiasan like a madman, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation and those cleaning up the mess, were stunned. Give me back my wife's life? What the hell did that mean? Even the PR department staff were bewildered. They had only joined Li Jiasan's media in recent years and knew nothing of the dirty deeds Li Jiasan's had done in the past. Hearing Zhou Zhu's demand now, they had no idea how to respond. This prompted Zhou Zhu to charge straight at Li Jiasan, grabbing him by the throat in one swift motion. The immense force nearly choked Li Jiasan. Only when Li Jiasan's eyes rolled back did the PR staff finally snap into action. Zhang Yonan shouted urgently, "Everyone, pull them apart. Don't kill him." People rushed forward frantically, desperately trying to pull Zhou Zhu away. Li Jiasan finally got a chance to breathe, coughing violently. He wasn't some innocent little lamb. He knew all too well that admitting to something involving a death was absolutely forbidden. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop talking nonsense. What does your wife's death have to do with me?" Zhou Zhu's eyes reddened as he yelled back, "If you hadn't teamed up with that fly-by-night company to sell that face mask with excessive harmful substances, if you hadn't pushed it so hard claiming it was perfectly safe, my foolish wife who trusted you completely would never have bought it and used it." That very night, she went into shock from a severe allergic reaction. After being rushed to the hospital and suffering multiple episodes of shock, I finally realized it was the face mask's fault. That allergic reaction left my wife in constant pain, and she passed away not long after. You must remember that last phone call my wife made to you, right? Even then, my foolish wife didn't demand compensation from you. She only wanted an apology to her and to everyone else you've harmed. But you wouldn't even apologize, afraid of damaging your own reputation. My wife couldn't let go of this before she died. You think all these years I've been hounding you for compensation? I just wanted justice. This is the least you should do, yet you refuse even this simple act. How can you justify betraying our trust all these years? Li Jiasan, I've had enough of this life. Today, I'll trade my life for yours. Both the furious audience and those trying to whitewash the situation were stunned into silence. Li Jiasan was speechless. Zhang Yonan instinctively retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof?" Zhou Zhu's expression was complex. He had evidence originally, but Li Jiasan had confiscated it all under various pretexts. Now, all Zhou Zhu had left was a burning rage. Zhang Yonan gloated, "You have no proof. You're just trying to profit from the chaos, you bastard." Before the curse could leave his lips, Liang Fei suddenly lunged forward and smashed a fist into Zhang Yonan's face. Stunned by the immense force of the blow, Zhang Yonan fell backward, dazed. Liang Fei's eyes blazed red. "Evidence. Evidence. You keep spouting evidence like it's the be-all and end-all. When officials in the magistrate's office shout those two words, it's to uphold fairness and justice for the common people. But when it comes out of your mouths, it becomes your shield for persecuting ordinary folks? You want evidence, don't you? He has no proof, but I do. Zhang Qiao, where the hell are you? Bring me the evidence you've gathered." Zhang Qiao, who had arrived earlier but been instructed by Liang Fei to wait for the right moment instead of intervening immediately pushed through the crowd and ran to Liang Fei's side, holding a large stack of documents. "Brother Fei, this is the complete chain of evidence for that incident back then. My older brother works in the evidence department at the prefecture office. He's reviewed all this material, absolutely no issues whatsoever." "What?" Zhang Yonan and Li Jiasan were both stunned. This couldn't be real, could it? Chapter 102, Uncle, I'm scared. Zhang Yonan and Li Jiasan couldn't believe their ears. They thought the whole thing was just Liang Fei's own fabrication. Zhang Qiao cut straight to the chase. "Don't believe me, huh? Let me tell you, I've already notified the magistrate's office. Soon, the magistrate's men will arrive to tell you in person that Zhou Zhu's wife's death is connected to you." Thud. Zhang Yonan felt as though a speeding train had struck him, instantly draining him of all strength. He collapsed to the ground. "Impossible. This can't be true. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan gritted their teeth. So what if we're involved in this matter? What can they do about it? It's only an indirect connection. We're victims too. My reputation has been ruined. Jiang Yonan finally caught on. He and Li Jiasanasai were now in the same boat. If Li Jiasanasai went down, he wouldn't survive either. He immediately retorted, right. This matter only has an indirect connection to us. Besides, it's been so many years the statute of limitations has long passed. At most, we just pay some compensation out of humanitarian considerations. Liang Fei was so exasperated he started laughing. Even now, the two were still stubbornly sticking to their guns. Indirectly involved, huh? You're all accomplices, got it? Bull. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan stubbornly insisted, I had no idea their face masks were defective. Liang Fei sneered coldly, you won't believe it until you see the coffin, huh? Where's old Xiao? Xiao Yang emerged leisurely from the crowd, flanked by a large contingent of lawyers and industry professionals. One man in a black suit stated, everyone, we've thoroughly investigated the events of that year and obtained the contract between Li Jiasanchi and that shell company through special channels. The contract contains the full ingredient list for that facial mask. Without getting into other details, this ingredient list alone clearly shows that the levels of harmful substances exceeded safety standards. Furthermore, the evidence we've gathered clearly indicates that Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan were fully aware of the situation. The contracts they signed explicitly state their outrageously high commission rates. A whopping 90%. Meaning that back then, when that mask sold for 100 yuan per box, Li Jiasan earned a whopping 90 yuan per box. The reason he could command such exorbitant compensation is likely the terrifying consequences he faces should the product scandal erupt. In short, Li Jiasan knew the mask was problematic, knew it could cause severe harm to people, yet disregarded consumers and continued selling it. A person in a white lab coat stated, we retrieved the initial research data for that mask from Li Jiasan's media company's R&D department. Their study explicitly noted the mask could potentially cause death, though the probability was extremely low. That's precisely why Li Jiasan dared to take the gamble. The lawyer stepped forward. To prevent situations like Mr. Zhou's, Li Jiasan's media's contract department crafted the agreements with extreme precision. It is precisely because of this contract that Mr. Zhou cannot receive any compensation. The accountant stepped forward. We thoroughly examined Li Jiasan's media's founding history and discovered that after the face mask incident, they received substantial capital injections and resource support. We also uncovered evidence and related documents proving improper transactions between Li Jiasan's media and that shell company. This should prove a great deal. The spin doctors dared not touch it anymore. Liang Fei then delivered the final bombshell. He slowly pulled out his phone. Are you guys here yet? Perfect timing. Come on up. I've got a special gift waiting for you. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi suddenly turned to stare at Liang Fei. Who are you calling? Liang Fei chuckled. You probably didn't know, but my full support for domestic products caught the attention of the Ministry of Commerce. They sent someone over to coordinate with me on related matters. I believe saving domestic brands is important, but the immediate priority is clearly your situation. The Ministry of Commerce should understand priorities better than I do. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Kai arrived with a large contingent of Commerce Department personnel. After finishing his call, Liang Fei immediately sent the relevant documents to Shen Kai. Shen Kai had already communicated with the Commerce Department during his ascent, and the matter had long been a done deal. Naturally, the investigation proceeded with remarkable speed. Even as they ascended the mountain, the Commerce Department had already determined the nature of the Li family's third and fourth branches. The moment he arrived, Shen Kai snapped his hand out in a commanding gesture, take Li Jiasan, Li Jiasi, and all relevant personnel into custody. The Ministry of Commerce personnel immediately moved forward. Just then, Zhang Yi arrived. Liang Fei hurried forward. What took you so long? The main event is about to wrap up. Zhang Yi chuckled. Then my timing couldn't be better. Brother Fei, it's time for my grand entrance. You didn't know? I majored in journalism in college. Many of my classmates ended up at major media outlets. He grinned, then gestured toward the group of reporters rushing over, cameras and microphones in tow. Brother Fei, do you like this gift? Liang Fei's teeth were practically showing through his grin. Tell your classmates to get to work. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and the students swarmed around him like madmen, snapping photos and filming nonstop. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan couldn't hold it together any longer at the sight. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. This exhaustion proved problematic. His sphincter muscles relaxed their guard, allowing the torrent within his stomach to find an instant outlet. Li Jiasan seemed to hear a command. Brothers, charge! His intestines felt like they'd gone mad, the pain terrifying him to death. Li Jiasan began thrashing wildly, let me go! Let me go, you bastards! How could the Ministry of Commerce personnel possibly release Li Jiasan? They held him down with iron grip. Li Jiasan wept uncontrollably, thrashing like a madman, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the toilet just inches away. He couldn't hold it any longer. Put! First came a series of muffled pops, one after another. Then, the torrent inside his stomach surged forward, racing to breach his sphincter. The stench was overwhelming. The Ministry of Commerce personnel were completely stunned, instinctively stepping back. Just as they steadied themselves. Put! An even louder muffled sound echoed, and a warm yellow stream shot skyward from the middle section of Li Jiasansi, who was sprawled on the floor. This stream was exceptionally long-lasting, eventually liquefying into a visible stream that could be clearly seen even through his pants. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasisi's pants bulged prominently. He looked as though he'd just escaped from the restroom. Everyone present was stunned. Holy, my eyes. Good heavens, what did I just witness? Is this really the same Li Jiasansi? Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home. That said, everyone instinctively pulled out their phones. This scene was practically once in a lifetime, okay? Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Li Jiasansi was gushing wildly, too exhausted even to roll over. This completely terrified the child beside him. After all, a child's resilience couldn't match that of an adult. His young heart suffered immense trauma, and he burst into tears with a wail. The more violently Li Jiasansi sprayed, the harder the child wailed. The sight was truly heartbreaking for anyone who witnessed it. Finally, the child couldn't take it anymore. Between sobs, he pleaded, "Uncle, please stop. I'm scared." Chapter 103, The beauty industry's sky can't be turned upside down. Li Jiasan, who had been clinging to his thick-skinned resolve, completely broke down upon hearing those words. Just kill me. Kill me now. This is torture. I, Li, have committed countless evils in my life. Death is my just punishment, but you can't make me suffer worse than death. Li Jiasansi wept. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he completely lost it. It wasn't just Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi, even those around them felt overwhelmed just imagining themselves in his situation. Especially that last line from the child, it was devastating. Both the Ministry of Commerce officials and the magistrate's office staff couldn't bear to watch any longer. They joined forces to call for an ambulance. The doctors were utterly baffled by the situation. What on earth did you do to him? Did you slip a spoonful of Manhwa eggnog into his laxative? The doctors were genuinely at a loss. They could treat stomachaches and diarrhea, but this was practically a fountain. No one had ever taught them how to treat a fountain. With no other options, Liang Fei suggested his own idea. There's a toilet plunger in our restaurant's restroom. Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan were filled with question marks. That's too much. That's just too much. People can't, or at least shouldn't, do that. I've committed countless sins in my life, and meeting you is karma coming back to me. But you can't treat me like this. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Li Jiasansi begged the doctor to use Liang Fei's method. Being treated like this in front of so many people, Li Jiasansi's face turned green as he was hoisted onto the stretcher. He glared at Liang Fei with hatred. "Liang, we'll meet again." Liang Fei waved dismissively. "Next time, remember to bring more paper." Li Jiasan's face twisted, then he passed out. The doctor panicked. "Damn it, get him to the hospital." Did everyone see what Douyin's top streamer Li Jiasanki did at Longshan's scenic area? How could anyone miss it? It's all over the internet. It was spectacular, like a human fountain straight out of legend. Heard he vomited all over the place, scared several kids into tears. Not just that, one kid instantly created a meme on the spot. From now on, whenever people mention Li Jiasansi, they'll think of that kid's line. Personally, I think the one person who absolutely shouldn't be forgotten in this whole thing is Boss Liang. Damn, that guy is just unreal, okay? He barely lifted a finger, and it was already the absolute limit for this tier. What Boss Liang did reminds me of a saying back then: with my hands in my pockets, I didn't even know what an opponent was. Longcheng Magistrate's office. Once you're out, be a decent person. Detention center. The constable escorted Zhu Zhishan out. His offense wasn't severe. Liang Fei didn't pursue the hired attack on the shop. It was largely a case of attempted vandalism. The authorities only charged Zhu Zhishan with spreading rumors and defamation. Since the impact was minimal, it was treated as a civil dispute. He was fined 200 yuan and detained for 2 days. After leaving, Zhu Zhishan grew increasingly furious. That bastard Liang Fei. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up so miserable? As the second in command at Li Jiasan Media and the largest shareholder after Li Jiasan himself, Zhu Zhishan had never endured such humiliation since the company's rise. That Liang bastard, just you wait. He planned to team up with Li Jiasan to teach Liang Fei a lesson. But when Zhu Zhishan arrived at Li Jiasansi Media, he was stunned. Numerous vehicles from the Ministry of Commerce were parked at the company's main gate. They were busy cleaning up the mess left behind by Li Jiasan Media. During its rise, the company had employed numerous unscrupulous tactics, leaving many businesses in this very state. Zhu Zhishan knew the scene all too well. The company, gone? No way. He was completely stunned. He had only been there for 2 days. Just 2 days, and the company was gone? What about Li Jiasan? What about all those bigwigs from Sadonger? Zhu Zhishan felt numb all over. He rushed straight to a member of the commerce department, grabbed him, and demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" The look of utter shock in the department member's eyes as he stared back at Zhu Zhishan was palpable. "You didn't know? This whole thing's been all over the place, practically common knowledge by now." If Zhu Zhishan's question hadn't been so utterly brain-dead, the Commerce Ministry members might have suspected he was a spy. Anyway, it wasn't exactly a secret, so the Commerce Department members recounted the entire incident to Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan nearly peed himself on the spot. What the hell? A massive conglomerate like Li Family's 3-4 Media, raking in billions annually, was actually brought down by some small restaurant owner? That made no sense. The Li Jia Sanxi incident had indeed caused quite a stir, but its impact was confined to Longcheng. The headquarters of Cadonger Cosmetics in Jiangnan hadn't received any news about Li Jia Sanxi yet. This wasn't due to poor intelligence gathering on their part. Primarily, the Li Jia Sanxi case was still under investigation. Even in this era of mass self-media, without official media outlets breaking the news, private individuals dared not leak any information. At that moment, in the top-floor conference room, Chao Donger's top executives gathered. At the head of the table sat Meichuan Kucha, chairman of Cadonger Cosmetics. He hailed from the Japanese Empire, a genuine Japanese national. Just as netizens had pointed out, this cosmetics company, which had always touted itself as a domestic brand, was in reality nothing more than a foreign-funded enterprise. The executives present wore grim expressions. One spoke up, "Chairman, Li Jiasan's idiotic remarks have already cost Cadonger over 10 small goals in direct losses. If this continues, our profits this year won't even reach 10 billion. The entire gathering was filled with anxiety. They constantly touted the hardship of promoting domestic products, yet each of them lived a life of luxury. The company's experts had predicted that even if Li Jiasan's situation escalated to the worst-case scenario, their net income wouldn't be too low. After all, when they dared to sell items costing mere pennies at tens or even hundreds of times the cost price, it would be truly bizarre if they actually lost money. But who would complain about earning less? If it doesn't work out, just terminate the contract with Li Jiasan. He breached the agreement first, he'll have to pay us a penalty for that. Using that money for PR, wouldn't that be sweet? Opinions poured in, with most leaning toward terminating the contract with Li Jiasan. Meichuan Bitter Tea said, "Enough. Could you all think before you speak? Do you really think breaking ties with Li Jiasan now will protect our reputation and turn the market around? The more critical the situation, the more we need to stay firmly aligned with Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi. If we can turn this around and issue a full network apology, our income will multiply. Even if we can't resolve this issue, just leaving it hanging won't cause significant losses for Li Jiasan, or our earnings at worst, will just make a little less. Don't be fooled by their fierce protests. In reality, if we just ease up a bit on pricing, they'll be the first to place orders. These damn netizens never learn their lesson. I know them inside out. Give them a little incentive, and they'll come sniffing right back. We absolutely cannot abandon Li Jia Sanxi now. Everyone, have some confidence. Do you really think public opinion can still stand up to capital? As long as Li Jia Sanxi stays standing, the beauty industry won't see its sky turned upside down." Chapter 104, What the hell is going on? After the meeting, Meichuan Kecha swiftly issued orders. Cadonger Cosmetics would deploy massive funds to rescue Li Jia Sanxi. Every possible PR tactic was deployed. In the past, they had supported several streamers. When scandals surfaced, Cadonger employed precisely these PR tactics. Even if they couldn't be fully salvaged, the PR efforts could at least restore their metrics. Moreover, Li Jia Sanxi already possessed a massive fan base. For Cadonger's PR department, salvaging Li Jia Sanxi was as easy as pie. At the very least, the external PR aspect was straightforward. Meichuan Bitter Tea office. The foreigner from overseas swayed his head back and forth, clearly in high spirits. After being propelled to fame by Cadonger, Li Jia Sanxi grew arrogant and repeatedly demanded exorbitant commissions. Not wanting to lose this cash cow, Cadonger had no choice but to keep feeding Li Jia Sanxi with more money. Cadonger was certainly raking in the cash now, but who would complain about earning too much? Meichuan Bitter Tea had long sought an opportunity to teach Li Jia Sanxi a lesson, to remind him exactly who he was working for. When this incident arose, Meichuan Kucha was quite pleased. Wasn't this precisely the chance he'd been waiting for? The facts proved him right. Under the crushing weight of online backlash, Li Jiasan's efforts proved futile. Watching his follower count plummet while he could only fret helplessly, Li Jiasan was understandably miserable and frequently sought Cadonger's assistance. This was precisely why Li Jiasan's immediate agreement to apologize to Liang Fei when Meichuan Kucha suggested it came as no surprise. In short, now that Li Jia Sanxi had been punished, all that remained was for Cadonger to step in and ensure a successful PR campaign. Once that was done, this top beauty influencer would be firmly within Cadonger's grasp. As for whether the PR effort would succeed, Meichuan Kucha wasn't the least bit worried. It's true that many in Daxia possess admirable qualities beyond the reach of over 90% of the world's population. But this isn't paradise. There will always be a few idiots. Even if the probability is only a few percent, with such a massive population base, it's enough to become an astronomical number. Our Tsadonger beauty company thrives on exploiting these very people. Deceiving them out of their money couldn't be simpler. This PR campaign of ours at Tsadonger is bound to succeed. The secretary, who had been slightly worried, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A grim expression crossed Mei Chuan-Kuch's face. Those bastards in Dasha actually want to boycott our foreign-funded enterprises? Do they even have the power to resist us? Just watch. The money I'll squeeze out of you will one day become bullets fired at you. The world belongs to the Japanese. No sooner had he finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed outside. The door was knocked upon, and Mei Chuan-Kuch instantly adopted a solemn expression. Come in. The door swung open, and the head of the PR department rushed in. Mei Chuan-Kuch's face lit up instantly. You're here pretty quickly. Has the matter with the Li family's third and fourth sons been resolved? The PR department head, also a Japanese national, hurried over to Mei Chuan-Kuch and knelt down with a thud. Effective immediately, the entire PR department is dismissed. Mei Chuan-Kuch was stunned. What's with the overreaction? Besides, you can resign, but you can't leave right now. Grass East Beauty is in desperate need of the PR team right now. What's going on? What the hell is going on? The PR department head was on the verge of tears. We've exhausted every PR tactic available, but nothing works. Li Jiasan's fanbase keeps shrinking. He's completely under fire across all platforms now. We can't even keep up with deleting the negative comments on Douyin. Our official Tsadonger livestream got shut down by fans within minutes of going live. Mei Chuan-Kuch couldn't believe his ears. Then why didn't you contact Douyin's official team to get it unblocked? The manager was utterly frustrated. Chairman, of course I tried. Douyin's support team was incredibly helpful. They reinstated our account without hesitation. But the speed at which we get unbanned can't keep up with how fast netizens report us. Those people are acting like they've lost their minds. Every time we get unbanned, they report us again. The suspension periods keep getting longer. Now our official livestream is completely unusable. Not only that, but all related streamers' channels have been suspended too. The PR department's talking points meant to whitewash Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan's actions? The moment they're posted, netizens tear them apart. It's driving me to depression. Chairman, I'm truly at my wit's end. Mei Chuan-Kuch was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? When did Li Jiasan and Li Jiasi become universally hated? It can't be that bad, right? He just said a few things he shouldn't have. Could it be something else blew up? Just as Mei Chuan was feeling down, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller was Zhu Zhishan, PR manager of Li Jiasan's Media. Without a moment's hesitation, Mei Chuan-Kuch answered the call. He launched into a tirade right away. What the hell are you guys doing? What's going on with Li Jiasan? Our company's live streaming channels have all been affected. Zhu Zhishan sounded on the verge of tears. I have no idea what's going on. That bastard Liang Fei got me detained for 2 days. After I got out, I found our media company had been shut down by the Commerce Department. When I asked around, it turned out Liang Fei was behind it all. It's hard to explain in just a few words. I'll send you a video, and you'll see for yourself. Mei Chuan-Kuch quickly received the video Zhu Zhishan sent. It was precisely the footage someone had recorded earlier at Longshan scenic-area. After watching it, Mei Chuan-Kuch was completely stunned. How could this happen? Every single scandal involving Li Jiasan had been exposed. The Ministry of Commerce had gotten involved. What awaited Li Jiasan next was likely a formal investigation. This top-tier streamer they'd invested heavily in cultivating was clearly never going to recover. Mei Chuan-Kuch was on the verge of tears. What sin had he committed to deserve this? Zhu Zhishan said, Chairman, this is all that Liang guy's doing. Li Jiasan is beyond saving now. What we need to consider is how to shake off his influence. Only by making that Liang guy suffer and speaking up for us will we have a chance. After pondering for a long while, Mei Chuan-Kuch couldn't come up with a solution. I'll head to Longqing soon. I'll be damned if I don't find out exactly who this Liang Fei is. He hung up abruptly, his brow furrowed into a deep character. The PR manager looked utterly distraught. Chairman, what are we supposed to do? What else can we do? Mei Chuan-Kuch gritted his teeth. That bastard Li Jiasan, he's ruined us. Cut ties with Li Jiasan immediately. We absolutely cannot let him inflict greater losses on us, nor can we let him cost us this market. You PR department work overtime. The PR manager felt even more frustrated, but with no better solution, he could only nod gloomily. I'll do my best. He sighed and left the office. Chapter 105, Beginner Gourmet Status Unlocked. The Li Jiasan scandal was making waves. Some still doubted he could truly be brought down, but soon enough, an official announcement was released. Li Jiasan is suspected of involvement in multiple cases and is now under investigation. Li Jiasan Media Company has been suspended. All businesses under Li Jiasan will undergo phased investigations. Relevant responsible parties have been registered with the authorities and await investigation at any time. Below were follow-up posts from numerous authoritative media outlets. Li Jiasansi may face astronomical fines and asset confiscation, effectively becoming a thing of the past. Chao Donger, whose company masquerades as a domestic brand but is funded by foreign capital, is suspected of false advertising. The chairman himself declared that all profits earned in Daxia will become bullets fired at the people of Daxia in the future. Other news was tolerable, but the moment details about Chao Donger surfaced, netizens erupted in fury. Damn it, Chao Donger must be out of his mind. Not only did he scam us under the guise of domestic brands, but he also had the nerve to make such threats. We can't let them get away with this. If Chao Donger gets away with this online backlash, every netizen shares the blame. Chao Donger is permanently blacklisted. The more dirt dredged up on Chao Donger and the Li family, the more I realize Boss Liang is a god. Not only did he openly challenge Li Jiasansi at the height of their popularity, but he also wholeheartedly supported genuine domestic brands, single-handedly bringing Li Jiasansi down. I'll be a fan of Boss Liang for life. This incident has become a staple topic of conversation during people's leisure hours. At the foot of Longshan's scenic area, several college students discussed it while hiking up the mountain. Mr. Liang took a real hit from those brainless Grass East fans during this incident. I heard sales of his new mini cakes tanked because of it. We can't do much to help him, but at least we can buy more cakes to support him and domestic brands. Right on. Mr. Liang says we should consume rationally, but I'm a rebel at heart. I'm going to go wild with my spending. I'm buying 10 boxes of cupcakes today. I'll take 20 boxes. The chatting group didn't notice the person trailing behind them, whose expression darkened upon hearing the words Mr. Liang. He hurried forward, putting on a smile. Hey, guys, when you say Mr. Liang, do you mean Liang Fei? The students looked puzzled. One of them spoke up, bro, new here? Haven't even heard of Boss Liang? The man replied, I've heard bits and pieces. Apparently, he made his fortune by turning a con artist straight with a plate of sliced cucumbers. The student was one of Liang Fei's regular customers and immediately launched into a detailed account. You bet. You weren't there, but Boss Liang's cucumber salad was absolutely killer. That fraudster Yang Chen cried his eyes out. He was an orphan, claiming it tasted like his mother's cooking. He knelt there crying, snot and tears streaming down his face. The scene was hilarious. And get this, apparently after he sobered up, the guy refused to cooperate with the authorities. The precinct's top investigator asked Mr. Liang to assist with the interrogation. He nailed it with a birthday cake, and the precinct moved in fast, busting the entire Longcheng fraud ring. The student grew more animated as he spoke, completely oblivious to the man's face darkening to the extreme. He finally made an excuse to leave the students, retreating to a corner to make a call. Bro, we found Liang Fei. Yep, this guy's the one who made Yang Chen expose us all. Don't worry, bro. Now that I'm here, I won't let that Liang guy off easy. Damn it, our business was running smoothly. We never crossed paths with that Liang guy. But he went and wiped out our operation. This is intolerable. Don't worry. I've been scouting this spot for a while. The authorities did send people to protect that Liang guy. But since we've been quiet for so long, they figured we'd really vanished from Longcheng. Plus, with the recently family incident involving so many people, they don't have the time or energy to deal with Liang Fei anymore. Last night, their people pulled out. Just to be safe, I waited the entire night. They genuinely don't worry about Liang Fei's safety anymore. Alright, just watch and see. Hanging up the phone, the man turned toward the scenic-area restaurant, his lips curling into a cold smile. His name was Zhao Jigang, once the second in command of Longcheng's fraud syndicate. Now, he was back. Liang, our little show is about to begin. Tourist area restaurant. Outside, chaos erupted, but Liang Fei paid it no mind. His true concern remained his own affairs. The moment the official announcement was released, the system issued a prompt. Successfully used existing resources to disgrace the enemy, earning the reward, Patriotic Heart Package. Ding! Congratulations! You have mastered the system and become familiar with the recipes, unlocking a new identity, Junior Gourmet. Equipping this title unlocks related attributes. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. Damn it, unlocked. Finally unlocked. I finally unlocked this damn title. Unlocking the Junior Gourmet identity meant he could finally accept his first true main quest. His little restaurant was finally poised for a brand new future. But Liang Fei wasn't in the mood to dwell on that just yet. His first instinct was to click Equip Title. Novice Gourmet. Food Appreciation 10 Average 1 Gourmet 3. Cooking Speed 10 Average 1 Star Chef 3. Culinary Understanding 10 Average 1 Star Chef 3. Culinary Creation Ability 10 Average 1 Star Chef 3. Physical Fitness 10 Average 1 Professional Athlete 3. Thinking Ability 10 Average 1 High IQ Group 3. After reading it, Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. This wasn't just some beginner gourmet title, it was turning him into a freaking superhero. His abilities had been elevated across the board, with the most significant boost coming in culinary arts. Liang Fei could only utter one thought. I barely need to lift a finger to reach the peak of this tier. He casually stir-fried a few dishes and found that while the flavor didn't quite match the system recipes, it absolutely reached the level of a 5-star chef. His mind felt like it had been replaced with a new one. Thinking was lightning fast, as smooth as upgrading a graphics card from an UHD 610 to an RTX 4090. His body brimmed with inexhaustible energy, his fists swinging with thunderous force. Liang Fei was thrilled for a while before hurriedly opening the system task interface. Just as he'd suspected, the main quest to open the Gourmet Club had been officially updated, though it was currently grayed out and unavailable. As Liang Fei focused his consciousness on the main quest, the system's description appeared in his mind. The main quest is highly challenging. The host must first complete the ability trial quest, promote a phenomenon-level gourmet item. After reading it, Liang Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps the system felt it had been too harsh on him before, so it had first provided the recipes before issuing this quest. The system's patriotic heart set menu is definitely worth a shot. This is practically an open book exam, right? The Li family's fortunes had reversed. Online trends mirrored the proverb, when the whale falls, all creatures thrive. With domestic brands on the rise and patriotic fervor at an all-time high, his patriotic heart set was bound to sell like hotcakes. Just to be safe, let's make a sample first and see how it turns out. At this stage of the restaurant's development, it was extremely difficult for Liang Fei to create a phenomenon-level dish like the previous broth-soaked instant noodles solely through flavor and presentation. Chapter 106, Patriotic Heart Set Meal. Besides, after reviewing the patriotic heart set menu recipe, Liang Fei realized it wasn't designed to win over customers with taste or presentation in the first place. But how exactly to promote it would depend on customer reactions after they tried it. Without wasting any time, Liang Fei got to work immediately. The patriotic heart meal primarily featured coarse grains paired with wild greens, presenting a nostalgic aesthetic reminiscent of hardship and gratitude. First, Liang Fei prepared the dry rations. Using coarse grains as the base, he mixed in tree leaves, wild greens, and dried tangerine peel from traditional Chinese medicine. He ground everything finely, mixed it in precise proportions to form a coarse dough, added water, and kneaded it. After roughly shaping it, he steamed it. While waiting for the dry rations to cook, he began preparing the dishes. The dishes in the patriotic heart set also followed an extremely minimalist style, but simplicity in presentation did not mean simplicity in preparation. This was by far the most complex dish Liang Fei had ever prepared. First, wild greens were blanched until tender crisp. Then, a broth was simmered using chicken, duck, and fish bones. Once the broth reached a rolling boil and changed color, the meats were added. Finally, a small amount of pork was incorporated to reduce any gamey flavor and enhance the aroma. After the broth was fully prepared, it was placed in the bottom layer of the steamer. The wild greens were arranged in the top layer, and a layer of food-grade plastic wrap was draped over the entire top tier. Bringing the broth to a vigorous boil causes rising steam to condense into essence at the film's surface, which continuously drips onto the wild greens. After a full hour, the multigrain dish emerges from the steamer, and the wild greens are perfectly cooked. Plating is complete, and with the final garnish added, the patriotic heart set meal is ready. Liang Fei took a bite himself. The texture of the mixed grains evoked memories of his youth sitting in the fields wearing a red scarf, listening to the village loudspeaker broadcast tales of his ancestors. A powerful wave of nostalgia washed over him, and scenes that stirred his blood and brought tears to his eyes involuntarily flashed through his mind. Next, he sampled the wild greens. Though unassuming in appearance, they contained a distinct blend of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and savory flavors, with a hint of sweetness lingering on the palate. As he savored them, the modern history of the Great Xia seemed to flash through his mind like a slideshow. The hardships of the early days, the unity of purpose and effort in the middle period, the accumulation of strength leading to a breakthrough in the later years, and finally, the beautiful life of the modern era. After finishing his taste, Liang Fei found himself with tears welling up in his eyes, an indescribable sense of grandeur surging within him. This was no longer something that could be judged simply by whether it tasted good or not. A work of art. This entire meal is a work of art. After eating this, my patriotic fervor feels almost too intense to contain. Liang Fei immediately contacted the head of Jialianfang, declaring he would donate 10 million yuan to support domestic products. Fortunately, Luo Haiping managed to stop him in time, otherwise, Liang Fei might have transferred the money directly. It took Liang Fei a long while after hanging up to shake off that emotional state. Damn, this stuff packs a serious punch. Not only had he built up resistance to such functional dishes, but his title as a novice gourmet alone was enough to shield him from most of their special effects. Even so, he'd nearly lost control. If I'd served this to my customers... Gulp. Liang Fei swallowed hard. Enough said, the future of our nation's development looks bright. By afternoon, the buzz around the Li family incident had died down somewhat, but Longshan's scenic area remained bustling. Many visitors had specifically come here to check off this trendy spot on their social media lists. Few were actually touring the scenic area or dining at Liang Fei's restaurant. Even those who did go would buy a few boxes of cupcakes, driven by a desire to support Liang Fei without overwhelming him with business. It was all about the symbolic gesture of supporting domestic brands. When Zhao Jigang arrived, the place was indeed quiet. He didn't rush to confront Liang Fei. Instead, he sat down and waved him over. "Owner, take our order." Liang Fei scurried over eagerly. Most of the people here today were just showing solidarity and support for the cupcakes. Very few were actually sitting down to eat, which made Liang Fei a bit itchy to get started. The main issue was that he had nowhere to push his patriotic meal deal, and he was getting anxious. This rare customer was an opportunity he didn't want to miss. "What did you like to eat? Would you like me to recommend some signature dishes?" Signature dishes? Zhao Jigang froze at the very mention of those three words. Seriously? You really think I know nothing? That idiot Yang Chen came over earlier and ate the signature dish you recommended, only to end up spilling his guts about everything, even the color of his underwear. If I order your signature dishes again, what will happen then? But refusing everything would obviously arouse Liang Fei's suspicion. He snatched the menu from Liang Fei's hands. "I'll look myself." Before coming, his older brother had warned him. Nothing at Liang Fei's restaurant should be eaten carelessly, especially anything involving cucumbers or dough-based dishes. Pork knuckle broth, noodles and the like had all caused a stir before, best to steer clear of those too. Zhao Jigang deliberately avoided these items, but that left him with almost nothing to eat. He couldn't just choke down plain rice, could he? After much deliberation, Zhao Jigang's eyes lit up. Whole grains. He refused to believe Liang Fei could pull any tricks with multi-grain. If Liang Fei had them, fine. If not, Zhao Jigang could claim he wasn't hungry, use the chaos to pick a fight, or get Liang Fei to buy some for him. The initiative was his. Zhao Jigang felt immensely proud of his decision. Setting down the menu, Zhao Jigang feigned hesitation. "Hey, boss, nothing here looks particularly appetizing. I came here based on a friend's recommendation." Liang Fei was stumped. "You don't like anything on the menu? How about this, tell me what you want, and I'll make it for you. Don't worry. Here, customer satisfaction is the bottom line. Even if I have to go buy it, I'll make sure you eat well." Zhao Jigang instantly cheered up. Liang Fei was really easy to work with. Whole grains weren't typically stocked in most shops. If he could find a way to get Liang Fei out, wouldn't he be free to do whatever he wanted in the store? "Boss, I'm craving some whole grains." "You don't have any here, do you?" Zhao Jigang grinned, and Liang Fei chuckled too. "Actually, I do have some. Hold on, I'll go get it for you." Zhao Jigang was dumbfounded. What kind of shop is this? Instant noodles were one thing, but pork knuckle noodles, pastries, desserts, they had everything? Even multi-grain options? Whatever. Might as well eat it. It was too early anyway, and he needed an excuse to stay at Liang Fei's shop. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longshan's scenic area, Xu Xishan, bundled up tightly, scanned his surroundings warily. Only after confirming no one had noticed him did he finally exhale a long sigh of relief. After learning that Li Jia Sanxi Media had been shut down by the Ministry of Commerce, he had meticulously discussed next steps with Mei Chuan, the chairman of Caodong'er. Ultimately, they concluded that the biggest impact on Caodong'er stemmed from the fatal allergic reaction to their face masks years ago. Just as Liang Fei and the others had suspected, that shell company was indeed created by Caodong'er. They were the masterminds behind everything. After much deliberation, Caodong'er's chairman realized that while other issues could be resolved, this particular matter proved intractable. The controversy had been ignited by Liang Fei, and the only person who could reignite it was Liang Fei himself. Their immediate task was to confirm whether Liang Fei possessed any relevant evidence. This was a major matter. Xu Xishan couldn't trust anyone else to handle it, which was why he'd personally come. Chapter 107, It's you, it's definitely you. Only after confirming no one was watching did Xu Xishan cautiously make his way up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhao Jigang was wrestling with his conscience over the patriotic heart set Liang Fei had delivered. It wasn't that he thought there was anything wrong with the food itself, it was just that the presentation was utterly appalling. Was this really meant for human consumption? Zhao Jigang was so preoccupied with his dilemma that he failed to notice the constant turnover of customers in the shop. Fine, he'd come all this way and paid for it, might as well think of it as a lesson in gratitude. Damn it, here goes nothing. He grabbed the multi-grain bread and took a big bite. A full-bodied, grainy texture and intense dryness filled his mouth, causing it to frantically produce saliva that was quickly absorbed. After that first tentative sip, a powerful thought surged through Zhao Jigang's mind. Is this really meant for human consumption? Even pigs get fed better than this. The thought barely formed before an inexplicable sensation washed over him. A vivid image formed in his mind. Amidst the barren wasteland and tangled weeds, people clad in rags stood out. The red stars on their caps shone with an unusually brilliant light. They didn't look very old, yet the fire in their eyes far outshone the sun in the sky. Their straw sandals were worn through, blood seeping from their soles, yet they never stopped trudging forward. In this desolate land, they were the sole protagonists. They were the most endearing group of people. Driven by ideals and faith, they fulfilled their vows with their very lives. Each step they took was upon the bloodstains of their comrades, carving a path where none existed before with their own footprints for those who would follow. This was a world-changing event, a glory and pride ingrained in their very bones, a passion and boldness that bridged the past and future, a pride and resilience etched into their flesh and blood, propelling them forward step by step. Their families, friends, and loved ones fell in pools of blood. They grew amidst tears, shouldering the hopes of their nation and people with their tender shoulders. In a daze, Zhao Jigang realized he had become one of them. The group halted beside a massive boulder, using its bulk to shield themselves from the sandstorm. The old squad leader handed him a yellowed wheat cake with a bright smile, knowing it was the last ration. "You're the youngest kid in the unit, and you're still growing. You eat first." He could sense the hunger in every pair of eyes, and he could feel the sincerity behind every smile. They were starving, yet they never refused to share their resources with those in greater need. Tears welled in Zhao Jigang's eyes as he took another bite. The texture remained hard to swallow, yet it tasted far better than any delicacy in the world. What he swallowed was the hope of his ancestors, the burden of a nation. Tears slowly pooled in Zhao Jigang's eyes. Scenic-area restaurant. Several customers who had just ordered and were waiting noticed Zhao Jigang with tears streaming down his face. Seeing the coarse grain shaped like a corn bun in his hand, they were a bit baffled. What's wrong with that guy? Is the food too awful or too delicious? Why is he crying? Come to think of it, doesn't this scene look familiar to you? I vaguely recall a similar scene long ago when Boss Liang served that con artist his cucumber salad. Has Mr. Liang launched a new dish? No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Jigang picked up a wild vegetable with his chopsticks. With the wild greens in his right hand, he started to put them in his mouth, but his left hand began pushing them away as he muttered to himself. "Fellow villagers, you haven't eaten yet. I can't eat this, I'm already full." "Old squad leader, why don't you have it?" "No, I really can't. I'm truly full. Save it for the villagers." The surrounding guests were dumbfounded. Case closed. This guy's lost his mind. Escaped from a mental hospital? That doesn't make sense. I haven't heard of any mental hospital losing a patient. Doesn't it feel like, what he says gives me this incredibly warm, familiar feeling? I feel it too. Like some old sage is standing before me, recounting tales from the past. What the hell is going on? Everyone was filled with questions when, at that very moment, Zhu Zhishan cautiously slipped inside. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, Zhao Jigang, who had been happily eating, suddenly leaped to his feet. "Kill the devils. Wipe out every last one of those little devils so our fellow villagers can live a good life." The sudden outburst startled Zhu Zhishan so badly he stumbled backward, his sunglasses flying off his face. He nearly lost his balance and sat right down on the floor. By then, Zhao Jigang had also snapped back to reality. The images before his eyes had vanished completely, and he realized he was still inside Liang Fei's restaurant. But though the images vanished, the feelings within him did not. Tears welled up in his eyes like a burst dam, streaming down uncontrollably. Recalling the scenes he had just witnessed, a surge of heroic fervor rose within him. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to grab a broadsword and go kill some Japanese devils. A murderous glint flashed in Zhao Jigang's eyes. He scanned the room, finding not a single soul daring to meet his gaze. Especially Zhu Zhishan. The moment their eyes locked, Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he'd been transported back to a battlefield decades ago. Zhao Jigang, clad in rags, his red star shining brightly atop his head while he himself, dressed in a mandarin jacket, stood beside the Japanese soldiers. If forced to label him, he was the fat interpreter. Zhu Zhishan shook his head violently. Damn it, there'd been too many messed up things lately, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. Were there really that few people working in Japanese companies these days? He was just another worker, what was there to fear? Clearing his throat twice, Zhu Zhishan bent down to pick up his sunglasses from the floor. But a customer nearby beat him to it, handing them back with a smile. "Bro, that guy's yell scared the crap out of you, huh?" "I was scared too. These days, you never know what kind of people you'll run into." Zhu Zhishan instinctively replied, "You bet." Before he could finish, the customer suddenly grabbed Zhu Zhishan's hand. Startled by the gesture, Zhu heard the customer say, "Bro, your voice sounds kinda familiar." Zhu Zhishan's expression changed instantly. No way. He was practically a pariah in Longcheng right now, which was why he was covering himself so thoroughly. Even if many people didn't think highly of him, and plenty had watched that livestream, it was unlikely someone would recognize him just from his voice. There was no time to dwell on it now. Zhu Zhishan shook his head hastily. You must have misheard." He frantically tried to pull away from the customer's grip. I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. I have to go." The man's grip was far stronger than Zhu Zhishan had anticipated. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't break free. The man stared intently at Zhu Zhishan. "You look kind of familiar too." The commotion immediately drew the attention of many patrons, their gazes turning toward Zhu Zhishan. "Damn, his build looks familiar too." "Damn, you're right." The customer gripping Zhu Zhishan spoke up. "You're..." Zhu Zhishan turned pale with shock. "No, I'm not." Another guest realized it too. "This guy is him. I watched that livestream. He's Zhu Zhishan, PR manager at Li family's third-fourth media company Zhu Zhishan. Chapter 108, Take Out the Traitor. Zhu Zhishan was numb with shock. It really was a case of fearing something and then having it happen. He'd gone to such lengths to disguise himself, afraid someone would recognize him, and now they had. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to kill him? Zhu Zhishan panicked completely. He struggled free from the guest's grasp. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not Zhu Zhishan. Am I that brilliant and heroic? The guests instinctively surrounded Zhu Zhishan. Zhao Jigang, still standing on his seat reliving the scene, grabbed the person next to him and blurted out, Zhu Zhishan? Who's that? The guest, naturally a chatterbox, immediately rattled off everything he knew upon hearing Zhao Jigang's question. This Zhu Zhishan is the PR manager at Li family's Sanxi media company. Rumor has it he reports directly to the leadership of Caodonger Cosmetics. Caodonger Cosmetics claims to be a domestic brand, but it's actually a foreign-funded enterprise. Netizens have exposed it. The chairman of Caodonger Cosmetics is a Japaneseianese guy named Meichuan Kacha. Zhu Zhishan works for Meichuan Kacha. Zhao Jigang was suddenly thrown into disarray, repeating the customer's words, working for a Japaneseianese guy? The customer ignored Zhao Jigang and joined the others in surrounding Zhu Zhishan. Someone demanded, what are you pretending for? Tell us. What were you doing here at Boss Liang's place? Up to no good, were you? The commotion caught Liang Fei's attention too. Emerging from the kitchen, he spotted Zhu Zhishan immediately and his face turned pale. Zhu Zhishan? What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get the hell out of here. Since he'd been recognized anyway, Zhu Zhishan decided to go all in. He wasn't afraid of causing trouble. He'd already cleared his name of any responsibility. Even if the authorities showed up now, they couldn't touch him. Besides, he had a mission to accomplish. His original plan was to stir up trouble and distract Liang Fei, giving himself time to search for evidence linking Liang Fei to the incident. Now that things had reached this point, he might as well embrace the chaos. With this thought, Zhu Zhishan felt completely at ease. He tore off his disguise. Yes. I am Zhu Zhishan. So what? You ask what I'm doing here? What else could I be doing? My company's gone, my boss is behind bars. I've worked my ass off my whole life, and now I've got nothing left. I'm already this miserable. Can't I come in for a bite to eat? He looked at Liang Fei. You're in the service industry. What rule in Longcheng says you can turn customers away? You're discriminating against me by refusing my business. I can sue you, you hear me? Liang Fei was so furious he started laughing. This guy had no shame whatsoever. The surrounding customers were equally outraged. Damn, this old guy has no shame. How can someone be this shameless? No, they shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. Zhu Zhishan sneered repeatedly. Go ahead and say whatever you want. Even if you all die of anger, I'm not leaving. I came to the restaurant to do business. Anyone can walk in. When I entered this place, I was a customer. I never said I wouldn't pay. I didn't cause trouble. Yet you, Liang Fei, insisted on kicking me out. That's completely wrong. Go ahead and call the cops if you dare. Let's see if the authorities side with me or with you. Zhu Zhishan sat down, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and slammed it on the table. Liang Fei, I'll make this perfectly clear. I'm a paying customer, so you have to serve me. Besides, I've nowhere else to go. I'll just sit here all day, 1 cup of tea, 1 pack of cigarettes, 1 bowl of rice. I'll just sit here and annoy you. See if it pisses you off. I actually quite enjoy watching you look down on me but not be able to get rid of me. Liang Fei showed no reaction, but the other patrons couldn't hold back any longer. Several of them rolled up their sleeves. Zhu Zhishan grew even more delighted. What? You want to hit me? Come on, hit me right here. He pointed to his own face. Hit me as hard as you can. If you can't knock me down, I'll lock you for the rest of your lives. Anyway, I'm just an unemployed bum now. I've got all the time in the world to waste on you lot. Just give up already. And I'm not afraid to tell you, if you so much as touch a hair on my head, I'll call the press, I'll call the media. Domestic goods supporter encourages customers to assault unemployed man. That headline's bound to go viral. Liang Fei used this tactic to make our company famous. Tit for tat, I'll use the same trick to make this scenic spot restaurant famous too. The customers were furious. This guy has no shame whatsoever. Unfortunately, they had no real recourse against Zhu Zhishan, that bastard. Zhu Zhishan sneered repeatedly, radiating complete confidence. Just then, Zhao Jigang, who had been parroting the guests' complaints, suddenly snapped to attention. Working for the little devils? That makes you a traitor. His previously dazed eyes instantly blazed with fury. He roared in Zhu Zhishan's direction, kill the traitor. A strange surge of strength erupted from Zhao Jigang, propelling him through the crowd like a charging bull toward Zhu Zhishan. He grabbed Zhu Zhishan's thick waist and slammed him to the ground. Before Zhu could get up, Zhao swung his fist and smashed it into Zhu's face. You traitorous bastard. How many of our ancestors bled to death because of you bastards? You were scum back then, and you're scum now. I'll beat you to death, and if I can't beat you to death, I'll bite you to death. With that, Zhao Jigang lunged forward and bit down. The excruciating pain made Zhu Zhishan scream like a slaughtered pig, leaving everyone around him stunned. Liang Fei was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he snapped out of it immediately. Zhao Jigang's extreme reaction was entirely due to the patriotic heart combo. He couldn't let his guest get hurt. Quick, pull it apart. The other guests also snapped out of it. They held deep respect for individuals with such intense patriotic fervor who dared to take the lead. After all, while they might not act this way themselves, they certainly wouldn't mock it. It was precisely because of people like him that the great Xia remained so secure. Yet no matter how hard they strained, they couldn't budge Zhao Jigang. He seemed possessed by a frenzied rage, determined to beat Zhu Zhishan to death. Liang Fei was stunned by the spectacle and could only notify Yan Bing and the others. Yan Bing, who had just finished a mission, was stunned by Liang Fei's words. What? A meal set awakened his patriotic fervor? Now he's treating Zhu Zhishan like a traitor and fighting for his life? Mr. Liang, you're not cooking meals, you're brewing elixirs, right? Liang Fei was nearly laughing in exasperation. Bro, what the hell is going on? If you guys don't get here soon, someone could get seriously hurt. Yan Bing replied, don't worry, we're on our way. Hold the guests off for a bit, we'll be there in 3 minutes tops. 3 minutes was manageable for Liang Fei and his crew. The main issue was the sheer crowd. Several people were taking advantage of the chaos to kick Zhu Zhishan. The crowd had formed a tight circle, preventing Liang Fei, the one truly capable of stopping Zhao Jigang, from breaking through. He dared not use full force, fearing he might injure one of the guests. Fortunately, Yan Bing and the others arrived quickly. People still held great respect for officials from the magistrate's office. When the guests parted to let them through, Zhu Zhishan was already crying from the blows. Even with Yan Bing and the others intervening, it took tremendous effort to finally pry Zhao Jigang away. Chapter 109, Chao Donger's Frenzied PR. People instinctively turned their gaze toward Zhu Zhishan. The PR manager from Li family's 34 media company bore no resemblance to a successful professional now. His face was a bruised mess, and his body was covered in purple and blue marks, looking as if he'd been beaten by dozens of men. He was brimming with grievances, looking like a wounded little wife. You must give me an explanation. Zhao Jigang, still being held back by Yan Bing and the others, clearly hadn't recovered from the effects of the patriotic heart set. Hearing Zhu Zhishan's words, his anger flared up instantly. Collaborator. And you dare demand an explanation from us? I'll kill you right now. Zhao Jigang's strength was overwhelming, and Yan Bing and the others momentarily failed to restrain him. Like a speeding train, Zhao Jigang charged toward Zhu Zhishan and delivered a kick straight to his forehead. Yan Bing and the others panicked, rushing forward to grab Zhao Jigang's arm. Unable to swing his fist, Zhao Jigang spun around and delivered a sharp slap to Zhu Zhishan's face with his butt. This left Zhu Zhishan completely stunned. He felt violated to his very soul. The once successful man could no longer hold it together. He burst into tears on the spot. His wails were so heart-wrenching they could break the hearts of those who heard them and bring tears to the eyes of those who witnessed them. Liang Fei, who had been holding back laughter, could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter. The surrounding guests were also drawn into a fit of laughter. The room was filled with laughter and merriment, except for Zhu Zhishan, who wept even more bitterly. It took Yan Bing and his team over an hour of frantic effort to finally subdue Zhao Jigang, eventually taking both him and Zhu Zhishan away. With nothing left to see, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet the repercussions of this incident were immense. The internet erupted in a storm of controversy. Man, you guys didn't see it. That Zhao Jigang guy was like he had some ancestor possessed him. He fought like a beast. It made me want to teach the traitor Zhu Zhishan a lesson myself. He totally deserved it. Working for a foreign company isn't a big deal, and even working for a ghost capital company is understandable. But knowing full well what disgusting things Chao Donger did and the vile things he said, and still defending him? That's unforgivable. All I can say is, well played. Come to think of it, am I the only one who finds this whole thing weird? Zhao Jigang wasn't always this passionate before. He started acting off after eating that meal, the cornbread and wild greens combo? Could that be a new dish boss Liang introduced? Probably not. Every dish from Mr. Liang looks absolutely stunning and tastes even better. This time around, it's obvious these aren't Mr. Liang's creations, right? This remark drew nods of agreement from many, yet some still harbored doubts and sent private messages to Liang Fei. Scenic-area restaurant. After tidying up briefly, Liang Fei opened Douyin. He'd only intended to test the patriotic heart set menu today, never expecting it to go viral. But unexpectedly, quite a few people on Douyin were asking about it. After some thought, Liang Fei responded to each one. This is our restaurant's newly launched patriotic heart set meal. The effects experienced vary depending on the individual who tastes it. At its core, it's about remembering hardship and appreciating the good times. We incorporate Yunnan mushrooms into this set, carefully controlling the quantity to preserve certain hallucinogenic effects while ensuring it remains completely non-toxic and harmless. For further inquiries, please visit our official website. I will post detailed explanations soon. After addressing the netizens' questions, Liang Fei carefully recalled the scenes he had witnessed and provided a detailed description. Only after completing these tasks did Liang Fei retire for the night. The commotion at the scenic-area restaurant thrust Saudomer Cosmetics back into the spotlight. Especially Mei Chuan Kuch's remarks, which ignited heated discussions across the internet. Many people began spontaneously boycotting Saudomer products. Previously, their attempt to whitewash Li Jiasan and Li Jiasan by raising the price of an eyebrow pencil from 79 to 119 yuan was dug up again. Additionally, netizens unearthed numerous scandals, with some playing on memes while others vented their anger. Before long, Saudomer had become a pariah. Mei Chuan Kucha was so worried his hair had turned white. What the hell is going on? Didn't Zhu Zhishan say he'd already stepped in to resolve this? Is this how he resolved it? Chao Donger desperately needed crisis PR now. Otherwise, if things kept going like this, they wouldn't just fail to make money, they could end up losing it. Get the PR department manager here immediately. The secretary hurriedly summoned the PR manager, Sima Xiaojiao. Mei Chuan Kucha demanded, what exactly is happening online? Sima Xiaojiang's face looked even more grim than Mei Chuan Kucha's. He hurriedly explained that idiot Zhu Zhishan wouldn't listen to us. He insisted he could handle Liang Fei's situation better than anyone else. Who knew he wouldn't get the information he wanted and would cause such a commotion at the scenic-area restaurant? He got beaten up for a long time, mistaken for a collaborator. Then at the government office, that fool went on a rant, throwing us right into the eye of the storm. Someone compiled his statements with recent events and posted it online. We're facing massive public backlash now, we're completely blacklisted across the entire internet. Hearing this, Mei Chuan felt utterly miserable. Your PR department needs to come up with a solution. Chao Donger had built a massive commercial empire from nothing, with interests spanning countless sectors. A loss wouldn't just mean paying a fine. Competitors wouldn't let this opportunity slip. They'd pounce en masse, digging up even dirtier secrets that could spell the end for us. Bankruptcy would be the least of their worries, they could even end up behind bars. Mei Chuan Bitter Tea was more anxious than anyone. Sima Xiaojiao wasn't some clueless fool. He'd anticipated this scenario and ordered the PR department to prepare contingency plans in advance. He presented several crisis management proposals. These are the best strategies our PR team has developed. Personally, I lean toward the mad literature style of PR. In this entertainment-obsessed era, negative fame is still fame. Remember that star called Chicken in the Daxia entertainment industry? He climbed to fame precisely by embracing the dark red route. The era of maintaining a pristine online image is over. If we want a smooth landing, this is the only path forward. Negative fame is still fame. If we survive this wave of online backlash, the future looks promising. After studying the temperament of Daxia netizens, I believe this PR approach will make us seem rather endearing to them, said Sima Xiaojiao. As long as we show genuine improvement in attitude, anything is possible. Mei Chuan Kucha's eyes lit up. This plan is brilliant. The Daxia netizens will definitely accept this PR push. Xiang Ren grew excited. Mei Chuan Kucha declared, let's do it. Get the PR department moving on this immediately. Sima Xiaojiao nodded promptly, got it. That very evening, Saudomer Cosmetics released an announcement on the largest social media platform. Upon seeing the announcement, the entire internet exploded. The phrase frenzy PR instantly shot to the top of the trending charts. I, Saudomer, 6.5 years old, have a dream to build a premium brand rooted in our homeland yet reaching the world. Chapter 110, We don't advocate foreign worship. Following this, Saudomer's PR department posted several consecutive comments below. Hey everyone, Get Real cosmetics are supposed to be high-end, right? So selling them at a premium is suddenly our problem? Isn't this more about people not working hard enough than about the wallets themselves? What could a 6-year-old possibly understand? I just want to serve the public better. I still want to shout this out loud. We have over 200,000 product experience centers. Every product launch undergoes evaluation by over 1,000 compassionate users. Every item you buy now only hits shelves after their approval. Our eyebrow pencil has evolved to version 8.0 in just 4 years. We're seriously awesome. The Daxia brand carries a mission for each generation. Ours is to dominate the international market with high-end products. Being mocked or ridiculed doesn't matter, we're already neighbors with major global brands. Next, we'll go head-to-head with super brands and their flagship stores in Japan. We're going global, wait for me. Subsequently, the PR department issued a series of statements, concluding with an apology letter. Netizens were absolutely furious. Guys, has Saudomer lost its mind? Hey big shots, come explain what that final apology letter even meant. Just got back from the moon, took off my spacesuit, glanced at it, a one-page apology letter under 1,000 words. 100 words saying I don't think I'm wrong, and I don't plan to change, 100 words saying the Li family deserves it, it has nothing to do with Grass East, we've terminated the contract and are preparing to report it, and the last 800 words frantically promoting their new products. Insane PR stunt, case closed. Holy crap. Seriously, holy crap. Does Saudomer even know what we want to see? What we want to see is them announcing their immediate dissolution, okay? Saudomer Cosmetics had assumed this frenzied PR blitz would, if not turn the tide, at least generate some buzz. Little did they know it would backfire spectacularly. Their livestream sales, which used to easily hit millions, plummeted to mere thousands after this PR stunt, not even a fraction of their previous revenue. Not only that, but they received threatening letters from numerous individuals. Chow Donger was branded as despicable, sparking a nationwide boycott. Meituan and the bitter tea crew were stunned. In the office, he exploded in rage. Sima Xiaojun, what the hell kind of job are you doing? Didn't you say this was fine? This is what you meant by no problem? Not only did the crisis remain unresolved, it's actually gotten worse. Sure, Mama Kojiro broke out in a cold sweat. At least we still have some die-hard fans. Meituan bitter tea was so furious he was laughing. What good are those die-hard fans? Hurry up and figure something out. Just as Sima Xiaojun turned to leave, Meituan Kutcha called out again, wait. I recall those die-hard fans are all around 17 or 18, right? That's the age they're most easily influenced. Find a few streamers to subtly brainwash them. Even if they don't bring us huge profits, at least we won't lose money. Sima Xiaojio hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, I'll handle this perfectly. Chow Donger's online backlash had become inevitable. Many streamers seized the opportunity, broadcasting live sessions of destroying her cosmetics. This gave those who had been following the situation a satisfying sense of vindication. In a residential building in Longcheng. Upon seeing the online news, Yang Shuer excitedly pulled her husband Hu Wei aside, exclaiming, Chow Donger is finally paying the price for her actions. The young couple had always looked down on the Caodonger brand. They despised how the company made huge profits off Chinese consumers yet treated them with utter contempt. Especially after the scandal involving the Li family's third and fourth children, their resentment toward Caodonger only deepened. They must be freaking out right now. Serves them right. Hu Wei added, they've always acted like they're above everyone else. By the way, we don't have any Chow Donger products at home, do we? If we did, I wouldn't have the face to go to work. Yang Shuer retorted, what kind of person do you think your wife is? We did have a few before, but after this whole mess, they just disgusted me. I tossed them out ages ago. Good riddance. Hu Wei let out a sigh of relief when a sudden knock came at the door, delivery. The two exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. They hadn't ordered anything recently. Just as they were puzzling over it, Hu Wei's sister, who had recently come to Longcheng for a visit, rushed out, Mine. Mine. She opened the door and took a large box. Hu Wei and the other person immediately spotted the Caodonger logo on it. They exchanged glances, their faces turning pale. Hu Ling bought Chow Donger merchandise? Hadn't she been online lately? If Caodonger were just another capitalist enterprise, Hu Ling buying their stuff wouldn't concern them. But after all the outrageous things Meituan Kucha had said, any Disya citizen with a shred of conscience shouldn't keep buying from them. After the delivery person left, Hu Wei couldn't hold back any longer and stopped Hu Ling. Ling, haven't you been online lately? Don't you know what's going on with Caodonger? Hu Ling immediately looked annoyed. Of course I know. So what? What does that have to do with me? How is it none of your business? He's practically about to publicly insult Daxia. You're a citizen of Daxia, and you say it's none of your business? Yang Shuer fought back her anger. Ling, the point is it's already all over the internet. Something's off about Chow Donger's company. Hu Ling said, brother and sister-in-law, you two haven't been brainwashed by all that online talk, have you? You just believe whatever they say? This is nonsense. Besides, even if Chow Donger really did make those insulting remarks about Daxia, so what? Their products are just that good. Compared to theirs, our Daxia cosmetics are absolute garbage, okay? Women should treat themselves well. What I'm doing is perfectly fine. Both of them were so infuriated they started laughing. Hu Ling accused them of being brainwashed, but the one truly brainwashed was Hu Ling herself. Besides, why is it only products from Caodonger's company that are considered good? It's all over the internet, proof is irrefutable. Caodonger's wildly popular cosmetic formulas are blatant ripoffs of major beauty companies in Daxia. They haven't been prosecuted because their legal team is formidable and plagiarism is notoriously difficult to prove. Besides, all of Caodonger's products are manufactured right here in Daxia. What gives Hu Ling the right to say that anything made in Daxia is inferior? Admiring foreign things isn't something to be encouraged. Before the two could say anything else, Hu Ling cut them off, turning and running back into her room. Yang Shuer and Hu Wei were left looking utterly dejected. Where did Ling pick up this habit of jumping to conclusions? She can't keep going like this. You can say that again. Hu Wei added, we don't expect her to support the nation's development, but at the very least, she should show some backbone when it comes to resisting foreign influences. No, we absolutely have to crack down on this habit of hers. Yang Shuer plopped down on the sofa. If she had an obvious flaw like staying up late, we could discipline her. But how do you discipline her for something like this? Chapter 111, A Solution. Hu Ling was only 18. Girls her age were prone to rebellious tendencies. If they forcibly confiscated her things, who knew what mischief she might get up to? Hu Wei pondered for a moment. We need to address her mindset, make her fundamentally realize this behavior is wrong. Yang Shuer said, we can't exactly get her a psychologist. This isn't a psychological disorder, after all. If only we could spark her patriotic spirit. Patriotism? Hu Wei's eyes lit up instantly. I've got an idea. The golden sun rose in the east and the jade rabbit returned to its nest. Early in the morning, Yang Shuer dragged Hu Ling out of bed. Hu Ling resisted with a frown. What's up, sis-in-law? I was sleeping so soundly. Yang Shuer said, pack your things. I'm taking you somewhere. Hu Ling froze, then snapped to attention, scrambling out of bed and clutching her Tsadonger makeup set. Sis, you and my brother aren't going to send me off to some sketchy patriotic education boot camp, are you? This time, it was Yang Shuer who was caught off guard. Where is this place? Hu Ling looked wary. We Tsadonger fans have a group chat. We firmly believe Tsadonger is fine, but there are tons of parents like you and my brother who think we're the problem. They insist that our thinking is flawed, that we're unpatriotic. Some parent heard about this patriotic education camp and sent their kid there. I hear it's terrifying. Don't even think about sending me there, you and my brother. Yang Shuer hadn't actually heard of this patriotic education training program, but she didn't care to look into it. She said to Hu Ling, what are you imagining? Your brother and I are taking you out to eat. Haven't you been dying to try the braised pork knuckle at the Longshan scenic-area restaurant? My brother and I are off today, so we'll take you around the scenic area and treat you to something nice. Hu Ling looked utterly skeptical. Don't try to fool me. You parents all treat Chowdong like some kind of monster. You're on high alert whenever you see him. I bet in your eyes, I've already become some kind of irredeemable villain. And you're taking me out for a nice meal? You're probably all thinking about tying me up and beating me senseless. Yang Shuer had actually thought that, but she certainly couldn't say it out loud now. She cleared her throat twice. What kind of people do you think we are? We don't like Tsadonger, but we don't see it as some kind of monster. Anyway, we won't force you to do anything. If you really don't believe we're taking you to a scenic spot restaurant, you can always just take a taxi yourself. Hu Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Deal. The young girl dashed out to hail a cab. To earn Hu Ling's trust, Yang Shuer and Hu Wei deliberately didn't share a ride with her. On the way, Yang Shuer asked, have you heard of that so-called patriotic education training program? Hu Wei replied, I've actually heard of it. Seems like it popped up after Tsaodonger's scandal broke. After Chowdonger's scandal, they got slammed online. They really did some unscrupulous stuff. They only avoided prosecution because their legal team is incredibly powerful and they covered their tracks well. But no matter what, they're definitely done for now. But even so, they still have a huge fan base. This group is mainly made up of kids around 17 or 18 years old. Mr. Liang's recent actions have stirred patriotic fervor. Parents naturally don't want their kids supporting Chowdonger and becoming traitors, but they have no way to change their children's minds. Just as parents were at a loss, patriotic education boot camps emerged. I hear they're all the rage. Lots of parents are sending their kids there, and the results seem pretty impressive. Yang Shuer scratched her head. This whole thing just feels a bit off to me. Hu Wei shrugged. We're here. After getting out of the car, Hu Ling immediately grabbed her phone to watch a livestream. The two glanced over and realized Hu Ling was watching the livestream from Tsadonger Beauty Company. The host kept brainwashing the fanatical followers in the livestream, speaking in a weird, insinuating tone. The gist boiled down to one message: Tsadonger Beauty Company was no good, but their products were. Women had to treat themselves well and not let grand principles hold them back. Put simply, it was brainwashing people like Hu Ling, coaxing them into buying products. Yang Shuer grew angrier the longer she watched. Chowdonger Company is way too much. I think they've figured it out now. Their die-hard fans are all 17 or 18, lacking the ability to make independent judgments. They use the excuse that women must treat themselves well to trick them into buying stuff. Hu Wei was equally furious. He'd tried entering the livestream earlier only to get kicked out immediately. After checking the parent group chat, he learned that livestreams like Tsaodonger's were now commonplace. They'd completely abandoned the vast majority of customers, catering only to those within a specific age range who belonged to their paid group. After all, the customers they'd chosen were the kind who were easier to control and brainwash. Those bastards. Hu Wei was furious at that moment, just as Liang Fei emerged from the kitchen. Yang Shuer was Lu Yong's wife's best friend, and Hu Wei was one of the first customers to try the kidney pork hocks. Naturally, Liang Fei recognized both of them. He immediately stepped forward. How come you two have time to drop by? What's up? You don't look too happy. Hu Wei didn't hold back and immediately brought up the incident in Chowdonger's livestream. Yang Shuer even gave Hu Ling a pointed look. Mr. Liang, just look at what that streamer was saying. It's blatantly twisting their values, isn't it? And we can't even find any proof to back it up. It's infuriating. Hu Wei said, Mr. Liang, this kid's been brainwashed by Tsadonger Cosmetics. We've discussed it, and there's only one way to change this situation. Find a way to ignite her patriotic spirit. I heard you launched a patriotic heart package here. Is that true? Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. The effectiveness of the patriotic heart package had already been proven. Liang Fei was planning to expand its promotion further but had been struggling to find the right opportunity. Hu Wei and Yang Shuer's arrival presented him with a perfect opportunity. Liang Fei immediately replied, "That's correct. And I can guarantee that if Ling Ling eats this meal, she won't do anything foolish like that again. But I have one request." The two looked puzzled as Liang Fei lowered his voice and whispered a few words to them. The more they heard, the more excited they became. "If we can help, it's absolutely no problem. Ling Ling won't have any issues either. She's always been a kind-hearted kid, it's just that she's been brainwashed by Xiaodong'er Cosmetics lately, which is why she's acting a bit off. Mr. Liang, go ahead with confidence. We'll fully cooperate." Liang Fei nodded. "In that case, I'll get started right away. Ling Ling's side is yours to handle." The two nodded and hurried over to Hu Ling. Hu Ling glanced up at them between tasks. "What did you two tell Mr. Liang?" Chapter 112, No compensation, yet they insist on forcing money? Hu Ling only glanced at them briefly before lowering her head to continue watching the livestream. The host in the livestream room was still speaking in a sarcastic tone. "There are always people trying to stop us on our journey to beauty. These people could be friends, colleagues, or even family. They always use all sorts of excuses to stifle our natural desire to become more beautiful." Hearing this, Hu Wei and Yang Shuer were nearly overcome with rage. Doesn't anyone plan to rein them in? This is practically encouraging teens to break ties with their families. How could this be acceptable? Suppressing their rage, the two approached Hu Ling. The streamer's words had clearly affected Hu Ling. Seeing them approach, she immediately grew wary. "You two don't still think I'm the problem and are discussing countermeasures with Boss Liang, do you?" Yang Shuer quickly replied, "Of course not. You wanted to try the tiger skin pork knuckle, right? Mr. Liang doesn't have any ready-made portions, it has to be made fresh. We were worried you'd be hungry, and since Mr. Liang just launched a new dish, we asked him for a serving. Have some to tide you over." Hu Ling finally relaxed. Moments later, Liang Fei emerged carrying a meal set. "Ling Ling, your sister-in-law mentioned you've been studying hard lately. I just launched a brain-boosting set meal. It might not look great, but it packs a punch. Try it. If it doesn't work, you don't pay." Hu Ling looked at the meal and realized its appearance was far from just a little off. Yellow steamed buns dotted with wild greens were paired with vegetables that looked utterly devoid of moisture. As for the small bowl labeled soup, it might as well have been plain water, with only a few scattered scallion bits floating as garnish. This is supposed to boost brain power? Mr. Liang, I'm not well educated. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Liang Fei chuckled. Of course not. If you don't trust me, surely you trust your brother and sister-in-law? Hu Wei's parents had passed away early, and Hu Ling had been raised by Hu Wei and Yang Shuer. She trusted them implicitly. She shot them a skeptical glance, but clearly concluded they wouldn't harm her. Deciding to give it a try, she popped a piece of greens into her mouth. She didn't notice that the moment she tasted the greens, Yang Shuer had silently activated the video chat function in a parent group. This group was spontaneously formed by parents whose children had been brainwashed by Xiaodong'er. Its membership spanned the entire city of Longcheng, numbering 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yang Shuer had already informed the parents that Liang Fei possessed a method to rescue children brainwashed by Xiaodong'er. To convince them, she initiated a live video broadcast within the group. The parents voluntarily refrained from speaking on camera, instead communicating through text messages. Can Boss Liang really save our brainwashed kids? With this patriotic heart package? I just can't shake this feeling it's not reliable. Funny, I feel the same way. But hey, it's no loss to try. Let's see how it goes. If it really works, we can always bring our kids back later, right? Good point. Everyone, keep your voices down so Hu Ling doesn't notice. With unspoken agreement, everyone stopped messaging and began silently watching the screen. Completely unaware she was being watched, Hu Ling savored the greens in her mouth. At first bite, it wasn't exactly delicious. But gradually, Hu Ling's expression changed. The historical knowledge in her mind gradually materialized into vivid scenes. She witnessed ancestors sacrificing their lives, endured the hardships of battle against enemies, and saw those most admirable souls in the prime of their youth marching to their deaths with unwavering resolve, the red star emblem proudly pinned to their caps. The cold, lifeless words from history books now became searing images etched into her heart. As a citizen of the Great Xia, even someone as hard-hearted as Hu Ling couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. Her thoughts inevitably turned to her own recent actions. Mei Chuanquicha, the boss of Xiaodong'er, had brazenly declared that every penny earned in Daxia would one day become bullets fired at its people. Scandal after scandal had erupted around Xiaodong'er Company. Setting aside the issue of counterfeit products being mixed into their cosmetics, the fact that Xiaodong'er was still raking in money during the national mourning period in September alone was unforgivable. Yet here she was, brainwashed by a few words from a signed host of Xiaodong'er Beauty, using the excuse that women should treat themselves well to keep supporting the company. What difference is there between her and those traitors collaborating with the enemy? The more Hu Ling thought about it, the angrier she became at herself. The more she pondered, the more she realized her actions were nothing short of absurd. With a sharp thud, Hu Ling sprang to her feet. The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant and all the parents in the group chat. Yang Shuai and Hu Wei hurriedly asked, Ling, what's wrong? Hu Ling looked at them, her eyes reddening, then suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I must have lost my mind. I let myself be brainwashed by a few words from that streamer under Cao Dou's banner. You were clearly trying to save me, but I stubbornly refused to listen, convinced you were trying to harm me. I'm not human. Hu Ling reached to slap herself across the face. Hu Wei and his wife were stunned and rushed to stop her. Hu Ling struggled desperately, brother, sister-in-law, just let me hit myself. I actually became a traitor to my own people. I deserve to be punished. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire parents group erupted. She's realized it. She truly understands now. Mr. Liang's patriotic heart meal worked. And incredibly effectively the results were shockingly fast. No more talk, I'm taking my son there right now. I'm taking my daughter too. Parents scrambled to join the rush, nearly overwhelming Liang Fei restaurant's reservation line. Liang Fei was grinning so wide he could practically see his teeth. This effect was just too obvious. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Not only would he promote the patriotic heart meal at the airport, but he'd also exposed Cao Donger's disgusting tactics to the public. Liang Fei immediately informed his guests that he had more important matters to attend to and would need them to leave for the time being. As an apology, today's meal is on the house for everyone, and all customers will receive a 50% discount for the next week. People had long seen through Liang Fei's intention to continue confronting Cao Donger Cosmetics head-on. To them, this could be considered a modern-day resistance movement. Even if they couldn't help, they certainly wouldn't hinder the cause. Mr. Liang, you're underestimating us too much. Do we look like people who need this money? You're doing this to fight the enemy to the end. How could we possibly accept your money? Not only can we not take your money, we should be donating to you. Ha! Liang Fei was stunned by their words. What the heck is this? You don't even want your money back? What kind of divine customer is this? Just as Liang Fei was puzzled, the customers sprang into action. Some tossed 100, others 200. The amounts weren't large, but the sentiment was heartfelt. Liang Fei couldn't refuse. One guy nearly got into a fight with Liang Fei all because he tried to shove 500 yuan into Liang Fei's hands, and Liang Fei refused to take it. Take it! Or I'll have my men tear your shop apart. With that threat, the man vanished in a flash. Liang Fei stared at the empty restaurant and the floor littered with cash, utterly stunned. Other restaurants kick out customers when closing time rolls around, but he chases them away and collects cash on the spot? What the hell? Chapter 113, Chairman, the sky is falling. Parents from the group chat soon arrived. With Liang Fei and the parents working together, the children who had been brainwashed by the Grass East Beauty Company's live streamers gradually snapped out of it. One after another, they began weeping bitterly. Some began sincerely apologizing to their parents and reflecting on their mistakes, while others, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves ready to confront Cao Donger Cosmetics head-on. Others even threatened to take screenshots and expose the company's misconduct on the spot. This played right into Liang Fei's hands. Exposing their ugly deeds is definitely necessary, but one person exposing them isn't enough. The genius of Cao Donger's livestreams lay in their extreme privacy. They couldn't be found through search or random browsing. Only hand-picked clients could enter the livestream using the secret keys provided. This meant others couldn't see the live streams at all, nor could they learn about the disgusting things Cao Donger Cosmetics had done. Liang Fei declared, everyone, listen to me. Cao Donger Cosmetics headquarters. Meichuan Kucha had been deeply troubled these past few days. It had taken only a matter of days for Cao Donger Cosmetics to go from being celebrated across the internet to being universally vilified. As the company's chairman, he felt like he was living in a nightmare. Fortunately, the PR department proved quite capable. Once they confirmed the negative sentiment was irreversible, they immediately rolled out a new strategy. They targeted the brand's most ardent fans, shifting the market focus toward younger demographics more susceptible to persuasion. This managed to stabilize Cao Donger Cosmetics' revenue, but it was hardly a sustainable solution. Meichuan Bitter Tea planned to cash out, quickly retreat to the enemy country, and re-enter the Great Xia market under a new guise once the storm had passed. After all, this wasn't their first time pulling such a stunt. Meichuan Kucha summoned Shima Kojiro and shared his plan. Sima Xiaojiu had been contemplating the same strategy and readily agreed. I'll relay the message to those bloggers immediately. Meichuan Bitter Tea nodded. Sima Xiaojun wasted no time, immediately releasing the final money-grabbing announcement. The influencers signed with Cao Donger Beauty Company were all going all out. I just secured a huge perk from the company. The products are all packed and ready. Everyone, get ready to go. Taking a deep breath, the host announced 3, 2, 1 go live. This time, the host listed 100,000 combo sets, each priced at a whopping 500 yuan. He wasn't worried about unsold inventory at all. After all, they'd shifted their focus to the youth market. The previous wave of brainwashing had already left these 17-18-year-olds completely dazzled. Products would sell out the moment they hit the shelves. Now, the same scenario was clearly about to repeat itself. The host was already preparing to restock immediately. But after the products went live, not a single order was placed for the entire 100,000 unit batch. Was the network down? The assistant looked stunned. Host, what should we do? The host said, don't panic, just wait a bit longer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Soon, half an hour passed, yet the order count remained unchanged. This left the host completely baffled. He had just made a solemn promise to the company: if he couldn't sell 100,000 items within an hour, he'd cover the cost himself. Half an hour had already passed. How could he not be panicking? Guys, what's going on? Bye, girls. You deserve to treat yourselves well. Earlier, when he said this, he had a crowd of people cheering him on. But now, not a single person reacted. Even the comments section was unusually quiet. The host thought his livestream had been banned. He instinctively glanced at the viewer count. Over 1 million viewers. With so many people watching, not a single order? Suddenly, he noticed a new private message. Stunned, huh? Gonna have to pay out a lot, huh? Feeling like you're the next Li Jiasansi? The streamer couldn't hold it together any longer. He immediately spoke up in the livestream. What's going on with you guys? Hurry up and place your orders. A comment appeared in the chat. No one's gonna place an order. Give up on that idea. The host recognized this account. He remembered this girl was Hu Ling. Back then, Hu Ling was his most enthusiastic buyer. Is that you, Hu Ling? That doesn't sound like something you'd say. Another comment popped up. Of course it doesn't sound like Hu Ling after all, I'm your dad. The host instantly flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? Trying to mess with me? The one manipulating Hu Ling's account to post comments was none other than Liang Fei. Now, not only were Liang Fei, the parents, and the children who had finally woken up present at the scenic-area restaurant, but Jiang Qiao was there too. He was simultaneously live streaming across major platforms using Liang Fei's account, and the total number of viewers across all platforms had already reached over 10 million. The parents weren't idle either. They shared Xiaodong'er's outrageous antics in every parent group they could reach. The impact had spread beyond Longcheng, rippling across the entire nation. It was precisely through the parents' strong coordination that the merchandise in Xiaodong'er's major streamers' live streams had completely stopped selling. Liang Fei continued commenting, it's not me messing with you, you're messing with yourself. You know better than anyone what Xiaodong'er has done. You now have 2 options. 1. Join our livestream and expose Xiaodong'er's shady dealings to the public. 2. Pay Xiaodong'er astronomical damages within the hour. Don't count on Xiaodong'er helping you. In 1 hour, we'll launch our full-scale attack. By then, Xiaodong'er won't be able to save themselves. Before, Xiaodong'er had vast resources and might not have needed your astronomical compensation. But once they can barely save themselves? Think it over carefully. The streamer panicked. After a full 10 minutes of deliberation, he switched his stream to public mode and initiated a live stream request with Liang Fei. Liang Fei chuckled. It's settled. He looked at the crowd. Kids, it's time for you to step up. The kids immediately logged into their Douyin accounts. Meanwhile, at Xiaodong'er headquarters, Meichuan Kecha waited anxiously. Glancing at the time, he realized nearly an hour had passed. He immediately dialed Sima Xiaojiao's number. To his surprise, he couldn't get through at all. What's going on? After several failed attempts, Meichuan Kecha was so flustered he skipped calling his secretary and dashed straight to the PR department. When he arrived, he was stunned. The PR department resembled a battlefield, with everyone in a frenzy. Papers were flying everywhere, and curses echoed from every corner. Meichuan Kecha was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Has our headquarters been attacked? Sima Xiaojun, who happened to pass by and spotted Meichuan Kecha, hurried over and knelt before him with a thud. Chairman, the sky has fallen, the beauty industry's sky has truly collapsed. Sima Xiaojiao sniffled and wept, her entire body drained of strength. Meichuan Kecha was utterly baffled. Just an hour ago, everything had been fine, hadn't it? Just then, Sima Xiaojiang had sworn up and down that there wouldn't be any problems. Now, the sky had fallen? What on earth had that guy done? Or had something truly catastrophic happened? What the hell is going on? Explain yourself clearly. Chapter 114, One crisis follows another. Sima Xiaojiang dared not hesitate for a moment, rushing to recount the incident he'd caused. None of our beauty influencers are selling our products after listing them. At first, we thought it was a network glitch preventing the products from refreshing. But then we realized those brainwashed people had suddenly become unprecedentedly united, like they'd all awakened at once. They're mad. That whole crowd has gone mad. Our live streams were always special, exclusive events. Only loyal fans with access keys from paid groups could join. That way, no matter how disgusting our actions got, nobody would care. But those brainwashed fans for some reason suddenly switched sides and became our enemies. They leaked everything from the live streams online. We were already universally hated online, but now? We're completely beyond redemption. Netizens have already sentenced us to death. Even if we had a PR god helping us, there's no way to salvage this. After those videos spread, all our partner merchants started canceling contracts. Pre-ordered goods got returned en masse. Our regular raw material suppliers in Dacia refused to supply us and ordered their legal teams to sue us. The brainless fans we scammed are all 16, 17, 18 years old, legally incapable of independent judgment. Their parents have filed a joint lawsuit accusing us of fraud, and every claim stands. The summons just arrived from the authorities. Chairman, we're finished. We're truly finished. Meituan Nuka roared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. No sooner had he spoken than his secretary rushed in breathlessly, Chairman, there are dozens of reporters downstairs demanding to interview you about the fraud allegations against Saodonger. Meituan Kutch's eyes widened in shock. How is he implicated in fraud again? The secretary pulled out a live stream recording of Saodonger's top influencer going live with Liang Fei. In the footage, the streamer meticulously detailed the alleged crimes of Saodonger Cosmetics, backed by irrefutable evidence. No sooner had he finished watching the footage than another secretary rushed over. Chairman, the authorities are here. They say they need to take you in for questioning. Immediately after, another person rushed in, Chairman, the Ministry of Commerce is here. They say we're suspected of malicious commercial net increase and plagiarizing others' formulas. Law enforcement is here too. They say we're implicated in a criminal case, the one involving Li Jiasanqi selling counterfeit masks that cause deaths. Li Jiasanqi has admitted that our company set up a shell company externally to collude with him in defrauding consumers. Thud. Meituan Kutcha collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. It's over. Everything's over. 3 days later. Liang Fei had just turned on the TV when a news report caught his eye. Recently, renowned cosmetics brand Saodonger has been found guilty on multiple charges, including malicious competition, consumer fraud, and violations of Ministry of Commerce regulations. Saodonger Cosmetics has been ordered to cease operations, and all responsible parties have been apprehended. The swift resolution of this major fraud case is largely credited to a conscientious citizen of Longcheng. Stay tuned for further updates. Zhang Yi, sitting beside him, was utterly stunned. Where did Longcheng get so many kind-hearted citizens? And what kind of citizen could wield such immense influence? It was practically like they were about to read out Liang Fei's ID number. Zhang Yi's gaze toward Liang Fei had changed. Brother Fei, I was just taking a few days off to travel with my girlfriend, and you went and pulled off something this huge? You're seriously something else. Liang Fei's face darkened. They just said it was a kind citizen. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Yi scoffed, yeah right. If that good citizen wasn't you, I'll eat on livestream. Liang Fei looked disgusted. Here we go again with the freeloading. Longcheng, a shady motel. Zhao Jigang sat on the bed, staring intently at the TV, his eyes practically glowing green. Beside him, a man with a foot-long scar across his brow wore a grim expression. This good citizen, is it that Liang Fei guy? The mere mention of Liang Fei's name made Zhao Jigang grind his teeth in fury. He'd been so careful, yet still failed. He had gone to find Liang Fei just days ago intending to cause trouble, but through a twist of fate, he ended up helping Liang Fei instead. If not for his quick wit and timely reaction to avoid being tricked into revealing anything by the authorities, he would have been utterly ruined. That bastard Liang, this grudge is unforgivable. The scarred man said, enough with the threats. They won't do any good. The higher-ups are already keeping an eye on this Liang Fei. They've issued a strict order, we must eliminate him. He's already caused massive damage to our group's reputation. If we don't deal with him promptly, our connections overseas could easily be severed. Zhao Jigang looked stunned. It's that serious? The scarred man replied, what did you think? In our line of work, credibility is everything. We secured that agency contract by promising the overseas partners we could handle anything. Now we're being made to look like fools by some tourist resort restaurant owner? That's unacceptable. Bottom line, we must resolve this Liang situation immediately. Zhao Jigang's expression grew complex. After what happened last time, that Liang guy probably caught on. If we go back now, he'll likely get suspicious. The scarred man snorted coldly, what the hell are we afraid of? Before, without orders from above, we could only operate covertly. But this time, the higher-ups have ordered us to act. We just go in. Just like those great Xia people love to say, investigations require evidence, but counterterrorism only needs a target. Since we're going after Liang Fei anyway, why bother knowing his location? Zhao Jigang exhaled in relief. Got it. I'll contact the man right away. Liang Fei remained oblivious to Zhao Jigang and the others' movements. Though Chao Donger's disgrace had tarnished his reputation, the authorities hadn't released Liang Fei's information. Nevertheless, many astute observers had pieced it together, propelling Liang Fei's business to new heights. The love for the motherland meal set, however, remained lukewarm, showing no signs of becoming a viral food sensation. This left Liang Fei with a headache. The system had given him a 1-month deadline for the task, and now more than half that time had passed. He hadn't even managed to build up the heart of the nation meal's reputation yet. Looks like we need to find a way to promote it directly. Otherwise, this thing just won't gain traction. Just as Liang Fei was fretting, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Mr. Liang, it's been ages. You never cease to surprise me. It's only been a few days, and you've already done another great service for the great Xia. Liang Fei recognized the laughter instantly. He stepped out of the kitchen immediately. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Zhou Jian. He chuckled, well, you are the top contributor to Grass East Beauty Company getting what it deserved. Isn't it only fitting I come see you? Besides, I've genuinely missed your craftsmanship. I heard from the parents group at Tingshire Kindergarten that you've launched a brand new set menu here. Let me try some. Liang Fei's face lit up with joy at first, then turned sour. The Patriotic Spirit package's main effect was to inspire patriotism. Did someone as red-blooded and patriotic as Zhou Jian really need his patriotism inspired? What a joke! His patriotism was probably so pure it was practically overflowing. Liang Fei's patriotic heart set would likely be completely useless on him. Chapter 115, Rave Reviews. Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to try it? Zhou Jian chuckled, why wouldn't I be sure? I'm a loyal fan of yours, after all. Besides, the parent group has been raving about your new set menu. Who knows? Maybe the new meal plan could set a new trend, just like the previous baby food did. Since Zhou Jian had put it that way, Liang Fei couldn't very well refuse. He said, well, brace yourself, this new set meal's presentation is a bit lacking. Zhou Jian chuckled. After all, the main thing about food is the taste. No matter how bad the presentation is, how much worse could it really be? He had confidence in Liang Fei's culinary skills. Surely the new set meal's appearance wouldn't dampen one's appetite. That's what Zhou Jian thought, but when Liang Fei's meal arrived at the table, Zhou Jian realized he'd been wrong. The presentation was truly lacking. It was worlds apart from baby food. Yellow steamed buns dotted with sparse greenery, accompanied by wild greens that looked utterly dry and unappetizing. The soup served alongside appeared thin and watery. Forget appetite, just looking at it made one lose all desire to eat. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable feeling suddenly welled up inside Zhou Jian. What right did he have to complain about such a meal? When our forebears risked life and limb fighting for our nation, they likely couldn't even get their hands on food like this. A wave of guilt washed over him. Zhou Jian's gaze toward the meal gradually shifted. He took a deep breath, steadied his resolve, and took a bite of the cornbread. The coarse texture exploded in his mouth, instantly transporting Zhou Jian back to that era. Suddenly, he envisioned countless rugged mountains and harsh landscapes being conquered one after another by our forebears. He saw them advancing relentlessly, sacrificing their precious lives during the long marches. He saw young, ambitious youths who falsified their ages to join the ranks, crying and pleading to contribute to the nation's construction. Slowly, Zhou Jian's eyes reddened. Despite his worldly experience, despite his long tenure in high office that had exposed him to countless scenes, despite having tempered his mind as hard as rock, he could not suppress the deep stirrings within him at this moment. He fought back the tremors in his body, picking up a wild vegetable and putting it in his mouth. The images intensified, transporting him back to that era of hardship. He saw how our forebears risked their lives to finally breathe a breath of fresh air into this nation. He witnessed the nation in ruins, its people united in purpose, their efforts converging toward a single goal. He witnessed the magnificent landscapes gradually blossoming into their rightful splendor, and the war-scarred homeland slowly transforming into a prosperous and thriving nation. By this point, Zhou Jian could no longer hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This meal is absolutely incredible. The experience it offered transcended mere appearance and taste. This wasn't food, it was a genuine work of art. Mr. Liang, you're a genius. Liang Fei was flattered to the point of embarrassment. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. Zhou Jian exclaimed excitedly, tasting your food, I actually saw those scenes from the past. This set meal truly embodies the phrase remembering hardship and cherishing sweetness. Not only that, it lets people feel the struggles of the past, making them treasure their present lives even more while fostering immense passion for our motherland. If this set meal were promoted widely, it could truly benefit our nation's development. I must find an opportunity to bring everyone from our unit here to taste your set meal. I just wonder if it's convenient for Mr. Liang's place. Liang Fei never imagined Zhou Jian would offer such high praise, much less that he had such plans in mind. Zhou Jian's workplace wasn't just any ordinary company. If they could all come together, it would undoubtedly be tremendous publicity for Liang Fei's place. Liang Fei quickly replied, what's inconvenient about that? If your people could spread the word, wouldn't that be a huge help to me? Zhou Jian chuckled at the remark. Then it's settled. I'll make arrangements as soon as I get back. Oh, and Mr. Liang, could you pack up one of these meal sets for me? I'll take it back for my old man to try. Sure thing. Liang Fei quickly prepared the meal, and Zhou Jian headed straight home with it. Zhou Jian's father was over 80, a veteran soldier who had served with distinction in the military region long before his retirement. Later, he became the principal of a military academy, where many prominent figures who graduated were his students. He had lived a life of fiery passion in his youth, then dedicated his middle years to nurturing countless talents for the nation's development. He had essentially devoted his entire life to the country. Now honorably retired, his entire family hoped he would enjoy life to the fullest. But after a lifetime in the military, old habits die hard. Even when he tried to suppress them, an air of authority would involuntarily radiate from him. Consequently, his peers in the neighborhood dared not approach the old gentleman, leaving him perpetually alone. He inevitably seemed a bit lonely. His reminiscences of days gone by inevitably grew more frequent. He often reminisced about his comrades from his youth. Zhou Jian knew the old man longed to relive those days in his dreams. But where in this world could such technology exist? There were places that simulated the experience of being in the thick of battle, but fake was fake. In the old man's view, experiencing that was worse than not experiencing it at all. Watching the old man sigh and lament day after day, Zhou Jian couldn't help but feel anxious inside. But after sampling Liang Fei's patriotic-themed meal, he suddenly had other ideas. He sped home in his car and burst through the door. "Dad, look what I brought you." Zhou Honggang, Zhou Jian's father, sat on the sofa leaning on his cane. His hair was streaked with gray, and he wore a meticulously tailored Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Seeing Zhou Jigang rush in breathlessly, he instinctively scolded, "You're a grown man, yet you still act like a child. You're the top official in the province now. What will people below you think if they see you like this? If the common folk see you like this, will they still trust you? How will you get anything done?" Zhou Jian stood awkwardly at the doorway. His old man was just that kind of person. Not only him, but even if someone more important came by, if there was the slightest misstep, the old man wouldn't hold back with his sharp tongue. Zhou Honggang's wife, Lu Shouwan, emerged from the kitchen and shot Zhou Jian a glare. "Can't you rein in your temper? Our son finally came home for a visit. He's only been here a few days, and you've already lectured him countless times." She was still quite sturdy. In her youth, she had been the daughter of a wealthy family who had stolen money from home to support the war effort, which was how she had met Zhou Honggang. Zhou Honggang had been a tough man all his life, but he couldn't stand up to Lu Shouwan. Seeing her speak, he immediately wilted. Lu Shouwan had already approached Zhou Jian. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. At home, you should do whatever makes you comfortable." Her gaze fell on the object in Zhou Jian's hand. "Where did you get this? Is this takeout?" Chapter 116, Remembering the Hardships of the Past. Zhou Honggang lost his temper again. "How many times have I told you? Stop eating takeout. You're a grown man, haven't you heard your mother say takeout isn't healthy?" Zhou Jian's face darkened. "Mom and Dad, this isn't takeout." Lu Shouwan sighed helplessly. Fine, if you say it's not takeout, then it's not takeout. Go wash your hands and help your dad for a bit. I haven't finished cooking yet. I'll head to the kitchen first." After Lu Shouwan left, Zhou Jian grinned at Zhou Honggang. "Dad, this is something special I got from the scenic-area restaurant. You kept saying you wanted to eat something from back in the day to remember the hardships and appreciate the good life, right? Look, corn muffins. Oh my." Zhou Honggang's eyes lit up instantly. The older one gets, the more one tends to reminisce about the past. After eating too many white flour steamed buns, one naturally craves cornbread to spice up the diet. Not long ago, when Zhou Honggang reminisced about the past, he had casually mentioned craving some coarse grains. He hadn't expected his son to remember. His appetite was instantly whetted. "Wife, warm it up for me quickly." Zhou Jian chuckled. "Dad, no need to heat it up. The owner just finished making it and I rushed straight back. It's perfect to eat right now." He handed the patriotic heart set directly to Zhou Honggang. Just then, Zhou Jian's wife returned home with their child. Seeing her husband's actions, she gasped in surprise. "Zhou Jian, what are you doing? How could I let Dad eat this? He doesn't have much of an appetite. This will upset his stomach." Only then did Zhou Jian realize what was happening, but it was too late to stop him. Zhou Honggang had already stuffed the cornbread into his mouth. As the coarse texture exploded in his mouth, the smile slowly faded from Zhou Honggang's previously cheerful face. Zhou Jian's wife rushed over, and Lu Shouwan came running out of the kitchen. Just as they were about to speak, they noticed something was wrong with Zhou Honggang. Lu Shouwan looked worried. "Old Zhou, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Zhou Jian's wife, equally worried, glared at her husband and snapped, "Zhou Jian, if anything happens to Dad, I'll never forgive you." Both women, filled with concern, helped Zhou Honggang to a seat. Zhou Jian watched Zhou Honggang's expression and slowly broke into a smile. Zhou Jian's wife noticed the change in his expression and immediately flew into a rage. "Zhou Jian, how dare you smile? Look at Dad's condition." Zhou Jian, however, grew calm. "Honey, Mom, don't worry. He'll be fine." "Fine? How could this possibly be fine?" The old man hadn't even looked happy just now. While his body seemed fine, no fainting, no signs of pain, the fact that he hadn't looked happy at all was deeply unsettling. Just as the two were puzzling over it, Zhou Honggang's eyes suddenly turned red, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Breaking free from their grasp, the old man sprang up from the sofa with a sudden burst of energy. Japanese invaders, barbarian scum, dare to trespass upon our Chinese soil. Brothers, follow me. Kill the devils. In that moment, the frail old man seemed to burst with new vitality. His fierce, united hatred infected the two women, causing them to instinctively clench their fists. Zhou Honggang felt as though he were witnessing scenes from the past, where countless comrades had forged an indestructible great wall with their blood and tears to withstand the enemy. Since his retirement, the old man appeared full of vigor, but Lu Xiuwan knew all too well how lonely he truly felt. In his youth, he was a fiery warrior who tamed wild horses with a broadsword and fought 10 men single-handedly. Now, in his twilight years, his once formidable strength had nowhere to be applied. Heroes dread the twilight of their years most of all. And men like the old man often hid their loneliness all the more deeply the more desolate they felt. But while he might deceive others, how could he possibly hide it from the person who shared his bed night after night? Lu Xiuwan saw Zhou Honggang's condition clearly, and it pained her deeply. She could feel distinctly that the man she once admired was slowly fading away. Yet now, that man seemed to have his blood boiling anew. That youthful vigor, that fearless spirit undaunted by any hardship, had suddenly returned. Lu Xiuwan was deeply moved, and Zhou Jian's wife was equally stirred. Zhou Honggang's fervor grew ever more intense, drawing both women into the battlefield with him. Following his footsteps, they experienced and comprehended the struggle alongside him. Gradually, they witnessed the war reaching its climax, until finally, the rooster crowed and dawn broke. What should have been a moment of overwhelming joy and nationwide celebration brought an unexpected turn. The second battle had begun. Brothers turned against each other. As the war drew to its end, when the burden should have finally lifted, Zhou Honggang's tears suddenly streamed down his face. He reached out his hand, grasping at the air before him. "Old Sergeant, Stone, Xingzi, slow down. You're walking too fast. I can barely keep up with you. Our journey has only just begun. I haven't even had a chance to properly tell you about the good life we have now. Don't leave me." This old man, who had been tough his entire life, suddenly burst into tears like a spring, his body trembling uncontrollably. In his era, too many had fallen just before dawn. Inside the room, Zhou Jian and the other two wore expressions of profound melancholy. Meanwhile, Zhou Honggang clearly could no longer see the visions. He slowly sank into the sofa. Zhou Jian's expression was slightly complicated as he stepped forward and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Zhou Honggang slowly lifted his head, gazing at Zhou Jian for a long moment before suddenly smiling. "Jian, you're a thoughtful kid." Zhou Jian let out a long sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the room quickly returned to normal, even livelier than before. Whether it was Zhou Jian, his wife, or Lu Xiujuan, they could all clearly sense that Zhou Honggang's energy and spirit had improved significantly after eating the cornbread. His personality had also softened considerably. Gone was the rigid temperament of before. Instead, he was chatting and laughing. The old man, who hadn't touched alcohol since leaving the battlefield, even shared a couple of cups with Zhou Jian at the dinner table, a rare occurrence. "Jian, you mentioned earlier that the cornbread and wild vegetables were part of a patriotic heart-set menu created by the scenic-area restaurant?" Zhou Jian nodded. "That's right, Dad. Mr. Liang, the owner of the scenic-area restaurant, is quite an interesting man. The set meal he developed is even more fascinating. That children's complimentary food that was promoted citywide and is now heading to the provincial level and nationwide, he created that too." Zhou Honggang's eyes grew increasingly bright. So this guy's actually quite the young talent? When it came to Liang Fei, Zhou Jian couldn't stop talking. He didn't hold back at all, praising Liang Fei as if he were one of a kind in the whole world. A smile spread across Zhou Honggang's face. "I'm starting to take quite an interest in this kid myself. But your word alone won't cut it. I need to see for myself." Zhou Jian, who had been speaking with great enthusiasm, was suddenly dumbfounded. "Dad, you're going to the scenic-area restaurant yourself?" Zhou Honggang shot Zhou Jian a sharp look. "When did I ever say that?" Zhou Jian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Liang Fei was certainly no stranger to high-stakes situations, but his father's imposing presence was something few could handle. Without Liang Fei's advanced preparation, misunderstandings would have been inevitable. The main issue was that Liang Fei ran a restaurant. If Zhou Honggang showed up, he'd scare away all the customers. Chapter 117, Their identities surpass your imagination. Zhou Jian said, "It's better if you don't come." "Who said I wouldn't go?" Zhou Jian was even more confused. "Dad, what exactly are you trying to say?" Zhou Honggang said, "My meaning is quite simple. I won't go alone. I'll bring my old comrades in arms with me." Zhou Jian was completely panicked. "Dad, no, please don't. If you really go through with this, Mr. Liang's restaurant won't be able to stay open." Zhou Honggang's temper flared again. "Why can't it stay open? You wouldn't be suggesting our identities could somehow affect his business, would you? What kind of impact could we possibly have? We're just a bunch of retired old men, ordinary folks." Zhou Jian was stunned. "True, you're ordinary citizens now, all retired. But let's not even talk about what you were before retirement. Just look at the students under your tutelage. The lowest ranking among them is only one rank below Zhou Jian, some are half a rank below, others are his equal, and there are even those higher than him. Several of them were even big shots in the military districts. That wasn't the issue. The real problem was that each of these old gentlemen had accumulated an impressive array of military honors. Even after retirement, or to put it bluntly, even after they were gone, anyone foolish enough to show them disrespect, to utter a single word of insult, would likely face a single, inevitable outcome. The curse was hurled this afternoon, the body was buried tonight. When all of you elders gather at a scenic restaurant, it's bound to draw attention from the capital. They'll likely send people to keep an eye on things, afraid something might happen to you. Admittedly, that might be a slight exaggeration. But if those old men truly gathered at a scenic restaurant, the authorities wouldn't just station a reinforced regiment inside the park. They'd deploy personnel from 3 or 5 precincts, the city's top official, and even those stationed at the military headquarters outside the city. If they failed to secure your safety, all those positions would be up for grabs. Dad, you really want to go? Zhou Honggang shot Zhou Jian a glare. You think I'm joking? I have more important business to attend to there. If things unfold as I suspect, that scenic area restaurant will have done something truly monumental. Zhou Jian pondered for a long moment. Fine. I'll inform the city government. Before he could finish, Zhou Honggang shot him another glare. Tell the city that if they dare waste public resources by sending people to follow us, we'll stage a sit-in at City Hall. Got it. Old kid, that's really how it came about. Zhou Jian looked utterly helpless, but he dared not contradict his elderly father. He could only make an excuse to go to the bathroom and call the city government officials from there. Tomorrow, 7 or 8 seniors all in their 70s and 80s are heading to the scenic area restaurant. Send some people over. Also, coordinate with the War Department and have them send some personnel too. How many personnel? Zhou Jian thought for a moment. Let me put it this way, those old gentlemen all fought in the War of Resistance. The Great Xia Empire grew up right under their watchful eyes. Their military decorations encompass nearly every honor bestowed since the founding of the Great Xia. If you still don't understand, let me put it this way, if even one of those elders gets so much as a scratch from the bad guys, your entire municipal government will be purged from top to bottom. After hanging up, Zhou Jian returned to the living room to find everyone had already finished their meal. Zhou Honggang looked decades younger, sitting on the living room sofa, chatting cheerfully on the phone. Old Lu, huh? Not revolving around your wife anymore? A teasing reply came from the other end. Hey, like you're not wrapped around your wife's finger yourself. Zhou Honggang said, alright, no more jokes. How about it? Want to join us old boys for a trip down memory lane? Take a good look at the people from back then? The laughter gradually subsided on the other end. Old buddy, what's gotten into you? Zhou Honggang pressed, just tell me if you're in. One nod from you, and I promise you'll have no regrets left in this lifetime. A low growl came from across the table. I dream of cutting down those damn Japanese bastards again. Back then, it was my mistake that let the old platoon leader. Zhou Honggang cut him off, enough talk. Meet me tomorrow at the Longshan Scenic Area restaurant. After hanging up, Zhou Honggang dialed the number of his second comrade in arms. Little Liang, how've you been lately? Zhou Honggang spent the entire afternoon making calls, arranging meetings with 7 or 8 people. Zhou Honggang, who was used to going to bed early, was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until well past midnight. That night, he slept more soundly than ever before. The night deepened. Zhao Jigang cautiously made his way back to the Black Inn. Brother, it's me. The door opened, and Scarface stepped aside, ushering Zhao Jigang inside. No tails following you? Zhao Jigang replied, bro, you can rest easy. No one's following me. The scarred man nodded. How's the contact going? Zhao Jigang replied, when the Longcheng authorities raided our hideout earlier, our main brothers all got away. Only the small fry got caught. I've rounded up the scattered brothers these past 2 days. Anyway, we'll move locations after this job, so exposure isn't a worry. The scarred man nodded. Right. He paused, then added, our brothers are all on the precinct's watch list. The scenic area is safer now, but we still need to be cautious. Have them figure out how to infiltrate the site first. Once we're inside during daylight, we'll create chaos at the restaurant. They can strike while the opportunity arises. Then we'll work together inside and out. Take down that Liang guy, and we'll make our escape. Got it. Zhao Jigang immediately contacted his men. Oh, and one more thing, make sure they don't eat any of those weird dishes at the scenic area restaurant. Zhao Jigang's caution was well-founded. Liang Fei's food was utterly pervasive. They couldn't guarantee they hadn't overlooked something, let alone first-timers at the scenic area restaurant. Once all preparations were complete, the 2 men locked eyes, cold laughter flickering in their gazes. That bastard Liang. We never provoked him, yet he ruined all our hard work. He'll pay for this with his life. Their eyes locked, both men seething with fury. In the blink of an eye, night gave way to dawn. Early that morning, Qin Yunfei hurried to the Longcheng magistrate's office. Feng Haiyang, the head of the magistrate's office, was stunned. Mr. Qin, what brings you here so suddenly? Are you here for an inspection? Qin Yunfei's status in Longcheng was well known, and the magistrate dared not take him lightly. Qin Yunfei thought to himself that he certainly didn't have time for such formalities. He cut straight to the point. Yesterday, I received a call from Mr. Zhou. He said several elders were planning to meet at the Longshan scenic area. He instructed me to mobilize personnel from the magistrate's office and the military outpost to establish security measures at the scenic area. Their safety must be guaranteed at all costs. What? Feng Haiyang wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. A meeting of several elders at Longshan scenic area had actually prompted Mr. Zhou to personally call Qin Yunfei, ordering him to mobilize significant resources and arrange protection? What was going on? Was the political climate shifting? What kind of elders deserved such treatment? Could it be they're carrying classified information? Qin Yunfei glanced at Feng Haiyang. Ordinary secrets? They're not nearly as important as these guys. Ha! Qin Yunfei explained, let me put it this way, if you printed out all their military achievements and compiled them, it wouldn't even fit on a dozen A4 pages, and I mean double-sided, using the largest size 5 font. No exaggeration, if they so much as scrape their skin, you and I would both be out of a job. Chapter 118, Can this meal really pay for itself? After learning from Qin Yunfei the identities of those heading to the Longshan scenic area hotel, Feng Haiyang became fully alert. He immediately assembled a force of over 1,000 personnel and summoned Qin Shuiyan and Yenbing. I've notified the Flying Tigers and the fire department, they're on standby. They'll handle perimeter security, we don't need to worry about that. Our responsibility is safeguarding the interior of the scenic area. You two are more familiar with disguise and protection. This operation falls under your responsibility. Infiltrate the Longshan scenic area undercover. Under no circumstances reveal your identities unless absolutely necessary. Those elderly individuals have peculiar temperaments, they detest any unnecessary commotion made on their behalf. But remember, under no circumstances must they suffer even the slightest harm. Also, everyone carry weapons. Both men nodded in agreement. Feng Haiyang declared, let's move. They sprang into action immediately. At the same time, the situation at the War Department's stronghold was identical. We must approach this with utmost vigilance. Those individuals hold positions of immense prestige. It's no exaggeration to say that the current prosperity of Great Xia is inseparable from their efforts. Any harm coming to them would be a failure on our part. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say we should all remove our uniforms. I've already requested several attack helicopters from headquarters. Should any anomaly arise, signal immediately, I'll dispatch them without delay. This mission is of utmost importance. All personnel are armed. Should anyone dare harm those elders, do not hesitate, execute them on the spot. Yes, sir. The order echoes through the mountains, all troops hear it clearly. The vast crowd surged out of the mountains and infiltrated the Longshan scenic area under cover. Liang Fei yawned as he opened the restaurant door, only to be met by a constant stream of people. Wow, when did business at the scenic area get this booming? He was stunned. He hadn't noticed the scenic area being this busy before. And judging by the looks of it, none of them seemed to be heading to his restaurant. Just then, Li Huan happened to walk by, grinning so widely his teeth were practically on display. Liang Fei asked, Brother Huan, have you been promoting the scenic area behind my back? Li Huan shot Liang Fei a disapproving glare. Do I look like the type to do that? If there's a good way to promote it, would I keep it to myself? Liang Fei scratched his head. True. Li Huan mused, maybe the previous promotions finally paid off. Liang Fei nodded solemnly, then I won't keep you. Let's get to work with all these guests, we're going to make a killing. Hearing this, Li Huan's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. It's rare for the scenic area to hit over 10,000 visitors. Seize this chance, we might just take off. I won't linger here. I need to notify the merchants in the scenic area to get ready. We can't miss out on such a great opportunity. Li Huan jogged off, while Liang Fei dashed back to the restaurant to get things ready. He planned to use this opportunity to further boost the popularity of the patriotic heart set. What puzzled Liang Fei, though, was that after waiting for an hour or two, only 3 or 5 customers had come in. It was starting to get him down. Are they all just here for the scenic area? Traditionally, restaurants relied on tourist attractions to drive foot traffic, but now the tables had turned. Still, Liang Fei wasn't overly concerned. The scenic area restaurant's reputation was well established, so customer traffic wasn't an issue. Besides, it was still early morning. The scenic area restaurant's real operating hours started at noon, when the crowd would gradually pick up. But with hardly anyone coming all morning, Liang Fei and Zhang Yi were both getting bored out of their minds. Just then, Zhang Yi shot up from his seat, staring ahead with excitement. They're here! They're here! Brother Fei, customers! Liang Fei hurriedly looked ahead and spotted 7 or 8 elderly men chatting and laughing as they approached. The one leading the group bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Jian. The group walked straight into the restaurant with purpose. The leader was none other than Zhou Honggang, Zhou Jian's father. He spoke up, Owner, bring us 1 patriotic heart set meal each. Liang Fei was startled at first, then his face lit up with delight. He'd been fretting over how to sell the patriotic heart set to this group of elders, and now they'd ordered it themselves. What else was there to say? Bring it on! Without another word, Liang Fei and Zhang Yi immediately got to work. Once the meals were served, Liang Fei beamed, "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen." Zhou Honggang glanced at Liang Fei and asked with a smile, "How much is this set meal?" Liang Fei replied, "Not expensive, 8 yuan each." Zhou Honggang paused, then realized what it meant. For them, August 1st had always been a very special day. After sizing Liang Fei up, Zhou Honggang nodded. "That's a well-judged price. But will you actually make money?" Liang Fei replied, "I've made enough profit already. This set meal has a different meaning. It wasn't meant to be a moneymaker in the first place. As long as I don't lose money, that's fine. But let me clarify, the low cost isn't due to poor ingredients. Quite the opposite, its nutritional value is absolutely solid. If you don't believe me, take it to the hospital for testing. I use top quality ingredients, but it gives the illusion of low cost mainly because I source most of them myself, squeezing costs wherever possible." Worried Zhou Honggang might not believe him, Liang Fei added, "I can show you all the ingredients we use in the kitchen." "No need." Zhou Honggang smiled broadly, growing more impressed with Liang Fei the longer he observed him. Before arriving, he had specifically visited a testing agency to analyze the ingredients of the patriotic heart set. Not only did it feature wild greens simmered in broth made from chicken, duck, and fish, but it also incorporated premium medicinal herbs and highly nutritious ingredients. The flavors were meticulously balanced to achieve a deliberately subtle taste profile, perfectly complementing the nostalgic soup served as a side. Even the cornbread was meticulously crafted, primarily coarse grains, enriched with highly nutritious ingredients. The testing agency gave this meal set extremely high marks. And yet, Liang Fei was selling it for just 8 yuan per serving. He's genuinely not making a profit, probably even losing money. Thinking this, Zhou Honggang said, "Alright, go get back to work." Liang Fei nodded and returned to the counter. Zhang Yi leaned over and whispered, "Brother Fei, why does that old man act like he's so superior? You seem so timid around him." Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi a glare. "He's not acting superior, he's just approachable. Anyway, don't ever think he's bossing you around. I get the feeling this guy's background isn't simple. Actually, come to think of it, none of the old folks around here have ordinary backgrounds. Once we get this done, our patriotic heart set will really take off." Mentioning the patriotic heart set only made Zhang Yi more perplexed. "Bro, you're using top quality ingredients for this set meal, yet you're selling it for just 8 yuan. Are you really going to break even? Even if I break even, wouldn't that just mean I'm making a name for myself for nothing?" Liang Fei never intended this meal deal to be about making money. As he'd said, his previous dishes had already made him a fortune. Tens of millions sat idle in his account. Besides, he'd officially licensed the beauty cake to Jialianfang, where it was flying off the shelves. The daily royalties alone brought in tens of thousands, easily covering the costs of the patriotic heart set. Money was the last thing on Liang Fei's mind. Enough chatter. Get to work. Chapter 119, Even my pigs eat better than this. While Liang Fei and his partner bustled about, the elderly patrons began sampling the meal. As the food touched their tongues, images of war slowly flickered before their eyes. The once chatty elders narrowed their eyes, a grim, murderous aura spreading throughout the room. "Japanese devils, dare to invade our great Xia. Kill. Charge. To drive the barbarians from our land, we'll gladly shed our blood in this spring and autumn." The seemingly frail and aged elders suddenly erupted with a force that stunned both Liang Fei and Zhang Yi. This aura was utterly incomparable to anything Zhao Jigang and his men had ever projected. It was pure, unadulterated killing intent. These veteran warriors revealed their most fiery and passionate selves. The sight filled Zhang Yi with such emotion his face flushed. "Brother Fei, I take back what I said earlier. This is just too thrilling. It makes me want to jump into battle myself. Now I finally understand why you're promoting this package even if it doesn't make money. This is the cure for our nation." Liang Fei's face darkened. "This is over the top. You don't praise someone like this, it's making him feel embarrassed." The elderly grew increasingly emotional. They saw the fervor of their youth, the fearless charge forward, and the heart-wrenching farewells of life and death. Just as the restaurant's atmosphere reached its absolute peak, a wave of heart-wrenching sorrow washed over them. "Little Deng, old Hu, brother Zhang, don't leave us. Victory is within our grasp. You haven't seen the true dawn yet. How can you leave? How could you possibly leave? We promised to greet the dawn together." An old man stood up, tears welling in his eyes, gazing fixedly toward the north. Another old man's eyes brimmed with tears. "Old platoon leader, didn't you say your daughter was about to get married? After this war ends, you were going to return for her wedding, weren't you? You're the one who absolutely can't miss it. Little Gua, what are you doing? Why are you blocking my way? You coward who's scared to death of even a mouse, just stay a coward for the rest of your life, hiding behind me. Why did you suddenly find courage facing the enemy's guns? You're so skinny you know you can't stop their bullets. Why are you blocking my way?" The old man in the corner wept the hardest. Old He, Brother Zhu, Chenhua, Butcher Su, Little Lu, I remember you. Our comrades remember you too. Rest well on Wolf Tooth Mountain. We'll win this war for you. Lan sister, I truly haven't forgotten, nor will I ever in this lifetime. When you told the enemy, if you fear death, you wouldn't be on the battlefield. Tell me, how will I die? You dreaded the cold most, and it was still deep winter then. That guillotine blade was so icy cold, yet you didn't even flinch. The little child you worried about has grown into a capable person now. Brother Cho, you always told me to speak less and act more. I never understood until that day I truly understood. In the midst of that raging fire, you didn't utter a single word. You kept silent, yet from that moment on, everyone praised you. Brother Cho, did you see? In the dining hall, some sighed, others reminisced. As the elders slowly shared their stories, both Liang Fei and Zhang Yi found themselves with tears welling in their eyes. It was unclear how much time passed before people gradually snapped out of that complex mix of emotions. They looked at each other, set down their cornbread, and began tasting the wild greens. Unlike the cornbread, the moment the wild greens touched their tongues, they saw their motherland thriving. They saw the new horizons they had once striven for slowly coming to fruition. The elders regained their lively, chatty demeanor. Liang Fei could clearly sense that these elders seemed to have rediscovered their vitality and spirit, growing even more fond of their present lives. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the patriotic heart meal. For Longshan Scenic Area, today was undoubtedly a momentous day. For the first time since business had dwindled, the scenic area welcomed over 20,000 visitors in a single day. Seeing the crowds filling the area, the merchants were all energized. Driven by herd mentality, more and more people flocked to Longshan Scenic Area, which hadn't seen such bustling activity in a long time. Inside a cafe at Longshan Scenic Area, Yan Bing and Qin Shuiyan were both here. Their seats offered a clear view of the resort's restaurants, allowing them to gather the information they needed promptly. Qin Shuiyan watched the constant flow of people, her brow furrowed. Don't you feel like there are more and more people here? Yan Bing said, isn't it pretty normal to have more? Business at Longshan Scenic Area is slowly picking up. No. Qin Shuiyan's frown deepened. Those elderly individuals have special status. With so many people around, accidents are bound to happen. The Transportation Bureau is deliberately controlling the flow of visitors, and the publicity department has intentionally downplayed the impact of Longshan Scenic Area's booming business. The goal is to keep visitor numbers within manageable limits without dampening the elderly guests' spirits or affecting the scenic area's operations. We had contingency plans in place. Without counting our own people, the scenic area could only handle around 10,000 visitors at most. But now, the numbers have likely surpassed 30,000. If it were just natural growth, we wouldn't have reached this number. Yan Bing's expression darkened. You think someone deliberately caused this crowd? Qin Shuiyan replied, it's hard to say, but we should err on the side of caution. Yan Bing said, I'll go take a look. Outside the scenic area restaurant, in a public restroom displaying a yellow under repair sign. The scarred man led Zhao Jigang and their group to rendezvous with them, over a dozen people in total. Our earlier efforts have already drawn more and more people here. Once we're inside the scenic area restaurant, stir up some commotion first. Then, in the chaos, take out that Liang guy. Got it? Everyone nodded in unison. The plan was simple, and executing it wouldn't be difficult. With so many people distracting attention, they could easily slip away after the deed. The scarred man said, we'll split up and meet at the scenic area restaurant. The group began moving out. Scenic area restaurant. It was now midday. The elderly who had eaten the patriotic heart-set meal were no ordinary folk. Having recovered from the experience, they began reminiscing about the past. After seating them at a large table, Liang Fei turned to attending to other customers. Unsurprisingly, the scenic area restaurant was packed once more, with diners lavishing praise on Liang Fei's offerings. But just then, is this even fit for human consumption? A furious outburst drew everyone's attention. Liang Fei glanced over to see a bald man who had just sat down. He'd ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes but hadn't even touched his chopsticks before complaining about the food. Another troublemaker sent by Yunhua restaurant? Liang Fei frowned and hurried over. Sir, what specifically is unsatisfactory about our food? Shall I give you a full refund? The bald man spun around, glaring at Liang Fei with venom. Full refund? Do you think a full refund will make up for my loss? I was lured here by your overwhelming online hype. I drove 4 or 5 hours just to enjoy a good meal. And this is what you serve me? My pigs eat better than this. Now you think a full refund will make up for my losses? Dream on. He held up one finger. 1 million yuan for emotional distress, not a penny less. Chapter 120, is he really just a cook? Not just Liang Fei, every customer around them was stunned by the demand. 1 million yuan for emotional distress? He's robbing us. Besides, where's the logic in demanding a restaurant owner compensate you for emotional distress just because the food didn't suit your taste? And with so many people raving about the dishes, why are you the only one complaining? Have you considered it might be your own issue? Before Liang Fei could even speak, the other diners were already fuming. The world's full of surprises. Beggars used to kneel by the curb, groveling for scraps. Now they sit at tables like lords demanding money? Think you own the place? Go chill somewhere else, will ya? Seriously? Seriously? People shouldn't be like this. Can't troublemakers be a little more creative? Using the excuse that Mr. Liang's restaurant food is subpar? How can you even say that? Which blind fool left his fly open and let himself be exposed? If I were his father, I'd have smacked him against the wall to feed the flies. The commotion over here also drew the attention of a few elderly folks. They'd lived long enough to see it all, weathered every kind of situation imaginable. They understood the situation immediately. Coming to cause trouble in such a decent place? Have you lived so long just to turn into a dog in your old age? Zhou Honggang shot up from his seat. His buddies didn't back down either, following him over. Liang Fei froze when he saw the elderly gentleman approaching. He hurried forward. "Gentlemen, I'll handle this matter. Please continue your meal without worry." Zhou Honggang said, "Young man, you've helped us rediscover our youthful passion. That's a huge favor. Now, it's only right we return the favor." He turned to the bald man. "You. If you're not eating, get out. Don't spoil everyone's good mood." The bald man chuckled. "What the hell do I have to do with you old farts? Is he your dad or something? Why are you defending him so fiercely?" Liang Fei was stunned. The way they just reacted to the war footage, they were clearly genuine veterans who'd seen combat. Judging by their demeanor, it was obvious they weren't ordinary men. And even setting aside their status, the mere fact that they'd been in combat and shed blood for their country meant they weren't people this bald guy could just insult. Liang Fei had intended to have a proper conversation with this guy. But now. He lunged forward, his gaze fixed intensely on the bald man. "Apologize. Now." Startled by Liang Fei's imposing presence, the bald man instinctively took a half step back, only to have his hand seized by Liang Fei. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and the bald man realized Liang Fei possessed terrifying strength. The agony made him wince and grit his teeth. He instantly flew into a rage. "Why should I apologize to them? A bunch of old farts? What gives them the right? You should be apologizing to me." Smack! Before the bald man could finish his sentence, Liang Fei delivered a vicious slap across his face. The sheer force sent the bald man spinning 3 full circles before crashing heavily to the ground. He was stunned. The scarred man and his crew waiting in the corner were stunned too. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to unfold. According to their plan, the bald man was supposed to pick a fight and make the first move, sparking chaos for them to strike. Why was Liang Fei the one who struck first? And how the hell did this guy get so strong? Zhao Jigang glanced at the scarred man. "Bro, what about us?" The scarred man gritted his teeth, find an opportunity to stir up trouble. The others immediately prepared themselves. Liang Fei remained oblivious to the shifting tension nearby. His gaze fixed coldly on the bald man as he demanded, one last time. "Apologize." Their peaceful lives today were built entirely on the sacrifices of pioneers like Zhou Honggang, who had shed blood and sweat. Yet this bald guy dared to insult them. Liang Fei's gaze was murderous, making the bald man panic even more. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. "Hit me. You dare hit me. I'll fight you to the death." The bald man scrambled to his feet and charged straight at Liang Fei. Liang Fei didn't dodge. He aimed a kick squarely at the bald man's stomach. The speed with which he charged forward was matched by the speed with which he flew backward. The scarred man and his crew, who had been poised to intervene, were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was this? How could the owner of a scenic spot restaurant and a cook be this skilled in combat? The bald man, embodying sheer tenacity, flew through the air and charged at Liang Fei once more. This time, however, he was sent flying even farther. Across the street at the coffee shop, Qin Shuiyan and Yan Bing, who had been about to investigate the commotion, were equally stunned. Having dealt with criminals for years, they could usually gauge a person's temperament and character at a glance. That bald guy clearly cut his teeth in street brawls. His skills were undeniably sharp. When Liang Fei goes up against Baldy, Liang Fei is bound to come out on the losing end. But now, the bald guy was getting completely dominated by Liang Fei. This is absolutely astonishing. He's really a chef? Yan Bing looked at Qin Shuiyan, utterly stunned. Qin Shuiyan was equally perplexed. Still, it was best that nothing serious had happened. At the scenic-area restaurant, the bald man was too exhausted to get up. Lying on the ground, tears welled up in his eyes. What the hell was that about? Wasn't he a cook? How come he's such a tough fighter? Is this even fair? Can we even have fun anymore? As Baldy was lost in his thoughts, Liang Fei had already appeared before him. Looking down at Baldy from above, Liang Fei spoke slowly and deliberately, "Apologize to those gentlemen." Now. Liang Fei's gaze was like it could devour a person whole, and the bald man was instantly terrified. He struggled painfully for half a minute before finally scrambling to his feet, then apologized properly to Zhou Honggang and the others. The moment he finished, the guests erupted in cheers. "Mr. Liang, you're amazing. Mr. Liang, you're my hero. Not only is his cooking amazing, but his values are solid as a rock and he's got incredible skills too. He's practically the perfect man. Mr. Liang, I want to give you a whole soccer team. Liang Fei, who had been wearing a cold expression, instantly cracked a smile. Having a whole soccer team is a bit much, isn't it? What's happened to men's soccer in China? This is just asking for hate. Liang Fei turned to the crowd, everyone, calm down. Let's eat first. Before he could finish, a sudden rush of wind whistled behind him. Simultaneously, a guest ahead cried out, Mr. Liang, watch out. Liang Fei whipped his head around just in time to see the bald man who seemingly conjured a brick from nowhere swinging it straight at his head. It all happened too fast for Liang Fei to dodge. Thud! The brick collided violently with his skull. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, accompanied by dizziness, causing Liang Fei to stagger. Seeing their chance, the scarred man and his crew immediately sprang to their feet, shouting, Protect Mr. Liang. Quick, protect Mr. Liang. The shout snapped the customers into action, and they immediately rushed toward Liang Fei. The scarred man aimed a kick squarely at one man's backside. The man stumbled forward, crashing into the person ahead of him. He accidentally collided with the person in front, who let out a scream, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Damn it! Who kicked me? Stop pushing. Help Mr. Liang first. That bald guy's getting away. Stop him. People kept shouting in alarm, but the more panicked they became, the more chaotic the crowd grew. This was precisely the chaos the scarred man and his crew had been waiting for. They easily spotted Liang Fei in the crowd. Exchanging glances, they all charged toward him with all their might. Liang Fei clutched the back of his head and yelled, Everyone, calm down. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Chapter 121, Is he really just a restaurant chef? Despite Liang Fei's desperate attempts to restore order, the scene remained chaotic. Everyone was in chaos. The scarred man and Zhao Jigang seized the opportunity, steadily closing in on Liang Fei. The murderous intent in their eyes grew increasingly evident. Finally, the distance between them closed to less than a meter. The scarred man barked, Attack! The moment the words left his mouth, everyone drew their daggers simultaneously. But at that very moment, freeze! The first to burst in were Qin Shuiyan and Yan Bing. Behind them followed dozens of officers from the Longqing magistrate's office, with more officers stretching out beyond them as far as the eye could see. Every single one of them was armed with firearms. The chilling aura of lethal intent terrified everyone present. Especially the scarred man and his crew. They began questioning their very existence. What the hell is this? They just wanted to deal with the owner of a scenic-area restaurant. How many constables were there? With this many men, let alone dealing with a handful of nobodies like them, even taking down a criminal gang would be a piece of cake. What the heck is going on here? This many constables? This can't be a joke, right? Zhao Jigang was on the verge of tears. He kept pleading for help from the scarred man, while the other members of the fraud ring also turned to the scarred man, completely dumbfounded. Boss, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say you'd scouted this place beforehand? There shouldn't be any cops here. There are absolutely no cops? The scarred man swallowed hard. He wanted to figure out what was going on too. He couldn't fathom why the owner of a scenic-area restaurant would need such heavy police protection. Soon, something even more baffling to the scarred man unfolded. The roar of helicopters filled the air, followed by the sight of 4 or 5 attack choppers streaking across the distant sky. Just one glance at those things was enough to paralyze anyone with fear. One of the scammers fainted on the spot from sheer terror. The remaining scammers looked utterly horrified, trembling like sieves sifting flour. Yes. They weren't exactly upstanding citizens. They knew that once their schemes were exposed, there'd be no good outcome. But, at worst, they'd just be exposed as con artists. They did intend to kill someone, but it was only attempted murder. Even if they had actually killed someone, would it really warrant deploying attack helicopters? And it seems it wasn't just the attack helicopters. Just as people had anticipated. Within seconds of the attack helicopter's deployment, 17 or 18 green military vehicles raced toward the area from all directions. Not only that, but guests who had been sightseeing just moments before suddenly drew firearms from their coats. The once friendly uncles and aunts instantly transformed into ruthless killers. Even the scarred man nearly fainted on the spot. This overwhelming display instantly terrified the scammers into a daze. They dared not hesitate even for a moment longer. Are you kidding me? In this situation, hesitation wouldn't just cost them their heads. They'd likely be left with nothing but a pile of bones. The scarred leader was the first to raise his hands, rushing out of the crowd and dropping to his knees with a thud. Don't shoot! We did plan to kill Liang Fei, but we hadn't succeeded yet. This counts as us turning ourselves in. Even if you don't give us a reduced sentence, you can't kill us. We know a thing or two about the law. Zhao Jigang knelt as well. Yeah, do whatever you want to us, just don't kill us. We still want to live a few more days. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the People's Liberation Army, the fraudsters dared not conceal the slightest detail, even revealing the exact color of their underwear. Liang Fei in the crowd was stunned. What? Kill him? How come he didn't know? He'd been chopping away at the ingredients, even helping maintain order when trouble broke out. Turns out he'd already been to the gates of hell and back? Holy crap, I'm just like, holy crap. The world really is full of surprises. What followed was surprisingly straightforward. The fraudsters cooperated unexpectedly, one after another, insisting that as long as the authorities from the magistrate's office, not the military, took them away, they'd comply with anything. The authorities didn't disappoint. After cross-referencing records and confirming they were the troublemakers from the scenic-area restaurant and that they were connected to the fraud ring, they promptly took them away. But the military soldiers didn't back down. This left Liang Fei feeling incredibly tense, while the guests were stuck in limbo, unable to leave, yet unable to stay. Zhou Honggang sighed. These kids never stop giving us headaches. They've all been on the battlefield killing Japanese devils. What haven't they experienced? Besides, even if they really run into trouble, what's the big deal if they die? Is it really worth all this trouble for us? The elderly men sighed repeatedly but said little more. Only when Zhou Honggang personally assured the local commander they would depart immediately did the War Department soldiers finally withdraw. It was only then that people truly understood the identities of these elderly gentlemen. Only then did Liang Fei grasp the truth: all these constables and soldiers hadn't appeared out of concern for his safety after all. Just as Liang Fei was torn between laughter and tears, Zhou Honggang approached him. Liang Fei, interested in teaming up? Liang Fei was overcome with excitement. He pointed at his own nose. Me? Partner with you, sir? I'd be more than happy to. But, how exactly would we collaborate? Zhou Honggang replied, you know what I do. I've led many soldiers, and my students have fought in countless battles. Many of them never returned from the battlefield. Others returned physically, but their hearts never came back. You call the problems these people face post-war syndrome. Liang Fei was utterly shocked. What do you mean? I believe your patriotic heart package could be a life-saving remedy for them. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. Are you serious? Zhou Honggang replied, absolutely. I've been on the battlefield. I know that feeling all too well. I can assure you, this stuff of yours will definitely cure them. The only question is whether you're willing. Liang Fei nodded frantically. He had no reason to refuse. First, it was a good deed. Second, if he pulled this off, wouldn't that mean the mission to make the patriotic heart set a phenomenon-level dish would be accomplished? Zhou Honggang said, alright, I'll arrange this as soon as I get back. I'll contact you immediately when it's ready. Great. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Honggang left immediately. Over the next few days, Liang Fei's small shop enjoyed another surge in popularity. Customers streamed in throughout the day, finally calming down by evening. After the busiest period passed, Liang Fei let Zhang Yi clock out to spend time with his girlfriend. Seeing few customers left, Liang Fei began working on making the patriotic heart meal more convenient. He'd been working on this for days. The meal was great, but it wasn't easy to take out. He was trying to figure out if he could package it like military rations. Just as he was at a loss, a couple walked into the shop. The man looked anxious. Boss, get us something to eat. Anything will do. Liang Fei noticed the woman's swollen belly and pale complexion. She looked famished. He quickly prepared some home-style dishes suitable for pregnant women and brought them over. Chapter 122, Feed her a hearty meal. I made it light, less oil, less salt, but the nutritional balance is definitely sound. Give it a try. The man handed over the meal, his face still full of worry. Only after the woman tentatively took a bite did he relax slightly. Liang Fei's curiosity piqued. What's the deal here, bro? Your wife's heavily pregnant, and you're letting her go hungry? Liang Fei asked this because the man didn't seem like the type to mistreat his wife. The man sighed. Don't even get me started. Ever since she got pregnant, her morning sickness has been brutal. She can't stomach most foods. The problem is she already has low blood sugar. If she doesn't eat enough, she gets weak all over and is prone to fainting. Liang Fei understood. So the woman really was hungry, but not as severely as he'd imagined. Just as Liang Fei finished thinking this, the woman's face suddenly paled. She retched, covered her mouth, and hurriedly stood up. The man panicked and rushed over to support her. Manager, where's the restroom? It's in the back. The two hurried off to the restroom. Liang Fei watched their retreating backs, his face darkening. Holy crap, that morning sickness reaction was way too intense. He'd made the dish not only overly oily but completely meat-free, and still this happened? Just as he was thinking. Ding! Triggered timed quest, feed the pregnant woman a satisfying meal. Completing the quest will grant rewards. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. He thought he couldn't get any other tasks until he finished the system's final prerequisite mission, but here one was handed to him. But this woman's morning sickness was so severe, she couldn't stomach most foods. Getting her to eat a full meal? That's going to be tough. System, this task is putting me in a tough spot. The moment he spoke, Liang Fei realized something. When he'd researched medicinal cuisine earlier, the system hadn't just gifted him the corresponding recipes, it had also given him a crash course encyclopedia of Chinese medicinal herbs. Everything the system provided was top-notch. As a complete novice with zero prior knowledge, after studying that material, his understanding of pharmacology rivaled that of a renowned TCM master. He immediately recalled a formula specifically designed to alleviate morning sickness. If regular food doesn't work, we can definitely use medicinal cuisine instead. Liang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. He dashed to the kitchen, gathered ample ingredients, and exchanged some deliciousness points for medicinal herbs. After thorough preparation, Liang Fei pondered and decided to create a fast food meal similar to the heart of an set. First, he used his skilled pastry techniques to create some pastries as appetizers. Next, he steamed rice and made soup. Finally, he stir-fried a vegetable dish to complete the fast food set. Finally, he measured out the medicinal herbs known to alleviate morning sickness. Concerned about affecting the taste, Liang Fei didn't add them directly to the meal. Instead, he placed the prepared meal on the top layer of the steamer and the herbs on the bottom layer. Slow simmering over low heat activated the medicinal properties, allowing the vapors to rise and evenly infuse the meal. 5 minutes later, the meal was ready. Using the food appraisal ability gifted by the system, Liang Fei meticulously inspected everything. Only after confirming there were no issues and that it would definitely prevent morning sickness did he step out of the kitchen with satisfaction. Just then, the man returned to the restaurant with his wife. "Thanks, boss. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." Liang Fei grinned. "No rush. Bro, your wife has hypoglycemia and she's pregnant too. If she doesn't eat enough, this will happen again soon." Hearing this, the man's face filled with worry. The woman forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm used to it. Just eat smaller meals more often." Liang Fei replied, "But that's only possible after she gets home. It'll take us nearly half an hour just to walk out of the scenic area. Your body won't be able to handle it." The man said, "It's fine. We just bought some pastries. We'll eat them on the way." Liang Fei replied, "But they're not nutritious. How about trying a new dish?" To prevent them from overthinking, Liang Fei added, "Don't worry, you know my rule, no charge for new dishes not on the menu. And they're definitely nutritious. If anything happens after eating my new dishes, the restaurant will compensate you." The man waved his hands hurriedly. "Mr. Liang, you've misunderstood. We're not doubting your new dish." Both were longtime patrons of Liang Fei's restaurant, trusting his culinary skills and character implicitly. They just felt that no matter how delicious Liang Fei's new dish might be, the woman simply couldn't handle it. After all, her physical condition was a reality. The man voiced his concern. Liang Fei chuckled, "Well, that's quite a coincidence. This new dish was actually developed specifically for your wife. She can eat it without any issues." The two men looked troubled. The woman's hypoglycemia wasn't a recent issue. Since she became pregnant, the man had been searching for food she could eat without vomiting, or at least without vomiting as severely. They had tried or been recommended several dishes supposedly designed for women with severe morning sickness, but without exception, none had worked. Liang Fei's food was genuinely delicious and nutritious, and they truly loved it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all this way, willing to endure nausea just for a taste. But the idea that Liang Fei's food wouldn't make them vomit? They simply couldn't believe it. "Mr. Liang, we appreciate the kindness, but perhaps it's best to skip it. Seeing my wife like that really breaks my heart." The woman, understanding and considerate, stepped in when she saw her husband's dilemma. "Why don't we just try it? What if it works?" The man looked conflicted. Liang Fei said, "Trust me this once. If it doesn't work out, I'll pack up my kitchen gear and head down with you guys." With Liang Fei having gone this far, the man naturally couldn't say much more. Even though he still didn't fully trust Liang Fei, he could only nod in agreement. Liang Fei beamed with delight and promptly brought out the meal set. The food looked and smelled delicious, but when it was placed on the table, the woman's face fell. Since becoming pregnant, her morning sickness had been relentless. More often than not, she ended up vomiting more than she could keep down, which was unbearably distressing. Gradually, she developed a psychological aversion to eating. The more appealing the food looked and smelled, the more she resisted it. After a long mental preparation, she dipped her chopsticks into just a tiny bit of soup. With a look of deep suffering, she put the chopsticks into her mouth. She had braced herself for the inevitable wave of nausea. But as the flavor spread across her tongue, not only did the urge to vomit vanish, but her appetite was suddenly awakened. Gurgle. Her stomach responded with a cooperative rumble, and her appetite suddenly soared. She tentatively stuffed a bite of appetizing dumplings into her mouth. Her dull eyes gradually brightened. Finally, as if she hadn't eaten in days, she began devouring the food in large bites. The man beside her watched the scene in stunned silence. Good grief, she's eating like a horse. She's eating even more enthusiastically than before she was pregnant. Just watching made him hungry. Is this really my wife? The man stared at Liang Fei in disbelief. Liang Fei was also shocked, but quickly snapped out of it. She hadn't had a proper meal in so long. Finally finding something she could eat without throwing up, of course she'd want to enjoy it. Liang Fei hurriedly said, "No need to rush. There's plenty to go around." Chapter 123, No More Hunger? Soon, the woman finished the entire meal, belching contentedly. A look of pure satisfaction spread across her face. Just then, Liang Fei heard the system's task completion notification. He didn't rush to check it, instead walking straight up to the young couple and asking, "How does it feel?" The woman beamed with excitement. "Mr. Liang, to be honest, I don't think I've ever eaten this much in my entire life. This feeling of fullness is absolutely blissful." Hypoglycemia fears nothing more than hunger, yet severe morning sickness meant the woman's body could only be sustained by medication. Nothing could provide that feeling of fullness. Her chronic hypoglycemia meant hunger always left her irritable. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that since becoming pregnant, she had scarcely felt good. But today, she felt more at ease than ever before. She felt like bursting into song right then and there. Seeing his wife's rare smile, the man beamed with joy. "Mr. Liang, I truly don't know how to thank you." Liang Fei waved it off. "It's nothing. I'm just glad I could help." The woman replied, "It's more than that. Since getting pregnant, I haven't had a single satisfying meal. You've made me rediscover the joy of being human, Mr. Liang. Oh, and Mr. Liang, could you pack a few more of these meals for me? I absolutely must let my girlfriends try them." With business opportunities, Liang Fei naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately prepared 5 more set meals without delay and collected 200 yuan from the woman. The two left, thoroughly satisfied. Liang Fei didn't idle either. After seeing off the last group of customers, he immediately began studying the military rations. Meanwhile, the woman rushed home and immediately messaged her pregnant girlfriends, inviting them to a feast. The moment she posted it in the group chat, the messages exploded. "Qianqian, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You totally did this on purpose, right? You know we're all suffering from severe morning sickness and you still invite us to a big feast? You're just awful." Several of the women in the group were in the same boat as Zhou Qianqian, suffering from severe morning sickness that made eating nearly impossible. Since becoming pregnant, they hadn't had a single satisfying meal. At home, the mere mention of feast made them queasy. Their husbands, caught in the crossfire, dared not indulge like before. They even avoided eating too much during regular meals, fearful of upsetting their wives, who were extra sensitive during pregnancy. Sure, they didn't say anything, but it must have hurt them inside. Who wouldn't feel for their own wife? In the end, they just have to suffer for their wives' sake. Whenever this topic came up, the group of girlfriends would get incredibly frustrated. "I need to delete our chat history right away. If my husband sees it, he'll be drooling like crazy. You have no idea to spare my feelings, he hasn't eaten his fill for several meals straight. Now when he sees delicious food, his eyes practically turn green. I've told him countless times it's unnecessary. I even suggested he eat out if he really couldn't stand it, and I've transferred him plenty of money. But he just won't listen." Another chimed in, "Funny, my husband's the same. He feels bad for me, and I feel bad for him. I've told my in-laws countless times, but who knew they'd be even more extreme than him? They said they want to learn from him. It scared us all. My in-laws are nearly 60. If they can't even eat their fill, how can their bodies handle it?" The third woman chimed in, "Same here. My mother-in-law cut back on meals because of me, and now my father-in-law watches all these food videos to satisfy his cravings. Sigh, when will this ever end? It's bad enough we're suffering, but now we're dragging our families down too." Zhou Qianqian was so exasperated she laughed. They were practically flaunting their happiness in every possible way. "Enough. Stop flaunting your wonderful in-laws and husband in front of me. I'm not trying to make you jealous on purpose. You're suffering from severe morning sickness, and so am I. But this feast I prepared, I ate it and felt perfectly fine. You two will too. This is our savior." The moment the girls on the other end of the screen saw this, their eyes lit up and they immediately messaged back. "Are you serious?" Zhou Qianqian replied, "When have I ever lied to you guys? Cut the chatter, hurry over to my place. I promise you'll eat your fill." Without another word, the girls rushed straight over to Zhou Qianqian's place. When they saw Zhou Qianqian serve up a feast that looked, smelled, and tasted absolutely amazing, their reactions mirrored hers exactly. Liang Wei said, "Qianqian, are you sure you won't throw up after eating this?" She believed the food must be incredibly delicious, but no matter how tasty it was, it made no difference to them. It would still come right back up. Zhou Qianqian said, "Trust me." Seeing Zhou Qianqian's earnest expression and genuinely feeling hungry themselves, the others didn't hesitate. With a "let's give it a shot" attitude, they took a bite. Though their hearts raced with anxiety, not a trace of morning sickness surfaced even after swallowing the food. Not only that, they wanted another bite. The friends exchanged glances, their eyes growing brighter. "Eat." At the command, they wielded chopsticks in one hand and knives and forks in the other, devouring the food like starving ghosts who hadn't seen sustenance in ages. Their frenzy was so intense that even Zhou Qianqian couldn't help but gasp repeatedly. Good grief, they were eating like wild animals. Had she been like this back then? How about it? The group ate with such relish that they had no interest in paying Zhou Qianqian any mind. Once they were completely stuffed, they leaned back in their chairs, patting their round bellies in a manner that looked as if they'd been carved from the same mold. Qianqian, this stuff is amazing. Where on earth did you get this? Enough talk, this is what we're eating from now on. Zhou Qianqian chuckled. Where else? The scenic area restaurant, of course. The group exchanged glances. Well, that's great news. We're all regulars at scenic area restaurants. Now we'll be well fed, and our families won't have to go hungry either. Mr. Liang isn't just running a restaurant, he's doing charity work. Wait. Liang Wei's eyes lit up. It's not enough for just us to be well fed. There are plenty of sisters in our expectant mothers group who are in the same situation as us. Now that our lives are improving, we can't let them keep going hungry. Zhou Qianqian said, what are we waiting for? Let's talk to the moms to be and place a bulk order with Mr. Liang right away. After discussing it, the group decided to have Zhou Qianqian handle the orders. Without hesitation, she took on the task and called Liang Fei. Liang Fei hadn't anticipated such a huge response to something he'd casually put together. He immediately agreed to take on as many orders as they had and offered to handle the deliveries himself. Soon, every hungry expectant mother was enjoying a hot, hearty meal. When the group received the message from the expectant mother's chat, their eyes lit up with joy. The thought of never having to go hungry again lifted their spirits. As soon as they got home, they rushed to cook a feast for their families. Their husbands were stunned when they came home. This wasn't just the case for Liang Wei and her friends. Many expectant mothers across Longqing found their homes transformed. After eating their fill, the husbands behind the expectant mothers in the group met privately. They embraced each other and wept. The hard times are finally over. Chapter 124, Why haven't you brought out the commendation banner yet? Fu Siyuan, who had organized the gathering, raised his cup filled with plain water. Everyone, I propose a toast. Everyone raised their cups in response. Also, I checked with Boss Liang. He explicitly said this was all part of his job and asked us not to do anything like presenting a banner of gratitude. If you really feel thankful, just bring the baby over to show your support once it's born. I know everyone is deeply grateful to Mr. Liang, but things have only just calmed down over there after a couple of days. Plus, he's usually quite busy. Let's not go over and add to his troubles. But we can keep our gratitude for Mr. Liang in our hearts. As for Mrs. Zhou's family, we need to show our thanks properly. Someone chimed in, my husband says we should bring something over to show our concern. Another voiced concern, Mrs. Zhou is over 6 months alone, she can't be upset right now. Besides, what kind of scene would it be for a bunch of grown men to just show up at her door? I suggest we go directly to Mrs. Zhou's husband and thank him in person. Eyes lit up as they exchanged glances. Great idea. Zhou Qianqian's husband was Zhao Jinxiao, a journalist. Being a journalist was especially tough these days, particularly for conscientious reporters like Zhao Jinxiao. He had chosen journalism precisely to expose the hypocrites who spoke one way to your face and acted another behind your back. Over the years, Zhao Jinxiao's reporting had sent many wrongdoers to prison. In just a few short years, Zhao Jinxiao had become a household name in Longqing's journalism circles. Within their company, he was unquestionably the top reporter. Having such an employee was truly a blessing for the boss. Yet while Jiang Tao was grateful to have a journalist like Zhao Jinxiao who stood firm on his principles, he couldn't help but worry about Zhao's safety. Sure enough, early this morning, Jiang Tao received a threatening letter. The letter conveyed one message, fire Zhao Jinxiao. Since founding his media company, Jiang Tao had received countless such threats and remained unfazed. He absolutely would not fire a conscientious reporter like Zhao Jinxiao. Not only would he not fire him, but he was actually planning to promote Zhao Jinxiao and give him a raise. Yet he couldn't help but worry about Zhao Jinxiao. He'd heard Zhao Jinxiao's wife was already 6 months pregnant. Who knew what those corrupt officials exposed by Zhao might do? After much deliberation, Jiang Tao sent Zhao Jinxiao a text message asking him to come see him. Moments later, the door knocked. Zhao Jinxiao walked in, his face full of question marks. Brother Tao, you wanted to see me? Jiang Tao cleared his throat. Well, have a seat. Zhao Jinxiao waved his hand. I'm investigating the Fei Yang company case and have already found some leads. I'm pretty busy right now. Brother Tao, just get to the point. I need to get back to work after we're done. Jiang Tao couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Jinxiao's relentless work ethic. He said, Xiao Zhao, I know you have a heart full of justice, but sometimes, we need to be a bit more tactful in how we handle things. Zhao Jinxiao's mind filled with even more question marks. I don't quite understand. Jiang Tao sucked on his sunflower seeds. Let me be blunt. Put the Fei Yang company investigation on hold for now. I'm giving you some time off. The company will cover all expenses during your leave. Your wife is pregnant, right? I heard she's already over 6 months along. Soon she won't be able to move around freely. This is the perfect time for you to take her traveling. Come back to work once the dust settles. Zhao Jinxiao frowned. What storm? Brother Tao, you're not scared, are you? Jiang Tao's face darkened. This thick-headed fool really couldn't grasp the hint. He sighed and pulled out the threatening letter. It was on my desk first thing this morning. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Xinxiao opened the letter, glanced at it, and frowned. You want to fire me? Zhang Tao was so exasperated he almost laughed. You're still our company's ace reporter, for crying out loud. How can you be so thick-headed? Firing you? I must be out of my mind. Not only am I not firing you, I'm planning to promote you and give you a raise. But enough of that. I want to tell you this, I know you're bold, capable, and fear no retaliation. No bull, your bro Zhang Tao here's got some backbone too. If they dare retaliate against me, I'll go toe-to-toe with them. If we media folks don't have even that much courage, what the hell are we doing as reporters? But then again, you need to think about your family. Feiyang Company built its empire on forced demolitions. Those guys are a bunch of scumbags who'll do anything. Your wife's already 6 months pregnant. What if those bastards? Zhang Tao stopped himself mid-sentence. It wasn't that he doubted Feiyang Company's audacity, it was precisely because they were so brazen that he feared voicing it might make it come true. Zhao Xinxiao's expression slowly grew complex. Just then. Bang! The door burst open as a reporter rushed in. Brother Tao, Brother Zhao, a huge crowd is outside demanding to see Brother Zhao. Damn it! Zhang Tao leapt to his feet. Don't tell me it's that bunch of bastards from Feiyang Company. Those bastards. Have they no respect for the law? Zhao Xinxiao said, I'll go see them. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Xinxiao was stopped by Zhang Tao. Like hell you're going to see anyone. Your brother Tao isn't dead yet. If they want to touch you, they'll have to get past me first. You stay put in my office. I don't believe they'd dare make a move directly. Zhang Tao's defiant stance galvanized the company employees, who rose to their feet in solidarity. Brother Tao, Brother Zhao is our idol. Now that our idol is in trouble, we fans can't just stand by. We're going with you. Seeing the crowd's fierce resolve, Zhang Tao couldn't help but marvel at how alike birds of a feather really were. He thought he was bold enough, but the reporters below him were even bolder. Several had already started grabbing weapons. Zhang Tao's face darkened. Put those things down. What are you thinking? This is a society governed by law. I'll handle this myself. You all go about your business. Despite his words, the reporters still trailed far behind Zhang Tao, fearing something might happen to him. Zhao Xinxiao was no exception. Upon reaching the lobby, Zhang Tao summoned security to bolster his presence. As soon as they stepped out of the building, they saw dozens of burly men standing not far away. The crowd was a motley crew, every type imaginable. There were burly men with dragon and tiger tattoos, muscle-bound thugs with bulging veins, and well-dressed, refined-looking lawyers. Zhang Tao was stunned. Flying Company had clearly come prepared. His anger flared up instantly. You bastards at Feiyang Company, you've gone too far. You don't even realize the disgusting things you've done yourselves, do you? And you dare come straight to our company. The well-dressed lawyer leading the group was none other than Fu Siyuan. He was stunned by Zhang Tao's words. Feiyang Company? Going too far? What on earth is going on here? He cleared his throat and stepped forward. You must be Mr. Zhang Tao, Zhao Ji's boss, correct? Are you misunderstanding something? Zhang Tao erupted in a torrent of curses. Misunderstanding my ass. You just want to cause trouble for Xiao Zhao, don't you? Get past me first. Fu Siyuan scratched his head. Trouble? We came specifically to thank Brother Zhao. Fu Siyuan glanced at the people behind him. Why don't you bring out the banner? Chapter 125, what's with all the trouble in launching every single day? Commendation banner? Hearing those two words, Zhang Tao felt a bit off. Presenting a banner, was this some new way of stirring trouble? Could it be they print a bunch of insults on the banner? The more Zhang Tao thought about it, the less sense it made. Until he saw the banners people were presenting. They had all sorts of things written on them, but the most common one was "Thank Brother Zhao for feeding me." Zhang Tao lost his composure right then and there. What the hell? Had Zhao Xinxiao been secretly doing charity behind his back? Was he distributing soup to disaster victims? I haven't heard of any disasters anywhere. You guys really aren't here to cause trouble for Xiao Zhao? You're definitely not from Feiyang Company? Fu Siyuan replied, honestly, no. We've never even heard of Feiyang Company. Even Zhao Xinxiao couldn't hold back and stepped out. Forget whether you're from Feiyang Company or not, what's this about thanking me for feeding you? Fu Siyuan immediately spoke for the group, recounting what Zhou Qianqian and her friends had done. Fu Siyuan held up 3 fingers. 3 months, 3 whole months, bro. Do you have any idea how I survived these past 3 months? I was worried my wife would get upset seeing me eat so well, but I was also afraid to eat much for fear of upsetting her feelings. I was so worried I ended up pretending to have a tiny appetite. Just 1 steamed bun a day. This went on for 3 whole months. The older brother had it even worse. Fu, you're way better off than me. At my worst, I only ate once every 3 days, and that was outside the house. Even when I ate out, I didn't dare fill up, terrified my wife would smell it if I burped at home. Another brother chimed in, you guys have it easy. My wife was always sensitive, and pregnancy made her even worse. On one hand, she couldn't eat much due to severe morning sickness and hated the idea of eating. On the other, she feared I'd stop eating if I saw her suffering, so she'd endure her own discomfort daily, cooking delicious meals for me. A day or two was manageable, but seeing her stare at delicious food she couldn't eat for so long, it genuinely broke my heart. I deliberately broke my 40/90 Ti. Man, that really got to me. For 4 or 5 days, she only ate one bowl of rice, surviving on water alone. My brain's not the sharpest, and that one trick drained me. After that, I had to keep using the same tactic. My colorful graphics card, my Alienware laptop, my entire ROG setup. Mentioning this, the man was overcome with sorrow. Fu Siyuan shifted the conversation, but starting today, we won't have to live like this anymore. He grabbed Zhao Jinxiao's hand. Brother Zhao, your wife brought back maternity meals from the scenic-area restaurant and started promoting them. Now my wife can eat her fill, and naturally, we can too. We suddenly feel so energized. The thought of never going hungry again had everyone overcome with excitement. Zhao Jinxia was swept up in the emotion too. Remembering his own hungry days, he suddenly embraced Fu Siyuan and wept bitterly. Later, Jiang Tao and the others were all dumbfounded. In the end, they commented, that must have been tough. Once the situation was explained, people naturally became less guarded. Zhao Jinxiao returned all the gifts people had brought, keeping only a few commemorative banners. Everyone, thank you for coming all this way. Please head back now. Fu Siyuan replied, there's no rush to leave. Brother Zhao, Mr. Jiang mentioned you seem to be facing some trouble? Zhao Jinxiao paused, then Fu Siyuan patted his chest and declared, I'm a lawyer. In Longqing's legal circles, I'd modestly say I rank among the top 3. Let me introduce you to these brothers standing beside me. He pulled another man forward. This brother works in the judiciary. Every case in Longqing, big or small, ends up on his desk. Fu Siyuan patted another man on the shoulder. This brother works in the commerce department. He can talk to any big shot there. Fu Siyuan turned to the third man. He's with the Supervision Commission. He continued his introductions without pause. From the Flying Tigers Social Management Bureau. This guy handles all the fire safety issues in our area. This gentleman is from the Market Administration. This guy looks young, but he's a computer genius. He can pull up any data. As Fu Siyuan introduced them, Zhao Jinxiao and the others behind him grew increasingly excited. Wasn't this the best help sent from heaven? After completing his introductions, Fu Siyuan turned to Zhao Jinxiao and the others with a warm smile. Now, would you mind telling us about this matter? Zhao Jinxiao immediately turned to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao promptly gestured invitingly, let's talk inside. Feiyang Corporation built its empire on forced demolitions. Even after becoming a registered company, it rarely engaged in legitimate business. However, their legal team was exceptional. They mastered every rule and regulation, ensuring every non-compliant action Feiyang took ultimately skirted the line. But no crime is perfect. Even the strongest legal team can't shield a company from self-destruction. Over the years, Feiyang had committed far too many misdeeds. 1 or 2 might go unnoticed, but 10 or 8? Chen Feiyang knew all too well the filthy secrets buried within the company. His greatest fear was drawing unwanted attention. Ever since learning that Zhao Jinxiao was investigating them, he'd been restless these past few days. Chen Feiyang's office. Compared to the visibly flustered Chen Feiyang, his secretary remained remarkably composed. Mr. Chen, rest assured. We've already sent the letter. Jiang Tao isn't some little cutie. He knows exactly what to do. Chen Feiyang shot his secretary a glance, inwardly marveling at her blissful ignorance. She was only so brazen because she had no clue what shady business the company was actually involved in. Are you absolutely certain this is foolproof? The secretary nodded repeatedly. But just then, bang! The door burst open as the vice president rushed in. President Chen, it's a major crisis. A huge crisis. Chen Feiyang shot up from his seat. What happened? The deputy general manager replied, for some reason, Zhao Jinxiao suddenly obtained a lot of evidence against us. He hired the most renowned lawyer in our city, Fu Siyuan, to sue us. The lawyer's letter has already been sent. The judicial authorities are taking this extremely seriously. The Flying Tigers, the Supervisory Commission, and multiple agencies are monitoring the situation. They've already launched an investigation. The Ministry of Commerce and the relevant authorities are already on their way. Chen Feiyang's mind exploded with a thunderous roar. How could this happen so suddenly? Their Feiyang company had always kept a low profile. Why were so many people suddenly targeting them? What the hell is going on? The vice president was utterly frustrated. I have no idea. Who knows where Zhao Jinxiao suddenly found all these connections? Just as he finished speaking, the vice president realized. Maybe it's the pregnancy meals. The pregnancy meal? The deputy manager hurriedly recounted the details of the pregnancy meals. Chen Feiyang was stunned. Quickly, destroy any documents that can be destroyed immediately. Absolutely no trace must be left behind. He glared at the secretary. You go help too. The secretary nodded repeatedly and rushed out with the vice president. Chen Feiyang quickly pulled out his phone, found a contact labeled William, and dialed the number. Mr. William, something's happened at Feiyang Company. The voice on the other end sounded even more shocked than Chen Feiyang. What the hell is going on in Longcheng? It's like something's happening every single day. Just the other day, Zhao Jigang and his crew got swept up by the authorities out of nowhere. Now you're dealing with this too? William, Chen Feiyang's immediate superior, was also Zhao Jigang's boss. As a mid-level figure in the overseas fraud syndicate, William was essentially the one orchestrating most of the operations in Longcheng. Chapter 126, This is all thanks to you, Boss Liang. Chen Feiyang was on the verge of tears. But since the boss had asked, he dared not hold back. Besides, he did know the truth. Chen Feiyang quickly repeated the vice president's words to William. After hearing it, William was completely stunned. Pregnancy meals? That Zhao Jinxiu guy actually used a pregnancy meal to make all these connections? Do you really think I'd believe that? Chen Feiyang said, whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. William cursed under his breath before asking, where did this pregnancy meal come from? The scenic-area restaurant. Silence. A prolonged silence settled across the table. Chen Feiyang tentatively asked, Mr. William? No sooner had he spoken. Another scenic-area restaurant. Always scenic-area restaurants. Is this scenic-area restaurant cursed or something? First, the Longcheng fraud ring got busted because of this scenic spot restaurant. Then Zhao Jigang and his crew got caught because this place was messing with things. Now Liang Fei comes up with this pregnant woman meal deal, and it's going to ruin your entire Feiyang company. What the hell does this guy want? What the hell is he trying to do? William's voice grew louder and louder, and Chen Feiyang feared William might pass out from lack of breath. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. William, we can strategize against Liang Fei later, but what about our immediate situation? William struggled to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, destroy every single piece of documentation linked to our Caesar group. Then get the hell out of here. Feiyang Company was sitting at home when disaster struck out of the blue. Liang Fei, of course, knew nothing of the threatening letter that had just destroyed the entire company's future. He was fully absorbed in figuring out how to turn the patriotic heart meal into military rations. Surprisingly, after some experimentation, he actually succeeded. Building upon the patriotism meal, Liang Fei enhanced the battlefield-themed elements, making it more appealing to veteran soldiers. Finally, he packaged it uniformly in army green lunchboxes. Once completed, it actually looked quite the part. I'm absolutely a genius. After working non-stop to prepare over 100 patriotism meal kits and finish packaging them, Liang Fei finally let a satisfied smile spread across his face as he surveyed the stacks of military ration boxes. This time, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhou Honggang had just called to confirm the arrangements they'd discussed earlier. Tomorrow, Liang Fei would meet with those individuals. Zhou Honggang's students were either veterans who had fought to defend the homeland or individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation. When dealing with such individuals, Liang Fei dared not be careless. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation and his conscience wouldn't let him rest. After meticulously inspecting everything dozens of times, Liang Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Satisfied everything was in order, he placed it in the refrigerator to chill. The patriotic heart meal set differed from others in that, when stored properly, its texture, flavor, and nutritional value remained largely unaffected. The location Zhou Honggang had directed Liang Fei to was too far from the scenic-area restaurant. Unlike his previous work at the city hospital, where he could deliver fresh meals, or the kindergarten where he prepared food on site, this was impossible. After all, while it looked simple, it was actually quite troublesome to make. Refrigerating it beforehand and reheating it later was the more reliable approach. When Liang Fei emerged from the kitchen, he noticed a customer had quietly entered the shop and was snapping photos with their phone. Since the scenic restaurant had become popular, many influencers came to explore the place. Liang Fei didn't mind people taking photos. He addressed the person directly, "What can I get for you?" A flicker of evasion flashed in the man's eyes when he saw Liang Fei. Clearing his throat, he said, "Mr. Liang, right? I'm a small-time influencer here to check out the place. May I take a look at your kitchen? It'll help promote your place, too." Liang Fei shrugged, gestured for him to help himself, then found a seat and turned on the TV. The TV was airing news about the arrest of Feiyang Corporation's executives. Feiyang Company? Just as he was puzzling over it, the phone rang. It was Zhao Jinxiu calling. "You're here to order food for your wife too?" Liang Fei answered with a laugh. Zhao Jinxiu said, "Mr. Liang, I called specifically to thank you." Liang Fei scratched his head. "For the pregnancy meals? No need to thank me. I run a restaurant. When my food sells well, I make money. You two are promoting my place, so I should be thanking you." Zhao Jinxiu replied, "It's not for that reason." "Mr. Liang, have you seen the news?" Liang Fei nodded. "I'm watching it right now." The news was currently reporting on the misdeeds committed by Feiyang Company, leaving Liang Fei feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. That flying company is a real piece of work. Getting them arrested would be a huge win. I heard the higher-ups say you deserve top credit for this. You're something else, man. Zhao Xinxiao said, Mr. Liang, honestly, without your special meals for pregnant women, I wouldn't have pulled this off. He immediately relayed to Liang Fei how Fu Siyuan and the others had rushed over to express their gratitude and assist him. Mr. Liang, it was your pregnancy meals that brought all these people together. And it was your pregnancy meals that made them willing to help me like this. Mr. Liang, you haven't just saved our families, you saved thousands upon thousands of families in Longcheng. Liang Fei blushed at the flattery. He suddenly recalled Zhou Honggang's earlier lament about soldiers returning from battle with all sorts of issues. In truth, most stemmed from profound loneliness and neglect. Having endured suffering on the battlefield, they were then treated as outcasts upon returning home, a burden no ordinary person could bear. Liang Fei agreed to this matter partly to further promote the patriotic heart set, but more so because he genuinely wanted to help these people. But relying solely on his patriotic heart meal was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. What if Zhao Xinxiao, leveraging his status as a journalist, could properly report on these individuals, drawing more attention and companionship? Wouldn't those heroes recover faster? Liang Fei immediately voiced his idea. Zhao Xinxiao across from him was overcome with excitement. Absolutely. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Great. Liang Fei's face lit up with delight, then it settled. After Liang Fei finished the call, the influencer happened to be leaving. Before leaving, he gave Liang Fei a quick wave. Once outside the restaurant, the influencer's previously cheerful expression immediately darkened. He promptly dialed Manager Yang's number. Manager Yang, Mr. Liang intends to visit those returning from the battlefield. Yunhua Hotel. In the general manager's office, Yang Zhoushan paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. That Liang fellow has actually given me a brilliant idea. After hanging up, Yang Zhoushan immediately summoned his secretary. With Yunhua Hotel's reputation steadily declining lately, Yang Zhoushan had been considering sending someone to the scenic-area hotel to discreetly learn from their methods. Little did he expect it would spark an entirely new idea. He turned to his secretary, contact the largest rehabilitation center for war trauma patients in Longcheng immediately. Tell them we're going to deliver welfare benefits. The secretary asked, are you planning to restore our reputation through social welfare activities? Yang Zhoushan snapped, you know what to do, get moving. The secretary nodded hurriedly and turned to leave. Yang Zhoushan swiftly dialed his superior's number and requested a substantial sum of funds. Then, glancing toward the scenic-area restaurant, he sneered coldly, Liang Fei, your food is indeed better than Yunhua restaurants. But no matter how skilled you are, can you match Yunhua restaurant's grandeur? This time, I'll make you return every single customer you stole from me, every last one. Chapter 127, Imitation Without Understanding? Early the next morning, Liang Fei finished his preparations and called Zhou Honggang. Old Zhou, I'm almost ready. I'll be heading out now. Alright. Zhou Honggang's voice came through the line, we'll meet at the location. Got it. After agreeing, Liang Fei hung up. Just then, Zhang Yi arrived, and Zhang Qiao and Xia Yang also came over to help. Together, they loaded everything onto the van driven by Lu Yong. The supplies filled 3 minivans. Worried they might be short-handed, Liang Fei mentioned it to Li Huan. With a wave of his hand, Li Huan summoned even the gatekeeper, Old Li. Xiao Liang, this is practically charity work. Shouldn't the scenic area help promote this for you? Now that Liang Fei and Longshan's scenic area were tied together, they stood to gain or lose together. Li Huan cared more about Liang Fei's business than Liang Fei himself did. Liang Fei waved it off. No need. People will see what's fair. Besides, I'm not doing this for charity. He wasn't just spouting empty rhetoric. First, it fulfilled his mission. Second, Liang Fei genuinely wanted to cure those people. If he made a big deal out of it, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Li Huan said, alright, I'll leave it to you. Oh, and I heard Yunhua restaurant might be making moves too. Keep your guard up. That Yangzhou mountain guy is always stirring trouble. We won't go looking for trouble ourselves, but we won't let others mess up our plans either. Li Huan's words caught Liang Fei off guard, though he didn't seem particularly concerned. I know what I'm doing. See you later, brother Huan. Liang Fei led the way, with Lu Yong driving and Zhang Yi, Xiaoyang, Zhang Qiao, and Old Manly assisting. The 6 of them took 3 cars and headed straight for the convalescent home. Meanwhile, Yunhua Hotel was also mobilizing. Under Yangzhou Mountain's arrangements, the scale of Yunhua Hotel's operation far surpassed Liang Fei's by a wide margin. They deployed 7 or 8 business vehicles alone, plus 2 large trucks specifically for transporting supplies. Not only that, but Yang Zhoushan had gone to great lengths to enlist numerous internet celebrities for promotional support and had also contacted journalists. With everything in place, Yang Zhoushan was brimming with confidence. If Liang Fei doesn't show up, fine. But if he does, I'll make sure he understands that in the restaurant business, skill alone isn't enough to succeed. Before departure, Yangzhou Mountain called the major influencer he had arranged. How's everything going? The voice on the other end replied, Brother Yang, I'm all set. I started promoting yesterday that I'd be visiting the nursing home. My fans are buzzing with excitement, waiting for my livestream. Yang Zhoushan asked, "You didn't tell your fans you'd be promoting me, did you?" The influencer replied, "No way. Don't worry. We'll definitely make it look like a chance encounter, and you'll just happen to be in the shot. We won't let the fans figure out this was staged." Yang Zhoushan felt satisfied upon hearing this. "That's good. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Got it." With that, influencer He hung up the phone. He glanced at his back end, which was flooded with private messages, gave his staff an OK sign, and started the live stream once the time was right. The moment the stream went live, a massive wave of fans flooded in. The view count had already surpassed 10,000 and was still climbing rapidly. He beamed, "Hey everyone, as promised, we're heading to the nursing home today. Let me give you a quick introduction first. This nursing home was established 10 years ago and is renowned for its advanced medical capabilities, comprehensive medical and surrounding facilities, and professional caregiving methods. 5 years ago, the municipal government ordered its conversion into a specialized facility for the care and treatment of retired soldiers. The individuals receiving care here now are genuine heroes who shed blood for our nation and served our people with distinction. We welcome and encourage visits here, as they help us better address the psychological challenges these veterans face. It's unfortunate that despite the city government's vigorous promotion, few people are willing to come. Many perceive the residents here as too dangerous, forgetting who secured the peaceful lives they now enjoy." He spoke with righteous indignation, and viewers in the livestream began angrily condemning the public's ignorance, completely forgetting that they themselves were part of that crowd. And just then, buzz! A roaring sound filled the air as over a dozen vehicles sped toward them. He's eyes lit up, and the viewers in the livestream noticed the commotion too. Cars are coming, several of them. What's going on? Charity work? Delivering warmth? Not sure, let's wait and see. He chuckled inwardly. Clearing his throat, he said, "Everyone, let's go over and interview them." By now, the vehicles had pulled up at the nursing home entrance. Doors swung open, and the first person to step out was none other than Yang Zhoushan, manager of Manhwa restaurant. Spotting He approaching, a smile instantly spread across his face. Just as he was about to begin the interview, he noticed Liang Fei rushing over as well. Liang Fei naturally noticed Yang Zhoushan too, and paused for a moment. In the car, Zhang Yi said, "Brother Fei, that guy over there is Yang Zhoushan, right? He actually showed up. Hope he doesn't mess up our plans." Liang Fei replied, "Looks like they're here to hand out benefits too. Might even help drive traffic. It's all for the benefit of those veterans. How could it mess with our plans? We need to be more magnanimous." Zhang Yi's face darkened. "Bro, you're being way too naive. How could things be that coincidental? Yangzhou Mountain and his crew are clearly stirring up trouble on purpose." Liang Fei said, "Enough, stop dwelling on it. Yang, Old Xiao, Jiang Xiao, Oldly, Zhang Yi, let's get moving." The group got out of the car and started preparing when Yangzhou Mountain called out, well, isn't this a case of enemies meeting by chance? Aren't you the folks from that scenic-area restaurant? What are you doing here?" Just as Zhang Yi opened his mouth, Liang Fei silenced him. Liang Fei grinned at Yangzhou Mountain and said, "We're here at the invitation to cook for the veterans." "Poof." Yang Zhoushan sneered coldly, "What's wrong with your scenic-area restaurant anyway? All you know how to do is steal other people's ideas and copy them, right? We come, and you come too?" Zhang Yi was already annoyed. "What do you mean copycat? Our visit was planned long ago." Yang Zhoushan sneered repeatedly. Just then, He walked over. He glanced at Liang Fei and the others before delivering his rehearsed lines to Yang Zhoushan. "Isn't this Mr. Yang, manager of Manhwa restaurant? What brings you here with such a big entourage? Surely not to pay a special visit to these veterans?" Yang Zhoushan stood tall and proud, glancing at Liang Fei and the others before replying, "Of course. Not just visiting, we've brought our Manhwa Hotel's head chef to prepare a special meal for everyone here. We're using only the finest ingredients and adhering to the highest standards." The ACI feigned astonishment. "That must cost a fortune. I heard Manhwa Hotel's business has been slumping lately, they're almost in the red. And now they're here spreading warmth?" Yang Zhoushan retorted, "So what? Our Manhwa Hotel is the only 4-star establishment in Dragon City. We must set an example for our peers." Chapter 128, Who does Yang Zhoushan think he is? Yang Zhoushan grew more animated. "We're not just here today, we'll come every month, rain or shine. We ask for nothing else, just that these heroes who shed blood and sweat for our great Xia not be left cold-hearted." Yang Zhoushan's righteous words even moved Liang Fei. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. What a noble soul. Zhang Yedo was stunned. "Brother, do you really not understand how treacherous society can be? This guy is clearly putting on a show for us." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard Yang Zhoushan say, "We're not like certain people. He came all this way just to put on a show." Zhang Yi couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to Liang Fei and said, "Brother Fei, haven't you figured it out yet? These guys are here to stir up trouble." Liang Fei shrugged. "Let them do their thing. We'll do ours." No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Hongyang called. Liang Fei answered immediately. Mr. Zhou, we're here. When will you arrive? Zhou Honggang replied, Xiao Liang, I've got something urgent to handle right now. I won't be able to make it over for a while, probably another half hour. I've arranged with the nursing home director, he'll be out to greet you shortly. Liang Fei nodded. All right. After hanging up, Liang Fei asked Zhang Yi and the others to wait a moment. Seeing this, Yang Zhoushan felt his confidence surge. See? This is what sets us apart from everyone else. Those who come here only for show can't even get through the nursing home's gates. But us? We have someone here specifically to welcome us. To establish connections with the nursing home, Yang Zhoushan had specifically paid to bribe someone inside. That person had spoken highly of him to the director, who ultimately agreed to send someone out to greet them upon their arrival. Unbeknownst to the online viewers, who were unaware of the behind-the-scenes maneuvering, the sight of someone coming out to greet them naturally validated Yang Zhoushan's claims. Yang Zhoushan was thrilled at the thought. He quickly chimed in to support Yang Zhoushan. Manager Yang, you're not referring to that group over there as the ones putting on a show, are you? The staff immediately and very cooperatively pointed the camera at Liang Fei and his group. Yang Zhoushan retorted, who else could it be? The livestream chat exploded. The world is full of surprises. Free riding, blatant free riding. How dare they try to piggyback on this kind of traffic? Typical small-town mentality, just pathetic. Scenic area restaurants are nothing special. Watching the comments flood in, Yang Zhoushan felt thoroughly satisfied, while his face glowed with excitement. Over at Liang Fei's end, even Lu Yong couldn't hold back. He turned to Liang Fei and asked, Little Liang, how can you put up with this? Liang Fei shrugged. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Let them talk. As long as the benefits actually reach those veterans, that's what matters. Besides, they're lonely here anyway, which isn't conducive to their recovery. If today's show attracts more people to visit these veterans, they'd actually be doing a good deed. Liang Fei's magnanimity earned Lu Yong's deep respect. He remarked, you deserve every penny you earn. The live stream camera on Yangzhou Mountain refocused on him. He remarked, seems Manager Yang was telling the truth. That crowd over there has completely lost their nerve, they don't even have the guts to argue back anymore. Yangzhou Mountain sneered repeatedly. It would be truly bizarre if they dared to argue back. They can't even put on a decent show. Bringing just a handful of people is bad enough, but the delivery vehicles are trash too. So cheap and stingy, I can't even be bothered to comment. Viewers in the livestream chat began echoing the sentiment, criticizing the scenic area restaurant. Just then, footsteps echoed from the direction of the sanatorium. Yang Zhoushan chuckled, looks like our escort has arrived. He deliberately turned to glance at Liang Fei and raised his voice, Mr. Liang, you guys just stick to putting on a show out here. Anyway, you never planned to actually give those veterans anything worthwhile. We're not playing along with you guys. No sooner had he finished speaking than the figures ahead grew clearer. Leading the group was none other than the convalescent homes director, Xiao Qixuan, accompanied by several other administrators. Yang Zhoushan was instantly thrilled. The person he'd contacted was incredibly reliable. Earlier, they'd only mentioned sending staff to greet them, but now even the director himself had come forward. Viewers in the livestream recognized the director's identity and immediately commented, wow, Manager Yang is impressive. He must be a frequent visitor, even the director came out personally to greet him. I hear this old director has quite the background. He fought in the War of Resistance, and in his 50s and 60s, he even served as vice president of a military academy. It's only because he's older now and can't handle the demands that he came here to become the director of this nursing home. Exactly. And the city government practically begged him to take the position. He agreed not because of the city's influence, but because an old superior convinced him that as director, he could better advocate for the veterans' perspectives. He agreed because he wanted to do something for his comrades. He's one of Longqing's hidden heavyweights, you know. Wow, Manager Yang actually knows such a big shot? That's incredible. Looks like I'll have to visit Manhwa restaurant more often. Not just for the food, just to meet Manager Yang and build a connection with him would be worth it. Reading the comments, Yang Zhoushan grinned so widely his mouth nearly split. He wasted no time, rushing over to greet them. Dean Xiao, you could have simply sent someone to escort us inside. We're truly sorry to trouble you to come out personally. Xiao Qixuan paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Of course I should come out to greet you personally. Your visit this time has been a tremendous help to us. The slightly skeptical viewers in the livestream instantly grew excited upon hearing this, immediately launching into frenzied praise for Yangzhou Mountain. He was also stunned. Wow, even Xiao Qixuan showed such respect toward Yangzhou Mountain. Wasn't this the best publicity tactic imaginable? Yang Zhoushan had even specifically called him over to play along with this charade. Wasn't that overkill? Up front, Yang Zhoushan looked even more flattered and overwhelmed. He even glanced over at Liang Fei and the others, who were being ignored in the distance. His posture and expression clearly showed he was flaunting it. Turning back, Yang Zhoushan addressed Xiao Qixuan again, Dean Xiao, you're too kind. Rest assured, Manhwa Hotel will handle this matter perfectly this time. Xiao Qishuan, who had been smiling broadly, instantly lost his expression upon hearing the words Yunhua Hotel. Yang Zhoushan, oblivious, continued making solemn promises. Our Yunhua Hotel is a renowned establishment in Longqing, not some small-time tourist spot hotel you can compare it to. I guarantee this event will leave every soldier recuperating here thoroughly satisfied. You can rest assured. Yang Zhoushan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Just as he was about to launch into his grand vision, Xiao Qishuan interrupted. Excuse me, I need to cut you off. You aren't Mr. Liang from the scenic-area hotel? Who? Mr. Liang? Yang Zhoushan was completely dumbfounded. The livestream fell into an eerie silence. Yang Zhoushan swallowed hard. It's me, Yang Zhoushan. Xiao Qishuan frowned deeply, wondering what kind of people these were randomly crowding around him. He had come out personally to greet Liang Fei, the honored guest from the convalescent home, following Zhou Honggang old Zhou's instructions. Who the hell is Yang Zhoushan? Chapter 129, Awkward, so awkward. Xiao Qishuan instinctively glanced at the staff member beside him. The staff member took a moment to process before responding. Yesterday, someone claiming to be from Yunhua Hotel did call. They were quite arrogant, saying they were coming to show their support. I figured this place isn't open to just anyone, so I turned them down. Later, they promised that if we let them come in to cook and film a video or do a live stream, they'd donate a sum to us. I even mentioned this to you. Oh. Xiao Qishuan finally caught up. He said, I remember now. I agreed to this yesterday because the ward equipment upgrade funding hasn't come through yet. To get patients better services sooner, I went ahead with it. He looked at Yang Zhoushan. Sorry, man. I've been swamped and completely forgot about you. Since you're here to donate and help with publicity, come on in. Oh, and one more thing, just a reminder. Once you're inside, stay in the designated area we've arranged for you. Feel free to take videos or livestream, just don't leave that designated area. After speaking, Xiao Qishuan spotted Liang Fei in the distance. He decided to play it safe and asked cautiously, Excuse me, young man, are you Mr. Liang, the owner of the scenic-area restaurant? Liang Fei was momentarily stunned, but Zhang Yi nudged him, prompting him to snap out of it and nod instinctively. Seeing this, Xiao Qishuan was instantly overcome with excitement, his attitude toward Liang Fei now a world apart from how he'd treated him at Yangzhou Mountain. The viewers in the livestream chat were at a loss for words. Yangzhou Mountain, meanwhile, wished he could just vanish into thin air. This was just too awkward. If he was guilty, couldn't the authorities just come and punish him directly? Why did they have to put him in such an embarrassing situation? Not just Yangzhou Mountain, even he felt embarrassed for him, frequently shooting him meaningful glances. But Yang Zhoushan was in no state to notice he. He watched helplessly as Xiao Qishuan, brimming with excitement, invited Liang Fei into the sanatorium. When Xiao Qishuan passed by and casually told Yang Zhoushan to leave immediately after filming, Yang Zhoushan wanted to slap himself silly right then and there. He must have been out of his mind back then, insisting he could make Liang Fei suffer. Now look at this mess. Liang Fei hadn't suffered a scratch, but he'd taken the full brunt of the blow. Having been humiliated in front of hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million viewers in the livestream, Yang Zhoushan wished he could just smash his head against the nursing home gate and die. The atmosphere on set was now unbearably awkward, making he feel suicidal. Seeing the staff from Yunhua Hotel sharing the same urge, he immediately paused the livestream and rushed over to Yang Zhoushan's side alongside them. He asked, Manager Yang, should we continue? Yang Zhoushan's eyes widened. Continue? Why wouldn't we continue? The mere thought of Liang Fei and Xiao Qishuan entering the nursing home together filled Yang Zhoushan with boiling rage. What gives them the right? The scenic-area restaurant had no standards, no history, and no reputation. As a restaurant, what else do they have to offer besides decent food? Yang Zhoushan raged on. Why? Why did they get invited in by the director while we had to rush off after filming? It's unfair. This is unfair. He thought to himself, Yang Zhoushan must have lost his mind. Isn't it enough for a restaurant to serve delicious food? What more could you possibly want? Yang Zhoushan could say something like that. No wonder his Yunhua restaurant had no customers. Just as he finished his thought, Yang Zhoushan suddenly turned his gaze toward him. We won't just keep going, we'll make it a huge success. I've already looked into it. The reason Liang Fei commands such respect from Xiao Qishuan is that Xiao Qishuan believes Liang Fei can genuinely help the patients here. So what? Isn't Liang Fei's restaurant just famous for being tasty? Every restaurant has signature dishes. Just bring out our Yunhua restaurant's best dishes and we'll crush those tourist spot eateries. This time, I'm really going all out. It's just about appeasing those patients, right? If Liang Fei's scenic restaurant can do it, our Yunhua restaurant's signature dishes can do the same. Yang Zhanxia made up his mind and turned to the group behind him. Listen up, everyone. Once we're inside, we're going all out. Do everything possible to attract those patients from the convalescent home, get them all to come taste our food. Our Yunhua restaurant's signature dishes are medicinal cuisine, designed to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Liang Fei's approach to helping patients is merely feeding them tasty food to temporarily ease their minds. But our dishes are different, they genuinely alleviate their conditions. When Xiao Qishuan sees this, he'll have to treat us with utmost respect. Whether Yunhua restaurant can stage a stunning comeback hinges on today. Are you all confident? Yang Zhoushan's impassioned speech ignited the entire Yunhua restaurant team, their eyes blazing with fervor. He wore the same look. Manager Yang, I'll do everything in my power to promote this for you. As a major internet celebrity, he truly possessed some skill. He quickly calmed the fans' emotions. After the earlier incident, the fans felt deceived by Yang Zhoushan and still harbored resentment toward both him and Yunhua Hotel. Yet under Hiasi's reassurance, they managed to hold their patience and continue watching. Yang Zhoushan was visibly moved by this. Everyone, follow me inside. The crowd marched in en masse to the nursing home. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Xiao Qishuan treated Liang Fei with great courtesy, not only because old Zhou had instructed him beforehand. To be honest, I'm a loyal fan of your scenic area restaurant too. Liang Fei looked utterly stunned. Xiao Qishuan beamed. It probably started when you firmly supported domestic products. At first, I just found it interesting. But then I discovered your food isn't just delicious, your scenic area restaurant also stays true to its original aspirations, giving back to society when successful. It's just a pity I've always been bogged down with trivial matters and never had the chance to actually visit your scenic area restaurant. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Qishuan had never seen Liang Fei's face, leading him to mistake Yangzhou Mountain for Liang Fei and create a comical misunderstanding. Xiao Qishuan sincerely apologized for this. Liang Fei quickly replied, Dean Xiao, you're too kind. We're already deeply grateful for your support. There's truly no need for apologies. Xiao Qishuan laughed heartily. Then I won't waste any more words. Let's get down to business. Liang Fei said, before we do, I have one more question. Xiao Qishuan replied, go ahead. Liang Fei said, Director Xiao, I honestly don't think you need to harbor such hostility toward the Yunhua hotel staff. They certainly came with an agenda, but they genuinely brought warmth to the patients at our sanatorium. Most importantly, what our patients need most is attention from all sectors of society. The influencer they invited has over 10 million followers. A single livestream attracts millions of viewers. That could generate significant exposure for the convalescent home. In this day and age, traffic is king. Once we gain traction, why worry that the convalescent home won't attract the attention of those genuinely wanting to help these veterans? When more people come to visit, it'll be far more effective than any medication we could use. Chapter 130, This is courting disaster. Xiao Qishuan said, you're right. Our nursing home has been trying to boost its visibility too. We'd welcome that kind of attention. Liang Fei looked puzzled. Then why do you harbor such hostility toward Yunhua restaurant? Xiao Qishuan looked aggrieved. I don't. Then he feigned sudden understanding. Mr. Liang, you think I showed hostility when I said things like get them to wrap up filming and leave ASAP? Liang Fei nodded repeatedly. Xiao Qishuan said, Mr. Liang, you've misunderstood me. I was only concerned for their safety. After all, the patients at our sanatorium have all undergone rigorous training. The rule of never turning their blades inward, never harming the people, is ingrained in their very bones. But you know, when this illness strikes, sheer willpower alone isn't enough to control it. They're afraid that if they see outsiders and lose control, knowing people would be coming today, they deliberately lock themselves in their rooms to sleep. Right now, they're probably all asleep. They won't wake up until at least noon. That's precisely why I suggested we start promoting the meal plan after lunch. Mr. Liang, let me be clear, it's not that I don't value your business. It's just that I know their condition well. They dread being woken up. That's when they're most irritable and most likely to have an episode. If that happens, I doubt even all of us staff here could handle it. Liang Fei suddenly understood. So you had the Yangzhou Mountain team finish early and leave, and specifically arranged for them to be placed far from the patients to avoid disturbing them. It was for their safety? Xiao Qishuan nodded. Exactly. They came here just to use our place for a show. Whether the food actually reaches the patients' mouths doesn't concern them. Honestly, I'd rather not have people like that around. But hey, they're paying us. Since that money can be spent on the patients, lending them the space to make a fuss isn't such a big deal as long as they don't bother my patients. Liang Fei beamed. Director Xiao, that's brilliant. Xiao Qishuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. Shall I now brief you on the condition of my patients? Liang Fei nodded eagerly, listening intently. Meanwhile, at the convalescent home, Yang Zhoushan and the others were led to a secluded corner of the sanatorium. The scenery here was indeed beautiful, and it was quite peaceful. The live streaming effect was also excellent. But the problem was that this wasn't what Yang Zhoushan wanted. Initially, he had indeed intended to stage a show to generate some traffic for Yunhua restaurant. But after the huge blunder at the sanatorium entrance, a mere show was no longer enough to salvage their reputation. He had to ensure his products genuinely benefited the patients and that the patients genuinely recovered. But now, aside from their own crew, there wasn't even a single nursing home staff member present. What the hell was the point of this? Fans in the livestream who already had issues with Yangzhou Mountain were instantly annoyed. Even though he kept trying to calm things down, he couldn't quite control the situation. Yang Zhoushan is just here for the show. This is outrageous. Using people who genuinely contributed to our great xia as mere publicity stunts? Where's the conscience? Where's the bottom line? People shouldn't they shouldn't be doing this. What a piece of work. From now on, every time I see him at Yunhua restaurant, I'll give him hell. He hurried over to Yang Zhoushan, Manager Yang, this can't go on. We can wait, but our customers can't. The chefs from Yunhua restaurant gathered around, Manager Yang, our ingredients can't wait either. If we wait any longer, the ingredients will spoil. The texture and flavor will suffer. Another staff member added, we're desperate, but there's nothing we can do. I figured it out, this is probably all Liang Fei's doing. You saw how Director Xiao treated Liang Fei. That guy must have gotten scared seeing how well prepared we are. He deliberately got Director Xiao to target us, cut us off from patients, and pinned this showboating label on us. Liang Fei has gone too far. The Yunhua restaurant staff were filled with righteous indignation. Yang Zhoushan said, everyone, stay calm. But this only made them panic even more. Manager, how could we not panic? Things have spiraled completely out of our control. Without patients coming in, even if we wanted to give them benefits, it'd be meaningless. This time, we've truly proven ourselves guilty of putting on a show. The crowded Yunhua hotel deflated one by one. Yet Yang Zhoushan, as if anticipating this outcome, spoke with a cold smile. Did you truly believe I hadn't prepared, manager? The group froze. Yang Zhoushan sneered coldly, knowing Liang Fei would come, I made preparations for the worst-case scenario. The nursing home assigned us to this remote location, but does that truly mean we can't gather patients here? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. They did tell us to stay put and not wander off, but who says we can't gather the patients without leaving this place? Yang Zhoushan dashed to his car and hauled out a massive speaker. This thing? If he spoke into it, you could hear him clearly 2 blocks away. Yang Zhoushan could easily gather every patient in the entire sanatorium with this thing. The crowded Yunhua hotel exchanged excited glances. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately started the live stream. Building 9 of the sanatorium. Though Building 9 was the most remote, that didn't mean its surrounding facilities were lacking. On the contrary, the environment was excellent, and the facilities were complete. Every building in the nursing home adhered to identical standards, without the slightest hint of favoritism. The only difference lies in their proximity to the main gate. Some buildings are closer and slightly livelier, while others are tucked away in corners, offering more seclusion. The nursing home primarily assigns patients based on their personalities. Those who enjoy bustle are placed closer to the main gate, while those who prefer tranquility are assigned further away. Building 9 is different. The residents here naturally prefer tranquility. Another reason they live here is that their conditions are relatively severe, and they are also relatively younger, mostly in their 30s and 40s, in the prime of their lives. When resting, they were most sensitive to any noise. Nurse Ji Shuling closed the door carefully and made a shushing gesture toward the head nurse approaching. The head nurse whispered, "Is she asleep?" Ji Shuling nodded. Only then did the head nurse relax. This ward housed only critically ill patients. Unlike those with other psychiatric disorders, these severe cases retain some self-control even during episodes. Even the most critically ill patients weren't terrifying when they had an episode. The problem was, several of the severe patients in this room had a nasty habit of waking up grumpy. If they were woken up, it wouldn't be a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. The head nurse cautiously said, "I'll inform the others. Make absolutely sure not to make too much noise." Ji Shuling nodded. "The other patients are all asleep too. Let them sleep until noon to rest up. Today should be fine without any issues." Ji Shuling nodded. No one would disturb them now. They were sure to have sweet dreams. But just as her thoughts settled. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, patients at the nursing home. This is Yang Zhoushan, manager of Yunhua Hotel. Chapter 131, how about letting me give it a shot?" The voice of Yangzhou Mountain echoed throughout the entire sanatorium via the speakers. Liang Fei and the sanatorium director, Xiao Qixuan, who were discussing a patient's specific condition in the office, naturally heard it loud and clear. It wasn't that their hearing was particularly sharp, the sound was simply too loud. It seemed to echo throughout the entire sanatorium. "Wait." Liang Fei and Xiao Qixuan exchanged glances, their breathing quickening. The entire nursing home must have heard it. Didn't that mean the patients had heard it too? Damn it, this is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qixuan rushed out of the office, Liang Fei close behind. Meanwhile, in Building 9, Ji Shuling and the head nurse, who had just relaxed a second ago, were instantly stunned by the deafening noise. Then, a chill ran down their spines. Both of them froze. Who the hell is that? Have they lost their minds? Screaming at the top of their lungs was bad enough, but using a speaker to amplify it? This person really doesn't know when to quit. Clang! Just as their thoughts settled, a loud crash echoed from inside the room. The head nurse turned pale with shock. "Oh no. The patients on our 9th floor all have severe morning grouchiness. Combined with their conditions, the moment they're woken up, they'll head straight for the source of the noise. But now, the corridor was eerily silent. Ji Shuling suddenly realized something and flung open the ward door, just in time to see the last patient leap out the window. They jumped out the window and escaped. The head nurse turned pale with shock. They must be having an episode to be in such a hurry. The noise must have come from those Yunhua Hotel people. I recall they're near the small garden, the closest spot to our building 9. What? Ji Shuling's head spun. Head nurse, let's split up. You go notify the director and the others. I'll call the security guard over. Got it. The two sprang into action immediately. It wasn't just building 9, the other buildings were the same. Being abruptly woken from a sound sleep was already irritating enough. Combined with their afflictions being triggered, even those still conscious and attempting to control their actions were on the verge of losing control. People with bloodshot eyes charged toward the source of the noise. Over by the small garden. Yangzhou Mountain kept shouting. Hurry over to the small garden. We've prepared the most delicious meals for you, guaranteed to make you never want to leave. Yangzhou Mountain kept talking as he and the others noticed the crowd sprinting toward them. Originally, they had assumed that even if Yangzhou Mountain's shouts had some effect, it probably wouldn't amount to much. But now it seemed that at least 80 to 90%, if not the vast majority, were indeed coming. Holy crap! We're going to be famous. Manager Yang, stop shouting and come down to greet the guests. The staff at Yunhua Hotel had never seen such enthusiastic guests before. They were thrilled beyond belief. Yangzhou Shan, stepping out of the car, had his eyes wide as saucers. He never imagined the locals would be this enthusiastic. This level of enthusiasm was absolutely staggering. We're going to make a fortune this time for real. Yang Zhaoshan grew more and more excited as he spoke. He immediately turned to the staff behind him. Everyone, get busy. We've made quite a stir. Liang Fei must have heard about it. Knowing his temperament, he'll likely team up with Xiao Qishuan to take countermeasures immediately. We have to show some results before that happens. Everyone at Yunhua Restaurant sprang into action, with Yang Zhaoshan personally stepping in to rally the troops. He approached a patient and asked, "What did you like? Would you like me to recommend our signature dish?" Bam! Before Yang Zhaoshan could finish his sentence, a charging figure slammed a fist into his face. The immense force sent Yang Zhaoshan spinning 3.5 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his swelling cheek, he was completely stunned. The staff of Yunhua Restaurant were equally stunned. A voice from the crowd suddenly bellowed, "It's these bastards who've been keeping us awake." The words were like the first shot of an assault, the bugle call rallying the troops. Those who hadn't yet found a target locked onto one instantly, while those who already had only grew more determined. Nearly all the patients from the sanatorium charged toward the Yunhua Hotel group. The patients were well trained, skillfully commanded, and worked in perfect coordination, employing highly sophisticated tactics against the Yunhua Hotel staff. The Yunhua Hotel staff were at a loss, unable even to flee. They were genuinely panicked. Only now did they realize just how utterly idiotic Yang Zhaoshan's suggestion had been, using a loudspeaker to draw the patients over. Only a little cutie would come up with such an idea. These people suffered from post-war trauma, stress disorders, and other mental illnesses. They hid because they feared harming others if their conditions flared up. Yet Yang Zhaoshan deliberately lured them out. And judging by the looks of things, Yangzhou Mountain's reckless actions had triggered their episodes. They possess remarkable self-control, but once triggered, even they can't always control themselves. The people at Yunhua Restaurant were crying. They struggled desperately, but there was no way to escape the surging crowd. Soon, the guests of the Yunhua Hotel let out piercing screams. They were still somewhat better off. In contrast, Yangzhou Mountain couldn't even manage screams anymore. When Liang Fei and Xiao Qishuan arrived, this was the scene that met their eyes. Xiao Qishuan was numb with shock. If just one or two had fallen ill here, he might have had a solution. But with so many people affected simultaneously, even he, the hospital director, was powerless. This is bad. Something terrible is about to happen. Xiao Qishuan was utterly disheartened. But Liang Fei spoke up beside him. "How about letting me try?" Xiao Qishuan was dumbfounded. "Mr. Liang, what could you possibly do?" Liang Fei replied, "As it happens, while researching military rations yesterday, I made some improvements to the meal plan. Specifically to prevent patients from potentially rejecting the meal plan. For patients with this condition, the current meal plan is downright irresistible." Xiao Qishuan found it utterly unbelievable. He was indeed a loyal fan of the scenic-area restaurant and genuinely trusted Liang Fei, but what Liang Fei just said was simply too far-fetched. Liang Fei had no time to explain. He immediately had Zhang Yi and the others start preparations. While Liang Fei's preparations were in full swing, the Yangzhou Mountain crew was stunned into silence. Viewers watching through VSC's camera feed were equally dumbfounded. Holy crap, this is insane. Unbelievable. This live stream effect is absolutely insane. Guys, this doesn't seem like a live stream effect, more like a live stream accident. That idiot Yang Zhaoshan's stupid move has completely messed with the veterans at the nursing home. They probably can't control themselves right now. Holy! This is gonna get out of hand. I heard patients can easily kill people in situations like this. Unless someone can temporarily suppress their condition. Holy, I'm just like, holy. Do you even realize what you're saying? Right now they're like a bunch of crazed tanks. Who could stop them? Who'd even dare to try? Not only were the nursing home staff anxious, but even the viewers in the livestream chat were getting worked up. Just as the viewers were at a loss, one person spoke up. Maybe there really is someone who can work miracles. The scenic area restaurant owner, Mr. Liang. Chapter 132, Can your conscience handle this? The moment this comment appeared, the livestream exploded. Mr. Liang. Exactly. He's here. He always makes the impossible possible. Exactly. It's Boss Liang. With him here, what could possibly go wrong? Mr. Liang is forever the legend. Of course, there were dissenters too. Mr. Liang is indeed amazing, but he's still just a chef. These people need someone who can cure their illnesses. Can Mr. Liang do that? Obviously not. At first, both sides were evenly matched, locked in heated debate. But gradually, those who believed Liang Fei could help began to lose ground, while the number of skeptics grew steadily. It wasn't that people looked down on Liang Fei, it was simply the truth. For a chef like him to help these people was utterly impossible. As the saying goes, specialization is key. No matter how capable Liang Fei might be, he simply couldn't step in. After all, no one had ever seen a place short on doctors just send a cook over to fill in. It's hopeless. Everyone, call the police immediately. No sooner had this comment appeared than someone noticed something odd. Look, the patient's movements don't seem as violent anymore. Just as the viewers in the livestream chat pointed out, the patient's movements on site had indeed calmed down compared to earlier. It was as if something had influenced them. Xiao Qishuan was stunned. While the viewers were clueless about what was happening, he knew exactly what was going on. Just moments ago, Liang Fei had heated up those meal kits designed to resemble military rations. As the aroma filled the air, the once wildly agitated patients gradually calmed down. Not only that, but they also slowly turned their bodies toward this direction. Their eyes flickered with a mix of longing, nostalgia, and other emotions, as if the scent had awakened some memory within them. Gradually, the madness faded from their eyes, replaced by clarity. Liang Fei spoke up, now. Quickly, serve them the food. Zhang Yi and the others reacted instantly, while Xiao Qishuan hurriedly directed the nursing home staff into action. Strangely enough, when the food was placed in the patient's hands, they instinctively accepted the military ration boxes. Holding the olive green boxes, many eyes glistened with tears. It feels so familiar. It's like suddenly being transported back to the past. Those were truly good times. It was exhausting and tough, but also deeply fulfilling. The nostalgic glow in their eyes grew deeper as some began tasting the food. The moment the coarse grains touched their tongues, the most vivid scenes from their memories slowly surfaced, making their already moist eyes grow even wetter. The barracks. It's the barracks. Sergeant Major, it feels like I've been dreaming that I left the barracks, left the battlefield, and returned to the hometown we once guarded. But for some reason, even though I was back in a familiar place, it felt so unfamiliar. There were no comrades there, only towering skyscrapers. People bustled about, scheming and plotting over a few coins. I felt like I didn't belong there at all. They didn't seem to want me either. They say I'm sick, that I'm too violent. But I didn't want it to be this way. After killing so many enemies on the battlefield, sometimes I just couldn't control myself. Sergeant, I'm so lost. A burly man over 6 feet tall wept like a child. The same scene played out for nearly everyone. They were all in agony, fearful of failing to integrate into society while simultaneously longing for life in the barracks. They desperately wanted to change themselves, to become less difficult to deal with, but no matter how hard they tried, it all ended in futility. From young adults in their 30s to veterans in their 50s and 60s, everyone was in agony. They kept pouring out their deepest, most private worries, things they wouldn't dare share with others, hoping to find solutions to their struggles from the respected elders they looked up to. The viewers in the livestream fell into silence. They never imagined things would escalate to this point. Hearing these iron-blooded warriors, men who shed blood for the great Xia and risked their lives for us, speak these words leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Enough said. I'll contact our community volunteers immediately. I'm heading to the nursing home to visit these people. Take me along, brother. I don't know what to say, but I know I have to see them. Me too. Me too. The group was overcome with emotion. Moments later, Xiao Qishuan's phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Xiao Qishuan initially didn't plan to answer. But Liang Fei, who had been closely monitoring the livestream, chuckled, "Director Xiao, why not pick it up?" Trusting Liang Fei, Xiao Qishuan answered. After just a few words, his face lit up with intense emotion. Really? All right, I'll make arrangements immediately. Just as Xiao Qishuan was about to speak, after hanging up, his phone rang again. He answered again, his smile growing even broader. Liang Fei smiled, glancing at Zhang Yi and the others before him, as well as the staff present. Director Xiao will likely be busy for a while. We'll handle things here. We absolutely must ensure every patient gets their military rations. With things progressing this far, even little Cutie could see that Liang Fei's meals were genuinely easing the patient's suffering. Everyone busied themselves with the task. Seeing the situation improving, Liang Fei decided to go live with his broadcast. Zhang Qiao reacted fastest, snatching up the phone he had tossed aside in broadcasting news of Liang Fei's livestream. The viewers weren't pushovers either. They'd long recognized Liang Fei's genuine desire to help these people. Without a moment's hesitation, they flooded into Liang Fei's livestream. Liang Fei stated, "Everyone, for those who have made tremendous sacrifices for our peaceful lives today, no medicine or treatment plan can compare to genuine companionship. I know everyone here wants to contribute. So, let's not just sit here. I hope those with the time and means will come visit these folks at the nursing home." With that, Liang Fei said no more and began assisting Zhang Yi and the others with their tasks. Thanks to their efforts, every patient received Liang Fei's specially prepared patriotic heart meal. The effects were immediately apparent. Having previously refined the meal plan, its properties now perfectly aligned with the patient's conditions. Consequently, their health visibly improved. Only then did Liang Fei turn his attention to Yang Zhoushan and the others. "Are you still planning to stay here? If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here as fast as I could. You can piggyback on traffic, but first consider whose traffic it is. Hitching a ride on the traffic generated by people who've sacrificed most of their lives for us, can your conscience really handle that?" Liang Fei's expression was sincere, while Yang Zhoushan and his group looked utterly flustered. Hearing these words, they were mortified and couldn't bear to stay any longer. They fled the sanatorium as if escaping. What followed was straightforward. With Liang Fei and the sanatorium working together, all patients' conditions stabilized. Just then, Zhao Zhenxiao arrived. Not only did he arrive promptly, but he brought a large contingent of reporters with him. Chapter 133, Main Quest activated. Director Xiao, we hear that the timely containment of the patient's conditions is entirely thanks to Mr. Liang. Is that true? The reporters voiced the question on everyone's mind. Xiao Qishuan acknowledged it without hesitation, lavishing praise on him without reservation. Skeptical reporters interviewed several patients and, unsurprisingly, received overwhelmingly positive feedback about Liang Fei's treatment plan. A 30-something veteran, his eyes reddened, shared, "Mr. Liang's package made me truly appreciate the beauty of life today. I feel my condition has improved significantly." A man in his 40s beside him was on the verge of tears. "This meal plan really deserves widespread promotion. It not only makes people appreciate how hard-won a good life is, but also helps them cherish the happiness right in front of them. I'd call it the most powerful thing ever." A veteran in his 50s or 60s wept openly. "You might not believe this, but after eating this meal, I actually saw my old comrades from the past." The patient's accounts grew increasingly mystical, and through journalists' live broadcasts, these words reached every ear in Longchang. The internet was already buzzing. Is this real? Or is it a scam? I smell a rat. Let's be real, it's just a combo deal. How could it be that mysterious? Hype? Seriously, listen to yourself. These statements are coming from veterans, people who've had strict discipline ingrained in their bones. Would they lie to us? Enough said. Even if it's just to experience the hardships of the battlefield, I have to try this meal deal. Count me in. I'm going purely to see if it's legit. Gotta visit that scenic spot restaurant. Right, we have to see it for ourselves. People meant what they said. They couldn't even wait a single night. By the time Liang Fei returned to the scenic-area restaurant, quite a few people had already arrived. Those too far away ordered online instead, and the patriotic heart-set meal instantly became a sensation. Over the next few days, the scenic-area restaurant was flooded with customers. Xiaoyang even launched a battle-damaged-themed restaurant, and Liang Fei leveraged this venue to turn the patriotic heart-set into a full-blown patriotic craze. Numerous domestic brands approached Liang Fei for collaborations, while restaurants and businesses down the mountain launched complimentary themed services. The patriotic heart set became an overnight sensation. Not only did Liang Fei rake in a fortune, but he also directly completed the final assessment task issued by the system. 1 week later. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The patriotic heart set has sparked a new trend, unlocking intermediate-level cooking utensils. Intermediate cookware, cooking time reduced to 1/50th of original duration. Dishes prepared with this equipment gain increased deliciousness points after being consumed by customers. Liang Fei sucked in a sharp breath. The 10-fold speed boost from basic kitchenware was already staggering, but intermediate kitchenware increased it 50-fold in one go. He was practically an army of one. Forget smoking spatulas, sparks flying were practically guaranteed. Ding! Host has accumulated 100,000 deliciousness points, unlocking the Blueprint Store. Blueprint Store sells blueprints for various peripheral facilities. Modifying buildings according to these blueprints can significantly boost customer appeal. Liang Fei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly opened the Blueprint Store. He discovered a wide variety of blueprints available, including beverage shops, amusement parks, and parks. There were even renovation blueprints for scenic areas. Liang Fei was thrilled. Wow, this blueprint shop was practically tailor-made for him. He had never forgotten his original aspiration. That was to restore Longshan's scenic area to its former glory and ultimately surpass it. While the scenic area's restaurants were indeed booming, the problem was that Longshan's scenic area itself remained lukewarm. Most visitors who came to Longshan were primarily drawn to Liang Fei's restaurants. The biggest beneficiary of Liang Fei's restaurant was Xiaoyang's themed hotel. Beyond that, while other businesses in the scenic area have seen some improvement compared to before, overall they remain lukewarm, barely scraping by. Even Sister Sue's beverage shop was no exception. Liang Fei had previously tried methods to drive traffic to them, but the results were negligible. If only he could remodel it using the blueprints, that would be awesome. Liang Fei's face lit up with excitement, though he didn't rush into action. His gaze fell on the final system notification. This was what he'd been most anticipating. You have completed the final assessment. Main quest activated, establish a gourmet club. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the main quest. You have obtained the quest item Gourmet Club Blueprint. Seeing this system notification, Liang Fei's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Ever since acquiring the system, he hadn't really had a clear goal in mind. But today, things were different. The main quest had begun, and the Gourmet Club was about to be built. For Liang Fei, this was undoubtedly a pivotal turning point in his career. After confirming the quest, the required items appeared on the system interface. After a glance, the blueprint was firmly etched into his mind. Once he truly grasped how to construct the Gourmet Club, Liang Fei's excitement gradually cooled. He whistled softly, holy crap. If we build it exactly according to the blueprint the system gave us, the cost is the least of our worries. Even with that scenic area clubhouse as a foundation, renovating it would take at least 2 or 3 months. In this fast-paced era, even a week of inactivity could make people forget about you, let alone 2 or 3 months. For Liang Fei, this trade-off was truly difficult. Without renovating the Gourmet Club, his business couldn't reach new heights. But renovating it meant temporarily shutting down the original restaurant. That would mean losing customers and traffic, potentially setting him back to square one overnight. Liang Fei wasn't worried about the Gourmet Club lacking customers once completed. His main concern was the decline in business at the scenic spot location. Oh right, what about those blueprints? Liang Fei had just reviewed the relevant overview. Based on the efficiency of those blueprints, renovating other buildings would take no more than a month at the slowest, and as little as 1 or 2 weeks at the fastest. He could easily use this to sustain the scenic area's foot traffic during the Gourmet Club's renovation phase. Liang Fei's eyes lit up again as he quickly dialed Li Huan's number. Brother Huan, are you free right now? I have something extremely important to discuss with you. The merchants at Longshan Scenic Area had no competitive relationship among themselves. Having worked together for so many years, they were practically family. Rather than resisting the idea of renovating others' businesses, Liang Fei was actually quite eager about it. He was confident that Sister Su and Brother Yon would also be very supportive. However, such a significant undertaking definitely needed to be discussed with Li Huan, the scenic area's manager. Without his backing, not only would their work be impossible to initiate, but even securing a reliable construction crew would be a major stumbling block. Li Huan clearly sensed Liang Fei's enthusiasm. I'm in my office right now with some pending matters, he said. If you're in a hurry, feel free to come over. All right. Liang Fei replied, I'll be right over. Chapter 134, The Scenic Area Renovation Plan. Liang Fei arrived at Li Huan's office shortly thereafter. By then, Li Huan had finished his tasks. He greeted Liang Fei with a cheerful smile. What's got you in such a rush? Is there a problem with the restaurant? Liang Fei replied, Brother Huan, remember that Gourmet Club I mentioned to you before? Li Huan nodded. He didn't know about other places, but at least in Longchang, the Gourmet Club had pioneered a new approach in the restaurant scene, something no one had ever done before. It wasn't that it was too difficult or that it couldn't turn a profit. The main issue was that after years of development in Longqing's food scene, people's mindsets had become set in stone. There simply hadn't been anyone with a mindset as unconventional as Liang Fei's. That said, every beginning is tough. For Liang Fei to carve out a niche with this venture would certainly be no easy feat. Li Huan had tried to dissuade Liang Fei, but ultimately supported his decision. Pulling his thoughts back, Li Huan asked, Are you ready now? Li Fei nodded. I've decided to convert that abandoned clubhouse in our scenic area into a gourmet club. I was thinking we could sign the contract today. Li Huan smiled. No problem. I'll have someone draft the contract and contact the construction team right away. By the way, have you thought through the specifics of the renovation? Li Fei smiled. I already have a solid plan in mind. But there's one thing: once we finish the gourmet club, I won't have time to run the restaurant anymore. Currently, the scenic area's foot traffic relies entirely on the restaurant. Without that steady stream of customers, I'm worried about the future of the scenic area. Li Huan's expression grew complex. That was the crux of the matter. It was the very concern that had weighed on his mind all along. After a moment's thought, he said, Fei, you don't need to worry about this. The board will handle it. Just focus on getting your clubhouse up and running. No, it's not that. Liang Fei chuckled. Brother Huan, you've misunderstood me. Li Huan froze. What are you getting at? Liang Fei smiled. What I mean is, I have a way to boost visitor traffic for the scenic area without relying on my restaurant. Li Huan was stunned. Is that even possible? These days, the tourism industry is struggling due to broader economic conditions. The past 2 years saw a downturn in the national economy, and now that people have finally earned some money, most of it goes toward essentials like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Spiritual pursuits like sightseeing at scenic spots are rarely a priority anymore. Most of the money people earn is being saved up. Could Liang Fei really change people's minds? Don't be ridiculous. As Li Huan pondered this, Liang Fei slowly laid out his plan. Li Huan grew increasingly excited as he listened. If we truly transform the scenic area as you propose, Longshan's scenic area might just regain its former glory. But this is a huge undertaking. I need to discuss it with the board and the merchants. Alright, give me 3 days. Keep running the scenic area restaurant for now. Liang Fei smiled. That was exactly the response he wanted from Li Huan. As the scenic area's manager, whatever Li Huan set his mind to doing would surely get done. It was just a matter of how much support he could rally. No problem. After bidding farewell to Li Huan, Liang Fei hurried back to the hotel and threw himself into his work with renewed vigor. Renovating the scenic area was a major undertaking, and he needed numerous blueprints. Even the cheapest blueprints in the blueprint shop cost over 1,000 deliciousness points, and his current stash was barely enough. Fortunately, the patriotic heart set had been a huge hit earlier, and several well-known domestic brands had approached Liang Fei for collaborations. He hadn't agreed to any of them yet. Liang Fei was certain that accepting these collaborations would undoubtedly bring another wave of massive popularity to the scenic area restaurant. Just as Liang Fei had predicted, the moment he agreed to the collaboration, online orders surged past previous peaks. Liang Fei was swamped these past 2 days, his deliciousness points skyrocketing. Li Huan wasn't idle either. He pulled every string he could to secure sponsorships and connections. After raising sufficient funds, he convened another board meeting. As Li Huan had anticipated, the board members showed little enthusiasm for Liang Fei's proposal. Thanks to Mr. Liang's restaurant, the scenic area's situation has gradually improved. If this trend continues, visitor numbers will stabilize. We just need to weather this economic downturn. Tourism will inevitably rebound, and with the reputation we've built up now, Longshan's scenic area will surely return to its former glory. This sentiment resonated with many shareholders. Exactly. Our priority now is stability. We mustn't bite off more than we can chew. Exactly. Besides, Mr. Liang has no business experience whatsoever. He hasn't conducted any systematic research or understanding of the scenic area's clientele. How can you guarantee his plan is foolproof? The shareholders' eyes all turned to Li Huan. Li Huan frowned deeply. His approval of Liang Fei's plan stemmed not only from trust in Liang Fei himself, but also from the compelling renderings Liang Fei had presented of the renovated scenic area. Even seasoned veterans like himself, deeply immersed in this industry, found themselves captivated by the renderings. Moreover, Liang Fei had promised that the actual results after the renovation would far exceed the renderings. Given that, what was there left to worry about? Taking a deep breath, Li Huan said, first off, a scenic area this size can't possibly rely solely on the traffic from Mr. Liang's restaurant to sustain itself. We all know exactly what the current situation is. It's barely scraping by. The attraction's ticket prices have been cut repeatedly and are about to hit rock bottom. True, the scenic area doesn't make money from tickets, but the problem is that the merchants aren't getting much profit either. These merchants have weathered every storm with us since the beginning. Even setting aside sentimentality, purely from a business perspective, if there's no profit to be made, do you really think they'll stay here? Besides, Mr. Liang also needs to grow his business. Mr. Liang did sign a mutual development contract with our scenic area, but the profits he's generated for us now far exceed what the scenic area originally invested. Even if Mr. Liang doesn't mention it, we should be aware of this ourselves. If we keep relying on Mr. Liang until the economy recovers, won't we just become parasites? The shareholders fell silent. Li Huan said, let's take a step back. Even if we were heartless and kept draining Mr. Liang dry, and he didn't mind, we could just pretend nothing happened, keep the scenic area running, and wait for the right moment. But what if that opportunity never comes? What if, even after the economy recovers, tourism never picks up? Moreover, the market changes in the blink of an eye. If we don't adapt, others will choose to change. By the time we decide to change then, we'll have been left behind long ago. One shareholder asked, so what do you suggest we do? Li Huan replied, simple radical transformation. I've already secured the funding. All we need to do now is follow Mr. Liang's plan. Noticing the shift in the shareholders' mood, Li Huan delivered his final, decisive blow. How about this? Let's start with the merchants. Find a pilot site to test Mr. Liang's approach. If it works, we'll roll it out across the entire scenic area. You don't need to worry about the details. Just keep an eye on things. This should be acceptable, right? Chapter 135, The Chef Who Didn't Want to Be an Engineer. With Li Huan having laid it out so plainly, the shareholders naturally had little more to say. They exchanged glances and remained silent. Li Huan smiled. Now, let's vote by show of hands. Those in favor of finding a pilot project, raise your hands. Li Huan raised his hand first, followed by a second and then a third. Before long, it passed unanimously. Li Huan declared, "It's settled then." That very afternoon, Li Huan announced plans to select a pilot area within the scenic zone for renovation and invited all merchants to the office building. In the meeting room, the merchants were filled with confusion. Why suddenly pick a pilot area for renovation? Yeah, things are fine as they are now, right? Sure, we're making less than during the peak tourist season, but with Xiao Liang around, at least we're not starving. Unemployment is so high these days, having a stable job is no small thing. Exactly. What on earth is the scenic area trying to do? Su Jie and Lu Yong also arrived, equally clueless about the situation. Just then, Li Huan entered the conference room. He took his seat, scanned the room, and began, "I assume everyone knows why we're gathered here. This meeting is primarily to select merchants interested in participating in the pilot improvement program. Who among you is interested?" The merchants exchanged glances but remained silent. Li Huan reassured them, "Rest assured, the scenic area will cover the renovation costs. Once completed, you'll be responsible for your own profits and losses. The scenic area's initial investment will only be recouped through a percentage of your profits. Once the renovation costs are repaid, the cooperation model will revert to its previous terms. If business declines after renovations, the scenic area won't collect this money from you, will even provide compensation. Of course, if any of you have spare funds to cover the renovation costs yourselves, the scenic area won't interfere." Seeing the merchants exchange glances without committing, Li Huan said, "If anyone has questions, feel free to ask directly." Lu Yong spoke up, "Frankly, what everyone really wants to know is why the scenic area suddenly made this decision." Li Huan had anticipated this question. He smiled and explained Liang Fei's plan. The merchants were stunned upon hearing this. This plan was proposed by little Liang? And he provided the renovation blueprints? Li Huan nodded. One vendor cleared his throat and said, "Brother Huan, it's not that we don't trust little Liang. It's just that this whole thing feels a bit off, you know? We trust Xiao Liang's skills and he's genuinely made our lives easier. If he ever faced hardship, we'd help without hesitation. But the problem is, a chef providing blueprints? That's just not credible." Another merchant chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Huan, this feels a bit too frivolous. No matter how talented Xiao Liang is, he can't possibly be a jack of all trades. We're certainly willing to support the scenic area's development and don't mind a change. If the scenic area truly wants to run a pilot program, we'll definitely give it our full backing. But this current situation. Bottom line, I'm definitely not the first one to take the plunge." As soon as he finished speaking, many merchants nodded in agreement. They trusted Liang Fei's skills, but professional tasks should be left to professionals. Having Liang Fei design blueprints was like asking them to cook. The end result might look passable, but the quality would be worlds apart. I'm not eager to be the first to take the plunge either. Same here. As more voices of dissent rose, the smile slowly faded from Li Huan's eyes. This was indeed a good idea, but it required the merchants' prior consent. With everyone now opposed, the matter clearly couldn't proceed. Li Huan felt overwhelmed. Just then, Sister Su spoke up, "If it's little Liang proposing it, I'm willing to give it a try." Lu Yong added, "Right, I'm willing to be a pilot case too. Xiao Liang has helped us so much. I trust him." Even in the worst-case scenario, the only outcome would be that nothing changes after the renovation. These words immediately sparked opposition from many merchants. "Brother Yong, that's not the same thing at all. Forget the rest. Entertainment venues and beverage shops rely on decor and service. Service might not be affected, but the decor will definitely take a huge hit. We could end up going out of business completely. Brother Yong, Sister Su, please don't make the wrong decision." The merchants were deeply worried, but Lu Yong and Sister Su only grew more determined. At least trying it won't hurt. The merchants wanted to say more, but seeing their unwavering stance, they fell silent. Li Huan asked, "Any more volunteers?" No one spoke up. Li Huan understood the merchants' hesitation. The plan did seem rather dubious. But he wasn't in a rush. According to Liang Fei's strategy, once they secured a pilot participant, the rest would fall into place. After the meeting, Li Huan kept Sister Su and Lu Yong behind and called Liang Fei over. After some discussion, the four decided to use Sister Su's beverage shop as the pilot. Liang Fei had carefully considered his choice of a beverage shop. First, it's close to my restaurant, so I can keep a close eye on things. Second, it's a smaller space, so the construction won't be too complicated. A week should be plenty of time. Sister Su smiled. "Little Liang, I'm putting my shop in your capable hands. Go ahead and give it your all. Best to really prove those doubters wrong." Liang Fei grinned. Mission accomplished. Over the next few days, Liang Fei poured all his energy into revamping Sister Sue's beverage shop. Meanwhile, the restaurant's delay in launching new dishes sparked buzz among loyal customers. What's the Scenic Area restaurant up to lately? Not only is Boss Liang nowhere to be seen, but they haven't even rolled out new dishes. Exactly. I remember the Scenic Area restaurant used to roll out new dishes every few days. The old ones were great, but we come all this way for something fresh, right? Has Mr. Liang gotten too big for his boots? Did you notice something's off at Longshan's Scenic Area lately? Seems like they're planning something big. I spotted construction going on at that beverage shop next to Mr. Liang's place. Probably just the beverage shop trying to revamp their style. What good will a new look do? Everyone who comes to Longshan's Scenic Area is here for Mr. Liang's restaurant. The beverage shop is only for when you're bored waiting in line and get thirsty again. If he doesn't have anything new, who's going to go there? Exactly. Online chatter was buzzing, and gossip was spreading within the Scenic Area too. Many merchants noticed the growing number of negative comments about the beverage shop online, and the shop's previously solid reputation was showing signs of decline. What were Sister Sue and Brother Huan thinking? This is ridiculous. Our shops are already struggling, and they go and do this? It's like pushing customers away. Sigh, no use trying to talk them out of it. It's hopeless. Chapter 136, Mixed Reactions, Beverage Shop Makeover. Sister Sue's probably going to lose her shirt this time. Sis Sue probably won't lose too much. After all, Brother Huan promised earlier that the Scenic Area would compensate businesses affected by the renovations. Actually, this might be for the best. With Sister Sue's pilot project failing, the Scenic Area probably won't keep pulling these stunts. Little Liang will realize he's no engineer and stick to running his restaurant. That'll make life easier for us too. These words drew agreement from the merchants. As dusk fell, construction at the beverage shop paused temporarily. Liang Fei dismissed Zhang Yi for the day and returned to his own room. Looking at the plans he'd drawn up on his computer, Liang Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. The blueprints from the system are truly remarkable. Even though only half of Sister Sue's beverage shop renovation is complete, it's already showing promising results. Once it's fully finished, customers will definitely come for the novelty. The shop's style alone will draw in customers, but the real challenge is keeping them coming back. Decor was only one aspect. No matter how well designed the blueprints or how impressive the interior, if it couldn't entice customers to spend, making no profit would render it all meaningless. Lately, Liang Fei had been pondering this very issue. These days, tourism is increasingly struggling. While superficial improvements can attract some visitors, truly retaining them requires a core appeal. The means for a Scenic Area to retain visitors lies in its shops. But once those shops close, what else can the Scenic Area rely on to keep visitors? Ever since signing the contract with Li Huan, Liang Fei had been pondering this. Now he had finally come to a realization. The Scenic Area itself must be built into a brand. To achieve this, the fundamental flaws plaguing the Scenic Area must be addressed. If tourism fails and scenic spots can't attract visitors with their natural beauty alone, then naturally, they must rely on these shops. After much deliberation, Liang Fei finally grasped the truth. To keep visitors coming back, mere decoration wouldn't suffice. Decor might draw people in, but getting them to spend requires the shop's own unique selling points. After pondering all night, Liang Fei's eyes lit up. I've got it. My specialty is cuisine. I can spread delicious food throughout every shop in the Scenic Area. For example, Sister Sue's place could use the system's drink recipes. At Brother Yang's place, we could set up a culinary zone where guests can experience the joy of cooking. We can put all those previous recipes in the food zone, but we'll need to simplify the preparation steps. Souvenir shops could also add a food section selling unique culinary-themed merchandise. Since we can't build the Dragon Mountain Scenic Area's reputation, we might as well turn my restaurant into the signature attraction of Dragon Mountain. Liang Fei swiftly refined his plan and sent it to Li Huan first thing in the morning. Li Huan gave it his full endorsement. Fei, your concept is entirely feasible. This way, even when your restaurant closes to focus on the gourmet club, the attraction's inherent popularity will sustain momentum. Liang Fei stated, then renovating Sister Sue's shop becomes the top priority. The success of Sister Sue's shop would directly determine the merchants' attitudes. No matter how brilliant Liang Fei's plan was, it would amount to nothing without their backing. Huan, I gotta keep an eye on things. Got it. I'll get moving on promoting Sister Sue's shop too. Before they knew it, a week had flown by. That evening, Liang Fei sought out Sister Sue. Sis, have you seen the finished product of your shop renovation? Sister Sue looked thrilled. I saw it. It's incredible you actually transformed the shop completely in just 7 days. I barely recognize it. And the appeal? It's absolutely incredible. Liang Fei grinned, voicing his earlier concern. No matter how well the shop is decorated, it only attracts customers inside, it doesn't make them spend. I figured, since the shop's getting a makeover, the drinks should get a makeover too. Sue's sister paused in surprise as Liang Fei pulled out a stack of handwritten recipes. I've developed 10 brand new drinks so far. Stay late tonight, sister, and I'll teach you how to make them all. We'll feature these drinks when the beverage shop opens tomorrow morning. Sister Su said, Fei, I believe in you. Without another word, Liang Fei immediately began teaching Sister Su how to prepare the drinks. Meanwhile, Li Huan launched an all-out promotional blitz for the beverage shop. This caused quite a stir online. Wow, Longshan's scenic area must be losing it. Instead of promoting their established restaurant brand, they're suddenly pushing a beverage shop that's always flown under the radar. What are they thinking? Who knows what's going on with Longshan's scenic area lately? The scenic area restaurant hasn't been making waves either, and its operating hours keep shrinking. It used to be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but now it's down to just 4 hours at noon. Isn't this driving customers away? You can't really blame Mr. Liang for this. The scenic area restaurant is different from other eateries. Customers have to drive at least half an hour to get there. By shortening the opening hours and limiting them to midday, he's actually trying to ensure guest safety by discouraging visits at other times. Mr. Liang really can't be blamed. But let's be honest, the scenic area restaurant does seem to be slacking off lately. It's not that their service has gotten worse, but they just never introduce new dishes. It's getting pretty unbearable. Did you guys check the scenic area restaurant's website? They're closed again tomorrow. Wow, is Mr. Liang having a beef with Longshan's scenic area? First they heavily promoted their beverage shop, then Mr. Liang shuts down. I smell a conspiracy. Online chatter was all over the place. Liang Fei had intended to explain, but Li Huan stopped him. Fei, you just don't get it. This is called buzz. The less we explain, the more speculation will spread online. The bigger the controversy, the more customers we'll attract. As long as they see the beverage shop, they'll be drawn in by the decor. Once they step inside, it's all up to you and Sister Su. As for your worry that people might bash Sister Su or the scenic area, it's no big deal. Just make an appearance tomorrow, and everything will be fine. Liang Fei couldn't help but marvel at how seasoned veterans always had the upper hand. Li Huan had so effortlessly grasped the psychology of the customers, something Liang Fei knew he had much to learn from. Liang Fei clasped his hands in respect. I'm impressed. Li Huan grinned and said, Fei, there's actually something I've been meaning to ask you. Following your plan could indeed save the entire Longshan scenic area, but your restaurant might suffer as a result. Liang Fei chuckled. My restaurant and the scenic area rise and fall together. If the scenic area can't overcome this hurdle, it'll disappear, and so will the restaurant. If I couldn't figure that out, why bother running a gourmet club in the first place? Besides, didn't we agree from the start that we'd grow together? Li Huan paused, then broke into a smile. He patted Liang Fei on the shoulder. Fei, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Besides, you don't need to worry. We've seen all you've put in. We won't let you lose out. Liang Fei said, then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Brother Huan. You handle the big picture, and I'll take care of the details. Together, we'll help the scenic area restaurant get through this tough time. Chapter 137, The Beverage Shop Reopens. To witness the beverage shop's renovation together, all merchants in Longshan's scenic area closed for the day. People gathered at the beverage shop. Is this renovation really going to work? When the merchants who had been skeptical of Liang Fei saw the results of the renovation, they were stunned. Holy crap, this is insane. Is this even the same beverage shop? This decor style is absolutely amazing. People marveled, but they couldn't help but worry. Just in terms of decor, Sister Su's shop absolutely blows every other beverage shop out of the water. But since it's a beverage shop, relying solely on decor won't cut it. Will this actually make money? The shop has a prime location, yet business has always been lukewarm. This decor might attract a few more customers at best. Besides, this is just a novelty. Once the novelty wears off, people will lose interest. I doubt many will even buy anything today. Since opening a shop, making money is undoubtedly the top priority. It's what merchants care about most. Liang Fei and Sister Su heard the murmurs but offered no explanation. They were both confident in the new drinks the shop had launched. The decor was secondary, the taste of the drinks was the real selling point. At 9 in the morning, the scenic area officially opened its gates. Just as Li Huan had predicted, the prior publicity had generated significant buzz. Many people arrived at Longshan's scenic area early in the morning. As soon as the gates opened, crowds rushed to buy tickets and enter. What kind of stunt is Longshan's scenic area pulling? We'll find out soon enough. Once we spot any flaws, you better snap photos right up close. The speaker was Lu Dexiang, the manager of another scenic area. Business had been slow at all the scenic spots in Longqing recently, so everyone was just muddling through without much envy. But as the saying goes, it's not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. In this tough climate, all scenic spots were struggling except Longshan. They opened a scenic spot restaurant and used it to leapfrog ahead, becoming the only one not losing money. Naturally, the others were watching with discomfort. When Liang Fei's scenic area restaurant was booming, they certainly couldn't afford to antagonize Longshan's scenic area. But now, times had changed, and the situation was different. With the tourist restaurant's popularity waning, even its once devoted fans have lost interest. Naturally, no one would extend their affection to Longshan's scenic area by association. If some dirt on Longshan were to surface now, you can bet plenty would jump on the bandwagon to bash it. Missing this opportunity would be a regret they'd carry for a lifetime, and that would be putting it mildly. Several influencers hired at great expense by Lu Daqiang chimed in, "Manager Lu, rest assured. Longshan's scenic area heavily promoted the beverage shop first, then the scenic area restaurant closed later. There must be issues with their partnership. Even if there aren't, Longshan's scenic area's decision makers must have made some brain-dead decisions. We'll definitely find something fishy about the beverage shop. Once we pinpoint the loopholes, we'll amplify the impact massively. By then, Longshan's scenic area will fare far worse than it did before the scenic area restaurant even existed." Lu Daqiang listened to these words, brimming with confidence. Rushing toward the beverage shop weren't just competitors like Lu Daqiang and his crew, but also plenty of onlookers purely there for the spectacle. "I suspect this beverage shop, which Longshan's scenic area has pushed so hard to launch, will end up being a laughingstock." Absolutely. Longshan's scenic area might not have fallen out with Boss Liang, and they might genuinely want to cultivate another hit like the scenic area restaurant. But haven't they considered that good fortune rarely falls to just one person? You can say that again. Longshan's scenic area getting that scenic area restaurant was pure luck. Now they want the beverage shop to go viral too? That's like a toad flirting with a frog ugly and playing fancy. People clearly had low expectations for the beverage shop. Chatting and laughing, they soon reached it as they climbed the mountain. "See? I told you this drink shop is nothing special." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the shop's decor. After climbing for most of the day in the scorching summer heat, everyone was sweltering and desperate for a place to rest and cool off. But just catching a glimpse of the shop from afar, he felt an indescribable chill wash over him. It was like a person drenched in sweat suddenly glimpsing a clear, icy mountain spring flowing by. The urge to dive in for a refreshing dip was utterly irresistible. "Wow, I don't think the decor is particularly fancy, but there's just something about it that makes me feel incredibly comfortable inside." Those who hadn't noticed the shop's decor were immediately annoyed. Damn, Longshan's scenic area's marketing is everywhere. Even now, someone's advertising it. If that drink shop is really as amazing as you say, I'll. Before he could finish, the guy also noticed the shop's decor, and his eyes widened instantly. He was already prone to heat exhaustion, and combined with his lack of exercise and penchant for high-calorie foods, his figure had inevitably become a bit out of shape. After climbing the mountain for so long under the blazing sun, he was already feeling miserable. But when he saw the decor of the beverage shop ahead, it felt like a cool breeze brushed his cheeks soft and icy, like the touch of a first love, making his heart flutter. "This is amazing. Enough talk, I'm going in to beat the heat." The big guy dashed ahead, and the others, already sweltering, couldn't hold back any longer now that someone had taken the plunge. "Hold on, I'm coming. Damn, this kinda feels like a tourist spot restaurant just opening up. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this." "What, afraid of another round of number pulling and ordering?" "Relax, this is a beverage shop, not a tourist spot restaurant. We're just going in to check out the scene. Not many people will actually spend money here." Despite the talk, the crowd surged forward without slowing down. By the time the crowd reached the beverage shop entrance, the door swung open and Liang Fei stepped out first. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sister Sue's beverage shop. We're introducing 10 brand new drinks, come taste them for yourselves." Those who had been skeptical were stunned upon seeing Liang Fei. Didn't they say Mr. Liang had a falling out with Longshan's scenic area? He's here too? Wow, Mr. Liang announced his restaurant would be closed for a day. Could he be here to help out at the beverage shop? Liang Fei, sharp-eared and observant, easily overheard the conversations. He chuckled, "That's right, I'm here to lend a hand. Also, let me introduce these 10 new drinks we've launched. Sister Sue and I developed them together. I guarantee you'll enjoy every sip and come back for more." With that, Liang Fei walked straight into the shop, and the onlookers who had been hesitating began to feel tempted. "So that's why Boss Liang hasn't introduced new dishes in so long? He was busy developing drinks? I never knew Mr. Liang had that kind of clout." "Wow, that's Mr. Liang we're talking about. Anyway, their drinks aren't too pricey. Let's go try them out." Most people were thinking along those lines, and upon hearing this, they couldn't hold back any longer. They all rushed into the shop. "Where's the menu? Bring out the menu." Chapter 138, This is way too popular. It was Sister Sue's first time serving so many customers at once, and she inevitably became flustered. Fortunately, Liang Fei had prepared in advance and immediately handed over the new menu. "Give it a try." The customers glanced at the menu and their eyes widened. The menu design was quite exquisite, but it lacked any illustrations and listed only 10 drink names. The problem was, the names were downright bizarre. Half a touch of crimson lips. Boneless soft palm. Triangular forbidden zone. Plump breasts and curvy hips. 8-pack abs. The domineering CEO. Are you sure these are actually drink names? Holy crap, did you guys see that? The last drink name is a real doozy. Let me see. Queen's Jade Feet? What the hell is this? Are you sure this is a legitimate beverage shop? Many female customers blushed. The 10 drinks clearly targeted specific audiences: 5 for men, 5 for women. The names of the male-targeted drinks were still passable, at least you could say them out loud. But several of the female-targeted drinks had names you couldn't utter. If this were a variety show, they'd get edited out for sure. Holy crap, I'm just like, holy crap. This is downright sleazy. Sister Sue behind the counter flushed too, glaring at Liang Fei and whispering, "Fei, look at the names you came up with." Liang Fei looked utterly dejected. But honestly, he didn't come up with them. Earlier, to help Sister Sue research drink recipes, he'd specifically spent a lot of deliciousness points to unlock an achievement. Only after unlocking that achievement did the system refresh the drink recipes. All the names for these recipes were generated by the system. Even so, Liang Fei had carefully selected some more presentable ones. If he'd picked the more outrageous ones, customers would likely have reported them for being obscene. As Liang Fei was lost in his thoughts, a customer couldn't wait any longer. "Hey, boss, give me a taste of that seductive lips drink." "Sure thing." Liang Fei acknowledged the request and immediately gave Sister Sue a knowing glance. Sister Sue hurried off to prepare it. Liang Fei turned to the customers. "Anyone else want something to drink?" He scanned the entire room, but not a single customer spoke up. The names of Liang Fei's new drinks were simply too bizarre. They were incredibly curious, but curiosity aside, they weren't exactly little darlings. Such beverages had never existed on the market before. Since someone was willing to be the first to try something new, they naturally wanted to see if it was worth the risk. "Mr. Liang, it's not that we're being rude. I'm just not thirsty right now. Let's wait a bit. No rush." Right, no rush. Some declined subtly, others bluntly. "Personally, I'm not one to be the first to try something new. I'll wait and see." "Same here." Liang Fei wore a broad smile. He wasn't in a hurry either. He had personally sampled each of these beverages. His culinary discernment rivaled that of professional food critics. He could guarantee these drinks would redefine people's expectations. As long as someone took the plunge, everything would be fine. Before long, Sister Sue arrived carrying a beverage named Half a Touch of Red Lips. It was a cold beverage served in an elegant small cup, its color a delicate pink, topped with a single cherry. The customer who had ordered it was thrilled. Forget the taste, just the presentation alone justifies the price. You can say that again. This drink shop is just like Mr. Liang's restaurant, both are incredibly fair and affordable. Everyone's eyes sparkled with delight, which left Lu Daqiang and his friends, who had come to watch the commotion, feeling thoroughly annoyed. Lu Daqiang retorted, "What good is affordability if the taste is terrible? That's what really matters." This comment snapped everyone back to reality, and they all turned their attention to the one customer who had ordered a drink. Without hesitation, the customer took a sip. Instantly, his eyes widened. Everyone around him gasped. "Well, what do you think? Tell us how it tastes. Yeah, give us some feedback. At least describe the taste to us." Everyone looked anxious, Lu Daqiang and his friends included. Suddenly, someone gasped, "Holy, look! He's crying." Every single person present was stunned by the remark. Crying? Drinking a beverage made him cry? Could it really be that bad? What's going on? Say something. We're all waiting here. Everyone was getting impatient. Just then, the customer finally spoke up. 28 years. 28 whole years. I've been single since birth. Not only have I never been in a relationship, I've never even held a girl's hand. I've never even found a girlfriend. But today, this drink actually let me experience what it feels like to kiss a girl's lips. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The moment the customer finished speaking, the entire crowd froze in shock. The person closest to him grabbed his hand. "You're not joking, right?" The customer replied, "What's there to joke about? The taste alone is incredible. It's like experiencing first love all over again. The aftertaste is just too powerful. I can't quite describe that sensation. It's like seeing a scene play out as you drink." I actually saw red lips slowly drawing near, finally pressing against mine. Cool, wet, smooth, soft. The customer grew more and more animated as he spoke, until finally he didn't want to share anymore. He hugged his drink and ran off to a corner to savor it alone. His words had piqued the curiosity of everyone around him. Looks like he's no slacker. So, does that mean these drinks at the shop can actually make us feel the sensations their names suggest? After that remark, people truly lost their composure. Both men and women couldn't resist any longer. What are you all standing around for? Just go for it. People rushed toward the counter like mad, each ordering their desired drink. Give me a half-point red lips. I'll take 8-pack abs. I'll take the Queen's Jade Feet. Wow, this one's a real heavyweight. I'll take 2 cups, thanks. Hey, boss, what's this stir-fried 3-thread dish? Is it what I think it is? Liang Fei looked at the excited-looking guy in front of him, smiling broadly. Our drink shop's 3 threads isn't what you'd find in a restaurant. Here, 3 threads means black threads, white threads, and meat threads. Whoa. The guy nearly started bleeding from his nose. Give me a cup. No, make that a large cup. "Owner, I'll take 10 cups." The customers grew more excited by the minute, and Sister Sue's business was booming like never before. All these scenes were being live-streamed simultaneously through the lenses of the internet celebrities Lu Daxiang had hired. Both online and offline, the handsome men and beautiful women were all buzzing with excitement. Unable to reach Sister Sue, they started contacting Liang Fei directly. "Mr. Liang, could you ask the beautiful boss lady next to you if their drinks are available for delivery? I'll pay extra, how about 100? Honestly, it's not that I'm weird, I just really love this flavor. Mr. Liang, give me that beautiful boss lady's contact info right now, don't make me beg on my knees. Mr. Liang, please hurry up and get that beautiful boss lady to set up an online ordering channel. I'm dying of cravings here." Liang Fei's phone wouldn't stop ringing, leaving him no time to serve the customers in the store. Sister Sue couldn't stop grinning, while the merchants at the scenic spot were so stunned their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was just too crazy. Chapter 139, I really am selling bubble tea. The drink shop's popularity had far exceeded anyone's expectations, even hinting at surpassing the peak period tourist restaurants. This made Liang Fei marvel, this world truly belongs to the perverts. As the crowd grew increasingly frenzied, even the influencers Lu Daxiang had brought along were dumbfounded. One by one, they turned to look at Lu Daxiang. "Manager Lu, should we keep looking for loopholes in the Longshan scenic area and the beverage shop?" Lu Daxiang was completely numb. What the hell are we supposed to find? How could they possibly find any now? They were already burning up the internet. Lu Daxiang was consumed by jealousy. He could have slapped himself silly. How could he not have thought of such a brilliant idea? Even if the product didn't live up to the hype, the name alone would draw tons of traffic. What a blunder. What a huge blunder. Let's get out of here. Just as Lu Daxiang was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, guys, why the rush to leave?" Lu Daxiang was already feeling down, and hearing this only made him feel worse. He thought to himself, this trip was already unlucky enough. Who's this blind fool still trying to stop me? Lost in his thoughts, Lu Daxiang looked up and his expression instantly changed. The person in front of him was none other than Liang Fei. Gulp. Lu Daxiang instinctively swallowed hard. Liang Fei, smiling warmly, addressed Lu Daxiang. "I recall you're the manager of the neighboring scenic area, right? Bringing this many people here, you're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Lu Daxiang was completely stunned. "Man, your eyesight is too sharp." After taking several deep breaths, he managed to force a smile. "Mr. Liang, if I said I didn't come looking for trouble, would you believe me?" Liang Fei chuckled. "Of course I would." Now Lu Daxiang was even more baffled. This Liang Fei didn't seem like the dim-witted type. He actually believed it. And Lu Daxiang could tell from Liang Fei's earnest expression that he genuinely trusted his words. This wasn't some joke to fool him. "Mr. Liang, you actually believe me?" Liang Fei replied, "Why wouldn't I believe you? Besides, whether you came here to cause trouble or not doesn't matter at all." He glanced at the influencers Lu Daxiang had brought along. "Regardless of what Manager Lu's original intentions were, at the very least, your people have helped drive traffic to our scenic area. As the saying goes, judge by deeds, not intentions. Manager Lu, you haven't caused any trouble for our scenic area. Instead, you've indirectly helped us attract visitors. That's enough, isn't it?" Lu Daxiang nodded hastily. "Then there's no problem. Can I leave now?" Liang Fei smiled. "Why the rush? Interested in exploring a collaboration?" Lu Daxiang was completely baffled. "Bro, I'm here to cause trouble. You're talking about a collaboration with me? Are you out of your mind?" Lu Daxiang looked utterly baffled. "What kind of partnership?" Liang Fei beamed even wider. "Simple. You guys keep streaming, work your asses off promoting us, and we'll grant you authorization to sell our beverages in your scenic area. We can all grow together." Li Huan had previously discussed this idea with Li Huan, coordinating development across all scenic areas to jointly boost Longqing's tourism industry. As for concerns about poaching business, neither Li Huan nor Liang Fei worried. With Liang Fei as their ace in the hole, how could Longshan's scenic area lack core competitiveness? Even if they collaborated, other scenic areas would only operate under Longshan's authorization. The real lifeline remained firmly in Longshan's hands. There was no fear of others overstepping their bounds. In short, Longshan's scenic area was firmly positioned to remain unbeatable. Liang Fei smiled warmly. "Interested?" His face beamed, while Li Daxiang was already brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, he'd witnessed firsthand how wildly popular the drinks were selling at the beverage stand. And this was without any real promotion. Once they started advertising, these drinks would undoubtedly spark a whole new craze. Securing the sales rights for these drinks would undoubtedly boost their scenic area's business. Little cutie. Just refused. "Let's do it. Rest assured, we're pros at marketing." Liang Fei said, "Alright, let's draw up the contract right now." Liang Fei temporarily handed over beverage sales duties to Zhang Yi. After discussing with Li Huan, he swiftly finalized the contract. Upon signing, Li Daxiang seemed even more excited than Liang Fei. He addressed the influencers, guys, give it your all, promote like crazy. It's a deal. You'll get your share. The influencers were all fired up, each more enthusiastic than the last. They'd been somewhat reluctant about engaging in disruptive activities, but Li Daqian's offer was simply too generous. It did feel a bit against their conscience. But making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. If you can earn money standing tall, sweetie, why would you ever stoop to begging? The influencers threw themselves into it with renewed vigor, pulling out all the stops from their product promotion days. In no time, the beverage shop's promotional campaign was in full swing. Inside a maid cafe in Longcheng, owner Feng Zitao wore a worried expression. The recent economic downturn meant people were saving most of their earnings instead of spending. Their maid cafe catered to the masses, emphasizing value for money. Back when it was booming, the customers were mostly working-class folks. But now, with the economy like this, they barely had any patrons. With rent day fast approaching, Feng Zitao was so stressed his urine had turned dark yellow, and he felt constantly irritable. Judging by this month's earnings, the maid cafe wouldn't even cover the rent, let alone the maid's wages. Ugh. Feng Zitao sighed, opening Douyin in hopes of finding fresh ideas to revive business. But the moment he opened the app, he stumbled upon a live-streamed product pitch. Guys, these Queen's Jade feet are only 9.9 yuan. For the price of a bubble tea, you can experience the sensation you've always dreamed of. Guaranteed to send you to heaven and back. 99 won't leave you out of pocket or fooled. 99 won't buy you much, but it can let you savor the taste of the Queen's Jade feet. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy now. Delivery available. Feng Zitao was stunned by the host's pitch. Damn, is porn this blatant these days? Selling original flavor right on Douyin? What the hell? Forget blatant porn, even his slightly edgy, legitimate business felt too embarrassing to promote online. Driven by a spirit of helping others, Feng Zitao clicked into the livestream and left a comment. Big-chested bro, peddling smut isn't exactly something to be proud of. Getting the livestream banned is the least of your worries. Getting your account suspended would be a whole different story. The streamer, hired by Li Daqian to promote his beverage shop's new drinks, immediately spotted Feng Zitao's comment and chuckled. Hey buddy, you've got the wrong guy here. I'm not doing anything inappropriate. Feng Zitao sucked on his toothpick. Was this guy just lying through his teeth? Aren't you selling the original flavor? Isn't this considered selling porn? You'll get banned so easily. Take my advice. The streamer burst out laughing. My friend, you've got it all wrong. I'm not selling original flavor. What I'm promoting is a perfectly legitimate beverage. We absolutely aren't peddling smut. We're serving the public. The streamer pulled out a cup of drink. Look, it's this stuff. This milk tea? It's called Queen's Jade Feet. Chapter 140, Longshan's scenic area renovation begins. Feng Zitao was utterly dumbfounded. Is this how refreshingly unique milk tea names are supposed to be? Wow, this is practically rivaling the legendary stocking milk tea. Is this even drinkable? The streamer hyped it up so intensely this stuff better not be someone's foot bath water. Feng Zitao commented again, are you sure this is legit bubble tea? The host replied, of course it is. The ingredient list clearly states everything. If anyone doubts it, feel free to get it tested by a professional lab. If anything else is found in it, we promise to compensate you 100,000 yuan. Whoa! Feng Zitao sucked in a sharp breath. As a businessman himself, he knew all too well how these things worked. The more confidently they made such promises, the more suspicious it seemed. Watching the live stream, he saw the scene erupting with fury. Instantly, he concluded something else must have been added to the milk tea. He had a friend who specialized in food testing. A couple thousand yuan could get everything sorted out. If he could actually find something wrong and demand compensation, wouldn't that cover this month's rent and wages? After a moment of internal struggle, Feng Zitao's gaze hardened. Staring at the host enthusiastically promoting the product, he muttered, bro, I really don't want to ruin your business. This is just my last resort. These days, money's hard to earn and life's tough. Don't blame me. Feng Zitao placed his order immediately. The bubble tea arrived quickly, in under 10 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Zitao contacted his friend who specialized in food analysis. How long will it take? His friend replied, since we have the ingredient list, it should be quick. About an hour. Got it. I'll bring it over right now. Feng Zitao wasted no time, delivering the milk tea promptly. His friend took a sample and began testing it, while Feng Zitao crouched by the door, staring at the milk tea as he waited. Half an hour later. Feng Zitao's friend emerged with the test results. The results are in. The milk tea is perfectly fine. All the ingredients listed on the label are present, and there are no added junk ingredients. Not even any food additives. This is one of the cleanest things I've ever tested. Feng Zitao was stunned. Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg? His friend shot him a disbelieving glare. Am I crazy, or are you? Why would I lie to you? Nothing else to discuss. I've got work to do. Feng Zitao waved his hand impatiently as his friend turned and walked away. The thing he'd finally mustered the courage to do turned out to be nothing but a joke in the end. This left Feng Zitao with a deep sense of defeat. Glancing at the milk tea sitting nearby, Feng Zitao sighed, inserted the straw, and took a sip. Just one sip, and Feng Zitao's eyes widened. The distinctive, fragrant aroma of the milk tea lingered between his lips and teeth, as if he were truly seeing a queen seated on her throne, looking down on him from above. Then, slowly, she extended her long legs, encased in black stockings. In his vision, the alluringly glossy feet drew closer. Gulp. Feng Zitao swallowed hard. This stuff, it's no wonder it's so popular. If I could combine bubble tea with my maid cafe concept. Feng Zitao's previously dull eyes slowly brightened. He sprang to his feet and hurriedly opened Douyin. Longshan's scenic area. The beverage shop finally had a moment of respite. Just as Sister Su was about to sigh in relief, the delivery phone rang abruptly. Su Jie and Liang Fei exchanged a glance before Liang Fei dashed over to answer. May I speak with the owner of the Longshan scenic area beverage shop? I'd like to place an order for 100 drinks, 10 of each variety, to sell at my shop. Rest assured, I'll sell them at cost price. I won't make a penny off this. My main goal is to use your drinks to build our brand's reputation. If customers ask, we'll definitely promote your products for you. Once business picks up, I'll definitely place more orders. The caller was Feng Zitao, who kept explaining his intentions, afraid Liang Fei might think he was trying to get something for free. But in truth, Liang Fei was already thrilled. His goal, plain and simple, was to boost the scenic area's reputation. And to build that reputation, he needed to start with the merchants in the scenic area. Feng Zitao had decided to give Liang Fei what he wanted. How could he possibly refuse? Suppressing his excitement, he replied, I need to discuss this with our boss first. Hold on, don't hang up. After hanging up, Liang Fei immediately approached Sister Su and shared his thoughts with her. After hearing him out, Sister Su was also deeply moved. No problem. Little Liang, I'll follow your lead. Liang Fei couldn't help but smile. With Sister Su on board, the matter was settled. He promptly informed Feng Zitao that everything was arranged. Feng Zitao wasted no time either, rushing straight to Longshan scenic area to sign the contract. Just as Feng Zitao had anticipated, with the support of Sister Su's beverage shop, the maid cafe's business took off overnight. Sister Su's drinks became an instant hit. These past 2 days, Sister Su's beverage shop had been bustling non-stop. The other merchants in the scenic area witnessed this firsthand, their hearts filled with excitement. 3 days later. Longshan Scenic Area Administrative Building, large conference room. All merchants of Longshan Scenic Area gathered. Li Huan sat at the head of the table, with Liang Fei occupying the seat immediately to his right. The merchants below now treated Liang Fei with an attitude completely opposite to just days ago. They practically wanted to find a table to worship him on. Liang Fei wasn't just their colleague, he was practically their god of wealth. He had casually given Sister Su an idea, and her beverage shop had already become popular among the otaku and fujoshi crowd. Moreover, it showed signs of breaking out of that niche, with many shops targeting this demographic approaching Sister Su for collaborations. In just 3 short days, Sister Su had already raked in over 100,000 yuan in net income. The merchants at Longshan Scenic Area were green with envy. Xiao Liang is nothing short of a genius. He was born to be in business. I'd call him the rising star of Longqing's commercial district. Having someone like Xiao Liang in Longshan Scenic Area is pure luck for us. Enough said. I apologize for doubting Xiao Liang just 2 days ago. The merchants grew increasingly excited, and Li Huan watched with growing emotion. He glanced at Liang Fei, cleared his throat twice, and announced, everyone, quiet please. Raising his hand in a gesture of quiet, the murmurs died down as all eyes fixed on Li Huan. Li Huan smiled. By now, everyone should have witnessed Xiao Liang's capabilities. Does anyone still have objections to Xiao Liang's plan for renovating our Longshan Scenic Area? People exchanged glances, so excited they almost jumped out of their seats to start dancing awkwardly on the spot. Objections? Not a single one. The success of Sister Su's beverage shop was plain for all to see. In just these past 2 days, its revenue had nearly surpassed the total income of the entire Longshan Scenic Area. Who would turn down money? Without needing anyone to answer, Li Huan could see what everyone was thinking. He smiled and said, since everyone seems to have no objections to Xiao Liang's scenic area renovation plan, then starting tomorrow, the scenic area will hire a construction team to carry out a sweeping renovation. The project will last 1 month, during which Longshan Scenic Area will be closed. Everyone, is that okay? The crowd exchanged glances and replied in unison, no problem. Chapter 141, Joining Forces. Li Huan moved faster than anyone anticipated. That very night, he secured the construction crew. Before dawn, Liang Fei was roused from his bed. But he wasn't the least bit annoyed. After a brief discussion with the crew, he immediately presented the comprehensive renovation plan for Longshan Scenic Area along with the relevant design blueprints. Once his renovation concepts were thoroughly discussed and understood by the crew, they began preparations. Liang Fei sought out Li Huan immediately. Brother Huan, closing the scenic area for a month is fine, but we all need to earn a living during that time. I was thinking, why don't we all temporarily work for Sister Sue? Her order volume is picking up, and she can't handle it all alone. We'll help build Sister Sue's reputation. The profits from this month will go mostly to her, with the remainder covering the scenic area's daily expenses and everyone's wages. What do you think? Li Huan's eyes lit up instantly. Absolutely. Oh, Liang, what about your side? Liang Fei replied, I already posted an announcement on the official website last night. The scenic area restaurant is closing for a 6-month overhaul. For now, I'll handle the gourmet club while keeping an eye on the scenic area. This way, both the gourmet club and the scenic area renovation will proceed smoothly. Sister Sue can also help maintain the scenic area's buzz. It's a win-win solution. Hearing this, Li Huan found himself increasingly impressed with Liang Fei. Having someone like Liang Fei at Longshan Scenic Area was pure luck for the place. The way this kid quietly arranged everything was simply brilliant. He immediately replied, we'll proceed as you suggested. After saying this, Li Huan made a silent decision in his heart. When your gourmet clubhouse is completed, I'll present you with a grand gift. Liang Fei grinned. He genuinely didn't care about such things. He was always a straightforward person. If someone was kind to him, he'd return it tenfold. That was the principle Liang Fei lived by. After talking with Liang Fei, Li Huan announced the closure of Longshan Scenic Area for rectification. The news hit the tourism circles of Longchang like a bombshell. With the tourism industry struggling these days, the pie was only so big. Relying on Liang Fei's influence, Longshan Scenic Area had claimed a whopping 90% of that pie. Other scenic areas had considered pushing back, but lacking both the strength and the capital, they were utterly powerless to compete with Longshan. They had no choice but to endure. But the closure of Longshan Scenic Area injected new vitality into them. All the major scenic spots were buzzing with excitement, as if pumped full of adrenaline. That day, at the initiative of Huang Yang, owner of the 5-rated Longshan Autumn Maple Village Scenic Area, the owners of all the major scenic areas gathered at the Longcheng Grand Hotel. The private room was packed. Huang Yang scanned the attendees, his brow furrowing slightly. Where is Li Daxiang? One owner remarked, Li Daxiang must have been brainwashed by Longshan. The moment he heard this meeting was to counter Longshan, he backed out. That good for nothing. He was the loudest when he was ranting earlier. Now that Longshan Scenic Area has announced it's shutting down for rectification, it's our golden opportunity, and he doesn't even show up. Huang Yang shrugged. Never mind. One more or less makes no difference. Everyone's here. Let's get started. After scanning the room with his gaze, Huang Yang declared, everyone, I'm sure you all know why we've gathered here today and made such a big fuss. Someone chimed in, Longshan Scenic Area, backed by Liang Fei, has practically monopolized Longqing's tourism industry, leaving us with nothing to eat. We've been fed up with them for ages. Huang Yang affirmed, exactly. The pie is already much smaller than before, yet Longshan Scenic Area keeps pulling off these sneaky moves, pushing us further into a corner. We never had a chance before, but now, our chance has come. Longshan Scenic Area announced it's shutting down for restructuring. In this fast-paced era, once you fade from people's view, it's incredibly hard to make a comeback. They're barely staying relevant thanks to that old beverage shop, but how long can that last? What we need to do is completely block all channels for people to learn about Longshan Scenic Area, ensuring it has no chance of resurgence. Does everyone have confidence? The group exchanged glances, each more excited than the last. We're confident. Good. Huang Yang stood up and raised his voice, let's work together to reclaim the market from Longshan Scenic Area. In a month's time, Longshan Scenic Area won't find it so easy to reclaim the market. Everyone, contribute what you can, manpower or resources, and get moving fast. That very afternoon, major scenic areas rolled out a series of measures, lowering ticket prices, offering freebies to attract visitors, and simultaneously reaching out to major media outlets to block Longshan Scenic Area's external publicity channels. As a result, the already closed Longshan Scenic Area had even fewer avenues for external promotion. Just as Huang Yang had predicted, even with Sister Sue's beverage shop and Li Daxiang's group continuously promoting Longshan Scenic Area, hardly anyone took notice. People discussed Longshan Scenic Area for the first week or two, but mentions dwindled as time passed. By the end of the month, most people in Longcheng had nearly forgotten the scenic area even existed. A month later, in Huang Yang's office at the Chiufeng Village Scenic Area Administrative Building, Longshan Scenic Area is about to reopen, right? The secretary nodded. I hear they've completed the renovations at Longshan Scenic Area and will reopen in 3 days. Huang Yang sneered coldly, I really have no idea what that guy Li Huan is thinking. He's been in business for so many years. Even if he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, he shouldn't be this foolish. Longshan Scenic Area was thriving at the peak of its popularity, yet he chose to step back. Does he really believe the fantasy of secluding himself for 3 years, then emerging to conquer all challengers could become reality? I reckon he's got his head up his ass. Lately, under Chiufeng Village's leadership, Longcheng's major scenic spots have pulled out all the stops, showing signs of recovery. Daily revenue kept climbing, and Huang Yang couldn't help but feel a bit giddy. They're opening in 3 days, right? The secretary nodded. Huang Yang chuckled, alright then. In 3 days, we'll organize a group trip to Longshan scenic area. It'll be our way of supporting our former rivals and lending them some support. Huang Yang's smile grew even broader. Showing support was just an excuse, the real reason was to mock Li Huan. He intended to use this opportunity to thoroughly crush Li Huan's momentum and make him understand who truly held sway in Longqing's tourism circle. Meanwhile, at Longshan's scenic area, after Liang Fei and Li Huan saw off the last construction crew together, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Longshan's scenic area had undergone a dramatic transformation. If not for Li Huan's constant oversight, Li Fei wouldn't have recognized it. Fei, you're incredible. In just 1 month, you actually delivered on your promise and completely revitalized Longshan's scenic area. And your ideas are absolutely brilliant, they cater to every type of visitor. I'm confident that once tourists come here, they won't want to leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than a roaring sound filled the air. Immediately after, a luxury car sped toward them. Li Huan frowned. Is that Kong Yingying's car? What's she doing here? Chapter 142, Is Longshan scenic area doomed? Not everyone in the Longshan scenic area management team approved of Liang Fei's renovation plan. Even though Liang Fei had proven the plan's feasibility with Sister Sue's beverage shop, there were still many opponents. Kong Yingying was one of the most vocal shareholders opposing it. However, as the chairman, Li Huan held the ultimate authority. After gaining approval from the majority of shareholders, he made the final decision, leaving Kong Yingying with no grounds to object. Perhaps because of this, since the renovation began, Kong Yingying and the other shareholders she led had never once inquired about the scenic area's affairs again. Li Huan hadn't expected this woman to show up now. The car pulled up with a stylish drift, and Kong Yingying stepped out. Miss Kong, what brings you here? Li Huan frowned slightly as Kong Yingying strode forward. Mr. Li, I'm here to warn you, Longshan scenic area is about to go under. Reopening and closing down might just happen on the same day. Li Huan frowned deeply. What kind of talk is that? Kong Yingying snorted coldly. It's the truth, of course. Mr. Li, you probably haven't heard yet? A full month ago, all major scenic spots in Longqing jointly blocked our promotional channels. For an entire month, Longshan scenic area has completely vanished from public view. Having navigated the business world for so long, you must understand the consequences for a company when it receives zero attention for an entire month. Li Huan's expression darkened. Kong Yingying said, I know what you're going to say. Su Jie is still promoting us, right? But how long do you think their efforts can sustain the momentum? Let me be blunt with you. Right now in Longqing, hardly anyone is paying attention to our Longshan scenic area anymore. Our official website hasn't seen any traffic for weeks, and the announcement about reopening after 3 days has 0 clicks. Longshan scenic area has been completely abandoned by traffic. No sooner had he finished speaking than a frantic ringtone sounded. Li Huan frowned as he pulled out his phone to see it was the publicity department calling. He answered the call. Brother Huan, we've got a major problem. The promotional campaigns we ran with those agencies didn't create a single ripple. The official website's reservation system for the scenic area has seen 0 traffic. The booking window opened hours ago, and we've only got a handful of reservations, maybe 3 or 5. What? Li Huan's eyes widened in utter shock. Kong Yingying sneered repeatedly. I told you this approach wouldn't work. What era are we in? After a month of complete silence, do you really think anyone still cares about us? Brother Huan, let's just announce we're shutting down before the attraction even opens. At least we'll minimize the losses. Li Huan was torn. Never mind that he'd already made bold claims if the scenic area really shut down, his own losses wouldn't matter much. But what about all those merchants? Just as Li Huan was at a complete loss, Liang Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Kong Yingying shot Liang Fei a glare. How dare you laugh? The whole mess at Longshan scenic area is entirely your fault. Liang Fei replied, that's beside the point. The point is, I never imagined my initial predictions would all come true. Li Huan also turned to Liang Fei, Fei, what do you mean by that? Liang Fei replied, when the scenic area announced its closure, I figured those waiting to see it fail would probably block all its external publicity channels. I never imagined they'd actually do it. Before Li Huan could respond, Kong Yingying let out a series of cold laughs. Mr. Li, did you hear that? Li Fei clearly has ulterior motives. He clearly thought of this from the very beginning, yet deliberately kept it to himself. Liang Fei chuckled. Is that even human speech? Why didn't I say it back then? But did you listen when I did? Li Huan looked utterly embarrassed. When the board meeting about suspending operations first started, Liang Fei had indeed brought this up. But back then, the shareholders were all swept up in the euphoria of Sister Sue's beverage shop's success. They were high as kites, none of them believing that the scenic areas they'd suppressed for so long could cause any trouble. Who could have predicted the scale of the impact now? Kong Yingying's face flushed crimson. So what if you had said something? Did you come up with a solution? Liang Fei shrugged. Not really. The thing is, I didn't have any good solutions back then either. The moment Longshan Scenic Area shut down for rectification, it was destined to fade from public view. No matter what we did, this was the inevitable outcome. Kong Yingying was furious. Mr. Li, listen to this. Does what he's saying even make sense? Knowing full well this would happen, yet pushing for it anyway, isn't that just shoving our Longshan Scenic Area into the fire pit? Liang Fei replied, funny enough, it really wasn't. Who told you promotion only means advertising and opening reservation channels? Li Huan's eyes lit up. Fei, you have a solution? Kong Yingying sneered coldly, what could he possibly do? Liang Fei was so exasperated he started laughing. He wondered where this girl's head was at. Liang Fei stared at Kong Yingying and said, what if I really do have a solution? Apologize publicly. Kong Yingying's eyes flashed with even colder scorn. If you can genuinely revive Longshan Scenic Area's popularity, forget a public apology, I'd even strip naked in front of everyone. Tisk. Liang Fei clicked his tongue, you're not just using this bet as an excuse to indulge your own perverted tastes, are you? Kong Yingying was so furious she was speechless. This guy is toxic. Even Li Huan looked helpless. He turned to Liang Fei, bro, you really have a solution? Liang Fei chuckled. Brother Huan, you can rest easy. I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. I'll make sure our scenic area becomes popular again. After bidding farewell to Li Huan, Liang Fei immediately dialed Zhou Jian's number. Mr. Zhou, you were asking just the other day when our Longshan Scenic Area would be renovated so you could bring your colleagues here for team building, right? It'll be ready in 3 days. In a meticulously decorated office within the provincial government building of Longcheng. Zhou Jian stood by the window, phone in hand, a broad smile on his face. Mr. Liang, I've been waiting for this call for ages. 2 months ago, I promised my team we'd go on a team building trip. This delay has stretched out for a full 2 months. I've never broken a promise like this before. How do you plan to make it up to me? Liang Fei chuckled. Well, an 80% discount on tickets is a must. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jian laughed heartily, alright, just kidding. As one of Longcheng's flagship attractions, Longshan Scenic Area never wavered in supporting our province's charitable causes and social development even during the toughest times. Naturally, we'll stand behind such an exemplary enterprise. Forget the 20% discount. When the time comes, Mr. Liang should personally serve as our tour guide. Liang Fei smiled. That's absolutely no problem at all. Mr. Zhou, it's settled then. 3 days from now you won't be late. Agreed. After hanging up, Liang Fei dialed Zhao Xinxiao's number. Brother Zhao, what are you up to? Zhao Xinxiao's voice came through, what else could I be doing? Hunting for news, of course. Liang Fei asked, so, are you free in 3 days? How about a trip to Longshan Scenic Area? Chapter 143, opening and closing on the same day? No problem at all. Zhao Xinxiao agreed readily, your Longshan Scenic Area is a key project supported by our city, and you're actively involved in charitable causes. You're truly a model for our city. I was just worried about not having anyone to interview lately. Liang Fei chuckled, actually, you don't need to go to too much trouble with the interview. Just relay the real-time updates from Longshan Scenic Area to the people of Longcheng. Zhao Xinxiao chuckled, then it's even less of a problem. Brother Liang, just watch me. After hanging up, Liang Fei summoned Zhang Yi, Zhang Qiao, and Xiao Yang one by one. Only after giving them their instructions did he turn his attention to his own affairs. Over the next 3 days, promotional efforts for Longshan Scenic Area continued. Yet, just as Kong Yingying had predicted, the joint information blockade imposed by major scenic areas had completely severed Longshan from Longcheng for a full month. Now, getting Longshan Scenic Area back into the public eye was no easy feat. Even with their relentless promotional efforts, no one took notice. The shareholders who had once held immense hope of the scenic area gradually grew disillusioned, nearing despair. Who could have imagined things would turn out this way? If only we'd known this day would come, we should have fought tooth and nail to stop the renovation project back then. Regrets come too late. All we can do now is maximize our promotional reach. In the conference room of the scenic area's office building, the shareholders looked increasingly troubled. Li Huan, seated at the head of the table, remained silent for a long time. Kong Yingying said, I told you all this scenic area renovation was a bad idea, but you wouldn't listen. Well, now we're stuck with it. Too late for regrets, huh? Li Huan shot Kong Yingying a glare. Enough. What kind of time is this for you to be spouting off like that? Kong Yingying pouted and shut her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Li Huan addressed the crowd. Everyone, you've all seen the current state of the scenic area. Even if we promote it with all our might, it's pointless. Since that's the case, let's just let nature take its course. We've done everything we could. There's no point wasting any more time or energy promoting the scenic area. With that final sentence, Li Huan brought today's meeting to a close. We've done our part, now it's up to fate. Not only was the management team of Longshan Scenic Area filled with a sense of defeat, but the merchants there were also as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They could see how successful the renovations were, but no matter how impressive the transformation, it had to be seen by people and generate revenue to truly count as a success. With the scenic area unable to get any publicity out now, when it reopens, no visitors will even come. What kind of success is that? At this rate, the scenic area won't just fail to make money, it'll be lucky not to go bankrupt. Who can argue with that? Xiao Liang had such a great idea and actually put it into practice. We were just one step away from success, but now the door's been shut in our faces. Who can we even complain to? If all else fails, we'll just hand out flyers on the street. That's easier said than done. Even if we did hand out flyers, we probably wouldn't attract many customers. The merchants grew increasingly anxious. Why don't we ask Xiao Liang if he has any ideas? Everyone turned to look at Sister Su and Lu Yong. Among the merchants, only these two had the closest relationship with Liang Fei. They exchanged glances, their smiles growing increasingly bitter. Everyone, Xiao Liang has put in the most effort for this renovation project in our scenic area. He's poured his heart and soul into this project, yet in the end, no one seems to care. Do you really think he's feeling okay about this? Little Liang has locked himself in the restaurant for days now. At a time like this, we shouldn't go adding to his troubles. Besides, even if we went, Liang Fei probably wouldn't have any good solutions either. Of course, neither Lu Yong nor Sister Su voiced that last thought aloud. The merchants at Longshan Scenic Area were already suffering enough. To say such things now would only be rubbing salt in the wound. The merchants exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing more. In stark contrast to the merchants' urgency, their arch-rivals were growing increasingly agitated. Especially the numerous scenic area owners led by Huang Yang. They had been waiting to see Longshan Scenic Area fail. Now, the spectacle was clearly unfolding. This time, Longshan Scenic Area has truly prepared a joke for us at the cost of their own lives. Who could disagree? We owe Longshan Scenic Area a debt of gratitude for their selfless sacrifice. We've got to get to Longshan Scenic Area first thing tomorrow morning, otherwise, we'd be letting down their sacrifice. To better strategize against Longshan Scenic Area, Huang Yang even created a special group chat. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of Longshan Scenic Area, and the group is buzzing with excitement. Huang Yang smiled broadly as he read the messages. Everyone, remember, we absolutely must visit Longshan Scenic Area tomorrow. Otherwise, we'd truly be letting down all the hard work Li Huan has put in. Don't you agree? Absolutely. People responded enthusiastically. Huang Yang sent a message, alright, everyone, see you tomorrow without fail. The news of Longshan Scenic Area's opening meant nothing to ordinary people, they didn't even know it existed. For launching scenic spots, this is truly wonderful news. The former industry leader reopening with not a single customer? It's utterly ridiculous. If he didn't go mock them in person, he'd be doing himself a disservice. Early in the morning, Huang Yang got dressed and hopped into the private car waiting below his apartment building. Let's go to Longshan Scenic Area. The opening time for Longshan Scenic Area was set for 9 a.m. Just past 8:30, Huang Yang arrived at the parking lot. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he spotted the scenic area owners who had arrived early. They all came forward to greet him. Mr. Huang, you're here pretty early too. Huang Yang laughed heartily. Of course I had to come early. I was genuinely worried that if I came any later, I might not get to see Longshan Scenic Area at all. Ha! By the end of his remark, everyone burst into uncontrollable laughter. In their eyes, Longshan Scenic Area was finished. It wasn't surprising they thought that. Currently, the Longshan Scenic Area had no channels for external promotion whatsoever. Not a single customer had noticed what was happening here. Under these circumstances, reopening the scenic area clearly wouldn't generate any income. Who opens a business without aiming to make money? With no income coming in, the merchants would surely abandon the place soon. Then, with nothing left, how could Longshan Scenic Area possibly continue operating? This thought only deepened their glee. After being held down by Longshan Scenic Area for so long, they could finally feel vindicated. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry and meet our old rival. If we delay, we might not see him at all. Several other scenic area owners nodded in agreement. You're right. If we get there any later, Li Huan might just be driven straight to the hospital. Who says otherwise? Ha 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 ha. Longshan Scenic Area reopening on the exact same day it closed? Who could stand that? People were overjoyed, celebrating as if it were New Year's. Chest puffed out and heads held high, they marched toward Longshan Scenic Area with excitement written all over their faces. Chapter 144, Who said there were no visitors? In stark contrast to the excitement among the owners of other scenic spots, the faces of the people at Longshan Scenic Area grew increasingly grim. They didn't want it to be this way, but the situation was staring them right in the face. Longshan Scenic Area was clearly facing the grim fate of opening and closing on the very same day, a situation that left them anything but cheerful. Sigh, I wonder where we'll end up once Longshan Scenic Area goes under. One vendor sighed repeatedly. Another merchant beside him was overcome with sorrow, nearly crying out loud. The merchants were in low spirits, and the shareholders were no better. Even Li Huan couldn't muster a smile. Kong Yingying turned to look at Li Huan. Mr. Li, didn't that Liang Fei say he had a solution for the scenic area's troubles? Why is he nowhere to be found when we need him most? Could he have realized he was out of his depth and just bailed? Li Huan opened his mouth, but truthfully, he had no idea what Liang Fei's situation was either. Not only was he nowhere to be found since early morning, but his phone was completely unreachable. Li Huan couldn't help but suspect Liang Fei had fled early to avoid further embarrassment. Seeing Li Huan hesitating, Kong Yingying snorted coldly. "Mr. Li, I don't need you to say it, that Li guy must have bailed. I knew that kid was unreliable. I even suspect he's an undercover agent sent by the rival scenic area, trying to sabotage our business." Su Jia and Lu Yong were both annoyed by this remark. "Miss Kong, that's going too far. Even if we concede that Liang's plan backfired this time, that doesn't erase his contributions to Longshan's scenic area. Everyone saw what Longshan's scenic area was like before. To put it bluntly, without Xiao Liang, the scenic area wouldn't have lasted this long." These words resonated with the merchants, who rallied in support of Liang Fei. Several shareholders voiced opinions differing from Kong Yingying's. Kong Yingying looked utterly embarrassed. She tried to say something else, but Li Huan shot her a glare. "Enough! Do you think everyone's mood isn't already bad enough?" Kong Yingying could only shut her mouth. But just then, "Isn't today the reopening of Longshan's scenic area? Shouldn't you all be in the best mood possible? Why the sour faces?" As the voice echoed, several familiar figures approached together. Leading the group was none other than Huang Yang. Li Huan and the others' expressions darkened. They recognized this group instantly. Truth be told, if it weren't for these troublemakers, the Longshan scenic area's renovation would have been a resounding success. If Longshan scenic area really went bankrupt today and everyone jumped off the building, the culprits would undoubtedly be this bunch of bastards standing before them. Lu Yong's expression darkened instantly. He raised his voice sharply. "You have the nerve to show your faces here." Huang Yang chuckled. "What kind of talk is that? We are indeed competitors with Longshan scenic area, and we are truly rivals. But after battling it out for so many years, we become friends of sorts. Since we're friends, it's only natural we'd come check out your reopening. What's the matter? Not welcome? Is that all the magnanimity Longshan scenic area has? No wonder you don't have a single customer right now. You!" Lu Yong clenched his jaw, but Li Huan stepped in to stop him. He turned to Huang Yang and the others. "Since you're here to congratulate us, we're naturally delighted to have you. Please come in." Huang Yang beamed. "Mr. Li truly has the biggest vision. But there's one thing I just can't wrap my head around. Mr. Li, you say your vision is so grand, yet why does Longshan scenic area still have hardly any visitors? Your advertising campaign is practically everywhere, yet no one seems to notice. Isn't that strange?" The scenic area owners behind him burst into laughter, while the Longshan scenic area staff were practically itching to charge forward and fight them. These bastards were asking questions they already knew the answers to. If it weren't for their sabotage, how could Longshan scenic area possibly be in this predicament? Li Huan took a deep breath and spoke. "If you're here to tour the scenic area or celebrate its reopening, you're most welcome. But if you're here to cause trouble..." Li Huan raised his voice. "Good riddance." The scenic area owners exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Huang Yang, the leader, said, "Mr. Li, aren't you being a bit petty? We just spoke our minds, and you're kicking us out? That's not how you run a business." Li Huan finally saw through them. These guys were clearly here to cause trouble. Since that was the case, there was absolutely no need to give them any courtesy. True, harmony is valued in business, but that doesn't mean one should swallow their pride and play the turtle. Huang Yang and his crew were practically ting on his head. If he still treated them with polite restraint, wouldn't that be like plastering "I'm easy to push around" on his forehead? With that thought, Li Huan spoke up. "I don't need you telling me how to run my business. Mr. Huan, I'll be blunt. Longshan scenic area doesn't welcome you. Goodbye, no need to see us off." With the conversation reaching this point, Huang Yang dropped all pretense. He sneered coldly. "Li Huan, you've made your choice. Right now, Longshan scenic area doesn't have a single visitor. Once we leave, only a handful of you will remain here. If some nosy paparazzi were to leak what's happening here, the damage to Longshan scenic area would be immense. No need for me to spell it out." Li Huan's expression darkened. Huang Yang roared with laughter. "So, not only can you not kick us out, but you'll have to treat us like royalty. After all, we're practically your only guests left, aren't we?" The scenic area owners behind Huang Yang all burst into laughter. Their gazes toward the Longshan scenic area group were now unmistakably filled with contempt. Meanwhile, the staff at the scenic area were thoroughly fed up. Longshan scenic area had clearly been ruined by this bunch of jerks, yet now, forced by circumstances, they had to put on a fake smile for them. This was utterly humiliating. The faces of everyone from Longshan scenic area were grim, and Li Huan was no exception. Huang Yang chuckled. "Mr. Li, surely you don't actually want to see Longshan scenic area open and close on the same day? You should know exactly what it means to have not a single visitor on reopening day." Li Huan clenched his jaw, but ultimately had no choice but to concede to Huang Yang. He could be as stubborn as a rock, and he genuinely didn't care about making money. The fortune he'd accumulated in his first half-life was more than enough to sustain him for the rest of his days. But what about the merchants at Longshan's scenic area? He could afford to be stubborn once, but the consequences would fall squarely on the shoulders of the Longshan merchants. That wasn't the kind of man Li Huan was. After several deep breaths, Li Huan's emotions finally began to settle. He bowed his head slightly toward Huang Yang, just as he was about to grovel and apologize, allowing Huang Yang and his group to settle the accounts for Longshan's scenic area. But then, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Who said we didn't have a single customer on Longshan's scenic area's opening day? The abrupt interruption captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Liang Fei. Behind him followed 6 or 7 minivans. Chapter 145, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Li Huan and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Lu Yong and Sister Su exchanged a knowing laugh. Shareholders backing Liang Fei chimed in. We always said little Liang would never abandon the scenic area. We knew all along that little Liang was out trying to find a solution. Everyone was thrilled. With 5 minivans following Liang Fei, each holding 7 passengers excluding the driver, that meant 30 to 50 people. This number of visitors was nowhere near Longshan scenic area's peak traffic, let alone half a year ago when Liang Fei hadn't risen yet and business was poor. But they currently had not a single customer. Bringing in over 30 guests was no small feat. Moreover, the arrival of these 35 guests meant they no longer needed to bow to Huang Yang and his crew. Little Liang arrived just in time. Exactly. It's all thanks to little Liang. The crowd was buzzing with excitement as Liang Fei approached. Huang Yang asked, Did you actually find tourists? Where'd you pull this tour group from? Tour group? Liang Fei looked puzzled. What tour group? His words left everyone present utterly bewildered. This group isn't a tour group? Individual travelers? Why would independent travelers even bother taking the same bus? Besides, no one had seen any promotion for Longshan's scenic area. Could Liang Fei have dragged these individuals here against their will? Just as everyone was puzzled beyond belief, Liang Fei looked toward the minivan. The passengers in this van are neither a tour group nor independent travelers. But a faint smile curved his lips. He snapped his fingers and suddenly raised his voice, Get out! The doors swung open, and those who rushed out were not tourists at all. Instead, it was a gong and drum troupe and a lion dance team. People pulled out tools they'd prepared long ago. Drummers beat their drums, gong players struck their gongs, and lion dancers performed their routines. Several others hauled out thousands of firecrackers, lighting them immediately. The crackling and popping sounds filled the air, while smoke billowed skyward. Amidst this cacophony, the scene instantly erupted with lively energy. But after a moment of shock, Huang Yang and the others. Ha 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 ha. A shrill laugh rang out, and Huang Yang nearly collapsed from the shock. The scenic area owners behind them also burst into laughter. Huang Yang remarked, Li Huan, your Longshan scenic area sure knows how to put on a show. Are you sure you're not just messing with us? With all this commotion, I thought you'd brought in some guests. And this is it? No guests, yet you managed to create such a lively atmosphere out of thin air. Only you guys could come up with something like this. You've shocked us for the entire year. The owners of several nearby attractions chimed in with mockery, exactly. To use the trendy online slang, your move is absolutely mind-blowing. Unbelievable, only a bunch of brain-dead idiots like you could come up with something like this. I really want to ask, what's the point of doing this? Isn't this just pure self-entertainment? Not only did the owners of other scenic spots seize the opportunity to relentlessly mock Liang Fei and Longshan scenic area, but even the staff at Longshan scenic area were baffled. All eyes turned to Liang Fei. But just as they were about to voice their confusion, Liang Fei suddenly smiled. I made such a big fuss, of course, to welcome our guests. The owners of the various scenic areas exchanged glances, then erupted into shrill laughter. But soon, their laughter faded. From afar, a large crowd could be seen approaching. At the head of the procession was Zhang Yi, followed by students from all the major universities in Longcheng. Over 100 of them. Huang Yang and the others were completely stunned. The merchants at Longshan scenic area were stunned too. Holy! They actually showed up. Isn't that Zhang Yi leading them? Did he actually go to schools to promote this? Just as the scenic area folks had guessed, to handle the current situation, Liang Fei had sent Zhang Yi to major universities early on to spread the word. But even with one-on-one outreach, this was the best he could manage. And these were all people coming because of their connection with Zhang Yi. But now that they were here, Liang Fei was confident he could keep them. Led by Zhang Yi, the students rushed forward. With visitors in attendance, the staff of Longshan scenic area visibly perked up. Though the numbers weren't large, it was at least a significant improvement over before. Liang Fei turned to Huang Yang, Mr. Hu, didn't you say our Longshan scenic area had no visitors at all? What else can you say now? Huang Yang hadn't expected Liang Fei to actually reach out to major universities for face-to-face promotion. But so what? 100 or so students, none of them influential, wouldn't make a dent in Longshan scenic area's business. He shot Liang Fei a cold stare. How much revenue could a bunch of students possibly bring to Longshan scenic area? Even if you added up all their spending, it probably wouldn't cover a fraction of what you're spending to renovate the scenic area. Can a bunch of broke students really bring you any profit? Can they even be considered real customers? Liang Fei glanced at the time and chuckled. So you're saying it's not enough to just have visitors, they have to be wealthy ones? Huang Yang puffed out his chest. Of course. The situation at Longshan's scenic area is clear. A few students alone can't possibly save it. Only the arrival of truly wealthy individuals could potentially boost the influence of your Longshan scenic area. But can you really get students to come cheer you on? Can you even get rich people to come cheer you on? Who do you think they are, that they'd listen to you? Liang Fei sucked on his toothpick. They certainly won't listen to me. But they'll listen to their rich second-generation friends. Huang Yang's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Liang Fei nodded toward the front. People instinctively looked ahead and saw over a dozen luxury cars speeding toward them. Leading the charge was none other than Xiao Yang. Squeal! The screech of tires against the pavement echoed as the vehicles came to a smooth halt before the crowd. Doors swung open, and Xiao Yang and his friends stepped out, approaching Liang Fei. Brother Fei, Longshan's scenic area has reopened. We came to show our support. The attitude of these rich second-generation kids toward Liang Fei mirrored Xiao Yang's perfectly, not a trace of arrogance. Liang Fei nodded in greeting before turning to Huang Yang. Mr. Huang, the students have arrived, and so have the wealthy patrons. What kind of guests do you think we're still missing? Liang Fei smiled broadly, while Huang Yang's expression was as grim as could be. The Dragon Mountain scenic area was indeed seeing a steady stream of visitors, but this group seemed deliberately timed as if they were marking the spot. The very types of people he claimed wouldn't show up were the ones who inevitably appeared. It was as if they were waiting to rub his nose in it. Huang Yang simply fell silent. Seeing this, Liang Fei's smile grew even broader. Alright then, since Mr. Huang won't speak, I'll take the liberty. Students have arrived, wealthy patrons have arrived next, it should naturally be figures from all walks of life, wouldn't you agree? As he finished speaking, a large group of people began walking up the mountain. They chatted and laughed, each with their own distinct background. Chapter 146, Is There Any Justice Left? This time, the arrivals split into two main groups. One group comprised internet celebrities, food vloggers, online influencers, and comedians, led by Zhang Xiao. The other group comprised individuals from various professions, led by Zhao Zhenxiao. Lawyers, teachers, engineers, accountants, drivers, boxers. Combined, this group numbered over 200, truly representing nearly every profession under the sun. Huang Yang and the others were stunned. Where on earth did Liang Fei find all these people? Even Li Huan was baffled. Bro, how did you pull this off? Liang Fei grinned. This isn't over yet. Once everyone arrived, Liang Fei gave the group a nod. Zhang Xiao immediately started streaming with the internet celebrities, while Zhao Zhenxiao naturally began conducting interviews. At that moment, Liang Fei remarked, now, representatives from every walk of life are present. Except for the truly influential and prestigious grand finale guest. But they'll be here soon. Huang Yang and the others were stunned. Could Liang Fei really have managed to invite such people? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Yang's voice was firm and decisive. The other scenic spot owners wore identical expressions. College students were easy to dupe, a few perks could sway them. Zhang Yi managing to round up over 100 students wasn't exactly mind-blowing. Xiao Yang was one of the merchants at Longshan's scenic area. It made sense that Liang Fei could get Xiao Yang to step in and bring along a few rich second-generation friends. But those with status and influence? That was a different story. Forget about petty favors. Even if you offered them mountains of benefits, they wouldn't set foot here unless you presented something truly tempting. Moreover, from the way Liang Fei spoke, it seemed he wasn't inviting just any bigwigs. Apparently, they had to be officials. Liang Fei, what do you think you are? How could you possibly persuade such figures to grace this event? If you actually pull it off, I'll eat standing on my head. Liang Fei looked utterly disgusted. Man, are you hungry or something? Why are you scrounging for free meals everywhere? Huang Yang was furious, but just as he was about to speak, the roar of engines echoed once more. Huang Yang's expression changed instantly. Not just him, everyone present paled. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise, where an Audi A6L led the way, followed by a convoy of similarly high-end vehicles. The convoy stretched on, numbering dozens of vehicles. Bringing up the rear were 3 or 4 large buses. Truthfully, such a convoy alone wouldn't have been particularly shocking if one hadn't looked at the license plates. Huang Yang stared intently at the lead vehicle. Long A00001. The moment he recognized the license plate, Huang Yang froze in shock. He wasn't the only one stunned, everyone present was speechless. In Longchang, and indeed throughout the entire province, countless people could afford an Audi A6L. But there was only one person who could possibly use this license plate number. The undisputed number 1 figure in the province. No way, Mr. Zhou himself has arrived. Huang Yang swallowed hard, and the surrounding scenic spot owners were thrown into a panic. Even if it's not Mr. Zhou himself. The mere presence of his official vehicle carries immense symbolic weight. Wait, if this is Mr. Zhou's official vehicle, then the ones behind it must belong to other tycoons, right? Realizing this, the crowd completely lost their composure. Just then, the vehicles came to a halt. The door of the lead vehicle opened, and stepping out was none other than Zhou Jian. Just as everyone had anticipated, the figures emerging from the subsequent vehicles were all genuine heavyweights. Even those last to disembark from the bus were figures speculative merchants would kill to meet. Zhou Jian led a large contingent of city and provincial government officials over, shaking hands with each merchant and shareholder of Longshan's scenic area. The Longshan scenic area crowd was overwhelmed with flattery. Finally, Zhou Jian stopped before Liang Fei. Mr. Liang. I told you so, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I made it. Still on time, right? Liang Fei chuckled. Of course you're on time. You could say it's perfect timing. The opening ceremony for Longshan scenic area is just about to begin. Since you're here, Mr. Zhou, why don't you do the ribbon cutting for us? Li Huan was stunned by the suggestion. What kind of status did Zhou Jian have to cut the ribbon for Longshan scenic area? But before he could stop Liang Fei, Zhou Jian said, no problem. Your Longshan scenic area has provided tremendous support for the development of our Longcheng. Moreover, the old man has nothing but praise for you. Before departing, the old man repeatedly emphasized that we absolutely must not let Longshan's scenic area fade into obscurity. He said, he who gathers firewood for the people must not be left to freeze to death in the snow. So, if there's anything we can do to help, Mr. Liang, just say the word. Liang Fei laughed heartily. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Liang Fei and Zhou Jian were getting along so well it left Huang Yang and the others completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, this scene was simultaneously broadcast throughout Longcheng via the cameras of Zhao Zhenxiu and Zhang Qiao. Those who accidentally came across the video or news were utterly bewildered. Longshan's scenic area? Didn't it disappear over a month ago? I thought they'd gone out of business. I actually felt pretty sorry about it at the time. Bankrupt? Does this look like bankruptcy to you? Holy cow, that's Zhou Jian we're talking about. He calls the shots not just in Longcheng, but across the entire province. And forget Zhou Jian, pick any random person from his entourage, and they're all celebrities you'd only see on TV. But now, they've all gathered at Longshan's scenic area. What place on the brink of bankruptcy could possibly attract so many people at once? I'd say Longshan's scenic area isn't going under at all. They've been quietly pulling off something big. Don't forget, Longshan's scenic area has a certain Mr. Liang in charge. How long has it been since he made any new moves? This remark immediately rang a bell with the people of Longcheng. Liang Fei was known for delivering surprises, a fact nearly everyone understood. In the past, he'd deliver surprises at least twice a month. But now, with no sign of activity for so long, it was clear he was brewing something big. We haven't seen any promotions for Longshan's scenic area. Could this mean they're incredibly confident in whatever trick they're pulling this time? Damn, come to think of it, that makes sense. I'm getting excited. Better to act than just get excited, brothers. I'm off to Longshan's scenic area to check things out. Wait for my good news. Damn, is that guy organizing a group trip to Longshan's scenic area? I'm impatient, can't wait. Let's go together. Count me in. More and more people couldn't contain their excitement, charging toward Longshan's scenic area without hesitation. The information blockade imposed by Longcheng's major scenic areas led by Qiufeng village against Longshan's scenic area was effortlessly broken by Liang Fei. All this unfolded while Huang Yang and his group remained completely unaware. Watching the bustling scene ahead, Huang Yang was furious. Longshan's scenic area was about to collapse, yet it still managed to attract Zhou Jian's attention? What kind of justice was this? Chapter 147. There's nothing much to see at Longshan's scenic area anyway. It's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Why should he get that? Watching Liang Fei and the others converse with Zhou Jian with such fervor only made Huang Yang more and more annoyed. The other scenic area owners around him were green with envy. Logically speaking, any scenic area they picked right now would be more popular than Longshan's scenic area. But forget attracting the attention of a big shot like Zhou Jian, they didn't even get visits from people who had just entered the system. They were itching to snatch him away. Just as everyone was feeling utterly dejected, the sound of vehicles and footsteps suddenly echoed through the air. Turning their heads, they saw a dark, surging crowd rushing toward them. Holy! The owners of all the major scenic spots were stunned. What the hell is going on? The quick-witted ones immediately opened Douyin and were stunned. The frenzy at Longshan's scenic area has completely shattered our information blockade. Now the internet is flooded with news about Longshan. What? Huang Yang and the others couldn't believe their ears. Why the heck is this happening? Why the heck is this happening? How did it suddenly become so popular? Could it be that people saw Mr. Zhou coming and mistakenly thought Longshan's scenic area was bustling with business, so they all got interested? Huang Yang immediately caught on and cursed under his breath. Damn it! This situation has actually been turned around by Liang Fei. Unlike the frustration felt by the owners of other scenic spots, the staff at Longshan's scenic area were already thrilled beyond measure. They began pouring their full energy into hosting the guests. The gazes of several scenic area owners fell upon Huang Yang, who stood at the forefront. What should we do? Could we just stand by and watch Longshan's scenic area return to its former glory? They had invested significant effort to suppress Longshan's scenic area to its current state. Watching them escape their predicament was the last thing they wanted. But no matter how reluctant they were, they couldn't think of any other solutions for the time being. All eyes turned to Huang Yang, the leader. Huang Yang gritted his teeth and pondered for a long moment. Don't panic yet. These people coming over for now, it seems they're only doing it for Mr. Zhou's sake. They might not genuinely like Longshan's scenic area. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. When Longshan's scenic area finally opens its doors to visitors and people discover it's not nearly as wonderful as they imagined, that will be the moment it truly collapses. As Huang Yang finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up simultaneously. That makes sense. Longshan's scenic area's previous popularity was entirely driven by Liang Fei's scenic area restaurant. Most visitors came specifically for Liang Fei's restaurant. But don't forget the Longshan's scenic area restaurant is now closed. Without the scenic restaurant, Longshan's scenic area is nothing. Everyone chuckled. That's exactly right. Without the scenic area restaurant, Longshan's scenic area is nothing. What was there to worry about? Seeing that most people had arrived and it was time for the scenic area to reopen, Li Huan waved his hand grandly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Longshan's scenic area. To celebrate our grand reopening, admission is free today. Please come in. The gates swung open, and the eager crowd surged into the scenic area. Huang Yang leaned in. Li Huan, you say your Longshan scenic area lost its restaurant. What else do you have left? What's left? You attracted all these guests by relying on Mr. Zhou. Do you have any way to keep them here? I'm not trying to be a know-it-all, but your decision is just plain ridiculous. Longshan's scenic area probably only had today left to make some ticket money and recover a bit, but you went and waived the admission fees. You're going to bleed money dry. Li Huan shot Huang Yang a look of utter contempt. You know nothing. Huang Yang's nose nearly turned sideways with fury at the remark. This guy really doesn't understand business. Can't you tell if it's a compliment or not? Longshan's scenic area was clearly on its last legs, yet Li Huan was still stubbornly clinging on. Fine, we'll see how it goes. Li Huan ignored Huang Yang completely and accompanied Zhou Jian and the others into the scenic area alongside Liang Fei. As soon as the scenic area opened, visitors immediately rushed toward the direction of the scenic area restaurant. Just as Huang Yang and the others had suspected, the visitors were indeed drawn by the arrival of Zhou Jian and his group. But their true target remained Liang Fei's restaurant. Not only the tourists, but even most of the people Zhou Jian had brought along were primarily there to see if the scenic area restaurant lived up to its legendary reputation. However, upon entering Longshan's scenic area, they learned the scenic area restaurant had not opened alongside the attraction. Disappointment immediately washed over the tourists' faces. If the scenic area restaurant isn't even open, what's the point of visiting Longshan's scenic area? No wonder they're not charging admission. Looks like Longshan's scenic area knows it's not worth visiting right now. Exactly. There's no point in staying here. Let's all head back. Huang Yang and the others burst out laughing upon hearing this, all turning to look at Li Huan and Liang Fei. Li Huan quickly signaled to Liang Fei. Liang Fei smiled and said, everyone, while the scenic area restaurants will indeed be closed for an extended period, that doesn't mean Longshan's scenic area has nothing left worth seeing. Over the past month, we've undertaken sweeping renovations throughout the scenic area. Why not explore the various buildings and structures here? I guarantee you won't regret it. Liang Fei's words carried some weight, temporarily dispelling the idea of people leaving immediately. Liang Fei turned to Zhou Jian. How about I take you all on a tour of the scenic area first? Zhou Jian nodded. Sounds good. Zhang Yi called out from the crowd. I say, let's follow Mr. Liang's lead and take a thorough tour of the entire Longshan scenic area. If there really isn't anything worthwhile, we can always leave later. We all went through so much trouble to get here. It'd be a shame to leave empty-handed, wouldn't it? Zhang Yi's words resonated with the group, and they decided to follow Liang Fei's lead. After walking for a while, Huang Yang and the others, who were also trailing behind, started complaining. There's nothing worth seeing here either. You're telling me? After a month of renovations at Longshan's scenic area, this is what we get? I don't see much difference from before. It wasn't that they were just talking nonsense. Walking up the path from the entrance for a few hundred meters, the scenery was passable enough, but it hadn't changed a bit since before the renovation. Huang Yang and the others' remarks immediately drew agreement from many people. Exactly. There's absolutely nothing to see here. Isn't Mr. Liang just ripping us off? People grumbled incessantly, their patience completely worn thin. But just then, wait. Does anyone else smell a peculiar fragrance? Kind of like flowers. Someone sniffed carefully. It really does. That must be the scent of roses. No sooner had he spoken than Liang Fei, who had been leading the way, halted in his tracks. He turned to face the group. That's right. It is indeed the scent of roses. Everyone, please look. This is the first attraction in our renovated Longshan scenic area, the first love garden. Following the direction of Liang Fei's pointing finger, the crowd was instantly stunned. Chapter 148, First Love Garden. Before them, a vast sea of roses rippled gently in the breeze, undulating like waves, a scene straight out of a painting. Even more astonishing was the unique scent mingling with the roses, a fragrance so distinct it evoked the sweetness of first love. Liang Fei smiled. The theme of this Longshan scenic area renovation boils down to two words: love. Leveraging the natural beauty of Longshan scenic area, we've implemented a series of bold renovations. The goal is to let people rediscover the beauty of love, to find that initial excitement and passion when a relationship first begins. Liang Fei immediately gave Sister Su a knowing glance. She hurried over to a small pavilion beside the rose garden, covered in a large black cloth, and pulled it away. Inside the pavilion was a mobile beverage station, its large sign displaying a row of words. New drinks now available at Longshan scenic area. Come and try them. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes lit up instantly. It was true that Longshan scenic area had been quiet for the past month, but Sister Su's beverage shop had been breaking sales records. The 10 drinks she had previously launched were highly acclaimed, which had already made her shop famous. Many were intrigued. Sister Su seized the moment. Everyone, our new drink is called First Love. I won't dwell on the flavor itself, you'll have to experience it for yourselves. A friendly tip: savoring first love in the rose garden enhances the flavor even more. As soon as Sister Su finished speaking, it immediately piqued the interest of many. But some remained unimpressed. A stylishly dressed young woman mused thoughtfully, no matter how wonderful first love is, it can't compare to the daily grind of life, right? She glanced at her boyfriend, Xu Hongqiao, beside her. They'd had a huge fight yesterday and were on the verge of breaking up. Xu Hongqiao naturally didn't want to break up. He'd said all the right things and done everything he could, yet he couldn't win his girlfriend back. They had first confirmed their relationship at Longshan scenic area. With no other options, Xu Hongqiao suggested visiting the park one last time before parting ways, as a farewell to their relationship. He'd hoped this would win her back. Seeing the rose garden had filled him with excitement, but to his surprise, his girlfriend Lin Jia still seemed utterly disinterested. He sighed and said, "Jia, no matter what, we did have good times together. You can't deny me even the chance to revisit this place." Many onlookers could tell both still cared deeply for each other, but the daily grind had worn away the initial spark. A guy nearby chimed in, "Hey, girl, you're already here, might as well take a look. Buy another drink. Since it's a farewell, let's make it a proper one." As he spoke, he frantically signaled to Xu Hongqiao. "Bro, this is as far as I can help you." Surrounding tourists chimed in with their own persuasion, and Xu Hongqiao pulled out all the stops. Finally, Lin Jia relented. "Fine, let's go see it." Xu Hongqiao promptly bought 2 cups of first love and walked into the rose garden with Lin Jia. A gentle breeze rippled through the garden, sending waves of roses dancing through the air. One petal fluttered down and landed in Lin Jia's palm. She gazed at the rose thoughtfully. Perhaps recalling past joys, or perhaps overcome by sorrow, she instinctively took a sip of the drink in her hand. The moment the crisp, sweet beverage with its unique fragrance touched her tongue, it felt like an electric shock coursed through her mind. Memories of those beautiful days flooded back. They had been university classmates, falling for each other at first sight. Back then, Xu Hongqiao sat reading in the library when Lin Jia and her friends walked in. The afternoon sunlight spilled across the pages of his book as he looked up, wearing a white shirt. Lin Jia was instantly drawn to Xu Hongqiao's clear, pure eyes. From that day on, Xu Hongqiao pursued Lin Jia with every conceivable method. His methods weren't particularly clever, in fact, they were a bit clumsy. Yet it was precisely in these small gestures that Lin Jia saw a partner worthy of entrusting her life to. She resolutely chose to be with Xu Hongqiao. Their life together was incredibly sweet, the envy of everyone around them. They both worked hard in their respective lives, and while arguments were inevitable at times, the sweetness between them quickly dissolved any tension. Lost in her memories, Lin Jia finally recalled last night's argument. The argument had started over something trivial. Perhaps both had been bottling up emotions, causing this minor issue to snowball into an irreconcilable storm. But looking back now, last night's incident was hardly worth mentioning. The pain from that argument faded away, guided by the scent of flowers and the aroma of her drink. Instead, every little moment of tenderness in their daily life seemed magnified. Lin Jia saw Xu Hongqiao meticulously preparing dinner, saw how he'd scour half the city to buy her whatever she casually mentioned craving, saw how he'd desperately wish he could take her sickness upon himself when she was ill. As the memories deepened, Lin Jia began to cry. She slowly turned to face Xu Hongqiao. "Let's start over." Xu Hongqiao was instantly overcome with emotion, pulling Lin Jia into his arms. Witnessing this scene, many tourists broke into genuine smiles, while countless others were left utterly stunned. "Holy crap, I'm speechless. Just a moment ago, that couple was going at it like mad, and now they've had a drink, walked through the rose garden, and made up? Is this for real?" People were skeptical at first, but witnessing two individuals who had been estranged for years, strangers who had only crossed paths by chance, suddenly rekindle their relationship, left them deeply moved. A woman who was clearly married for many years turned to her husband. "This place is so magical. Shouldn't we go inside and see for ourselves?" Her husband rolled his eyes. "We can see it from here. Why do we have to go inside?" They'd been married for years, their relationship long since settled into a dull routine, devoid of any spark. The man declared, "If you want to go, you go. I'm not going." The woman persisted, and after persistent coaxing, she finally got him to agree. The moment they stepped into the rose garden and took a sip of their drinks, memories of their early courtship flooded back. They gazed at each other, and the man's demeanor shifted from his earlier indifference. "Honey, all these years, I've neglected you. You've worked so hard. Rest assured, I'll strive to treat you even better from now on." The woman nodded fervently as they embraced in the breeze. The other visitors were dumbfounded. "Wow, not only can you mend broken relationships here, but you can reignite passion in the midst of monotony too. No more talk, let's go inside and see." "Wait for me." Whether newly dating couples, long married spouses, or those on the brink of breaking up, all rediscovered their original passion and emotion in the rose garden. In the rose garden, some proposed marriage, some laughed heartily, and some wept uncontrollably. In an instant, the rose garden became wildly popular. Word spread, drawing even more admirers. The rose garden was nearly bursting at the seams. Even those around Zhou Jian started calling their girlfriends and wives. The scene was incredibly lively. Huang Yang and the others were stunned. The owners of several scenic spots turned their gaze toward Huang Yang. "Mr. Huang, didn't you say that without the scenic area restaurant, Longshan's scenic area is nothing?" Chapter 149, Collaborative Development of Scenic Areas. Not only were the owners of major scenic areas dumbfounded, but even Huang Yang was completely baffled. Longshan's scenic area was about to take off. Starting with a trump card, huh? Who could handle this? Huang Yang gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "This is just an isolated case. Everyone, don't panic. This must be Longshan's scenic area's most powerful move. Their only real showpiece is probably this first love garden. People are just chasing novelty now. Once the novelty wears off, it probably won't be this popular anymore. Longshan's scenic area will likely just be the same as before. If it comes to it, we can band together and take on Longshan's scenic area again. We still have a chance." People were starting to lose faith in Huang Yang. But with things having escalated to this point, even if they tried to think of a way to counter Longshan's scenic area, they couldn't come up with anything. Sighs filled the air. "We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Longshan's scenic area regaining its pre-closure popularity is a done deal. Let's just hope this is truly their trump card." No sooner had the words left their lips than Liang Fei's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, next, I will lead you to visit the next attraction. The Valley of Passion. Please follow me." Under Liang Fei's guidance, the group soon arrived at a valley whose scenery was equally captivating, like a painting come to life. Much like the first love garden, a distinctive scent greeted them the moment they arrived. It was as intense as the height of summer, making them feel as though they had stepped into a campus where youth and beauty seemed to permeate every corner. Equally palpable was the love that blossomed within those walls. Direct, bold, reckless, passionate, and sweet. A man in his 40s beside Zhou Jian exclaimed, "It's strange, but being here makes me feel at least 20 years younger." Another man chimed in, "It's more than that. I feel like I'm bursting with youthful energy. The scent of love makes you feel young." Liang Fei gave Lu Yong a knowing glance. Lu Yong immediately ran forward and opened the sealed passageway. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the direct route to the Love Valley amusement park. After experiencing Love Valley, you can enter our love-themed amusement park to further savor the joys of romance. We guarantee you won't be disappointed. Welcome to the park." Those who had already experienced the first love garden were eagerly anticipating the renovations at Longshan's scenic area. As soon as Lu Yong finished speaking, many couples in the throes of romance headed straight for Passion Valley. Upon entering, the already affectionate couples grew even closer, rushing straight into the amusement park. Soon, the air was filled with laughter and joyful chatter. Many visitors discovered entirely new ways to enjoy the attraction. Middle-aged visitors in their 30s and 40s, upon entering the Valley of Passion, distinctly felt rejuvenated. Their courage surged, and they boldly pulled their spouses into the amusement park to experience thrilling rides. They seized the moment to declare their love anew, reliving the rituals of their early romance. After going through the whole experience, quite a few people ended up proposing right there on the spot. The Passion Valley packs a bigger punch than the first love garden. You can say that again. Too bad there aren't any hotels or lodging here. Otherwise, we'd definitely have to stay overnight. Exactly. The biggest flaw of Longshan's scenic area is the lack of hotels. As soon as the words left his mouth, many people smiled knowingly. Everyone understood that feeling after experiencing the Valley of Passion and the amusement park. Liang Fei chuckled and gave Xiao Yang a knowing look. Xiao Yang immediately spoke up, "Everyone who said Longshan's scenic area doesn't have hotels? This way, please." Longshan's scenic area theme hotel welcomes you. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, there really is a hotel here. It's worth it, totally worth it. What are we waiting for? Boss, book me a suite. Liang Fei kept giving meaningful glances to the surrounding merchants, who immediately sprang into action. Ladies and gentlemen, Longshan's scenic area not only offers a romance-themed amusement park and hotel, but also provides cosplay props. For more experiences, please visit our souvenir shop. Our clothing store has all kinds of outfits to meet everyone's needs. One after another, the merchants pulled out their best tricks. The shops, already transformed by Liang Fei, had an exceptionally high repeat customer rate. Combined with the backdrop of Lover's Valley, the scenic area merchants' businesses were booming, each outshining the last. In just over an hour, their combined sales had already surpassed 1 million. Huang Yang and the others were stunned. Holy crap! Is this even real? How are we supposed to compete with this? Longshan's scenic area has cut off our only lifeline. The owners of all the major scenic spots were on the verge of tears. They thought First Love Garden was their trump card, but who knew it was just a side dish in Longshan's scenic area's hands? The cards that followed were each more powerful than the last. Next, Liang Fei introduced each attraction at Longshan's scenic area to the group. Every single one effortlessly sparked a huge wave of excitement. People grew more and more excited, and Longshan's scenic area's popularity kept soaring. Huang Yang and the others gave up completely. What's the point of even playing anymore? Longshan's scenic area has already taken off. Continuing to compete with them is like shooting ourselves in the foot. Who can argue with that? We simply can't compete with Longshan's scenic area now. Let's call it quits. The group sighed repeatedly, already preparing to pack up and leave. But just as they started to move, everyone, please wait a moment. The sudden voice halted them in their tracks. They turned to see Liang Fei and Li Huan walking side by side toward them. Huang Yang's expression darkened. He muttered a curse under his breath before turning to Li Huan. Li Huan, this time, I admit defeat. I doubt any of us will ever revive our scenic areas. You've won big, is that good enough? We can't compete with you. Can we leave now? Li Huan smiled. Everyone, I didn't come here to show off. The others froze. Li Huan continued, let me be honest. All this commotion we've stirred up, it wasn't just for Longshan's scenic area alone. The group exchanged glances, vaguely grasping the implication, their faces lighting up with excitement. Huang Yang took a deep breath and asked, what do you mean? Li Huan replied, you've all seen the state of Lu Daqian's scenic area now. I'm a businessman at heart. I can't match Mr. Liang's noble spirit, nor can I just give away everything we've worked so hard to build. But let's be honest, there's no need for the major scenic spots in launching to fight tooth and nail. As Mr. Zhou just mentioned, healthy competition and mutual development are the way forward. The renovation plan for Longshan's scenic area was proposed by Mr. Liang. I've already discussed it with him, and he's willing to provide you with a complete renovation plan as well. But expecting Mr. Liang to oversee your project is unrealistic. Ultimately, how well you renovate depends entirely on your own efforts. Additionally, we can grant you partial rights to sell beverages at Longshan's scenic area's refreshment stands. If you still can't manage the site effectively after that, well, it really won't be our problem anymore. Hearing this, the owners of the major scenic areas were already beyond excited. Huang Yang swallowed hard several times before blurting out, Li Huan, are you serious? Li Huan smiled. Does this look like I'm trying to scam you? Chapter 150, Becoming Bosses? Li Huan's proposal thrilled Huang Yang and the others so much they were practically ready to worship Liang Fei and Li Huan. Both parties quickly signed the relevant contracts. Considering that Huang Yang and his group's scenic area wasn't particularly profitable and they couldn't come up with much working capital right away, Liang Fei changed his approach. He would sell the design plans and the rights to sell certain beverage shop products to the major scenic areas for a 10% equity stake. None of the scenic areas raised any objections to this pricing. Su Jia naturally had no objections either. Firstly, this arrangement would allow her to earn more. Secondly, the drink shop's immense popularity was entirely due to Liang Fei's efforts. Su Jia had already gifted half of the drink shop's equity to Liang Fei. By now, Liang Fei was effectively half owner of the beverage shop. In that case, he naturally had the right to decide who would be granted the beverage sales rights. The contract was swiftly signed. Liang Fei promised to deliver all the scenic area design plans to Huang Yang and his team within half a month. He also pledged that the renovation plans submitted to each scenic area would be no less impressive than those for Longshan's scenic area. After Huang Yang and his team departed satisfied, Liang Fei prepared to return to work on the designs. But just as he took his first step, Li Huan stopped him. Fei, remember when I told you that after our scenic area reopens, I'd give you a big surprise? Liang Fei grinned. I'd totally forgotten about that. Li Huan rolled her eyes. Look at your memory. Never mind. I'll just tell you straight. He walked over to his desk and pulled out a document. Before the scenic area renovation, I already signed a performance-based agreement with the shareholders. Once the renovation succeeds, I'll transfer 20% of the scenic area's equity to you. Don't underestimate the value of that 20% stake. At Longshan Scenic Area, even as the owner, I only hold 40% equity. Besides me, the largest individual shareholder only holds 15%. Of this 20% stake, I'll cover 10%. The remaining 10% will be split proportionally among the other shareholders. Put simply, once you sign this contract, you'll become the largest shareholder in Longshan Scenic Area after me. You'll be the second in command at Longshan Scenic Area. Moving forward, you won't just receive dividends from the scenic area, you'll also have a say in every decision made. Liang Fei was stunned. This wasn't just a big surprise, it was an earth-shattering fortune. Before his restaurant closed, he made at least tens of thousands in net profit daily, but compared to the scenic area, that was mere peanuts. And now that the scenic area's renovation was complete, conservative estimates put its daily net income at hundreds of thousands, possibly even breaking the million mark. With this stake, his daily earnings would easily surpass 10,000. This gift was far too heavy. Brother Huan, I can't sign this contract. Li Huan retorted, now you're being polite with me? You're undoubtedly the biggest contributor to our scenic area's success today. You deserve these shares. This is the unanimous opinion of all shareholders. Sign the contract. If you don't, it means you look down on me, and that won't make me happy. Under Li Huan's persistent pressure, Liang Fei had no choice but to sign the contract. Suddenly becoming one of the scenic area's owners, Liang Fei still felt a bit unreal about it. Li Huan slapped Liang Fei's shoulder firmly and said, don't worry. Everyone sees your capabilities. You can keep doing what you've been doing. Until you say otherwise, the scenic area won't assign you any random tasks. The only change this contract brings is that you're now the second in command at our scenic area, earning an extra 3 million yuan in dividends each month. Liang Fei grinned widely. Thanks a lot, Brother Huan. Li Huan chuckled, no need to thank me. You've earned it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Liang Fei saw the scenic area merchants running over. Is little Liang here? Li Huan stepped aside with a smile. Just as Liang Fei was about to ask what they wanted, the merchants swarmed around him, completely surrounding him. Liang Fei was completely taken aback. Everyone, what's going on? I didn't do anything wrong. Lu Yong said, Xiao Liang, you really underestimate yourself. Bad things? You saved all of us. We just crunched the numbers, today's earnings alone match what we made in the past 6 months. And judging by the buzz online, our daily earnings won't change much for at least the next year. We're all here to thank you. The merchants nodded in agreement. Xiao Liang, we've discussed it. As a token of our gratitude, we'll follow Sister Sue's example and give you 50% of our shop's profits from now on. The merchants nodded in unison, showing no sign of reluctance. Even after giving up half their profits, their daily net income would still reach 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, something they'd never dared dream of before. Liang Fei was stunned. With over 20 merchants in Longshan Scenic Area, each contributing thousands daily, meant a monthly income of 150,000 to 160,000 yuan per shop. With over 20 shops, Liang Fei's monthly earnings would increase by several million yuan. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Fortunately, Liang Fei wasn't blinded by this enormous windfall. He hurriedly said, everyone, this really isn't necessary. Liang Fei hadn't anticipated the merchant's stance being so much more resolute than he'd imagined. With no other option, he negotiated with them for a long time before they finally agreed to give him 10% of their monthly profits. Even then, the merchants felt it was too little. By the time he saw them all off, night had fallen. Only then did Liang Fei bid farewell to Li Huan and return to his own shop. The scenic area restaurant remained closed, its once bustling atmosphere now noticeably quieter. But Liang Fei paid it little mind. Construction on the gourmet clubhouse had already begun and would be operational in 6 months. He was now pouring all his energy into that project, leaving him no time to manage the restaurant. If any misstep damaged its reputation, it would spell trouble. After much deliberation, he decided it was best to close the restaurant. Liang Fei now treated the place as his residence. After cooking himself a meal and resting, Liang Fei began working on the design plans for various scenic areas. It was no small undertaking. It took him nearly half a month to finally refine the plans to perfection. Phew! Half a month later, Liang Fei surveyed the designs for over a dozen scenic areas and nodded with satisfaction. Finally done. For the past fortnight, he'd been holed up working on the designs, squeezing in time to oversee the clubhouse construction whenever possible, busy as a bee. It wasn't just Liang Fei who was busy, the Longshan Scenic Area was bustling too. The previous renovation plan had been a resounding success. The Longshan Scenic Area had now returned to its peak period in terms of visitor traffic, and revenue streams were flowing in steadily. The decisions Liang Fei had made were finally beginning to show results. But Liang Fei wasn't content. Once the gourmet clubhouse is completed, Longshan Scenic Area's visitor numbers will surely hit new heights. Currently, Longshan Scenic Area was only popular within Longchang. What Liang Fei wanted was for it to become a national sensation, and in the future, to go beyond Daxia and reach the world. This thought filled Liang Fei with renewed enthusiasm. His thoughts had barely settled when he spotted Li Huan approaching. Brother Huan, you're just in time. I've finalized the design proposals for those scenic areas. Just find a moment to review them. Li Huan beamed. I knew you'd get it done, kid. Liang Fei grinned. By the way, Zhang Yi and old Jiang haven't caused any trouble following you, have they? Chapter 151, Tidying Up for Charity. The scenic area restaurant was temporarily closed, but Liang Fei's income hadn't dried up. He wasn't worried, but Zhang Yi, Zhang Xiao, and the others were all affected. Liang Fei had promised to help them earn money. Now that he had other matters to attend to, he couldn't let their income dry up. Liang Fei placed the two under Li Huan's supervision. The scenic area would pay their salaries, and Liang Fei would provide additional subsidies. This arrangement actually increased their income rather than reducing it. Li Huan chuckled, they're incredibly hardworking. Zhang Yi's sharp mind has been a huge help, and Zhang Xiao is a real talent, constantly coming up with great ideas. I plan to set up a dedicated publicity department soon, with Zhang Xiao as manager and Zhang Yi as deputy manager. Liang Fei chuckled. That's great. By the way, Brother Huan, you came to see me about something, right? Li Huan nodded. He did indeed have something important to discuss. Let's talk inside. Once inside, Li Huan sat down inside. Ah, Fei, you've really turned our scenic area around. Revenue is approaching its peak levels. Everyone's income has gone up, and the scenic area is finally thriving again. Mr. Zhou sent word a couple days ago, saying he plans to promote our Longshan scenic area as a model case. Things will only get better for us going forward. Longcheng had developed through tourism in the first place. With the tourism industry in decline, the scenic area owners were anxious, and the city government was clearly even more concerned. Previously, there was little they could do. But now that Longshan scenic area is thriving, they naturally won't let this opportunity to revitalize tourism slip away. Liang Fei remarked, that's wonderful news. Li Huan replied, for the scenic area, it certainly is. But Fei, have you considered yourself? Liang Fei froze. Li Huan continued, we live in a fast food era. People only keep one thing in their minds at a time, and it rarely involves themselves. Longshan scenic area is on the rise. The days ahead will be increasingly prosperous, and its reputation will only grow. But then, people might completely forget about your scenic area restaurant. In 6 months, when the gourmet club opens, I doubt anyone will even bother to visit. I know what you're thinking. Lack of fame doesn't matter. You can build something from nothing with your skills. But you saw how things went on opening day at the scenic area. If people truly forget you exist, no matter how great you make it, no one will give you the time of day. Liang Fei frowned deeply. This was indeed a problem. Li Huan said, over the past couple of days, I had someone look into how many people in Longcheng still remember your scenic restaurant. It's only been a month and a half, and people have already nearly forgotten your scenic restaurant. And that's the least of it. People are starting to forget about you, Liang Fei, too. Liang Fei scratched his head. What difference does that make? Li Huan shot Liang Fei a disapproving look. You're hopeless. Let me make this clear, your scenic area restaurant became popular because it built up a reputation. But what really went viral wasn't the Longshan scenic area restaurant, it was you, Liang Fei, the person. Liang Fei is the brand name. But now, your brand is fading fast. Put simply, it doesn't matter if people forget the scenic area restaurant, it's just a restaurant after all. But if they forget you, Liang Fei, that's trouble. It means all your previous efforts will go down the drain. You need to find a way to remind people of you. At the very least, before the gourmet club opens, you can't let people forget about you. Liang Fei pondered it over and realized Li Huan had a point. But he couldn't very well reopen the scenic area restaurant now. He simply didn't have the time to manage it properly. Even if he did reopen it, it would likely shut down again within a couple of days. Wouldn't that just burn out customers' enthusiasm? It would be no different from ruining his own reputation. Li Huan offered a suggestion, for business owners, the best way to make people remember you is through charity. Charity? Liang Fei pondered for a moment before replying, Brother Huan, I see what you mean. Let me think about it. All right. Li Huan nodded. Let me know if you need anything. The scenic area will fully support you. After seeing Li Huan off, Liang Fei began pondering his words. He agreed with the principle Li Huan had outlined, but the problem was, where could he do charity work now? With the scenic area restaurants closed lately, he had no income but had spent a lot of money. Half of the 20 million he had saved up earlier was already gone. The remaining funds were untouchable. The gourmet club still faced substantial upcoming expenses. While the scenic area did offer dividends, those wouldn't be distributed until year-end at the earliest. Even as the owner, Li Huan couldn't alter this rule. The combined monthly dividends from the merchants barely covered the gourmet club's shortfall, not even enough to fill the hole, let alone fund charity. Looks like donating cash directly won't work. No sooner had he spoken than Liang Fei had an idea. Who says charity always requires donating money? I remember seeing some chefs set up mobile kitchens before. I could do that too. Liang Fei's face lit up with excitement. Just then. Breaking news alert. A mudslide has struck Datong village in Longcheng. Fortunately, timely evacuations prevented any casualties. The municipal government has actively initiated post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Residents are reminded that mountain floods are common during the rainy season. Please exercise caution. Next came footage from the scene. The footage showed Datong village receiving donations from various regions, mostly essentials like bottled water, blankets, and instant food. Liang Fei froze for a moment before snapping out of it. Enough talk. Let's head straight to Datong village. With that, Liang Fei immediately dashed toward the kitchen. He hadn't known about it before, but now that he understood the severity of the disaster and had the means to help, he couldn't just brush it off. In Liang Fei's view, building his reputation could wait. What mattered more was doing everything possible to help the people in the disaster area. Even if supplies are provided, the affected people in the disaster area are still likely to struggle. Charity meals need to not only meet basic food and warmth needs but also find ways to boost their immunity. Liang Fei grew more confident as he spoke, immediately diving into researching recipes. He finally settled on a combination of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Vegetables boost immunity, while meat enhances physical strength and meets energy demands. Perfect. After finalizing the menu, Liang Fei borrowed Lu Yong's tricycle and headed down the mountain to procure ingredients. He bought enough ingredients for over 500 servings, along with 6 or 7 gas stoves and the necessary cooking utensils, bowls, and chopsticks. Only after everything was ready did Liang Fei breathe a long sigh of relief. This should cover everything. After double-checking everything was in order, Liang Fei finally went to sleep. The moon rabbit returned to its nest, and the golden crow rose in the east. News of the disaster in Datong village spread throughout Longcheng overnight. As Longcheng's model village for moderate prosperity, it was only natural that it would attract so much attention. Once the news spread, the people of Longcheng rallied together. Those with money contributed funds, those with strength offered labor, and even the Longshan scenic area donated supplies. However, not everyone sought to aid Datong village. Many traffic monetizers saw the immense profit potential within this disaster. Seizing this opportunity could potentially spark a viral sensation. Many internet celebrities were rubbing their hands together in excitement. Chapter 152, Turning the Tables? Dongzi was an actor, or at least he used to be. Having started as a child star, the dramas he starred in defined an entire generation's youth. Many still held fond memories of him through the rose-tinted lens of childhood. But Dongzi started too high. After rising to fame, he got carried away. Instead of taking advice to hone his acting skills, he went on a wild advertising spree. He burned through people's enthusiasm in an instant and faded into obscurity. For a child star like Dongzi, lacking both acting chops and conventional looks, losing popularity was essentially a death sentence. Even when Dongzi kept appearing in the public eye and invested in his own films, his career remained lukewarm, leaving him on the fringes of the entertainment industry. He had already given up, but when live-streamed product promotions exploded in popularity a few years ago, he immediately capitalized on his fans' childhood nostalgia to launch his own live-streaming business. He colluded with merchants to pass off inferior goods as high-quality products, raking in a fortune. Though the scheme was soon exposed, lack of evidence meant Dongzi avoided financial penalties. His public image, however, was utterly ruined. Later, Dongzi tried self-deprecating humor, creating memes, and various other tactics, but none managed to restore his reputation. During this time, some suggested he do charity work to rebuild his image, but Dongzi balked at the expense. But today, it suddenly clicked for him. Who says charity has to cost money? His agent looked utterly confused. How else can you do charity without spending money? Dongzi glared at his agent and said, "We can make a big publicity stunt out of it. Drive over there, take a quick spin around, and come right back." After all, these days netizens only care about what they see. Nobody bothers to seek the truth. The agent replied, "That's one way to do it." Dongzi declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Get ready now." The agent immediately sprang into action. Longshan's scenic area. Early that morning, Liang Fei borrowed a large truck from Lu Yong and, with Lu Yong and the others helping, loaded everything onto it. Upon hearing that Liang Fei planned to cook on site at Datong village, Zhang Yi and the others rushed over to help. "Aren't you guys busy with your own things?" Liang Fei asked. Zhang Yi grinned. "Brother Fei, Mr. Li specifically gave us time off. You can rest easy." Liang Fei chuckled. "Alright then, let's hit the road." The group headed straight for Datong village. Datong village was about a half-hour drive from Longshan scenic area. After traveling for a while, Liang Fei spotted Datong village in the distance. The once prosperous village had been transformed beyond recognition. The villagers had been relocated to temporary prefabricated housing. Just looking at it made one's heart ache. Liang Fei sighed. "It's okay. Natural disasters may be heartless, but people are compassionate. Let's step up our efforts and make sure all the disaster victims have hot meals before noon." Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yi, who had rushed over, nodded in agreement. Worried that the ingredients in the truck might get jostled loose, and mindful that the road near Datong village was indeed rough, Liang Fei slowed down considerably. But no sooner had he reduced his speed than a series of urgent honks sounded from behind. Then came curses. "Hey, slowpoke! Can you speed up? Don't you know we're in a hurry?" Following behind were Dongzi and his filming crew. Dongzi looked thoroughly annoyed. He had planned to make a quick appearance in Datong village before rushing back to host his live-streamed shopping event, but encountering Liang Fei blocking his path instantly soured his mood. "Can't you drive? If you can't drive, then get out of my way. Too slow. Even a turtle crawls faster than you guys." Liang Fei frowned, but since their speed was indeed a bit slow, he patiently called out to Dongzi and his crew, "This road is rough. We've got supplies in the car and don't want them getting damaged, so we have to drive carefully. The road's too narrow, we really can't pull over. Guys, please bear with us." Dongzi saw the road was indeed too rough, driving fast would make them uncomfortable too, so he didn't press the issue. Liang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Zhang Yi beside him shouted, "Brother Fei, watch out." A tree nearby, already weakened by rock impacts, suddenly swayed violently in a gust of wind. Unable to withstand the force, it let out a mournful creak before crashing to the ground. Liang Fei's expression darkened as he slammed on the brakes. Squeal! Fortunately, they weren't going too fast. The truck came to a steady halt, the fallen tree landing less than a meter away from Liang Fei and the others. The group, still shaken, breathed a collective sigh of relief. But just then, "Are you guys crazy? I told you we're in a hurry. If you can't drive fast, that's one thing, but stopping? Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Turning his head, Liang Fei saw Dongzi running over with his film crew. Dongzi kicked the truck door hard. Zhang Yi, known for his hot temper, got out and raised his voice. "Can't you see? The tree's fallen. How are we supposed to drive now? We know you're in a hurry, but we're in a hurry too. But the road conditions are what they are, your rushing won't change anything." Liang Fei and Jiang Xiao also got out. Liang Fei held Zhang Yi back and addressed Dongzi. "Guys, no matter how impatient you are, you'll have to wait for us to clear the tree." Dongzi sneered coldly, "I think you're just messing with us on purpose. Not only are you uncivilized, but you're also twisting the truth. Where did this bastard come from? If I were your father, I'd have smashed you against the wall to feed the flies." Even Liang Fei, known for his patience, was pushed to his limit. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Friend, if you have a problem, let's solve it. Watch your mouth." Dongzi laughed. "So what? I'll talk however I damn well please. Take it or leave it. You." Zhang Yi couldn't hold back any longer. His fists clenched as he lunged forward, but Liang Fei grabbed his arm and pulled him back. After several deep breaths, he finally reined in his rage. Ignoring Dongzi entirely, he turned and headed straight for the fallen tree. Dongzi sneered coldly at the sight. "I thought you were some big shot. Turns out this is all you've got? All bark and no bite. Too scared to even fight back. Coward." Liang Fei clenched his fists tighter but ultimately said nothing. Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao were furious, but since Liang Fei remained silent, they naturally couldn't say much either. Dongzi kept ranting, "You should actually be grateful. If you dared to fight me, I'd have crippled you for sure. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Plus, I've got hundreds of thousands of followers online. I can make you suffer both physical and mental torment at the same time." As he spoke, Dongzi pulled out his phone. "This is pissing me off more and more. I need to go live and talk about this." He shot Liang Fei a glance. "If you don't want to get trolled online, you'd better come over here and apologize to me properly." Liang Fei didn't even acknowledge Dongzi. Dongzi was already fuming. "You asked for it." He immediately started the live stream. Before leaving, he'd instructed his filming crew to leak the news, and his fans had already started paying attention to the situation. As soon as the stream went live, a flood of fans poured in, pushing the viewer count past 10,000. Dongzi glanced at Liang Fei in the distance before speaking up. "Hey, everyone. Yeah, I'm currently on my way to Datong village, but I haven't arrived yet. Honestly, I should have been in Datong village by now, but I ran into some idiot no clue what he was doing there driving at a snail's pace. I tried talking to him nicely, but he just started cursing at me. Now he's even stopped his car to block us. Everyone, take a look." Dongzi quickly swiveled the camera, deliberately avoiding the tree in front. Chapter 153, Mobile Kitchen. The viewers in the livestream were already annoyed. "Damn it, what kind of person is this? I can't stand people like him. If you can't drive, just admit it. Why all the nonsense? Exactly. Doesn't he know our boss is here doing charity work? What a piece of..." As the crowd erupted in curses, Dongzi felt a surge of satisfaction. He spoke up. "What the hell is wrong with the world these days? These bastards born without a mother to raise them are multiplying like weeds. Doesn't he realize he's just trash? Not even a shred of self-awareness, just running around disgusting people. Isn't this exactly what the experts call antisocial personality disorder?" Dongzi deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Liang Fei and the others heard every word clearly. Before Liang Fei could react, Zhang Yi couldn't hold back any longer. He turned and snapped, "Don't you know how to speak properly? If you can't speak properly, shut your asshole. Donzi sneered and addressed his livestream audience. Did everyone hear that? These people have such venomous tongues. I can't even keep up with their insults. Ah, well, I'm a classy person. I'm not like them. After all, I have a mother. Zhang Yi was so furious he was speechless. Who the hell is this guy trying to be so sarcastic? He couldn't hold back any longer, rolling up his sleeves and lunging forward. Donzi said, "What? You wanna hit me? Come on, try touching me. I'll see if Longqing's rules are tougher than your fists." Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, and Jiang Qiao couldn't hold back either. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out. "Have you had enough of this nonsense?" It was none other than Liang Fei. He grabbed the fallen sapling with one hand and gave it a mighty yank. The sapling shot straight into the air. Thud! The sapling soared a full 6 or 7 meters before crashing back down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone present was stunned. Liang Fei shot Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao a glare. "Get in the car. Let's go." The two men were instantly rendered speechless by Liang Fei's ruthless tactics. Are you kidding me? That was a tree. Even a small one weighed at least several hundred pounds. And Liang Fei just tossed it out like that? That's insane. No wonder Liang Fei didn't want them to get involved. If he'd been pushed to the limit and joined in, Donzi's crew would have ended up in the hospital, no, the crematorium. Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao both looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. Alright, no need to say anything else. Get in the car. The three climbed in together. Amidst the roar of the engine, the car vanished from sight in moments, leaving only Donzi and his crew behind. They exchanged glances, each face more stunned than the last. Gulp. Donzi swallowed hard and turned to the staff member beside him. Just now, did that guy throw a tree out the window? The staff members still felt a chill recalling the scene. It wasn't their fault the scene had been utterly extraordinary. It was a tree, for crying out loud. Seeing the staff nod, Donzi grew even more panicked. He'd actually been provoking Liang Fei nonstop just moments ago. Wasn't that just courting death? That kind of strength, one punch from him would send him straight to the morgue. Thankfully, the guy had a decent temper. Don't say another word. If you see him again, just walk around him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Donzi's words resonated with them all. Half an hour later, Liang Fei finally arrived at Datong village. As they got out of the car, Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao still couldn't quite believe what they'd just witnessed. Zhang Yi said, "Brother Fei, you really did toss a tree out there just now?" Liang Fei's face darkened. Since they got in the car, Zhang Yi had asked this question at least 10 times. Is it really that big of a deal? What's the big deal? Besides, it was just a sapling, right? A small tree? Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao exchanged glances, each looking more frustrated than the other. Good grief, the little tree Liang Fei mentioned was easily 7 or 8 meters tall, as thick as an adult's thigh. And it was packed with moisture, easily weighing 700 or 800 pounds. That's practically a world record in weightlifting. But he just lifts it, you're throwing it. Did you even realize what you were saying? Seeing their frustration, Liang Fei grinned. Alright, none of that matters. Don't forget why we came here. The two snapped back to reality. Liang Fei said, "Let's get to work." They nodded in agreement. Compared to the immediate aftermath of the disaster, conditions in Datong village had improved significantly. Especially after attracting attention from various internet celebrities recently, the surge in popularity had led to an increase in donations of both money and supplies. Post-disaster reconstruction was steadily progressing. However, most of the donations from well-meaning individuals consisted of daily necessities, leaving catering services as an untapped niche. If Liang Fei could seize this opportunity, so could others. As the trio finished unloading their supplies, someone else had already set up a mobile kitchen nearby. The aroma of cooked food was already wafting through the air. Zhang Yi paused before turning to Liang Fei. "Brother Fei, someone over there has already set up a mobile kitchen. But it seems their primary goal isn't charity, it's building their reputation." The dishes from that mobile kitchen weren't as varied as Liang Fei's group offered. Not only did they completely disregard nutritional balance, but the portions were pitifully small. Even though it was free, before receiving the food, everyone had to go through a series of preparations arranged by the influencer and promote their livestream in the influencer's livestream. Isn't this just using charity as a cover to exploit cheap labor? Zhang Yi couldn't stomach it anymore. The tasks these refugees had to complete before getting their meals were easily worth a proper meal in themselves. This wasn't charity at all, it was just a clever way to make the refugees work for these influencers. Zhang Yi grew increasingly furious. Just then, staff from the mobile kitchen noticed the commotion and approached. "What are you doing?" The man's expression was brimming with arrogance. Just as Liang Fei and the others had suspected, their purpose here wasn't charity at all, they were using charity as a cover to build their own reputation. They used the worst ingredients and their food was mediocre at best. Before competition arose, they could still attract a crowd. But if Liang Fei and his team started a mobile kitchen too, their customers would inevitably be split. How could they continue exploiting these refugees then? "You're stealing our idea." Have you no shame? Zhang Yi, the most hot-tempered among them, was furious from the start. Stealing your idea? You've got some nerve. Mobile kitchens have been around forever. If anyone's stealing, it's you guys stealing someone else's idea. Besides, your thing. Before Zhang Yi could finish, Liang Fei cut him off. He looked at the man ahead and said cheerfully, "We're all helping the disaster area. No need to get all worked up over this. Here's what we'll do, we'll move to a spot farther away. That way, we won't get in your way." The man considered this, then snorted coldly. "That's more like it. Get moving." With that, the man walked away. Watching the man's retreating figure, Zhang Yi felt even more annoyed. Even Jiang Qiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Brother Fei, aren't you being too lenient with them?" Liang Fei replied, "Enough. They did put in the effort, after all. No need to dwell on it." After a moment's thought, Liang Fei spoke up, "Let's just move to another spot. Over there it'll be the same." Chapter 154, We really are here to help. Liang Fei pointed toward an area farther away from the mobile kitchen. "That spot's perfect, at least we won't bother each other." Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao were genuinely annoyed by the mobile kitchen's approach, but they still listened to Liang Fei. In the end, they didn't go looking for trouble and followed Liang Fei over to the other side. The mobile kitchen had been heavily promoted beforehand, and now a long line had formed in front of their cooking area. Since the disaster struck, everyone had been surviving on instant noodles and bread. The authorities wanted to provide hot meals, but with everyone busy with relief efforts, there was simply no time to cook on site. After eating convenience foods for so long, everyone had grown tired of them. So when someone finally came to set up a mobile kitchen, they were naturally thrilled. What we can't stand is that they make us do so much work before we can even get our food. We get that influencers need to make money, and we don't mind helping each other out. But we're all starving. Couldn't they let us eat first before asking for help? A man in line looked utterly frustrated, and the people behind him shared the same expression. Just then, a young girl hurried over. "Excuse me, could I get my meal first? My parents can't eat those instant meals. They're starving right now." The men were kind-hearted souls, and besides, they were all victims of the disaster together. Refusing to help each other now would have been unreasonable. After a quick discussion, they let the girl jump to the front of the line. The girl turned to the mobile kitchen staff and pleaded, "Can I get a meal first? My parents are starving and about to pass out. Just serve me first. I'll give the food to my parents and come back to go through your procedures. Don't worry, I won't skip out on paying." The influencer team at the front exchanged glances, each face more sour than the last. The leader, Sun Chang, was the one who had set up the mobile kitchen. Hearing the girl's request, Sun Chang immediately grew displeased. "Listen, young lady, this isn't how things work. Your situation is special, but everyone else's situation is special too. We have to follow the procedures. If we make an exception for you, what about the next person with special circumstances? What if more and more people with special circumstances come along? We do engage in charity work, but we also have to calculate our costs. If you keep this up, we'll go broke." The moment these words fell, they sparked discontent among many. "You can't put it that way. You've put in effort, but so have we all. We've done plenty of groundwork for you in advance. You've long since recouped your investment. We don't owe you anything. We helped you with your work and you provided us with meals. It was a mutual arrangement. How did it become, in your words, you doing us a favor? Even if we take a step back, you came here to do charity work. Since it's charity, isn't it normal not to expect anything in return? You don't expect anything in return, and we appreciate your kindness. We plan to repay you when times get better. It's a perfectly good arrangement. How did it become us being parasites in your words?" Exactly. More and more people voiced their dissatisfaction with Sun Chang and his group, and the displeasure on Sun Chang's face grew even more pronounced. "Hey, do you even want to eat anymore? We came here with good intentions to help you, and this is the ungrateful bunch we get in return? No wonder you got hit by the disaster." These words ignited the already simmering resentment among the disaster victims, though thankfully some level-headed individuals stepped in. "Everyone, calm down." One person who had already completed the task assigned by Sun Chang and his group spoke up, "Let the young lady get the food first and deliver it to her parents. Don't let them starve." The man looked at Sun Chang. "I've completed the task you assigned me. How about this, give my portion to the girl? That should be fine, right?" Sun Chang shrugged. "Of course that's fine." The girl beamed with delight, thanked the man, and handed him the lunchbox. "Could you please add a little more? It's for both my parents." Sun Chang agreed verbally, but the portion he gave was still meager, just a small spoonful of vegetables and barely a mouthful of rice. The girl looked troubled. "This isn't nearly enough for 2 people. Could you really give me a little more? If it's really not possible, I still have some money left. Can I just buy it instead?" Sun Chang retorted, "Buy? What do you take us for? We're doing charity work, how could we possibly take your money? What if some unscrupulous bastard films this and makes a big deal out of it?" Hearing this, the crowd instantly grew displeased. That was a direct jab at them. One hot-tempered guy immediately snapped back, "Who are you calling malicious?" Sun Chang sneered coldly, "Those with ulterior motives know exactly who they are. Rules are rules. Eat if you like it, or get the hell out if you don't. Let me make this clear, we don't need people like you around here." The crowd grew angrier, but there was nowhere else to eat right now. Just as they were debating, a rich aroma of cooked food suddenly filled the air. The unexpected change left everyone present momentarily stunned. "That smells amazing. Damn, what is that smell? It's way too good. Looks like it's coming from over there." The guy with the sharpest sense of smell pointed toward the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw Liang Fei and his crew cooking over there. Sun Chang noticed it too, and he sneered coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Those guys clearly aren't professionals. Could be they're just here to profit off the disaster. My rules might be a bit strict, but who knows? They might even charge you money over there. You've already suffered enough from the disaster. If he rips you off too, you'll be even worse off." Sun Chang's words only deepened their dilemma. His words were a bit harsh, but they were true. It wasn't just the people waiting in line who were conflicted. The young girl who had no choice but to bring a meal to her parents was equally torn. But seeing her parents visibly starving, the girl had no choice. She ran straight over to Liang Fei. "Boss, can you give me some food first? I'll pay whatever it costs. Whatever work you assign me afterward is fine, my parents are starving." Liang Fei immediately grew anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly turned to Zhang Yi and the others. "Hurry up and pack them extra portions." Zhang Yi and the other staff quickly packed 2 boxes of food. The generous portions and delicious flavors left the young girl utterly stunned. "How much is this?" Liang Fei was at a loss for words. "We're just here to help. Asking me how much it costs, I really don't know how to answer that. It's free. Just take it and eat." This time, it was the young girl's turn to be taken aback. "Then, what do you need me to do?" Liang Fei replied, "Didn't I already say? We're here to help. No payment needed, no sacrifices required, just let us lend a hand if we can." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "You really don't want anything?" Liang Fei replied, "I did have some money, but I spent it all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to cook, I'd have just brought cash instead. Seriously, nothing at all. Take this and feed your parents right away. If it's not enough, come find me again. I've got plenty of ingredients stocked up." Chapter 155. This attitude is way too good. The little girl finally left, glancing back every few steps. As people watched her walk into the village carrying the exquisitely prepared, generously portioned meal, they couldn't contain their astonishment. How much must that have cost? Her parents, especially, looked deeply worried. "How much work did they assign you?" The girl replied, "They didn't make me do anything, nor did they take my money. The newcomers are very kind. They insist on not taking anything, emphasizing repeatedly that they're here to help and don't need us to pay them back in any way. They even said if we don't have enough to eat, we should go back to them, they'll provide as much as we need." The girl's parents were stunned. The people of Datong village were stunned. Is this for real? Could it really be that they want nothing in return, that they genuinely came just to help? Is this even legit? People who had endured much mistreatment from Sun Chang were already fed up with him. Now that a better option presented itself, they naturally couldn't resist. The young girl said, "At least when I pressed them repeatedly, they insisted they wanted nothing. Maybe they really are kind-hearted people after all." The villagers of Datong exchanged glances and finally decided to send a group to check it out first. Meanwhile, those waiting in Sun Chang's line continued to wait. If Liang Fei and his group had any other demands, they could always compare the 2 options and see which side served up meals more efficiently. But when the villagers from Datong arrived at Liang Fei's stall, still harboring their doubts, they discovered he was genuinely just there to help. Not only did he refuse any payment, but he even declined when they offered to help promote his business. "We'll discuss promotion later. Our purpose here today is simply to ensure you all have a satisfying meal. Eat your fill, everyone. If it's not enough, I have more here. If I run out, I'll just have to ask you all to wait a bit while I go buy more ingredients. We came here today with one goal, to make sure everyone in Datong village is well fed and satisfied." Liang Fei's words sent shockwaves through the village. Many were so moved they were on the verge of tears. Kind-hearted people. Truly kind-hearted people. Enough talk, everyone, go get your meals. The people in Sun Chang's line immediately abandoned their queue, no longer caring that Liang Fei's spot was farther away. They all rushed over in a flash. "What are you standing around for? He's the one genuinely coming to help us out. With someone like that offering, why wouldn't we accept? But everyone must remember his kindness. Once we've recovered our strength, we absolutely cannot let him down." Exactly. Those who gather firewood for the community must not be left to freeze in the snow. Once we're back on our feet, we'll make sure their business booms. People rushed toward Liang Fei's side, each outpacing the last. Where Liang Fei and his crew had been standing in quiet solitude moments before, the sudden surge of people instantly turned the area bustling. Seeing the shortage of hands, Liang Fei immediately called out, "Anyone who's had their fill, please come lend a hand. We won't let you work for nothing." Anyone interested in helping out will be paid 500 yuan per day. This announcement completely broke the crowd's composure. It wasn't really about the money. What truly won them over was Liang Fei's approach. Not only was he cooking for everyone for free, but he'd also thoughtfully considered nutritional value and taste. He used only the finest ingredients, and his culinary skills were beyond reproach. But that wasn't all. He was genuinely worried about anyone going hungry, so he was actively recruiting helpers on the spot to serve the food. And the helpers weren't working for free, they were getting paid. Even without comparing Liang Fei's group to Sun Chang's, Liang Fei's team's attitude alone was incredibly generous. Many people volunteered on the spot, but when Liang Fei offered them money, they refused. If you keep offering money, we'll get genuinely upset. You won't let us pay you, so we certainly won't let you pay us either. That's settled then. If you try to pay us again, we won't help you anymore. Liang Fei's face darkened. They wouldn't even take money? Fine. How about this? Since I run a restaurant too, anyone who helps out here gets a 50% off coupon. Use it anytime at my place for free drinks and half-price meals. One 50% off coupon, valid for 5 uses within a month. Never expires before use. Liang Fei's offer thrilled the crowd even more, and they spontaneously formed a line. Not only that, but Liang Fei also arranged for Zhang Yi and Jiang Qiao to personally deliver meals to refugees with mobility issues, earning widespread praise from the displaced community. Everyone in Datong village sided with Liang Fei, while Sun Chang's place was deserted. Sun Chang was stunned. Where'd everyone go? Why did they all leave? They're not giving me any face at all. The staff were panicking too. They still had a lot of unused ingredients on hand. This meant it would all go to waste. Brother Chang, how about we try a different approach? At least this way we'll lose less money. Sun Chang was furious, but he really had no other options. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he shouted. Anyone who comes to my place can eat as much as they want. No need for you to do anything else, just come here to get your meals. This would mean taking a loss, but at least it would preserve his reputation. If he didn't do this, he'd lose everything, not just his reputation, but everything. Even so, not a single person was drawn to his stall. Villagers from Datong village waiting in line at Liang Fei's place grumbled, "Who's barking like a dog? It's so noisy." No idea. Maybe it's a funeral procession. Hearing this, Sun Chang seethed inwardly. But now he dared not maintain his haughty demeanor at all. He could only keep shouting. Later, when he was truly at his wit's end, he even started giving away meals for free. But even then, no one paid him any attention. Sun Chang was on the verge of tears. Zhang Yi, passing by, shot Sun Chang a cold glance and sneered, "Crying won't help you now. If you care about the refugees, they'll lift you up. If not, you won't even know how you died. Profiting off disaster is shameful." Sun Chang felt even more depressed. While Liang Fei's stall was bustling with customers, his own place was deserted. To make matters worse, passing refugees couldn't resist shooting him contemptuous glances. Several staff members were already trying to distance themselves from the area. One of them said, "Brother Chang, let's get out of here. We don't want to cause trouble." Sun Chang looked utterly dejected but couldn't say much more. He nodded, and the group quickly packed up and left as swiftly as they had arrived. Meanwhile, Liang Fei's side remained completely unaffected. Soon, through his own efforts, he ensured everyone had their fill. Looking at the satisfied crowd, Liang Fei smiled. "Everyone, we'll be back tomorrow. We promise we won't leave until Datong village is fully rebuilt." The villagers of Datong village were thrilled. Not only was the food delicious and free, but Liang Fei's attitude was impeccable. They couldn't welcome him enough. The village chief, now in his 60s or 70s, shuffled over with the villagers' support, gripped Liang Fei's hand, and teared up. "We, the people of Datong village, also promise that once we overcome this hardship, we will make sure your restaurant becomes famous throughout the entire city of Longchang." Liang Fei beamed. "Then I'll take that promise seriously." The village chief laughed heartily. "You absolutely must take it seriously. If you don't, we wouldn't be happy about it." Liang Fei chuckled. "Then, it's a deal." Chapter 156, Joining Forces. After leaving Datong village, Sun Chang grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. His fury only intensified when he returned home and discovered the villagers of Datong village had actually taken the initiative to promote Liang Fei, and their efforts were proving surprisingly effective. He couldn't resist commenting under the video. "What's there to praise? He's just putting on a show." No sooner had he posted the comment than, within a minute, over 100 people had already started attacking him. Refreshing the page again, the number had already surpassed 1,000. "What the hell do you know? Have you even been to Datong village? Have you ever run a restaurant? First off, I'm a professional chef, here's my level 2 chef's certificate. Second, in my opinion, the ingredients Mr. Liang selected were the freshest and highest quality available. Moreover, his dishes were meticulously researched, nutritionally balanced, absolutely delicious, and above all, his attitude was commendable." Everyone saw in the video that Mr. Liang never once boasted about his own achievements. He hasn't done any marketing at all. If the villagers of Datong village hadn't voluntarily shared the video, none of us would have known about this. And yet, Mr. Liang hasn't made a single move about it. Can anyone really call this a publicity stunt? Even if we assume it was a publicity stunt, the tangible benefits have clearly reached the villagers of Datong village. That alone makes it impossible to criticize. Exactly. Anyone who dares criticize Mr. Liang will have me to deal with. I was wondering why I hadn't seen Mr. Liang in so long. I thought he'd vanished. Who knew he'd quietly started doing charity work? How could anyone criticize someone like that? Exactly. Anyone who criticizes Mr. Liang is a real jerk. Sun Chang had only posted one comment, yet he was torn to shreds by the backlash. But that wasn't all. Some resourceful netizen traced the secondary account Sun Chang used for commenting back to his main account, immediately digging up his past involvement in setting up a mobile kitchen in Datong village. Now I get why this guy was so eager to bash Mr. Liang. Pure jealousy and resentment. He's got no right to be jealous. My friend lives in Datong village, and he said this Sun Chang guy's mobile kitchen is just using charity as a cover to profit off disaster. Forget the quality of his ingredients or the taste of his food. Just the fact that villagers had to work for free promoting his business and boosting his online reviews to get meals from him is unbearable. And this bastard was worried Mr. Liang would mess with his profits, so he sent people to chase Mr. Liang away. Yet later, Mr. Liang still told the villagers in Datong village that anyone who came to help meant well, and there was no need to pit one against the other. Damn it, even after being squeezed like that by Sun Chang, Boss Liang still defends him. What kind of god-tier boss is that? Mr. Liang is my hero. The crowd grew increasingly heated. Some, unable to contain their anger, dug up Sun Chang's contact info and confronted him directly. Sun Chang was completely numb. Not only had his main account been temporarily suspended after being reported, but his phone was now blowing up with calls. Sun Chang was furious. Liang Fei, it's all your fault I'm in this mess. Manhwa restaurant. With Liang Fei's scenic-area restaurant closed lately, the customers who had been firmly held captive by that establishment now had nowhere else to go. As a result, Manhwa restaurant's business gradually began to pick up. Lately, Yang Shan had been in a rather good mood. He casually opened Douyin, only to find the first video pushed to him was about Liang Fei. His eyes widened. How did this guy get popular again? Yangzhou Mountain was utterly frustrated. He'd seen Liang Fei's capabilities firsthand. He'd assumed that even if Liang Fei wanted to take a break and then reopen the scenic-area restaurant, it couldn't possibly be as wildly popular as before. After all, he no longer had any buzz. But now he'd gone viral again through charity work. What the hell was going on? This won't do. I need to find a way to dampen Liang Fei's popularity. After much deliberation, Yangzhou Mountain decided to wait and see how things played out for a few days. What Yangzhou Mountain hadn't anticipated was that while Liang Fei's popularity seemed to peak on the first day, he then rooted himself in Datong village. For the next month or two, he consistently brought warmth and support to the villagers. At first, a few envious detractors criticized him, calling it a publicity stunt. But nearly 3 months of relentless charity work, rain or shine, silenced the critics. Countless critics turned into fans, and despite not posting a single video on Douyin for nearly 3 months, Liang Fei's follower count surged daily. His account now boasts over 10 million followers. This has propelled Liang Fei's popularity to new heights. This development left Yang Shan utterly restless. And it wasn't just Yang Shan who couldn't sit still. Donzi couldn't sit still either. Originally, he had no conflict with Liang Fei and didn't want any conflict with him either. But as Liang Fei skyrocketed to fame through the Datong village incident, numerous issues surrounding the village were exposed. His initial efforts to promote donations to Datong village, which turned out to be nothing more than a drive-by where he didn't even stop the car, were seized upon by netizens. This instantly subjected Donzi to a brutal backlash. What the hell is going on here? Liang Fei, I never provoked you or did anything to you. Why do you get all the credit while I take all the blame? No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. Donzi snapped back into focus and quickly answered the call. Mr. Zhou, what's up? The caller was a film investor. Donzi had previously promoted his charitable work extensively, effectively rehabilitating his image. This Mr. Zhou had reached out to him proactively, intending to fund a movie. Facing this man, Donzi naturally had to be extremely respectful. After all, whether he could make a comeback depended entirely on him. Mr. Zhou, has the production license for our film been approved? Mr. Zhou's voice came through the line. Donzi, you really are a toad marrying a frog, ugly on the outside, yet so reckless with your money. Don't you know what you look like? And you still pulled off that fake donation stunt? Now you're just as discredited online as that influencer Sun Chang. Why would I invest in your movie? I'm calling to make it clear, even if the license comes through, this movie has nothing to do with you anymore. Also, based on our previous contract, you've caused us massive losses. I've already instructed our legal department to handle this. You'd better be prepared to pay up. No, Mr. Zhou, I can explain. Donzi tried to say more, but Boss Zhou cut him off completely, hanging up the phone. Donzi was on the verge of tears. Just then, the phone rang again. Donzi rushed to answer. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou? This is Sun Chang. You should know me. Donzi froze, only then realizing the call was from an unfamiliar number. His brow furrowed in irritation. I don't know you. Hanging up. Hold on. Sun Chang said, you may not know me, but you must know Liang Fei. You should hate Liang Fei just as much as I do, right? Donzi froze, then gritted his teeth. What do you want? Sun Chang said, got time? I'll introduce you to someone. Chapter 157, a show? Truth be told, Sun Chang had been having a tougher time lately than Donzi. He was barely hanging on. And in his eyes, it was all because of Liang Fei. But he couldn't do anything about Liang Fei on his own, so he had no choice but to endure it. But today, someone unexpectedly reached out to him. This person has been battling Liang Fei for a long time. His experience far surpasses ours. With his help, we can definitely make Liang Fei pay the price. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Chang spotted Donzi stepping out of the residential compound. He immediately got out of the car to greet him. You're here. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. Filled with immense confusion, Donzi followed Sun Chang to Yunhua restaurant, where he met Yang Zhoushan. I won't beat around the bush. We're all miserable souls who can't even live in peace because of that bastard Liang Fei. I believe you all share my desire to see Liang Fei fall hard. But Yang Zhoushan shifted his tone abruptly. Just seeing Liang Fei fall won't do us any good. At best, it'll just give us a little mental relief. We're all adults here. Merely feeling better inside simply won't do. You two agree, right? The two exchanged glances. Yang Zhoushan's words had struck a chord deep within them. That was precisely what they were thinking. Yang Zhoushan plucked out a hollow eyebrow hair. A man like him could easily discern their thoughts. He spoke up, then I won't beat around the bush. I have a plan. Not only can it bring Liang Fei down, but it can also make us some money. Both men perked up with interest. Yang Zhoushan continued, I've carefully traced Liang Fei's rise to wealth. His business exploded, and to put it plainly, it all started with tiger skin pork knuckles. Recently, through confidential sources, I learned Liang Fei possesses a secret recipe. Both froze simultaneously. You wouldn't be suggesting we steal Liang Fei's recipe book, would you? Yang Zhoushan replied, how can you call it stealing? It's just a matter of drawing inspiration from a fellow professional. Besides, now that Liang Fei's scenic area restaurant is closed, that recipe book is just sitting there unused. If we could get our hands on it, wouldn't we be able to recreate the glory of the scenic area restaurant? I've already checked, he doesn't treasure that recipe book much. It's just sitting in his restaurant. The scenic area restaurant has been converted into a tourist attraction. You could easily slip it away under the guise of sightseeing. If you're interested, I'll give you the exact location right now. The two men exchanged glances, their breathing quickening. Seeing the moment was ripe, Yang Zhoushan immediately said, if you can get me that recipe, I'll give you a cut of the profits. What do you say? Without the recipes, Liang Fei's scenic area restaurant is finished. Then we'll find a few more people to take him down. I've got it all figured out. We'll make sure he's left with nothing. Their eyes lit up. After weighing their options, they made up their minds. Let's do it. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The scenic area restaurant was nearly complete, and Liang Fei had recently found himself with a bit more breathing room financially. The post-disaster reconstruction efforts in Datong village had temporarily halted, not because higher-ups were unwilling to continue, but because funds had run dry. Recently, Longchang had been focusing all its resources on revitalizing the tourism industry, so the reconstruction of Datong village had to be put on hold for now. Upon hearing this news, Liang Fei immediately contacted Zhou Jian. Mr. Zhou, I heard the reconstruction work in Datong village has been temporarily halted? Zhou Jian sighed, it can't be helped. Longchang is short on funds right now. The provincial funds are all allocated elsewhere, and whatever little remains is being channeled into supporting Longchang's tourism industry. The Datong village project has to be put on hold for now. At least the villagers of Datong village are reasonable people. Liang Fei said, but then they won't have anywhere to live. Zhou Jian replied, yeah, I was thinking of traveling to other provinces to secure some investment sponsorships. If that doesn't work, we could sell off some land within our own province. We can't just leave them without a place to live. Datong village was the largest village in Longchang, with over 10,000 households and a combined population of 70 to 80,000. Having such a large number of people without housing was bound to be a problem. Zhou Jian was resorting to this as a last resort. Liang Fei asked, how much more funding do we need? Zhou Jian thought for a moment. Actually, the post-disaster reconstruction is nearly complete. We're still short about 10 million. Liang Fei's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhou, if we can secure this 10 million, could Datong village quickly recover its vitality? Zhou Jian replied, absolutely. Not only that, but Datong village is one of our province's renowned tourist attractions. Many projects have stalled because of the village's situation. If we can resolve the issues there, everything else will fall into place. Liang Fei immediately chimed in, as it happens, I've spent all the money I needed for my gourmet club, and my dividend from Longshan scenic area has just come through. Right now, I happen to have exactly 10 million available. I can definitely come up with it. I'm donating this money. Clang. The sound of a water glass hitting the floor echoed from across the table. Only then did Zhou Jian speak. Xiao Liang, are you serious? Liang Fei grinned. Someone once told me, when you're down on your luck, focus on bettering yourself. When you're up, help others too. Keeping this money in my hands won't do any good. Better to donate it and make a difference. Zhou Jian was visibly moved. You're really willing to part with it? Liang Fei replied, why would I hesitate? Money? As long as I have enough to get by, that's all that matters. Besides, this is building my reputation. The people of Datong village promised me that once their village prospers, they'll make me famous all over Longchang. I need to give them the chance to repay me quickly. Liang Fei beamed. I'll transfer the funds to you right away. As soon as the workday ended, Zhang Xiao hurried over to find Zhang Yi. Yezi, have you seen the news online? Zhang Yi was full of question marks. What's going on now? Never mind, whatever it is doesn't concern me. Brother Fei's gourmet club is almost finished, and he's been pushing me to recruit staff for him lately. Didn't Brother Fei arrange a job for you? By now, Zhang Qiao and Zhang Yi had become Liang Fei's right-hand men. Whenever there was work to be done, they were always the ones called upon. Zhang Qiao said, I'm definitely in charge of the club's publicity, right? We'll talk about that later. First, take a look at the news online. Zhang Yi genuinely wondered what could possibly be more important than the club's work. He took the phone and glanced at it, his face instantly turning pale. Damn it! Online, a wave of criticism targeting Liang Fei had suddenly surged. And they were making well-reasoned arguments, forcing those who had previously supported Liang Fei to scramble to contain the damage. People from Datong village were even posting messages left and right to back him up. Zhang Yi was stunned. What the hell is going on? Zhang Qiao explained, some jerk forged a fake income statement for Brother Fei, claiming he earns tens of millions a month. Then people started spreading rumors, saying that with all that money, he should donate instead of just cooking on site, that it's all just a publicity stunt. At first, few paid attention, but several major streamers backed this narrative. Now more and more people believe Brother Fei is putting on a show. Chapter 158, The Stinky Tofu Stinks. Zhang Yi was so furious he was speechless. Are people online all just little cuties? Even if Brother Fei is putting on a show, the benefits are genuinely reaching the people of Datong village. Plus, Datong village praised Brother Fei the most enthusiastically. They're still singing his praises everywhere. If even Datong village acknowledges him like this, who are these keyboard warriors to criticize him? Zhang Qiao said, who cares what the person involved thinks? They only want to see what they want to see. We need to talk to Brother Fei about this. Zhang Yi nodded. Let's go to the restaurant. The two hurried to the restaurant. By the time they arrived, Liang Fei had already returned. He was rummaging around. You two are just in time. Where'd that recipe I wrote the other day go? I remember putting it on the table. How could it be gone? A while back, on a whim, Liang Fei had written down the recipes for all the popular dishes at the scenic area restaurant. He planned to put them directly on the menu once the gourmet club opened. Who would have thought the recipe book would go missing now? Zhang Yi and Zhang Qiao exchanged glances. Zhang Yi said, Brother Fei, the recipe book doesn't matter at all anymore. Haven't you seen what people are saying online? Liang Fei sat down, his face full of question marks. What are people saying online? Zhang Qiao hurriedly handed him his phone. Liang Fei scanned it and froze. Me putting on a show? Forget it. Let them talk. It's none of my business anyway. As long as some people appreciate me, that's all that matters. Liang Fei knew full well that in this day and age, no one was perfect, and it was impossible to be universally loved. He was satisfied that he could win the approval of the majority. But just as the thought crossed his mind, he noticed a familiar account. Shanzhou? Isn't that Yangzhou Shan's account? Zhang Yi and Zhang Qiao both froze in surprise. They scrolled through and made the same discovery. This Shi guy is Dongzi's alt account. Your grandson's pretty strong, that's Sun Chang. Zhang Qiao remarked, no wonder I noticed Yangzhou Mountains Dongzi and Sun Chang hanging together lately. Looks like they've struck some shady deal. Zhang Yi added, this whole mess might just be their doing. Liang Fei perked up with interest. He didn't care about Yunhua restaurant, but even a fly buzzing around your ear non-stop was unbearable. Old Zhang, have someone look into it. See if this has anything to do with Yunhua restaurant. Zhang Qiao nodded. He was now an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers, and his fans adored him. Investigating this was a piece of cake for him. Before long, Zhang Qiao had uncovered the truth. Brother Fei, it really was Yunhua restaurant pulling the strings. Yangzhou Shan contacted Dongzi and Sun Chang. Through Sun Chang's connections, they recruited several major influencers to gang up and smear you. Brother Fei, what should we do? Liang Fei chuckled. What else can we do? Just let them jump around. They're all grasshoppers after autumn anyway. Besides, I'm sure someone will debunk these rumors for us soon. Enough talk. You two go buy some supplies for me. Our gourmet club opens in a week. We have to seize this chance to make a big splash and really put the place on the map. Zhang Yi and Zhang Qiao were both feeling down. Liang Fei was great in every way, except he was just too kind-hearted. Still, they couldn't say much and set off to handle the tasks as instructed. Meanwhile, at Manhwa restaurant, Yan Zhoushan watched as the online backlash against Liang Fei grew, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Especially just now, when Dongzi and Sun Chang had managed to get hold of Liang Fei's recipes. Nice work. Now let's see how arrogant Liang Fei can be. Get ready tomorrow, we'll start serving the dishes from Liang Fei's recipes. You too, just wait for your cut. Over the next few days, more and more people online turned against Liang Fei. His fans and the villagers of Datong tried to defend him everywhere, but it was completely ineffective. Meanwhile, Manhwa restaurant was buzzing with activity. Leveraging Liang Fei's recipes, they had completely elevated Manhwa restaurant's reputation. Diners streamed in non-stop. Just yesterday, the people from Datong village also went quiet, vanishing without a trace. Upon learning of this situation, Zhang Yi and Zhang Qiao grew increasingly anxious. Early the next morning, the two rushed over to Liang Fei's place. Brother Fei, why aren't you worried, Brother Fei, what are you doing? Before they could finish speaking, they saw Liang Fei tinkering with a food cart. Liang Fei grinned. What do you think? I'm setting up a street stall. Both of them were dumbfounded. Set up a stall? What kind of time is it for that? The enemy's already at our doorstep. Brother Fei, what the hell are you thinking? If you really can't turn this situation around, we might have to tell Brother Huan about it. Speaking of which, where the hell is Brother Huan? Zhang Yi and the others grew increasingly frustrated. Liang Fei chuckled. You'll see him soon enough. Enough chatter. There are 2 carts left in the store. Push them out. The recipes are on top. Just cook according to the recipes. The two pushed the carts out and froze upon seeing the preparation methods in the recipes. Brother Fei, what are you up to? Liang Fei replied, didn't you two say I was too nice? That I couldn't just stand by when others came knocking at my door? Well, I'm getting ready to fight back, aren't I? Alright, I've got it all figured out. I'll make sure you two are satisfied in the end. Hurry up, let's go. If we wait any longer, there won't be any seats left. Manhwa restaurant. Yan Zhoushan stood on the second floor, watching the first floor packed to the rafters. He was thrilled. Downstairs, diners who had rushed over were eating with great enthusiasm. The food here still can't compare to the restaurants in the scenic area, but it absolutely blows every other restaurant in town out of the water. Exactly. It's such a shame the scenic area restaurant was doing so well. Why did it suddenly close? I heard they were going to turn it into a gourmet club. It should have reopened by now, but there's been no sign of activity. What do you think Mr. Liang is up to? No clue. The man answering shook his head. Just as he was about to eat, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, this stuff stinks. He just picked up a piece of pork knuckle, looking thoroughly displeased. The person across from him sniffed and shook his head. No, your nose must be playing tricks. Wait, I smell something off too. But it doesn't seem to be coming from the pork knuckle. More people started noticing the stench, especially those near the door. What the hell is this? It stinks to high heaven. Where's the manager? Something's gone bad in your kitchen. Staff hurried over. Guests, our ingredients are the freshest, they couldn't possibly smell like this. And even if the ingredients we selected were rotten, you all would have smelled it when you walked in. The staff's reminder made the customers realize. That's right. The stench had appeared suddenly. It seems like it drifted in from outside. An observant customer scanned the distance. When did that stinky tofu stall appear over there? Damn, there really is one. Could the stench be drifting over from there? Is that really stinky tofu being fried? In all my years, I've never smelled stinky tofu this foul before. Chapter 159, the grand finale. Customers inside the shop were at least shielded from the smell by a door, but passers-by on the street weren't so lucky. The stench was truly unbearable. This is way too stinky. I'm about to pass out from the stench. But you know what? It stinks, but there's actually a peculiar fragrance mixed in with the stench. It really is stinky sweet, stinky sweet. The one frying the stinky tofu was none other than Liang Fei. As a fresh batch of stinky tofu emerged from the pot, Liang Fei shouted, "Stinky tofu! If you don't like it, you don't pay." One guy couldn't stand the smell anymore and rushed over, "Give me a serving. This stuff is like life's burdens. If you can't handle it, join in. You might just enjoy the experience more." The guy paid, took a bite, and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, this stinky tofu is amazing. It smells awful, but it tastes amazing. It leaves your mouth watering, with an endless aftertaste. Big Brother clearly knew his stuff, effortlessly making everyone's mouth water with his description of the stinky tofu. Some couldn't resist any longer and rushed over to pay for a taste. After trying it, their expressions were even more vivid than the Big Brothers. Holy cow, I never liked this stuff before. Forget it, give me 5 more servings. Even the skeptics couldn't resist, and more people rushed over. Before long, Liang Fei's stall was completely surrounded by people. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, Liang Fei immediately signaled to Zhang Yi and Zhang Qiao. Their stalls opened up right away. Liang Fei announced, "Everyone, I guarantee the food from these 2 stalls tastes exactly the same as mine. If there's any difference, I'll pay 10 times the price." Some skeptics bought from all 3 stalls at once. After tasting, they discovered the flavors were indeed identical. Delicious. Delicious. More customers poured in. Witnessing the stinky tofu stalls transform from deserted to packed, the patrons at Manhwa restaurant couldn't stay calm. A stinky tofu enthusiast suddenly leaped to his feet. "Waiter, you said my dish isn't ready yet, right? No need to make it. I'm not eating it." With that, he dashed out the door. Where there's a first, there's bound to be a second. Before long, more and more people began streaming out. In just a few moments, Yunhua restaurant was nearly empty. Yang Zhoushan was completely dumbfounded. Dongzi exclaimed, "That guy is Liang Fei, damn it." Yang Zhoushan's eyes widened in shock. Liang Fei? It's Liang Fei again. This bastard did it on purpose. Fine. Think I can't handle him? Yang Zhoushan immediately dialed a number. Urban Management Brigade? I'm reporting someone setting up a street stall. On the street. More and more people were gathering, and Liang Fei and his 2 partners were doing a roaring business. And just then, "Make way, everyone." A loud shout rang out as Yang Zishan approached with Dongzi and Sun Chang. "Liang Fei. Nice to see you again." Liang Fei chuckled, "Indeed. Mr. Yang, you're here to buy stinky tofu too?" Yang Zhoushan sneered coldly, "Laugh all you want, Liang Fei. You won't be laughing for long, the city management officers are on their way." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar filled the air. Liang Fei's loyal fans panicked instantly. "Boss Liang, why aren't you running?" Yang Zhoushan sneered coldly, "Can he even run?" Liang Fei replied, "He can't escape, and I don't plan to run either. Besides, the city management officers coming over might not necessarily be here to chase me away." No sooner had Liang Fei finished speaking than the car came to a halt. Not only did the urban management officers get out, but so did Zhou Jian. He led the officers straight over, first sizing up Yang Zhoushan from head to toe before speaking. "Manager Yang, I forgot to mention we're piloting a food street here today. Mr. Liang was invited to set up a stall and test the response. Everything he's doing is compliant and legal. Oh, and you mentioned your business being affected, right? Rest assured, the city government will compensate you. The relevant personnel will negotiate with you." After hearing this, Yang Zhoushan was stunned. The people around him were equally dumbfounded. So, Liang Fei had been ordered to sell stinky tofu. Zhou Jian looked around at the assembled crowd. "Well, everyone's here. As you're all aware, there have been online claims recently that Mr. Liang was putting on a show. Here, I'd like to set the record straight for Mr. Liang. He was not putting on a show." Zhou Jian produced a donation receipt. "Everyone can see this, it's the receipt for Mr. Liang's 10 million yuan donation to Datong village." People were at a loss for words. When someone posted this scene online, those who had been fiercely attacking Liang Fei immediately fell silent. Zhou Jian turned to Liang Fei, "Mr. Liang, your business is booming. Just the 3 of you can't handle it all." Liang Fei chuckled, "No worries. I've asked Brother Huan to bring in some help from Datong village." No sooner had he spoken than Li Huan arrived with a large group from Datong village. Each person had a small cart. Liang Fei smiled. "Everyone, let's support the disaster victims' re-employment efforts." In an instant, the 10-mile-long street was filled with vendors selling stinky tofu everywhere. Leveraging this bustling scene, Liang Fei effortlessly built the reputation of the Gourmet Club. Upon learning that the Gourmet Club was about to open, everyone lost their composure. Yang Zhoushan and his associates looked ashen-faced. Just as Yang Zhoushan was contemplating a career change, Liang Fei approached him. "Mr. Yang." Yang Zhoushan looked wary. "What do you want?" Liang Fei smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not here to settle old scores. I'm not holding the past against you. I'm here today for something else. Longshan Scenic Area has already formed a partnership with surrounding attractions. I was thinking, why not create a restaurant alliance for our catering industry too? Centered around my Gourmet Club, we'll build the Dragon City culinary empire. Henceforth, the Gourmet Club will be the flagship store, and all of you will become franchise outlets. New dishes will premiere at the Gourmet Club for a month, then the recipes will be shared with you. You'll run your operations freely. Aside from the franchise fee, I won't interfere, you'll manage your own profits and losses. What do you say? That way, you won't need to steal recipes anymore." Yang Zhoushan's eyes lit up instantly. With Yang Zhoushan's assistance, restaurants across Longqing swiftly joined Liang Fei's Gourmet Club. Liang Fei then distributed the recipes phased out from the club to these establishments. As a result, business boomed at all the restaurants, while Liang Fei's Gourmet Club remained completely unaffected. A win-win situation. With this matter resolved, Liang Fei focused all his attention on the Gourmet Club. Thanks to extensive promotion by the scenic area, local restaurants, and official channels, anticipation for the Gourmet Club among Longcheng residents reached a fever pitch. Under the spotlight of public attention, the Gourmet Club finally arrived at its grand opening day. Longshan's scenic area was packed to the brim. Guests gazed at the vast Gourmet Club ahead, filled with excitement. Only 5 seconds remained until 9 o'clock in the morning. The guests looked at each other and spontaneously began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown echoed, the doors of the Gourmet Club slowly swung open. People seemed to glimpse a beam of light radiating from within. Bathed in that soothing glow, Liang Fei emerged slowly. His smile was warmer than the spring breeze. Spreading his arms wide toward the crowd, Liang Fei declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gourmet Club."